Chapter 1. Past Life. The pale moon hung askew in the heavens, its silvery light gently caressing the darkness of the night. In the tranquil, ancient forest, where land is vast and people sparse, lies the secluded village of Bibi, hidden amidst the dense mountains. Strange beings. They have existed in the shadowy corners of the world from antiquity to the present, secretly engaging in perilous battles of shifting clouds and treacherous waves. Any individual possessing extraordinary powers may be deemed a strange being. Whether through innate abilities or acquired skills, all forms of the supernatural fall under their domain. With the advancement of society and the explosion of technology, the once mystical means can no longer withstand the might of science. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that strange beings remain a crucial element within the global sphere. The advantage of strange beings over ordinary individuals lies in their individual strength, while their disadvantage is their limited numbers. However, should the population of strange beings exceed a certain threshold, societal unrest and anxiety among ordinary people will inevitably ensue. This threshold is known as the population red line, currently established at 1 in 50,000, a ratio agreed upon by nations worldwide after extensive research. Yet, the recently emerged Bibi village possesses the means to transform ordinary individuals into strange beings through an artifact known as the refinement furnace. Any ordinary person who enters the furnace and emerges will undergo a significant enhancement, gaining chi, effectively elevating them from an ordinary state to that of a minor superhuman. Moreover, the village chief of Bibi possesses the capability to mass-produce magical artifacts, posing a considerable danger and complication. To prevent further escalation of the situation, the state dispatched specialized agents extraordinarily skilled temporary workers to resolve the issue. Now, although the forest lies in silence, flames soar into the sky, and murderous intent surges, the matter is nearing its conclusion. Junfang stood silently amidst the ruins, a thin veil of dust clinging to him. He brushed it off and quietly regarded the formidable figure of Ma Xianhong, the village chief of Bibi, whose aura radiated a palpable menace. Beneath Junfang's feet lay the shattered remnants of the refinement furnace, while Ma Xianhong's painstaking efforts were now haphazardly piled like worthless scrap metal. Surrounding him were the scattered remains of guardian puppets, their bodies torn apart and strewn across the ground. The earth, along with the metallic debris, was charred black, as though ravaged mercilessly by uncontrolled thunderbolts. Ma Xianhong, racing towards Junfang, was engulfed in a crimson haze, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes burning with fury and despair. Junfang had personally obliterated everything he had forged, his dreams. Junfang, you bastard! How could this be possible? Disregarding everything, Ma Xianhong charged at Junfang, his artifacts primed for destruction, intent on reducing Junfang to mere fragments, just as Junfang had done to his puppets. At that moment, a calm voice echoed from behind Ma Xianhong. The net is closing. The speaker was Wang Jinxiu, a temporary worker from the southwest region. Ma Xianhong paused in confusion. What did he mean by closing the net? Whoosh! A black projectile, signifying despair, erupted against Ma Xianhong's chest, a bar of tempered iron enveloped in dark energy. The assailant was the bearded elder with a grudge against Ma Xianhong, the actor Xia Luqing. Junfang observed as the encirclement took shape, descending from the ruins of the refinement furnace to join the fray against Ma Xianhong. This was the last formidable obstacle of Bibi village. Overcoming it would signal the end of their troubles. Junfang, an orphan, had been taken under the wing of Zhang Huai, the grandfather of Zhang Chulan. Zhang Huai was a legendary figure. He was on the verge of becoming the next celestial master of Longhu Mountain, but was forced to flee due to his collusion with the cult Quansheng and the coveted supernatural techniques sought after by the strange beings. Afterward, Zhang Huai perished and Zhang Yuda vanished. Junfang and Zhang Chulan lived in the world of ordinary individuals for a decade. It was only recently that the realm of strange beings uncovered the connection between the two and Zhang Huai. The purpose of Zhang Huai adopting Junfang and imparting his skills was now evident. With Junfang as a disciple, those with ulterior motives would divert half their attention towards him, thus reducing the danger faced by Zhang Chulan, his biological grandson. These individuals sought the coveted secret technique of Qi body source flow. No one could ascertain whether Zhang Huai had imparted this knowledge to the two or to whom it had been passed. As the true cultivation background was discerned by the state and various factions of strange beings, both Junfang and Zhang Chulan were absorbed into the National Organization for Strange Beings, everywhere connected. Zhang Chulan garnered further trust from the organization, joining the enigmatic temporary worker system. This operation to besiege Bo village assembled temporary workers from 6 regions of the nation, along with some invited allies. Junfang was evidently among these allies. The state's massive mobilization stemmed from one fact. Ma Xianhong was a tough adversary to crack. On the battlefield, Junfang focused on Ma Xianhong, who had just been sent flying by Xia Luking's iron rod. The strike had merely knocked him back temporarily, leaving even Ma Xianhong's protective artifact intact. Ma Xianhong, unfazed in midair, adeptly twisted his body, commanding the artifact resembling a lion's head behind him to unleash a torrent of sound waves toward the two standing before him, distorting the very air. Echoing roar. Ma Xianhong's heart had yet to settle when an unexpected turn of events occurred. The roaring lion's head suddenly broke free from Ma Xianhong's control, soaring away as if drawn by an invisible magnet, brushing against his body as it flew towards the back. A middle-aged man clad in green raised his right hand in a gesture of attraction, and the lion's head obediently returned to his palm, reminiscent of a kitten leaping into its owner's embrace. What a spectacular display! Junfang silently praised, casting a glance at the recently active temporary worker, Xiao Zizai, from East China. This individual was a lay disciple of Shaolin, yet also a ruthless killer with a penchant for bloodshed. Ma Xianhong's expression darkened upon landing. He gestured towards the lion's head, which surged towards Xiao Zizai with increased speed. Xiao Zizai, unwilling to bear the brunt of the attack, attempted to evade, yet the lion's head was already sent soaring back by Wang Zhenqia's spear. Next time, don't dodge. Wang Zhenqiu admonished Xiao Zizai. Their cooperation was essential for effectively dealing with Ma Xianhong. Getting them to coordinate is troublesome. Ma Xianhong's vigilance heightened, used the 6 harmonies pearl to isolate them. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the 6 harmonies pearls, which had been floating beside him, were all neatly sliced in half. The cut surfaces were smooth and flawless, each pearl severed with astonishing speed. Who could it be? Ma Xianhong seethed with rage, turning to spot a shadow he had previously overlooked. This battle has revealed that your direct attacks have minimal effect. It is wiser to prioritize dealing with your remarkable magical artifacts. The speaker was a foreign giant whose age was indiscernible, his muscles tightly defined, exuding explosive potential within the confines of his black combat attire. With a military dagger spinning effortlessly in his hand, the foreigner, Baron, regarded Ma Xianhong with a playful smirk. A retired foreign assassin from a special forces unit, he was summoned by the equally ruthless Xia Luqing to assist in this endeavor. Who is this person? When did he sneak up on me? Ma Xianhong's anxiety surged, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. I didn't even sense him approaching. Ma Xianhong glanced around. He was encircled. The circle comprised Wang Zhenqiu, well-versed in various sects techniques; Xiao Zizai, a killer from Shaolin; Xia Luqing, a notorious figure from Quansheng; Baron, a mercenary with a penchant for bloodshed; Feng Baobao, a fighter driven by instinct; Junfang, an employee skilled in the thunder techniques of Longhu Mountain. Each individual within this circle was at least a top-tier expert, for otherwise they would not qualify to participate in this assault. Junfang possessed formidable martial prowess, yet at the tender age of 22, he surpassed first-rate experts, but fell short of the pinnacle. This tangible circle held for but a second. In the next moment, the 6 launched a lightning-fast assault on the central figure, Ma Xianhong. Malice gleamed in Ma Xianhong's eyes, his arms adorned with radiant artifacts. Slash! A circular blade of light cleaved through the air, prompting the 6 approaching figures to leap high and evade the thunderous strike, momentarily halting the encroaching assault. Seizing this fleeting second, countless red threads extended from the artifact hovering above him, all piercing into Ma Xianhong's neck, infusing him with overwhelming qi. Ugh! Ma Xianhong erupted like a bomb primed for detonation, unleashing a torrent of terrifying qi that shattered the earth and stones within a 1-meter radius, creating a barrier that no one could breach. Junfang, sharp-eyed, called out to the assembled group. Everyone be cautious. I've been observing. He just seized a handful of sand and hasn't let go. Cut. In the depths of his heart, Ma Xianhong seethed with hatred as the situation on the battlefield grew increasingly dire. Upon the discovery of his minor trick, he resolutely wielded the gravel in his hands. Indeed, Ma Xianhong possessed the uncanny ability to transmute any inanimate object he encountered into a magical artifact in an instant, enabling him to manipulate them as one would a sword. Employing the technique known as divine mechanism refinement from the 8 extraordinary techniques, he was akin to a master craftsman. While racing forward at breakneck speed, Xia Luqing narrowly evaded a shard of stone that sought to strike him from the side, exclaiming, "This beast is insidious and relentless." Though Ma Xianhong appeared to hold the upper hand, he was inwardly fraught with anxiety, feeling as though his heart might burst. He barely dodged a strike from Su Junfang's 5 Thunder 8 trigram palm, and narrowly escaped being carved by Feng Baobao's cleaver. Remarkable. The enemy is truly formidable. Ma Xianhong grappled with a series of bizarre and cunning attacks, despair creeping into his thoughts. Each one is more troublesome than the last. A single lapse could spell disaster. Su Junfang stealthily approached Ma Xianhong from above, his hands slicing through the air like lightning. The radiant thunder and golden light surrounding him combined with the speed of the golden light spell was unparalleled, and his fierce palm strike landed squarely upon Ma Xianhong's magical artifact atop his head. Struck by the immense force and the sharpness of the palm strike, the artifact miraculously remained intact, merely being knocked aside, while the threads binding Ma Xianhong's neck instantly fell away. Ma Xianhong's momentum faltered, realizing that Su Junfang had thwarted his plans once more. As Su Junfang leaped, the inertia caused his body to sway, and the blade in his hand aimed straight for Su Junfang's head. Lightning coursed through Su Junfang's entire being, and his eyes began to operate with extraordinary acuity. What had once appeared as a lightning-fast blade thrust now seemed to move in slow motion. With the agility of one infused with thunder, Su Junfang merely crouched to evade the vicious strike. Simultaneously, Wang Zhenxiu was not idle. Extending the golden rod manifested from his divine mask, aiming directly at Ma Xianhong's face. Ma Xianhong temporarily set aside his pursuit of Su Junfang, using the artifact on his forearm to deflect the formidable blow. Feng Baobao, like a leaf caught in a tempest, dashed after the artifact that had been sent flying by Su Junfang. Although it had separated from Ma Xianhong, it remained under his control, ready to return and replenish his strength at any moment. Feng Baobao embraced the artifact as if she were a goalkeeper diving for a ball, but to her surprise, the artifact, under Ma Xianhong's command, lifted her into the air. Up we go, up we go. Feng Baobao, delighting in the sensation, wrapped her arms and legs around the orb, soaring through the air, clutching the magical tool tightly. She began to channel her own energy into the artifact through the contact of her palms. The sheer magnitude of Feng Baobao's energy was astounding. In an instant, the artifact, slightly larger than a soccer ball, expanded to the size of a hot air balloon, a frenzied red glow emanating from it, heralding its impending doom. In the midst of battle, Baron was drawn to the distant red light, lifting his gaze in bewilderment, unsure of the situation. But soon, realization dawned upon him. Understanding the artifact's purpose, he abandoned the fray to assist. Only then did Ma Xianhong's composure falter. Casting a glance toward this unfolding scene during the fight, his heart raced with terror. While the situation was challenging, he had believed it manageable. He could hardly fathom that this orb, designed to store energy, could be on the brink of explosion due to a single person's might. Such a notion seemed utterly implausible. At that moment, Ma Xianhong comprehended a profound truth. He was not the sole individual capable of transcending common understanding in this world. As Baron rushed to provide support, his blade struck with the force of a dragon. However, his military knife's slashing attack proved ineffective against the highly inflated orb. The thief-devouring beast is of utmost importance. It is the only artifact I painstakingly crafted for self-defense, but its capacity is nearing its limit. I must retrieve it. With this thought in mind, Ma Xianhong hastily broke free from the nearby entanglements, racing toward the spherical artifact. This beast is frightened. This is the moment. Press on. Xia Luqing shouted joyously to Feng Baobao, while he himself subtly blocked Ma Xianhong's escape. Each individual present was a master in their own right. It would require significant effort for Ma Xianhong to extricate himself. Baron, having leapt above the thief-devouring beast, smirked derisively. Xia Luqing, you always propose difficult demands, but who could have predicted our fateful encounter? Young lady, allow me to lend you a hand. Realizing that his military knife was ineffective against the artifact, Baron sheathed his weapon, pressing both palms against the swelling magical tool, desperately channeling his energy into it. Ultimately, the artifact could no longer withstand the strain. Its surface writhed, as if it were a jelly that had been overplayed. No, cease this at once. Ma Xianhong nearly screamed, exerting every ounce of strength to reach within 5 meters and reclaim the artifact. Yet, Xiao Zizai would not allow him such a luxury, placing his left hand upon Ma Xianhong's shoulder and yanking him backward, while Wang Zhenxiu stood resolutely in his path, brandishing the golden rod. Boom! At last, the thief-devouring beast erupted, bereft of Xiao Zizai's restraint. Ma Xianhong lost his senses and sprinted toward the scene, only to find nothing but ashes scattered across the ground. Ma Xianhong stood frozen, staring at the remnants of the artifact in disbelief. Could I actually be defeated? Seizing the opportunity while Ma Xianhong remained dazed, Su Junfang darted from his blind spot, moving with the swiftness of lightning. Grasping Ma Xianhong's left arm with his right hand, he struck fiercely with his left fist into Ma Xianhong's abdomen, thunderclap fist. The force of the lightning energy fractured, and golden light surged forth. Ma Xianhong was enveloped in a layer of golden protective artifacts. Yet Su Junfang's domineering strike shattered the defenses into scattered fragments. The impact jolted Ma Xianhong back to his senses, and he quickly mobilized his consciousness, replenishing the artifact with his energy, restoring it to its former state. Once again, it is you. Ma Xianhong's expression darkened, as if he were about to drip water from his face. Su Junfang, equally inflamed, retorted with a fierce countenance. Though it may be slightly embarrassing, we must band together to subdue you. Ma Xianhong's jaw clenched as if to shatter his teeth. His brows remained furrowed, and he coldly hissed, "Die." Su Junfang, undeterred, maximized the golden protective spell, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes upon Ma Xianhong, shouting, "Everyone, join in." Instantaneously, the remaining fighters surrounded them, each employing their unique techniques. Xia Looking's iron rod swung directly towards Ma Xianhong's face. 7 warriors clashed as one. In the frantic defense against the interwoven attacks of 6 opponents, Ma Xianhong found his energy waning, gradually becoming overwhelmed. The more he fought, the weaker he grew, yet his face twisted ever more grotesquely. At last, he found peace. The murderous intent in Ma Xianhong's eyes was glaringly evident as he fixated on Su Junfang, the one who had obliterated his entire existence. Ignoring the onslaught from others, he allowed their forces to pierce his defenses, pivoting to the right and unexpectedly seizing Su Junfang, who still sought to attack. Die. Ma Xianhong had gone mad. He understood that prolonging the struggle would lead to his inevitable defeat. Rather than live in disgrace, he chose to embrace a dignified death, determined to drag someone down with him. By sheer coincidence, Su Junfang, brimming with hatred, was chosen. Ma Xianhong ignited all the magical artifacts upon him. A dozen treasures exploding simultaneously, unleashing their final brilliance into the world. Such power was utterly insurmountable at such close quarters. A diminutive golden mushroom cloud ascended from the ground. All the temporary workers pursuing him were left astounded and sorrowful as an exceptional comrade vanished before their eyes. Such was the nature of their mission. Sacrifices were inevitable. In the instant of the explosion, a blinding white light enveloped everything. Su Junfang vaguely saw Zhang Chulan recklessly rushing towards him, calling out, "Brother Su." He smiled. Death was a relief, free from worries and tranquil. He took one last glance at the world before closing his eyes. All things returned to darkness. Yet, the tale was far from over. Su Junfang had perished, but not entirely. Suddenly, a glimmer of light emerged from the void, whisking away Su Junfang's still intact soul. Meanwhile, in the desolate outskirts of Tartarus on the western side of Seoul Town, the ground trembled with thunderous cannon fire, unleashing a torrent of radiant lightning. A figure clad in ancient armor retreated amidst the rapid exchanges of combat, a terrifying concentration of lightning elements coalescing around him. The lightning transformed into a striking circular shield within a meter's radius around him, radiating a faint yet glaring glow. This individual, known as Lei Pao, donned a suit of bright purple steel armor, adorned with iron chains around his neck, and bore a mask emblazoned with the character for canon written in a flowing script. Seoul Town is a realm where divine beings reside, moved by the multitude of lost souls and thus creating the underworld, governed by the native Yuling clan. The Yuling utilized the 4 divine orbs to divide the underworld into the spirit realm and Seoul Town, with humans known as spirit hosts guarding Seoul Town. Spirit hosts are individuals who possess guardianship from lost souls, enabling them to wield superhuman strength through the powers of these spirits. Opposing Lei Pao is the short-haired warrior Sun Zhantian, a spirit host and a martial deity, harboring 6 guardian spirits. Lei Pao, a member of the villainous organization, the Huangfu Tiangang Longqi, stood valiantly. The origins of its members are shrouded in mystery, the only known fact being their possession of divine weapon spirits. As he faced Sun Zhantian, the formidable figure of the 9 heavens thunder resounding celestial sovereign rapidly intertwined his hands, conjuring a myriad of hand seals. Suddenly, he clasped his left wrist with his right hand and raised it skyward. A colossal 3-meter pillar of lightning rained down, enveloping the sovereign in the purest electric light. The silk of his armor fluttering wildly in the fierce gale generated by the lightning. The night sky darkened further, as swirling storm clouds transformed the heavens into a battlefield of old, swirling like torrents towards the eye of the lightning pillar. Countless golden serpents twisted through the air. As if a chariot of thunder summoned a tempest, bolts of electricity streaking through the sky like arrows. The lightning pillar erupted, silver thunder dancing wildly. As the earth within 3 meters of the sovereign was shattered and flung away by the electric shockwave, rippling outward, the sovereign narrowed his eyes, extending his right hand forward, pointing directly at Sun Zhantian. The tumultuous clouds above thickened, the distance between heaven and earth visibly closing, as the oppressive black clouds abruptly collapsed. All the storm clouds spiraled like a tornado towards the center of the lightning pillar, terrifying thunder explosions flickering within the swirling tempest. Suddenly, the storm dissipated. A colossal half-figure of a thunder god, towering nearly 60 meters, emerged in the sky, his body enveloped in a tangible, dense lightning essence, connecting with the heavens. "Great thunder god!" Lei Pao bellowed. The girl opposing him was equally formidable, clad in a tight black combat suit enveloped in a layer of lightning armor, accumulated through the generations of her ancestors. Her hair was styled to resemble a fierce warrior. Behind her stood 6 menacing lightning spears, 3 on each side, resembling wings. Akin to 6 valiant generals guarding their lightning empress, formed entirely from guardian spirits. In the distance, the titan of divine might and the girl fiercely charging forth created a striking and awe-inspiring tableau. As the clouds rolled and mountains crumbled, threatening destruction, the girl remained unfazed, unleashing a deafening roar. In an instant, she vanished, leaving only a flash of lightning in her wake. A bolt of lightning surged towards the heavens. In a fleeting moment, victory and defeat became apparent. The tearing thunder spear transformed into a lightning dragon, mercilessly clawing at the descending hand of the thunder god, slicing through the flesh formed of lightning. The majestic and invincible energy corporeal of the great thunder god disintegrated in mid-air, colossal orbs of lightning plummeting to the ground. The dazzling stars dimmed as the river of lightning cascaded downwards, striking the earth, causing rocks to shatter and tremors to shake the land. The sky filled with dust and debris exploded like a waterfall, reminiscent of the scene when Yuhua repaired the heavens and the Milky Way flowed backward. Half of the western outskirts were sent soaring into the sky. The 9 heavens thunder-resounding celestial sovereign stood before Lei Pao, yet before Sun Zhantian could approach, the sovereign's body erupted with countless fissures, as if being torn apart by 1,000 blades. Such sharp spiritual energy. Sun Zhantian burst forth from the remnants of the great thunder god's explosion, charging directly at Lei Pao, embodying the spirit of relentless assault. Indifferent to the raging flood behind her, with cannon in hand, Lei Pao stood ready. Sun Zhantian's heart surged. "Are you a god? You compare yourself to the heavens, seeking to take my life. You have stolen the most precious thing in my life, calling it an unbreakable fate. I reject your fate. I shall seize your throat and trample you beneath my feet, severing your self-proclaimed heaven." A vigorous palm shattered the celestial shield employed by the thunder cannon to fend off adversaries, transforming into a clenched fist aimed directly at the mask emblazoned with the character for cannon, which had been mocking him mere moments ago. The mask constituted his essence. If it were to shatter, the thunder cannon would meet its demise. However, fate took an unexpected turn. Just as the powerful strike approached the mask, the strength previously unleashed had depleted all reserves of the 5th-generation Divine Thunder Seal, causing Sun Zhantian to lose consciousness in an instant. His body began to plummet, the lightning poised to extinguish. Out of the void, a sudden bolt of lightning surged forth, fortuitously striking Sun Zhantian's outstretched arm. Though this lightning was not particularly potent, it proved fatal. The strike propelled Sun Zhantian's fist forward, shattering the mask of the thunder cannon. Subsequently, devoid of any sustaining strength, Sun Zhantian's body crashed heavily to the ground, sending dust swirling into the air, while scattered raindrops began to fall upon his unconscious form. How absurd, how ridiculous. One could hardly believe that the formidable thunder cannon had succumbed to the very force of thunder itself. The thunder cannon staggered backward with a bitter smile as cracks spread across the mask until it ultimately disintegrated into the purest of light. As the mask crumbled, the body of the thunder cannon gradually transformed into specks of starlight, its armor falling to the ground like an empty shell, while the starlight dispersed into the sky, becoming the sole beacon of illumination amidst the encroaching darkness. The previously manifested bolt of lightning then whisked away the remaining pure energy of the mask, retreating once more into the void. Chapter 2. The Awakening of the Soul and Transmigration. Clad in black, with a hood and flowing robe, a suspicious figure, no taller than 1.20 meters, wandered near the walls safeguarding the borders of the Tiandou Empire. This mysterious black-clad individual was Su Junfang, who had resided in the Douluo Continent for 3 years, transported to this place by a sudden flash of lightning. Upon his arrival, this body was already 3 years old, rendering him now a 6-year-old child. No one was aware that beneath the concealing black garb lay such youthful features, nor did anyone comprehend why a mere 6-year-old child would appear beyond the city walls. Su Junfang did not join the queue outside the city walls to register for entry, but instead waited outside with the farmers. Su Junfang circumvented the lengthy queue and made his way directly to the city gate, guarded and patrolled by soldiers of the Heaven Dou Empire in the Spirit Hall. This was the territory of the Heaven Dou Empire. Idle folk were to halt. To enter the city, one must adhere to the rules and queue. 2 stern-faced Spirit Hall soldiers crossed their long spears to form an X, barring Su Junfang from proceeding further. With a swift motion of his wrist, Su Junfang produced a level 4 insignia from the Spirit Hall. No one dared to question the origin of this emblem, for it commanded an aura of absolute authority and reverence. A whole row of soldiers stood at attention, their rifles raised, as they bowed respectfully, addressing him as Your Excellency the Bishop. Su Junfang nodded slightly, offering no further words as he strode directly through the city gate. The soldiers did not advance to impede him again. The fourth-level emblem of the Spirit Hall was held by the higher echelons of the church, akin to that of a cardinal. According to the regulations of the Spirit Hall, anyone bearing its emblem was regarded with utmost reverence, and none would dare to usurp the insignia of the Spirit Hall. To behold the emblem was to behold the individual at that moment. Junfang embodied the stature of a cardinal, and the soldiers possessed no authority to scrutinize his identity or appearance. Thus, the soldiers, adhering to the decorum befitting their rank, watched Junfang proceed into the city with respectful deference. As Junfang stepped into the city, it felt as though he had entered an entirely different realm. He had resided in this world for 3 years, assimilating not only into this body, but also into the memories of its original owner. Though he had glimpsed the more opulent capital of the Starry Empire, Xinghua City, through the memories, this was his first experience of witnessing a human city through the eyes of one who had traversed time and space. The cacophony of the city enveloped him, the clatter of horse-drawn carriages, the murmur of human conversations, and the gentle splashing of fountains, all contributing to the tapestry of this vibrant world. Junfang wandered curiously through the city, eager to observe the architectural marvels and discern how they differed from those of his previous life. Yet, he remained steadfast in his purpose for entering the city, to awaken his martial soul. His first priority was to locate the establishment of the Martial Soul Hall within this urban landscape. On the continent, even the most diminutive city boasts a Martial Soul Hall. From the smallest branches to the subsidiary halls, and further up to the Grand Martial Soul Main Hall, each level reflects the city's stature. Only large cities can host the main hall, while the capitals of the 2 great empires house the prestigious Sacred Hall of Martial Souls, a 4th-tier establishment. Although this city, situated near the frigid northern lands, may not be classified as a large metropolis, it plays a crucial role in the defense against the soul beasts of the extreme north and is thus equipped with a subsidiary Martial Soul Hall. Junfang turned at the corner of a grand edifice, and as her gaze shifted, she happened upon a middle-aged man in his 40s approaching from the opposite direction. Clad in simple attire that belied any indication of wealth, his demeanor was amiable, making him the perfect candidate for seeking directions. Junfang proactively approached and obstructed the path of the individual. Suddenly, a person emerged from a hidden corner, startling the middle-aged man, who regarded the cloaked figure with caution. "Who are you, and what do you intend to do?" he inquired. To his surprise, a youthful voice emerged from beneath the black robe, asking, "Could you kindly direct me to the Spirit Hall of this city?" The middle-aged man regained his composure and gestured towards the road behind him, indicating, "It is that tallest building." Seemingly unwilling to linger, he hurriedly departed after providing the directions. In the Douluo Continent, be it in the Heaven Do Empire or the Star Luo Empire, the most iconic structure within a city is invariably the Spirit Hall of that city. Following the guidance of the middle-aged man, Junfang swiftly located the iconic edifice. The Spirit Hall branch is a grand structure crowned by a magnificent dome. Its facade spans over 100 meters in width and rises to a height of 20 meters, comprising 3 distinct levels. The entire building is adorned in a rich golden-brown hue, with the emblem of the Spirit Hall emblazoned above the main entrance, depicting a long sword and a hammer. Standing sentinel at the entrance, the armored guards immediately surrounded Junfang, who was clad in black, exuding an aura no less potent than that of a soul master. "Halt! This is the Spirit Hall branch. No unauthorized personnel are permitted entry." Junfang promptly retrieved the insignia from within his robe, once again displaying the cardinal's emblem. "Who is the presiding lord of this hall? Summon him to meet me." The 4 guards exchanged glances, and one of them performed a slight bow. "Please wait a moment." "My lord, I shall inform him," the soldier said before hastily retreating into the hall. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man, kindly in demeanor and adorned with a robe trimmed in yellow, followed the soldier in a somewhat hurried manner. Upon catching sight of the insignia, he immediately bowed deeply. "My lord, your presence here is most gracious. This insignia I hold was bestowed upon me by my family. I have come to awaken my martial soul." At this moment, Junfang removed the black hat that had obscured his face, revealing a remarkably youthful visage. The lord was momentarily taken aback. Had the martial soul awakened? A child had come here alone? Yet, he did not hesitate, promptly responding, "Very well, esteemed one, please follow me." Junfang swiftly followed in the footsteps of the old hall master. The old hall master led Junfang to the 2nd floor of the Spirit Hall, progressing along the corridor towards the inner sanctum of the Spirit Hall. When the old hall master came to a halt, they found themselves before 3 towering archways. The old hall master elaborated, "This is the spirit laboratory where soul awakenings and soul power assessments are conducted. Please, step inside." Junfang entered with measured steps. The room was resplendent, its walls adorned with exquisite carvings, while the warm hues of the dusk sun spilled onto the red carpet, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The venerable lord took his place at the center of the chamber, channeling his soul power, a soft radiance emanating from him. Suddenly, a magnificent golden eagle soared from his back, embodying his martial spirit, the golden eagle. 5 soul rings spiraled upward from beneath his feet, enveloping him, revealing that this seemingly amiable elder was, in fact, a formidable soul king of 5 rings. With a graceful gesture, he summoned 6 purple gold stones that danced around him, slowly rotating and leaving trails of golden brilliance in their wake. My lord, you may step into the center now. Junfang was equally unwilling to waste another second. He was eager to discover the nature of his martial soul, as it would significantly influence the trajectory of his future. However, he felt a sense of calm. For both of his parents possessed advanced martial souls. As long as no unforeseen circumstances arose, he would likely inherit a martial soul of at least high caliber. Junfang stepped into the center defined by 6 floating stones. The elder waved his hands, and beams of golden light, akin to raging flames, shot towards the golden stones. A golden shield of light gradually enveloped Junfang, lifting his body slightly off the ground with the gentle force of soul energy. Golden specks of light emerged from the shield, merging into Junfang's form as he quickly extended his right hand. In an instant, an intensely blinding white light burst forth from his palm, causing Junfang to squint tightly. As the white light gradually diminished, he was finally able to behold his martial spirit. A platinum mask floated serenely in his hand, prominently etched with a large character for cannon in its center. Surrounding the mask, terrifying bolts of lightning flickered, and the furious power of electricity ravaged the room, scorching the walls with its violent energy. Outside the window, the setting sun, radiating a crimson-purple glow, was obscured by rolling dark clouds, and the sky was heavy with darkness, intermittently pierced by the resounding rumble of thunder. Junfang contemplated the essence of his martial soul, known as the Heavenly Sovereign of the 9 Heavens' thunderous resonance. However, the magnitude of this power was overwhelming. Were he to unleash it entirely, his body would likely be unable to withstand it. Consequently, the martial soul temporarily sealed its energy within a mask. Thus, at this stage, Junfang's martial soul effectively manifested as the Heavenly Sovereign mask. Junfang barely had time to perceive the terrifying intensity of the thunder element inherent in this martial soul. He realized that it was an extraordinary martial soul. To put it in the terms of the second part, it could be deemed an ultimate martial soul. But it transcended mere classification. The rampant, blazing white electricity that filled the room not only wreaked havoc upon the structure itself, but also, in a most fortuitous manner, concealed the pervasive aura of death and the stench of blood emanating from Junfang's left hand. Junfang collected the formidable Heavenly Sovereign mask martial soul back into his being, a process that demanded substantial soul power, leaving him slightly perspiring. The white light abruptly retracted into his body, enveloping the room in a profound silence, while the faint crimson glimmer in his eyes, obscured by the white radiance, gradually faded away. He sensed an explosive force coursing through him. The disparity in strength with and without the martial soul was staggering. Remarkable, my lord. Although I am unfamiliar with your martial soul, it undoubtedly ranks among the finest. In all my years, I have never witnessed such extraordinary phenomena upon the awakening of a martial soul, the old hall master exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes wide with wonder. Come, my lord. Let us further assess your soul power. I am almost certain that your innate soul power is exceptionally high. The old hall master then produced a gleaming crystal orb, within which the light from the room reflected, seemingly portraying the grandeur of the entire universe. Upon witnessing the scene, Junfang instinctively placed his hand upon the surface of the crystal ball. The moment his palm made contact with the azure orb, he felt an irresistible pull emanating from it. It was as if the soul force within him surged forth like a lake returning to the ocean. As the blue crystal absorbed this burgeoning energy, it began to illuminate, the brilliant azure light rapidly expanding from a mere point. In the blink of an eye, the crystal ball sparkled resplendently, akin to a magnificent gem. Silvery light danced across its surface, momentarily overshadowing the glow of the chandelier within the room, culminating in a dazzling explosion of brilliance. The old hall master, taken aback, was momentarily rendered speechless with astonishment. After a considerable pause, his quivering voice finally broke the silence. Heavens! This is indeed a manifestation of innate full soul force, an extraordinary talent, truly extraordinary. At that moment, the old hall master's gaze had shifted to Junfang, his eyes aglow with fervent excitement, as if beholding an unparalleled treasure. My lord, forgive my boldness, but may I inquire about your esteemed lineage? Junfang remained silent. The old hall master quickly regained his composure and said, Oh dear, I became overly excited. Please disregard my previous question. No, hall master, I intended to discuss this matter with you privately. However, could we first find a quiet room? The old hall master readily agreed, just about to speak when a soldier from the spirit hall hurriedly approached him, whispering some urgent report. The old hall master's brow furrowed, indicating he was faced with a pressing issue. He gestured for the soldier to withdraw and, with a hint of apology in his gaze, addressed Junfang. My lord, you may need to wait a moment. There is a matter of urgency that requires my immediate attention. Would it be convenient for you to wait in the guest room for a short while? Junfang inquired. How long must one wait? The old master replied. No more than an hour. Though Junfang felt a twinge of displeasure, he nonetheless acquiesced. The old lord dispatched someone to escort Junfang into a spacious reception hall, and then took his leave. Junfang reclined upon the crimson sofa in the waiting room, her gaze drifting beyond the window, where she beheld the distant snow-capped mountains. Her thoughts meandering back to that frigid afternoon 3 years prior. Chapter 3. This life-a crack of thunder flickered amidst the roiling dark clouds. The sky was overcast, as if it were poised to weep, yet the clouds bore a grayish-white hue, an unsettling color, as the rain could descend at any moment. The vast expanse of dark clouds converged with the endless blanket of white snow at the horizon, the snowflakes floating above the clouds, merging the celestial and terrestrial realms into one. Snow fell for miles. Drops of blood splattered upon the white frost, resembling exquisite plum blossoms. The crimson trails twisted and coiled like a centipede, as if a lone wolf had rent the throat of its prey, dragging the dying creature across the snowy ground. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. How can those bastards from the spirit hall be so formidable? The man gasped violently. His blood-stained robe in tatters, revealing grievous wounds beneath the fabric, the blood mingling with the red cloth. The crimson-clad figure's countenance was fierce. One hand summoned soul power to form a barrier against the biting winds, while the other clutched a child tightly to his chest. 3 deep gashes marred his face, slashing through his right eye, nose, and lips, adding to his already maddened expression, which now appeared even more monstrous. "O blood god, your humble servant has disappointed you. The great scarlet deity, your radiance shall one day illuminate the earth." As he muttered these words, the red-robed man used the last remnants of his soul power to sustain his body, staggering forward, leaving a trail of blood in this desolate northern land, cradling the child. After traversing for approximately 2 hours, the man entered a forest that from afar had seemed but a thin white line on the horizon. This world of ice and snow gradually unveiled itself before him. The northern forest, though not densely packed, was draped in a silvery shroud. Now worthy of the title Snowy Woods, the red-robed man plunged into the forest. No longer the vibrant figure he once was. The darkening blood flowed behind him with each faltering step, the glaring crimson seeping into the deep snow. His face had turned ashen, his steps unsteady, nearly unable to walk unaided. In the forest, he had scarcely taken a few steps when he leaned against a tree, gasping heavily. In the biting northern wind, his labored breaths echoed, reminiscent of an old bellows. His body slid down the trunk, leaving a smudge of blood, a testament to his struggle. He glanced at the child in his arms. His eyes alight with fervor, the blood god descends. The red-robed man placed his frostbitten hand gently upon the child, a faint glow emanating from it. He poured the last vestiges of his soul power into the 3- or 4-year-old child, forming a protective layer capable of temporarily warding off the biting cold. The soul power flowing into the child waned like a whisper, his hand trembling violently. The red-robed man's gaze lost its focus, blood trickling from his slightly parted lips. His head drooping against the tree, his life extinguished. The child nestled in his arms cracked open his eyes, cautiously surveying his surroundings, slowly revealing a narrow slit, and began to open his eyes wide. At this moment, Junfang found himself in a state of utter bewilderment. His memories were incredibly hazy, with only vague recollections of confronting some formidable adversaries. Indeed, the enemies were quite powerful. Initially, he managed to navigate the early stages of the conflict with relative ease. But ultimately, in the climactic battle, he met his demise, perishing alongside the enemy's formidable boss in a mutual destruction. He had anticipated death, or at the very least, a fate akin to being a vegetable, for the explosive force was certainly lethal to any human being. Yet, as he assessed his current state, it appeared that he had awakened. Did this mean he had not perished? No, something felt amiss within his body. Could it be that he had been reborn? Junfang was a martial artist, possessing a profound understanding of his body's coordination and the strength he could exert. As his consciousness began to return, he quickly realized that his physique seemed to have diminished, and he was being cradled by a man who was jostling him as they moved forward. Was this a flight for survival? Why was he in a man's embrace? With no knowledge of his surroundings, Junfang chose to feign sleep. However, the moment his awareness revived, his body stiffened, alerting the man in the red robe to his awakening, who then remarked upon the descent of the blood god. Subsequently, Junfang watched as the red-robed man transmitted an invisible force into him before succumbing to death, leaving Su feeling increasingly warm. Once he confirmed the man's demise, Junfang hastily maneuvered his body, wriggling free from the embrace. He began to investigate this new body, surveying it from head to toe and moving his limbs a few times, realizing with a start that he had transformed into a child. Could this be a transmigration? A vague sense of uncertainty settled in Junfang's mind. Memories of his past life, including his origins and experiences, had faded into obscurity, while another set of memories unexpectedly remained vivid and clear. More alarming than being transported to an unknown realm was the realization that the golden light spell he had painstakingly cultivated over the years had vanished without a trace. Clearly, this body had not undergone any form of cultivation, a discovery that left him feeling as though he were clad in a mere garment, exposed to the biting cold of a wintry landscape. Oddly enough, it seemed he truly was standing in the snow in such scant attire, which was utterly terrifying. Junfang glanced around, the biting cold of the icy wind cutting through him, chilling him to the bone. How could one possibly survive in such weather, let alone find a way out? He feared that once this mysterious protective layer dissipated, he would succumb to the frigid embrace of this icy forest. Suddenly, a sensation of swelling overtook his head, as if a torrent of memories not belonging to Junfang flooded into his mind. He recognized this as the memories of the body he now inhabited. After a brief moment, all the memories had been imparted. and Su Junfang began to swiftly assimilate this newfound information. This land was the Douluo Continent, where many individuals could engage in battle using their own martial souls, advancing by hunting soul beasts to obtain soul ranks. There existed 10 ranks in total: Soul Master, Soul Scholar, Great Soul Master, Soul Sovereign, Soul Sect, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Saint, Douluo, and Title Douluo. This was indeed the Douluo Continent. Although Su Junfang is an extraordinary individual as a modern person, he has indulged in this renowned series of novels during his leisure time, even exploring the second and third installments, with a sense of reassurance. He realizes that he is not entirely adrift in an unfamiliar world. The owner of this body is also named Su Junfang, the grandson of Su Huanshan, the esteemed leader of the Spirit Hall, one of the 4 illustrious Platinum bishops governing the vast force of Soul Masters, presently on the Douluo Continent. There exist 2 great empires, the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. Within these empires, numerous kingdoms and principalities flourish. However, the institution that wields the paramount combat prowess of Soul Masters does not belong to either of these nations. It is a colossal entity known as the Spirit Hall. The headquarters of the Spirit Hall, the Hall of the Pope, is strategically situated in Spirit City, nestled between the 2 empires. This organization oversees over 85% of Soul Master-related affairs along the Great Thoroughfare. The Spirit Hall is categorized into 5 tiers, with the most prestigious Hall of the Pope at the apex, followed by the Spirit Temples, which are exclusively found in the capitals of the 2 empires. Beneath these are the Spirit Main Hall, the Spirit Subhalls, and the Spirit Branch Halls. Within the Spirit Hall, apart from the obscure Elder Hall, the Pope reigns supreme. Under the Pope, there are the 4 Platinum bishops, followed by the archbishops, cardinals, bishops, various levels of deacons, and then an array of ordinary clerical personnel. Su Junfang's grandfather is the esteemed Lord of the Soul Hall and a Platinum bishop, which speaks volumes about the exalted status of Su Junfang. Su Junfang's father, Su Wangong, is the sole son of Su Huanshan and holds a distinguished position within the Spirit Hall. His mother, Luo Feishui, is the esteemed daughter of one of the 4 noble families of the Star Luo Empire. Emperor Su frequently urged his son, Su Wangong, to father more children, and Su Wangong indeed toiled diligently. The birth of his first child brought Emperor Su immense joy that lasted several days. Su Junfang, being the sole grandson of the esteemed Hall Master of the Spirit Hall, naturally enjoyed the most luxurious privileges. However, 10 days prior, this precious tranquility was disrupted by a sudden assault, adding yet another human tragedy to the Douluo Continent. Chapter 4. The reason it was an afternoon bathed in brilliant sunshine, with a gentle breeze heralding the arrival of spring after the biting cold of winter. The flora scattered throughout the Star Luo Empire began to awaken, donning a fresh coat of green as the essence of spring gradually stirred. On this day, Su Wangong happened to have a day off from work, and he planned to take his wife, Luo Feishui, and their son on a leisurely exploration of the streets and alleys of Star Luo City. This outing would serve as an opportunity for their son to familiarize himself with the city's diverse architecture and road layout, and was one of the rare moments they could spend together as a family. Luo Feishui was delighted to accept her husband's proposal, as it had been a long time since she had the chance to enjoy a day out with him. They joyfully plotted their excursion with their child in tow. Little did they know, lurking within the seemingly magnificent and prosperous capital of the Star Luo Empire was a terrifying force of evil spirit masters. This organization was referred to as the Blood Soul Sect by outsiders and as the Holy Soul by its members. The Blood Soul Sect claimed to be the earthly representatives of deities on the Douluo Continent. The exact nature of the deity they worshipped remained shrouded in mystery, though it was known that their internal hierarchy was exceedingly rigorous. Gradually, the Blood Soul Sect descended into a nefarious organization, engaging in all manner of sordid activities with ruthless cruelty. Following this, it was revealed that the Blood Souls were serving a blood deity, which was not the deity they had previously worshipped, but rather a false god that had emerged from the shadows, its origins unknown. The Blood Souls believed that by finding suitable children to serve as gateways, they could successfully welcome the blood deity into the world, who would bestow upon them power and envelop the Douluo Continent in its embrace. The actions of the Blood Souls grew increasingly heinous. Each year, they scoured various cities, employing all manner of methods to abduct dozens of infants to conduct their so-called sublimation rituals. Su Junfang's previous incarnation was deemed a rare vessel for the blood deity. The Blood Soul Sect was determined to claim the body of Su Junfang. At the moment when the family of 3 was blissfully basking in the beauty of the afternoon glow, dozens of evil spirit masters took advantage of the sparse crowd to launch a vicious attack on this idyllic family. Su Wangong, though merely a high-ranking steward, possessed a cardinal's insignia bestowed by the Emperor Su, which entitled him to the accompaniment of 2 guards. However, as this outing was intended for familial enjoyment, he chose not to bring his personal protectors. Who could have anticipated that someone would have the audacity to assault the son of the Hall Master of the Martial Soul Temple in the grand city of Xingluo, within the Xingluo Empire? This group of malevolent soul masters was evidently well prepared. Their skills were specifically designed to counter Su Wangong's Thunder Crown Martial Soul, rendering him utterly frustrated, as he could only muster less than half of his true potential. These wicked soul masters were not inclined to linger. They seized Su Junfang and made their swift escape. Su Wanggong, resolute and decisive, hastened after the child, determined not to lose any trace of them. He instructed his wife to promptly return to the Spirit Hall to summon reinforcements. Upon receiving the call for aid, the Knights of the Spirit Hall swiftly dispatched a small squad, coordinating with a team of ordinary spirit masters to pursue the trail deliberately left by Su Wanggong into a shadowy alley. The first wave of spirit masters that charged and fell victim to an ambush set by the malevolent spirit masters, suffering significant casualties in an instant. The Knights of the Hall, truly worthy of their title, swiftly carved a bloody path for the search party, all being spirit kings themselves. Yet tragedy struck again. Upon bursting into the main hall, the first sight was Su Wanggong lying on the ground, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. The dark floor beneath him soaked with crimson liquid. It was evident that he was beyond salvation. Most tragically, the child remained unfound, as the blood soul seemed to possess a complex and secretive passage, enabling certain malevolent spirit masters to relocate Su Junfang to another location long before they engaged in battle. Su Huanshan was engulfed in a tumult of rage and despair, issuing a death order that mandated the relentless eradication of the Blood Soul Sect within the boundaries of the Douluo Empire. Regrettably, the Blood Soul Sect remained only partially dismantled. Its insidious infiltration was pervasive and extensive, extending beyond the confines of the Douluo realm and into the territory of the Heavenly Do, where disciples of the Blood Soul thrived. Su Huanshan found himself devoid of the authority and capability to rectify the situation. Moreover, the Martial Soul Hall, unlike the Douluo Empire, lacked the power to impose a citywide lockdown, resulting in numerous suspects escaping apprehension in a timely manner. Additionally, the Martial Soul Hall grossly underestimated the Blood Soul Sect's fervent regard for a vessel of the Blood God, prompting the sect to deploy its most formidable soul Douluo to assist Su Junfang. Su Huanshan hurriedly dispatched the Spirit Hall of the Tiando Empire to search nationwide for this sacrificial ceremony. Ultimately, they discovered this organization in a desolate area in the northern part of the Tiando Empire, near the extreme north. It is said that when the Spirit Hall arrived at the location, the ground was inundated with copious amounts of blood, rendering it so viscous that it was nearly impossible to tread upon. The ritual had already reached its conclusion, and at that moment, the unconscious Su Junfang, along with 40 to 50 infants, were placed together within a grand formation adorned with myriad soul flags. Su Junfang was placed at the very center of this grand formation. Each smaller focal point around the periphery was centered around an infant, while the ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of spirit beasts. The sacrificial ceremony saw the attendance of nearly all the leaders and powerful figures within the Blood Soul Sect. Although the Spirit Hall had caught them off guard, they did not possess a significant advantage against the ominously powerful evil spirit masters. The evil spirit masters did not retreat immediately. Instead, a multitude of them surrounded the central formation, protecting the high priest performing the rituals. This sacred ceremony appeared to hold greater significance for them than their very lives. The ritual concluded swiftly, and a crimson beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping Su Junfang. Subsequently, a purple lightning bolt struck him. Witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon, the evil spirit masters went into a frenzy, convinced that Su Junfang was the incarnation of the blood god. Many spirit masters detonated themselves in an attempt to thwart the advance of the Spirit Hall through this extreme measure. The remaining evil spirit masters seized numerous infants and fled. The Spirit Hall was compelled to wait for the explosions to cease before continuing their assault. By the time they resumed their pursuit, Su Junfang had already been forcibly taken away by a throng of evil spirit masters. Each master fled in a different direction, cradling an infant in their arms, making it nearly impossible for the Knights of the Spirit Hall to discern who held Su Junfang, prompting them to dispatch troops to pursue multiple paths. The true bearer of Su Junfang was a level 68 Soul Emperor draped in a crimson robe, a standout among the younger generation of the sect. Unfortunately, the Spirit Hall's pursuit was relentless, and many evil spirit masters were swiftly located and slain. He too was soon overtaken by the Spirit Hall. As merely a Soul Emperor, he could not withstand their onslaught. Yet, in a desperate bid to protect the child, whom they believed would lead them to purify the world, he resorted to burning his life force to break through the encirclement of the Spirit Hall. Wounded mortally, the young man relied solely on his willpower to escape. The heartbreaking reality was that they need not protect this child, for Su Junfang was the grandson of Su Huanshan, who would never allow the Spirit Hall to harm his own grandson. Regrettably, apart from a few remnants of the Blood Soul Sect within the Xinglua Empire, the members of the Blood Soul Sect from Tiando were entirely unaware of Su Junfang's identity. They believed the Spirit Hall sought to annihilate the descending blood god, thus fighting with all their might. Ultimately, the young man in the crimson robe managed to elude the Spirit Hall's gaze, fleeing towards the far north. Chapter 5. Spirit Beast. The young man in red believed that although his demise was inevitable, the doctrine within the sect stated that the blood god would soon wield world-destroying power. He sought to prolong Su Junfang's life by any means necessary, hoping to afford the blood god a brief respite for self-recovery. Venturing into the far north was ill-advised, yet he managed to evade most of his pursuers. The core region of the far north was a forbidden zone for humanity, which he thought might buy the blood goddess heir some additional time. The subsequent events were personally experienced by Su Junfang. The crimson-robed youth expended all his soul power to create a layer of warmth, hoping to extend his life by a few more minutes. Although this memory lingered for some time, for Su Junfang it played out in his mind within mere moments. Akin to a film screening within his consciousness, Su Junfang gradually began to comprehend the situation, yet his mind was filled with perplexities that he had no outlet to express. The blood god? Me? Why have I traversed through time and space? Is this truly the farthest northern territory? What has become of the pursuers from the martial soul hall? And how shall I survive? Su Junfang swiftly analyzed the memories stored within his mind and reached into the pockets of his relatively intact trousers. His fingers brushed against the sharp edges of two solid objects. Upon retrieving them, he discovered a medallion from the Spirit Hall and half of a steel ring. It is widely acknowledged that the medallions of the Spirit Hall come in 6 distinct designs, each representing a different rank. The 6 motifs depicted upon the medallion include a sword, a hammer, a crown, an incomplete human figure, a dragon, and a chrysanthemum, symbolizing 6 formidable soul masters, as well as 6 individuals who have made significant contributions to the Spirit Hall or hold the esteemed title of Elder within its ranks. The medallion in Su Junfang's possession bore 4 of these designs, belonging to his late father, Su Wangong. Su Junfang gently flipped the token, which was merely a tad smaller than his own fair palm, his thumb caressing its surface. The exquisite patterns intricately carved upon it momentarily captivated his attention. Soon after, Su Junfang shifted his gaze to another item in his possession, a meticulously crafted ring forged from fine metal. With a slight tilt of his head and a moment's contemplation, the answer emerged in his mind. This was the family heirloom bestowed upon him by his mother, who hailed from the esteemed God Eagle clan, one of the 4 prominent noble families of the Xinglua Empire. The clan's martial spirit, the blue shadow God Eagle, was represented by a half-etched soaring eagle on the ring, while the other half was presumably worn by his mother. The examination of these 2 cherished items consumed little of Su Junfang's time. He kept them close at hand to prevent any loss, for they were invaluable tokens of significance. Su Junfang treaded upon the thick blanket of snow, swiftly and succinctly surveying his surroundings, yet found no signs of life. This fellow had left a long trail of blood in his wake before his demise, and the pungent scent surely attracted the soul beasts. I must make my departure from this place, Su Junfang contemplated as he gazed upon the tattered, doll-like corpse clad in red. He hastened to the side of the young man in red who had perished against the tree trunk, stripping him of his garments entirely. Su Junfang tore away the bloodstained portions of his garments and cast them back upon the corpse clad in red, donning the remaining clothing in a hasty manner. The crimson-robed youth seemed to harbor additional items within his scarlet attire. However, Su Junfang refrained from probing further, hastily departing from the gruesome scene. Unwilling to linger for even a moment longer, the stench of blood permeated the air, overwhelming and pervasive. While he possessed a rudimentary understanding of the current predicament regarding this body and contemplated potential plans, his immediate concern must be the strategies for confronting the dire circumstances enveloping him in this frigid desolation. The prospect of survival remained uncertain. At present, he faced several perilous dilemmas. First and foremost, the most acute and life-threatening issue. This was the land of the extreme north, where temperatures consistently hovered around -40 degrees Celsius. Although he managed to maintain a protective barrier through his soul power, it would soon dissipate, leaving him to confront the biting cold of ice and snow. As a mere infant of approximately 3.5 years, possessing scant soul power, his demise was all but assured. Second, the presence of soul beasts in this realm rendered it exceedingly perilous, compelling Su Junfang to decide whether to flee or remain temporarily. Third, even if he were to escape this forest, which belonged to the extreme north, he would still need to navigate his way out of its periphery to establish contact with the Spirit Hall. Su Junfang cast a distant gaze over the domain he currently inhabited, observing the exit of the forest. Before him loomed a dense thicket of dark tree trunks, and he feared that relying solely on his own legs, he would not manage to escape this woodland before nightfall. The ominous clouds above rumbled, heralding the impending storm that could very well toll the death knell for Su Junfang. In these frigid lands, the loss of heat in the rain is magnified 25 times. Faced with such dire circumstances, a sense of trepidation gripped Su Junfang's heart. He was uncertain whether he would survive. However, he suppressed the gnawing panic within him with a few steady breaths. Living, after all, was preferable to succumbing to the cold. He resolved to endure at least one night amidst the snow. Su Junfang treaded cautiously through the snow-laden terrain, striving to find cover to conceal his presence. He had thoroughly examined the contents of the crimson robe, a circular iron badge, seemingly an identification of the Blood Soul organization, engraved with the image of a bat. A wallet containing a varying quantity of blood-stained gold and silver soul coins, several throwing knives forged from an unknown metallic substance, and what appeared to be a metallic sphere, presumably a storage device, the operation of which remained a mystery to him. Su Junfang meticulously organized these items and concealed them upon his person. In the span of 20 minutes, he traversed several snow-blanketed hills, the ground littered with broken branches, and ultimately paused before a small snowbank that offered shelter from the northern winds. Su Junfang once watched a program featuring the renowned explorer Bear Grylls, which demonstrated how to survive in perilous terrains across the globe using formidable survival skills. Though he did not watch it extensively, he retains a faint memory of how Bear constructed a makeshift shelter in the snow. Su Junfang carved out a narrow snow trench on the sheltered, shadowy side of the snowy slope, a frigid coffin large enough for a man to lie within. He scavenged broken and fallen branches scattered across the snowscape, meticulously arranging them horizontally above the trench like fashioning a lid for his own icy sarcophagus. Su Junfang piled the surrounding snow onto the makeshift surface of the branches, rendering the coffin lid thicker and more insulative. Su Junfang bent down and nestled into the icy coffin he had constructed. Although the pit was also filled with ice and snow, it was undeniably warmer than the outside, effectively serving its purpose of insulation. Glancing at the slanting sun shrouded by purple clouds at the horizon, Su Junfang had no immediate intention of retreating into the pit to sleep. Su Junfang settled down, reclining against the sturdy hillside, with her arm draped over her bent leg. Her gaze, tinged with melancholy, stared towards the horizon where the setting sun had been engulfed by ominous clouds, contemplating how to establish some protective measures and how to navigate the days ahead. Suddenly, a chilling aura of menace, an overwhelming presence of lethal intent. Su Junfang felt a prickling sensation on her back. She rolled onto the snowy ground ahead of her, narrowly avoiding the scorching wave that grazed her spine. After the roll, her palm pressed against the earth, leaving 5 elongated scratches on the pristine snow, bringing her body to a halt and preventing further slipping. Su Junfang's right hand, with fingers curled like claws, rests upon the snow-covered ground before her. Her left palm faces downward, poised at her waist, while her left leg is drawn up and her right leg extends behind her, the muscles of her calf taut and rigid. Su Junfang lay low to the ground, resembling a snow leopard poised to pounce on its prey, his expression alert as he surveyed his previous position. 2 colossal wolves, their fur glistening silver, stood vigil on the hillside where Su had initially sought refuge from the wind, reflecting the hues of the setting sun like 2 shards of polished silver. Their long fur undulated gently with the evening breeze, and as they opened their jaws, a menacing gap revealed their fearsome fangs, exuding wisps of warm breath into the frigid air. It was these 2 soul beasts that had launched an assault against him. Chapter 6. The struggle. These wolves were roughly the size of leopards from a past life. Yet the overwhelming stench of blood emanating from them sent icy tendrils of fear coursing through Su Junfang's heart. The creatures before him were not mere modern wolves. They were a wholly different breed, embodying the essence of wild snow wolves that had engaged in countless battles. Their crimson eyes and the drool seeping from their mouths unmistakably conveyed their current state, ravenous hunger. Su Junfang felt a slight sense of relief upon realizing he was confronted by a snow wolf. Unlike other wolves, snow wolves seldom hunt in packs. They typically forage in small family units. Had he been faced with a pack of wolves, Su Junfang would have been certain to meet a grim fate. Without warning, one of the snow wolves lunged at Su Junfang, its sharp claws glistening with a deadly sheen. Su Junfang sidestepped the claw strike, crouching low in the snow to evade the subsequent powerful sweep of the snow wolf. Su Junfang swiftly gathered a large handful of soft snow, compacting it into a solid mass within his grasp. Employing the technique of throwing a projectile, he hurled a substantial clump of hardened snow towards the eyes of the snow wolf. Seizing the opportunity as the wolf turned to evade, he propelled his body forward like a cannonball towards another snow wolf that had approached his side. This particular wolf possessed a belly considerably larger than the one that had previously attacked him, an incongruous size in relation to its body, leading Su Junfang to deduce that it was a pregnant female wolf. Given her condition, she would be hesitant to move extensively, revealing a distinct vulnerability. Furthermore, the bond between these 2 wolves as mates highlighted a unique trait of snow wolves, showcasing a more human-like quality compared to ordinary coyotes. Su Junfang had already devised a strategy for attack the moment the first wolf lunged at him. With no time to retrieve the small knives concealed on his person to fend off the enemy, he seized the opportunity to pick up a broken branch lying in the snow as he dashed toward the mother wolf. Though the spirit beast, the snow wolf, differs from an ordinary wolf, the trees here are not commonplace either. Ordinary branches hold no lethal power against the spirit beast snow wolf, while those infused with spiritual energy are notably harder and sharper. The 2 wolves, failing to vanquish Su Junfang immediately, must possess a spirit beast rank below a century. Without any spiritual energy, Su Junfang could barely cope. As Su Junfang sprinted at breakneck speed, he seized a sharp broken branch and called out to the she-wolf. The protective mother, fierce and menacing, opened her gaping maw, poised to tear Su Junfang's throat apart. Su Junfang knelt down, his knees touching the ground, his body tilting backward. Due to inertia, he slid at a moderate pace beneath the belly of the she-wolf, wielding a branch with pointed ends aimed directly at the pristine white fur of the wolf's abdomen, his intentions unmistakable. With his body lowered significantly, the she-wolf missed her bite, and the sound of her teeth clashing echoed ominously in the air. Realizing her miscalculation, the she-wolf struck downward with her powerful hind paw, her sharp white claws aimed menacingly at Su Junfang's face. Given the she-wolf's imposing stature and long limbs, coupled with the fact that Su Junfang was merely a child not yet 4 years of age, he maneuvered with remarkable agility beneath her. Su Junfang seized a branch with his right hand and struck the ground fiercely, causing his body to pivot and slip out from beneath the belly of the mother wolf, narrowly evading a kick. In his evasive maneuver, he employed a special technique acquired in a previous life to hurl a sharp twig with his left hand, the weighty force causing his body to lean slightly to the left. The pointed branch pierced through the mother wolf's flank, and in an instant, blood gushed forth, revealing that this snow wolf, with merely a decade of cultivation, possessed rather poor defenses. The mother wolf emitted a series of mournful howls, gasping for breath as her body collapsed onto the ground, staining the pristine white snow with crimson once more. Meanwhile, the male wolf had been poised to assist the mother wolf during Su Junfang's attack and now leaped towards him with ferocity. Su Junfang had no time to evade. He could only once more brace himself with his palms against the ground to change direction. However, the wolf's maw was already upon him. The sharp fangs of the wolf pierced through what little remained of his soul energy shield, sinking into Su Junfang's shoulder, which he could not evade. A flash of blood emerged. The wolf's fangs shattered the soul energy shield, and the energy dissipated almost entirely. The piercing fangs embedded themselves in Su Junfang's flesh, while the wolf's jaws slowly closed, tearing through muscle inch by inch, inflicting a pain that truly felt as if it was burrowing into his bones. Su Junfang struck with lightning speed, his uninjured left hand gripping the blades back between his thumb and forefinger, the glint of the knife flashing past the wolf's piercing eyes. After a moment, the snow wolf's eyes flowed with blood, rendering it seemingly blind. Pain compelled the snow wolf to release its grip on Su Junfang's shoulder, letting out a series of low growls to express its agony. The wolf's front paws flailed chaotically before it, as if it were attempting to ascertain Su Junfang's position with its claws. In that fleeting moment when the snow wolf released its grip, Su Junfang deftly sidestepped to evade its onslaught. The snow wolf, a formidable spirit beast, found itself blinded, its imposing aura diminished significantly. It began to thrash in agony against the snow, retreating slightly in a desperate manner. Su Junfang contemplated that the wolf had lost its resolve, which suited him perfectly as he too had no desire for a fierce battle. With an agile retreat, Su Junfang kept his gaze fixed on the snow wolf, adopting a stance that faced the wolf while his back was turned towards the forest, just as he had taken 2 steps back. An indescribable gust of wind swept him off his feet, lifting him into the air. It turned out that the she-wolf, previously gutted by Su Junfang with a branch, let out a low growl, causing the falling sleet to twist in the air as if struck by a truck. Waves upon waves of a visible snowstorm ravaged Su Junfang. The once gentle snowflakes had transformed into lethal assassins, their sharp edges slicing into his skin like blades. Su Junfang gritted his teeth in anguish, suppressing any sound that might reveal his position to the blind snow wolf. Su Junfang found himself devoid of any leverage, suspended in midair, relentlessly assailed by swirling snowflakes that sliced through him like a sculptor's chisel, leaving behind a tapestry of crimson. As the blizzard began to wane, Su Junfang descended to the ground. Ignoring his disheveled state, he scrambled through the snow, desperate to increase the distance between himself and the soul beast. Alas, he lamented, he had failed to account for the soul beast's extraordinary abilities, which transcended those of ordinary feral creatures. At that moment, the previously blinded snow wolf leapt forth, a spectral predator drawn by the scent of blood, honing in on Su Junfang. Su Junfang's body was rigid with tension as he noticed a tree beside him. He clamped his legs around the trunk and swiftly ascended its bark. The snow wolf lunged once more, but its attack met only air. Su Junfang, with a steely resolve, deftly unleashed 5 or 6 throwing knives, which flew forth with precision, striking the vital points of the snow wolf. At that moment, a knife embedded itself into the snow wolf's already blind left eye, while several others found their mark near its throat and calf. The intense agony rendered the snow wolf frenzied. It is said that the sight of blood incites ferocity in animals, yet this creature seemed to bypass that instinct entirely, plunging into a reckless abandon for survival. In a fit of madness, the snow wolf furiously rammed its head against a tree with tremendous force, causing the tree to tremble on the verge of collapse after just a few violent impacts. Fortunately, after several violent shakes, the tree stood still, while the snow wolf lay on the ground, gasping for breath, its head a gruesome sight, drenched in blood. Su Junfang cautiously descended from the side devoid of snow wolves. Upon reaching the ground, the snow wolf exhibited no inclination to rebound. In order to ensure a prudent approach, Su Junfang refrained from directly retrieving the daggers lodged in the sightless snow wolf, opting instead to let the male wolf languish until death ensued. He first attended to the female wolf. The female, having lost a significant amount of blood and weakened in her state, remained still to avoid any harm to her unborn pups, wary of the branches that could potentially injure them. The structure of her claws rendered her incapable of extricating the branch that lay across her abdomen. Alas, how pitiful! Su Junfang's face revealed a cruel smile. Devoid of a dagger, thus he began to collect numerous sharp branches and fragments of stone concealed beneath the snow. After searching for a suitable angle, he deftly flicked his wrists, sending dozens of pointed and resilient wooden splinters and jagged stones hurtling towards the mother wolf's entire body. The wolf's eyes reflected despair, as waves of blood erupted from its form, instantly congealing into crimson clots upon contact with the frigid air. After a brief convulsion, it succumbed, taking with it the life it carried within. A white soul ring slowly emerged from the lifeless body. Chapter 7. The Snow Woman. Is this the soul ring? Su Junfang finally found the time to utter a few words. This indeed serves as an effective method to confirm the death of a soul beast. Su Junfang brushed the snow dust off his attire. Su Junfang hastily returned to the location where the blinded snow wolf had fallen, eager to confirm its demise and retrieve his throwing knife. Indeed, it was a rather undignified task to reclaim such a weapon. Upon reaching the tree, Su Junfang was suddenly taken aback. The ground where the snow wolf had once lain was stained with blood, yet the wolf itself had vanished. Before he could muster his caution, a menacing gust of wind surged towards him. The ferocious creature, still impaled by his dagger, lunged at him. Without a moment's deliberation, Su Junfang instinctively crouched down. Thanks to the wolf's blindness and his deliberate evasion, the beast's jaws clamped down just to the right of his head. Although he had narrowly escaped a fatal blow, the wolf's claws sank painfully into his abdomen, and the sheer force of the assault left his bones aching. Dismissing the pain from the bite on his right shoulder and various other wounds, Su Junfang seized the dagger lodged in the wolf's throat and yanked it fiercely. A torrent of crimson liquid erupted from its throat, splattering Su Junfang from head to toe. With his left hand, he pressed down on the dagger embedded in the wolf's left eye, summoning all his strength to push it further. Su Junfang and the snow wolf collapsed simultaneously onto the ground. The snow wolf lay motionless, having suffered a fatal assault to both its brain and throat. Beyond any possibility of revival, a white soul ring then emerged, floating into the air. Su Junfang pushed aside the lifeless body of the snow wolf that lay atop him, his limbs and head forming a stark silhouette against the snowy ground as he gasped for breath. The situation was dire. The force of the snow wolf's charge had caused a rib in his frail body to fracture, inflicting grievous internal injuries. Struggling to rise, he collected the throwing knives that had struck the snow wolf, taking labored steps toward the snow pit he had previously excavated. Exhausted and wounded, his eyelids grew heavy, threatening to close as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. The sleet had begun to intensify, and he lacked the strength to seek refuge elsewhere. He had no choice but to rest in the pit he had dug, for should he fall ill from the cold, his life would be in even greater peril. Under normal circumstances, he would never consider sleeping so near the vicinity where two soul beasts had just perished. Su Junfang, covered in crimson shards of ice, crawled into the snow-laden coffin, arranging his body with care and donning a garment to stave off the chill. He hoped that the rain would wash away the lingering sin of blood. With a silent prayer, he closed his eyes and slipped into a deep slumber. What Su Junfang was unaware of was that as he lost consciousness, electric sparks began to emanate from his body, which lay quietly suspended in the pit, suffused with a rich, crimson light that filled the entire hollow. A myriad of hexagonal, crystalline snowflakes, refracted by a soft blue glow, revealed a gentle visage, gracefully swirling in the air. They danced like delicate butterflies weaving through a dense tapestry of blossoms, slowly spiraling downwards, and ultimately alighting gently upon a smooth nose, transforming into glistening droplets of dew. Su Junfang opened his eyes to an unfamiliar ceiling. No, this is wrong. He sprang up, alertly surveying the pristine, glistening white walls surrounding him. Where am I? Was I not sleeping in my own snowy pit? Have I been brought here by someone? Or could it be yet another instance of crossing over? His thoughts raced, and as he glanced at his attire, he noticed that he was draped in a thick, plush garment. Su Junfang felt around his entire body. The clothes inside remained unchanged, and the weapons and tokens were still present. Su Junfang let out a silent sigh of relief. You are awake? Just as Su Junfang was meticulously examining the arrangement of the room and the patterns on the walls, a crisp and melodious female voice echoed within her heart. Su Junfang's gaze swiftly darted towards the entrance from whence the voice emerged. There stood a statuesque woman, exuding an air of frigid elegance, her arms crossed over her chest as she leaned casually against the silver-edged doorframe, adorned in a pair of crystal shoes. She wore only a delicate layer of snow-white gauze, through which her porcelain skin glimmered tantalizingly. This was not a moment for Su Junfang to linger. He inquired in a low voice, "Where is this place?" In truth, he had numerous questions, yet he hesitated, fearing that revealing his ignorance might expose his vulnerabilities regarding the intelligence at hand. Thus, he posited but a single query. The heart of the far north, the snow fortress. The beauty replied with an air of nonchalance, yet her words stirred tumult within Su Junfang's heart like an icy explosion. What purpose do you have in bringing me here? Surely you are not human? She suddenly questioned. Why would you insult me? Su Junfang was momentarily taken aback. Are you not human? Despite her words, her expression bore no trace of astonishment. Well, I am not entirely certain why you ask. Su Junfang, having traversed realms, found himself uncertain of this inquiry. After all, it seemed that the blood god ritual had transported him here. Perhaps he could be a reincarnation of a deity? If you were human, how have you survived in the far north at your age? Never mind that question, she interjected. The sovereign wishes to see you. Follow me. With that, she elegantly adjusted her trailing gauze, leaving Su Junfang with the sight of her retreating figure. Su Junfang donned the coat, enveloping herself in its warmth. Fairy, would you be so kind as to reveal your name? Su Junfang swiftly followed her out of the room, acutely aware of the incongruity between his age and his behavior. The woman scoffed lightly at his words, declaring, What fairy? I am Shui Shuangning of the Snow Spirit Clan. Thus, she was a soul beast, and he had unwittingly entered the lair of the soul beasts. After this brief exchange, their conversation ceased, and Xue Xuanning walked ahead of Su Jufang with measured grace, leaving him captivated by her alluring silhouette. Su Jufang remained silent, meticulously observing the terrain he traversed, committing the landscape to memory, regardless of its utility. It is always prudent to retain such knowledge. From Su Jufang's observations, they traversed a crystalline corridor imbued with a hue of blue tinged with white, where frosty pillars of ice stood at intervals, exuding an aura of chill. The snow-white walls of the corridor were adorned with exquisite ice roses, resembling precious gemstones of a deep azure. At this moment, Su Jufang also realized that his previously grievous injuries had entirely healed, the cause of which remained a mystery. While Su Jufang's mind wandered into the ethereal, Xuanning halted before the grand door at the end of the corridor. They had arrived. Su Jufang withdrew his thoughts, feeling a slight tension. Xue gently pushed the door, revealing a slender crack in the ice-blue portal, which appeared quite heavy. And Xue, it must be him. Su Jufang lagged half a step behind, yet his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the figure standing at the heart of this icy realm. The presence upon the throne of frost resembled that of a human. At first glance, she appeared to be a girl of 17 or 18, with long, immaculate white hair cascading down her back. Her sky-blue eyes were ethereal and transparent, as if they could penetrate the very fabric of reality. Her slender, flawless form was clad in a simple white gown, devoid of embellishment, yet it rendered her remarkably noble and breathtakingly beautiful. As she stood in the chamber, the snow and ice around her danced in a swirling motion, centering around her as if she were the very axis of this frigid world. She was the sovereign of this ice palace, akin to a winter plum blossom, distinguished and proud, defying the frost and snow. When her icy blue gaze met Su Jufang's slightly dazed eyes, he beheld a vast universe within those depths. Little one, do you know how you arrived here? Her voice, melodious and crystalline, echoed through the chamber. That is precisely what I wish to ascertain, Su Jufang replied. Chapter 8. The Snow Empress. The woman upon the icy throne chuckled softly at his words. You have slain 2 of Lanbao's snow wolves and harmed the creatures of my snowy domain. The snow maiden gestured with her delicate, alabaster arm. It was then that Su Jufang noticed, seated beside the throne, a small white bear of his own size, baring its teeth at him. They attacked me first. I did not initiate any harm towards them, Su Jufang defended himself. Indeed, I bear you no ill will, she replied, but, having damaged Lanbao's playthings, you shall now be his new toy. Su Jufang fell silent, pondering the peculiar toy bear. How does one play with it? Is it meant to be manipulated in odd ways? The spirit beasts are truly wicked, oh dear. The snow woman's words revealed her disdain for humanity, simultaneously enlightening Su Jufang to the harsh realities of this new world. What? Unwilling? Do I still have a chance to return to the human realm? That depends on circumstances. Not the worst outcome, Su Jufang thought to himself. I harbor no reluctance. That's good then. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Snow Woman, the Snow Empress of this frigid northern land. You stand before the core of the extreme north, the Snow Fortress. I have seen Her Majesty, the Snow Empress. Su Jufang hastily bowed. Rise, there is no need for such formality. Let frost condensation arrange a dwelling for you. Take a moment to gather your thoughts. You must still be quite bewildered. Frost condensation took her leave. The snow frost condensation, standing nearby, made her request. The blue treasure? Oh. The little white bear followed behind frost condensation and Su Jufang as they exited the crystal palace, the grand door slamming shut. As the icy portal clanged closed, an ethereal voice echoed within the chamber. Your Majesty, what are your thoughts? A similarly garbed beauty emerged beside the Snow Empress. Not enough, yet I sense a faint aura. Please recount what you witnessed yesterday once more. Yes. Yesterday evening, Blue Treasure mentioned that 2 snow wolves had not returned and hoped I could assist in locating them. I ventured forth and, through the fur left behind by the wolves, successfully tracked their presence in the forests surrounding the northern territory. However, upon inspection, I discovered they had perished. I was curious as to who had slain the snow wolves, for in the entire extreme north, it is well known that the Snow Wolf clan is under the protection of our Snow Spirit clan, and typically, a degree of respect is afforded. Following the blood trail, I found the snow cave where the human cub resided. The woman's expression grew serious. As I approached the snow pit, I sensed an extraordinarily terrifying aura emanating from within, one which exerted pressure even greater than yours. Concealing myself in the snow, I observed flashes of lightning within the cave, accompanied by a crimson glow. I even felt the presence of divinity within. You are aware, throughout millennia on Douluo Continent, only a handful of individuals have transcended to become gods, and in our lifetimes, we have felt the aura of a deity at least once. I can assert that the aura of that youth undoubtedly contained divine essence. It was precisely for this reason that, after the anomalous phenomena subsided, I brought the slumbering child back, pondering the possibilities, as we are uncertain if we can cross that threshold. The Snow Woman furrowed her brow. Let us observe for a time. I will not act until the final moment arrives. The Crystal Palace resonated with silence. Su Jufang returned to the room that had been prepared for him, accompanied by the frost and snow. Su Jufang hastily inquired about the details surrounding Xue Xuanning's situation, and she generously shared all that she knew. Xue Xuanning began by elucidating the circumstances of the area. This locale is the very heart of the far north, where the Emperor of Snow is revered as the sovereign of all soul beasts inhabiting the vast northern plains. This reverence is largely attributed to the emperor's remarkable cultivation, spanning an impressive 70,000 years, as well as the formidable strength of the allied Soul Beast clan, the Xueling. The expanse of the far north is considerable, encompassing snow-laden plains, glacial rivers, and frost-laden forests, and the number of soul beasts residing here far surpasses that of the Stardow Forest. Moreover, the emperor's dominion extends beyond that of the Stardow Forest. Unlike the Stardow, the soul beasts here predominantly belong to distinct tribes, and under the leadership of the emperor, they coexist in a harmonious and exceptionally united manner, an unimaginable scenario for the soul beasts of the Stardow Forest. The far north is home to numerous ancient soul beasts, and coupled with its uniquely frigid environment, human hunters are seldom seen here, even when they do venture forth. Most hunting teams typically remain at the periphery, for only those at the rank of Soul Sage and above dare to enter the central areas, which are strictly forbidden to humans. The core region is inhabited solely by elite snow soul beast species, such as the Ice Blue Scorpion clan, led by the 400,000-year-old Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, the Ice Bear clan, led by the 200,000-year-old Ice Bear King, and the Titan Snow Demon clan, led by the 200,000-year-old Titan Snow Demon King, among others. Consequently, the snow soul beasts possess limited knowledge of humans and do not harbor the same animosity as those in the Stardow. Particularly as one approaches the core of the far north, humans are regarded merely as participants in the natural ecological cycle. For the snow soul beasts, humans serve merely as instruments to test survival capabilities, survival of the fittest, and nothing more. Currently, Junfang finds himself in the domain of the Royal Xueling clan, residing in the snow castle, thus ensuring his absolute safety as long as he refrains from causing trouble. Shuangning then proceeded to reveal the reasons for his presence in this locale. Junfang sought further clarification, yet Shuang remained vague in her responses. She merely reiterated the earlier claims made by the Snow Emperor, asserting that his capture was due to the fact that he had slain the companion of the young Ice Bear. Junfang, upon hearing this, felt bewildered and remained skeptical. To imprison him for such a trivial reason seemed absurd, if revenge for a pet was truly the motive. Why not simply execute him? Clearly, there were hidden truths he was unaware of. However, having arrived at this juncture, he resolved to take each step as it came. For any preparation on his part seemed futile. One must bear in mind that the Snow Emperor was a soul beast of 700,000 years, nearing the pinnacle of human spirit masters. Even if he were to showcase his skills, it would merely amount to a fleeting chill in the mortal realm, as he remained wholly devoted to playing with the bear. Junfang recalled the absurdity of the little Ice Bear making a face at him just before Shuangning departed. With a mournful expression, he was led away from the room by Shuangning, seemingly at the behest of the bear child's father, who insisted on his training. TSK. He deserved it. At this moment, Junfang's heart finally began to settle, and he started to contemplate how to enhance his prowess. Logically, there should be no means to augment one's strength on the Douluo Continent before the age of 6. However, Junfang is, after all, a transmigrator. Junfang gazed at the delicate strands of golden light filtering through the crystalline snow wall as he settled cross-legged upon the bed. The bed was exceedingly warm, adorned with thick blankets fashioned from the pelts of certain soul beasts. The entire room had been tempered to a comfortable warmth by means beyond Junfang's comprehension. Naturally, the furs were derived from other soul beasts. Although the extreme northern land was harmonious, one could not avoid the necessity of taking life, could they? Junfang's foremost consideration is how to reacquire the formidable skills of Longhu Mountain from his previous life. Chapter 9. Cultivation. The Zhenhun Longhu Mountain of Taoism is a grand tradition that has endured for a millennium. In any realm, Longhu Mountain stands as the authoritative bastion of orthodox Taoism. Junfang's original world was no exception. Junfang sat cross-legged on the soft bed, his thoughts drifting back to the tumultuous years spent following Zhang Huai, a time filled with both cultivation and perilous escapes. Although many specific details of his past life had become hazy after his transmigration, the lessons learned from that existence remained etched in his memory. For instance, he believed he had discerned the very essence of society in his eyes. The ceaseless tide of humanity and the melodious chirping of birds outside the window were imbued with a singular notion: cannibalism. Junfang's heart is, in truth, rather cold and ruthless, unlike a certain individual from a previous life who was nurtured in the mountains, a piece of untainted jade. Despite his brutal demeanor, Junfang had never taken a life in his former existence. The adversaries he encountered were nearly all left incapacitated, yet none were met with death. This was a means of preserving a path for himself, for he existed within a society governed by law, with no one to shield him from the storms of life. Junfang profoundly believes that only by living can one continue to lament to the heavens. A bird that has perished cannot sing, and a person who has died cannot walk. This is true for all beings, as the world is a cold and consuming place. Thus, Junfang's unwavering conviction since childhood has been to survive. For those who obstruct his path to existence, he sees only one recourse: to fight fiercely against them. Embracing this belief, Junfang diligently studied various skills and martial arts under Zhang Huai. He acquired a wealth of knowledge from Zhang Huai, who harbored hopes that Junfang would one day protect Zhang Chuan. He learned techniques of movement, observation, thunder, weaponry, and various martial arts. Though his memories may be hazy, The skills from his past life are indelibly etched into his very bones, never to be forgotten. Junfang exhibits a pronounced preference for employing cold weapons in close-quarters combat and covert assassinations through the invocation of the Golden Light spell. While he has dabbled in talismans and incantations, he does not possess expertise in them. Conversely, he has attained a profound mastery in the realms of assassination and martial arts, adeptly wielding various weapons as a seasoned expert in his previous life, regardless of the skills one possesses or the rank held within Longhu Mountain. Whether an inner or outer disciple, all practitioners are fundamentally trained in the ancient Golden Light spell passed down from the Zhenhun Sect. The protective Golden Light spell is a unique technique of the Zhenhun Sect's Tianshi Mansion in Jiangxi's Longhu Mountain. It requires the practitioner to cultivate the dispersed golden light on their body to a state nearly akin to physicality, condensing it into a glass-like form. Achieving this allows for the qi to be transformed, enabling the golden light to assume more intricate shapes, thus marking a modest achievement. Once perfected, the golden light serves as both a shield and an offensive weapon. Every individual inherently possesses a primordial qi. The golden light spell harnesses this qi within the body, facilitating its circulation through the meridians. It is a method of utilizing the innate qi. The incantation of the Golden Light spell has become ubiquitous, appearing in numerous anime and novels from the past, and is easily searchable online. Heaven and Earth, mysterious origin, the root of all qi. Extensive cultivation through endless tribulations. Proving my divine powers. Within and beyond the three realms, only the Tao is supreme. The body radiates golden light, enveloping my being. Invisible to the sight, inaudible to the hearing, encompassing heaven and earth, nurturing all beings. Reciting it endlessly, the body is illuminated. Guardians of the three realms, the five emperors welcome. All deities pay homage, commanding thunder. Evil spirits tremble, and strange beings vanish. Within lies thunder, the thunder god's hidden name. Enlightenment penetrates, the five energies surge. The golden light manifests swiftly, protecting the true practitioner. Of course, possessing the incantation alone is futile without the corresponding methods to harness the qi. Thus, the ability to cultivate the protective golden light is mere illusion without proper technique. Junfang spent the entire morning in his dormitory, practicing meditation to cultivate his energy, laying a solid foundation for his future endeavors in refining golden light for protective shields. Moreover, he was deeply intrigued by the possibility of encountering a cultivation bottleneck akin to that experienced by Tang San in the original narrative due to the absence of soul rings. In addition to commencing the practice of internal qi, another profound technique from Longhu Mountain was also placed on Junfang's agenda, the renowned Longhu Mountain Thunder Method. Among the numerous disciples of Zhenhun, only a select few formidable practitioners could be deemed as high-level practitioners, and among them, an exceedingly small number could master the Thunder Method, highlighting its rarity and potency. The Thunder Method, fully known as the Five Thunder True Method, derives its name from the five thunders. Yet it fundamentally pertains to the five energies. Upon birth, an individual's innate energy resides within their body, which, upon careful examination, can be categorized into the five elements. Pure Yang, representing fire, is termed heart qi. The minor yin within Yang, representing metal, is termed lung qi. The minor Yang within yin, representing wood, is termed liver qi. Pure yin, representing water, is termed kidney qi, and the harmonious balance of yin and yang, representing earth, is termed spleen qi. The convergence of these five energies into one gives rise to the Five Thunder True Method. When first initiated, the five energies of yin and yang exhibit varying strengths, making simultaneous ascension challenging. One must be prioritized. Those who have not yet broken their physical form possess ample spirit and energy. Thus, among the five energies, heart fire leads the lung qi. This is the origin of the Yang Five Thunder, also known as the Scarlet Palace Thunder. The heart is associated with fire, while the lung corresponds to the earthly branch of Shen. Consequently, ancient practitioners liken the heart and lungs' yang energy to a fire-forged monkey, suggesting that a practitioner capable of harnessing yang energy has a monkey dwelling within their heart. This metaphorical monkey, ever leaping, corresponds to the nature of the heart. It was historically believed that the more experiences one undergoes, the more resolute their mind becomes, enabling them to tame the heart's wild primate. Thus, the heart and lungs' yang energy can only flourish in profound stillness. Conversely, those who have broken their physical form experience leakage of their original yang. When adhering to the original method, the heart and lungs' yang energy struggles to manifest, making it arduous to master the Thunder Method. However, ancient predecessors shifted their approach, allowing the kidney water to lead the liver with energy, enabling the yin energy to manifest first, and once the yang energy was replenished, refinement could commence. This is referred to as the yin Five Thunder, thereby granting those who have broken their physical form an opportunity to master the Thunder Method. The yin Five Thunder also possesses another name, or perhaps, its true name, heavy and murky, surging forth like mercury spilling on the ground, penetrating every crevice, water, and dirt thunder. In his previous life, Junfang practiced the Yang Five Thunder. Having been a lonely soul with no opportunity for romantic encounters, and having never engaged in self-pleasure since childhood, he remained unbroken in this life, cultivating the Yang Five Thunder, akin to a natural lightning bolt, rather than the murky, blackened yin Five Thunder. Of course, mastering the Yang Five Thunder does not preclude one from experiencing physical breaking, It merely indicates that one should not break their form before fully mastering the Yang 5 Thunder, as doing so would jeopardize their cultivation. In his past life, Su Junfang achieved a minor mastery of the Yang 5 Thunder at the age of 16, implying that in this life, he must refrain from leaking his original Yang until he has reached at least the age of 16. Upon mastery of the Yang 5 Thunder, it transforms into a golden light incantation, evolving into white electrical energy, swift and formidable as thunder, capable of both offense and defense, possessing explosive power. Su Junfang is indeed a remarkable talent. Yang Wulei has long been praised for its clarity, agility, and dignified brilliance, characterized by its vigorous and unrestrained nature. However, this ostensibly radiant Yang Wulei has been ruthlessly transformed by Su Junfang into a lethal and sinister force, marked by its elusive and mutable qualities, specializing in ambushes and becoming an essential tool for lethal strikes. Those struck by his lightning magic will experience an intense heat, a sensation of vaporization, as their bodily fluids rapidly diminish, leaving adversaries increasingly fatigued with each encounter. Su Junfang practiced his skills in meditation for several hours, and at this moment, he opened his eyes. Real combat serves as the finest catalyst for enhancing one's abilities. The Snow Spirit Clan had spoken of his potential in battle, and this presented a perfect opportunity to refine my foundational martial arts. Su Junfang contemplated this and draped a woolen garment over herself before pushing open the door. Chapter 10. Life. Su Junfang's initial exploration of this ice and snow castle was filled with a sense of wonder. The castle, though not particularly grand, housed only a modest number of snow spirits. Following the guiding light, he found himself unwittingly at the entrance of the castle. He was free to come and go as he pleased, as long as he did not venture into the territories of other races. He could coexist peacefully within the realm of the snow spirits. This frost-laden fortress truly deserved its title as the capital of ice and snow, with countless ice crystals reflecting the midday sun, rendering him momentarily blinded. Instinctively, he raised a hand to shield himself from the glaring light. Once his eyes adjusted to the brightness, he beheld the castle encircled by myriad ice flowers and snow trees, resembling a veritable paradise of frost. However, considering the exceedingly low temperatures, it might well be dubbed a hell of ice. Fortunately, a spell cast by the Snow Spirit Clan enveloped him in warmth, allowing him to feel as though he were in a familiar place, lest he succumb to the cold with nothing but his coat. Suddenly, he spotted the ice bear, Pai Pai, whom he had encountered in the palace, engaging in playful sparring with a group of young snow spirits. Although the snow spirits were soul beasts, their true forms resembled adorable ice and snow sprites, indistinguishable from cherubic children. This resemblance contributed to their status as favored kin of the Snow Empress. With a mere wave of its paw, the ice bear unleashed a barrage of ice spikes, and its robust physique, coupled with the gale of frosty winds it exhaled, commanded the attention of the young soul beast in the arena. Coincidentally, Su Junfang's gaze met that of the ice bear. The bear's bright blue eyes sparkled with recognition as it exclaimed in a childlike voice, "It's you. I saw you with Grandma Snow Empress yesterday. Come play with me." Su Junfang was taken aback, his thoughts a tangle of confusion. He found it peculiar that this little ice bear was not residing within its own clan's territory, but rather frolicking in the domain of the Snow Spirit tribe, seemingly without a care in the world. The absurdity of the situation made Su Junfang increasingly skeptical of the Snow Emperor's earlier suggestion that he become a plaything for the young ice bear. Clearly, this bear was indulging itself, spending its days in the company of charming snow spirit maidens, as if Su Junfang could not perceive its ulterior motives. This was nothing short of a transgression. Despite these musings, his legs moved of their own accord towards the area where the young soul beasts were engaged in play. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bai Lao." The plump paw of the bear extended towards Su Junfang, its touch pleasantly cool. "I am Su Junfang," he replied. "I have often heard Aunt Chue speak of the prowess of human soul masters. You are the first human I have encountered. Would you dare to spar with me?" "Certainly. But you must promise not to use your soul power, as I have yet to awaken my martial soul." "Agreed. I will refrain from using my soul power." With that, Bai Lao pulled Su Junfang up onto a rough ice platform crafted from snow and ice, while the nearby snow spirit maidens scattered to the sides. Su Junfang initially believed that his martial arts skills would render him capable of easily dealing with the non-soul-powered Bai Lao. However, Bai Lao, having awakened its intelligence as a century-old soul beast, possessed such formidable strength, derived from its robust physique, that Su Junfang found himself at a disadvantage, even without the use of soul power. Consequently, his strategy against this adversary became one of evasion, entanglement, and darting around, employing a kite-flying tactic to harass Bai Lao. The confrontation between man and beast was fiercely contested, while the little icefield bear reveled in the spectacle. As the two engaged in their back-and-forth exchanges, new challengers from the Snow Clan continued to approach Bai Lao, allowing Su Junfang to become well acquainted with these spirited soul beast cubs throughout the morning. Let it be clear, it was not for the sake of the snow spirit maidens. The half-day swiftly passed amidst playful combat, and Su Junfang also partook in the sumptuous luncheon offered by the Snow Spirit tribe. What of him? Is there anything unusual? The Snow Lady remained elegantly seated upon her throne of ice and snow, as if she had never moved. Nothing particularly noteworthy. She had frolicked with Lao Bao all morning and, in the afternoon, wandered near our clan's territory, seemingly intrigued by the flora of the far north. It was the same ice-clad beauty from the morning. All we need is to cultivate a good rapport with her. The future developments will ultimately dictate our course. Should she truly reach that pivotal moment, I might find myself compelled to make a request, disregarding any semblance of pride. The Snow Lady held a small bowl crafted from crystal, delicately pinching an ice spirit fruit between her jade fingers, savoring it with her rosy lips. When the time is right, once she feels a sense of belonging here, allowing her to depart will not be an issue. Indeed, everything hinges on fate, responded the ice-clad lady. The Snow Lady, cheeks puffed as she chewed the crystalline fruit, playfully inquired, "Do you think I should take him as my disciple? That way, I would not feel awkward in approaching him, and it would even seem somewhat reasonable." As she spoke, a bashful laugh escaped her lips, and her pouting expression made her appear particularly endearing. The ice-clad lady, however, did not share her optimism, furrowing her brow with a serious demeanor. "Do you truly lack confidence?" The Snow Lady's delicate visage instantly fell, her lips curling slightly. "Indeed, my confidence is rather tenuous. I sense that my next encounter may very well be my limit, should I fail in my investment in him. I would have no choice but to resort to secret methods and tread that path." The ice-clad lady fell into contemplative silence. In the afternoon, Junfang was not idle. He discovered countless flora and fruits previously unseen within the vast expanse of the icebound forest. Methodically, he collected these specimens and brought them back to his chamber, intent on analyzing each herb individually. This realm presented a novel frontier, and he sought to acquire as much knowledge as possible. After all, residing in the Douluo Continent, he could no longer apply his previous standards to the vegetation and fauna of this world, just as he had neglected to consider soul skills when confronting the snow wolves. He recognized the importance of being mindful of his own safety. Who could ascertain which plants were toxic? It was entirely possible that he might inadvertently encounter danger one day. Admittedly, his curiosity stemmed from a sense of boredom. Amidst his training, he sought to engage himself in meaningful pursuits. Junfang operated the golden light, his hands adorned with plush garments to guard against toxins or frostbite. The azure blossoms sparkled with the clarity of brilliant sapphires. He began by sorting the flowers from his collected basket into several piles based on their shapes, with a small knife in hand. He prepared to slice one open to explore the properties of these ice flowers. At that moment, a familiar female voice resonated within the room. "I presume you would not wish to taste the flavor of this juvenile tyrant ice flower once it is cut, and I shall not permit you to do so. Otherwise, the entire snow fortress would reek, and you would be responsible for the cleanup, wouldn't you?" The tone was notably frigid. Junfang looked up and saw that the Snow Emperor, whom he had encountered only that morning, had somehow entered the room and was now standing at the doorway, gazing down at him with an imposing presence. "Your Majesty?" Junfang felt utterly bewildered by the sudden appearance of the Snow Empress in the room. "What purpose do you have in collecting these plants? I have never encountered such flora before, purely out of curiosity." The Snow Empress, however, showed little interest in Junfang's inquiries, retorting, "If you wish to learn about the plants, you may consult Shueshwangning instead of meddling on your own." "Very well. Thank you for your guidance, Your Majesty. There is a question I have yet to pose. How does a mere human child find themselves in the desolate expanse of the far north?" "Ah. So the inquiry has finally surfaced. I had thought they were indifferent to such matters. I was under protection until I inadvertently strayed into the far north. Haha. Protected indeed, to end up here." The Snow Empress laughed, her demeanor softening. "I observed you playing with Lanbao for an entire day. Is it common for human soul masters to possess such agility at the tender age of 3? Having had limited interactions with humans." The Snow Empress found herself questioning Junfang's remarkable agility, which she had witnessed that morning. "No, it is a martial art passed down in my family." The Snow Woman took a seat within the room. "Family heritage? So, you must be of noble descent?" To the Snow Woman's understanding, only nobility could experience both vendetta and possess a family martial tradition. Indeed, Junfang instinctively considered refuting this notion but suddenly recalled that he was, in fact, a noble in this world. Perhaps the Snow Woman found her days rather dull, as she engaged in a meandering conversation with Junfang. Although the Snow Empress appeared to be the epitome of an ice goddess, her demeanor was not as frigid as one might expect. Perhaps Junfang's youthful charm fostered a sense of warmth in her. Regardless, Junfang gradually lowered his defenses in this exchange with the Snow Empress. "Are you familiar with divinity?" As the conversation progressed, the Snow Woman deftly steered the dialogue toward a topic of her interest. "Divinity?" Junfang pondered for a moment. "I have not heard of it. Does this world truly harbor gods?" Junfang is certainly aware of the existence of deities and the divine realm in the world of Douluo Continent. However, as a mere 3-year-old child, it is perhaps best for him to remain blissfully ignorant. Upon hearing Junfang's response, the Snow Empress was not taken aback, based on her deductions. The divinity he carried might either be a serendipitous occurrence or a sign of favor from some deity. It is entirely normal for him to be unaware. After all, Junfang is only 3 years old, and most beings tend to lower their guard around youthful lives. With her inquiry answered, the Snow Empress ceased her questioning regarding divine matters and found no further motivation to continue conversing with Junfang. After approximately 5 more minutes, she callously concluded the discussion, leaving him with a final remark: "Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, feel free to seek me out," before departing. Although Su Junfang did not obtain the answers he yearned for through his dialogue with the Snow Empress, he felt a slight easing of his apprehensions regarding his circumstances. At present, it appears that the Snow Empress harbors no ill intentions towards him. Su Junfang had taken up residence among the Snow Spirit clan. Chapter 11. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye, with the seasons blending into one another, in the far northern lands, no matter the time of year. The landscape remained perpetually blanketed in pristine white snow. The passage of 2.5 years slipped away amidst the swirling snow and wind. In the realm of the snow spirits, a half-toppled ice column had formed a resplendent ice platform, adorned with a thick layer of snow. A circle of curious snow spirits gathered around the edge of the platform. In the expansive frosty expanse, 2 figures stood tall. One was plump and snowman-like, draped in frosty white bear fur, with eyes shimmering in a cerulean hue, reminiscent of a white sapphire. The other, clad in a soft garment, had medium-length black hair that danced in the wind before a face as serene as jade, with eyes equally deep blue. Su Junfang. The 2.5 years, neither particularly long nor short, had nonetheless etched the passage of time upon the youthful Su Junfang. Su Junfang's height has grown from a mere meter at the age of 3.5 to an impressive 1 meter and 20 centimeters by the age of 6. Although her developing physique does not yet reveal any discernible figure, her body is as sturdy as that of a young cheetah. Be cautious. Bai Lao, having shed its former restlessness, twitched its adorable little nose and leapt forward. Su Junfang remained silent, his grip tightening around the ice spear as he held it out defensively. A sharp clang echoed as the ice spear clashed with the bear's paw, sending azure sparks scattering in all directions. Su Junfang's gun ensnared the claws of the white-blue treasure, his right arm sweeping to the side, shaking the weapon. The gun, akin to a coiling venomous serpent, spiraled along the arm of the white-blue treasure, striking toward his throat. With his arm forced aside, the white-blue treasure had no choice but to counteract the relentless onslaught of bullets with opposing force and direction, his rotund body rolling in reverse with the tremors of the icy gun. Seizing the moment, he wedged the approaching icy spear with his armpit, launching a surprise attack along the smooth shaft of the weapon. Su Junfang attempted to shake his spear, but the immense strength of Bai Lao rendered this feeble movement utterly ineffective. Realizing that his efforts were in vain, Su Junfang decisively thrust the ice spear forward, causing it to glide effortlessly beneath Bai Lao's armpit. Su Junfang executed a swift roll to evade the assault of the white-blue gem, simultaneously retrieving the ice spear he had previously launched. Su Junfang grasped the firearm once more, meticulously arranging his stance to initiate the next wave of probing. The man and the bear maneuvered across the icy arena, seeking to exploit each other's vulnerabilities. The sole distinction being that the white and blue bear maintained a quadrupedal stance, as still as a maiden, yet as swift as a hare. In unison, they sprang into action. However, the white and blue bear, lacking the finesse of Su Junfang, found itself slightly lagging in the momentary assault. A brilliant azure light descended upon it like a colossal wave, and the bear appeared to be engulfed by this torrent of blue and white, its body swaying back and forth as it was buffeted by the relentless gunfire. Though in a state of disarray, its resilience, bolstered by the vitality and strength of its soul beast, rendered it unscathed. Su Junfang understood that prolonging the confrontation would only lead to his own detriment. So he deliberately revealed a flaw, subtly exposing the somewhat vacant right side of his ribcage beneath the shadow of the gun. Bai Lao, eager to escape the predicament of mere defense, seized the opportunity presented by the opening and lunged forward, striking with a powerful paw. The Arctic bear's methods of attack were limited to biting and swiping with its massive paws, and Su Junfang had long since discerned the patterns of Bai Lao's assaults. Thus, the impending strike was entirely within his expectations. Su Junfang feigned a strike, seemingly unable to withstand the ferocious force of the gun's tip, and withdrew the weapon. The blue and white bear paw swiped through the air, yet Su Junfang revealed a momentary lapse in strength. With limbs on the ground, it pursued him relentlessly, sharp fangs close on his heels. Suddenly, Su Junfang came to an abrupt halt. Su Junfang held the gun against his right shoulder, utilizing it as a makeshift rest. And with a swift, electric motion, he whirled around to strike. The shot did not truly pierce forth, rather, it hovered ominously before Bai Lao's gaze, the icy tip glinting menacingly. Bai Lao stood frozen in place, his blue eyes wide open, too intimidated to blink, as the frigid barrel approached ever closer to his eyes. He retreated a few steps, evading the frightening muzzle. Alas, once again, defeat was his lot, while victory belonged to another. A sigh escaped Bai Lao's lips, his spirits visibly drooping. A narrow escape, indeed. Applause erupted around the training platform. Impressive, exclaimed a stout man, who had been seated nearby, now rising and approaching with enthusiastic claps. This rotund fellow appeared rather good-natured, yet his physique was undeniably robust. His figure, while undeniably corpulent, concealed a formidable array of muscularity beneath the layers of flesh, and his towering stature of over 2 meters instilled a sense of overwhelming presence. Uncle Bai, he praised. Su Junfang responded with a courteous bow. The stout man then turned to Bai Lao and remarked, Lao, do not be disheartened, take heed and learn. Engaging with individuals skilled in the use of weaponry will undoubtedly benefit your own prowess. His tone was surprisingly gentle. Oh, understood. Bai Lao replied dismissively, his response lacking enthusiasm. 2 years ago, Su Junfang unraveled the enigma that had long perplexed him, Why could a single ice bear, known as Bai La Bao, assert its dominance within the territory of the Snow Maiden tribe? The robust figure before him was none other than Xiaobai, the Ice Bear King, Xiaobai. A young ice bear adopted by the Snow Emperor shortly after his conquest of this frigid northern expanse, had coexisted with the Snow Emperor for 200 millennia, developing a bond akin to that of mother and child. It was precisely this deep connection that granted the corpulent Xiaobai the privilege of freely entering the lands of the Snow Spirit tribe. Bai La Bao was considered Xiaobai's nephew, as his father was a dear friend whom Xiaobai had befriended within the Ice Bear clan. Consequently, Xiaobai frequently brought Bai La Bao to the Snow Spirit tribe for playful visits, a practice sanctioned by the Snow Emperor. The Snow Emperor held a particular fondness for Bai La Bao, the ice bear who fortuitously awakened his intelligence and ability to speak. After Su Junfang arrived at the territory of the Snow Spirits, Bai La Bao often engaged him in friendly duels. Initially, Su fought unarmed and, unsurprisingly, found himself outmatched by the spirit beast. Thus, he sought the Snow Emperor's assistance in crafting an ice spear to facilitate his encounters with Bai La Bao. The Snow Emperor readily acquiesced and encouraged Bai La Bao to engage in combat with Su Junfang, emphasizing that the utilization of weapons represented the most significant distinction between humans and lower-tier spirit beasts. Su Junfang held the gun in one hand and clasped his fist towards the Ice Bear King, Xiaobai, saying, "Uncle Bai, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." "Very well. I am aware you must depart. His Majesty wishes to see you." "Go ahead." "Understood." Su Junfang placed the ice spear back onto the rack of weapons beside the training platform. Descending from the platform, he greeted several smiling snow maidens before making his way directly to the Snow Emperor's icy fortress. In the past 2 years in the far northern realm, Su Junfang has become quite familiar with most members of the Snow Spirit clan. He has accompanied them to other tribes' territories, gaining insight into numerous soul beasts inhabiting this frigid landscape. Each morning, he diligently practices the Golden Light incantation and cultivates his soul power, while afternoons are devoted to studying the ecology and species of the extreme north alongside Shuangning. Evenings find him at the training grounds, honing his combat skills. This structured routine has enabled him to restore the combat prowess he possessed in his previous life, despite his frail physique. However, he was pleasantly surprised by the related training in the techniques of Longhu Mountain. Remarkably, he encountered no so-called cultivation bottleneck with the Golden Light incantation. His innate energy flowed as freely as ever. Ultimately, it is essential to note that the Golden Light cultivated through this incantation is not derived from soul power but from innate energy, akin to Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes, unbound by the constraints of soul rings. To return to the main topic, Su Junfang acquired a wealth of knowledge about the flora and fauna of the far northern lands, as well as the soul beasts, from the frost-laden environment. Additionally, she obtained some special powders extracted from ice plants by the Snow Spirit clan, all of which are subtle techniques. Su Junfang's mind was like a revolving lantern, replaying the myriad experiences of the past 2 years, yet his footsteps continued unwaveringly towards the palace of the Snow Empress. The mere thought of the Snow Empress filled him with a sense of pride. He could scarcely comprehend the merit that had led to her bestowing upon him her cherished secret techniques. During his years in the far north, he had, to some extent, heard whispers of the Snow Empress's renowned prowess. Before ascending to the throne of the entire northern realm, she had vanquished formidable spirit beasts that refused to submit, wielding her unparalleled Snow Empress triad with an efficiency akin to a tempest. It was precisely through the terrifying might of the Snow Empress triad that she commanded dominance over the frigid expanse of the northern ice fields. The 3 techniques of the Snow Empress triad are Imperial Sword, unmatched in ice, Imperial Palm, Great Cold without snow, and Imperial Winter, Snow Dance illuminating the sun. Su Junfang was fortunate enough to receive the Imperial Palm, Great Cold without snow, albeit in a simplified version, directly from the Snow Maiden herself. Subsequently, he endeavored to meld this technique with the brilliance of his lightning magic, resulting in a formidable palm strike that he felt had granted him a new lease on life. Consequently, despite having grown somewhat familiar with the Snow Empress, Su Junfang maintained an attitude of profound respect, admiration, and gratitude towards her. Su Junfang's mind was a tumult of thoughts and emotions, a symphony of conflicting sensations. As the ice blue doors stood before him, he straightened his posture and pushed the door open. Chapter 12. Departure. The familiar narrow corridor of the sapphire blue door within the snow fortress once again came into view. Though the castle was modest in size, the end of this passage, if not for the ethereal blue light illuminating it, would likely reveal nothing but an abyss of darkness. The hollow echo of footsteps reverberated through the long hall. As Su Junfang reached the end, the door, symbolizing nobility, opened automatically with the breeze. "Junfang, you have arrived?" "Snow Ant, White Ant." Su Junfang offered a slight bow towards the throne and the figure beside it. The elegant ice-clad woman, who had stood vigil beside the Snow Emperor, was the matriarch of the Snow Spirit clan, the Snow Emperor's sworn sister, known as Bai Shui, and a formidable beast-level powerhouse. "You have come to bid farewell, I presume?" "Snow Ant, I have turned 6 and wish to return to awaken my martial soul. Do not be anxious, I shall not hinder you. It is merely a reflection of time. 3 years have passed since you first arrived here." Su Junfang felt a surge of emotion when he first arrived in this place. He could hardly have imagined that he would spend 3 long years here, forming a bond with a soul beast. And bye. Shall I return to my room to pack my belongings? Why the haste? Stay for lunch and depart in the afternoon. I shall have Aunt Bai see you off. Very well, then I thank Aunt Bai. Indeed, go and prepare. Junfang took his leave and exited the grand gates of the ice palace. Time, akin to fluttering snowflakes, has already absorbed the warmth of its surroundings by the moment we perceive it, transforming into water and vanishing. At this moment, Junfang had finished his lunch and stored all the items he intended to take with him into the soul guide device concealed within his attire. Indeed, the metallic sphere initially discovered on the figure clad in red had finally been deciphered by Junfang. It was, in essence, a spherical storage soul guide capable of retaining inanimate objects through the infusion of soul power. Given that he had already cultivated his soul power, he was able to channel it into the device to store various items. Within it, he had secured an array of meticulously prepared medicinal concoctions. Ice needles accumulated over the past 2 years, along with several essential everyday items. Junfang walked towards the farewell spot designated by the Snow Maiden clan. Greeted by the gently radiant sunlight, over the past 2 years, he had indeed developed a fondness for this place. With a mixture of joy and reluctance, Junfang bid farewell to the spirit beast he had come to know, waving goodbye. Remember to come back and visit, said the white sapphire. If there is nothing to miss in the human world, you will always be welcomed here, remarked the Ice Bear King, Xiao Bai. Don't forget about me when you return, called out Shui Shuangning. Junfang traversed through the throng of snow maidens, who parted gracefully to create a passage in his wake. At the end of this path stood the Snow Emperor, accompanied by the crystalline ice steed, its mane being caressed by the Snow Emperor. The journey from this frigid northern core to the borders of your human Tiando Empire is indeed a long one. Allow Bai Mei to escort you for a while. Once you enter the territory of the Tiando Empire, your fate will be in your own hands. I harbor concerns for any unforeseen perils you may encounter along the way. Thus I bestow upon you a fragment of my essence. With this essence, the soul beasts of the extreme north shall regard you with utmost respect, and those across the continent shall sense your formidable presence. This sliver of essence will ensure your safety for a day. As he spoke, a wisp of icy blue vapor spiraled from the Snow Emperor's alabaster fingertips, delicately drifting towards Junfang's forehead, ultimately coalescing into a diamond-shaped ice crystal nestled between his brows. Junfang gazed earnestly and sincerely at the Snow Emperor, expressing profound gratitude for your guidance over the past 3 years. I shall forever cherish your kindness. Junfang deeply bowed to the Snow Emperor. All right, little one, I may indeed require your assistance in the future. If it is within my power, I shall certainly lend a hand. Then, until we meet again, Bai Mei, the Snow Emperor said lightly. Bai Shui patted the ice steed, signaling Junfang to hasten and take a seat. Junfang bid farewell for the last time to the childhood companions, the snow spirits, with a wave of his hand, before turning his back and embarking on the journey home alongside Aunt Bai. The formidable beast, Bai Shui, placed a hand on Junfang's shoulder, enveloping both of them within a delicate azure shield. In an instant, a blue sphere of light soared into the sky, merging seamlessly with the cerulean expanse above. The Snow Empress stood silently, watching the duo gradually fade from view against the horizon. Once their figures had completely vanished, she turned and walked into the endless snowstorm. It can be said that Bai Shui truly embodied the essence of a formidable beast, protected within the azure barrier. Junfang felt no chill in the frigid heights of the extreme north, where temperatures were expected to plummet. Their speed of travel was astonishing, with the trees below appearing as mere ants, swiftly receding into the distance. Did you know? Aunt Bai's calm voice broke the silence. Junfang remained quiet, awaiting her continuation. Soul beasts reach a critical juncture in their evolution at intervals. Should they succeed in breaking through, they continue to exist. If they fail, they become mere sustenance for nature. However, should a soul beast choose to sacrifice a human who has ascended to divinity, it will also enjoy the privileges of godhood upon its resurrection in the divine realm. Did you know that the Snow Empress holds great expectations for you? A sacrifice? And then rebirth in the divine realm? Junfang was enlightened, yet still deeply moved by this gesture of trust, momentarily rendered speechless. What have I done to deserve this? Just strive to be your true self. If you truly appreciate us, then endeavor to become stronger. Aunt Bai's previously icy demeanor softened slightly. Junfang remained silent, the journey marked by an unbroken hush. The speed of the ice blue orb was indeed remarkable. What would typically take 3 days for a soul beast to traverse was accomplished in merely 2 hours under the swift glide of Aunt Bai's icy sphere. As the blue orb descended, it unfurled like a cascading curtain of waterfalls, revealing a solitary figure alongside a creature. Well, we have arrived. This is the boundary of your human kingdom. You may proceed on your own. All right then, Aunt Bai, farewell. I shall return when time permits. Until we meet again. The white snow transformed into a streak of pristine light, retreating towards the far northern lands. Junfang's feet firmly planted on the solid ground. A sense of tranquility began to settle within him. He did not ponder over Aunt Bai's purpose in heading east. Instead, he directed his steps towards the sentinel wall marking the boundary of the Heaven Do Empire, which was still a considerable distance away. Junfang discovered along the journey that not everyone resided within the borders of the Tiando Empire. Some individuals had constructed their own abodes, dwelling in the remote outer villages of the far north. Junfang, with a fleeting thought, momentarily altered his path and ventured into a village bustling with life. After a short while, he emerged from the thicket he had previously departed, now clad in a flowing black robe. He had taken several garments from the villagers, while his earlier fur coat was concealed within his soul-guiding device. The black robe featured a hood, and its ample fabric effectively obscured Su Junfang's visage. Su Junfang successfully passed the inspection at the border walls of the Tiando Empire with his level 4 token. Within the city, he located the branch of the Spirit Hall and effortlessly awakened the masked spirit of the Nine Heavens responding thunderous universal deity. Su Junfang remained seated in the waiting room where the old master had asked him to pause, gazing vacantly at the distant snow-capped mountains. The pristine whiteness of the peaks evoked memories of the icy realm he had inhabited for the past 3 years, simultaneously prompting a reflection on his own experiences during this time. I apologize for keeping you waiting, esteemed sir. A familiar voice resonated from outside the door. Chapter 13. The journey home. Su Junfang awaited in the reception hall for a brief moment, when the venerable figure of the palace master appeared at the door. The elderly master gestured gracefully towards the outside, inviting, please, this way. I apologize for keeping you waiting, esteemed guest. It is of no consequence. Su Junfang followed the guidance of the old hall master, weaving through the corridors until he entered a modest chamber on the second floor of the spirit hall. This was the hall master's study, adorned with numerous bookshelves, each brimming with a plethora of tomes, all impeccably dust-free, suggesting that the old hall master was indeed a learned individual. With a wave of his hand, he cast a small soul power barrier outside the study, ensuring that any intruder would be promptly sensed. A faint aura of soul power lingered in the air, as the room was designed to be soundproofed by soul energy. The two took their seats at a small desk near the window, where the warm sunlight of a clear day streamed in, illuminating their faces. Pray, what is it you wish to discuss, esteemed sir? Despite Su Junfang's youth, the old hall master had always referred to him with the utmost respect, a testament to his cautious demeanor cultivated over years of dealings. Ah, simply call me Hall Masterling, the old man interjected. What matters can I assist you with? Very well, Hall Masterling, Su Junfang replied with a slight nod, leaning forward. What I am about to disclose may alarm you. The hall master's expression shifted to one of seriousness. He adjusted his beard and, with a reassuring gesture, patted his chest, declaring, as the master of the spirit branch, I am not one to be easily frightened. Please, proceed. I am Su Junfang, the grandson of the hall master of the spirit hall of the Douluo Empire, who was attacked by the Blood Soul 3 years ago. I am unsure if you are familiar with this incident, Su Junfang stated with an unassuming tone, revealing a startling revelation. The gravity of his words momentarily caught Hall Masterling off guard. His expression turned solemn as he leaned forward, resting his right arm against his chest, and in a hushed voice, he inquired, who is the one behind the Blood Soul? Su Junfang's expression grew solemn as he remarked, it is not just any individual, it is the infamous Blood Soul organization. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Dianju replied, oh, Blood Soul? Su Junfang's expression shifted in surprise as he exclaimed, you are unaware? That heretical cult. Ling Dian Master then comprehended, saying, Blood Soul? A heretical organization? Su Junfang initially thought that Master Ling was jesting, but to his astonishment, he realized that Master Ling was genuinely unaware. He became anxious. The Blood Soul organization. Are you not informed about the current affairs of Tiando? It is that notorious organization which annually plunders infants from various locales to conduct their sinister cult rituals, comprised of members who are exceedingly cruel. Does it ring a bell now? Su Junfang spoke with animated gestures, betraying a palpable sense of urgency. Ah, I recall now, please. Continue. 3 years ago, I was abducted by the Blood Soul organization. They took me to the far north, where I succumbed to grave injuries. Subsequently, I was rescued by a passing snow wolf spirit beast. I had thought my life was forfeit, yet this mother snow wolf, mourning the loss of her own offspring, took me in, and I lived with her for 2 years. Eventually, she passed away, and I sought to leave the forest but lost my way. Fortuitously, I was discovered by hunters from Snow Village. After resting in the villager's home for a time, I came here to awaken my martial soul. Su Junfang produced the story he had previously crafted. What I wish to convey is, could you possibly devise a means to return me to the Starfall Empire? To Starfall City, so that I may be reunited with my family at the earliest opportunity? Su Junfang spoke as he produced his late father's Soul Master token, placing it upon the table for Master Ling to scrutinize. Master Ling, the authenticity of this token should be quite evident. I kindly implore your assistance. As Master Ling listened to Su Junfang recount his experiences, his brow furrowed increasingly, his gaze upon the Soul Master token revealing a hint of uncertainty. After hearing Su Junfang's tale, Master Ling let out a deep sigh. Ah, I somewhat recall this matter, a few years back. The Holy Hall indeed issued a decree to eradicate heretical sections. However, this is the first I have heard of the news regarding the capture of the Holy Hall Master's grandson, returning you to the Soul Master Hall. Although it presents certain challenges, it is not entirely impossible. Presently, the Soul Master Hall lacks a long-distance international convoy. However, fortuitously, there is a merchant caravan departing this afternoon, hastening towards the Douluo Empire. I happen to have some connections with them, and I could arrange for you to be included in their return to the Douluo Empire. That said, this caravan does not go directly to Douluo City. Once you arrive in Douluo, you will still need to devise a way to continue your journey. The absence of long-distance communication tools in this era is indeed quite troublesome. Su Junfang pondered for a moment before inquiring. Could you kindly inform me about the size of the merchant caravan? Subsequently, he posed several more questions pertaining to the journey and the caravan, to which Master Ling attentively provided thorough answers. Ultimately, with no better alternatives available, Su Junfang consented to accompany the caravan on its return journey. Very well. Let us proceed in this manner. I appreciate your assistance, Master Ling. It is no trouble at all. For now, please rest in my hall until the caravan departs. They are scheduled to arrive here at 8 o'clock, and it is only 5 now. You may wait here for the time being. Thank you, Master Ling. Please follow me. Master Ling then guided Su Junfang to the room that had been prepared for him. It was a modest waiting area, albeit more opulent than the previous one. Su Junfang held no excessive expectations regarding his temporary residence, simply content to settle in. After Master Ling concluded matters pertaining to Su Junfang, he returned alone to his office within the Spirit Hall's branch. At this moment, he no longer bore the amiable and somewhat obsequious demeanor he once exhibited. Instead, a sense of composure and authority enveloped him. Regarding the lengthy discourse delivered by Su Junfang earlier, to be frank, he harbored deep-seated skepticism. Can one truly regard the words of a child as irrefutable truth? Such certainty was not guaranteed. Nonetheless, the logic presented by Su Junfang was coherent, and he failed to identify substantial flaws. 3 years prior, the Spirit Hall of the Star Luo Empire had launched a significant campaign against the malevolent blood cult, a matter that had even reached the ears of a branch master like him, stationed in a foreign land. Upon the mention of Blood Soul, Su Junfang was momentarily taken aback. However, upon hearing the words Martial Soul Hall, he recalled the context, realizing that Su Junfang's assertions were indeed grounded in reality. The token presented by Su Junfang is indeed the 4th-level token of the Spirit Hall, and it is authentic. Su Junfang was indeed clad in garments typical of the outer villages of the Tiando Empire, which corroborated his earlier statement about having resided in a snow-covered village for a period of time. Su Junfang's age poses no issue. However, given his prolonged residence in the mountain village, why did he not arrive sooner? Is it due to the awakening of his martial soul? He is not one to place his trust in others lightly. At that moment, a steward, whom he had previously summoned with his soul power, approached from outside the door. Go to the outskirts of Tiando City and inquire if any residents of Shui Village have taken in a lost child wandering in the forest. Gather whatever information you can and report back to me. I expect results in 2 hours. Understood, my lord. The steward exited the room, discreetly closing the door behind him. Regardless of whether that child ever appeared in Shui Village, whether he was taken in or if he had lied, I shall ensure he boards the merchant convoy. If the child proves to be innocent, it will be a joyous occasion, and I shall have forged a benevolent connection. Should the child harbor issues, I will simply deny any association. 2 hours later, the same steward returned to report. Upon entering the Lord's office, he hastily approached and whispered some details to Lord Ling before exiting the office at the Lord's gesture. Naturally, our steward again secured the door. Lord Ling narrowed his eyes, gazing out the window. The essence of the steward's report was succinct. No such person could be found. No villager claimed to have taken in any child. In the waiting room, Su Junfang found himself with little else to occupy his time. He sat cross-legged upon a crimson sofa, his formidable spiritual energy unfurling within him, as if his very being were enveloped in a radiant golden aura, his soul power emanating to shield his body. He sought to meticulously investigate his martial soul, particularly the second one. Indeed, the second martial soul. Chapter 14, Twin Martial Souls. Su Junfang possesses a second martial soul. He can now be regarded as the 3rd individual on this continent to have dual martial souls. It is possible that there may be another in the future, but Su Junfang's talent truly embodies the phrase extraordinary aptitude, as articulated by Master Ling. As Su Junfang extended his right hand to awaken his martial soul, he discerned an anomaly in his left hand. Not only was a martial soul manifesting in his right hand, but his left hand also bore the gathering of a martial soul, ensuring that no one was around. Su Junfang extended his left hand, and with a flash of crimson light, a red-black bat quietly hovered above it, its wings fluttering incessantly in midair. The death count. This second martial soul was far from a mere bat. It was an evil martial soul, the origins of which may be linked to the rituals of the Blood Soul organization. The term evil soul master refers to those among soul masters who possess exceptionally unique evil martial souls. Such soul masters often find their paths to advancement require them to commit heinous acts, such as harming the souls of soul beasts or collecting the brains of infants. When certain martial souls necessitate unconventional methods for cultivation, it is inevitable that these souls are tainted with malevolence. While the nature of an evil soul master may not inherently be malevolent, the personal strength and power of a soul master can easily lead one down a dark path. The martial soul of Su Junfang can be described as profoundly malevolent. Merely the manifestation of this martial soul evokes a palpable aura of bloodshed and mortality. Su Junfang channeled his soul power, gradually allowing his body to embrace the gifts bestowed by this martial soul. After a brief period, he gained a certain understanding of this martial soul, known as the Count of Death. This martial soul's true form can be classified as that of a bloodline creature, commonly referred to as a vampire, a hybrid of a blood-sucking bat and a human. However, this martial soul is also imbued with a faint essence of death and destruction, which has elevated it to the status of a supreme evil martial soul. If Su Junfang wishes to cultivate this martial soul, he must consume copious amounts of fresh blood. Each ascent into a significant stage necessitates a quantity of blood that doubles in comparison to the previous stage. The blood consumed must be fresh, enabling his martial soul to extract the energy of death from it. This martial soul presents both advantages and disadvantages. Firstly, even if Su Junfang does not cultivate this martial soul, the cultivation of the heavenly sovereign mask martial soul causes his skin to grow increasingly pale as his soul power increases. Moreover, this martial soul grants Su Junfang formidable physical attributes, notably the ability to heal through vampirism, regardless of the nature of his injuries. As long as his heart is not utterly shattered, Su Junfang can restore all wounds by consuming sufficient fresh blood. Additionally, this martial soul inherently possesses a domain that strengthens with the enhancement of soul power, the capabilities of which will reveal themselves in due time. In the absence of soul skills, this martial soul also endows Su Junfang with certain physical abilities. For instance, he can currently create blood puppets, an ability attributed to his physical form rather than the martial soul itself. However, alongside these benefits come substantial drawbacks. The longer he practices with this martial soul, the more intense his bloodthirst becomes. Unless he surpasses the rank of title Douluo in his cultivation, he cannot fully control the sanguine impulses that may overflow, risking his transformation into a bloodthirsty monster consumed by slaughter. This martial soul exhibits a significant dependency on blood, even if Su Junfang refrains from its cultivation. Each time he ascends a major stage in soul power, the martial soul's desire for carnage is unleashed, occasionally compelling him to crave blood. This wicked longing cannot be divorced from Su Junfang's other martial soul, the heavenly sovereign mask. The existence of this mask suppresses the bloodlust associated with the count of death martial soul. The Thunderborn naturally counters malevolence, which is one of the reasons Su Junfang is not overly concerned about the potential erosion of his consciousness. As long as he prioritizes the cultivation of the heavenly sovereign mask over the count of death, the thunder will perpetually restrain the sinister inclinations of the evil martial soul, rendering his dual martial souls remarkably harmonious. The cultivation is disciplined, and tears do not flow from kin. This martial soul is equally an ultimate one, a supreme thunder. And more than that, it is imbued with the essence of the thunder god, making it a martial soul with divine attributes. The benefits bestowed upon Su Junfang by the heavenly sovereign mask martial soul include the ability to command, store, and resist lightning. This immunity does not imply that all lightning attacks are ineffective against him. Rather, it signifies that within the same realm, he possesses total dominance over all lightning abilities of the same rank, and he is impervious to any lightning from opponents of a lower realm. Furthermore, ever since Su Junfang awakened the heavenly sovereign mask martial soul, currents of electricity have continuously flowed within his body. Over time, his physical prowess will far surpass that of an ordinary soul master. The essence of this martial soul is the power of the Thunder Sovereign, compressed and stored within this platinum mask. To fully harness its strength, one must gradually release it, which occurs in 3 phases. The first phase pertains to the mask itself, granting unprecedented mastery over lightning. His body is also enhanced by the lightning, enabling him to move with the swiftness of a flash. The second and third phases involve the unleashing of the 9 heavens thunder elemental manifestations from the mask, which shall not be elaborated upon here. Most delightfully for Su Junfang, the heavenly sovereign mask martial soul also manifests a companion weapon. Su Junfang concentrated his thoughts on the character for cannon inscribed upon the celestial master's mask, which gradually began to emanate a soft white light. In the briefest moment, a cannon materialized beside Su Junfang. This cannon, resplendent in a shade of purple gold, shimmered with a golden brilliance, its surface intricately adorned with mysterious purple thunder patterns, exuding an air of both enigma and magnificence. Wrapped around the cannon was a lengthy chain, facilitating Su Junfang's ability to carry it by hand or rest it upon his shoulder for firing. Su Junfang soon became acquainted with the name of this artillery, the Yingyuan Huang Lei Pao. This formidable weapon was wielded by the supreme being of universal transformation. By continuously channeling soul energy into the thunder cannon, the energy would circulate through the intricate array of runes within, culminating in an attack that unleashed a devastating force far surpassing the raw input of soul energy. As Su Junfang grasped the profundity of his potent martial spirit and inherent advantages, attempting to calm his mind and assimilate his newfound abilities, fragmented memories began to cascade into his consciousness from the shadowy recesses of his mind, akin to a gentle stream. These recollections appeared to encompass techniques involving lightnings, alongside martial arts that harnessed electric power. Su Junfang surmised that these were remnants of the so-called Thunder Supreme as fragmented memories. Su Junfang has come to realize the magnitude of the opportunity bestowed upon him. He sits quietly, cross-legged on the sofa, absorbing the memories of these divine abilities, momentarily lost in a trance. This contemplation lasts throughout the afternoon. Time resembles a coachman urging his horses onward, wielding his whip to hasten the sun, which reluctantly hides its face behind the mountains. The sky is painted with the vibrant hues chasing the descending sun, drawing away the resplendent silks that hung in the clouds. A chilling indigo gradually ascends through the layers, while the luminous moonlight replaces the scorching sun, becoming the sole beacon in the night. With a creak, The door to the living room is pushed open by an attendant of the spirit hall. My lord, the time has come. The caravan awaits you outside. Very well. I shall be there shortly. A few moments prior, Junfang had sensed the approaching hour, having already ceased his cultivation and exploration. He now tidies himself in preparation to board the carriage. Junfang followed the steward to the grand hall of the Martial Soul Sub-Palace, where Master Ling had been waiting for some time. Master Ling remained as amiable as ever. Sir, your carriage has arrived. I shall not detain you any longer. Wishing you a safe journey. Thank you for your hospitality. I shall take my leave now. Travel well. Junfang gazed towards the entrance, where nearly 50 vehicles had formed an extensive caravan. Numerous soul-hunting teams had taken on the additional task of safeguarding the commercial goods, providing protection on either side of this procession. The Spirit Hall's branch had also commissioned this caravan to assist in transporting supplies, thus dispatching some personnel to further ensure the security of the convoy. At that moment, the vehicles of the caravan were stationed before the Spirit Hall, where squads of heavily armored soldiers were diligently transferring a considerable amount of goods from within the hall to the convoy. The loading process lasted approximately 10 minutes, after which several soldiers from the Spirit Hall were assigned to accompany and protect the caravan. Junfang accompanied the escort team and boarded the carriage. The leader of the convoy noticed a child among the Soul Hall guards, but since the arrangement had been made by the local branch master, it was deemed acceptable to take him along. The members of the convoy were nearly complete. The coachman shook the reins, called out a command or two, and the horses neighed a few times as the grand procession slowly moved forward, gradually exiting the city gates. Lord Ling observed the departing convoy with a stoic expression. It was only after the convoy vanished from his sight that he turned back to the Soul Hall sub-branch. Chapter 15. Encountering danger. The carriage had been traveling outside the city for nearly an hour. Due to her tender age, Junfang was assigned to a train situated in the penultimate row, experiencing the jarring motion of the wheels as they traversed the uneven, rocky path. This caravan comprised approximately 1,000 individuals, ranging from muleteers to merchants, as well as those tasked with safeguarding the caravan's security and managing all logistical matters. Each person diligently fulfilled their respective role amidst the bustling activities surrounding the cart. Zhenhun observed a team of spirit masters clad in uniform attire standing guard at the front and rear of the carriage. As it was night, the spirit masters adopted a strategy where some would rest while others kept watch, subsequently rotating in their duty to ensure the safety of the carriage. Junfang was the most aimless individual, draped in the plush garment that had been stored in the soul guide apparatus to shield himself from the night's chill. Although he had resided in the frigid north for over 2 years, he scarcely felt the cold. While Junfang remained somewhat vigilant in this unfamiliar environment, his caution had indeed diminished significantly. Within the confines of the carriage, few were inclined to attend to him, and he was content to enjoy his solitude. Fatigued, he clutched the plush garment to envelop himself and leaned against the wooden side of the carriage, succumbing to slumber. The cart continued its steady journey through the depths of night, the rhythmic sound of hose being the sole melody in the profound silence. The crescent moon shone brightly, casting a silvery glow that allowed the trees, grass, and stones along the roadside to be faintly discerned. At this moment, on the rugged mountain path, the echo of the merchant caravan's hoofbeats resonated through the stillness of the night, flanked by towering trees, overgrown grass, and disordered mounds of earth. At this moment, Junfang remained in the same position he had taken 3 hours earlier, reclining against the side window of a carriage at the end of the line. However, Junfang was now awake. Trained in his previous life, he was acutely sensitive to the malice that surrounded him. The forest was thick with an overwhelming sense of hostility. Initially, Junfang was uncertain whether the threat came from spirit beasts or humans. Yet, he soon detected a faint, alluring fragrance wafting through the narrow path, which confirmed his suspicion of human involvement. He recognized this scent as a simple form of soul-entrancing incense combined with certain toxic substances, resembling smoke yet capable of rendering individuals utterly powerless. The moment he perceived this insidious aroma, Junfang enveloped himself in a radiant golden light, shielding himself from the potential infiltration of the soul-entrancing fragrance through his pores. He had already encased his nose with soul energy, effectively repelling the malevolent scent from his vicinity. Junfang's eyes revealed a narrow sliver of awareness, and his soul power cautiously extended outward to probe the surroundings. Most members of the caravan had already found respite in various corners, with only a handful of drivers and night watchmen maintaining their vigil by the sides of the carts. The defenses were alarmingly inadequate, a thought echoed within Junfang's mind, just as he had anticipated. When the latter half of the caravan was enveloped in the seductive aroma of the bewitching incense, only a few had stirred from their slumber, disoriented by the strange scent, while the majority had succumbed to the depths of their dreams. Those who had awakened were far from alert, merely perplexed by the unfamiliar fragrance. The night watchmen sensed the anomaly but found themselves powerless against the intoxicating scent, resorting to covering their mouths and noses with their garments. However, having already inhaled a significant amount of the fragrance, many began to feel lightheaded, with only those possessing robust soul power managing to filter out the majority of the scent and barely cling to consciousness. Suddenly, the sharp sound of arrows slicing through the air pierced the night, striking down a few of the already slumbering caravan members, while the rest lodged themselves into the carts and the galloping horses. The struck steeds let out piercing whinnies before collapsing under the weight, bringing their attached carts to an abrupt halt. Arrows that had struck the carts suddenly detonated, releasing a billowing cloud of green smoke that obscured everyone's vision. The front half of the caravan, alerted by the sounds of the arrows and the distressed horses, quickly sensed the danger. Several powerful soul masters unleashed their martial spirits, illuminating the night with a kaleidoscope of colors. At that moment, a swarm of bandits erupted from the nearby thicket, all clad in dark garments and masked in black cloth. It was evident they were not benevolent souls. Meanwhile, some soul masters from the rear half of the caravan, battling against the drowsiness that enveloped them, struggled to rise and prepare to confront the assailants. At the rear of the convoy, Junfang remained utterly still, feigning unconsciousness alongside the other spirit masters who had succumbed to the mesmerizing scent. In reality, however, her mind was sharply attuned to the surrounding battleground, vigilant against any stray arrows or attacks that might inadvertently harm her. The assailants, clad in black, without uttering a word, charged directly towards the last few carriages, unleashing their martial spirits. Among them were 3 soul masters of the spirit realm and 1 soul king, representing their formidable strength, while the remaining black-clad figures, some at the first and second rings, confronted the semi-unconscious guards. The ordinary bandits among the black-clad attackers, devoid of soul power, busied themselves with gathering valuables, while a second-ring soul master assisted, utilizing a powerful martial spirit to unearth the occupants of the final carriage before carrying it into the dense, tree-covered thicket. The leader of the convoy's spirit masters, known as Dias, a 5-ring soul king, summoned a gigantic scythe and leapt several times to descend upon the opposing leader among the black-clad figures, delivering a downward strike. The black-clad leader's martial spirit was a demonic wolf, which braced itself against the scythe's blow, sending sparks flying. Behind these two, their respective comrades surged forward, each engaging their opponents. The black-clad side had 1 soul king, for soul masters, and around 20 first and second ring fighters. Conversely, the convoy initially had 1 soul king, 7 soul masters, 4 or 5 at the third ring, and about 50 at the first and second rings. However, the latter half of the convoy had largely succumbed to the enchantment, leaving only 1 soul king and 4 soul masters capable of combat, with 3 others remaining to guard the front half of the carriages against potential ambushes or feigned retreats. As for the third-ring defenders, 1 was incapacitated, while 2 stayed to protect, leaving merely 2 for combat. The majority of first and second-ring fighters in the latter half of the convoy were incapacitated, with only around 20 from the front half and a dozen safeguarding the first carriage still able to respond. This created a peculiar stalemate on the battlefield, with both sides possessing nearly equal numbers of combatants, rendering it impossible for either to gain the upper hand in the immediate term. Yet, this also implied that the resources in the rear half of the convoy were being swiftly appropriated by the black-clad assailants. Amidst the ongoing chaos, Dias executed 2 grandiose golden scythe slashes in quick succession, both of which were thwarted by the opposing demonic wolf's howl. The soul masters on both sides were evenly matched, exchanging blows in a relentless contest. A young black-clad assailant, mirroring his companions, approached the rear half of the carriage to gather valuables. He forcefully kicked open the door and began rummaging through, only to catch sight of Junfang. His eyes, visible beyond his black mask, darted, and he turned to inquire of the burly man overseeing the ordinary black-clad figures. "Dragon brother, there's a child here. Should we take her back?" The man, referred to as Dragon brother, with his thick mane, approached for a closer look and gruffly replied, "Sure, though it's not our main business, we do sell children. This one's the right age. Take her along." With that, the young black-clad assailant received the nod of approval and bent down to seize Junfang. Junfang had long been observing the battlefield. It was inevitable that the convoy would prevail. However, they could merely safeguard the front half of the cargo. The area he occupied had already been seized by bandits, leaving little chance for reclamation. Should he choose to resist, he could indeed eliminate the ordinary men before him. Yet any hint of disturbance would surely attract the attention of Long Gu, who was monitoring the situation from a distance. Long Gu, the one in charge, was a soul master of the third ring. Despite Junfang's commendable agility, he stood no chance against a soul master without his own soul rings. It must be remembered that he was merely a child just over 6 years old. Thus, Junfang contemplated that his only option was to wait for an opportune moment to escape after being captured. At that moment, the young man in black voluntarily approached him. In an instant, Junfang seized the opportunity. With a swift motion of his left hand, he brandished a glinting dagger and swiftly slashed the young man's throat. Blood gushed forth, and a crimson glimmer flickered in Junfang's eyes as he bit down on the wound. A red substance flowed through his sharp fangs into the young man's veins. Initially taken aback, the young man attempted to cry out, but after uttering a couple of sounds, his gaze lost focus, transforming into a sea of crimson. Gradually, the red hue in his eyes faded, returning to normalcy. Junfang lay peacefully in his embrace, akin to an innocent and oblivious child. The young man carried Junfang into the thicket, their makeshift gathering place. Chapter 16. Captured. The narrow path through the woods was enveloped in silence, the air still thick with a chilling tension. Moments ago, the cloaked figures had retreated, leaving chaos and corpses in their wake. Although the night obscured the colors of the underbrush, one could still discern the crimson liquid trickling through the foliage. The overseer of the caravan, Dias, stood pale-faced, supporting himself against the side of a cart while clutching 5 deep gashes on his chest inflicted by the enemy. Damn it. We met our match. There were so many bandits, fully prepared. A rugged man, his face twisted in anger, exclaimed, "Stop with the useless chatter. Let us first account for our remaining supplies." Dias instructed the burly man, then turned to another individual, shouting, "You, ignite the signal for assistance from the spirit hall. Leave a few here to await their arrival and clarify the situation." This shipment contained items from the spirit hall, and yet someone had dared to steal them. How audacious. The person on the opposite side of the cart obeyed and set off the signal. The front half of the cart's contents remained intact, while 3/4 of the back had been taken, with half the team slaughtered in their sleep. After the burly man reported succinctly, Dias cursed, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Let them await the spirit hall's pursuit. At that moment, a purple beam of light shot into the sky, trailing a luminous tail like a lanternfish plunging into the sea. Boom, boom, boom. 3 muffled sounds erupted, and 5 bright purple emblems of the spirit hall illuminated the sky, signaling a level 3 call for aid. The nearest enforcement team from the spirit hall would arrive to assist, pursue the bandits, and reclaim the stolen supplies. The enforcement team was the agency of the spirit hall dedicated to monitoring and apprehending illegal soul masters. Enough. Let us proceed on our journey. Those ruffians have been wounded. They shall await their demise. The caravan reorganized and began to move forward slowly. Crack, crack. On a quiet path, several carts sped along, their horses linked together by chains. The sounds emanated from within one of the carts. The leader of the cloaked figures slapped a subordinate across the face, leaving a clear imprint of 5 fingers, causing the face to swell immediately. Damn it, you scoundrel. How dare you deceive me? What did you tell me before? Huh? A small merchant operation from the Dou Empire? Is this truly a small operation? Do small operations possess such power? Moreover, the most infuriating part is that these are supplies from the spirit hall. The leader, now unmasked, revealed a face laden with flesh and stubble. Did you see that firework in the sky? The spirit hall's distress signal. Oh my heavens, we must flee. The spirit hall wielded immense power over the Douluo Continent, overseeing all matters of soul master crimes with an iron fist. Their enforcement team was renowned for capturing illegal soul master criminals with precision. The leader could only hope the carts were fast enough to evade immediate capture by the spirit hall. Temporarily setting aside his anxious thoughts, the leader remarked, "This hall is quite substantial. We shall divide it as we always do. But who can tell me what to make of this child?" He gestured towards Junfang, who lay unconscious on the ground. "Boss, we found this child on the previous caravan. I thought since we deal in human trafficking, we might as well take this one too since we have others to sell," reported Long, one of the cohort. The leader scoffed. "Are you all fools? In such a large caravan, there is only this one child? This could very well be the offspring of a high-ranking official from the spirit hall. Otherwise, why would they have brought him along? He has a liability, clearly someone of significance. The spirit hall might not even pursue our stolen goods, but rather come after this child. Well, we captured him. So let us see if he can fetch us some coin. Lock him in the iron cage with the others." "Yes," Long replied, turning to a plump thug standing nearby. "You, go bind him and throw him into that cage with the others." "Understood, boss," the bulky man responded somewhat sluggishly. "Wait a moment. Boy, can you understand our words? Speak. What is your identity, and why were you in the merchant caravan?" Junfang feigned ignorance, weeping and stammering, failing to articulate his predicament, which only served to irritate the leader of the bandits. "Enough, take him away." With a single hand, the rotund bandit hoisted Junfang and brought him to the rear of the spacious wagon, preparing to bind him with ropes. As the bandit secured him, Junfang, facing away, managed to part his eyes slightly to observe the interior of the wagon. The space was rudimentary, neither particularly shabby nor commendable. Notably, the rear of the wagon was muddy, and the most striking feature was a large iron cage secured by chains. Half of the cage dangled outside the wagon, while the other half rested upon the wooden floor within. Inside the cage were several children, their hands and feet bound, slightly older than Junfang. Their faces gaunt and weary, some bearing wounds stained with blood, most of them fast asleep. Junfang did not have the opportunity to glance more than a few times before being swiftly and effortlessly bound hand and foot by the stout man. As Junfang was bound, he cunningly created a gap between his arms and his body, deliberately leaving some space, thus facilitating an easier escape from his restraints. The hefty man paid little attention to the details. After hastily securing the bindings, he unceremoniously tossed Junfang into the open iron gate, subsequently locking the door of the iron cage. With a casual shake of his head, he ambled away. Junfang did not immediately stir, continuing to feign unconsciousness as she lay within the confines of the cage. After a short while, a bandit was dispatched to oversee the children, seemingly lacking in diligence, as he merely seated himself nearby and rested. Junfang probed the past with his soul power, discovering, to his surprise, that there was no soul power present. It was merely an ordinary person. The bandits likely could not have anticipated that the 6-year-old infant they had captured was already capable of wielding soul power. At that moment, Junfang straightened his figure within the iron cage, his movements subtle. The guard merely glanced at him before diverting his gaze. Su Junfang leaned his head against the cold iron bars, closing his eyes that began to emanate an eerie glow. At that moment, a young man unexpectedly entered the rear of the carriage. The guard immediately inquired, "Xiao Shou, what brings you here?" The young man smiled and replied, "Di Gu. Longo asked me to convey a message to you." As he spoke, he approached the guard, who, perhaps due to their familiar rapport, remained unsuspecting. The young man leaned forward, placing his hand near his mouth as if to whisper, bringing his lips close to the guard's ear. Longo said, suddenly. He covered the guard's mouth with his hand, using a swift motion to twist his head, exposing the tender white neck before him. The young man bit down fiercely, causing the guard's pupils to dilate, and soon, the struggle ceased. After releasing his grip from the guard's neck, the young man wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, erasing any trace of blood. He then silently approached the iron cage, discreetly slipping a package to Su Junfang. The guard, who had collapsed on the ground, sat up again, though his gaze was vacant and his movements somewhat stiff. Su Junfang opened his eyes, his gaze as crimson as that of his captors. The scarlet glow gradually faded from his eyes as he began to survey the conditions within the iron cage. Surrounding him were children sprawled in disarray, their bodies marred with dirt and wounds, presenting a most distressing sight. Su Junfang's expression shifted as he observed a pair of siblings, their demeanor distinct from those around them. Even their attire and appearance set them apart. While others donned coarse linen garments, often patched, these two were clad in fabrics of a somewhat opulent nature. Although their garments bore signs of tearing, the difference was unmistakable. What astonished him further was that both the young man and woman possessed an aura of spiritual power. His curiosity was instantly piqued. Remarkably, they remained composed, having witnessed the recent incident where the young man bit another, yet their expressions betrayed no signs of alarm, rather. They appeared unfazed, as if they had long grown accustomed to the harsh realities of this world. Su Junfang said in a low voice, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhang Wei. And what are your names?" The slightly older boy cast a wary glance at Su Junfang, remained silent for a moment, and finally spoke. "I am Xiaoyu, and this is Xiaona." Su Junfang curled her lips in disdain, instantly discerning that it was not a genuine name. Who were they trying to fool? At least choose something more authentic, akin to Zhang Wei. Chapter 17, The Malevolent Moon, and Hu Liena. Upon hearing the name he mentioned, Su Junfang did not ponder much, for who among us does not possess an alias? Clearly, these two individuals were also soul masters, endowed with soul power, distinguishing them from the other slumbering children. Su Junfang kept a watchful eye on them. Su Junfang's hands were bound behind his back. However, due to his earlier actions, he possessed a degree of mobility. He swayed from side to side, causing the ropes binding him to loosen slightly. Su Junfang silently gathered her energy, conjuring a spell of golden light. Su Junfang has only been cultivating for less than 3 years, and his golden light's power is not yet formidable enough. Although it can barely suffice to obstruct the toxic gas, he is still unable to free himself from the bindings. Nonetheless, the golden light is not entirely without merit. At the very least, it can be employed to wear down the ropes, facilitating his escape. Su Junfang did not hastily free herself, wary of the possibility of being investigated. Su Junfang leaned against the iron railing, lying on her side, and covered the mouth of one of the sleeping children with her hand. A flash of golden light dazzled him, rendering him completely unconscious. At best, he would remain in a stupor for a while, and at worst, he might suffer a concussion. Su Junfang, devoid of any compassion, after accomplishing his objective, drew a small knife from his person. It is indeed a testament to Su Junfang's cunning that when he was captured by the bandits and found on their carriage, he had cleverly concealed all his weaponry and soul-guiding devices on the young man beside him, thus evading a thorough search. Earlier, the young man had taken advantage of a visit to return some of Su Junfang's hidden weapons, while others remained secreted away with him. Grasping the knife, Su Junfang did not sever the ropes binding him. Instead, he, with his hands clasped behind his back, meticulously sliced into the inner thigh of the boy he had incapacitated. The incision was deep, executed with precision, causing a slow, fine stream of blood to flow forth. Instantly, the crimson liquid stained the boy's burlap garment, and Su Junfang, with a nudge of his foot, propelled the child towards the suspended half of the iron cage. Blood trickled down the boy's pant leg, dripping onto the ground beneath the galloping carriage, one drop after another, reminiscent of oil leaking from a vehicle. The boy, who had introduced himself as Xiaoyu, watched the scene with a furrowed brow, while the girl named Xiaona beheld a glimmer of hope in her eyes. After draining the boy's blood, Su Junfang produced a small vial of powder, one of several concoctions he had acquired from the snow spirit tribe in the far north. What he held was not an extraordinary item, but rather an aromatic powder crafted from specific plants, designed to attract nearby soul beasts. The scent dissipated rapidly and was quite potent. Once a soul beast inhaled this fragrance, it would fervently pursue the source of the substance. A hunting technique employed by the snow spirit tribe. When combined with the essence of human blood from a child, this powder would surely beckon soul beasts, unless, of course, they found themselves in a desolate wilderness. At this juncture, it was an era in the Douluo Continent where human exploration of the forests and the hunting of soul beasts was still in its infancy. Every forest teemed with a plethora of soul beasts. Su Junfang lay ensnared within a steel cage, suspended at the threshold between the interior and exterior of the carriage, intermittently sprinkling a scent to entice the beasts. Concurrently, the young puppet left in the middle compartment discreetly scattered the soul-attracting incense in every hidden corner of the carriage. As anticipated, a mere 10 minutes after Su Junfang had set his traps, a resounding crash reverberated through the carriage. A wild bull soul beast erupted from the nearby forest, charging with its formidable horns aimed directly at the center of the convoy. Numerous smaller yet remarkably swift soul beasts surged forth from the surrounding woods, swiftly encircling the bandits' caravan from the rear. The rogues relied solely on their robust steeds, neglecting to raise soul beast mounts for their transport. Many of these soul beasts possessed speeds that far surpassed that of ordinary horses, drawn by the alluring aroma toward the assault on the caravan. Several cloaked bandits, empowered by their martial spirits, rallied under the command of their leader, who brandished his prized wolf claws, exclaiming, "Protect the supplies. We cannot let our efforts be in vain. Do your utmost to shake off the soul beasts. Do not engage them head-on." No sooner had he spoken than the carriage trembled violently once more. A fierce impact and tremor erupted from the opposite side, as a vicious claw tore through the wooden planks of the carriage, revealing a massive, menacing tiger head that peered inside, its nostrils flaring as it sensed its prey. Under normal circumstances, the bandit leader might have discerned that something was luring the soul beasts to this location. However, following prior combat losses and fearing pursuit by the martial spirit hall, he was in a state of panic. Desperate to evade the soul beasts, the leader unleashed a wolf claw strike at the tiger's head. The bandits fought valiantly. Yet the onslaught of the soul beast was even more ferocious. The bandit convoy found itself ensnared in a central trap. As they struggled to shield their horses and protect their goods, sustaining numerous injuries in their desperate plight. Perceiving the dire situation, the bandit leader urgently summoned a few of his men to leap from the carriage where Su Junfang was confined, hastening to assist the nearly overwhelmed vehicle. The rear of the carriage, where Su Junfang was situated, exhibited an unprecedented laxity in defense. Seizing the opportune moment, Su Junfang made his move. The manipulated youth and the guard rose to their feet and advanced toward the center of the carriage. Among the bandits, some were mere ordinary folks, finding it exceedingly challenging to fend off the soul beasts and thus reliant on the soul masters within their ranks for protection. At this juncture, the most ordinary individuals could do was to safeguard their finances. The rotund bandit in possession of the iron cage key was nothing but an ordinary man, trembling as he sought refuge behind some cover. Upon noticing the approaching youth and guard, he was momentarily taken aback. "What are you two doing here? Shouldn't you be watching over the children?" The youth let out a bitter laugh. At this point, who cares about the children? It's a miracle if we can survive ourselves. With that, he plopped down beside the rotund man. Simultaneously, the guards squeezed in as well, attempting to hide together. The rotund man, feeling a surge of dissatisfaction, exclaimed, "Don't crowd me. I was hiding just fine, and now you come to stir up trouble. Go find another spot. This place isn't spacious enough." The youth dismissed the rotund man's complaints, casually draping his arms over the man's shoulders. In an instant, the guard struck with lightning speed, gripping the rotund man's head and twisting it forcefully. With a sickening crack, the man's neck broke, and he fell lifeless. The two swiftly rifled through the rotund man's belongings and unearthed a set of keys. Su Junfang, positioned far at the rear of the carriage, felt a surge of delight within. Half of his objective had been achieved. Not long after, the guard returned to the rear of the carriage, squatting at the location where the iron bars were locked, inserting the key. With a gratifying click, the door of the iron cage swung open. Joy illuminated the faces of the siblings huddled in a corner of the cage. Su Junfang wasted no time, deftly using his small knife to sever the ropes binding his hands and feet, and generously assisting a few other children in loosening their restraints. In a swift motion, he found himself outside the iron cage. The other boys trapped within were roused from their slumber, bewildered by their current predicament. Although they remained oblivious to the reason behind the sudden opening of the iron door, the allure of freedom seemed to beckon them. Most of the children surged forward, disregarding the scrapes and bruises they incurred upon landing. They were all children abducted from various small villages, having been confined in the vehicle for several days. Their fear and yearning for escape had reached a fever pitch. Su Junfang gazed at the frantically fleeing children and couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Indeed, strength is the true currency for survival in this world. What use is it to escape, when under the onslaught of soul beasts, you would not last even 5 seconds? Su Junfang bore the mark bestowed upon him by the Snow Empress, rendering him impervious to the attacks of soul beasts. As his thoughts flitted away like wisps of smoke, he redirected his gaze back to the confines of the cage. Inside the iron enclosure lay several individuals, some already in a state of unconsciousness, while others had succumbed to the shock induced by Su Junfang's power. The poor child with the severely lacerated thigh remained in a deep slumber. It would be unwise for everyone to escape. He intended to retain a few individuals to prevent the assailants from immediately sensing something amiss. The fleeing group served as a mere ruse to obscure his whereabouts. Before Su Junfang fled, she cast a lingering glance at the two siblings, then dismounted the carriage without looking back. The ropes binding the siblings had already been severed by Su Junfang, while Su Junfang was still present. The elder brother maintained his composure. However, as soon as Su Junfang alighted from the vehicle, he grew anxious. "Nana, quickly disembark and follow that individual. This is our final opportunity. Hurry," urged the boy, who deceitfully referred to himself as Xiaoya but was actually Xie Yue. "Brother, you go first," interjected his sister, Hu Liena. who had always been inseparable from him. "Oh dear, how should I address you?" Sheyue, agile and swift, darted out of the iron cage, with Hu Liena closely trailing him. Hand in hand, Sheyue grasped Hu Liena's hand as they pursued Su Junfang, fully aware that their utmost safety resided in proximity to this young man. Su Junfang could sense their pursuit, yet he paid it no heed and swiftly darted into the dense thicket nearby. Without hesitation, the siblings Xieyue and Hu Liena followed suit, plunging into the underbrush. Chapter 18. Waiting the cool night breeze swept through the swaying weeds, while beneath the moonlight, a brutal slaughter continued unabated. Soul beasts relentlessly tore at the remnants of fallen soul masters, their mangled entrails trailing behind like crimson muck. Those soul masters, still capable of counterattack, unleashed a kaleidoscope of martial spirits, illuminating the darkness in a riot of colors. In the distance, obscured by the thick foliage, lay a small hillock. 3 diminutive figures cautiously crouched behind it. The hillock sloped gently upwards, allowing Su Junfang to catch a glimpse of the distant battlefield through the knee-high grass. Su Junfang orchestrated the concealment of all his belongings in a hidden location not far from their position, manipulating the young man to assist him. Shortly thereafter, the young man clad in black and the caregiver ignited a torch and hurled it onto a nearby cart. The cart, partially constructed of wood, quickly succumbed to the flames. The fire spread from the base of the cart to the surrounding grass, intensifying with alarming ferocity. Unlike ordinary soul masters, soul beasts exhibit a remarkable resistance to fire. They remained undeterred by the flames, continuing to assault the nefarious soul master team with reckless abandon. The blaze transformed the chaotic battleground into an even more gruesome spectacle. In an instant, pandemonium erupted as the assailants, enraged by the sight of a child attempting to flee, found themselves overwhelmed, their own lives hanging by a thread. Su Junfang remained motionless, lying in the grass, lost in thought and silent. The siblings, both older than Su Junfang, imitated his posture, lying flat with their abdomens pressed against the ground. The slightly older boy lay to Su Junfang's left, while the girl rested to her brother's left. Xieyue, believing Su Junfang was deep in contemplation, refrained from disturbing him, and a hush enveloped the thicket. He recognized that despite Su Junfang's tender age and relatively modest soul power, his skills, agility, and experience surpassed his own. Indeed, he was a formidable individual. Following him offered a glimmer of hope for escape, having been confined in the vehicle for days. Xieyue and his sister had seen no means of liberation, yet upon Su Junfang's arrival, chaos erupted among the bandits, a testament to his prowess. After a prolonged silence, Xieyue, growing anxious, spoke up. "Zhang Wei, we cannot simply lie here. We must find a way to leave." "No need," Su Junfang replied. "We shall wait here. A signal for assistance from the spirit hall has just been dispatched. The enforcement team will arrive shortly. But what if they do not arrive or fail to locate us? How can you be certain they are allies?" "The response will be swift. The nearest enforcement station is not far from here. Moreover, these ruffians have pilfered from the spirit hall. The enforcement team will undoubtedly mobilize. Isn't this akin to setting a beacon? Such a bright flame will surely catch attention in the darkness. We should wait a little longer." Xieyue opened his mouth to voice further objections, but his sister, Hu Liena, tugged at his sleeve and shook her head. Though he hesitated, he ultimately chose silence, opting to accompany her. "Stay still. I shall return shortly." Su Junfang crawled towards the spot where the young man had previously stored his belongings, successfully retrieving all his possessions. A sense of relief washed over him. Su Junfang's series of maneuvers is inextricably linked to his unique ability, the blood puppet. This skill, akin to another talent known as the blood clone, operates through the utilization of soul power. The blood puppet skill involves biting the target's neck with one's teeth, delivering a venomous toxin that paralyzes and confuses the target's nervous system. Consequently, for a duration, individuals controlled by the blood puppet will adhere entirely to Su Junfang's commands. Regrettably, this soul technique is specifically designed to target mental faculties, rendering it effective solely against ordinary individuals devoid of soul power or soul masters with minimal capabilities. This limitation likely arises from the inherently lower mental acuity of such individuals. Once a soul master's power surpasses a certain threshold, the effects of this bloodborne mental toxin can be significantly mitigated. This conclusion was drawn from Su Junfang's experience while manipulating the black-clad young man to ambush and bite a soul master, who, unfortunately, met a dire fate at the hands of enraged bandits. Su Junfang felt a deep sense of regret. Suddenly, Su Junfang felt a shiver run down his spine, a sensation of being watched piercing through to the nape of his neck. Instinctively, he rolled over and leapt into a denser area of the woods, his body poised like a vigilant cheetah. His companions, Hu Liena and Sheyue, were a bit slower to react. Only after Su Junfang had darted away did they notice the figure lurking behind them. They quickly followed suit, springing into action. Behind them stood a stern-looking middle-aged man, his shadow cast ominously over the 3 children by the moonlight. "Why are you little ones hiding here? What is your purpose? What connection do you have with that band of thieves? Speak the truth." Su Junfang, unaware of the identity of this individual, inquired, "Who might you be?" It is noteworthy that, in the periphery of her vision, the chaotic battlefield abruptly fell into silence. Several dark figures descended among the crowd, swiftly subduing the soul masters and soul beasts, instantly seizing control of the situation. The miscreants of the 5-ring Soul King, sensing the dire circumstances, fled towards the opposite side of the forest, while a few figures clung to them like relentless shadows. Junfang harbored a suspicion. This was likely the enforcement team of the Spirit Hall. However, he had not anticipated that someone could stealthily approach him from behind. The middle-aged man, seeing Junfang remain silent for a prolonged moment, glared with irritation. With a swift motion, a large hand of pale purple soul power reached out towards Junfang and his companions. Junfang did not anticipate that the individual would strike directly, forcing him to evade first. The reaction of the siblings, however, was markedly more intense. Perhaps due to their frequent encounters, their instinct was to retaliate. The boy, who identified himself as Xiaoyu, summoned a crimson glow, wielding two scimitars, each entirely blood-red and resembling crescent moons, grasping the hilts firmly. The girl, named Xiaona, radiated a red brilliance, and upon unleashing her martial spirit, her age seemed to increase by 3 or 4 years. Her previously delicate form now exhibited burgeoning curves. Her long black hair cascaded down like a flowing waterfall, and her eyes, clear and sparkling, exuded an alluring charm, while her ears elongated to a point. Most peculiarly, a fluffy fox tail sprouted from behind her. Both siblings were enveloped in a halo of yellow soul rings. To possess such soul power at their age, their martial spirits were evidently remarkable. Junfang conceded that he had underestimated the siblings. Xiaona lifted her gaze, her soul rings shimmering as the rosy light in her eyes surged towards the middle-aged man. Although the man refrained from unleashing his martial spirit, his cultivation level was evidently substantial. Confident in his ability to easily subdue a few children without the need for a soul ring, he fell prey to Hu Liena's first soul skill, Fox Charm, though it only dulled his senses for a brief 2 seconds. In that fleeting moment, the brothers' twin blades struck toward the middle-aged man. The first soul ring blazed with brilliance. A silver streak, tinged with crimson, shot forth, leaving a crescent-shaped trail embedded with countless tiny, curved marks. Should the moon blade make contact, the target would be instantly marked with numerous varying depths of fine lacerations. Though the middle-aged man was taken aback by the potency of the soul skill, he remained self-assured, choosing not to unleash his martial spirit. A protective barrier of soul power formed around him, absorbing the onslaught of the moon blades. The protective shield trembled violently, yet it withstood the strikes entirely. The siblings, having exerted their strength in a single assault and now weakened, gazed at their adversary with despair. The middle-aged man, displeased by the attack, prepared to swiftly subdue all three. As Junfang seized the opportune moment, he hurled an object from his hand, which spiraled swiftly towards the middle-aged man's face. Chapter 19. Rescue. The concealed projectile hurtled directly at the middle-aged man's visage. Unflinching, he did not dodge. Yet a grave expression adorned his countenance as he raised his hand to grasp the approaching token of the Spirit Hall. Meanwhile, the malevolent Yu, brandishing his blade, intended to continue his assault, but Junfang hastily intervened, preventing his reckless actions and directing his gaze towards the middle-aged gentleman. The man slightly inclined his body, stating, "I am Long Shan, captain of the 10th Law Enforcement Team of the Tiando Empire. It is an honor to meet you, Your Excellency. Might I inquire about this token?" Junfang thought to herself, indeed, this person belongs to the enforcement team of the Spirit Hall. Junfang spoke calmly without any pretense, saying, "This is the token my father bestowed upon me. After I became separated from him, I was abducted by a gang of bandits. Fortunately, I managed to conceal the martial soul token on my person." Longshan nodded in response. Despite the numerous questions swirling in his mind, he refrained from voicing them. After carefully examining the 4th-level token, he returned it to Junfang. Longshan then cast a sidelong glance at the sinister duo, Hu Liena and her brother, inquiring, "What is the story behind you two?" Junfang was the first to speak. "They too were kidnapped by criminals and escaped with me." Longshan turned his gaze towards the siblings, inquiring, "Do you have anything else to share?" Shiyue exchanged a glance with Hu Liena, then stepped forward, stating, "Our parents were once part of the Spirit Hall's enforcement team, but they perished in the line of duty. We have been without a home ever since and tragically ended up captured." Longshan pondered briefly. "What were your parents' names?" "My father's name was Xietian, and my mother's was Hunalai." "Ah, I know them. It is unfortunate that they fell in the line of duty. My condolences. However, being without a home should not be the case. The Spirit Hall has protective policies for the children of those who die in service. Were you not aware?" Shiyue and Hu Liena exchanged another troubled look, their brows furrowed. "We were directly expelled from the Spirit Hall." Longshan contemplated for a moment. "Then it seems your parents may have offended someone. Do you have any plans for the future?" "Not at the moment," the girl replied. The first time Jun heard Hu Liena speak, her voice was melodious and clear, imbued with the innocence of childhood and a hint of natural allure. "Very well. I shall arrange for you to stay at the nearest Spirit Hall branch, and we shall deliberate further then." "All right," replied the Xiaoyu siblings in gratitude. "And what of you? Which branch does your father belong to? If it is convenient, I could escort you there." Longshan inquired of Jun. "My father is at the Spirit Hall of the Starluo Empire," Jun responded. "Could you take me back to Starluo?" "Ah, the Starluo Empire? That presents a bit of a complication." Longshan stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Please wait here while I inquire further." Longshan instructed them to remain in place as he attended to matters concerning the bandits, aside from those who had been shot on the spot. Every last bandit had been apprehended. The law enforcement team sought to clarify the bandits' crimes, but grew suspicious of the sudden assault by spirit beasts. The bandits were vague regarding the reasons for the spirit beast's attack, and although the team discovered scattered soul-guiding powder, they could not ascertain its distributor. Su Junfang and 2 others were also summoned for questioning, and they finally escaped danger. At this moment, everyone could truly relax. Su Junfang's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the duo of siblings. Their prowess was undeniably formidable. One wielded a martial soul reminiscent of a crescent blade, while the other possessed a fox-like beast martial soul. Wait a moment. The crescent blade martial soul, the fox martial soul. Xiaoyu, Xiaona. My heavens, could this be the wondrous twist of fate? Might these two be the youthful embodiments of Xiaoyu and Hu Liena, the significant supporting characters from the tome? A curious sense of serendipity coursed through Su Junfang's heart. At that moment, Xiaoyu also turned his attention towards this direction, his voice calm and steady. Greetings. I am Xiaoyu. I am profoundly grateful for your assistance. Xiaoyu stood tall, appearing to be around 10 years of age and approximately 1.5 meters in height. Beside him, Hu Liena echoed the gratitude. I am Hu Liena. Thank you for your help. But is your name truly Zhang Wei? Indeed, it was Xiaoyu and Hu Liena, and Su Junfang felt both astonished and yet unsurprised. At this moment, Su Junfang was 6 years old, standing at a modest height of approximately 1.2 meters, slightly shorter than Hu Liena. As he gazed upwards at Hu Liena, he noticed a striking resemblance between the two siblings. Though still young, Hu Liena exhibited the promise of beauty, albeit not of an extraordinary kind. Curiously, she possessed an elusive aura that captivated a child like him with every subtle movement and gesture. Su Junfang harbored a fondness for Hu Liena and, having lowered his guard, revealed his true name. It is of no consequence. Previously, we were all grasshoppers bound together by the same string, and it is only natural to assist each other. My name is Su Junfang, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Have you all become spirit masters? Hu Liena jested. You have indeed refrained from disclosing your true name. But is Su Junfang truly your name? She gazed at him with a smile, causing Su Junfang to shyly avert his eyes. I am currently at level 16. A spirit master. My brother is at level 20. He only requires 1 more spirit ring to become a great spirit master. Hu Liena did not pursue the matter of Su Junfang's name further. I see that you possess spirit power as well. What level are you? Truly, the future golden generation possesses exceptional talent, Su Junfang thought. I recently awakened my martial soul and still require 1 more spirit ring to become a spirit master. Su Junfang's words brought even greater shock to Hu Liena and Xiaoyu. Su Junfang appears quite youthful, certainly younger than Hu Liena. Hu Liena is 8 years old this year, while Xiaoyu is 10. It is quite commendable that Hu Liena has already attained the impressive level of 16 at the age of 8. Su Junfang must only be 6 or 7 years old, yet possesses such a remarkable level of spiritual power. Are you perhaps innately endowed with complete spiritual energy? Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment. With a slight smile at the corner of her mouth, Su Junfang remarked, Guess what? Before she could inquire further, Longshan approached and said, You all, come with us. Su Junfang, accompanied by his 2 siblings, swiftly matched his pace. At this moment, Su Junfang sat in the vehicle en route to the Starluo Empire. Feeling the jarring bumps of the rugged road beneath and watching the verdant scenery rush past the window, stirring a sense of reflection within him. It had only been 3 years since he traversed to the Douluo Continent, yet he had already encountered an array of fantastical events. Su Junfang has gradually emerged from the haze of confusion that accompanied his arrival in this world, beginning to acclimate to his surroundings. Upon discovering that he was in the Douluo Continent, he experienced a fleeting moment of ecstasy. For here, he could pursue the aspirations that eluded him in his previous life, immortality. The fear of death is an instinct ingrained in the very fabric of humanity. While there exist those trained to face death without trepidation, who among us does not yearn to cling to life? Unlike those who, having endured countless tribulations, regard life and death with indifference, Su Junfang possesses an intense desire for existence. He fears the departure of life from his grasp. The prospect of a prolonged existence, of eternal youth, is synonymous with strength, offering the opportunity to behold even more vistas along the path to immortality. In his past world, immortality was merely a dream. Unbeknownst to Su Junfang, however, there were indeed individuals in his former realm who achieved eternal life, such as Feng Baobao, the mascot from 1 person below. But that is a digression. Now, in the realm of Douluo Continent, immortality is not but a fantasy. Deities exist in truth. With a formidable martial soul, Su Junfang naturally aspires to grasp the threads of eternal life. His goal is unequivocal, to attain immortality. There may be multiple avenues to achieve this. Yet ascending to divinity stands as the most direct and unambiguous path, one with minimal repercussions. This was the method Su Junfang considered first. It is undeniable, however, that it is also among the most arduous paths to traverse. Su Junfang believes that he is aware of the existence of Sea God Island and possesses an extraordinary twin martial soul. As long as he arrives at Sea God Island before the Shrek 7 monsters, he stands a significant chance of being chosen by the Sea God. However, he must find a way to acquire the vast ocean cover, which is crucial for Tang San's ascension to godhood. Naturally, There is another reason for his desire to attain divinity and strength swiftly. Tang San harbors an insurmountable hatred towards the Spirit Hall and Bibi Dong. As an heir chosen by the god of Shura, Tang San's nature is far from benevolent. His oceanic resentment will ultimately consume the Spirit Hall. Junfang, being the grandson of the esteemed Hall Master of the Spirit Hall, finds himself in an inescapable rivalry with Tang San, regardless of the standpoint he occupies. Junfang must concede that Tang San, favored by the fortunes of Douluo Continent, is indeed a genuine genius. A genius is not merely defined by extraordinary physical gifts, but also by an unwavering mental fortitude and profound insight. Tang San embodies all these qualities. A character meticulously crafted by Tang Sanshao in accordance with his idealized vision. Junfang harbored no confidence in surpassing Tang San's prowess in the future or altering the current circumstances. The potential life and death crises looming ahead weighed heavily upon Junfang, instilling a sense of urgency. Ascend to divinity. Junfang is perpetually consumed by the desire to eliminate Tang San, hoping to lift the heavy burden that weighs upon his heart. Regrettably, Tang San is protected by his father, a titled Douluo, who has shielded him from harm until he reaches level 50, rendering any assassination attempts utterly futile. Junfang could only suppress such thoughts deep within his heart. Redirecting his musings to the earlier conversation with the sinister siblings, Hu Liena and Yiyu. Chapter 20. Homecoming time rewinds to when the trio was summoned by Longshan. The apprehended bandits were secured in handcuffs and loaded onto the prison cart, while the children rescued from the clutches of the outlaws were kindly seated in the rescue vehicle by the law enforcement team. Junfang, Xiaoyu, and Hu Liena followed closely behind Longshan, ultimately boarding the vehicle. The rescue transport, initially designated for the conveyance of supplies, was drawn by a soul beast steed known as the Junfang horse, trained by the Spirit Hall. Although the Junfang horse possesses limited offensive capabilities and lacks formidable strength, its inherent ability to gallop with the wind renders it one of the faster breeds among domesticated soul beasts. While it may falter in various tasks, it excels in the art of escape. Observing the soul beast galloping ahead, Junfang found himself captivated by the enchanting allure of ancient traditions. The children, strangers to one another, were visibly anxious, remaining silent throughout the journey. The brisk wind caressed his face, and upon regaining his senses, Junfang realized the group had arrived at the station of the enforcement team. Longshan dismounted first, directing the enforcement officers and orchestrating the subsequent handling of the miscreants. Once everything was meticulously organized, Longshan guided Junfang and the displaced children to meet the station chief. The homeless children harbored a desire to return home. Their parents, undoubtedly alive, must be in a state of profound distress over their missing offspring. Among them were also orphans or those whose parents had fallen victim to criminal acts. The Spirit Hall sub-branch had identified those children with potential for becoming soul masters, preparing to send them to Spirit City, where they would receive tailored training based on their individual strengths and talents. Hu Liena and Xiaoyu were among those selected. Junfang is indeed a most extraordinary individual. Due to his unique status, both the Longshan and the Spirit Hall enforcers dare not be negligent. All the children have been arranged to board the carriage heading toward the Spirit City, and once these young ones disembark in Spirit City, the carriage will specifically escort Junfang back to the Spirit Hall in Xinglua City. The initial stretch of the journey to Spirit City mirrors that of the Xinglua Empire, allowing Junfang to share a carriage with Xiaoyu and Hu Liena. The carriage is spacious and adorned with luxurious furnishings, accommodating the three siblings comfortably within the same compartment. Although Junfang is destined for the Xinglua Empire and will part ways with Xiaoyu and Hu Liena halfway through the journey, they still have approximately half a month to travel from the Tiando Empire to the Spirit City. During this time, Junfang spends his days either resting and cultivating or admiring the scenery and conversing with the siblings. After over 10 days of shared meals, lodging, and interaction, the trio has essentially forged a friendship. It is well known that friendships blossom most swiftly in youth, where kindred spirits can become familiar with but a few exchanged words. Junfang learned about their basic circumstances from their words. Xiaoyu and Hu Liena's parents, Xiatian and Hunala, were members of the Spirit Hall's enforcement team, and they perished during a perilous mission. The siblings were left with little in their home, possessing only a modest sum of money. They had originally resided within the Spirit Hall, but following their parents' demise, they were cast out. Consequently, the two had no choice but to fend for themselves. Fortunately, Xiaoyu and Hu Liena had already attained the rank of soul masters, allowing them to receive a monthly stipend of 2 gold soul coins from the Spirit Hall, sufficient to cover their living expenses. They encountered nefarious individuals, such as human traffickers seeking to capture them for underground competitions and unscrupulous merchants with ill intentions towards Hu Liena. Despite their tender age, they had weathered numerous trials. Upon learning of the siblings' experiences, Junfang felt a deep sense of empathy. Their plight resonated with his own past, which had also been fraught with hardship. Alas, such is the state of the world. It was precisely this shared understanding of suffering that drew the three of them closer together. Junfang was quite pleased, for he had developed a favorable rapport with the golden generation of the future Spirit Hall. After bidding farewell to Xiaoyu and Hu Liena in Spirit City, He continued his solitary journey aboard the carriage towards Xinglua City, a journey that would span over 10 days. Within the borders of the Xinglua Empire, the rhythmic clatter of hooves gradually diminished, and the surrounding flora began to thin, as the tallest edifice of Xinglua City seemed to dangle in the distant clouds. Su Junfang opened her eyes from her meditative posture, uncrossed her legs, and returned to a normal sitting position, gazing out the window. Su Junfang beheld the distant Douluo City, its shimmering lights hanging at the edge of the sky. As she drew nearer, a profound sense of trepidation enveloped her heart. Though she had longed to return, the reality of inhabiting another's existence weighed heavily upon her. This was her first encounter with her kin, and she feared the potential awkwardness that might reveal her true identity. Time seemed to slip away as the rhythmic clatter of hooves echoed beneath her, the relentless wheels of the carriage rolling onward. Thanks to the passage permit from the Spirit Hall, they faced little difficulty at the gates of Douluo City. A brief inspection allowed them entry. The carriage glided slowly, for the city was vast, and a considerable distance lay between the city gate and the bustling center. Ultimately, the long-traveling caravan came to a halt not far from the Spirit Hall. The door of the carriage, where Su Junfang resides, was gently pulled open. A stern-faced guardian from the Spirit Hall gradually unveiled the entrance. You may disembark. We have arrived in Douluo City. That building is the Spirit Temple. Indeed. Su Junfang supported herself against the carriage's handrail and gracefully disembarked. Before parting, she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your assistance along the journey. I shall take my leave now." The soldiers waved their hands in farewell, replying, "Safe travels." Su Junfang finally checked for any belongings that might have fallen from her person. After donning a hooded black robe, she turned and walked away. After covering some distance, she glanced back at the convoy, which had already vanished into the horizon, leaving only dust in its wake. Alas, must she finally confront the path of life? Having failed to make her mark in the outside world, she could only return to the Spirit Hall to inherit her family's vast fortune. Su Junfang consoled herself in this manner, alleviating her slightly tense emotions. Su Junfang swiftly located the position of the Spirit Hall in Xinglua City and hastened towards its periphery. The surroundings of the Spirit Hall were resplendent, adorned with numerous fountains crafted from white stone and pathways paved with smooth white pebbles. The verdant flora flourishing around the Spirit Hall imparted an air of vitality and prosperity. Su Junfang traversed several flights of stairs and navigated through the intricate design of the structure to arrive at the inner sanctum of the Spirit Hall. The inner area stood in stark contrast to the outer zone, as it was heavily guarded by numerous Spirit Hall knights stationed at various strategic points, both in light and shadow. Subtly concealed gazes seemed to survey the surroundings, suggesting the presence of hidden sentinels positioned by the Spirit Hall. Along the periphery of the inner sanctum, rows of knights patrolled diligently, each clad in resplendent platinum armor and possessing the cultivation of a soul king or above, with a designated checkpoint overseeing the entry and exit of soul masters. The grand entrance of the Spirit Hall exuded magnificence, adorned with gilded soul patterns that coiled majestically upon the doors, emanating an aura of grandeur. A crimson carpet cascaded down the steps from the entrance, flanked by knights in solemn vigil, manifesting an imposing presence. Before the entrance stood a fortified corridor, approximately 6 meters in height, with golden red banners unfurling gracefully from above, embroidered with the emblem of the 5th tier of the Spirit Hall in intricate gold thread. Although the Spirit Hall appeared exceedingly opulent and dignified, Su Junfang felt little astonishment. He had revisited these splendid scenes countless times in his memories. Su Junfang halted before the outpost, where soldiers stood guard, scrutinizing all who approached. A soldier, clad in resplendent golden armor akin to that of his comrades, brandished a long spear, blocking Su's path. "Who are you?" "This is the Spirit Hall. No idle folk are allowed entry." Su Junfang promptly produced his level 4 Spirit Hall token and respectfully stated, "I have urgent matters to report directly to the Lord of the Sanctuary. Please grant me entry." Upon witnessing the level 4 token, the soldier immediately displayed a demeanor of reverence, placing one hand over his heart in a salute, his tone softening considerably. "I have seen the Archbishop." Su Junfang, after passing through the checkpoint, arrived at the corridor before the grand entrance, where he beheld dozens of soldiers exuding formidable spiritual energy. "My lord, please follow me," one of the soldiers at the entrance said, as he opened the grand door, leading Su Junfang onward. Su Junfang surveyed the sentinels at the entrance before following the soldier through the towering 3-meter-high gate. Chapter 21. Su Huanshan. The heavy gilded door closed behind him with a resounding thud. Su Junfang followed the guiding soldier as they navigated the spacious and intricate second floor of the Spirit Hall, until they arrived before another imposing door of deep golden brown. 2 heavily armored soldiers stood guard at the entrance. "Here we are. Thank you." Su Junfang nodded in gratitude. The soldier returned the gesture with a solemn nod, maintaining his composure as he marched back, rifle in hand. Before entering, Su Junfang waved his badge at the 2 guards, who promptly addressed him as Your Excellency, the Master. Su Junfang took a deep breath and gently tapped the door with the back of her hand. A familiar yet unfamiliar deep voice responded from within, "Come in." Su Junfang pushed the door open, revealing an extraordinarily spacious platinum chamber. At the heart of the room sat an imposing elder upon a platinum chair. Behind him, A colossal glass wall adorned with various patterns offered a direct view of the outside world. The pathway from the entrance to the chair was lined with tiered steps, flanked on either side by slanted golden walls, which transitioned to a gray wall intricately carved with enormous spirit statues. The ceiling was graced with exquisite chandeliers. Sunlight streamed through the glass at the rear, casting a luminous glow within. The intricate patterns on the glass and the platinum bishop's chair obscured portions of the light, casting a shadow that stretched ominously before Junfang, evoking a sense of grandeur and authority. "Who are you, and what brings you here?" Su Huangshan inquired in a deep voice. He had worked at the spirit hall for many years and had never encountered such a dark-robed dwarf. This was highly unusual. The voice of his grandfather halted Junfang's steps, leading him to the outermost edge of the steps. Junfang lifted the black robe from his head, revealing a youthful visage. This action captured the keen attention of Su Huangshan, who raised his gaze from the documents on the table and fixed his unwavering eyes upon Junfang. When Junfang was taken away at the tender age of 3, traces of her identity can still be discerned on her now 6-year-old visage. Su Huangshan's beard quivered slightly, as if he could not believe his own eyes. "Grandfather, I am your grandson, Junfang. How audacious! How dare you impersonate my kin? How did you gain entry to the spirit hall?" Ever since the death of Su Huangshan's son and daughter-in-law, and the subsequent disappearance of his grandson, the term kin had become his Achilles heel. Upon suddenly hearing the person before him mention his unfortunate grandson, Su Huangshan's fury surged uncontrollably. "Grandfather, I truly am Junfang. 3 years ago, I was captured and taken to the far north. Here is the bishop's insignia. If you do not believe me, take a look." With that, Junfang first produced the cardinal insignia of his late father, Su Wanggong, and then retrieved half of his mother Luo Feishue's ring from his soul guiding device. Junfang raised the 2 tokens high above his head, the sunlight illuminating the insignia and the ring, casting a warm glow that resonated within Su Huangshan's heart. Su Huangshan's eyes widened in astonishment as he swiftly descended from his seat. With several long strides, he hurried down the steps and approached Junfang, his gaze fervently fixed upon the 2 tokens. Su Huangshan took the token and ring from Junfang's hands, gently rubbing his fingers over them as he murmured, "Indeed, this is the royal token of Wanggong, truly, and this ring belongs to Feishue's family." An overwhelming warmth filled his heart, as he was engulfed by an intense fear that this might all be a fabrication, a fear that consumed him entirely. Su Huangshan gazed fervently at Junfang and said, "Nevertheless, we must still engage in a blood oath to affirm our kinship as a final verification. I hope you can comprehend this necessity." Junfang nodded in agreement. Soon after, Emperor Su sent someone to bring a jade bowl filled with clear water and ink liquid. Su Huangshan took the initiative, using his soul energy to pierce the tip of his middle finger, allowing several drops of crimson blood to cascade down. The blood mingled with the silvery ink, not dissipating but instead coalescing into a single droplet, suspended gracefully in the pale silver liquid. Junfang took out a small needle and pricked his fingertip, causing blood to emerge instantaneously. Junfang let her hands hang down, and blood dripped into the clear bowl. 2 drops of fresh blood floated in the ink-silver water, each sustaining its own vitality, resembling 2 tiny ruby beads. Su Huangshan gently swayed the bowl, and 2 drops of fresh blood gradually drew near. Su Huangshan's eyes widened significantly as he fixed his gaze intently on the contents of the bowl. He understood all too well that if these 2 drops of blood were to merge, the child before him would indeed be his own grandson. Conversely, should the blood remain distinct, it would persist in a state of clear separation, never to intermingle. At last, the 2 drops of blood made contact. They first grazed against each other amidst the swirling water, and then, like 2 delicate spheres, they gently recoiled from one another. Su Huangshan frowned. He then noticed slender threads of blood connecting the 2 blood droplets. Before he could react, in the next moment, the 2 droplets fused together with astonishing speed, transforming into a larger blood sphere. Su Huangshan carefully scrutinized the blood cells for a moment, then tilted his head, his gaze departing from the small bowl. With his mouth slightly agape, he placed the bowl onto the plate held by the attendant standing nearby. As the attendant exited the Platinum Bishop's chamber, Su Huangshan crouched down and embraced Junfang, his aged hands gently caressing the dark hair of the young man, while the other hand firmly patted Junfang's back. Upon closer inspection of Su Huangshan's face, one could be astonished to find a glimmer of crystalline light sparkling in the eyes of this venerable figure of high authority. "Junfang, it truly is you, my child. You are alive. I am your grandfather." Su Huangshan was overwhelmed with excitement. "Yes, Grandpa, I am still alive, and I have returned. It is wonderful that you have come back. It is truly wonderful." Su Huangshan's face had already begun to glisten with moisture. In his youth, Su Huangshan was a remarkably gifted soul master. After navigating the soul master realm for many years, he joined the spirit hall at an early age, ascending the ranks by stepping over others while diligently striving for advancement. In the process, he also found his soulmate. Although Su Huangshan ultimately ascended to the esteemed position of a platinum bishop, the tragic demise of his wife during the arduous labor of giving birth to their son, Su Wanggong, left him profoundly grief-stricken. Consequently, his son Su Wanggong became his sole kin, and he bestowed upon him exceptional care and affection. Su Huanggang has indeed achieved remarkable success, having ascended to a high-ranking position as a senior steward in his 40s. Su Huangchen felt an immense pride for his son. Although Su Huanggang married and fathered children later in life, he was fortunate enough to wed the daughter of the head of one of the 4 prominent families of the Xinglua Empire. Subsequently, Su Junfang was born. At that time, Su Huangchen coincidentally broke through to the rank of title Douluo, becoming one of the over 20 titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall. With a promising political future and a flourishing family, he believed that, aside from the loss of his wife, his life was devoid of regrets. It was precisely this joy that rendered him profoundly heartbroken when the tragic news arrived. His beloved son was slain by the Blood Soul sect, and his only grandson was abducted by them, leaving his fate unknown. Upon receiving this distressing news, Su Huangchen was nearly overwhelmed by sorrow. He transformed his grief into a fierce animosity, issuing commands to severely punish the illicit Soul Master organization and to rigorously enforce the discipline within the Spirit Hall of the Star Luo Empire. His heart had turned to ice long before, following the death of his son and the disappearance of his grandson. Most of his colleagues were aware of this tragic circumstance. After 2 years of fruitless searches for his 3-year-old grandson, he had all but resigned himself to the belief that the child was deceased. They offered their condolences to Su Huangchen. Yet, on this particular day, in this moment, Su Huangchen beheld his grandson, who was still alive, igniting a profound and indescribable exhilaration within his heart. Su Junfang was deeply moved by the heartfelt affection of Su Huangchen. He traversed time with the memories of his former self, fully aware of the profound concern this elder held for him. In an instant, the bond between grandfather and grandson intensified. After an impassioned exchange of sincere sentiments, Su Huangchen set aside his pressing affairs to inquire about Su Junfang's experiences over the past 3 years. Su Junfang made slight modifications and recounted his experiences to his grandfather. He spoke of being raised by snow wolves, followed by the awakening of his martial spirit and subsequent abductions. After extensive heartfelt conversations, their relationship had become exceedingly harmonious, seemingly resurrecting the bond they shared 3 years prior. Su Huangchen harbored no doubts regarding Su Junfang's experiences. He placed his faith in his grandson's words. In such circumstances, the more bizarre the account, the more plausible it seemed, for how else could one explain the prolonged search by others yielding no trace of Su Junfang? Upon hearing this, Su Huangchen was filled with deep emotions. Alas, Fonger, how fortunate we are. I am truly grateful to this pack of snow wolves. Had we ventured deeper into the forest back then, perhaps you would have returned long ago. Moreover, had you returned sooner, you might have had the chance to see your mother one last time. Indeed, Su Junfang's mother, upon learning of her son's disappearance and the death of Su Huanggang, was utterly devastated. She fell gravely ill, and despite her struggles, she ultimately succumbed to her ailments in the 2nd year following Su Junfang's disappearance. Upon hearing this news, Su Junfang was suddenly overwhelmed by a profound pain that coursed through his heart. The memories of this body were vivid, and his mother's visage and laughter seemed etched into his mind. Chapter 22. Finding the Right Path. In his previous life, Su Junfang was unable to experience the warmth that family brings. In this life, the fleeting affection from his memory stands as the most cherished gift he has ever known. He can still recall the recollections of his mother from his past existence. At the tender age of 2, he would often cry and fuss. Yet Luo Feishui would tirelessly coax him into laughter, her patience unwavering. Her maternal gaze was forever adorned with a smile, as if she sought to present only her finest self to him. These memories flow through his mind like sweet river water, and the thought of his mother, who has since departed from this world, brings tears cascading down his cheeks, a testament to the uncontrollable sorrow within his heart. Alas, such is fate, dear Fonger. Su Huangchen became exceedingly earnest, urging him to repay his parents through his own diligence, so that their spirits may find solace in the afterlife. Furthermore, my child, I shall ensure that no more misfortunes befall you, never again. Of course, this last sentiment remained unspoken, a silent vow Su Huangchen made to himself. The fact that his grandson still lives and has journeyed from afar to reconnect is nothing short of a miracle in his eyes. Yet, now that he has returned, it is imperative to cherish him with the utmost reverence. Su Huangchen suddenly recalled something and inquired, by the way, Fong, you mentioned that you have awakened your martial soul? The awakening of the martial soul had been casually mentioned by Su Junfang, and at that moment, Su Huangchen was solely focused on Su Junfang's experiences. Lest he had overlooked this particular detail, it must be admitted that Su Huangchen felt a twinge of anxiety at this moment. After all, the quality of the martial soul and the innate soul power significantly influence one's future development. Su Junfang composed herself, and, upon hearing her grandfather's inquiry, a faint smile graced her lips. Well, my martial soul is. Su Huangchen gazed intently at the movements of his lips, his ears pricking up in attention. My martial soul is the heavenly sovereign mask, a weapon martial soul. As Su Junfang spoke, he began to channel his soul power, and brilliant white lightning began to flicker around him. The full name of his martial soul is the mask of the heavenly sovereign of the 9 heavens responding to the original thunder. Su Junfang appeared to be the nucleus of an energy sphere on the brink of eruption, with serpentine arcs of electricity swirling within a 1-meter radius, forming a softly glowing shield. The mask upon Su Junfang's face serves as the brightest source of illumination within the room, emanating a radiant platinum glow, while the character for cannon at its center pulsates with vibrant blue arcs of electricity. This is the first form of the divine respect mask, known as the spirit hosting form. Su Huangchen stood tall on the steps of the platinum bishop's chair, his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Su Junfang's martial soul with a look of vibrant fascination. Su Huangchen, now in his 70s, is a renowned figure known as the Thunderstar Douluo. He has navigated the world of soul masters for over 60 years, encountering a myriad of martial souls. Yet, at this moment, he finds himself unacquainted with the martial soul of Su Junfang. One undeniable truth he must concede is that this martial soul surpasses his own. Su Huangchen and Su Junfang's father, Su Wagong, both possess the Thunderstar Crown as their martial soul, a rare and advanced lightning attribute martial soul. At this moment, Su Huangchen could perceive a suppression of attributes emanating from Su Junfang's martial soul, a pure domination of the lightning attribute. The elemental force of thunder within Su Huangchen seemed to bow down to Su Junfang like a multitude of subjects paying homage to their sovereign. And there was even an irresistible urge to gravitate towards Su Junfang's presence. In an instant, Su Huangchen discerned that his grandson possessed either an extraordinarily powerful mutated martial soul or had inherited a more noble bloodline. In either scenario, Su Huangchen felt a profound sense of gratification. With a top-tier martial soul and his own guidance, the path to becoming a titled Douluo seemed almost effortless. Just as he prepared to bestow praises upon his grandson, Su Junfang delivered an even greater surprise. Grandfather, I am endowed with innate full soul power and am now ready to hunt for my first soul ring. Su Huangchen was momentarily taken aback. But then his face radiated with joy as he exclaimed, Fanger, you possess innate full soul power? Naturally, how could I deceive in such matters? Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. The heavens have indeed opened their eyes. My grandson is a prodigious genius. Su Huangchen laughed heartily, tears of joy silently streaming down his cheeks. In this year, no day has brought as much happiness as today. Since you have returned, Fanger, you shall reside in my sanctuary from now on. Take a couple of days to acclimate to your surroundings and the people here, and in a few days, I shall take you to acquire your first spirit ring. Come. Allow me to personally select a room for you. Just as he rose, Su Huangchen paused again and said, Junfang, would you be willing to test your innate spirit power once more? It is not that I doubt you, but I wish to witness it with my own eyes. Of course, that would be no problem. Su Junfang followed his grandfather out of the Platinum Bishop's classroom, where every passing soldier offered a respectful salute. His grandfather led him into the soul-testing chamber, a place he had visited once before. As the two entered, a radiant light filled the room. Soon, Su Huangchen emerged from the house, his face alight with joy. He had witnessed firsthand that his grandson indeed possessed an innate full soul power. This moment could be deemed the most exhilarating of the past 3 years. Su Huangchen had resolved to take the opportunity to proudly boast about his grandson when he next met his old friend, Salus. For the time being, he aimed to ensure that Su Junfang was comfortably settled, allowing his grandson to alleviate the grievances he had endured over the past 3 years. 6 days later, Su Junfang sat cross-legged in the room meticulously prepared for him by Su Huangchen, engaging in meditation and cultivation. On the day following Su Junfang's acknowledgement of kinship, Su Huangchen proclaimed Su Junfang as his grandson to the inner circle of the Spirit Hall, thereby unequivocally establishing Su Junfang's identity. This event became a notable piece of gossip within the Spirit Hall. Word spread that the long-lost grandson of the foremost Platinum Bishop, Su Huangchen, had been reclaimed, prompting some to observe the unfolding situation with keen interest. As a senior figure within the Spirit Hall, Su Huangchen had reported Su Junfang's innate full soul power to the Pope, Bibi Dong, who received the news with great delight. Although this revelation was not deemed particularly significant, if it were to leak, it could lead to unnecessary complications. Thus, the information regarding Su Junfang's innate full soul power remained confined to the upper echelons of the Spirit Hall. Within Su Junfang's body, the soul energy circulated according to the previously cultivated pathways of the Golden Light incantation. The soul energy of the universe was gradually absorbed into his being, traversing through the meridians, ultimately transforming into his own strength. In the realm of soul masters, there are primarily 2 methods of cultivation. The more prevalent approach involves harnessing external soul energy for personal use, refining it until it becomes an integral part of one's own soul power, gradually accumulating over time. The other method, however, is of a nefarious nature, involving the plundering of other soul energy, life force, and souls to forcibly elevate one's own cultivation level. Su Huangchen promised Su Junfang that he would send someone to assist him in obtaining his first soul ring today, thereby enabling him to become a soul master. However, before embarking on this journey, he must engage in his daily practice of eye technique. Although referred to as eye technique, it is essentially a method of observation. In truth, nearly everyone in this world possesses 2 distinct modes of thought, one that is entirely controlled and manipulated by others, and another that is mistakenly believed to belong to oneself, which is merely the essence of thought itself. One's own thoughts are entirely personal, completely subject to external influence, capable of being translated into action or halted at will. Yet, thought itself is a monstrous entity that flourishes within the depths of the heart, an aspect upon which individuals unwittingly rely, thus being governed by it. During the practice of meditation, those thoughts that cannot be effortlessly initiated or severed are the distractions and delusions associated with this phenomenon known as thought. If the thoughts were purely one's own, they would represent an individual's reflections and judgments regarding themselves in the external world, an aspect that remains impervious to external influence. However, thought is, in essence, a collection of delusions born from the past and future, shaped by the external environment's impact and manipulation. What Su Junfang has learned is to observe, guide, utilize, and even create new thoughts to manipulate the actions of his adversaries. Chapter 23. The Departure to the Boundless Forest, revised. The more one concentrates on numerous matters simultaneously, the more likely it is for distractions to arise. Thus, one need not suppress thought, but rather observe it. It suffices to remain aware of the state of involuntary thoughts as they manifest. Su Junfang recalled a saying from a past life: the mind is both a formidable and fragile entity. When one seeks to suppress it, it manifests its immense power. Yet, if you can merely observe it without interference, it will gradually dissipate. This practice is known as observation. Much like the surface of water, when you attempt to manipulate it, it churns fiercely. Your consciousness, seated atop the spirit platform, simply witnesses the tumultuous waves without responding. Eventually, the mind, rendered powerless against your indifference, will return to tranquility. And in that stillness, you find freedom. To confront the myriad delusions with a sense of effortless awareness ultimately leads to liberation. This liberated self is not akin to a mere lifeless log, but rather, it is vibrant and full of life. The method of observation is intricately linked to the contemplation of the mind. In the realm of inner cultivation, there exists but one fundamental principle: to observe. However, differing perspectives on observation can yield fundamentally distinct outcomes, which accounts for the myriad schools of thought in previous eras. One must not conflate them merely because they share a common term. Likewise, one should refrain from hastily judging the merits of a practice based solely on differing viewpoints. Some methods of observation consider the self as a sovereign entity, allowing the spirit to oversee the realm with a state of non-action, thus attaining purity. Others strive to discern the truths embedded within the world around them, accumulating insights to ultimately grasp worldly truth. The observation method that Su Junfang practiced was derived from a Taoist temple, aimed at honing the spirit's focus on a singular object, referred to as concentration. By concentrating on this object, one enhances their perceptive abilities. The deeper the observation, the stronger the concentration, leading Su Junfang to perceive with greater clarity. The resulting capability is discernment. In his previous life, Su Junfang was not yet capable of such discernment, yet he could perceive that which eluded the average observer. The innate vital energy, vibrant and natural, breathes life into existence. This ever-expanding vitality is referred to as atmosphere. Even the most sensitive individuals can only faintly sense this atmosphere. However, under the enhancement of his observational prowess, Su Junfang could distinctly perceive it. Any concealed attacks from adversaries manifested in the distortions of this atmospheric energy, allowing him to remain vigilant and see through the normally invisible assaults. Thus, in addition to cultivating his soul power each day, Su Junfang dedicated time to meditating, where he would observe his thoughts, a practice akin to meditation. Time swiftly passed, and after finishing lunch and resting, Su Junfang prepared to embark on a soul ring hunting expedition with those arranged by his grandfather. In truth, Su Huanshan intended to accompany Su Junfang in hunting soul beasts. But as the Platinum Cardinal, more pressing matters demanded his attention, necessitating the delegation of subordinates to escort Su Junfang into the Douluo Forest. Judging by the caliber of the escorting personnel, Su Huanshan demonstrated considerable concern for Su Junfang's safety. An 8-ring soul Douluo, Mu Shuyu, and 2 7-ring soul saints, Cardinals Lu and Lu Liang. Among them, Mu Shuyu, the 8-ring soul Douluo, was Su Huanshan's trusted aide and effectively served as a steward. Rescued by Su Junfang's grandfather in his 40s, he was now around 60 years of age. In recent days, Mu Shuyu had taken care of Su Junfang's daily needs, and their familiarity had grown. "Young master, let us depart for the Wujia forest," Mu Shuyu said as he summoned a soul beast carriage. "Mu Lao, what large soul beast forests exist within the Douluo Empire?" As Su Junfang inquired, he and the 3 soul masters boarded the carriage. The driver was someone else, while Su Junfang and the 3 soul masters settled into the rear compartment of the carriage. Noticing Su Junfang's uncertainty, Mu Shuyu patiently elucidated. When it comes to places where soul beasts congregate, the Douluo Forest undoubtedly stands at the forefront. Although we shall not be venturing there on this occasion. The Douluo Forest is one of the most renowned habitats for soul beasts on our Douluo Continent, sprawling across a vast expanse that straddles the borders of the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire. Of this immense area, 2/5 lies within the Tiando Empire, while the remaining 3/5 is situated in our Xinglua Empire. In addition to the Douluo Forest, there exists the Panlong Forest in the southern part of the Xinglua Empire, which is located in a tropical region and predominantly inhabited by fire attribute soul beasts. Given its considerable distance from Xinglua City, we opted not to select this forest. Furthermore, within the confines of the Xinglua Empire, numerous imperial soul beast forests exist, which are actually maintained by the Spirit Hall. The soul beasts residing therein are generally of a lesser caliber, yet they are well suited to meet your current needs for acquiring soul rings, young master. The Wujia forest we are destined for is a diverse breeding ground, with the crucial advantage of housing a plethora of selectable lightning attribute soul beasts. Su Junfang finally nodded in realization. Subsequently, Mu Shuyu began to elaborate on several forests with which he was quite familiar. And Su Junfang seized this opportunity to commit this knowledge to memory. Although the distance was not great, the journey from Xinglua City to Wuja Forest would still require 3 days by carriage. Su Junfang realized that during these 3 days, he could consult Grandpa Mu Shuyu about the fundamental forces in the distribution of empires and kingdoms in the Star Luo Empire or the Douluo Continent. Su Junfang inquired, "Old Mu, could you enlighten me about the circumstances within the Star Luo Empire, such as the kingdoms, duchies, and the distribution of soul masters?" With a gentle smile gracing his aged visage, Mu Shuyu replied, "Ah, young master, your thirst for knowledge is commendable. Allow me to provide you with a brief overview. The Star Luo Empire comprises 5 major kingdoms and 2 duchies. To the west lies the Atlantis Kingdom, to the east the Odin Kingdom, in the center the Grant Kingdom. To the north the Padel Kingdom, and the largest to the south, the Ailes Kingdom. Beneath both the Grant and Ailes Kingdoms, there exists a duchy each. The empire encompasses a total of 15 provinces, slightly larger than the Tiando Empire, with each of the 5 kingdoms occupying 1 province, while the 2 duchies collectively occupy 1.5 provinces. The remaining 7.5 provinces are directly governed by the Star Luo Empire, with other kingdoms and duchies refraining from any insubordination. As for the nobility and the royal family of Star Luo, their structure is quite distinctive. Apart from the royal lineage, the empire is home to 4 prominent families, one of which is your mother's lineage, the esteemed Eagle Luo family. The patriarch of the Luo family, Luo Pan, who is also your grandfather, serves as the right chancellor of the Star Luo Empire. The other 3 families are the Shui family of the Star Crown, the Zhu family of the Spirit Cat, and the Wang family of the Dragon Stick. Among these, the Shui family holds the highest prestige, being the contemporary lineage of the Star Crown sect. Furthermore, although the Haotian Sect, one of the 3 sects on the Douluo Continent, is based in Tiando, it subtly supports the Star Luo Empire. Of the lower 4 sects, 3 Star Crown Sect, Proud Sword Sect, and Fire Leopard Sect are situated within the empire and share a close bond with our Spirit Hall. I have also heard that each generation of the Star Luo royal family marries into the Spirit Cat Zhu family, which has been a tradition throughout the journey. Su Junfang posed questions, and Mu Shuyu provided answers, creating an atmosphere of harmony and fulfillment. The other 2 guarding soul saints remained rather taciturn. After 3 days of travel, Su Junfang finally glimpsed their destination, the Boundless Forest. Ahead lay the entrance to the Boundless Forest. Chapter 24, Wandering in the Soul Beast Forest. Su Junfang, having perused novels in a previous life, was aware that the entrance to the Forest of No Limits, guarded by formidable soldiers, was accessible only to those possessing the hand order issued by the Spirit Hall. However, Su Junfang was utterly unprepared for the scene that unfolded before her. The periphery of the forest resembled a bustling marketplace, filled with the sounds of vendors calling out their wares. Surrounding the forest were vast edifices, or rather shops, where the cacophony of voices rose and fell in a lively chorus. A network of rudimentary pathways, meticulously laid out, crisscrossed the area, creating an atmosphere that was strikingly vibrant. In stark contrast to the ominous ambience she had previously envisioned, the carriage in which Su Junfang was seated came to a halt in a clearing nestled between the marketplace and the forest. Su Junfang, filled with curiosity, frequently glanced back at the various shops. Observing Su Junfang's fascination, Mu Shuyu spoke up, saying, "Young master, if you find these trinkets intriguing, you may simply request Lord Su to procure a couple for you upon our return. Most of the items in this region are overpriced." Su Junfang turned around and said, "It's no big deal. I am merely curious to take a look." Deep down, he still felt somewhat uneasy about being a second-generation wealthy individual, often viewing matters through the impoverished lens of his past life. It was imperative for him to alter his mindset at the earliest opportunity. At the entrance of the critical forest, Su Junfang heard a loud call. "We have a decree. We are organizing a hunt for power-type soul beasts, but we are still in need of agile attack soul masters. Is anyone interested in joining the team?" Su Junfang inquired of Mu Shuyu, Elder Mu. "What components typically constitute a soul master team?" Mu Shuyu, slightly trailing behind Su Junfang, responded. "A truly exceptional soul hunting team must comprise at least 5 essential parts: a food system soul master responsible for supplies, a recovery system soul master tasked with restoring conditions and soul power, an agility system battle soul master for reconnaissance, a strength system battle soul master for defense, and an attack system battle soul master for eliminating enemies. Only with these 5 components can a group be considered a complete team. Naturally, the rapport among team members requires long-term cultivation. Perhaps young master will become the leader of a team in the future." While the 2 conversed, their companions had already arrived at the entrance of the Infinite Forest. Mu Shuyu produced a level 4 Spirit Hall token from his hand. The guarding soldiers immediately saluted, their expressions respectful. As they passed through the steel gate into the depths of the forest, the clamor of the outside world seemed to vanish, and the air became refreshingly pure, with the scent of vegetation lingering pleasantly in the air. Mu Shuyu did not pause the steps, advancing straight into the dark expanse of the forest, cautioning, "Young master, from this moment forth, do not stray from my side." Soul beasts can be more perilous than you might imagine. Stay close to me, and I shall ensure your safety in the event of any unforeseen incidents. Understood, Elder Mu. Su Junfang replied obediently. Young master, you currently seek your first soul ring, which should not exceed 1,000 years in age. This is the very reason for our visit. If I recall correctly, you possess the lightning attribute. Do you have any thoughts regarding the acquisition of your first soul ring? Indeed, I am of the lightning attribute. I have some thoughts, but they are not very clear, as I am not well versed in soul beasts. Su Junfang speaks candidly. My future path will likely be that of a strong assault type, yet I find myself at a loss regarding the selection of spirit rings. Could you offer me some advice? Despite Su Junfang's musings, he could vaguely sense that his first spirit skill would likely be one possessed by the Celestial Lord. The attributes of the spirit ring and its peculiarities did not significantly influence his spirit skills. Nevertheless, he thought, it was of little consequence. They would proceed and see what unfolded. In his view, the ideal first spirit skill would be one that required minimal spirit power. Typically, the first skills of offensive and control-type spirit masters on the continent are low in both consumption and damage. Young master, your current youth is primarily due to your lack of spirit skills. Allow me to handle the task of confronting spirit beasts for now. When your spirit power increases, you may face them alone in due time. Very well, I entrust you with the hunting of the first spirit ring. No need for thanks, it is my duty. The cultivated forest has the advantage of clarity regarding which attributes of spirit beasts inhabit specific areas. Their current destination was the region of lightning attribute spirit beasts within the boundless forest. Mu Shuyu and Su Junfang switched positions, with Mu Shuyu leading the way. Positioned before Su Junfang, as well as to his left and rear, were Liu and Hu Liena, who were tasked with vigilance on all sides. Wild spirit beasts possess a far greater aggression than those in captivity, and crucially, they are social creatures. Thus, hunting in the vast wilderness is particularly perilous. While Mu Shuyu kept watch for any disturbances in the surroundings, he also imparted essential knowledge to Su Junfang about spirit beasts, such as the colors of spirit rings, in the process of absorbing them. In the midst of his explanation, the leaves of the forest rustled violently. A lightning-infused cat leapt down from a branch to the left, its sharp claws lunging directly at Su Junfang. The four had essentially entered the lightning zone, where most nearby spirit beasts were imbued with lightning attributes. Su Junfang had an abundance of century-old spirit beasts to choose from. To prevent the spirit beasts from hiding due to the overwhelming spirit power of the three companions, Mu Shuyu, Liu, and Hu Liena suppressed their spirit power pressure. The charging lightning cat was fierce, blue lightning tendrils swirling around its razor-sharp claws. Hu Liena, standing just behind Su Junfang, seized the cat's neck mid-leap. The lightning cat struggled vigorously in his hands, which radiated a yellow light, as Hu Liena glanced inquiringly at Old Mu. What about this one, Old Mu? This was one of the rare instances Hu Liena spoke. It depends on the young master's preference. This is a 300-year-old lightning spirit cat, known for its agility and adeptness in leaping, as well as its lightning attributes. What do you think? Old Mu inquired with a smile. 300 years? Pass. The age is too low. Hu Liena did not kill the lightning spirit cat, merely rendered it unconscious and discarded it on the ground. The four continued their journey forward. Along the way, they encountered numerous spirit beasts with lightning attributes ranging from 10 to 100 years old. For each one captured, Old Mu would elucidate its merits and drawbacks, yet for various reasons, none piqued Su Junfang's interest. For instance, the lightning frenzy leopard, which presumably offered speed-related skills, was dismissed. Similarly, the thunder pattern snake felt familiar yet was deemed too young, resulting in its rejection. After a busy morning, Su Junfang remained empty-handed. Su Junfang had been traversing through the forest. The southern region of the Starry Empire was already sweltering, and being situated in the tropical rainforest. A fine sheen of sweat began to form on Su Junfang's skin. Su Junfang's expression inevitably turned somewhat despondent. He had initially believed that accompanied by three formidable experts, the hunt for soul beasts would be exceedingly effortless. However, he did not anticipate that selecting a suitable soul beast for the soul ring would be so time-consuming. Young master, do not be disheartened. Take your time. After all, there is no rush, and you will surely find the most fitting one. I hope so, he replied. Just as those words left his lips, an unsettling sensation surged within him, as if something ominous were about to transpire. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Junfang leapt aside, raising his gaze towards the entity that had sought to assail him. However, it was evident that Mu Shuyu would not permit the soul beast to attack Su Junfang. Suddenly, a deep blue radiance enveloped Mu Shuyu, followed by a flash of cold light as he unleashed his weapon with the swiftness of a dragon. This was Mu Shuyu's martial soul, the Yin Hui spear, a weapon-type martial soul. The spear's tip pierced a massive python, transfixing it through the abdomen, causing blood to cascade to the ground like rose petals. Chapter 25, the first soul ring. The luminous thunder python was adorned in a striking hue of blue, its sleek scales embellished with elegant black lightning patterns. The terrifying blue lightning flickered and danced upon its serpentine skin, while strands of electric energy slithered through the surrounding air, reminiscent of a serpent tasting the atmosphere with its tongue. Su Junfang stood upright, meticulously observing the exterior of the thunder python. The serpent's head was notably broad, adorned with two fleshy protrusions atop, resembling the nascent growth of horns. This python measured approximately 6 meters in length, a considerable size by the standards of his previous life. The massive creature writhed in agony upon the Yinhuan spear, contorting painfully, yet lacking leverage to extricate itself. It became ensnared around the shaft of the weapon. Mu Lao let out a cold snort, and instantly, azure blades manifested along the spear's body. In an ephemeral moment, the python was drenched in crimson. Its strength to writhe extinguished. Mu Lao then turned his gaze back to Su Junfang, stating, "Young master, this is the celestial azure thunder python. A particularly domineering serpent of the thunder attribute, regarded as a sovereign among serpentine species. It possesses a formidable azure lightning ability, excelling in constricting its prey. Once it ensnares an adversary, it unleashes electricity to crush them. This species is non-venomous and not particularly swift. Given its size, it likely possesses around 600 years of cultivation, rendering it unsuitable for your absorption. It is important to note that the absorption limit for the first spirit ring of an average soul master, transitioning from a soul practitioner to a soul master, hovers around 420 years. This has been validated by scholars from the Spirit Hall as the universally accepted range for the reasonable absorption of the first spirit ring. However, due to the consumption of postnatal elixirs, the flesh of spirit beasts, and other nutritional supplements, the offspring of prominent families have physical qualities that surpass those of ordinary soul masters, enabling them to absorb rings exceeding the reasonable limits. Nonetheless, even at their utmost capacity, they can only absorb a first spirit ring of 500 years at best. In Mushuyu's eyes, young Master Su had neither consumed rare treasures nor systematically enhanced his physique, making it implausible for him to absorb a spirit ring exceeding 200 years. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Su Junfang's eyes sparkled with a fervent glimmer, as if he were fixated on an exceptionally rare treasure in the celestial azure thunder python. Su Junfang felt an inexplicable premonition that this soul beast would resonate perfectly with the first soul skill bestowed upon it by the Thunder Emperor. Mu Lao. This is the one. I wish to absorb it as my first soul ring. What? Young master, I fear that this may not be advisable, Mushuyu exclaimed urgently, eager to dissuade Su Junfang from this absurd notion. The limit for a soul master's first soul ring is approximately 400 years, and at most 500. Absorbing a 600-year soul ring could lead to your demise. Do not worry, Mu Lao. I am acutely aware of my physical condition. I would never jeopardize my own life. My body is markedly different from that of an ordinary soul master. Though I cannot articulate the reason, I am confident that I can successfully absorb this 600-year soul ring. Su Junfang possesses a profound confidence in her physical condition. As Su Junfang cultivated his lightning attribute soul power, he felt the constant flow of lightning elements coursing through the meridians of his body. This was akin to being perpetually tempered by celestial thunder, even refining his very channels. His physique naturally became exceptionally resilient, with strength and endurance surpassing that of ordinary soul masters, not to mention the vampiric regeneration ability inherited from his Death Count's martial spirit, enabling him to withstand pressures far greater than those of his peers. My lord, I strongly advise against taking such risks, urged Mushuyu with urgency. Soul beasts can be sought anew, but one's life is singular. If anything were to happen to you, how shall we explain it to the Hall Master upon our return? Mushuyu was in a state of desperation, should the Hall Master cast blame upon them. Rest assured, Elder Mu, I am well aware of my limits. This is the one. Both its attributes and capabilities align perfectly with my needs. No, this is far too perilous. Mushuyu vehemently opposed the notion. Su Junfang was equally helpless. He believed in his own capabilities, yet found himself at a loss on how to persuade Mushuyu. Elder Mu, how about this? You subject me to soul power suppression. Typically, a soul master, without unleashing their martial soul, can only withstand pressure equivalent to their own level. But I, without releasing my martial soul, can endure the suppression of a great soul master beyond my rank. Would this put your mind at ease? Mushuyu, seeing that he couldn't dissuade Su Junfang, grew increasingly anxious, silently pleading that the young master wouldn't act recklessly. The assertion made by Su Junfang regarding his ability to withstand the oppressive aura of a soul master indeed serves as a means of validation. Typically, a soul master, devoid of their martial spirit's manifestation, would find it exceedingly challenging to endure the pressure exerted by a soul master of a significantly higher rank. Should Su Junfang manage to resist the formidable aura of a great soul master solely through the resilience of his physical body, it would undeniably attest to the robustness of his physique. Conversely, if he were to falter, it would conveniently aid in persuading the young master. Mushuyu mused inwardly. Very well, young master, as per your wishes, I shall first impart a level 1 pressure upon you and gradually escalate it. Should it become unbearable, do not force yourself to endure. Come now, I am prepared. With a sweeping gesture, Mushuyu directed an invisible force towards Su Junfang's head, an intangible pressure enveloping him. The air surrounding him seemed to solidify as torrents of immense soul power surged forth. This is merely a level 1 pressure, Su Junfang contemplated. Although he had yet to acquire his first spirit ring, enduring a level 1 aura felt as effortless as shouldering a heavy backpack, thanks to his physique, honed by relentless exposure to lightning. Mushuyu meticulously observed Su Junfang's condition, and upon noting his stability, he elevated the pressure beyond the typical level 1 threshold. It was at this moment that Su Junfang began to perceive the oppressive force, While it was indeed weighty, it remained within the realm of his resistance. The pressure emanating from Mu Shuyu's hand flowed like a gentle stream, gradually accumulating. The compounded force was now nearing the intensity of a level 2 pressure. Su Junfang was utterly immobilized, yet she gritted her teeth and persevered, refusing to unleash her martial soul. At that moment, Mu Shuyu retracted the soul power he had been expending, halting at the level of a great soul master's pressure. As the oppressive pressure receded, Su Junfang felt an immediate alleviation of stress. His limbs stiffened momentarily, and it took him several steps backward before he regained his balance. Mu Shuyu's eyes shimmered with admiration. Although the young master exhibited a certain impulsiveness, his prowess and innate talent were undeniably exceptional. Su Junfang had withstood the overwhelming aura of a soul Douluo with a physique that had yet to reach the realm of a soul master, clearly demonstrating his remarkable resilience under pressure. With the wager already in play, Mu Shuyu found no reason to impede Su Junfang's ascent. Alas, young master, please exercise caution. If your soul power becomes strained, do not force its absorption. We shall assist you in channeling it. Having witnessed Su Junfang's extraordinary physical capabilities, Mu Shuyu no longer resolutely opposed his audacious endeavor. In fact, he found himself anticipating a miracle. Yes, Mu Lao, no problem. Mu Shuyu dispatched the severely weakened Azure Thunder Serpent, which had been pierced by the Yin Hui Spear, and addressed Su Junfang. Young master, you must deliver the final blow. Use the dagger. He was about to extend the dagger to Su Junfang when, to his surprise, Su Junfang's reflexes were swifter. With a deft motion, a long dagger appeared in his grasp. Su Junfang summoned the power of thunder, and the dagger was instantly enveloped in swirling lightning, shimmering with brilliance. With all his might, Su Junfang hurled the dagger, which pierced the 7 inches of the python like a shooting star. The height of the Azure Thunder python was exceedingly thick. The dagger penetrated only to the tip, failing to embed itself completely. The serpent writhed in agony, twisting from side to side, yet lacked the strength to truly roll over. Su Junfang furrowed his brow. The situation was not as smooth as he had anticipated. He cautiously approached the serpent's head, pressing his hand against the dagger. And with a determined thrust, he drove it in. A distinct crack echoed as the serpent's bones shattered in response. Even so, the python did not succumb entirely. Su Junfang, feeling a sense of helplessness, shifted from pressing down to holding the creature in hand, forcefully yanking it downward, causing flesh and blood to splatter. With a swift motion, he severed the remaining parts still connected to the serpent's head, which then fell to the ground. A deep yellow soul ring floated upward from the body of the celestial blue thunder serpent. The white light in the serpent's eyes gradually dimmed. Yet its body continued to writhe uncontrollably due to the residual electricity and nerve spasms. Su Junfang waited patiently for a moment. Once the serpent's body ceased its writhing, he settled cross-legged beside the lifeless form of the Azure Thunder Python. Channeling his soul energy, a brilliant white mass floated forth from his right hand. Mu Shuyu, Lu Yu, and Lu Liang formed a triangular formation, encircling Su Junfang to shield him from external disturbances. The soul rings swirling around the Azure Thunder Python seemed to be drawn by the white light, soaring directly towards the martial spirit upon Su Junfang's right hand. They transformed into a golden ring, no larger than a bracelet yet remarkably solid, which gracefully descended into the palm of his right hand, resting upon the heavenly sovereign mask. Akin to a planet within its celestial belt, Su Junfang felt an explosive force coursing through her right hand, as a torrent of scorching lightning energy surged uncontrollably within her. The intense current surged into her body, igniting an immediate and searing turmoil within. Su Junfang promptly began to channel and absorb the chaotic electric soul energy with his spiritual power. The electric energy surged into his physical body. The lightning coursed wildly through his meridians, expanding the channels, while the soul power brought by the soul rings flowed into his dantian. Su Junfang closed his eyes. Within his inner vision, the celestial mask dominated like a sovereign, subduing the tumultuous surges of lightning that rushed forth. The once furious lightning serpents began to obediently fill Su Junfang's being. The resentment of the Azure Thunder Python coalesced in his mind, forming a serpentine, vengeful spirit. The intent of this spiritual entity was unmistakable as it lunged forth, seeking to tear at Su Junfang. With no barrier within its essence, in the blink of an eye, the snake-like spirit surged toward him. A pair of claws seized the nape of the vengeful serpent. Suddenly, a massive crimson bat descended from the heavens. Its claws embedded deeply into the spiritual form of the thunder python, as it opened its gaping maw and greedily devoured the remnants of the Azure Thunder Python's resentment. As the resentment was consumed, a wave of relief washed over Su Junfang's soul, and his mental strength surged anew. The celestial mask indeed wielded an absolute suppression over the lightning, allowing for the successful absorption of the century-old soul ring. Su Junfang could sense an unfamiliar power surging within him, having acquired a new soul skill. The sensation of absorbing the soul ring was undeniably pleasurable, as if every cell in his body had been rejuvenated by a baptism of lightning, leaving him feeling particularly invigorated. Su Junfang successfully absorbed the soul ring, and Mu Shuyu couldn't help but exhale a long sigh of relief. It seemed that the young master had indeed not exaggerated. His body was capable of enduring the process. Mu Shuyu felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Fortunately, nothing adverse had occurred. Otherwise, despite his deep trust from Su Huanshan, the outcome would have been quite dire. Additionally, the two accompanying soul saints, Liu and Lu Liang, wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. They recalled their own experiences of absorbing soul rings and realized they had never felt as tense as they did now. Chapter 26. The Returned Young Master. How do you feel? Is your body experiencing any discomfort? Is the soul ring suitable? As Mu Shuyu saw Su Jufang open his eyes, he hurriedly moved closer. Su Jufang rose from the ground, feeling an exquisite sense of fulfillment. The soul skill was remarkably potent, perfectly suited to me. With such assurance from the young master, my heart was at ease. After all, it was a soul ring with a lifespan of 600 years, truly a rarity on the continent. Mu Shuyu exclaimed, I wonder what the young master's first soul skill is? My first soul skill is called the Thunder Whip of Might, which allows me to transform lightning into a whip. It can strike or bind. When wielded, the Thunder Whip releases an overwhelmingly powerful lightning, incapacitating and injuring foes. Furthermore, when the whip ensnares an enemy, it gradually tightens and twists, akin to the Azure Thunder Python, discharging electricity while constricting its prey. Su Jufang unleashed his martial soul. Let us test its might. The platinum-hued Heavenly Sovereign mask gradually floated to his face, eventually enveloping it entirely. It is worth mentioning that although the Heavenly Sovereign mask is classified as a weapon martial soul, it does not possess the ability to independently release soul skills. Instead, it channels the power of the Heavenly Sovereign's thunder and lightning contained within the mask into Su Junfang, enabling him to unleash soul skills. Thus, while the outward appearance of the Heavenly Sovereign mask suggests it is a weapon martial soul, its true essence is that of a humanoid martial soul. In essence, Su Junfang's martial soul is the Heavenly Sovereign of the Nine Heavens, and the mask serves merely as a vessel. As he progresses to higher levels of cultivation, the humanoid Heavenly Sovereign can emerge from the mask, attaching itself to Su Junfang's body akin to an angelic martial soul. As the energy mask gradually transformed into a solid form, securing itself onto Su Junfang's face, his entire being was enveloped in a suit of armor composed of radiant white lightning, making him radiate the most resplendent light within the forest. A circle of yellow soul rings unfurled beneath his feet, suspended gracefully beside him. Su Jufang raised his right hand, charged with accumulating lightning, preparing to unleash his soul technique. The yellow soul ring beside Su Jufang radiated brilliantly as a small sphere of lightning swiftly coalesced at the tip of his right index finger. With a swift motion of his right hand, Su Jufang propelled the thunderball towards a nearby grand tree. In midair, the thunderball transformed into an elongated whip of pure blue and white lightning. Upon its instant contact with the trunk, a sharp crack echoed. As the point of contact was charred black, fragments of bark erupted into the air. With another resounding crack, the trunk was violently ruptured, leaving a long gash. The fierce lightning left an indelible mark upon the stout trunk, with fissures radiating from the scar. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. The formidable lightning whip, under Su Junfang's will, ensnared the tree. Tendrils of smoke billowed forth as the bark splintered with a cacophony of sound. The whip began to constrict, twisting and grinding, slicing through the wood. The long whip dug deep into the trunk, carving intricate patterns akin to a laser cutting through. Ultimately, the energy of the mighty lightning whip was entirely expended. Su Jufang gazed up at the tree, its trunk marred by deep gashes where the fierce thunder whip had penetrated the bark and cleaved into the wood. The majestic tree was on the verge of being severed, its trunk shattered and reduced to merely a third of its original mass. At that moment, the tree stood precariously, upheld solely by the intact central core, swaying dangerously in the wind and facing the imminent threat of fracture. Young master, how impressive. The Thunder Whip exhibits remarkable adaptability. I estimate it to be a highly evolving soul technique. Congratulations, young master. Su Jufang was not entirely satisfied with the power of his soul technique. Yet it provided him with an additional means of defense. Mu Laolu praised him, stating that they had successfully acquired the soul ring, and suggested they set off back to the city. Indeed, let us depart, he replied. As the four of them retraced their steps back to the Soul Master Market where they had previously lingered, the carriage driver had been waiting patiently at the same spot. As Su Junfang's hunt for the soul beast had exceeded their initial expectations, spotting the carriage, the four positioned themselves accordingly. With a flick of the reins, the driver urged the horses forward, and the four steeds lifted their hooves, trotting off towards Xinglua City, stirring up clouds of dust in their wake. Before long, the carriage had disappeared from view. The return journey mirrored their outbound trek, taking a total of 3 days. Whenever hunger struck, they consumed their provisions. And during moments of boredom, Su Jufang engaged Mu Lao with a myriad of intriguing questions to expand his knowledge. Additionally, they devoted time to their cultivation. Su Jufang, having learned about Mu Lao's martial soul, the Yin Hui spear, recognized him as a practitioner of spear combat. Along their journey, he sought Mu Lao's guidance on various techniques. Initially, Mu Lao presumed Su Junfang's interest was merely superficial. However, after engaging in conversation, he realized that this young master genuinely possessed skill in wielding the spear. Their exchange fostered a lively atmosphere within the carriage, alleviating any stiffness or awkwardness. With a 4th-level Spirit Hall token in hand, the carriage effortlessly passed through the scrutiny of Xinglua City. The city guards merely glanced at the carriage before granting passage. The wheels turned steadily, and the horses transitioned from a rapid gallop to a more measured pace. In the bustling metropolis, a swift pace could easily result in harm to pedestrians. As the carriage navigated the streets, onlookers were compelled to steer clear, It was around 2 in the afternoon, the sun hung high in the sky. Yet a breeze wafting through the window brought a hint of chill to Junfang. Ultimately, the carriage came to a halt not far from the Spirit Hall in Xinglua City. Junfang alighted from the carriage, stretching his limbs to alleviate the stiffness from being confined within the carriage for an extended period, by virtue of the esteemed permission granted by Lord Su Huanshan. The guards at the Spirit Hall station there hardly conducted any inspection before allowing the four of them to enter. The layout of the Spirit Hall is intricate and convoluted. Ordinarily, one would require a soldier to navigate through its labyrinthine corridors. However, owing to his childhood memories and having resided within the hall for several days, Junfang found its structure to be quite familiar. He returned to the Spirit Hall without taking any unnecessary detours, making a beeline for the Platinum Bishop's chamber. Junfang set out to visit her grandfather to share good news and convey her well-being. After navigating several substantial bins, she finally beheld the grand door. Standing 3 meters tall, Junfang curled her middle finger and rapped upon the heavy door. Thud, thud, thud. Junfang spoke simultaneously. Grandfather, I have returned. Come in. Came the voice of Su Huanshan, aged yet resonant, from within the door. Junfang, unperturbed by any suspicion, pushed open the imposing heavy door without hesitation. Su Huanshan did not, as was his custom, sit in his chair to review documents. He immediately noticed that there were not merely 1 or 2 individuals in the Platinum Bishop's chamber, but rather a multitude. Besides Su Huanshan, who stood at the main position, there was an elderly man slightly lower on the stairs, casting a glance towards Junfang. With a piercing gaze, Junfang instinctively averted his eyes. Additionally, Junfang observed 2 unfamiliar women engaged in conversation, along with 2 middle-aged individuals of varying stature, and a boy who appeared to be slightly older than himself. Junfang's entrance was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil pond, stirring ripples that captivated the attention of all the fish within. In that fleeting moment, 7 individuals, their 14 eyes, simultaneously turned towards the newcomer who had just crossed the threshold. Chapter 27. The Eagle Clan. Junfang felt a sense of unease under the scrutiny of so many eyes, particularly from one individual whose noble features and pallid complexion exuded an air of aggression. Junfang assumed that Su Huanshan was entertaining some esteemed guests. Ignoring the gazes of those around him, he humbly said, Grandfather, I apologize for the disturbance. I shall take my leave while you continue your conversation. Not at all. They have come specifically to see you. Allow me to introduce you, replied Su Huanshan. To see me. Junfang pondered, bewildered. Who in this world would travel to the Martial Soul Sacred Hall solely for him? This is your maternal grandfather, your mother's father, and the current prime minister of Xinglua, Luopan. Understanding dawned upon Junfang. It was indeed someone from his mother's side who had come to visit. Hello, grandfather. Luopan squinted and smiled. Ah, my dear grandson, it is wonderful to see you safe and sound. Luopan was notably shorter than Su Huanshan, and when they stood together, their distinctive appearances became strikingly apparent. Su Huanshan, tall and imposing, possesses a robust physique. The platinum-hued bishop's robe he wears accentuates his grandeur remarkably. Su Huanshan's face bears few wrinkles, yet his pale eyebrows arch sharply upwards, with prominent brow ridges that lend him an intimidating appearance. Nevertheless, it is evident that he must have been quite handsome in his youth. In contrast, the figure of the old gentleman, Luopan, appears somewhat stooped. His back bends slightly forward, suggesting an old injury, and his physique is not as robust as that of Su Huanshan, but rather carries a hint of plumpness. His countenance exudes warmth and approachability, with eyes that are nearly closed and a smile curving at the corners of his mouth, as he amiably gazes at Junfang. For some inexplicable reason, Junfang feels a resemblance between this elderly gentleman and Wang Ai from his previous life. These two are your maternal relatives. Luo Qixue is your mother's elder sister, and you should address her as aunt, while your aunt-in-law is called Long Lingfeng. Junfang's gaze shifted towards the 2 ladies. One was adorned in a qipao of deep purple adorned with a divine eagle motif, her youthful visage bearing a striking resemblance to his mother's. Approximately 70 to 80% alike, this was his aunt. The other lady appeared even younger and more captivating, her features distinct and elegant. Clad in black attire with a delicate veil, exuding a gentle demeanor. As Junfang glanced her way, she smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Greetings, aunt. Greetings, aunt-in-law. Junfang resembled a registration machine. Wherever Su Huanshan pointed, he would dutifully report. Ah, little Junfang, greetings to you, his aunt smiled warmly, her affection surpassing that of his uncle. Su Huanshan paused momentarily before gesturing towards the 2 middle-aged men. These 2 are your uncle Luo Ao Shui and your younger uncle Luo Yi Shui. The elder uncle possesses a tall and robust physique, distinctly different from that of your father, with hair that stands upright like steel needles. His formidable build exudes strength, and his piercing gaze suggests a past in the military. However, it is the younger uncle Luo Yishui who captivates Junfang's attention the most. He stands apart from the others, emanating an aura of extraordinary danger. This younger uncle possesses an enigmatic quality. Clad in a crimson long robe adorned with black patterns, he carries himself with an elegant posture and striking handsomeness. His skin is unnaturally pale, even fairer than Junfang's own complexion. Exuding an air of nobility, his hair is a striking silver white, cascading to his shoulders. setting him apart from his elder uncle and aunt's dark tresses. Su Junfang quietly employed his observation technique to assess the atmosphere and energy of those present. His grandfather, Su Huanshan, exuded a radiant and explosive aura, while his maternal grandfather, the Compass Elder, emanated a tempestuous presence. The energies of the other individuals were formidable, embodying strength and character, yet nothing seemed amiss. However, it was his uncle, Luo Yixue, whose atmosphere startled Su Junfang. To Su Junfang's eyes, Luo Yixue was enveloped in a storm of crimson and ebony, chaotic and ferocious. The colors red and black symbolized slaughter in his perception. The energy was grotesquely distorted, signifying extreme peril and madness. Through meticulous observation, he discerned that his uncle's pupils were blood red, and his darkened fingernails were sharp, resembling claws poised to strike. This terrifying individual maintained a gentle smile throughout, sending shivers down one's spine. As Su Junfang was privately astonished by Luo Yixue, Su Huanshan introduced the final person. This individual could be considered his cousin, the son of his maternal uncle, Luo Chengfeng, who was 5 years his senior. The mentioned youth shifted from a seated to a standing position, directing a gaze filled with indifference towards Su Junfang, devoid of any enthusiasm. As if he were merely observing a stranger, Su Junfang greeted everyone, yet Luo Chengfeng remained indifferent. Old Master Luo observed that Su Junfang had saluted everyone, and then remarked, "Ah, Fei Xue's fate has been truly tragic." Before she departed, she was still uttering your name in Wang Gong's. If she were to learn that her child is alive and well, her joy would be immeasurable. "Come here, let your grandfather take a look at you." He then beckoned Su Junfang to approach. Su Junfang, graceful and composed, walked straight over. The old master of the compass observed him as he approached, gently pinching his arm. "Indeed, your physique is remarkable. I hear you have awakened the martial spirit from the Su clan?" "Yes, I have awakened a lightning-type martial spirit," Su replied. "Alas, it is not our divine eagle. With innate full soul power, you are truly a prodigy. Since this is our first meeting, the only valuable item I possess is this soul guide device. Allow me to present it to you as a token of our introduction." With that, the elder produced an exquisitely luxurious soul guide belt. The belt, entirely black, gleamed with opulence under the overhead light, adorned with intricate dark golden divine eagle patterns that decorated its entire length, showcasing extraordinary craftsmanship. Su Junfang, unreserved, reached out to seize the treasure. "Thank you, grandfather." Due to the incomplete development of her vocal cords, Su Junfang's voice was sweet and childlike, truly endearing. Upon hearing this, the old man Luo squinted his eyes even further, his smile radiating with greater brilliance. "Ha ha ha, a little one who knows how to speak." With his hands clasped behind his back, the old man addressed his offspring. "Su Junfang is a descendant of the Luo family. You must show him the utmost respect and not treat him with any disdain." "Yes, father." "How could we, father?" The others responded in unison. At that moment, the delightful presence of Su Junfang's uncle, clad in a crimson long coat, approached with a beaming smile. Luo Yixue gracefully made his way to Su Junfang, crouched down, and gently patted her shoulder, saying with a warm smile, "Hello, little one. I am your uncle, Luo Yixue. Since your grandfather has presented you with a greeting gift, it is only fitting that I offer you one as well." He handed Su Junfang a crimson cloth bag, hoping she would find joy in it. Su Junfang shook it gently, revealing that it contained heavy objects resembling crystalline stones. Su Junfang could sense that his uncle-in-law harbored no ill intentions. However, the peculiar gaze directed at him remained unsettling. Su Junfang felt as though she was completely exposed, a sensation that was quite uncomfortable. With Luo Yixue setting an example, her uncle and aunt could hardly remain indifferent, and they all presented gifts. Luo Pan did not intervene. Instead, he watched his juniors with a smile, engaging in conversation with Su Huanshan. As the circle of familiar faces expanded, Su Junfang found herself in possession of numerous valuable items. Among them was a belt-shaped storage soul guide, Moonfall and Crow's Caw, gifted by Luo Pan's grandfather. A pack of mysterious crystal stones from Luo Yixue, a pair of finely crafted eagle steel daggers from her uncle and aunt, and a 100-year-old silk armor made from the web of a human-faced demon spider from her aunt. Su Junfang gathered them all into his soul guide, Moonlit Crows. This soul guide, unclaimed and wandering, became bound to him as he inscribed his soul power within it. No one else could unlock Moonlit Crows, rendering it as unique as a fingerprint from a past life. The continent of Douluo exhibits such peculiarities with its uneven technological standards. Alas, that girl Fei Xue is so pitiable. If she can endure just one more year, she will be with you, and perhaps, in a moment of joy, her illness may vanish. And sighed, for she shared the closest bond with her sister, Luo Fei Xue. Su Junfang also learned from their idle chatter that his mother, Luo Fei Xue, is the third among the Luo family in this generation, the younger sister of the eldest brother and the second sister, and the elder sister of Luo Yixue. Both the elder brother, Luo Aoxue, and the second sister, Luo Qixue, are very fond of her, and in her childhood, Luo Yixue would often follow Luo Fei Xue around, calling her sister. She enjoys great popularity within the family and is particularly cherished by Luo Pan. Fei Xue's children have already reached the age of 6, while my own have yet to make their appearance, lamented at Luo Qixue. Although her husband, Su Xing Yuan, toils diligently, he has yet to reap any rewards. Su Xingyuan is a member of the Su family, one of the 4 prominent families. Among these families, only the Zhu family and the Xingluo royal family are united in purpose. However, this does not imply that the Luo, Wang, and Su families are estranged from the royal family. The Luo and Su families are connected through marriage and maintain a close relationship. As Luo Pan's wife hails from the Su family, the Su family is the secular branch of the Xinguan sect, responsible for managing the family's worldly enterprises. The Xinguan sect is one of the lower 4 sects, relying on the martial soul temple. Thus the Su and Luo families naturally share a closer bond with the martial soul temple than the other 2 families. The heir of the Luo family is Luo Aoxue, whose wife, Long Lingfeng, is the daughter of a high-ranking minister. The second daughter, Luo Qixue, has married into the Su family, while the third daughter, Luo Feixue, is wed to the son of the Platinum Bishop of the Xingluo Martial Soul Temple. The youngest son, Luo Yixue, remains unmarried. It must be said that the bonds formed through these marital alliances are relatively robust. The Luo family enjoys favorable standing on both sides, serving the Luo faction in the court. Upon hearing Luo Qixue's grievances, Long Lingfeng comforted her, saying, "Qixue, do not be anxious, such matters depend on fate." The elder uncle, Luo Aoxue, is evidently of few words, standing coldly in place. He is displeased with his son, Luo Qingfeng's, behavior today, which seems overly arrogant and distant, and immediately said, "Junfang, you and Junfang are of the same age. You should engage with each other more." Everyone's gaze, either intentionally or unintentionally, turned towards the indifferent child standing behind Luo Aoxue. Chapter 28, Battle with the Qingyan Eagle. Luo Chifeng, feeling the collective attention, became somewhat awkward. He glanced at Su Junfang and said, "Hello, cousin, I am Luo Changfeng." "I have met my cousin," Su Junfang replied. Suddenly, Luo Pan interjected, "Junfang, would you be interested in returning to the Luo family? The treatment would certainly not be inferior to here, and you could keep company with Changfeng." "Old Luo, this is rather inconsiderate of you. I, a solitary figure, have been relying on watching Fenger grow up. Are you intending to deprive me of my right to enjoy my twilight years?" Su Huanshan was the first to express his dissent. He chuckled. "Hey, Su Lao, isn't this just the way it is? So, Junfang, have you come up with any ideas?" Su Junfang shook his head, saying, "It's all right. I have grown accustomed to living with my grandfather. Thank you, Grandpa, but I will have to decline. There is no need to be polite. We are all family. You are always welcome to visit us anytime. The Luo family will forever be your home. Today, we have come with the intention of assisting Chenfeng in acquiring his second soul ring. Upon hearing that the grandson of Elder Su, my grandson, has returned, we hurried over without delay." Luo Pan said to Su Huanshan, "Tomorrow morning, Ishue, Aoxue, and Lingfeng will take Chifeng to the Stardow Forest. For today, I must trouble you, Elder Su, to arrange accommodations." "That is easily arranged," Elder Su replied. Luo Pan and Su Huanshan appeared to have an endless array of topics to discuss, with the 2 elders engaging in lively conversation while the others joined in their merriment. As their discussions continued, Su Huanshan once again directed the conversation back to Su Junfang. "You cannot imagine, Fenger is truly remarkable. At the tender age of 3, he was abandoned in the extreme northern lands, where he survived alone for 3 years." "Junfang alone? Survived for 3 years in the extreme north?" Luo Pan was utterly astonished. "Old Su, you cannot be jesting with me, can you? The extreme north is a place where even soul saints struggle to survive." "Indeed, Elder Su. How is this even possible?" Both uncle and aunt gazed at Su Junfang in astonishment. Su Huanshan stroked his beard, a glimmer of pride dancing in his eyes. "Ah, I have not deceived you. Indeed, Junfang has survived in the far north for 3 years, but he has not done so alone. A pack of snow wolves has nurtured him as one of their own." "Oh, such a thing exists?" Luo Pan exclaimed, astonished that soul beasts could rear a human. Luo Ishue interjected, "It is not without precedent. A decade ago, a soul master was discovered in a soul beast cave, having lived alongside them for 6 years." "Oh, I recall now. You speak of Khazar, correct?" Aunt Luo Qixue covered her mouth in disbelief. "It is hard to fathom that such occurrences transpire in our midst. Does this mean Junfang is a wolf child?" Luo Ishue frowned. "Do not refer to him as a wolf child. It sounds so barbaric." Luo Pan, stroking his beard, glanced towards Su Junfang again. Having coexisted with soul beasts in the far north for 3 years, his skills must be extraordinary. Surely, he is engaged in daily battles with them? "Not exactly daily skirmishes," Su Junfang reflected on his time with the Snow Spirit clan, "but I have indeed faced considerable challenges." Luo Pan then inquired, "Speaking of which, has Chenfeng ever fought against a soul master?" After hearing Su Junfang's arduous experiences, Luo Pan instinctively began to compare him with Luo Chifeng. "Yes, Chifeng is at the Royal Academy, as you are aware," Luo Qingfeng's father, Luo Aoxue, remarked. "As the legitimate heir of the Luo family, he has not encountered many battles requiring his direct involvement." Intrigued, the old man Luo Pan suggested, "Why not have Chifeng and Junfang spar?" Su Huanshan nodded, expressing his approval. "I forgot to ask, Junfang, how did your soul ring hunting go?" "It was quite successful. I am now a soul master," Junfang replied. Luo Pan clapped his hands together. Perfect. Junfang is at level 20 and has yet to acquire his second soul ring. It will be a good match. Long Lingfeng frowned. Father, Junfang is only 6 years old and has just become a soul master. Isn't that a bit unbalanced? Luo Pan chuckled. No worries, it's not a formal competition. What harm is there in family disciples engaging in friendly exchanges? Luo Ao Shui patted his son's shoulder. Junfang, what do you think? Would you like to spar with him? I'm fine with it. Luo Junfang replied coolly, feeling rather underestimated. Despite Su Junfang's impressive talent, he was merely a fledgling soul master at this point. Although he was uncertain of old Luo's ulterior motives, he had never shied away from combat and readily accepted the challenge. I have no objections either. Splendid. Since everyone is eager to engage, let us proceed to the battle chamber and witness the young ones in action. Su Huangchen's interest was piqued as he led the group directly to the second floor of the sacred hall, to the soul duel chamber. The chamber was expansive, its walls adorned with gilded carvings, resembling a miniature indoor arena. At its center lay a medium-sized soul duel platform, measuring 30 by 30 feet. Encircled by a sturdy iron fence, with devices strategically placed along the edges to minimize the leakage of soul energy. Su Junfang and Luo Chifeng ascended the central soul combat platform, while the other elders, including Luo Pan and Su Huangchen, casually found their seats in the sparse surrounding stands. On the soul combat platform, Su Junfang took his position on the left, while Luo Chifeng occupied the right, clearly experienced in the art of soul combat. Luo Chifeng promptly initiated an introduction. I am Luo Chifeng, a level 20 assault-type soul master. May I inquire your name? Su Junfang also reported. Having just hunted my first spirit ring, I sense a rise in my soul power, though I cannot ascertain the exact level. I am also a strong attack-type spirit master. All right, everyone stand ready. When I say begin, both sides will engage without going overboard. Chifeng, please give Junfang some leeway. Su Huangchen commanded the two to stand firm. 3, 2, 1, begin. With the utterance of the word, Luo Chifeng instantaneously manifested his martial soul. A colossal eagle, ablaze with azure flames, materialized behind him. Luo Chengfeng's arms sprouted feathers, his fingers transforming into sharp talons, as a fierce gust of claw wind sliced towards Su Junfang's visage. The cerulean tempest accelerated Luo Chengfeng, and in but a breath, Su Junfang felt the onslaught of a malevolent wind upon his face. Su Junfang hesitated for a moment, failing to unleash his martial soul the instant the final syllable resonated. This misstep placed him at a disadvantage from the outset, and now, should he summon his martial soul, he would be unable to evade the impending strike from Luo Chengfeng. Su Junfang remained unflustered. As the claw approached, he suddenly leaped forward with great force. The distance between the two was instantaneously diminished, and the claw that had been aimed at Su Junfang's face was gently deflected by his left hand. Luo Chengfeng extended his right claw, while Su Junfang placed his left hand on Luo Chengfeng's right arm, his other hand resting upon Luo Chengfeng's right shoulder. With his right foot positioned against the side of Luo Chengfeng's right foot, he redirected the force of Luo Chengfeng's strike to the side. Consequently, Luo Chengfeng was abruptly cast aside, but he managed to adjust his posture midair and landed gracefully. A cautious expression settled upon Luo Chengfeng's face. In his limited encounters with soul masters at the academy, victories had been dictated by sheer strength, swiftness, and ferocity of attack. The higher the soul power, the stronger the opponent. All those he had previously faced had engaged him in direct confrontation. Such a combative environment had led Luo Chengfeng to undervalue martial skills. Thus, encountering unexpected setbacks was only to be anticipated. As he gathered his thoughts, he began to comprehend why Su Junfang was able to so effortlessly engage in battle. That peculiar strength and gentle martial technique required utmost caution on his part. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Huangchen nodded slightly. At that moment, Su Junfang on the stage unleashed his martial spirit, and a surge of electric serpents erupted, illuminating the surroundings with a dazzling white light. The members of the Luo family were instantly captivated. It was their first encounter with Su Junfang's martial spirit. The strength and quality of a martial spirit can often be discerned from the inherent energy it possesses when manifested. The celestial mask of Su Junfang undoubtedly emanates an energy more refined than that of Luo Chengfeng's level 20 Azure Flame Eagle martial spirit. Luo Pan sighed. What a formidable martial spirit, Su Laoshi. Is it a variant martial spirit? Su Huangchen, with a sense of triumph, proclaimed, it may not solely be a mutation. It could also be a return to ancestral bloodlines. The martial spirit of my lineage is destined to flourish here with Feng. Luo Pan sighed in regret. What a pity it is that the awakening did not belong to our divine eagle lineage. In the arena of soul battles, Su Junfang, with his keen observation, discerned Luo Chengfeng's trajectory of power and his assault route, continuously employing soft strength to render Luo Chengfeng's attacks ineffective. The art of softness is not an esoteric technique, but rather a lesson learned by Luo Chengfeng, who had previously underestimated unfamiliar martial arts. After awakening his martial soul, Su Junfang's offensive power transformed. He became akin to a darting flash of lightning, appearing before Luo Chengfeng in the blink of an eye. Startled, Luo Chengfeng wondered, Wasn't he specializing in a strong attack? How could this strong attack exhibit a speed surpassing that of many agile combatants he had encountered? Could it be that this young man was playing tricks, intentionally misrepresenting his capabilities? The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, each strike falling like rain. Although Su Junfang's soul power is inferior to that of Luo Chengfeng, their strengths are nearly comparable. In their close combat, Su Junfang surprisingly holds the upper hand. Su Junfang feigned a punch aimed at his face, then swiftly retreated to deliver a kick to his groin. Any man would instinctively defend against such an assault. And Luo Chengfeng was no exception. It was this very defense that ensnared him in Su Junfang's rhythm of close combat. In his previous life, Su Jun's livelihood depended on close combat, and in the face of the rapid onslaught from Luo Chengfeng, he found himself at a loss. Unable to unleash even a third of his capabilities, Su Junfang's fists, imbued with the paralyzing effect of lightning, struck Luo Chengfeng, causing his bones to ache painfully. Fortunately, due to his martial soul, Luo Chengfeng was exceptionally swift, allowing him to evade Su Junfang's blows without issue. However, while his speed enabled him to dodge, his eyes could not penetrate the feints and deceptions. When he noticed a fist aimed at his face, he instinctively raised his hand to block, only to have the next moment reveal that the punch had landed squarely on his abdomen. Protecting his midsection, he endured a heavy blow to his chest. No, this kid's physical prowess is utterly monstrous. I must create some distance. If I can keep him at bay and unleash my soul skills from afar, victory will be assured. As Luo Chengfeng attempted to retreat, the world before him suddenly faded into obscurity. Su Junfang had vanished. Pure electricity. He instinctively raised his hand to shield himself. The moment he came into contact with that blinding white curtain of light, a foreboding thought surged within him. A violent thunderclap erupted against his right shoulder, enveloping him in a tempest of thunderclouds, quickly drowning him in smoke. Stumbling awkwardly from the mushroom cloud of lightning, Luo Chengfeng emerged. Half of his body still shrouded in smoke, his skin and clothing as dark as coal. The devastating blow had rendered one side of his body numb. Yet his combat instincts remained strong, allowing him to maintain a tenuous grip on consciousness while remaining vigilant for the hidden Su Junfang. Suddenly, he caught sight of a blurred figure charging directly towards him. Found you. No longer hesitating, Luo Chengfeng unleashed his soul skill. Though half of his body was paralyzed and he bore injuries, the activation of his first soul skill did not require the aid of his other hand. That kid must have expended a significant amount of soul power with his last attack. My soul power exceeds his by 10 levels. He cannot outlast me. I can still turn the tide. The yellow first soul ring illuminated, and a slender, flame-tinged azure blade of wind gradually took shape in the air. Excitement gleamed in Luo Chengfeng's eyes. Here it comes. Take this. First soul skill, Azure Shadow Blade. As the forming wind blade cleaved through the air, a painful grunt escaped Luo Chengfeng. He found himself ensnared in a long white lightning whip, forced to his knees, tightly bound and continuously subjected to high-voltage currents. Had Su Junfang not deliberately moderated the intensity of the electricity, Luo Chengfeng would have been severely scorched. With the crackling of electricity, Luo Chengfeng's body grew increasingly rigid. At the opportune moment, Su Junfang loosened the bindings, and the still smoldering Luo Chengfeng plummeted towards the ground like a lifeless object. Su Junfang took a step forward, preventing Luo Chengfeng from striking his head against the floor. He assisted him in leaning against a pillar surrounding the arena, allowing him a moment to alleviate the paralysis caused by the electric shock. Once he was settled, Su Junfang took a step back and bowed respectfully to Luo Chengfeng, expressing gratitude for his cousin's humility. Luo Chengfeng, with a cold yet somewhat helpless gaze, glared at Su Junfang, his lips quivering in silence. A commendable technique indeed. At that moment, Grandpa Luo Pan stood up from the spectator area and made his way towards the arena, while the others in the stands expressed their astonishment at the outcome. Su Junfang, a mere 6-year-old child, astonishingly triumphed over a level 20 soul master 5 years his senior. Luo Chengfeng was oblivious to the moment he was struck, yet all others bore witness to the event. Su Junfang closed the distance between himself and Luo Chengfeng, then launched an assault aimed at Luo Chengfeng's lower region. Luo Chengfeng, caught off guard, instinctively blocked the attack, but Su Junfang seized the opportunity to press forward, disrupting Luo Chengfeng's rhythm of combat. Just as Luo Chengfeng attempted to create space, a brilliant light emanated from Su Junfang's hand, manifesting as an attack shaped like a lightning bolt, which came crashing down with formidable force. It was evident that this was a self-created soul skill, and a remarkably powerful one at that. The white light surged before Luo Chengfeng, the blinding brilliance of the electric flash rendering him unable to open his eyes, while the dark thunderclouds that erupted around him effectively obscured his vision. At this moment, the first soul ring on Su Junfang's body radiated brilliance, and he flicked a small orb of light from his fingertips. The manner in which he hurled this projectile was quite fascinating. He cast the lightning sphere diagonally to the right, only for it to curve midair and return at an angle from Luo Chengfeng's left rear. Having just escaped a perilous situation, Luo Chengfeng's body was momentarily stiff, and though his reflexes were not sluggish, he was already colliding with the lightning sphere as he attempted to unleash his own soul skill while retreating. the lightning sphere elongated into a whip, ensnaring Luo Chifeng and causing him to falter instantaneously. This was a rare instance where, despite being at a disadvantage in soul power, skillful technique turned the tide of battle. While Su Junfang's maneuvers might not have been extraordinarily breathtaking, the fact that a child just over 6 years of age was capable of such prowess is indeed commendable. Su Junfang gazed at the fruits of his victory, observing the twitching form of Luo Changfeng, and felt a twinge of pride within. The essence of this sequence of actions lay in his self-created soul technique, which, while not entirely original, involved substituting the ice element from the Snow Emperor's imperial palm of great cold with the thunder element. He named this innovative soul technique Thunderous Dominance Palm, signifying a forceful, overwhelming strike that reverberates through the body. At that moment, Luo Qingfeng's father, Luo Ao Shui, approached, placing his hand on his son's body to diagnose his condition. He confirmed that Luo Changfeng was not gravely injured, merely suffering from physical trauma. Meanwhile, Luo Qingfeng's mother, Long Lingfeng, filled with maternal concern, presented a vial of elixir to her son, urging him to take it. After swallowing the potion, Luo Qingfeng's skin visibly regained its vitality, and his complexion blossomed with color. Gradually, Luo Changfeng steadied himself against the arena and cast a profound glance at Su Junfang. I am truly ashamed to have underestimated you. I apologize. I have come to respect your strength, he conceded. Such words from a cousin are unnecessary. With the battle concluded, the two elderly gentlemen ceased their conversation. As Su Huanshan organized for the members of the Luo family to be escorted to their quarters, Su Huanshan left Su Junfang and meticulously inquired about the circumstances surrounding the hunting of spirit rings. Upon learning that Su Junfang had absorbed a spirit ring beyond his level, he adopted a serious demeanor and conducted a thorough examination of Su Junfang's body before allowing him to depart. As night fell, Su Junfang returned to his chamber and began to assess the gains of the day. The several spirit guiding devices were indeed extraordinary, crafted from the finest materials, gleaming brilliantly under the light, reflecting a lustrous sheen. Su Junfang picked up the small pouch he had previously neglected and withdrew the stones inside to examine them. They were more than a dozen vividly crimson crystals. Upon utilizing his spiritual energy to perceive these stones, he was astonished to discover that their fundamental composition was, in fact, the blood of soul beasts. This meant that each stone was a product of a unique process that condensed the fresh blood of these creatures, giving them a rather sinister appearance. What purpose do these stones serve? And why did his uncle Luo Yixue choose to present him with such a gift upon their first meeting? Su Junfang was utterly perplexed. Blood. Would I need blood? A sudden chill ran through him. It seemed that his second martial soul was a blood-sucking bat, and after much contemplation, he concluded that this was perhaps the only connection he had to blood. However, he had never unleashed his second martial soul, so how could his uncle possibly know? Should I seek him out for clarification? Su Junfang found himself in a quandary, contemplating whether he should take the risk of confronting his uncle, who might be aware of his malevolent martial spirit. As he pondered this dilemma, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Knock, knock, knock. The persistent knocking continued, compelling Su Junfang to leave his room and answer the door. Su Junfang was not so rash. He peered through the peephole in the door to discern the identity of the person knocking outside. Su Junfang's pupils dilated in shock. The visitor was none other than her uncle, Luo Yixue. Standing at the door, knocking, was indeed her uncle Luo Yixue. There was undoubtedly something amiss with this uncle. Although Su Junfang remained oblivious to his uncle's true intentions and the reason for his visit at this particular moment, his wariness towards Luo Yixue had escalated to an utmost level. After all, the image of his uncle, as perceived through the method of fixed observation, revealed a figure far from benevolent. The sinister and vivid aura surrounding him evoked memories of the bloodthirsty killer Xiao Zizai from his past life. Knock, knock, knock. Junfang. It's me, your uncle. Xu Junfang felt an overwhelming weight upon his heart, hesitating before opening the door. He inquired, Uncle, at such a late hour, what brings you here? Do you recall the package of bloodstones I gifted you? I am here to enlighten you on their proper usage. Despite being denied entry, his uncle maintained an air of courteousness. Bloodstones. Su Junfang was indeed intrigued. He had spent considerable time attempting to decipher their purpose, yet had come up empty-handed. With a creak, the door swung open, as he believed that within the sanctuary of martial spirits, he should not perpetually dwell in fear. As the door opened, he beheld his uncle, resplendent in a crimson gown, exuding an aristocratic elegance. You. Su Junfang began to speak, but in an instant, he lost sight of his uncle. Junfang, your room is quite spacious, came the voice from behind him, sending a chill through his spine. Doubt crept into his mind regarding his previous assessment. If this devilish uncle were to enact something upon him, it might indeed go unnoticed. Su Junfang abruptly turned around, only to find Luo Yixue had already circled around his room and leisurely settled down. What astonishing speed! Why is the door still ajar? Let us enter, she commanded with a wave of her hand, causing the entrance to Su Junfang's abode to slam shut with a resounding thud. A gentle aura of soul force enveloped the entire room. Is this a barrier of soul force, silencing all sound? Come, take a seat. Luo Yixue reclined gracefully on the sofa in Su Junfang's dwelling. Su Junfang moved a chair and sat opposite Luo Yixue, with a tea table separating the two. At this moment, Su Junfang's nerves were stretched to their utmost, as the enigmatic presence of his enigmatic uncle exerted considerable pressure upon him. Su Junfang fixed an intense gaze upon Luo Yixue, who, unperturbed, met his stare with equal fervor. Within less than a minute, Luo Yixue succumbed to laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. You are truly delightful." Su Junfang's expression darkened, while Luo Yixue's laughter showed no signs of abating. "Ha, quite vigilant, aren't you? But that look in your eyes, ha ha." Su Junfang remained silent, his gaze fixed. Luo Yixue laughed heartily for quite some time, seemingly oblivious to any awkwardness, until at last, his laughter subsided. "Ahem, why so serious? Relax, relax, I mean you no harm." Noticing that Luo Yixue had shifted to the main topic, Su Junfang inquired, "What do you mean by the usage of the bloodstone?" "Oh, I shall reveal that to you. But first, you must experience this." Luo Yixue raised his right index finger, and a murky sphere of blood coalesced at its tip, though it appeared rather sinister. Su Junfang could only detect a faint aura of negativity emanating from the sphere. "You should experience it for yourself." It felt as if time had momentarily suspended. In the blink of an eye, the tip of his uncle's finger, which had been hovering before him just a moment ago, was suddenly pressed against Su Junfang's forehead. Su Junfang was startled and slammed his hand on the coffee table, causing his entire chair to slide back a meter, distancing himself from Luo Yixue. It all happened so swiftly. Su Junfang felt a lingering fear. Having not even caught a glimpse of the residual shadow of Luo Yixue's fingertip before it had already landed on his forehead, Su Junfang cast an unfriendly gaze towards Luo Yixue. "What have you done?" he inquired, a hint of menace in his tone. Luo Yixue, seemingly relishing Su Junfang's malevolent stare, leisurely sank into the sofa, exuding an air of nonchalance. Suddenly, a torrent of frenzied bloodlust surged within his mind, an overwhelming cascade of sanguinary thoughts erupting forth with fervor. Su Junfang's eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, and his entire body felt as though it were ablaze with exhilaration. A sanguinary awareness gradually crept into his consciousness, prompting him to hastily summon his soul power in an attempt to suppress this sudden urge for blood. Yet, his efforts proved futile. The thirst for blood shattered his reason. At that moment, even the act of harnessing his soul power became an arduous task. His desire for blood reached an apex as he beheld his uncle's delicate alabaster neck, or rather, the blood vessels coursing with fresh blood within it. The sight of his uncle's veins resembled a sumptuous delicacy, irresistibly drawing Su Junfang closer. He could no longer restrain himself. Su Junfang's eyes were blood-red, resembling a frenzied beast, as he roared and lunged towards his uncle. Chapter 30. School Selection. "Ah, such spirit." Luo Yixue observed Su Junfang's wild advance with great interest. With a mere wave of her hand, a torrent of blood materialized, enveloping Su Junfang and pinning him firmly to the chair. "It's always like this the first time, bloodthirsty and uncontrollable. You have endured for so long, and yet you have managed to hold on, which is quite impressive. However, if you continue to restrain yourself, it may lead to dire consequences." Luo Yixue calmly addressed Su Junfang, whose eyes were filled with crimson, as if they were engaged in casual conversation. Indifferent to whether he could hear her amidst his loss of reason, it is precisely during such moments that the bloodstones are employed. Luo Yixue randomly selected 3 bloodstones from the scattered ones on the coffee table. Channeling her spiritual energy, the bloodstones melted away like ice, transforming into a thick, viscous blood suspended in the air. With another wave of her hand, the blood derived from the stones surged into Su Junfang's body, penetrating deeply without a trace of moisture on his clothing. As the bloodstones entered his system, Su Junfang's insatiable thirst for blood gradually subsided, and the crimson haze before him began to recede. His uncle's neck no longer appeared as tantalizing as it had moments before. After a brief interval, Su Junfang fully emerged from his bloodthirsty state, his gaze fixed intently on Luo Yixue as he fired off questions in rapid succession. "Are you a soul master? What exactly are the bloodstones? What is happening to me?" Su Junfang's complexion was quite pallid, for he had been consumed by desire, which was rather unfortunate. Luo Yixue did not respond to his inquiry immediately. "Do not be hasty. I shall reveal everything to you. Just now, did you perceive it? That was not my intent to harm. You must recognize that the bloodthirsty impulse emanated from within your own being." Su Junfang did not concede to anything. "It is due to your martial soul. Although you showcased the lightning martial soul this morning, I am aware that you possess another martial soul, do you not?" Zhenhun was taken aback. He had not disclosed the matter of his twin martial souls to anyone. Could it be that Luo Yixue had discerned it herself? "Indeed," Zhenhun admitted candidly. "Then it is as it should be," Luo Yixue responded with an air of nonchalance, "for we are both anomalies." "Anomalies?" Zhenhun echoed. "It is the term I use to refer to my martial soul and those of a similar nature, much like what you just mentioned. What was it called? Evil Soul Master? It conveys a similar sentiment, does it not?" Luo Yixue remarked. Su Junfang understood and inquired further, "But why the desire to drain blood? And what of the bloodstone?" "The thirst for blood is merely one manifestation. The categories of monstrous martial souls are numerous. Some individuals possess martial souls that require incessant killing, while others necessitate the consumption of souls. These are all forms of expression. Due to the prolonged suppression of your martial soul, The inherent cruelty of it has been festering within your heart, and inevitably, it will erupt one day. I have merely expedited the process for you. Otherwise, you would have faced peril. Su Junfang's inquiry received an answer, yet it remains insufficient. How is it that you know I possess such a martial spirit? Due to heredity. My martial spirit embodies a brutality that thrives solely on slaughter and bloodletting for its evolution. In my youth, the urge for bloodshed manifested itself violently. And it was your mother, my sister, who diligently cared for me. For the first time, emotion flickered in Luo Ishiwe's eyes. As I matured, my mastery over my martial spirit strengthened, allowing me to reign in my desires. However, I refuse to believe that I am the sole aberration in this world. Thus, I embarked on a deliberate quest across the continent to seek out kindred spirits. To my surprise, I discovered many. Some remained ensnared in the mire of their desires, while others had fully surrendered to their impulses. At that time, I pondered whether there existed a means to satiate the cravings of these monsters and thus gain control over them. It is important to understand that such extreme desires are the most effective instruments of control. Fortuitously, I found the answer. Is it the bloodstone? Su Junfang was momentarily taken aback by Luo Ishiwe's narrative. Indeed, it is the bloodstone. It is not a natural occurrence, but rather a product of human invention. I was fortunate to learn the method of its creation, which significantly alleviates the side effects of monstrous martial spirits and proves effective for the majority of them. Once they experience it, they shall never forget that sensation. Isn't that akin to an addiction? I have used bloodstone, yet I do not feel dependent on it. Do I? I certainly do not perceive myself as reliant on bloodstone. Luo Ishiwe's delicate fingers formed a diamond shape as she clarified, the substance I provided you is unrefined. Pure virgin blood, void of side effects. I have not sunk so low as to harm my own kin. Su Junfang felt a slight sense of relief, and her gaze towards Luo Ishiwe became imbued with a hint of respect. I truly appreciate it. But you still have not explained how you were able to discern that I possess a second martial soul. I understand your curiosity, Luo Ishiwe responded, noticing the look in Su Junfang's eyes. You are the child of my sister, and given that I possess this malevolent martial soul, it stands to reason that you too may have the potential to possess a dark martial soul. Su Junfang nodded, acknowledging the influence of genetics, dominant, and recessive traits. Indeed, initially, I could not ascertain whether you possess such a martial soul, but upon investigating your circumstances after your abduction by the Blood Soul Sect, I found clarity. The Blood Soul Sect, that nefarious entity. Su Junfang interjected, what connection do you have with the Blood Soul Sect? I have no affiliation whatsoever. Their followers merely share a thirst for blood, a rabble of miscreants, Luo Ishiwe elucidated. Unperturbed by the interruption, she continued, the Blood Soul Sect regards you as a treasure. Your body likely harbors qualities they covet, and they may well be grooming you as the next leader of their sect. These revelations merely fueled my suspicion. But it was our first encounter that truly confirmed the nature of your monstrous martial soul. Do you recall? I gently patted your shoulder. Luo Ishiwe reclined further into the soft embrace of the sofa. Having sought kindred spirits for so many years, I possess an innate intuition regarding monstrous martial souls. The moment I sensed your aura through soul force, I could feel the tumultuous emotions restrained within you. At that instant, I understood that my nephew and I were of the same ilk. Luo Ishiwe smiled. Do you comprehend the joy I felt? I am no longer solitary within the Luo family. Your experiences are indeed legendary, Su Junfang remarked. I have conveyed all I wish to say. Should you encounter any challenges your grandfather cannot resolve, consider seeking my assistance. Perhaps I can provide a solution. My temperament may be rather severe and my actions peculiar, yet perhaps trust is not entirely misplaced? And what if I exhaust these bloodstones? With a dismissive wave, Luo Ishiwe replied, when they are depleted, simply write me a letter, and I shall send someone to deliver more, or you may come to the Luo family to find me. Regardless, I see that your primary focus is that lightning martial soul, so your consumption of bloodstones should not be excessively rapid. The following morning, the elder Luo Pan and Aunt Luo Chi Shui returned home, while Luo Ishiwe, Luo Ao Shui, Long Lingfeng, and Luo Chifeng set forth to the Star Do Forest in pursuit of soul rings. After exchanging all necessary instructions the previous night, Luo Ishiwe and Su Junfang departed on their own. Once the Luo family members had left, the spirit hall resumed its usual busyness and tranquility. However, it was destined that significant events would unfold that day, as Su Huanshan summoned Su Junfang to the Platinum Bishop's chamber early in the morning. Su Huanshan gazed at his proud grandson, his expression softening as he spoke. Fanger, you have already surpassed 6 years of age. It is time for you to embark on your educational journey. I have selected several Soul Master Academies for you to consider. The first is the Xing Shui Soul Master Academy located in our Xing Luo city, a relatively ordinary institution built with the involvement of the Spirit Hall. Attending this academy will require you to spend 6 years in study before advancing to a higher-level academy, much like your peers. The second option, which I earnestly hope you will choose, is the Soul Master Academy of the Spirit Hall in Xing Luo city. This academy, established by the Sacred Spirit Hall, is dedicated to nurturing talent for the Spirit Hall and is an exceptionally suitable choice for you. The final option, which I hesitated to mention initially, is the Elite Academy of the Junior Spirit Hall. This institution, sanctioned by the Pope, operates in Xing Luo and specializes in cultivating elite soul masters. regardless of one's background. If one possesses the requisite ability, admission is granted. Upon graduating from this junior academy, students will have the opportunity to take advancement examinations for higher academies. Success in these examinations will lead to enrollment in the elite academy of the Spirit Hall, where participants are groomed as elite members. However, be forewarned. The training and competition within this academy are extraordinarily rigorous, and one may encounter significant hardships, even life-threatening challenges. So, Fanger, which will you choose? There's no need for further discussion. Grandfather, I choose the last one. Su Junfang had heard of the elite program and understood that only such an institution could expedite his growth and strength. Oh, are you certain about my most arduous and competitive suggestion? Indeed, I choose the elite junior academy of the Spirit Hall. Such ambition. Grandfather respects your choice. This academy differs from the other two, as I cannot simply place you there for your studies. Admission requires an assessment of your aptitude, physique, and various other factors. Only those who meet the standards will be granted entry. However, Grandfather is confident that, given your capabilities, gaining admission to a junior academy will be a mere formality. Su Junfang felt a subtle mix of emotions upon realizing his grandfather's trust in him. It was astonishing to discover such confidence bestowed upon him. Very well. Today you shall take the initiative to sort things out, and tomorrow morning, your grandfather Shu Yu will accompany you. If you fail to capture anyone's attention, you shall have no choice but to heed your grandfather's arrangements for your academic pursuits. All right then. Su Huangshan mentioned another matter. Yesterday, in the midst of arranging for your grandfather and the others, I forgot to test your soul power. Come, let us go and measure what level you have reached. Su Junfang naturally nodded in agreement and followed Su Huangshan into the familiar chamber. This room was expansive and lofty, measuring approximately 200 square meters. A grand floor-to-ceiling window bathed the interior in ample sunlight. Adorning the surrounding walls were 5 black stones, each the size of a fist, crafted from a material akin to that of the awakened martial soul stones. Su Huangshan picked up a yellow crystal ball from a nearby pedestal and presented it before Su Junfang. Infuse your soul energy into it, and let me see the level you have attained. Logically, your training prior to absorbing the soul ring should also hold merit. Su Junfang placed her hand upon the crystal orb, gradually infusing it with her soul energy. The orb emanated a soft, golden glow. Although the radiance was not particularly intense, it was remarkably distinct. Indeed, quite impressive. At level 13, your 600 years of soul ring truly enhances your soul power. Su Huangshan has already learned all the intricate details of soul hunting from Mushu Yu. Su Junfang is naturally aware that the first soul ring exceeds the standard. At the age of 6, possessing a rank of 13, Fanger, you are far ahead of your peers. Su Huangshan, occupied with official duties, has hurried off to attend to matters. Su Junfang began practicing his marksmanship and agility in the backyard of the Spirit Hall. Chapter 31. Entrance examination early the next morning. Su Junfang eagerly dressed and rushed out of his room. After finishing breakfast, he found Mu Shiyu waiting at the entrance of the Spirit Hall. The Junior Elite Academy of the Spirit Hall was no longer located in Xinglua City, nor in any city, but rather in the outskirts at the junction of Xinglua City and a neighboring town, a journey that could not be accomplished solely on foot. As before, they boarded the carriage, with Su Junfang seated on the left and Mu Shiyu on the right. Su Junfang harbored some inquiries regarding the academy he was about to attend and posed them to Mu Shiyu. Master Mu, do you mean to say that upon my arrival at the academy today, I will be able to enroll and commence classes immediately? Mu Shiyu chuckled softly, responding, not quite. Young master, today's visit is solely for enrollment. This academy begins its admissions earlier than others. Today is the 26th of August, while ordinary academies commence their admissions on the 27th. If you are accepted today, the term will begin on the 1st of September. Huh. You shall have a couple more days to refine your skills at home. The carriage sped away, galloping along the meticulously paved road, heading straight for the Spirit Hall's Junior Elite Soul Master Academy. After nearly an hour's journey, the carriage transitioned from the bustling city to the vicinity where the Star Luo and Star Do forests converge. The academy is situated not within the heart of Star Luo City, but rather towards the northern outskirts. Finally, the carriage came to a gentle halt, revealing that the number of visitors was still modest, as not every student possessed a carriage for transportation. Upon disembarking, Su Junfang's gaze was immediately drawn to the grand and solemn academy. The campus was neither too large nor too small, yet his view was obstructed by towering walls. At the main entrance, a row of soul masters clad in Spirit Hall attire stood patiently, awaiting the arrival of students. The number of carriages at the gate was notable. Among them, certain individuals dressed as merchants were evident. These parents entrusted their children to the Spirit Hall, hoping to leverage familial connections to gain favor. Mu Shiyu disregarded the surrounding commotion and led Su Junfang towards a soul master who appeared to be in charge. Welcome, Lord Mu, and young master, please come this way. This soul master, sporting a distinctly mature visage, clearly recognized the young heir of the Spirit Hall. Knowing that the grandson of the Hall Master, Su Huangshan, was arriving, the academy had undoubtedly made the necessary preparations in advance, and how could he neglect to put in some effort? Come, let us proceed directly to the testing area. There is no need to queue. The assessment arranged for the young master will be more detailed, yet conducted swiftly. He turned to lead the way. Local merchants waiting outside could see the three figures receding into the distance. Among the gathered were astute individuals. Some parents even advised their children that should they gain admission to this academy, they ought to befriend the young lad they had just seen. Junfang remained unaware of the discussions that surrounded him as he followed the leading soul master into the depths of the academy. The teaching buildings were numerous and imposing. Their walls uniformly painted in a somber shade of gray-black, occasionally adorned with exquisite platinum engravings. The campus boasted extensive fountains and lush vegetation, creating a visually pleasing ambience. Not far into the school, a row of large rooms designated for testing students came into view, where the silhouettes of evaluators could be faintly discerned. Come, young master. We have arrived. Please, step inside, intoned Mu Shuyu, who added reassuringly, young master, simply do your best. Su Junfang nodded casually and entered the room, while Mu Shuyu and the guiding spirit master awaited at the entrance. The room was spacious, featuring an area clearly designated for combat. Upon her initial glance inside, Su Junfang noticed a rather ordinary-looking male spirit master, accompanied by a supporting instructor standing beside him. Su Junfang began, hello, esteemed teachers. The male teacher sat at the desk, while the assistant teacher stood nearby. Greetings, please take a seat. Let us commence with the bone age assessment. Kindly extend your left hand. Su Junfang sat in the chair before the table, extending her left hand towards the male soul master. The soul master, using his spirit-infused hand, gently squeezed Su Junfang's small hand. At the age of 6, she was deemed suitable. Next came the assessment of her soul power. As he instructed her to place her hand upon the crystal ball beside the table, a familiar object to Su Junfang. Without further ado, upon summoning her martial spirit, she placed her hand on the crystal ball and infused it with her soul power. The yellow crystal ball radiated a brilliant golden light, illuminating their faces in a warm hue. The testing soul master was momentarily taken aback. Level 13 soul power. He was certain of the skeletal age he had measured. The child before him was indeed 6 years old, and the crystal ball was infallible. A 6-year-old with level 13 soul power was truly extraordinary. He then noticed the blazing thunder mask floating in Su Junfang's hand and inquired, what is the name of your martial spirit? Please provide your soul master's ledger. My martial spirit is called the Heavenly Sovereign Mask, Su Junfang replied as she handed her soul master's ledger to the examiner. The soul master's ledger records the martial spirit and the changes in levels from birth to the present. She had reported the name of her martial spirit as the Heavenly Sovereign Mask to the initial recorder, Lord Ling. The assisting soul master promptly noted it down. The male soul master continued, next, we will test 6 aspects, your strength, speed, physical endurance, resilience, and reaction time. The first test was for strength. The male soul master instructed Su Junfang to strike a blackboard with a punch from each arm, with the board displaying the strength data below. The speed test required her to run around the spacious room at her fastest pace, with the time being recorded. The physical endurance test involved the male soul master continually applying pressure on Su Junfang, who withstood a terrifying force of approximately level 30. Su Junfang's resilience is remarkably exceptional. According to the male spirit master who conducted the tests, all the results surpassed the normal standards, showcasing extraordinary performance. The final test, however, was quite distinctive. In this reaction test, the male spirit master suddenly surged forth, unleashing a soul power fluctuation at the soul master level that pierced Su Junfang's senses like a sword. The male spirit master's hand transformed into a blade, slicing diagonally from the upper left to the lower right. Su Junfang was startled by the attack from the soul master. Instinctively, she swept her left arm downward to deflect the force, while pushing against the soul master with her right hand. Utilizing the momentum, she propelled herself a considerable distance, positioning her body near the doorway, ever ready to seek assistance. The male soul master retracted his hand and, with an expression devoid of emotion, remarked, I apologize for startling you. This is merely a reflex test, and you have achieved a perfect score. Su Junfang had believed most of what she heard, and then stood up, asking, shall I consider the test complete? May I leave now? The male spirit master paused momentarily before responding. Under ordinary circumstances, the test would indeed be concluded. However, this assessment serves merely as an entrance examination. Following the announcement of the admission results, there will be a class placement test. During this class placement test, the admitted students will engage in combat against one another, with each individual required to participate in at least one match, allowing the instructors to gauge their respective mastery of martial souls and spirit power. Nevertheless, based on the information you have submitted, it is evident that you qualify for the elite class. Hence, I would like to directly evaluate your capabilities. If you meet the required standards, you shall be exempted from the class placement test, thus saving you valuable time. Su Junfang found herself somewhat uncertain about the decision. You may summon the 2 individuals outside to confer with you. It would be more convenient for you. The male teacher, typically not so benevolent, felt his spirits lifted upon encountering such a prodigious talent. By uncovering a genius, he could secure a raise as an admissions officer and, in turn, gain the goodwill of a potentially formidable future spirit master. Su Junfang consented and subsequently beckoned the 2 individuals waiting outside to enter, elucidating the circumstances. The steward, A Soul Master clearly did not dare to make decisions on behalf of Su Junfang without permission, and thus turned to Mu Shuyu and inquired, Sir Mu, what is your opinion? This indeed seems to simplify matters. Mu Shuyu then glanced back at Su Junfang and remarked, Young master, I find this approach feasible. Unless you wish to engage in combat with your peers? Su Junfang indeed contemplated this notion, yet upon further reflection, he recognized that there would be ample opportunities in the future to enhance his combat experience. Moreover, this group of students were all novices, lacking in any substantial combat prowess, rendering a battle with them utterly futile. Very well, it shall be as such. The male soul master in charge of the assessment beckoned with a gesture, inviting them forth. The 5 individuals proceeded to the rear of the room, arriving at an open area well-suited for combat. A soul master tasked with recording battle data stood at the periphery of the arena, equipped with the necessary recording apparatus, while 2 others positioned themselves at a greater distance. Su Junfang stood face to face with the male spirit master, who had shed his outer uniform, revealing a fitted black attire that accentuated his well-defined physique. The spirit master regarded Su Junfang with a calm demeanor, stating, You may either attack or defend. Both options are acceptable. Endure for the duration of half a stick of incense. Half a stick of incense signifies a span of 15 minutes. Su Junfang nodded. Come forth. Chapter 32. The Battle of Half an Incense Stick. A colossal fist suddenly appeared in Su Junfang's line of sight. How swift. In the very next moment after Su Junfang's invitation, the male spirit master had already launched his assault. This male spirit master had yet to unleash his martial spirit, relying solely on his physical prowess to strike at Su Junfang. Confronted by the meteor-like punches, Su Junfang could only retreat to the right, but immediately, a barrage of fists descended upon him. Su Junfang no longer lingered, directly unleashing her martial spirit. With a flicker of lightning, she moved with a speed that surpassed that of her male counterpart, appearing to teleport to the side. In Su Junfang's eyes, a method of observation quietly unfolded, rendering every subtle detail of the male spirit master before him with crystal clarity. Within Su Junfang's gaze, the surrounding crowd seemed to vanish, leaving only one figure in his field of vision. The male spirit master, no longer concealing his prowess, let out a thunderous roar, causing his fitted attire to cling tightly to his muscles. His fingers thickened, transforming into claws, while his face exhibited the distinct features of a wolf. The azure-faced demon wolf, this was the spirit master's soul. Su Junfang, having yet to attend the course on soul beasts, remains unaware of the merits and shortcomings of this particular martial spirit. The male soul master lets out a low growl, charging forward with a swaying motion. And Su Junfang can barely perceive his figure through observation. This is undoubtedly an agile attack-type martial spirit, suggesting that his strength is somewhat diminished and his defense is particularly fragile. Su Junfang had devised a tactical response. The soul master leaped high into the air before him, his clawed hands appearing menacing and ruthless within Su Junfang's line of sight. However, a cold sneer formed in Su Junfang's heart. To ascend into the air during combat was a grave mistake, as most individuals found it exceedingly difficult to exert force while suspended. Su Junfang's first soul ring radiated a brilliant light, her fingertips directing towards the protruding mouth of the male soul master, transformed by luminescence. In an instant, a sphere of lightning was unleashed, and a pale lightning whip coiled upward along the male soul master's head, causing him to be struck and subsequently tumble to the ground. Su Junfang understood that the conclusion was not as swift as it appeared. In the fleeting moment when the male soul master collapsed, his right hand was already raised before his chest. This was yet another of his self-created soul techniques, inspired by the memories of Lei Zun, Jade Pivot Thunder. A surging wave of lightning elements gathered at Su Junfang's wrist, initially manifesting as a brilliant flash, followed by a solid sphere of thunder erupting from his hand. The white light darted through the air, a streak of lightning illuminating the space. An explosion ensued. The shadow before him flickered, and Su Junfang's strategy was thwarted. The azure-faced demon wolf unleashed its second soul technique, Shadow Shift. The lightning unleashed by Su Junfang reduced the area where the man had been previously bound to a charred wasteland. The soil fragmented and disintegrated. However, the male spirit master had already maneuvered to Su Junfang's rear. With a mere claw strike and a sudden collision, Su Junfang sustained a gash on his back, resulting in 4 shallow wounds. Fortunately, the injuries were not deep. Observing from the sidelines, Mu Shuyu furrowed his brow but chose to remain silent. Su Junfang was propelled through the air, yet he skillfully controlled his descent, landing with the grace of a poised feline, instinctively lowering his body in a state of heightened alertness. At this juncture, merely a quarter of an incense stick's duration had elapsed. The male soul master afforded Su Junfang no respite, launching himself directly at him, revealing the entirety of his soul rings for the first time, yellow, and purple. Without employing any soul skills, the male soul master unleashed a ferocious bite, his blood-stained fangs aimed directly at Su Junfang's face. Su Junfang's evasion had become a matter of utmost urgency. He was unequivocally incapable of withstanding this impending blow. At his previous speed, even if he managed to escape the attack's reach, he would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries. Su Junfang no longer hesitated. He channeled his inner strength, and the azure soul energy dispersed like gas as his body seemed to merge with the electric light. The once tranquil aura of Su Junfang transformed into a sharp and soaring vigor. With a mere sidestep and a light advance, he deftly evaded the close-range assault. Junfang employed a secret technique that instantaneously enhanced his luck and infused vital energy into his meridians, invigorating his physical vitality. Junfang's speed and assault intensity have been forcibly elevated to a new echelon, approaching the formidable power level characteristic of a Grand Soul Master. Junfang took the initiative this time, rushing forward to stand before the male Soul Master. Her palm blade struck with the rapidity of a machine gun, creating a gust of wind that sent their hair swirling. Junfang had no intention of allowing him a moment to unleash his soul skills. She purely aimed to strike swiftly, leaving the male Soul Master utterly unprepared. Junfang's hands seemed to transform into 1,000 steel blades, striking relentlessly upon the arms of the male Spirit Master. Although he possessed speed, his combat experience was merely average, lacking the depth required for true mastery. And his skills were likewise unremarkable. In this moment, Junfang could indeed be described as delivering 100 strikes in a second, employing one of the offensive techniques of lightning magic known as the instantaneous blow. Junfang still faintly recalls the scene from his past life when an elder imparted to him the art of the instant strike. The elder had guided him to a formidable stone wall and explained, the instant strike is a piercing technique employed in close encounters with a powerful adversary. He then marked the center of the wall with a large red, that using a crimson brush. While swiftness was undeniably essential, the elder raised his hand and executed a strike so rapid it was nearly invisible, casually thrusting against the stone wall without targeting the red dot. However, more crucial than speed was the dense and uniform rhythm and force. The elder continued, to enhance velocity, one must not obsess over the precision of the strike's target. His palm struck the wall with relentless rapidity, seemingly indifferent to where the blows landed, creating numerous small craters upon the stone in the blink of an eye. If such concentrated thrusts could naturally subdue a target, there would be no further discussion. But if they could not, in that moment, his instinctive adaptation to the rhythm of striking would become his vulnerability. At that juncture, he would find himself unable to defend against the final blow, which would suddenly surge in speed and power. The elder's demonstration of strikes transformed into a terrifying white flash, directly striking the central red dot. The wall was breached, creating a massive circular hole through which one could glimpse what lay behind it, debris cascading in all directions. It was this final strike that demanded precise targeting of the opponent's vital points. Remember, train this transfer of control into instinct. To deliver a thunderous blow to the vital point without hesitation is the essence of the instant strike. At that moment, Junfang, enveloped in bolts of thunder, unleashed his palm strike upon the male Spirit Master, the rhythmic thuds resonating powerfully. He had acclimated to this tempo and thought to himself, now is the time. In that fleeting moment, Junfang struck at the core of his opponent's vulnerability. Given his relatively short stature, his targeted assault landed at the male Spirit Master's lower dantian. Without a moment's hesitation, Su unleashed his self-created soul skill, the Thunderclap Palm. Thunderclouds erupted, and arcs of electricity ravaged the air as the male Spirit Master was engulfed by the successive explosions of thunder and light unleashed by Su's formidable strike. Visually, it resembled a miniature, horizontally positioned mushroom cloud. The male Spirit Master bore the brunt of the final, lethal blow, a direct hit to his vital point, compounded by the surging electricity that coursed into his dantian, leaving him paralyzed and unable to move. In that instant, he experienced excruciating pain, having underestimated the prowess of the diminutive Spirit Master before him. After inflicting an initial wound, he had let his guard down too much. The terrifying penetrating force of that last strike shattered his defenses and fractured the left hand he had relied upon for protection, as his body was coursed through with electricity, rendering him slightly numb. In a rush, he summoned his soul power, for the prospect of defeat would be nothing short of humiliating. Yet, just as the thunderclouds began to disperse, a blinding light seized his entire field of vision. Approaching him was a colossal lightning cannon, with a 3-meter radius and a 6-meter diameter, sending tremors through the surrounding air with its fearsome electrical energy. The male Spirit Master felt as though he had collided head-on with an ancient iron-headed rhinoceros spirit beast. His diminutive frame seemed like an ant attempting to withstand a tempest. Fortunately, he was no mere ant. He was a soul master. At last, he fully unleashed his martial spirit, a protective shield of soul power materializing as a massive wolf nearly 3 meters tall, its needle-like fur bracing against the onslaught of searing heat. As the smoke swirled, a wolfman with a greenish visage and fearsome fangs emerged, enveloped in dark smoke amidst the white mist generated by the intense heat. Behind him, the classroom wall had been blasted into a gaping hole, with shattered stones cascading from the crumbling structure, the sound echoing like a thunderclap in the male Spirit Master's heart. The incense had burned for half a stick's duration. Chapter 33. The battle concludes. The male Spirit Master's enormous wolf head lowered to survey the soot that clung to his form, lifting a claw to brush away debris from his dense fur. With a flash of azure light, his martial spirit dissipated, and he reverted from the imposing wolf form back to his originally lean physique. He had sustained no significant injuries. He merely felt a twinge of embarrassment at being cornered by a mere first-ring soul master. Half a stick of incense. It must be over now. Junfang's previous series of actions had utterly drained both his physical and spiritual energy. At that moment, he leaned heavily on his knees. His body curled slightly as he gasped for breath. The recent cannon blast had expended all his strength, yet the true potential of the cannon had only been partially unleashed. That strike, known as the Heavenly Hub Explosion, was an earth-shattering attack inherent to this cannon. Unfortunately, Su Junfang's spiritual power could only muster enough force to shatter a single wall. Impressive. After a brief interval, the male spirit master praised him. Seemingly unfazed by the earlier chaos. The data has been recorded, right? Well, then there is nothing more to discuss. The first part of his statement was directed toward the recorder beside him. Truly remarkable, young master. Your prowess is extraordinary. The spirit master who had initially welcomed them led them back the same way they came. Indeed, throughout this encounter, Su Junfang remained oblivious to the spirit master's esteemed name. Mu Shiyu walked alongside Su Junfang, reaching into his robe to retrieve a small vial containing medicinal pills. He poured a single pill into his palm and extended it towards Su Junfang. Young master, take this. It will swiftly heal the minor injuries on your back. Su Junfang, unpretentious in nature, accepted the elixir and placed it into his mouth, where it dissolved instantly, releasing a comforting warmth that enveloped him. In no time, the wound on his back, stimulated by the gentle potency of the medicine, formed a scab, healing at an astonishing pace. Su Junfang silently trailed behind the two esteemed adults, seemingly engaged in the restoration of the soul power he had just expended. Upon stepping out of the academy's entrance, the scene outside was markedly different from when they had first arrived. If the throng of people on their way in could be likened to a gentle trickle, then now it resembled a mighty river, with a sea of heads in sight. Parents, adults, and entire families were present. Although the crowd was substantial, they all obediently formed a line, awaiting their turn for the test in an orderly fashion. Despite being an academy established by the Spirit Hall for the purpose of selecting elites, it remained a primary institution, not demanding excessively high levels of martial souls. As long as one's soul power surpassed the 5th level of innate soul power, with an appropriate bone age and a clean background, admission was virtually assured. Observing the bustling crowd juxtaposed with the peculiar tranquility surrounding him, Su Junfang increasingly recognized the significance of one's lineage. The world of Douluo Continent was inherently rife with inequity. Just as before, Su Junfang boarded the carriage, which journeyed southward, swiftly returning to the domain of the Spirit Hall. Uncharacteristically, today Su Huanchin appeared to have some leisure time. As soon as Su Junfang arrived home, he stepped out to greet him. Well, how did it go, Fang? Did the school accept you? The answer was unequivocal. I am certain I have been admitted, and upon the commencement of the term, I shall be assigned to an elite class. Ha ha ha, just as I anticipated. But why so early for class assignments? Come, share your achievements with your grandfather. Su Huanchin clearly possesses a profound understanding of the internal structure of the elite junior academy of the Spirit Hall, as he is aware of the details regarding both the elite class and the division of classes. Su Junfang observed his grandfather's enthusiasm and promptly recounted the encounter with the testing teacher. Fanger was quite remarkable. Even before reaching the great Soul Master realm, he was able to force a soul sovereign into a state of utter disarray. He chuckled. Su Huanchin was exceedingly pleased with his grandson's talents, experiencing joy from Fanger's progress that surpassed even his own career advancements, despite having reached a position where promotion was no longer possible. However, Fanger, what exactly is that cannon you mentioned? Su Junfang had anticipated that Su Huanchin would broach this topic. He had already mobilized his soul power to prepare for summoning the cannon. As soon as Su Huanchin posed the question, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene, and the cannon materialized beside him. This weapon is the innate armament of my martial soul. By infusing it with soul power, it can unleash a strike that surpasses my current level of offensive capability. Su Huanchin's expression grew solemn as he gently placed his hand upon the cannon's barrel, channeling his soul energy to perceive the material and the latent power it contained. After a prolonged silence, he spoke. Indeed, this is a treasure. My soul energy has been significantly obstructed by the material of the cannon. There must be secret runes inscribed within that can manipulate soul power, though they remain invisible. If only they could be seen, the martial soul hall might discover a new weapon. Enough about that. Possessing it is a fortunate destiny for Fanger. There is another matter to consider. Once school begins, do you plan to reside on campus or return here each day? The distance, despite the availability of a vehicle, is somewhat considerable. I think I shall stay on campus. The time saved could be devoted to cultivation. However, might I request a single room? Of course. It shall be as you wish. Yet, Fanger, while cultivation is indeed important, do remember that you also need to indulge in some leisure and rest. Children your age are still reveling in play. Do not confine yourself too tightly. Nevertheless, Su Huanchin could not shake the sense of melancholy at the thought of being separated from his grandson, Su Junfang, for an extended period. He was the sole attachment Su Huanchin had in this world. Perhaps this was the reason for their inadequacies in excellence. Haha, you speak wisely. For today, refrain from practicing. I find myself with spare time. Come, let us engage in a few games of chess, grandfather and grandson. Su Junfang nodded in agreement. Over the past few days, he had fully embraced the care and affection bestowed upon him by the elderly gentleman. He could feel the attentive concern of his grandfather, Su Huanchin, which allowed the man who had lived 2 lives to experience the warmth of familial bonds rarely felt before. Since he had grown close to Su Huanchin, he no longer felt constrained within the Spirit Hall. Why did he solely engage in cultivation rather than play? In this world, devoid of mobile phones and the internet, daily life was monotonous and dreary. Thus, he could only pass the time through reading and cultivation. He was not one to indulge in childish games. Without those upscale forms of entertainment, even a game of chess was a welcome diversion. Time flowed leisurely across the chessboard. For days later, at the elite Junior Spirit Master Academy of the Spirit Hall, the vast central square was teeming with students, arranged in orderly formations from various grades. Facing the students, on the northern side of the playground, stood a podium constructed of exquisite stone. The grand platform exuded an air of magnificence, occupied by several teachers. The elite academy of the Spirit Hall bore similarities to ordinary Junior Spirit Master Academies. However, their developmental paths diverged significantly thereafter. Typically, a Spirit Master Academy consists of 6 years of basic education from ages 6 to 12, covering foundational subjects and cultural studies. In contrast, this elite academy began training Spirit Masters in combat from a young age, serving as one of the primary bases for nurturing high-tier Spirit Masters in the future. Ordinary individuals who successfully graduated from junior academies would most likely choose to attend advanced academies, which also span 6 years, delving into more profound knowledge. Those who failed to meet the academy's requirements would not graduate. A select few elite Spirit Masters from intermediate academies would opt to enter advanced Spirit Master academies, studying from 18 to 24 years of age. Graduates from advanced academies were granted prospects beyond the imagination of the average person. The Spirit Hall's elite Junior Spirit Master Academy, akin to the one Junfang currently attended, was one of only 2 established across the entire continent, one located in the Tiando Empire and the other in the Xinglua Empire. However, this did not imply that the Spirit Hall operated solely these 2 Junior Spirit Master Academies. Numerous Junior Spirit Master Academies, Advanced Spirit Master Academies, and ordinary non-spirit vocational institutions were established with the Spirit Hall's involvement, yet only these 2 bore the designation of elite academies. Both elite junior academies adhered to a 6-year curriculum, from age 6 to 12, but upon graduation at 12, students underwent an entrance examination for the Spirit Hall's elite training program as their final assessment. The examination was notoriously rigorous, with many participants eliminated, earning it the moniker Elite Sandglass. Only those who passed the assessment were officially considered participants in the Spirit Hall's elite training program. The institution executing this elite program was not classified as an advanced Spirit Master Academy, yet it provided even greater challenges. Its curriculum spanned 12 continuous years without distinguishing between intermediate and advanced levels. This elite program annually cultivated a steady stream of exceptional talent for the Spirit Hall. Junfang was brought to school a day prior by Mu Shuyu. Due to the influence of her grandfather, Junfang successfully secured a single room, making it convenient for her to cultivate or engage in various activities. Today marks the first day of the new semester, and the inevitable opening ceremony is swiftly approaching. At this moment, Junfang stood within the ranks of the first-grade newcomers, with a height of approximately 125 centimeters. She was considered of above-average stature among 6-year-olds, thus positioned towards the middle rear of the rectangular formation. Surrounding their cohort, every other formation comprised older students, towering above them. They all stood silently in place, awaiting the principal's inaugural address. Junfang stood idly among the crowd, feeling the gentle caress of the summer morning breeze on his cheeks. He glanced around, his gaze falling upon numerous children whose faces were etched with expressions of anxiety or exhilaration. Junfang curled his lips in disdain. Such trivial matters were utterly mundane. Suddenly, he acutely sensed the presence of someone observing him, akin to an ordinary person feeling the penetrating heat of 2 intense gazes upon their face. Junfang suddenly turned to the source of his gaze. Upon this glance, a smile graced his lips, for it was a familiar face, Hu Liena. Chapter 34. Class division. At the beginning of the school year, as Hu Liena fixed her gaze upon Junfang, he reciprocated with an equally penetrating look. Their eyes intertwined in the air, colliding with an unspoken connection. Noticing that Junfang had caught her observing him, Hu Liena displayed no embarrassment. Instead, she responded with a warm smile and playfully raised her hand in greeting. As Junfang beheld the warm smile of Hu Liena, the previously somber mood within him lifted, prompting him to return her greeting with a gentle smile. The 2 turned away from each other. Yet Junfang felt a twinge of surprise at Hu Liena's presence in this school. However, upon further reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. Upon learning that the siblings were indeed 2 of the trio destined to become the Golden Generation, he realized they must have ascended to the elite program of the Spirit Hall through this intermediate Soul Master Academy. The last time Junfang encountered them, Xiyu was 10 years old and Hu Liena was 8, both merely drifting through their days, far removed from their future identities within the Spirit Hall's Golden Generation. There must have been a pivotal opportunity that led them to this academy, as it is the sole known pathway into the elite program. The Spirit Hall not only seeks to cultivate strength but also loyalty. Those who have not been nurtured by the Spirit Hall from a young age would not earn its trust. Once Junfang became aware of the existence of this intermediate elite Soul Master Academy, he anticipated that the siblings would ultimately find their way to such an institution. The fact that Hu Liena was here was purely a stroke of fortune, as she and he were enrolled in the same academy. This thought invigorated Su Junfang's mind. If Hu Liena was in this school, did it not imply that Xiaoyu had accompanied her? During their last encounter, he had noticed Xiaoyu's attentive care for his sister, leaving no reason for him not to follow. It seemed certain that both had transferred to this academy. With this in mind, Su Junfang began to survey his surroundings. He observed that Hu Liena, at 8 years of age, stood among the 3rd grade cohort. Thus, Xiaoyu should be positioned within the 5th grade ranks. Su Junfang, following the arrangement of the formations, arrived at the 5th grade. A quick glance into the crowd revealed the boy with black and silver hair, Xiaoyu, who, standing at nearly 1.50 meters, appeared particularly tall and easy to recognize. Xiaoyu seemed to sense someone observing him. He turned his head from side to side and soon caught sight of Su Junfang, who wore a broad smile. Momentarily taken aback, Xiaoyu then nodded his chin in a gesture of camaraderie. Encountering a familiar face in an unfamiliar school undoubtedly lifted his spirits and eased his tension. At that moment, the bell within the academy rang out loudly. The somewhat lethargic line began to regain its composure, preparing to greet the arrival of the principal with a renewed sense of vigor. Greetings, students. Today marks the annual opening ceremony. Please join me in welcoming the principal to the stage, announced a teacher holding a microphone, who then led the applause. The students below responded with enthusiastic clapping to show their welcome. The principal of the junior academy ascended to the platform amid the resounding applause. Standing at the center and clearing his throat, this principal appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, with a straight posture and a slender frame. His face, lined with wrinkles, bore no discernible expression. Students and teachers, greetings. Today marks the day of enrollment for new students at the Wuhuan Palace Junior Soul Master Academy. On behalf of the Wuhuan Palace, I extend a warm welcome to the 242 new students from across the Douluo Continent. From this moment forward, you shall all be members of the Wuhuan Palace, and you will take pride in the choice you have made today. This time of year signifies the Academy's farewell to one group of exceptional soul masters while welcoming another. The Academy's goal is to cultivate outstanding talent for the Wuhuan Palace. In my view, being a soul master is a profession filled with limitless potential. Your presence here indicates that you are already part of the elite class of society. However, innate talent must be complemented by diligent effort, and the Academy serves as a platform to provide you with opportunities for that effort. The principal possessed commendable oratory skills, eloquently articulating various concepts and philosophies, inspiring and motivating the students. Many disciples, perhaps from humble beginnings, visibly brightened at the notion of belonging to the elite class of society. The principal's voice, imbued with soul power, resonated clearly in the ears of every student, and Su Junfang surmised that the principal was at least a soul saint in rank. After speaking with passion for about 15 minutes, the principal concluded his address, followed by remarks from other teachers, including the awarding of prizes to the top performers from the previous semester's 3rd grade assessments. Finally, the new student class allocation was announced. The upperclassmen had already returned to their respective classrooms with their homeroom teachers, leaving only the first-year students present. With the principal having departed, only a few teachers remained on the platform. A female teacher approached with a list in hand and spoke. Our grade consists of 6 classes, 1 elite class, and 5 parallel classes. The elite class comprises 30 students, while each parallel class contains 42 students. When I call your name, please step forward and form a line. This is the roster for the elite class. This declaration instantly stirred excitement among the first-year students, many of whom were fervently hopeful to be placed in the elite class, although they were not entirely certain of what it entailed. The mere mention of an elite class made it seem distinguished, a point of pride to flaunt before peers and parents alike. Su Junfang maintained an expression of calmness. Although he had indeed taken advantage of connections, his formidable abilities undeniably placed him at the top of his cohort, making his admission to the elite class a certainty. Su Junfang, Galio, Li Xiong, Jiena, Diello, Elses, and Michao emerged, forming the elite class. Su Junfang was the first to step out of the line, followed closely by a group of classmates, forming a lengthy procession. As the names of students from classes 1 to 5 were called, they were asked to step forward and stand in place. Sebastian, Class 1. Tang Wei, Class 2. After the 6 classes were sorted, the female teacher began to introduce the homeroom teacher. She gestured towards a seemingly amiable male instructor and said, "This is Mr. Wang from the elite class. Mr. Wang, please lead the students back to your classroom." Mr. Wang, standing against the wall, nodded and approached Su Junfang, or rather, the front of their elite class queue. "Come along. Students, follow me," he said in a warm voice that felt like a gentle spring breeze. After that, Su Junfang could no longer hear what transpired as he followed Mr. Wang into the academic building, leading the group to a classroom on the first floor. Mr. Wang announced, "Please take a seat." The students filed in, with Su Junfang being the first to enter, seizing the opportunity to occupy the last seat by the window on the left side. Indeed, the last one, not the second. The classmates soon settled in, and before long, the room was filled. This classroom was exclusively for the elite class, accommodating 30 students each year. Thus the seating arrangement perfectly matched the number. Mr. Wang stood outside the door observing the students as they took their seats. Once everyone was settled, he stepped inside and closed the door behind him, standing behind the large desk at the front of the classroom. He began to speak. "It is my honor to share these 6 years with all of you. This is our destiny, one that you have earned through your excellence. Our class is the elite class, meaning we possess superior abilities among our peers. However, during the 3rd grade, there will be an assessment. Those who do not meet the required score will be replaced by others. I hope this assessment will serve as a motivation for you all, and I encourage you to maintain your efforts. At present, we are still somewhat unfamiliar with one another, so let us introduce ourselves. My name is Wang Kai, but you may call me Mr. Wang. I am a soul master of the 6th ring, and I hope that your future achievements will surpass my own. I would like each of you to share a brief introduction, including your name, martial soul, soul power level, areas of expertise, and hobbies. Feel free to add anything else you wish to share. Mr. Wang pointed to the first student seated against the wall on the right and said, D yellow. You may begin. Let's go one by one to help everyone get acquainted. Chapter 35, the first lesson. The boy sitting in the first row and first column stood up. He was somewhat short and slender but showed no signs of timidity. Hello everyone. My name is D yellow. My martial soul is double hands. And I am currently at level 9. I enjoy playing and excel at climbing trees. Double hands? Most of the students looked at him with expressions of bewilderment. Having a body part as one's martial soul was an exceedingly rare occurrence in this era. Yet, possessing a soul power level of 9 was quite impressive. Junfang was quite taken aback upon hearing that his martial soul was dual-handed. In the realm of peerless Tang Man, the second awakening of an innate martial soul is indeed remarkable, and the emergence of such a soul within the class merits attention. As Junfang pondered this, a little girl standing behind D Yarrow rose to introduce herself, appearing rather shy. My name is Qiu Xian. My martial soul is the White Snake. With a soul power of level 8, and I have a fondness for reading. Very well, the next student, the teacher prompted. I am Earl. My martial soul is. I am Jill. My martial soul is. One by one, the classmates reported their martial souls. And Junfang found it genuinely fascinating to hear such a variety of interesting martial souls in a single day, listening intently. Thus far, he had not encountered a single student with a soul power of level 10. It was not until a boy in the central position of the 3rd row stood up that he heard something noteworthy. I am Li Xiong. My martial soul is the Fearclaw Bear, with a soul power of level 11, possessing the first soul ring, and I enjoy fighting. The classmates were taken aback, casting reverent glances toward Li Xiong. After the somewhat foolish boy finished speaking, he lifted his head toward the teacher, seemingly boasting and hoping for praise. Observing this, Wang Kai indeed encouraged him, stating, Excellent, the other students should aspire to learn from classmate Li Xiong in their cultivation. However, as he spoke these words, Wang Kai's gaze was directed at Junfang. Junfang was unperturbed. He was well aware that this teacher must have been thoroughly acquainted with all their names, martial spirits, and soul power. After all, how else could she have so effortlessly called out the name of the student in the front row? Junfang, seated at the very end of the classroom, found himself distanced from Li Xiong, who occupied a more prominent position ahead. In the span of this distance, 2 individuals of level 9 emerged. Thus, it can be concluded that, apart from Junfang, the individual with the highest soul power in the class was Li Xiong, boasting an impressive level of 11, followed closely by Xiao Misai, who claimed a level of 9.5. Indeed, the latter, in a flamboyant display, opted to announce his soul power as 9.5 to accentuate his uniqueness. Following them were 3 individuals at level 9, 7 at level 8, while the remainder possessed soul powers ranging from 6 to 7, with none falling below a level 6. It is essential to clarify that the levels being discussed do not reflect the innate soul power of each individual. Rather, as September draws to a close and the year-end approaches, many are on the brink of turning 7. The soul power levels currently reported comprise both innate abilities and the enhancements acquired through diligent training. Finally, it was Junfang's turn for self-introduction. He rose at a measured pace and declared, I am Junfang. My martial soul is the Celestial Mask, and my soul power is at level 13. I have a penchant for reading. Impossible. You must be lying. Before Wang Kai could utter a word, Li Xiong erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. During the class division battle, I did not witness anyone else with a soul ring. You are deceiving the teacher. A deep golden soul ring began to hover around Junfang. Li Xiong was rendered speechless. Unlike you, I was not required to participate in the class division test. Do you understand? Junfang continued to speak with his customary indifference, uttering audacious remarks. Li Xiong, his face aflame with embarrassment, yearned to retort against Junfang but found himself at a loss for words. Junfang gracefully resumed his seat, disregarding Li Xiong's childish antics. Li Xiong, eager to retort, contemplated leaping from his chair to engage Junfang in a display of prowess. However, as Wang Kai unleashed his formidable spiritual pressure, Li Xiong found himself utterly immobilized, obediently confined to his position. It was at this juncture that Wang Kai spoke. Classmate Junfang has chosen a different path. Yet I firmly believe that even if he were to participate in the competition, he would undoubtedly excel in the elite class. His tone was gentle and persuasive. Furthermore, our class is in need of a leader, and I am convinced that classmate Junfang is the unequivocal choice. Junfang expressed her reluctance, saying, I apologize, teacher. But due to certain special circumstances, I am not inclined to assume the role of class monitor. I believe that Li Xiong is more suited for this position than I am. Wang Kai was taken aback. Although he had hoped to designate Su Junfang as a role model for the class, he could not impose his will against her wishes. Very well. It appears that Su Junfang is quite modest. Therefore, Xiaomi, would you be willing to accept the position of class monitor? Li Xiong, who had initially felt quite pleased, suddenly appeared crestfallen when the teacher announced Xiaomi as the class monitor. Why, teacher? My soul power is higher than his. Why am I not the class monitor? This is unfair. Wang Kai's expression turned stern. It is precisely due to your impulsive nature that you cannot serve as a role model. Moreover, Xiaomi will not hold this position indefinitely. Should he fail to perform well, he too will be replaced. If you desire the role, you must strive for it. Xiaomi. How about you? Xiaomi's eyes brightened. Absolutely, it would be my honor. Wang Kai's demeanor softened. Indeed, a supportive family environment is invaluable. Li Xiong, a child of privilege, felt increasingly dejected and chose to remain silent. Very well, we can select other class positions after everyone becomes familiar with each other. Now, let us commence our first lesson. Today marks the beginning of the school year, and there are many matters that require clarification. The dean is correct, as soul masters. Your starting point is significantly higher than that of ordinary individuals, but this should not lead to the underestimation of common folk. Through diligence, ordinary people can also attain lofty positions. While martial prowess is important, it does not encompass everything. This is the foundational philosophy you must grasp before embarking on your studies in Soul Master Fundamentals. Do you understand? Understood. With that, Mr. Wang began to outline the courses and daily schedule for the next 3 years. In the first to third grades, the emphasis would largely be on theoretical knowledge and foundational concepts. The subjects they would study are primarily divided into 7 categories. 1. Language, learning the basics of Douluo-style Chinese. 2. Mathematics, fundamental arithmetic and calculations. 3. Biology, classification, habits, and basic knowledge of soul beasts. 4. Geography, the geographical distribution of Douluo and its kingdoms. 5. Ideology and politics, a brainwashing course designed to cultivate loyalty to the spirit hall. 6. Soul Master Studies, basic knowledge of soul masters, societal knowledge, cultivation methods, and classifications of soul masters. 7. Physical education, as the name suggests. In the third grade, there will be an assessment. The other 6 subjects will include written exams, while the last subject, physical training, will be akin to physical education tests from previous lives. Based on the scores, the top 30 students will attend the elite class, while the remainder will be randomly assigned to parallel classes, with no further rankings thereafter. The elite class offers deeper instruction, greater challenges, and more resources compared to other classes. After the third grade, physical education will transition to practical combat lessons, teaching how to engage with soul beasts and soul masters. The timetable will run from 8 in the morning until 3 in the afternoon, with 4 classes in the morning and 2 in the afternoon, leaving the remaining time for self-scheduling. Su Junfang was relatively content, as he found the ample time afforded him allowed for ample practice of his martial arts and the cultivation of his soul power. The first day had not been exhausting. However, Su Junfang had indeed acquired a wealth of knowledge. As the class drew to a close, he began to gather his belongings in preparation to return to his dormitory. When teacher Wang Kai entered, he offered a brief critique of the student's performance that day, followed by a concise summary, before dismissing the class. Just as Su Junfang was about to leave, Wang Kai's words pierced his ears. Su Junfang hesitated. Alas, how troublesome. He lamented inwardly, wondering what the teacher was up to this time. While it is commendable for teachers to care for their students, excessive concern can lead to resistance among them. Most of the classmates had already departed, leaving only a few, including Miao Miao, still tidying up their belongings. Wang Kai inquired. You mentioned this morning that you had a special reason for not wanting to be class monitor. Could you share with the teacher what that reason is? Su Junfang replied. I need to focus on my cultivation, and taking on the responsibilities of a class monitor would hinder my practice. Wang Kai concentrated intently. Is that all? Su Junfang hesitated for a moment before replying. Moreover, I aspire to hone my skills. Upon hearing this, Wang Kai remained silent, gently patting Su Junfang's modest shoulder. He remarked, the teacher understands that, given your family background and peers, they may not meet your expectations. For you, cultivation might indeed hold paramount significance. Yet one must never underestimate the importance of interpersonal relationships, regardless of the setting. Yes, teacher, I understand. That's good to hear. Let us proceed. There is nothing further to discuss. Goodbye, teacher. Su Junfang stepped out of the classroom with his bag in hand. After taking only a few strides, he was halted by a voice calling out to him. Chapter 36, The Flow of People. Su Junfang, wait a moment. The voice belonged to a male student. Su Junfang turned around and saw the figure of Xiaomi Sai. What brings you here? Su Junfang pondered, unable to recall any prior connection with this individual. Oh, it's nothing. Xiaomi Sai replied. I merely wish to make a friend. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to reach out to me. Su Junfang furrowed her brows, pondering the meaning. It is not difficult to be my friend. You are one now. Su Junfang, perplexed, spoke briefly before continuing onward. Xiaomi Si, equally bewildered, found the situation to be quite different from his expectations. By the time he regained his composure, Su Junfang had already distanced himself, prompting a sigh to escape his lips. Su Junfang walked silently along the road, as if deep in thought. He was contemplating the schedule for his cultivation after his plants. As he continued on his way, he suddenly found himself blocked by someone. Looking up, he saw it was Li Xiong. Su Junfang halted his steps, squinting at the circle of people obstructing his path. As they closed in around him, he turned his head to address Li Xiong at the center of the group, stating, "Previously, I merely regarded you as naive. Now you have earned my disdain." His tone remained composed, yet the words struck Li Xiong like a thorn, provoking an immediate outburst. "Who do you think you are? Just because your soul power is superior, you believe you can look down on me?" Su Junfang was left speechless, truly reflecting a mindset akin to that of a primary school student, too immature, and his antics were so ludicrous that they hardly warranted any criticism. Though his behavior was childish, the fact that he managed to provoke others was undeniable, and Su Junfang had to expend considerable effort to address this situation. Among the crowd of over a dozen, there were his classmates and some seniors, the eldest being merely in the 3rd grade. "Charge at him. Beat him to a pulp," Li Xiong shouted fiercely. However, a 3rd-grade senior beside him quickly intervened. "Young master, why target this individual? He is someone the elders have warned us not to offend. I don't care. He has wronged me, and I demand retribution." Some of the younger students began to move in to engage, seeing the situation spiraling out of control. The 3rd-grade senior gritted his teeth and shouted, "Everyone, halt." Li Xiong, agitated, retorted, "Li Yin, do you wish to jeopardize your standing? How dare you defy me? Everyone, attack." Yet, as he attempted to continue his tirade, he found himself encircled by a larger group of seniors, some even from the 4th and 5th grades. "Who are you? What do you want? Get lost." The approaching seniors paid Li Xiong no heed. The leader of the group, a 5th-grade spirit master, turned to Su Junfang and apologized. "I'm sorry for our tardiness. We startled the young master." He then approached Li Yin directly, their bodies almost touching. The 5th-grade senior looked down at Li Yin, saying, "What a pity this is, Li Yin. It seems you are about to face dire consequences." Li Yin, feigning bravery, replied, "It's all a misunderstanding. Li Xiong is just a foolish child." "Who are you calling foolish, Li Yin? Go after him." Li Xiong continued to shout. "Silence, you little brat." The 5th-grade senior glared menacingly at Li Xiong, his aura radiating menace. Li Xiong fell silent, intimidated. "Take your group and leave. Be sure to enlighten your little master on who Su Xiao is. This is truly amusing." Li Yin's face turned pale with anger, yet he dared not speak further. He gestured to his companions and departed, with Li Xiong reluctantly following. Having resolved the conflict, the 5th-grade senior approached Su Junfang, abandoning his earlier hostility, and respectfully bowed. "Young master, I am Mutis." Su Junfang need not exert himself to deal with the trivial matters. He was quite content to enjoy his leisure. However, he was unfamiliar with the seniors standing before him. "Thank you for your assistance, but I must apologize. May I inquire as to your identity?" "My grandfather is Mushiyu," the senior clarified. Upon hearing this, Su Junfang experienced a moment of enlightenment. It was akin to discovering a faction of the martial soul hall within the elite academy. "Oh, I see, so you are Mu Gu. A pleasure to meet you." "Ah, young master, please do not say that, you flatter me. Allow me to introduce myself." At that moment, a portly gentleman, exuding an air of affluence, pushed through the crowd to stand before Su Junfang, extending his chubby hand for a handshake. As he grasped Su Junfang's hand, he said, "Su Xiao, what a pleasure. I am Kai Bin. From now on, we shall be comrades. Feel free to approach me with any matters you may have." Many individuals accompanying Mu Dis surged forward, eager to become acquainted with Su Junfang. All hailed from families connected to the martial soul hall. Su Junfang, weary from the incessant interactions, exchanged mere symbolic handshakes with several individuals who appeared to be leaders and engaged in brief conversation, swiftly dismissing the rest. Once the crowd dispersed, he declined Modi's request to escort him back to his dormitory. In the aftermath of the gathering, Su Junfang felt an overwhelming sense of emptiness around him, and his gaze fell upon 3 figures, Xiaoyu, Hu Liena, and a young man with striking red hair. Not only was his hair crimson, but Su Junfang's keen eyesight also revealed that the young man's pupils mirrored that hue. Red hair, red eyes. Could it be that he was Yin? In the company of Xiaoyu and Hu Liena? What a coincidence. It seemed they had met here. Hu Liena approached gracefully, her movements enchanting, yet her voice slightly husky. "I never expected you, Su Junfang, to become a figure of prominence on the very first day of school." "Not at all. It is merely their enthusiasm," Su Junfang chuckled, then turned to the red-haired youth and inquired, "And who might this be?" The young man nudged Xiaoyu with his shoulder, saying, "Xiaoyu, why don't you introduce us?" Xiaoyu replied earnestly, "This is the academy's top student, Yin." "Yin, this is Su Junfang." "Ah, so it is Yin." Su Junfang thought, realizing that the future generation of elites hailed from the Star Luo Junior Soul Master Academy. While pondering this, he promptly greeted, "Hello, brother Yin." Yin, possessing a straightforward demeanor, responded, "Pleasure to meet you. No need for formalities, just call me Yin. We are of the same generation. I've heard from Xiaoyu that you possess remarkable strength." Su Junfang felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Could it be that Yin was a fighter? Had the brother and sister come here to confront him? Su Junfang quickly replied, "Among my peers, I suppose I fare reasonably well, but as for fighting you, I shall refrain. The disparity is simply too great." Yin chuckled. "Oh, you still contemplate battling me? Quite audacious of you. Shall we exchange a few blows? I shall not employ my soul power." Su Junfang hurriedly shook his head, saying, "Perhaps it is best to forego this time. We may endeavor to try another day." Su Junfang had yet to formally greet the siblings. "Sister Hu Liena, Xiaoyu, it is a pleasure to see you again." Hu Liena responded with a gentle smile. "Su Junfang, I noticed you this morning." Once again, that sweet smile captivated Su Junfang, compelling him to steal another glance. Hu Liena possessed an enchanting maturity that was utterly alluring. Although she was still quite young, her graceful figure was already beginning to take shape, with delicate curves that evoked the beauty of willows and blossoms. Su Junfang posed a question that had long lingered in her mind. "By the way, Sister Hu Liena, Xiaoyu, were you not sent to Spirit City? How is it that you find yourselves here?" Xiaoyu retorted, "You address her as sister while treating me as an equal?" Hu Liena chuckled softly and shot Xiaoyu an amused glance. Each addressed the other in their own manner, and it was of no consequence. Xiaoyu chose not to pursue the matter further and replied, "Indeed, we went to Spirit City. There, individuals assessed our innate potential as soul masters. Due to our exceptional performance, both Nana and I were selected as trial participants and transferred to the Junior Academy. We are expected to partake in some talent initiative, which is rather promising. At least we now have a clear direction." "Brother, it is the elite program," Hu Liena interjected. Su Junfang posed a question. "Do you know what was going on with those people just now? Why did they suddenly return to curry favor with me? Are you aware of anything?" "Ah well, it is as follows." Chapter 37. The four of them wandered aimlessly around the expansive square of the academy while engaging in casual conversation. They chatted for nearly an hour before Su Junfang excused himself, citing pressing matters, and departed first. Through this exchange, Su Junfang discerned the intentions of the group he had just encountered. The Xinghua Junior Elite Soul Master Academy comprises approximately 240 students per grade, spanning 6 grades, which totals around 1,500 scholars. Within this sizable assembly, numerous small factions and circles exist, each belonging to varying strata of soul masters. As discrimination and cliques are inescapable in any environment. With Yan's elucidation, Su Junfang learned that there are several prominent circles within the academy: the Commoner's Circle, the Merchant's Circle, the Official Circle comprised of parents employed by the Wuhuan Temple, and a circle of those with formidable combat prowess. As this institution is dedicated to cultivating loyal elites for the Wuhuan Temple, only individuals with unblemished backgrounds are admitted, either orphans from humble beginnings or those associated with the temple's personnel. These circles are, of course, not absolute. There are intersections among them, and at times, an individual may belong to multiple circles. Each circle further subdivides into several smaller groups. For instance, the individual named Li Yan is a member of the Official Circle, with his father apparently being a cardinal from the Wuhuan Sacred Hall. Upon hearing this, Su Junfang felt a cold chuckle rise within him. Li Xiong ought to be the last person to provoke, as his grandfather, Su Huangshan, could effortlessly cause trouble for his father or even have him dismissed. Li Xiong truly has a knack for getting his parents into trouble. This little brat would likely report back to them only to receive a severe reprimand in response. Su Junfang further discovered that Yin was also an orphan. His ascension to the position of the academy's top student was attributed solely to his formidable combat prowess and exceptional cultivation. Yin hailed from the Chang Mountain County of the Star Luo Empire, originally the son of a wealthy merchant. As the third child in the family, he was named Yin. His father passed away early, and the family quickly fell into bankruptcy, being destroyed by those with nefarious intentions. After losing both parents at the tender age of 6, Yin ventured alone to the Spirit Hall seeking to awaken his martial soul for vengeance, where he was discovered for his remarkable talent and subsequently accepted as a trialist. As for the group that attempted to curry favor with Su Junfang earlier, they were soul masters typically associated with Mutis. Mutis possessed considerable cultivation and a relatively powerful background, making him a figure many wished to follow. His grandfather, Mu Shiyu, was highly esteemed by Su Huangshan and had urged Mutis to cultivate a closer relationship with Su Junfang. Initially, Mutis intended to approach Su Junfang alone. However, he was besieged by a throng of individuals, ultimately having to explain the situation to his subordinates and bringing them along to meet Su Junfang. Naturally, the number of individuals aware of Su Junfang's true identity remained limited. Apart from Mutis, others merely recognized his noble status. The acquaintance between Xiaoyu and Yin is another tale. Upon transferring to the academy, Xiaoyu was placed in the elite class, provoking the ire of those who were pushed out, prompting them to rally a group of equally disgruntled friends to openly challenge Xiaoyu. However, without exception, each of them was thoroughly defeated by Xiaoyu. Hearing of this incident, Yin, the academy's top student, came to mediate the conflict. With his combative nature, the mediation quickly escalated into a confrontation between the two. resulting in a stalemate that attested to Xie Yu's capabilities, justifying his place in the elite class. Through their altercation, Yin and Xie Yu became acquainted. Following their duel, they engaged in a deep conversation, discovering a remarkable rapport. Yin introduced Xie Yu into the circle of combatants, simultaneously lending support to Hu Liena, who had also transferred. Consequently, as transfer students, Xie Yu and Hu Liena thrived within the academy. Upon hearing of Mutis's intentions, Yin, knowing Xie Yu and Hu Liena's connection to Su Junfang, decided to pay a visit. On the first day of school, Su Junfang found himself unwittingly thrust into the spotlight as a person of interest. He had anticipated that his grandfather would seek allies for him within the academy, but he had not expected the situation to escalate to such proportions. Becoming a figure known to all, Su Junfang remained uncertain whether this notoriety was a blessing or a curse. Regardless, he managed to navigate through the afternoon. Upon returning to his single dormitory, Su Junfang naturally seized the opportunity to cultivate his skills. If he were to be surpassed by that fellow Li Xiong, it would indeed be a monumental embarrassment. Meanwhile, Li Xiong had returned to the Li family estate. Upon entering, he erupted into tears, exclaiming, "Mother, you must stand up for me. Someone has bullied me today." Li Xiong's mother, a woman who appeared quite gentle, slowly responded to her son's claims. "How can that be? Who would dare to bully you? Are you not trying to deceive your mother again?" With tears and snot streaming down his face, Li Xiong insisted. "No, not this time." His mother then urged him, "Tell me the entire story, from beginning to end." Li Xiong embellished his tale, portraying Su Junfang as a great villain who had incited senior students to beat him up. Fortunately, he managed to escape unharmed. Upon hearing this, Li Xiong's mother was filled with indignation. How could there be such a wicked child? I will certainly have a word with him tomorrow. Li Xiong believed mere words would not suffice. He felt that Su Junfang needed to be taught a lesson for the humiliation he had suffered at the Li household. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, the front door was flung open, revealing his father, whose countenance was dark as thunder, beckoning Li Xiong with a gesture. "Li Xiong, come here." Oblivious to his father's ominous demeanor, Li Xiong continued to wail about seeking revenge as he up in front of Su Huanchen's desk lay a stack of documents. Naturally, he had his informants within the elite academy, and the events that transpired today within the institution were reported to him with unerring accuracy. Su Huanchen picked up the document and stared at it for a while, speechless, before slapping the paper down onto the table. His expression remained impassive. Li Xiong, the son of Cardinal Li Pan. Chapter 38. The farce concludes. Early the next morning, after finishing breakfast at the cafeteria, Su Junfang leisurely carried his backpack to the elite class's classroom. He arrived relatively early, finding only a few classmates scattered throughout the room. Engrossed in their books as they prepared for the day ahead, Su Junfang skillfully approached the last seat by the window. He set down his backpack, retrieved his textbooks, and began to preview the content. Although he had been constantly on the move in his previous life, his capacity for learning was quite remarkable. In fact, the essence of education during elementary school can be distilled into two words: self-discipline. One must listen attentively during class and engage the mind after class, and nothing more. However, to his surprise, as soon as he settled in, a large crowd surged in from outside the door. Su Junfang looked up and saw that it was once again that rascal, Li Xiong. Su Junfang pondered. Could it be that his father had not reprimanded him upon returning home? That seemed unlikely. Suddenly, Li Xiong, surrounded by his followers, approached Su Junfang, causing the classroom to feel remarkably crowded. Li Xiong led the procession at the forefront, amid the astonished gazes of their classmates. He bowed and lowered his head in apology to Su Junfang. The individuals behind Li Xiong were even more dramatic, with some actually kneeling. Su Junfang, my behavior yesterday was truly inexcusable. I acted thoughtlessly and offended you. I sincerely ask for your forgiveness. This is a token of my remorse, and I hope you will accept it. The group behind Li Xiong followed suit, echoing his apology. After speaking, Li Xiong presented a beautifully wrapped box that appeared extraordinary. In truth, Su Junfang held a deep disdain for those who formed cliques in their first year and wielded their influence over others, especially those who had dragged him into such a trivial and juvenile conflict so early in the school year. Nevertheless, one could not deny that Li Xiong's demeanor was undeniably sincere. This gift, after all, was an opportunity too good to pass up. Su Junfang said nothing as she reached out to take the exquisite gift box handed to her by Li Xiong. In the presence of many onlookers, she opened the box to reveal a delicate ceramic medicine bottle, inscribed with the three prominent characters, Xian Shui Dan. Su Junfang was genuinely taken aback. The Xian Shui Dan was indeed a remarkable treasure. In his previous life, the elixirs differed significantly from those in this realm, prompting Su Junfang to acquire extensive knowledge about medicinal concoctions from his grandfather. The Xian Shui Dan is a profoundly extraordinary elixir, reputedly possessed by the Haotian Sect, which specializes in water attribute martial souls. The crafting of the Xian Shui Dan necessitates the essence of several water attribute soul beasts and numerous varieties of aquatic flora, meticulously blended through a unique process to achieve completion. Water serves a purifying function, and the Xian Shui Dan not only provides substantial nourishment and enhances soul power, but its medicinal properties are also remarkably gentle, allowing soul masters of any rank to absorb its effects effectively. For soul masters below level 20, it can elevate their soul power by at least 1 rank. However, its most invaluable trait lies in its ability to enhance a soul master's innate soul power by 1 rank, marking a significant transformation in both the physical constitution and cultivation speed of the soul master. Su Junfang was astonished that Li Xiong would present such a precious item right from the outset. Su Junfang sensed the sincerity in his words. And since there were no deep-seated grievances, he replied, "Indeed, you are commendable, and I forgive you." "Then may I?" Li Xiong implored eagerly. "I acknowledge your sincerity and am willing to grant you forgiveness, but the ultimate resolution rests with the adult's judgment." Li Xiong hung his head in dejection. At that moment, he had long lost the imposing demeanor he had displayed yesterday, responding meekly before retreating with his subordinates. Among them was also a certain Li Yan. The classmates in the class harbored an even greater fear of Su Junfang. Within a single day, he had tamed the ferocious tiger that had been snarling just the day before. It was indeed terrifying. Such a person should not be approached. As is the mindset of children, Su Junfang held the bottle containing the Xian Shui Dan in his hands, examining it closely yet finding nothing particularly remarkable. He subsequently placed it into the storage soul guide at his waist, known as Yueluo Wuqing. This Xian Shui Dan held little significance for Su Junfang himself. Being innately endowed with full soul power, he could not attain further elevation in his innate level. He had no need for the enhancement that this elixir could provide. If he truly desired to rely on medicinal aids to elevate his rank, his grandfather possessed a plethora of consumable pills. The true value of the Xian Shui Dan lay in its capacity to elevate one's innate soul power level. "I shall keep it," Su Junfang mused. Perhaps it could serve as a gift for someone else in the future. For Su Junfang, this entire episode was merely a fleeting interlude, akin to a gentle breeze that comes and goes. He swiftly redirected his focus back to his studies. What Su Junfang was unaware of was that yesterday afternoon, Cardinal Li Pan had hastened to the Spirit Hall to meet with Emperor Su, incessantly apologizing and pleading for mercy. He claimed that his son, being young and immature, had already received a severe reprimand and earnestly implored Emperor Su to spare his family. When Su Huanshan first learned of this matter, he was indeed filled with wrath. Having endured the agony of losing a child and nearly facing the loss of a grandchild, the incident of his grandson being abducted and subsequently returned is a tale known to all, particularly within the halls of the Spirit Hall. The fact that Li Pan incited his son, fully aware of the consequences, felt like a direct challenge to his authority. Initially, he contemplated taking stern measures against this family. Yet upon calming his thoughts, he deemed the situation somewhat trivial. Li Pan's plea was sincere, and the rationale was clear. Su Huanshan ultimately categorized the incident as mere childish folly. However, the principal reason for his leniency lay in Li Pan's offering of their ancestral treasure, a millennium-old 8-petaled fairy orchid. This was a celestial-grade herbal remedy, requiring a golden vessel for its preservation, encased within jade. It would remain unfading for 1,000 years and would never wither through the ages. Its medicinal properties were both gentle and profound, easily absorbed, yet necessitating a prolonged duration for efficacy, serving to strengthen the foundation and expel impurities from within the body. Su Huanshan believed that matters should not be escalated unnecessarily. Therefore, he verbally admonished Li Pan, sparing him from dire consequences while leaving his official position unchanged. This incident was thus set aside. Upon returning home, Li Pan felt fortunate. Yet his apprehension lingered. He decided to send the second Xian Shui pill, originally intended for Li Xiong, to Su Junfang through Li Xiong's hands. This encapsulates the complete narrative behind the events. However, these occurrences bore no relevance to Su Junfang, as his academic life commenced in earnest. Each day, he attended the designated classes at the academy, returning to his dormitory in the afternoons to cultivate his spiritual power and martial skills, and indulging in extensive reading during his leisure time. Taking advantage of the relatively light curriculum for first-year students, Su Junfang requested textbooks from higher grades from his grandfather, diligently self-studying the knowledge from the second and third years. Interestingly, Su Junfang found little camaraderie among his peers in his own grade, as the disparity in maturity rendered meaningful communication difficult. Instead, he fostered connections with students from the 4th and 5th years, particularly with Yin, Hu Liena, and Xiaoyu. Through Su Junfang's intentional outreach, Xiaoyu and Hu Liena often accompanied him on excursions and training sessions, becoming quite close friends. Yin, too, resonated well with him, and they had sparred on several occasions. However, as the top student, Yin frequently lacked the time to join their activities and training. Thus, Su Junfang navigated his 2 years at the academy with a harmonious rhythm. 2 years later, on the track of the Spirit Hall's Junior Soul Master Academy, Su Junfang donned a snug black athletic ensemble, gliding effortlessly upon the oval track, perspiration cascading from her brow. Her strides were fluid and silent, a testament to the habits cultivated during her past life as a warrior. In this incarnation, Su Junfang retained her assassin's instincts, moving soundlessly through any physical endeavor. Though muted, She sprinted across the field like a phantom panther, leaving her classmates, who were also participating in the assessment, far behind. "Well done, Su Junfang. Keep it up," exclaimed the homeroom teacher, Wang Kai. "Just one more lap. Maintain your composure," urged the physical education instructor, Chang Lu. "You can do it, Su Junfang. You're remarkable." Su Junfang adjusted his breathing, maintaining a slightly accelerated pace, his robust frame facing the wind, reminiscent of a solitary wolf descending the mountain. "He has done it. He has done it. Remarkable." The cheers reverberated across the playground, filled with fourth-grade students as well as younger first and second graders. Their jubilant voices soared as if they themselves were sprinting along the track. Chapter 39. Distance Creates Beauty. Su Junfang, with unwavering determination, was the first to cross the finish line. Hu Liena, standing at the finish line within the arena, tossed a towel towards the panting Su Junfang. Su Junfang raised his hand to catch the towel, gathering it in his grasp. He could not come to an immediate halt, for such a sudden cessation could lead to bodily harm. As Su Junfang wiped away his perspiration, he strolled back and forth across the grassy finish line. Once he had dried himself, he tossed the towel onto the ground and jested, "Why is the towel pink?" Hu Liena, with a radiant smile, gazed at him and replied, "Did you not express your fondness for pink just last time?" Su Junfang wore a smile that did not reach his eyes and helplessly replied, "Sister Nana, that is utter nonsense. Do you really believe it?" Hu Liena tilted her head and chuckled lightly. "I do believe it. I've always known you possess a heart of a young girl, haha." Su Junfang rolled her eyes, exhaling deeply. "Phew, this time is indeed quite exhausting. Junfang, you have an impressive physique," Hu Liena remarked, choosing not to engage further. Instead, she observed the slightly defined muscles on Su Junfang's fitted black attire. At the age of 8, Su Junfang stood nearly 1 meter 35 centimeters tall, reflecting a notably rapid development. Children in the Douluo Continent tend to mature swiftly. Su Junfang draped the academy's jacket over himself, concealing his tight-fitting attire. Enough. Stop staring. I'm going to collect my grades now." With that, he made his way towards the physical training instructor. This was the final assessment for his third year. The concluding segment of the physical training course, a 10-lap run in a state devoid of soul power. Su Junfang had already completed all the written examinations. Those trivial questions would yield perfect scores even with his eyes closed. The only challenge lay in this endurance run. Su Junfang arrived at the finish line, where the physical education instructor, Chang Lu, was meticulously observing each student's pace, his expression serious as he held a stopwatch in hand. The other classmates, who had just completed their run, leaned on their knees, drenched in sweat, taking a moment to recuperate. Meanwhile, the healing soul master, noticing the few individuals present, refrained from offering treatment. Su Junfang crossed his arms, observing the performances of his classmates. Overall, Su Junfang secured the first position, lapping several other competitors, followed closely by a handful of exceptionally swift and strong individuals who comprised the leading echelon. Behind them trailed the second, third, and fourth tiers, along with a scattering of students struggling to keep pace. Hu Liena, now 2 years his senior, had agreed to accompany Su Junfang after the run. Thus, she matched his stride, standing behind him with an alluring posture, hands on her hips, as she watched the second-year students sprinting ahead. Eventually, after a considerable interval, all the second-year students reached the finish line. The last few appeared as if they had been caught in a downpour or had indulged in revelry. Not a single part of their bodies was dry, their faces flushed and breathing labored, with Su Junfang even perceiving the sound of their lungs working like bellows. Awaiting nearby, the healing spirit, the second spirit ring of the healing soul king, illuminated, and a tawny rain swallow emerged from her. This swallow circled above Su Junfang and his classmates, releasing a gentle rain of pale yellow spirit energy wherever it flew. The water touched the skin of the students, and the effect was immediate. Those who had been coughing dryly saw their conditions improve, and even Su Junfang felt a warm sensation within, as their spirit and physical strength swiftly replenished. This was their auxiliary healing teacher for physical training, Huang Yin, whose martial spirit, the healing rain swallow, was a remarkably agile healing spirit. At that moment, the physical education teacher, Chang Lu, approached them, his voice deep as he addressed Su Junfang. "Su Junfang, you are first. Li Xiong, Long Do, and a few others scored full marks. Whether you look at the scores or not, you may leave. Here are the scorebooks for you to check your results and rankings." Su Junfang first took a scorebook, glanced at the top scores, then surveyed the achievements of his classmates with a relaxed smile before passing the scorebook to Li Xiong behind him. He then left the cluster of boys gathered around to view their results and walked towards Hu Liena, who stood a short distance away. Their physical education classes were notoriously rigorous, and the students often referred to their instructor, Chang Lu, who subjected them to such devilish training, as the embodiment of relentless hardship. At this moment, Su Junfang was in the second grade, and the series of physical tests he had just participated in was the class division assessment, conducted at the end of the second grade, leading directly to a reclassification for the third grade. Given his near-perfect scores across all 7 subjects, he was undoubtedly the top student in his grade, and it was certain that he would continue in the elite class. However, Su Junfang was reluctant to squander his time idly. The curriculum for the lower grades was relatively relaxed, consisting mostly of simple memorization, which he had already mastered in advance. He did not wish to waste time in the 3rd grade. His intention was to apply for a grade skip to the 4th grade after returning from the winter vacation. But that was a matter for later. For now, he needed to head home. As this was the final assessment of the 2nd grade, and indeed the last day of the school year, marking the beginning of the holiday, he was eager to return to the Spirit Hall to enjoy a comfortable life. Originally, Hu Liena and Xiaoyu had no home and could only reside at the school. But this year, due to certain special circumstances, the two planned to accompany Junfang back to the Spirit Hall. Firstly, Xiaoyu was now 12 years old and was about to embark on the elite program of the Spirit Hall. Having visited the Spirit Hall several times at Junfang's invitation, he had met Su Huanshan, the elder, and due to their friendship, Su Huanshan was prepared to arrange a short training session for Xiaoyu before he participated in the program. Secondly, both Junfang and Hu Liena had reached the threshold of level 20 this year. Su Huanshan arranged for his subordinates, who were soul masters, to take them to the Stardow Forest to hunt for soul rings. It would be somewhat inaccurate to say that Hu Liena had just reached the threshold. She had actually been at level 20 for 4 months, while Junfang had only just touched the threshold. Hu Liena initially intended to follow the school's arrangement and accompany the teachers to hunt for soul rings. However, Junfang estimated that he would reach level 20 by the end of the year. So he advised Hu Liena to wait until the holiday to join him in enjoying the superior conditions for obtaining soul rings at the Spirit Hall. After all, the timing was more suitable, and soul rings that matched the soul master's attributes would enable them to exhibit greater strength. The school could not guarantee that the soul rings acquired would be satisfactory. The quality of the soul rings was undoubtedly best when obtained personally. It was no secret that leveling up through training before absorbing a soul ring would be supplemented afterward, leading to a more stable foundation of soul power. With such privileged advantages, Hu Liena naturally chose to benefit from Junfang's favorable treatment, thus leading to the trio of Junfang, Hu Liena, and Xiaoyu planning to return to the Spirit Hall together. At this moment, he and Hu Liena were preparing to go to the battle arena to pick up Xiaoyu. Their luggage had already been packed and stored in the storage room, ready to be retrieved shortly. "Sister Nana, let us go and pick up Xiaoyu," Junfang called out to Hu Liena, waving from a distance. "Yes, my brother is probably still practicing with Yan. I want to see him next year. It feels a bit strange," Hu Liena replied, quickening her pace to walk alongside Junfang. At this point, 10-year-old Hu Liena was already a head taller than 8-year-old Junfang. Junfang interjected, "Why the haste? Xiaoyu will undoubtedly navigate the elite program with ease. In 2 years, we shall certainly reunite. Is it not said that distance enhances beauty? The separation from your brother over these 2 years will render your eventual reunion all the more heartwarming and meaningful. Are you truly so confident in your success? Where did you hear that distance enhances beauty? Well, it's certainly isn't a fabrication of mine. Besides, with your brother away, I can still keep you company for these 2 years. That's different, as you well know. My brother and I have relied on each other for so many years. The sudden separation for 2 years is indeed quite disheartening. Ah, by the way, isn't today your birthday?" Junfang chose not to dwell on the somewhat melancholic topic, deftly shifting the conversation. "Remembered at last? I thought you had forgotten. Have you prepared any gifts for me, little Junfang?" Chapter 40. The gift of Xianshui Dan. Of course, I have been prepared for quite some time. Junfang wore a mysterious smile as he pulled out a lollipop, raising it ceremoniously before Hu Liena. "Surprised? This is a limited edition starry lollipop, mango-flavored, and it tastes exquisite. I couldn't bear to eat it myself, so I saved it to give to you. Are you delighted?" However, Hu Liena's delicate visage instantly fell, her peach blossom eyes narrowing into a disdainful glare directed at Junfang. "Is this it? Even if you offer me the lollipop, I wouldn't indulge. It could lead to weight gain." Junfang broke into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Haha, I was merely teasing you. This is what I desire." With a swift motion of her hand at her waist, she produced a finely crafted ceramic medicine bottle from the depths of the moonlit night and presented it to Hu Liena. "Here, this is your birthday gift. The Xianshui Dan." Upon hearing the playful remark, Hu Liena feigned a pout and lightly struck Junfang on the right shoulder. However, when her gaze fell upon the Xianshui Dan, she was momentarily rendered speechless. After a prolonged silence, realization dawned upon her regarding the origins of the Xianshui Dan, leaving her astonished. "The Xianshui Dan? The one valued in the thousands? This is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Junfang, you should keep it for yourself." Hu Liena was well aware of the effects of such a pill, which could elevate a soul master's innate soul power by an entire level, a remarkably precious elixir. She surmised that it must have been procured by Junfang's grandfather, Su Huanshan, for her to consume. Accepting such a lavish gift would be inappropriate. She feared it might lead to Su Huanshan harboring negative feelings towards her. This gesture was indeed too grand. Junfang's expression was solemn. "Indeed, this Xianshui Dan is the birthday gift I present to you. Do not worry, it is not for myself, as my grandfather has consented to my offering it to you." He then briefly recounted the incident concerning Li Xiong's offense against him and the subsequent gifting of the Xianshui Dan. "You have all been speculating, haven't you? Now I shall reveal. I indeed possess a full innate soul power, making this elixir of little significance to me, merely elevating my soul power by one level. However, for you, it holds considerable importance, does it not? Hu Liena sought to decline the gift, but upon witnessing Su Junfang's earnest demeanor, she was taken aback. Are you serious? You are gifting me such a precious elixir? She exclaimed. Oh, very well, I know you desire it. Why the pretense with me? With that, Su Junfang swiftly pressed the vial of elixir into Hu Liena's delicate, smooth hand, taking the opportunity to brush against her skin, relishing the moment. Feeling the vial nestled within her grasp, Hu Liena experienced a warm surge of emotions, excitement intertwined with hesitation and a hint of shyness. With a complex expression, she cast a glance at Su Junfang, bit her pink lip, and softly spoke, Junfang, I am truly grateful. Such a significant favor will surely be repaid in the future. After speaking, Hu Liena stowed the vial into her storage soul tool and draped her arm over Su Junfang's shoulder, feigning nonchalance. Junfang, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to confide in me. I shall protect you. Su Junfang chuckled softly, expressing his delight at the honor bestowed upon him. He savored the comforting sensation of the delicate, onion-white arm resting upon his shoulder. One cannot fault the lecherous tendencies of old Su. It is merely a consequence of his prolonged singlehood, having been devoid of female companionship for far too long. Conversely, while Hu Liena appeared to speak with ease, her heart was tumultuous. Her innate soul power was a rare level 9, perhaps even surpassing it slightly. She was but a fraction away from attaining full innate soul power. Yet, despite the apparent distinction, there remained a disparity in both the speed of cultivation and the quality of soul skills between level 9 and full soul power. The precious Xian Shui Dan gifted by Su Junfang was precisely what she needed to bridge that final gap in her innate soul power. This represented an extraordinary opportunity and benefit for Hu Liena, significantly aiding her future cultivation. Such a valuable gift was offered by Su Junfang without any expectation of recompense, bestowed upon her in the spirit of friendship, demonstrating a remarkable ease. Su Junfang's familial wealth is one matter. The straightforward loyalty he embodies is quite another. Su Junfang's actions deeply moved Hu Liena, who already held a favorable impression of him, evoking a sense of guilt within her. She felt that she had usurped the opportunity that rightfully belonged to Su Junfang. However, this feeling of remorse remained unexpressed, manifesting only in their future interactions. It is worth noting that Hu Liena's closest confidants at school, aside from a few female classmates, were her brother and Su Junfang. Although her relationship with Yin was also amicable, it lacked the same intimacy and sense of security, perhaps due to the peculiar glances Yin cast her way. Likely a result of their age difference. Su Junfang, however, is quite different. 2 years her junior. He possesses a charming and spirited demeanor that suggests he will undoubtedly grow into a handsome young man. His youthful age, being 2 years younger than Hu Liena, further ignites her nurturing instincts to care for her younger brother. Additionally, Su Junfang's playful and melodious manner of speaking, coupled with his maturity and composure when serious, makes it difficult for her not to feel affection for him. Moreover, Su Junfang once shared in her trials, having saved her life. Hu Liena let out a faint sigh, reflecting that she now owes yet another debt of gratitude to Su Junfang. Of course, if Su Junfang were to discern the depth of Hu Liena's feelings towards his actions, he would likely respond with a simple phrase. It is nothing but the devotion of a sycophant. Su Junfang occasionally assumes the role of an ardent admirer, eager to curry favor whenever it proves beneficial, especially when the object of his affection is a captivating beauty. As the old adage goes, who would wish to be a sycophant without genuine affection? Returning to the matter at hand, Hu Liena and Su Junfang strolled towards the Soul Arena, exchanging laughter and banter. Upon entering the arena, they were greeted by the raucous cheers emanating from the stands. Go Xiaoyu, defeat him. This is incredible. The arena buzzed with excited exclamations. The Soul Arena serves as a combat zone within the Spirit Hall's Junior Soul Master Academy, situated in the northwest corner of the institution. It is frequently frequented by senior students. Here, various Soul Master duels take place, overseen by dedicated instructors who act as referees, determining outcomes, safeguarding participants, and providing medical assistance. However, engaging in a match requires a fee of 5 gold soul coins and prior reservation, which makes students particularly cautious when visiting. The competition stage stands prominently in the center of the spacious arena, illuminated by bright lights that eliminate any shadowy corners. The referee occupies a designated area nearby, intently observing the battle between Xiaoyu and Yin. Despite the throngs of spectators, Hu Liena and Su Junfang managed to find an empty seat, preparing to witness the contest. Xiaoyu and Yin, both 12 years of age, are on the cusp of departure from the academy to partake in an elite training program next year. They resolve to commemorate their final day at the academy by engaging in one last duel at the Soul Arena. In the arena, Yin radiated a fierce dark red flame. His upper body bare, eyes ablaze with determination and ferocity. His muscles bulged like a formidable beast poised to strike, and under the influence of his martial spirit. The Flame Lord, Yin's physique had swelled to an imposing height of 2.5 meters. This martial spirit exudes overwhelming power, enveloping Yin in layers of dark red. Hard armor that boasts extraordinary defensive capabilities. The contours of his muscles, accentuated by the armor, resemble a steel body forged from granite, with his hands encased in thick, dark red claws. Yan's visage had also undergone a dramatic transformation. His head now bore a striking resemblance to a fusion of a fire dragon and a bull, retaining his facial features while sprouting 3 long horns on each side, forming a fiery crown of 6 crimson spikes. With each powerful strike, he shattered the ground beneath him, sending scorching fragments of earth flying in all directions. The air within a 2-meter radius of Yan warped due to the intense heat generated by his martial spirit, creating a shimmering barrier of distortion around him. This was the essence of his martial spirit, the Flame Lord, intensely hot, offensively powerful, defensively formidable, and endowed with immense strength. Manifesting in an embodied form, the higher the rank, the greater the enhancement to his physical abilities. Yan's Flame Lord is not solely fire-based, but possesses dual attributes of fire and earth. While his fire attribute is formidable, it is further augmented by the equally high-level earth attribute, rendering him a challenging adversary. Indeed, even the most potent fire may struggle against him. Now, let us turn our attention to Xiaoyu, who stands in opposition. His martial spirit, the Moonblade, consists of a pair of weapon spirits, each a blood-red crescent blade gripped firmly in his hands. These blades, resembling slender crescents, are held at the rear of their handles, akin to a curved scimitar. Both the front and rear edges, as well as the blade's sharpness, are capable of inflicting harm. The blades are as delicate as a cicada's wing, smooth and flawless, wielded with precision. The Moonblade, inherited from his father, is a potent martial spirit, albeit distinct in its own right, while his father's Moonblade was silver-white. Xiaoyu's blades are adorned with blood-red inscriptions. His twin blades are considered top-tier weapon spirits, with razor-sharp edges and an indestructible blade body. The blood-red hue of the blades is not merely decorative, but serves as evidence of their dark attribute. The Moonblade can absorb the moonlight of the blood moon, releasing this energy during combat. When wielded, the blades are enveloped in a thick aura of blood and slaughter, which is their most terrifying aspect. The surface of the moon blade ripples with blood-red waves, subtly clinging to the blade, embodying the lethal intent within. The malevolent energy of the moon blade bears a close resemblance to attributes of death and evil, yet is far more insidious. A mere scratch from these blades inflicts not only searing pain, but also allows the bloodlight and malevolence to infiltrate the body and psyche of the afflicted soul master. The longer the battle endures, the more challenging it becomes for the opponent to endure, with subsequent healing proving increasingly arduous. Thus, one might argue that this martial spirit is more aptly named the Blood Moonblade than merely the Moonblade. The blades can be wielded for both offensive and defensive maneuvers, and can also be thrown like a dart. When thrown, the Moonblades travel at a velocity rivaling that of agility-focused soul masters, showcasing exceptional maneuverability. Under Xiaoyu's adept control, the blades can emerge from an enemy's blind spot, inflicting wounds before spiraling back to deliver a second strike, thereby causing additional harm. The angles of their flight are cunningly unpredictable, rendering them exceedingly difficult to counter. Su Junfang observed the intense atmosphere in the fighting spirit arena, realizing that these two combatants had been engaged in battle for quite some time. The fluctuations of their soul power had become unstable, indicating that the climax of their duel was imminent. Xiaoyu wielded 2 moon blades, deftly maneuvering them around Yan, targeting obscure yet lethal areas such as the ankles, wrists, and armpits. One of the moon blades, under Xiaoyu's control, spun rapidly, forming a crescent-shaped cutting disc. This disc rotated vigorously while simultaneously launching relentless assaults towards Yan, attempting to penetrate his armor from various angles, and at times, swirling around him to divert his attention. Yan, with his massive fists ablaze, clashed against the whirling blades with unyielding determination. With each strike, he adjusted his stance, ensuring that the moon blades remained within his line of sight. A sudden thrust of a moon blade aimed directly at his eyes forced Yan to cross his arms before his face, as the blade sliced through the bone armor of his arms with remarkable speed. In an instant, sparks erupted. The chaos of friction ignited a shower of dazzling light, far more brilliant than the flames seen by Su Junfang in his past life, when workers cut steel by the roadside. Caught at the epicenter of the assault, Yan was momentarily blinded by the brilliance, compelling him to lower his head and scan the battlefield with his peripheral vision, ever wary of Xiaoyu. Seizing the opportunity while Yan was momentarily incapacitated by the blinding light, Xiaoyu deftly maneuvered behind him, launching a powerful strike aimed at the nape of Yan's neck. The first soul ring flared, and with it, the first soul skill, Moon Slash, unleashed a longer and brighter blood-red crescent-shaped energy blade. Countless minuscule blades, moving too swiftly to discern, spiraled around this energy slash, leaving behind a multitude of crescent-shaped scars in their wake. The moon blade before Yan, having lost the initial force of its rotation, now posed a diminished threat, merely etching a scar into his bone armor. As the momentum waned, Yan's cross-arm defense repelled the still-spinning blade with formidable force. The edge of the moon blade, singed by Yan's extraordinary temperature and rapid friction, darkened slightly as it was knocked back into Xieyu's grasp. While Yin was preoccupied with the moon blade, he failed to detect the stealthy approach of Xieyuyu from behind, yet this realization heightened his alertness. Understanding that Xieyuyu was likely preparing to ambush him from behind, Yin pivoted swiftly, his vision catching a flash of red that rapidly expanded before him. The sinister crescent-shaped red glow surged towards Yin, leaving him no time to gather energy. His first soul ring flickered, and in a moment of urgency, he conjured a massive fireball, a meter in diameter, which collided with the oncoming blade of light with unwavering resolve. Boom, boom. The arena erupted in a symphony of fiery clouds. A colossal shockwave swept across the stage, dispersing the scarlet smoke in all directions, enveloping the fighting spirit arena in crimson hues, rendering it difficult for the spectators to discern the unfolding events within. Junfang activated the fixed observation method, allowing him to perceive the happenings within the arena through the swirling smoke. The recently unleashed soul techniques had drained the remaining vestiges of soul power from both combatants, who now barely sustained their martial spirit forms, resorting to the most primitive of combat techniques in their struggle. Outside the arena, an unusual silence enveloped the atmosphere. As if a tacit understanding had been reached, no one uttered a word. Each individual held their breath, attuned to the incessant clashing of blades against metal and the tremors reverberating through the ground. After a moment, as the smoke dissipated, two shadowy figures gradually emerged from the haze. The audience finally discerned the scene within the arena. The once formidable combatants had ceased their battle, each occupying a corner of the fighting platform. Xieyuyu knelt partially, his moon blade embedded in the ground, supporting his scorched and charred body. His white Martial Spirit Academy uniform had been rendered utterly blackened by the flames, with singed holes revealing glimpses of his slightly burned skin beneath. This garment was evidently ruined. Yin, on the other hand, had reverted from his martial spirit form, standing in the northeastern corner of the arena, gasping for breath. His upper body was bare, revealing a robust physique, marred by several gruesome gashes from which blood flowed. The outcome of the situation was unmistakable. Both combatants had exhausted their soul power and physical strength, manifesting a state of mutual defeat. Observing their stillness, the referee, who had been watching from the sidelines, intervened. Will you continue? Xieyuyu, crouched on the ground, exchanged a glance with Yin and then shook his head, breathlessly replying, no more fighting. The referee turned to Yin, who also nodded in agreement. Witnessing this, the referee stepped into the center of the arena to announce the results. Level 28 Assault System Soul Master Yin versus Level 28 Assault System Soul Master Xieyuyu, resulting in a draw. A sigh escaped the crowd. Yet another draw. Is this what they call a nemesis? After 2 years, these two have shown no advancement. Their skills are merely mediocre. If you boast so much, why don't you step up yourself? Upon the announcement of this outcome, the students in the audience began to murmur among themselves, and even some of the observing teachers acknowledged the exceptional talents of the two combatants. The referee continued. The match is concluded. Please exit the arena, as it will be closing for the day. Only then did the audience, consisting of students and teachers, begin to move, a flowing tide toward the exit as they prepared to depart and gather their belongings for home. Some familiar classmates of Xieyuyu and Yin waved at them as they passed the arena, while others directly praised their prowess. Xieyuyu and Yin reciprocated the gestures. With the arena now significantly quieter, Yin strode towards Xieyuyu, extending a hand of assistance. Xieyuyu, propped against the ground, looked up and grasped Yin's hand, using it to rise. As Yin helped him to his feet, Xieyuyu retracted his moon blade martial spirit and began brushing off the ashes clinging to his attire. He remarked, truthfully, you won that exchange. My stamina was inferior to yours, and I could scarcely move. Had you continued your assault, defeat would have been inevitable. Yin raised his eyebrows in response, saying, that may not be entirely true. It took me considerable time to subdue the malevolence of your moonblade. I have been battling the turmoil within myself, and it is always such an ordeal. At this moment, Junfang and Hu Liena approached Yin and Xieyuyu, and the arena was now devoid of anyone else apart from the four of them. Chapter 42, Marching into the Star-Do Forest. Noticing Hu Liena and Junfang's arrival, Xieyuyu and Yin ceased their discussion. Xieyuyu promptly changed out of his charred attire, donning a prepared second uniform. Yin, meanwhile, threw on the coat he had discarded before the battle, leaving it unbuttoned, exposing his muscular chest, and said, I'll take my leave now. Until we meet again. After changing, Xieyuyu waved at Yin, saying, farewell, I await your participation in the elite program. Hu Liena and Junfang also bid their goodbyes. Yin left them with a parting glance as he walked toward the exit. He raised his hand in farewell before vanishing into the embrace of the setting sun. Xieyuyu sat for a moment longer, resting to regain some strength, before the three exited the soul fighting room. Along the way, they engaged in lively chatter, sharing various bits of gossip and stories, their words flowing freely. It was reminiscent of childhood, when one felt an insatiable urge to share countless thoughts, fearing that others might not listen. Even Junfang, with a mind that had matured, found himself swept up in their exuberance, feeling a resurgence of youthful spirit. With their belongings gathered, the trio exited the school gates, where Mu Shuyu and the carriage awaited them. Xieyuyu and Hu Liena Having accompanied Su Junfang to the martial spirit hall on several occasions, were naturally acquainted with Mu Shiyu. Xiaoyu politely greeted him. Good day, Mu Lao. Thank you for coming to pick us up despite your hard work. Huh, it's no trouble at all. Come, young masters, Xiaoyu, Liena, let us board the carriage. He replied cheerfully. The group swiftly arranged their luggage and climbed aboard, resuming their earlier conversation as the carriage set off toward the martial spirit hall. After nearly 3 hours, the three found themselves seated on the soft sofas of the martial spirit hall's waiting lounge. Xiaoyu sat cross-legged, meditating, while Su Junfang and Hu Liena engaged in a game of telling ghost stories, each attempting to craft the most terrifying tale. At that moment, the large door of the lounge creaked open, pushed from the outside. Su Huangshan strode in, adorned in his customary platinum bishop's attire. Grandfather, you have arrived. We've been awaiting your presence. Our sister Nana and I to embark on our quest for soul rings tomorrow. Do not rush, he replied. Allow me to guide you through the preparations. Su Huangshan slowly took a seat beside them, and the sight of his grandson never failed to uplift his spirits. First, there was Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, you previously expressed a desire to receive guidance from me, did you not? Su Huangshan inquired with a glance. Receiving an affirmative response from Xiaoyu. Your soul power level is undoubtedly impressive. Reaching level 28 at such a tender age is exceedingly rare. Very few individuals at the age of 12 possess such a level of soul power. Xiaoyu listened intently. At this juncture, enhancing your soul power would yield minimal benefits. Therefore, you should focus on mastering the application of your martial soul and honing your physical capabilities. Only then can you effectively utilize and control the strength you currently possess. Do you concur? Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. You are absolutely correct. I shall follow your guidance. Excellent. With approximately 2 months remaining before your assessment, I will allocate the first 2 weeks for your recovery and adjustment. The subsequent 6 weeks will be under the tutelage of Professor Wang Duiyu, the mentor I have arranged for you. He will devise a training regimen for you to adhere to, which will undoubtedly lead to your improvement. Do you have any further inquiries? When shall I commence my training? Tomorrow? Xiaoyu inquired. Tomorrow, Junfang and Xiao Na will venture out to hunt for soul rings. Although you are not required to hunt, it would be beneficial for you to accompany them to gain combat experience against soul beasts. The destination is the Douluo Forest. While you may struggle against the higher-tier soul beasts within, you three can collaborate to eliminate the century-old soul beasts on the outskirts. Rest assured, there will be individuals accompanying you, so focus solely on dealing with the soul beasts. Once you enter the Millennium Zone, it will no longer be your concern. Understood. Xiaoyu affirmed with a nod. Junfang, Xiao, you have heard this as well. Both of you have reached the Great Soul Master level. Tomorrow, Mu Shiyu and his companions will guide you to the Douluo Forest. However, this time, you must tackle the outer soul beasts on your own, as it will serve as a valuable experience for you. Is that agreeable? Absolutely, the two responded in unison. Su Huangshan propped himself up with both hands on his legs, rose from the sofa, and said, Very well, it is settled then. Rest early. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave first. Seeing that matters were essentially settled, Su Junfang prepared to return to her room to cultivate. Hu Liena, I shall take my leave now to focus on my training. Hu Liena pouted slightly. All right then, go ahead and cultivate. I shall do the same. Su Huangshan had already arranged separate rooms for the two siblings, one for each, as the spirit hall was expansive, with an abundance of vacant chambers. After returning to his chamber, Su Junfang was in a somber mood. He had confided in no one about his second martial soul being of the sinister kind, since experiencing that previous bloodthirsty impulse. Luo Yixue had warned him that the most uncontrollable moments of a dark soul master's murderous desires occur when they are stuck at a level threshold or after obtaining a soul ring. He had endured that sensation before, the craving for blood as intense as a starving man beholding a mountain of delicacies. Though he had stockpiled numerous bloodstones, the torment was still unbearable. Moreover, none could predict when this vampiric urge might surge upon him again. Su Junfang could only devote himself to the arduous practice of the Golden Light Mantra. The Golden Light Mantra, both calming and purifying, served as an effective remedy for suppressing the turbulent waves of malevolent thoughts within. Concurrently, the Pure Heart Mantra also proved to be of significant benefit. As the foremost among the 8 divine mantras, it is employed by practitioners of the Tao to purify body and mind, dispelling distractions and stabilizing the spirit. This mantra allows the mundane heart to enter a state of profound tranquility, reflecting upon the true essence of the Tao and immersing oneself in serene stillness. Moreover, it possesses the critical function of safeguarding the soul and spirit, particularly in moments when malevolent energies assail the mind, granting Su Junfang hope that these incantations could help quell this insidious thought. With a mind awash with unease, Su Junfang settled into a cross-legged position on his bed and commenced his meditation. 3 days later, at the threshold of the Douluo Forest, 3 diminutive figures, Evil Moon, Hu Liena, and Su Junfang stood before the vast expanse of the forest, acutely aware of their own insignificance. They had departed from the Martial Soul Palace 3 days prior. The palace, located in the capital of the Douluo Empire, Douluo City, lies in the northern part of the empire, not far from the Douluo Forest. After a 3-day journey, they arrived at the forest, and upon disembarking, Junfang was struck by awe. He had encountered images of the Star Doe forest in his geography textbooks at the academy, yet the experience of witnessing it firsthand was utterly unparalleled. The forest exuded an aura of ancient grandeur, imbued with a sense of both timelessness and majesty. In his previous life, Junfang had traversed numerous mountains and forests, yet none could rival the primordial essence of the Star Doe forest. The trees within the Star Doe forest stood in dense formation, making it difficult to discern between trunks and pathways after merely a few meters. A faint gray-green luminescence enveloped the forest, while rays of brilliant sunlight occasionally pierced through the leafy canopy, creating patches of golden light upon the ground. Their guardians, Mushuyu, Lu Liang, and Elyu, chose to remain a careful distance behind, ensuring the trio had the freedom to operate while simultaneously monitoring their safety, thus preventing them from falling into peril. Let us proceed. Although we are merely at the forest's periphery, the soul beasts within the Star Doe forest are numerous and possess considerable aggression, harboring hostility towards humans. We must not lower our guard, Evil Moon cautioned. Understood. Sister Liena and I aim to acquire our soul rings, but prior to that, we must contemplate the types of soul rings we wish to obtain, Junfang stated as he stepped into the forest, where the surroundings remained relatively safe. This way, we can have a clear objective. I have a few thoughts. What about you, Sister Liena? Hu Liena pondered for a moment before responding. I suppose I do have a goal. As you know, my martial soul, the enchanting fox, is a control-type soul reliant on charm for battlefield manipulation. Currently, my first soul skill is Fox Charm, which uses my eyes and mental energy to beguile opponents. However, this skill has its limitations. If others do not gaze upon me, or simply close their eyes, it becomes utterly ineffective. Humans possess 5 senses: sight, smell, hearing, taste, and touch. In truth, there exists an even higher level of perception. Presently, I can only enchant foes through sight, so I intend to procure soul skills that encompass all 5 senses. I doubt taste will be feasible, as I cannot possibly feed my opponents during battle. Why not? You could have them consume your fox fur. Imagine a skill called Fox Fur Explosion, with white fur flying everywhere. If they accidentally ingest some, they would be enchanted. How marvelous. Haha. Junfang jested mischievously. Ha, Fox Fur Explosion? How could you even think of such a thing? Ugh, the more I ponder it, the more revolting it becomes, Hu Liena retorted playfully. You've thrown me off track. Let me continue. I am considering acquiring a tactile soul skill, preferably from a fox-type soul beast, as it would resonate most harmoniously with me. That's my plan. What about you? Junfang? Chapter 43, Tiger Demon Cat, Death. Junfang pondered for a moment and said, as for me, my primary soul skill is one that binds or lashes at close range. This time, I believe I require a means of attack that is effective at mid to long distances. I specialize in the assault category and aspire to acquire every type of attack-oriented soul skill available to me. Hearing this, you summarized. So it is clear that both of you have made your decisions, correct? Sister, you wish to lean towards soul skills that involve contact and charm, preferably from fox-type soul beasts, while Junfang seeks a means of mid to long-range attack. That sounds reasonable. Junfang nodded in agreement. Then let us commence our search for soul rings in this regard. Which soul beast shall we pursue first? Junfang exhibited a remarkable humility, suggesting, let us first assist Sister Nana. She has been waiting for 2 months. I can afford to wait a little longer. With that, the decision was made. It seemed as though Yu was instantly invigorated, his keen gaze sweeping through the woodland with renewed purpose. Hu Liena, upon hearing this resolution, chose to remain silent, accepting it without protest. Thus, the trio commenced their quest to trace the elusive fox soul beast. As these creatures were predominantly nocturnal, the search proved challenging during daylight hours. However, with careful attention to the burrows nestled among the foliage, discovering a fox den was not an insurmountable task. As they ventured further, Junfang abruptly halted, standing still and alert to the surroundings. Noticing the change in Junfang's expression, Yu inquired, is something amiss? Junfang responded, although we have encountered numerous soul beasts along our journey, they have predominantly been of a gentle disposition. Logically, we ought to be in a region that straddles the periphery in the interior, where aggressive soul beasts should not be absent. This suggests that we may be encroaching upon the territory of a particular soul beast. He expressed his doubts, yet no significant discoveries had manifested thus far. Did you observe anything? Asked Yu. I possess keen observational skills, Junfang replied. Just moments ago, I noticed the surrounding trees swaying, and a palpable malevolence lingered nearby, likely indicating an approaching soul beast. Malevolence? You can sense that too? I find it rather uncanny, Yu remarked. Before he could finish, a dark azure light surged towards Hu Liena, who, being a control-type soul master with only the first soul skill, Fox Charm, lacked any offensive capabilities. Despite her inadequacy in confronting the ferocious soul beast, Hu Liena had been intently listening to the conversation between Yu and Junfang, remaining alert. The sudden attack, though unexpected, did not rattle her composure. Instead, she responded with poise, elevating her long sword diagonally to intercept the azure shadow. While her sword was indeed sharp, The force behind the azure shadow was formidable. Instead of being deflected, it relentlessly charged towards her chest. Hu Liena swiftly retreated and sidestepped, attempting to evade the direct onslaught. Yet her speed fell short. Just as a crimson scar threatened to mar her alabaster skin, the azure shadow was abruptly repelled, as though struck by an immense force. Though Hu Liena's face paled slightly, she exhibited no signs of fear or trepidation. Rather, a fierce determination gleamed in her eyes. The prior strike had been Su Junfang's use of a pure soul power technique, the Void Strike, a common offensive maneuver from his past life. By harnessing energy adeptly, he was able to unleash a force that could inflict harm from a distance. Though the attack connected, its impact was not substantial. The strength of the Void Strike primarily lay in its instantaneous shock, penetrating deeply, however, due to Su Junfang's limited soul power. The resulting damage was insufficient to severely harm the nearly 1,000-year-old tiger demon cat. After being struck, the azure shadow adjusted its posture midair, landing gracefully on all fours and crouching in an aggressive stance, baring its dark fur as it growled ominously at the trio. At that moment, Su Junfang, Xiaoyu, and Hu Liena finally discerned the nature of the approaching soul beast, a diminutive raccoon-like creature adorned in azure fur, with eyes of a deep crimson hue that radiated ferocity. Its azure markings varied in depth, resembling a mottled tiger's hide. Xiaoyu furrowed his brow and spoke gravely. This is a tiger demon cat, known for its aggressive nature. Judging by the darkening hue of its fur, it likely possesses an age of 700 to 800 years. Should its fur fully transition to a blackish blue, it would be classified as a millennium-old tiger demon cat. Although Su Junfang had not encountered this soul beast in his academy studies, he had gleaned some knowledge from his self-directed study in the 4th grade curriculum. The tiger demon cat, while not rare, is commonly found on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. From a soul master's perspective, it is categorized as a swift attacker with a notably aggressive temperament. Let us resolve this swiftly, Xiaoyu declared, immediately springing into action. He, Su Junfang, Hu Liena, and Yin had practiced together several times, and they were well acquainted with each other's strengths and soul skills. With a flick of his right arm, a flash of red light surged forth, accompanied by a ferocious wind aimed at the tiger demon cat, as Xiaoyu utilized his moon blade as a boomerang, achieving remarkable efficacy. The crimson circular blade tore through the ground where the tiger demon cat stood, sending clods of earth flying. However, the creature had already sensed the impending gust and leapt away before the red disc could reach it. The tiger demon cat, akin to a bolt of azure lightning, lunged toward its primary target, Xiaoyu, who stood at the forefront, with his left hand gripping the moonblade's handle and his right stabilizing it to enhance its power. Xiaoyu remained cautious, aware of the formidable strength displayed by the tiger demon cat. As the distance between them diminished, he could perceive the quivering whiskers on the cat's face, maintaining a defensive posture with a slight smirk playing on his lips. To his astonishment, the moonblade, previously thrown, executed an uncanny loop in the air, returning to slice at the tiger demon cat's waist. Sensing impending danger, the creature extended its forepaws, its azure fur shimmering with a subtle, yet undulating radiance. It leapt through the air, curving its body to bypass Xiaoyu and charged directly at Su Junfang, leaving Xiaoyu in a moment of surprise. The attributes of thunder and light that Su Junfang possesses are the ones it detests the most. The tiger demon cat is adorned with wings, albeit slender and inadequate for flight. However, during its swift movements, these wings assisted in altering direction in midair. Su Junfang, employing the method of fixed observation, completely discerned the flight trajectory of the tiger demon cat. With a cruel smile, he raised his hand and struck. The tiger demon cat, undeterred, slammed its claws directly against Su Junfang's palm. Boom, boom, boom. A series of miniature explosive mushrooms erupted before Su Junfang, as the shattered lightning surged within the dark thunderclouds. This was Su Junfang's self-developed soul technique, the thunderous palm. A disheveled figure tumbled from the swirling smoke. It was the tiger demon cat, engulfed in the black haze of the explosion. Su Junfang's thunderous palm, infused with electric energy and spiritual force, was directly injected into the body of the tiger demon cat, causing a ruthless explosion within, akin to a series of detonations. Although the tiger demon cat promptly formed a barrier with azure ripples, the explosion occurred internally, and it bore the full brunt of this formidable strike. Its muscles and meridians were grievously injured, and its nerves were jolted by the electric current, rendering its body rigid and paralyzed as it lay convulsing on the ground, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, with arcs of electricity flickering across its form. In a flash of crimson light, the cat's head fell to the ground. Xiaoyu, with a fierce glint in his eyes, unsheathed his blade. The moon blade sliced through the air with the ease of a hot knife through butter, severing the head from the body without a trace of obstruction. The blade bore no blood, as it seemed to absorb the very essence of life itself. As the blade passed, no mark was left behind. Only then did the headless body begin to spurt blood profusely, staining the grass beneath with a vivid scarlet hue. A yellow soul ring ascended from the tiger demon cat, its color already tinged with a hint of purple. Xiaoyu, having ruthlessly slain a century-old soul beast, remained unfazed, remarking, "Not bad, swift and efficient. Let us proceed." Junfang, accustomed to the brutality of his previous life, also appeared unaffected, while the girl, Hu Liena, displayed a pallor. This was her first close encounter with the decapitation of a soul beast, and she found herself physiologically unprepared for the sight. Chapter 44. The wounded ghost fox, the first soul beast to emerge and attack the trio, was swiftly dispatched, leaving the three guards in the distance astonished by the speed of its demise. However, the rapidity of the tiger demon cat's death was not merely due to the trio's overwhelming soul power or sheer might. Rather, it was the impeccable timing of their strikes. Each step executed with precision that had caught the unprepared tiger demon cat off guard. The decisive blow delivered by Su Junfang's thunderous palm was of utmost importance. As the agile tiger demon cat approached, Su Junfang found it challenging to deploy his first soul skill, the barbaric thunder whip. The initial activation of his martial soul's soul rings was time-consuming, and against such a nimble opponent, the whip might not even successfully strike or ensnare the creature. The void-splitting palm proved ineffective as well, lacking sufficient power, while activating the protective golden light merely provided passive defense, rendering it rather futile. Thus, Su Junfang opted for the thunderous palm, a wide-ranging indiscriminate attack. Even as the tiger demon cat attempted to evade in midair, it could not escape the expansive reach of the thunderous palm in that fleeting moment. Su Junfang noticed that Hu Liena's expression was not quite right, so he quickly approached her. "Sister Nana, are you alright?" Hu Liena shook her head. "I am fine, it's just that life feels so fragile. It's disheartening to realize how easily one can lose their life. Feeling so powerless is truly unsettling." Su Junfang fell silent. Indeed, the sensation of helplessness was excruciating. "Let us continue onward and seek the foxes, Nana. Fear not. In time, you shall grow accustomed to these experiences," Xiaoyu reassured her. Hu Liena responded with a soft acknowledgement. Observing this, Su Junfang quietly positioned himself to shield Hu Liena, ever vigilant to detect any ambush from behind. He was fiercely protective of her. The trio continued their journey through the forest, and one could not help but marvel at the wonders of the Stardow Forest. Along their path, they encountered a myriad of extraordinary creatures, all while searching for traces of fox-like spirit beasts. Su Junfang simultaneously sought out foxes while remaining alert for any spirit beast that might suit him. They had now gradually ventured deeper into the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, as Hu Liena's second spirit ring required a century-old spirit beast, preferably one with considerable cultivation. Thus, they lingered in the intermediate zone between areas frequented by millennium and century-old spirit beasts, although they occasionally unearthed fox dens and located foxes. The outcomes were generally as follows. "Sister, I've caught one, a century-old land fox. Brother, this land fox is not suitable. Its attributes do not align. Sister Nana, this one. The illusionary fox would undoubtedly be fitting for you. Its age is a bit low. Let us continue our search." The trio circled around the forest, pursuing the foxes tirelessly, yet yielding no results. "Sister, perhaps you could relax your criteria a bit. As long as the age and attributes are appropriate, why not absorb it?" Alas, if that were the case, wouldn't our prolonged pursuit for spirit rings lose its significance? "Come and see, there's fox fur and blood here," Su Junfang called from a distance. Hu Liena and Xiaoyu hurried towards his voice. They discovered, amidst a relatively flat patch of grass, some white fox fur stained with blood, starkly visible against the verdant foliage, evidence that an injured fox had passed this way. "Since we've found another fox, let us follow it," Xiaoyu proposed. The three hastened their pace, propelling themselves forward. After a short while, they halted, taken aback by the scene before them. A bloodied white fox was licking another fallen white fox, which bore 6 horrific claw marks that nearly tore through half its body, blood gushing forth profusely. The standing fox, in its desperation, seemed intent on lifting the fallen one to flee. The fallen fox was nearly double the size of the standing one, indicating a possible maternal bond. Yet they appeared to be in dire straits. The standing white fox instantly sensed the approach of the three and fluffed its fur, instinctively positioning itself protectively beside the fallen fox. Su Junfang shifted her gaze to the wounded white fox, which bore injuries, albeit superficial, with a few crimson stains marring its pristine fur. Xiaoyu's voice resonated with a deeper timbre, alerting them to the gravity of the situation. Something was amiss. The white fox on the ground was, in fact, a 3,000-year-old ghost fox, while the smaller one before them was nearing 700 years of age. Their grievous wounds suggested that there were likely larger predators pursuing them. Upon hearing this, Hu Liena's eyes sparkled with excitement. This 700-year-old ghost fox was perfectly suited for me. It is said that the tail of a ghost fox possesses extraordinary ethereality, swaying like a phantasm, and its form is particularly elusive. I believe I may acquire a soul skill related to its tail. Most importantly, the age and type of the soul beast align perfectly with my needs. Xiaoyu furrowed his brow. We must act swiftly. That 3,000-year-old mother fox might retaliate in her dying moments, not to mention the possibility of larger threats looming behind us. Upon hearing this, Su Junfang waved his hands, conjuring several spherical orbs of pure lightning, a creation of his own soul technique, the Jade Pivot Thunder. despite its injuries. The ghostly fox's ferocity remained unabated. Ignoring its pain, it raised its tail and swayed it in the air, causing a mesmerizing illusion to envelop the three observers, who suddenly perceived three ghostly foxes instead of one. Two were mere phantoms. The directive was to strike the one on the left. For Su Junfang, whose keen eyesight was unparalleled, this soul technique was easily decipherable. The soul energy emanating from the three foxes was markedly different. The leftmost fox radiated a more robust energy, while the others appeared as mere drifting reeds in water. The three foxes launched their assault from three different angles, focusing their efforts on Evil Moon, the strongest among them. Heeding Su Junfang's guidance, Evil Moon steeled himself internally, though he maintained a facade of calm. He prepared to counter all three manifestations simultaneously. The brilliance of his second soul ring, a yellow century-old ring, surged forth. Evil Moon leaped into the air, executing a graceful spiral, his dual blades extending outward, unleashing two crimson arcs imbued with lethal intent. As the moon blades pierced the body of the tiger demon cat, the dark red malevolent energy surged through the wounds, inflicting secondary damage. In an instant, glaring blood splatters erupted from its body, marking it with dozens of lacerations. The leftmost ghostly fox was indeed corporeal. Its two other forms were devoid of any offensive power, and it could not fathom why this human was convinced of its existence. At that moment, the ghostly fox fully endured Evil Moon's second soul technique. The spiraling malevolent energy and the moon blade's edge sank deeply into its flesh. The moon blade's second technique, Moon Tomb, was a formidable skill that combined both offense and defense. The ghostly fox was sent hurtling backward, each wound causing excruciating pain, its abdomen nearly cleaved in two, presenting a gruesome display reminiscent of a blood-soaked gourd, leaving a trail of crimson droplets in its wake. This ghostly fox was now greatly weakened. Of course, this was not solely Evil Moon's achievement, as the fox had already sustained significant damage prior. Hu Liena seized the opportunity, swiftly approaching the fox to pierce its throat with her sword's tip. The fox let out a faint whimper before succumbing to silence. The familiar yellow soul ring hovered into view. "We must leave immediately and find a safe place before you absorb the soul ring," she agreed emphatically with her brother, preparing to drag the lifeless body of the fox away. "Be cautious," Su Junfang shouted. Su Junfang's eyes widened in horror as he beheld 5 terrifying claw-like beams, each 2 meters in length, tearing through the fabric of space and hurtling straight towards Hu Liena. If one of those strikes were to connect, it was likely that Hu Liena would be reduced to mere fragments. There was no time for further contemplation. It was evident that Hu Liena had little chance to react. In an instant, Su Junfang transformed into a streak of lightning, propelling Hu Liena away just before the claw of light reached them, leaving his own calf exposed to the attack. In that fleeting moment of saving Hu Liena, his mind was devoid of any impure thoughts. He instinctively sought to protect her. Alas, I might end up crippled. Su Junfang seethed with impotent fury within. He fervently activated his golden barrier, attempting to safeguard his calf. As golden light surged towards his legs, forming a glass-like shield, just as the claw of light was about to sever Su Junfang's calf, a layer of pale blue soul power rippled before the three of them. The claw struck the blue barrier, sending ripples cascading outward, tearing a significant portion of the blue light, which gradually restored itself. Mushuyu emerged from the nearby woods with a grim expression, his heart racing. His young master had narrowly escaped losing a leg. By his estimation, the golden light enveloping Su Junfang was insufficient to fully withstand the claw's strike. Upon seeing Mushuyu's arrival, Su Junfang relaxed, believing he had narrowly averted disaster. As the golden light dissipated, he sighed in relief, realizing the necessity of having a skilled companion while hunting soul beasts. "Thank you, Elder Mu." Su Junfang wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. "Su Junfang, could you possibly get off me?" Hu Liena's face flushed crimson, her ears burning with embarrassment as she gently reminded him. The reason was simple. Su Junfang's hands were firmly pressed against her softness. Su Junfang, having just acted to safeguard Hu Liena's life, was entirely focused on that singular purpose, inadvertently placing his hands inappropriately, resulting in their bodies nearly pressing against each other, their faces mere inches apart. Although Hu Liena was only 10 years old, her figure was already quite appealing, and coupled with the enhancement from her fox spirit, she had developed more rapidly than her peers. So soft, like a large cotton ball. Su Junfang couldn't help but entertain this thought. At the tender age of 10, when girls are particularly sensitive about such matters, Hu Liena felt an overwhelming shyness at being touched by a boy, even one as familiar to her as Su Junfang. My apologies for the inconvenience." Su Junfang quickly scrambled off Hu Liena. "Thank you, Junfang," Hu Liena responded, her face pale with fear. Had Su Junfang not intervened, the outcome could have been dire. "It's nothing, as long as we're all unharmed," Su Junfang replied candidly. Hu Liena bit her lip, remaining silent. It was at this moment that the source of their troubles revealed itself from the woods. Chapter 45, the dark golden fear claw bear, a massive bear, entirely cloaked in black, slowly came into view, its nose twitching as if it were sniffing for something. From the overwhelming aura of vitality and soul power radiating from it, Su Junfang immediately discerned that this bear, regardless of its specific species, was a soul beast of at least a millennium in age. Mu Shuyu's expression turned grave. The dark golden fearclaw bear? What brings such a soul beast to this part of the Star Doe forest? Initially, Su Junfang could not identify the bear merely by sight. But upon Mu Shuyu's mention, he instantly recognized it. The dark golden fearclaw bear was not well known in the first tier of battles. Yet it was quite infamous in the second and third tiers. Known as the Earth Ripper, it stood as one of the most formidable soul beasts. A true warlord of the forest, this fearsome race was dreaded throughout the Star Doe forest, a presence that all soul beasts avoided, each individual being immensely powerful. The most terrifying among them was the king of the dark golden fearclaw bears, a creature over 400,000 years old, referred to as Bear Monarch, signifying its royal stature. This bear king was later classified among the top 10 ferocious beasts of the Star Doe forest by humans. Despite its cultivation of only 400,000 years, its combat prowess rivaled that of ordinary ferocious beasts of 600,000 years, coupled with an exceedingly vicious temperament. It would be no exaggeration to say that dark golden fearclaw bears ruled the Star Doe forest with an iron fist. As for the dark golden fearclaw bear itself, its strength was extraordinarily formidable. Generally, soul beasts exhibit tendencies in their abilities, such as speed, attack, or defense. For instance, the earlier tiger demon cat primarily favored speed, relying on it for its attacking power. However, the dark golden fearclaw bear was an anomaly, excelling in both attack and defense, rendering it nearly invulnerable. Its dark golden fur boasted tremendous offensive capabilities, while its terrifying claws were equally fearsome. It was said that the bear monarch's dark golden claws could contend with the 890,000-year-old golden-eyed black dragon king, Emperor Tian. To encounter such a rare and powerful ruler of the forest on the outskirts of the Star Doe forest was indeed a rarity. "Leave it to me, young master," Mu Shiyu declared, his spirit manifesting as a lance shimmering with a brilliant azure sheen. In an instant, he lunged forward, his second soul ring glowing brightly, summoning a massive blue-feathered eagle that dove toward the dark golden fearclaw bear. The bear reacted swiftly, sensing the impending threat, and immediately initiated its attack while fortifying its defenses. A layer of dark golden radiance emanated from its unblemished fur, not radiating outward but rather contained within its coat. The dark golden hairs instantly bristled, resembling sharp steel needles. Simultaneously, its fearsome claws swung down with ferocity toward Mu Shiyu. Originally, the bear's claws measured an impressive 2 feet, but as they swung, Su Junfang and his companions truly grasped the meaning of fearclaw. The enormous claws expanded threefold in the air, growing from 2 feet to an astonishing 2 meters. The terrifying talons gleaming with dark golden light as they rushed toward Mu Shiyu. Not even a sturdy rock would withstand a direct hit from such claws, let alone a soul beast. Unfazed by the bear's hellish assault, Mu Shiyu planted his lance firmly into the ground, and a sky-blue aura radiated from the point of contact, flowing outward like water. The azure currents met the 2-meter-long claws, instantly freezing the bear's attacking motion in place. Calm, Mu Shuyu's innate talent activated, and under the tranquil influence, the dark golden fearclaw bear could do nothing but remain in its poised attack, helplessly watching as Mu Shuyu's soul skill approached. The bear's hide could only withstand the onslaught for so long. Soon, the brilliant blue eagle pierced through its skin and muscle, burrowing deeper within. The bear's ribcage and vital organs were crushed and shattered, the blue eagle emerging from its body, accompanied by a flood of blood and fragments of bone. The once mighty bear instantly lost its vitality, collapsing backward with a thunderous crash that sent dust swirling into the air. Despite the dark golden fearclaw bear's formidable exterior and powerful attack, a significant disparity in levels rendered its proud hide ineffective against such absolute suppression. It must be noted that although Mu Shiyu had previously appeared as a benevolent elder, he was, after all, an 8-ringed soul Douluo. Mu Lao is magnificent. Xiaoyu couldn't help but applaud the elder's deftness and mastery over his soul power as he witnessed the bear's demise. What is this? Killing a mere 1,000-year-old fearclaw bear hardly merits commendation. While speaking, Mu Lao busied himself approaching the corpse of the dark golden fearclaw bear, reaching out to examine it. In a short while, excitement flickered across his face as he swiftly severed the bear's remaining right foreleg, skillfully dissecting it to reveal a peculiar bone. This bone, dark golden in hue, radiated a rich aura of soul power, unmistakably a soul bone. The trio's fortune was almost beyond belief. The rarity of such a soul bone could incite minor conflicts, and here they were, having merely ventured out to hunt a soul beast, only to stumble upon such a treasure. You are truly fortunate. To discover a soul bone from a 1,000-year-old soul beast is no small feat. Although it may only be a millennial piece, it still offers considerable assistance to soul masters. After speaking, Mu Shiyu placed the soul bone on the grass for the three to observe. The millennial soul bone did not pique his interest, but this particular bone was unlike the traditional right-arm soul bones that Xiaoyu and the others had heard of. To be precise, it was a bone from the palm, not large in size, yet adorned with 5 elongated blades at the front, resembling a miniature fearclaw. The dark golden aura flowed over the blades like ripples, exuding an air of a divine weapon. Xiaoyu, Su Junfang, and Hu Liena held their breath, fixated on the soul bone. This was indeed a soul bone. Whomever absorbed it would encounter a significant opportunity. While the soul bone might not confer any skills, its enhancement to the soul master themselves would be profound. Moreover, the potential for growth inherent in soul bones is far more precious than that of soul rings. While the skills associated with soul rings amplify with the increase of soul power, the longevity of the soul ring itself imposes limitations on this enhancement. In contrast, soul bones are not bound by the age of the soul beast from which they originate. They evolve solely in accordance with the strength of the soul master. Thus, the earlier one acquires a soul bone, the more time it will have to evolve. The three of them are still quite young, and possessing a soul bone at such an early stage will undoubtedly yield significant benefits in the future. This does not seem to be an ordinary right arm bone, but rather a right paw bone. Have you heard of it? Xiaoyu inquired. No, could it perhaps be a special soul bone? Hu Liena clearly had not heard of it either. However, Su Junfang's eyes brightened. He was well aware of its significance. This is an exceedingly rare right paw bone of the dark gold fearsome claw bear. Right paw bone? Isn't it a right arm bone? Yes, it is indeed a right paw bone. In addition to the 6 primary soul bones we are all familiar with, there exist certain soul bones that do not correspond to any part of the human body, but rather belong to the soul beast itself, such as the external soul bones. Soul masters can absorb these external soul bones, which, like regular soul bones, bestow an additional skill upon them, albeit external soul bones are considerably rarer and harder to find. The 2 claws of the dark gold fearsome claw bear appear quite similar, yet the right claw possesses greater strength. Only the bones of the left and right arms can exhibit such terrifying offensive capabilities. However, the claw skills that manifest from the left and right arm bones cannot compare to those of the true dark gold fearsome claw bear. This bear has a minuscule chance of yielding a paw bone, and only the claw skills recorded by the paw bone are the most formidable. What is more crucial is that the claw skills inscribed in the paw bone can evolve alongside the soul master, much like the dark gold fearsome claw bear itself. Junfang. How do you know all this? I haven't heard of it, and logically, I should have learned more than you. Hu Liena asked. Su Junfang found himself at a loss for words. He certainly could not confess that he had already been aware of the situation. He devised an excellent excuse. It was all due to the merits of reading. People often say that knowledge is akin to a treasure trove found within books, and indeed, I have indulged in a multitude of readings. Knowledge is wealth. The ancient adage does not deceive me. Hu Liena and Xiaoyu were rendered speechless. As they truly could not comprehend the situation, perhaps this was indeed the result of diligent study? The ensuing question was who among us would absorb this soul bone? Su Junfang posed a query that struck at the very essence of their predicament. Chapter 46. The allure of Hu Liena. This fearsome claw bear appears to be a soul beast with a strong affinity for the metal element. I believe it would be most suitable for you, Xiaoyu, to absorb it, and this sharp claw soul skill aligns perfectly with your abilities. Although Su Junfang expressed this sentiment, a twinge of envy stirred within him. No, you should retain it for yourself, Xiaoyu declared without hesitation. You do not wish for it? Why? Su Junfang inquired, perplexed. Although he too desired it, it was evident that the metal attribute resonated far more with Xiaoyu. We, as siblings, have benefited from your kindness far too often. You have continuously supported us, yet we have never repaid you. We cannot accept the soul bone. Without you, both Nana and I might have perished. We owe you a debt of gratitude. Moreover, my sister mentioned that you gifted her a Xian Shui Dan on her birthday, which is exceedingly precious. The fact that Nana has always yearned for innate full soul power has been a lingering regret for her. You may not even realize how elated she was when she recounted this to me upon her return that day. I have not seen her so joyful in years. This journey was originally ours to accompany you. We cannot usurp your fortune. Please, keep it. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's heartfelt words, Su Junfang felt a wave of emotion. Indeed, sincerity begets sincerity in return, and such a friend is a true companion. Very well, since you insist, I shall not feign reluctance any longer. I truly desire this soul bone, and I shall accept it. However, I assure you that you too shall possess a soul bone in the future. Indeed. Expressing gratitude is a necessity that brings comfort. Having uttered these words, Su Junfang felt significantly relieved. Xiaoyu chose to overlook Su Junfang's remarks regarding the soul bone, perceiving them merely as jest. Upon hearing Xiaoyu speak of the Xian Shui pill, Su Junfang felt a stir within her heart and turned to Hu Liena. Sister Nana, have you consumed the Xian Shui pill? Are you now at full soul power? Hu Liena proudly lifted her chin. Indeed, I have taken it. I now possess innate full soul power, just like you. Congratulations. You see, Junfang, both my brother and I owe you an immense debt of gratitude. We shall certainly not accept this soul bone. I will absorb this soul bone upon my return to the spirit hall. The absorption of the dark gold fearsome bear's claw bone is no simple task. Sister Nana, you may now commence the absorption of your soul rings. Su Junfang's concerns are not unfounded. Although the absorption of soul bones is not limited by the years they represent, anyone can absorb soul bones of various ages. The primary distinction between soul bones and soul rings lies in the intrinsic quality of the former. Manifesting in the form of a right hand bone, it is akin to the complete version of the dark golden terror claw. Its formidable power can be described as the most potent ability of the dark golden terror bear lineage. In the original text of Douluo Continent, a soul master named Xiao Xiao nearly faced a backlash from the soul bone due to her inability to endure the pain of fusion and the overwhelming force contained within the right hand bone, which harbored the bloodline power of the dark golden terror bear. The backlash from a soul bone represents the gravest consequence of absorption if mishandled. It could claim the life of the soul master. This phenomenon often arises when a soul master cannot withstand the immense strength of the soul bone, resulting in a counterattack from the colossal energy contained within. If a soul master struggles with the absorption of a 2,000-year-old dark golden terror bear soul bone, a great soul master must exercise even greater caution. At this moment, he cannot guarantee his complete focus on the absorption, nor can he ascertain whether any complications will arise during the process. After careful contemplation, Junfang decided to postpone the absorption until a more tranquil time. Junfang carefully stored the exceedingly rare right paw bone of the dark golden terror claw bear within the moonlit calling soul guidance device. Mulao, could you come and protect Sister Nana? She is about to absorb the soul ring. Mulao approached from a distance. Having just dealt with the fox that had been injured by the dark golden terror claw bear, the fox was on the brink of death. Prolonging its suffering would be tantamount to a fate worse than death. Hence, Mushuyu granted it a merciful release into eternal slumber. No problem, Mulao assured. Bringing comfort to Junfang, Lu Liang and Lu Yu, who had been wandering about, now appeared beside the trio, forming a triangle with Mushuyu that enclosed the three individuals within. Thank you, Mulao. Hu Liena settled down against the lifeless body of the ghostly fox, immediately commencing her absorption of the ghost fox's yellow soul ring. The yellow soul ring transformed into a stream of radiant light that melded into her being, enveloping her in a profound hue of yellow. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu and Junfang utilized this interval to meditate and recuperate amidst the tranquility of the Stardow Forest. The ambient soul power in the Stardow Forest was far more abundant than in human cities, and the serene environment allowed soul masters to rejuvenate with remarkable efficacy. After half an hour, Hu Liena opened her eyes, emerging from her meditative state of soul ring absorption. The breakthrough in her cultivation realm rendered her even more enchanting, akin to a luminous pearl vying for beauty amidst the depths of the sea. Junfang and Xiaoyu simultaneously awakened from their meditation, and upon noticing that Hu Liena had completed the absorption of her soul ring, they both stood up. What is your new soul skill? Junfang inquired, intrigued, as he never tired of the aesthetic charm of alluring soul skills. Why not take a guess? If you guess correctly, I'll share it with you. After all, it's not as trivial as a burst of fox fur. Hu Liena held on to her prior annoyance at Junfang's teasing. Sister, I was wrong. What is it really? You are quite eager to know, Hu Liena replied with a radiant smile, her lips curving into a playful arc. How about you stand still and experience my soul skill for yourself? All right, bring it on. Junfang eagerly accepted. You said it, so I shall attack now. Hu Liena unleashed her martial spirit. In an instant, a pink glow enveloped her, bestowing her with an ethereal, dreamlike allure. Her once jet-black short hair began to take on a crimson hue, her ears sharpened, her skin appeared as smooth as jade, and her translucent nails transformed into sharp claws. Hu Liena, now resembling a captivating enchantress, exuded a mature charm akin to a perfectly ripe peach, standing before Junfang with an enchanting grace that enveloped him in a wave of irresistible allure. Junfang swallowed hard, his throat surging with anticipation. She was simply irresistible. And she was only 10 years old. Hu Liena cast a flirtatious smile towards Junfang, her luscious crimson lips glistening like gentle waves of water. With just a single glance, Junfang felt as though his heart was melting. Of course, such a description is exaggerated. Junfang's own emotions were not so fragile. While he was indeed captivated, it was not merely the enchanting atmosphere that swayed him, but rather a genuine appreciation for Hu Liena's unparalleled beauty. Junfang silently recited the purification mantra, dispelling malevolent thoughts, solidifying his spirit, allowing pure energy to ascend while turbid energy descended. At this moment, Junfang's mind was utterly vacant. Hu Liena's second soul ring flickered, and a phantom pinkish-white foxtail emerged behind her, swaying rhythmically from side to side. The gentle undulations of the foxtail were ethereal, each sway revealing dozens of lingering illusions of foxtails, as if Hu Liena were accompanied by countless tails trailing behind her. Be cautious, Hu Liena exclaimed. In an instant, the white foxtail elongated, darting directly towards Junfang, dispersing innumerable phantoms in the air, as if a myriad of foxtails converged to form a colossal white drill aimed at him. Heaven and earth, the mystical origin, the root of all energies. Through extensive trials, I shall attain my divine powers. Junfang intoned the protective incantation of the golden light mantra, igniting a layer of flame-like golden radiance upon his body. As the foxtail approached Junfang, it grew larger and longer. An overwhelming tide of white surged from all directions. The space between Hu Liena and Junfang was saturated with the delicate hues of the foxtails. Standing within this realm meant being swept by the tails. Junfang initially believed that the golden light spell could repel the formidable white tail, or at the very least, keep it at bay, rendering any attempt at seduction moot. However, to her astonishment, the colossal foxtail gradually transformed into an ethereal mist, seamlessly penetrating the protective barrier of her golden light. The silky, mist-like tail made contact with Junfang's skin, seeming to infiltrate her defenses without any hindrance. In an instant, Junfang felt his body stiffen, as if ensnared by a fox's tail. His mind became unresponsive, and his movements grew sluggish. Wrapped in the soft embrace of the tail, he found himself devoid of strength. His vision blurred, and it seemed as though his very soul was being tugged from his body. The gentle caress of the tail surged over Su Junfang's surface, and he could sense the rigidity of his essence, as if he were frozen in place, utterly lost. With his body slipping beyond his control, spiraling into chaos. At the pinnacle of the celestial realm, adaptability knows no bounds. Exorcising malevolence and binding spirits ensures one's survival and protection. Wisdom is clarity, and tranquility reigns in the heart and mind. The three souls endure eternally, while the spirit remains unyielded. Su Junfang silently recited the Taoist mantra for purifying the heart, attempting to soothe his rigid soul. His entire being was enveloped in a tingling sensation, the internal agitation and control stemming from his spirit becoming increasingly difficult to contain. Hu Liena's soul skill was indeed formidable. In a situation of equal standing, Su Junfang would still be affected by this soul skill, yet not to such an overwhelming extent. The reasons for his current predicament were threefold. Firstly, his soul power was inferior to Hu Liena's, and he lacked a second spirit ring. Secondly, in his past life, he had undergone the rigorous cultivation of Yang Wulei, marked by the seal of chastity, resulting in over 2 decades without any intimate encounters, making this sudden surge of desire utterly foreign to him. And thirdly, he harbored a genuine fondness for Hu Liena, along with a hint of nebulous affection, leading him to believe she would not truly harm him, thereby lowering his psychological defenses. The white fox tail abruptly withdrew, discreetly concealing itself behind Hu Liena. Su Junfang appeared as if drenched by rain, his body glistening with sweat, leaning against a tree trunk, attempting to quell the refreshing yet aching sensations within. So, Xiao Junfang, how formidable is my soul skill? Hu Liena's voice, laced with a teasing tone and a slightly husky, seductive timbre, stirred his inappropriate thoughts. How vexing. There was an insidiously sweet allure to it. Chapter 47. Casual conversation in the forest. Not bad, but given some more time, I believe I could withstand it. Su Junfang awkwardly declared. But really, look at how flushed your face has become. Speak. Do you harbor improper thoughts about me, your elder sister? Hu Liena exclaimed triumphantly, her delicate finger playfully beckoning him closer. And no, it's just that your soul skill is impressive, Su Junfang retorted, regaining his composure and stubbornly denying her insinuations. Is that so? Hu Liena narrowed her eyes playfully. My third soul skill is called the Tail of the Celestial Fox. When activated, my foxtail gains the ability to counter mental attacks, possessing an ethereal effect akin to a ghostly fox. The attack range is currently within 20 meters, and I can designate my target. This range will expand as my soul power increases. Those struck by my tail will experience a decline in their mental fortitude, although it makes contact with the skin. It primarily affects the spirit. Once ensnared, the body becomes paralyzed, and the most formidable aspect is that if one's mental strength is insufficient, their soul may be captured, with particularly weak souls potentially being drawn from their bodies. The consumption of soul power and the skill's effectiveness depend on the number of targets and their levels, but overall, the expenditure is minimal. If I refrain from employing other skills, this ability can be sustained for an hour. Impressive. It is both offensive and defensive, and remarkably agile. Su Junfang exclaimed. Indeed, one must consider whose soul skill it is. Haha. Hu Liena initially aimed to maintain her composure, but succumbed to laughter almost immediately. She found it challenging to uphold a cool demeanor in the presence of someone familiar. My soul rings have been acquired, thanks to your assistance, Xiao Junfang. Now, it is time for us to assist you. Speak. What kind of soul beast soul ring do you desire? Sister will procure it for you. Hu Liena affectionately draped her arm around Su Junfang's neck, her other hand playfully gesturing as if to command the world. She leaned in slightly, nearly pressing her face against his, the faint fragrance emanating from her intensifying the tension. Su Junfang thought to himself, her newfound confidence must stem from the soul skill. Indeed. Previously Hu Liena had only possessed a charm skill, which was limited in range and lacked defensive capabilities, but now the situation had transformed dramatically. Sister Nana, I wish to hunt a 1,000-year soul beast for my second soul ring, Su Junfang stated matter-of-factly. A 1,000-year soul ring is manageable. Come, let us hunt for one together. Wait, did you say a 1,000-year soul ring? Hu Liena's eyes widened in surprise upon realizing the implications of Su Junfang's words, her expression adorably astonished. The nearby Xie also turned his head, equally bewildered. Yes, you heard correctly. I intend to hunt for a 1,000-year soul ring. But fret not, I can absorb it. Hu Liena gazed intently into Su Junfang's eyes, sensing the sincerity in his words, her concern growing. Are you serious? The absorption limit for a soul master's second soul ring is 764 years. Those who absorb soul rings beyond their level often do not fare well. Please do not be foolish at this juncture. I understand, but I truly possess the confidence. I won't absorb a soul ring with an excessively high age. Around 1,000 years will suffice. As for my capability, my first soul ring was indeed a leap beyond the norm. Generally, the absorption age for a first soul ring is over 420 years, yet mine is 600. Are you telling the truth? Hu Liena's delicate hand gently covered her lips in disbelief. Indeed. If you doubt me, you may inquire with old Mu. He was with me during the hunt for that soul beast, Su Junfang replied. Upon hearing Su Junfang mention Mushuyu, both Xie and Hu Liena turned their heads in unison. Mu Shuyu had been attentively listening to their exchange and sighed. Alas, the young master speaks truthfully. His first soul ring is indeed 600 years, surpassing common understanding. It can only be said that the young master's physical constitution far exceeds that of an ordinary soul master. However, young master, I still advise against absorbing beyond your level. The risks are too great. Hu Liena playfully punched Su Junfang's arm. No wonder your athletic performance is so exceptional. It turns out you have a superior physique. How did you cultivate it? How did I cultivate it? I don't find it particularly remarkable. I practice martial arts daily. It is primarily due to innate factors. My martial soul nourishes my body, and I possess exceptional talent, you understand? Xiaoyu pondered for a moment, since you wish to hunt for a 1,000-year beast. Do you have a specific target in mind? Not at the moment. A mid to long-range attack will suffice. If I must choose, I would prefer a dragon or dragon-like soul beast, as their soul skills are generally of a higher caliber, Su Junfang suggested. Very well, if you wish to hunt. Let us seek out a worthy target. Come, we shall first proceed to the habitat of dragon-type soul beasts. Xiaoyu is always decisive in his actions, and having spoken, he prepared to set off. Hu Liena removed her delicate arm from Su Junfang's shoulder, adjusted her attire, and followed closely behind. She was still clad in the white uniform of the Martial Soul Hall's Junior Academy. Su Junfang walked at the rear, vigilantly scanning the surroundings to ensure there were no hostile beings or soul beasts before he caught up with the two ahead. The soul master responsible for guarding, accompanied by two soul saints, dared not conceal their presence any longer. They followed closely behind the trio, maintaining a distance of no more than 5 meters. Ever mindful of their safety. At this moment, they were merely in the outer regions of the Stardow Forest, where dragon-type soul beasts, known for their formidable strength, resided. Some of these creatures could even retaliate against foes with a spirit power level inferior to their own. Typically, the lairs of such soul beasts were located deeper within the forest. As the three ventured further into the Stardow Forest, Hu Liena had completed her absorption of the spirit ring by early afternoon. They consumed provisions while walking, still a considerable distance from the heart of the forest. Any century-old soul beast exhibiting aggression were swiftly dealt with. Those that posed no threat were allowed to roam freely. Even several high-level 1,000-year soul beasts that sought to hunt them were dispatched by the vigilant Lu Liang, who trailed behind. After 4 or 5 more hours, the party had just reached the outskirts of the central region of the Stardow Forest. The forest was stiflingly hot, and the trio was drenched in perspiration, with Hu Liena particularly glistening with fragrant sweat. Let us take a break. We're all exhausted. Let us sit on the ground and enjoy the breeze, suggested Xiaoyu. And the proposal was quickly embraced. They selected an open area to rest, while the 3 powerful soul saints dispersed nearby to maintain vigilance. Junfang, you became a great soul master at the age of 8. You must be incredibly formidable now. Hu Liena chattered, her curiosity piqued as she engaged Su Junfang in conversation. When I traveled with my brother, I heard that becoming a soul master at 8 was quite impressive. As for me, I was only level 16 at that age and often regarded as a genius. I can't imagine what kind of prodigy you must be. At that moment, Xiaoyu joined the discussion, expressing his admiration. There is no denying Su Junfang as talent. I find myself humbled. Yan and I are already the strongest in our cohort. Yet here you are, Junfang, and look at your sister, truly the younger generation surpassing the older, while the latter fade into obscurity. Brother, don't be so sour. You speak as if you're ancient. This is simply talent. I assent it, Junfang. Hu Liena chimed in, nudging Su Junfang playfully with her shoulder. Such accomplishments are hardly remarkable. In the future, you will encounter even more extraordinary individuals with talents far beyond what you can imagine, and there will be many of them. Su Junfang expressed his admiration, noting that although Tang San and his companions claimed to have consumed celestial treasures, their innate talents were indeed astonishing. On a tangential note, it remains uncertain whether the improvement in the cultivation resources and environment of the second arena or a transformation in the cultivation methods has contributed to the accelerated progress of soul masters within. Their advancement appears markedly swifter than that of the first arena. It is implausible, perhaps 1 or 2 might be believable, but if numerous prodigies surpass you, what does that render us? Xiaoyu remains unconvinced by fate. Su Junfang was silent. Indeed, in the latter part of the original work, Xiaoyu was not particularly formidable. The Shrek 7 monsters all attained the title Douluo rank by the age of 20, highlighting the terrifying nature of the protagonists and supporting characters. A gust of wind stirred the forest, and after a sufficient respite, the trio brushed off the dust from their garments and resumed their journey. Just as they steadied themselves, a sudden cloud of flying sand erupted in the distance, swirling with dust and accompanied by the flicker of lightning, standing out starkly against the grayish atmosphere. The luminous glow, along with whatever lay behind the swirling dust, drew closer to them. Chapter 48. A minor beast-tide. The rising sandstorm concealed the soul beast lurking in the darkness. Yet Su Junfang, utilizing the technique of observation, could faintly discern the frenzied aura hidden behind. Be cautious. Take cover behind me. The usually taciturn Mu Shuyu stepped forward, extending his arm to usher them back, positioning himself as their shield. There are so many soul beasts. These creatures were in flight. The middle-aged female soul master, Elyu, cautioned Mu Shuyu. Old Mu, let us find shelter. Something ominous lies ahead. Boom. A thunderous roar resonated from afar, and a shockwave surged toward them. Mu Shiyu successfully blocked it with a barrier of blue soul power, while the fierce winds rattled the ancient trees around them. Some of the smaller ones even splintering under the force. This is indeed perilous. We should clear the path for these soul beasts to pass. And we must retreat cautiously to avoid any dangerous encounters. Mu Shiyu quickly assessed the situation. Xiaoyu, Hu Liena, and Su Junfang all complied, hastily seeking refuge behind nearby rock formations while observing the movements of the soul beasts. In the depths of the Stardow Forest, the roars of ferocious beasts and violent explosions echoed, rendering the sounds indistinct for a moment. The soul beasts surged past their hiding spot in a frantic rush. These fleeing soul beasts flowed like a torrent, trampling and shattering countless plants in their wake, while some smaller soul beasts were crushed underfoot. The tumultuous shockwaves injured and disoriented numerous soul beasts, and the scent of blood began to permeate the air within the jungle. Among the stampede, there were even 10,000-year soul beasts, all bearing wounds, raising questions in Su Junfang's mind about the chaotic events unfolding deep within the forest. Could it be that the ferocious creatures at the core of the Stardow Forest were engaged in battle? Su Junfang pondered. He had some immature thoughts regarding the absence of even stronger soul beasts in Douluo Continent. Logically, top-tier powers such as Qian Daolu and Tang San, both titled Douluo at level 99, should possess the capability to confront the beast god Emperor Tian and should have no trouble entering the core of the forest. Yet, no generations had come across any soul beast exceeding the 10,000-year level, let alone the 10 great ferocious beasts. Bibi Dong's discovery of a titan giant ape and a sky blue bull python as forest overlords was laughable. These soul beasts had only recently ascended to 10,000 years and were not even considered apex predators in the historically rich Stardow Forest. The only plausible explanation might stem from some accounts in the Peerless Tang Sect. According to the narrative of the million-year soul beast, the heavenly dream eye silkworm, it was captured by a powerful 10,000-year soul beast upon crawling onto land from the sea. However, this 10,000-year soul beast did not kill the heavenly dream eye silkworm immediately. Instead, it brought it to the Stardow Forest. The heavenly dream eye silkworm, having absorbed the essence of million-year Xianbing, was imbued with vast amounts of natural energy. Should any soul beast manage to absorb and transform this power, it could potentially achieve 10,000-year status, thereby transcending the limitations of cultivation time. However, the absorption of the heavenly dream eye silkworm's million-year power required an extended period, prompting the soul beast to proceed with caution and take the ice silkworm back to its lair. When the ice silkworm attempted to flee, it inadvertently drew all 10,000-year soul beasts in the Stardow Forest toward it. Subsequently, a fierce conflict erupted among these ferocious beasts over this precious resource, encompassing nearly all soul beasts over 10,000 years in the forest. It was said that the battle was exceedingly brutal. Yet the heavenly dream eye silkworm still could not escape. Ultimately, the 10,000-year soul beasts convened to collectively absorb the power of the heavenly dream eye silkworm. They trapped the ice silkworm in the center of the Stardow Forest, coercing it to release its natural energy for their consumption, treating the ice silkworm as sustenance. The heavenly dream ice silkworm, unable to resist, yielded to their absorption, its energy being pure and ample enough to sustain these soul beasts for millennia. This might elucidate why the apex soul beasts at the core of the Stardow remained undiscovered. The more powerful the soul beasts, the more they absorbed the heavenly dream eye silkworm's energy, concealing their presence in slumber. Now, the fierce roars and fierce energies resonating in the air resembled the conflict of 10,000-year soul beasts. Could it be that they were clashing again over the power of the heavenly dream eye silkworm? During Su Junfang's tumultuous thoughts, the terrifying energy uproar and the thunderous roars gradually receded like a tide, leaving behind remnants of soul beast pressure in the air. Mu Shiyu waited a moment longer with the group, ensuring that no further disturbances arose before leading them back into the depths of the forest. Su Junfang wandered silently through the forest, surrounded by low-level soul beasts, all dazed by the terrifying sound waves. Some of the beasts exhibited cracked skin, while others appeared unscathed on the outside, yet their insides were shattered. Hu Liena was the first to break the silence. Junfang, what about your soul ring? Do you intend to continue exploring deeper? Su Junfang shook his head with a grim expression. Continuing onward seems unfeasible. None can ascertain the lethal dangers that lie within. I shall search among the dazed spirit beasts on the ground to see if there is anything suitable. If not, I shall have to return another time. I will accompany you next time. Hu Liena, concerned for Su Junfang's spirits, hurriedly offered a few words of comfort. At that moment, a voice echoed from afar, calling out from Mu Shiyu. Young master, there is hope. Su Junfang's expression brightened as he inquired. Elder Mu, what kind of soul beast is it? It is a ground fire thunder dragon, approximately 1,500 years old, currently stunned. You may approach directly to slay it and obtain the soul ring. Su Junfang felt a surge of delight within as he followed the direction in which Mu Shiyu had called out, soon laying his eyes upon the magnificent earth fire thunder dragon. The physique of this thunderous creature bore resemblance to that of a lizard, stretching over a dozen meters in length. However, the neck of the earth fire thunder dragon was distinctly more elongated than that of a lizard, with sharper claws and sturdier, more powerful legs. Yet, The most striking features were the dragon horns adorning its head and the relatively modest wings upon its back. The armor-like scales glimmered with fiery red markings, while a subtle blue glow of electricity emanated from its abdomen. Ah, the Earth Fire Thunder Dragon. Could you elucidate the characteristics of this soul beast, Old Mu? I am not well acquainted with it. Indeed. The Earth Fire Thunder Dragon is a terrestrial subdragon-type soul beast, reigning as a dominant entity within the forest. It possesses dual attributes of thunder and fire, with an inclination towards explosive power. Furthermore, the Earth Fire Thunder Dragon is equipped with capabilities for ranged attacks, unleashing bolts of thunderous fire from its maw. Ordinary soul beasts find it exceedingly challenging to withstand the onslaught of its lightning and flames. Very well, this shall be the one. It is perfectly suited. Junfang is not pretentious. The Earth Fire Thunder Dragon has surpassed his psychological expectations regarding soul rings and soul beasts. Junfang gazed upon the charred and battered Earth Fire Thunder Dragon, wounded by Mu Shuyu's decisive strike. Instead of resorting to soul techniques or his own unique combat skills to deliver the final blow, he drew from his waist the exquisite steel twin daggers, adorned with intricately carved platinum-colored divine eagles, a treasured gift from his uncle and aunt. With deft precision, he twirled the daggers in his hand, firmly grasping their hilts in a reverse grip. Junfang approached the unconscious Earth Fire Thunder Dragon, kneeling beside it. His eyes emitted a faint white glow, and arcs of electricity flickered around him as his platinum dagger crackled ominously. The white light sliced through the profound darkness like a shooting star. As the dagger pierced the back of the dragon's skull, following the wound expertly created by Mu Shuyu, Junfang twisted the dagger once more, ensuring the dragon was irrevocably brain-dead. A circle of purple soul rings began to rise from the Earth Fire Thunder Dragon, revealing the presence of a 1,500-year-old soul ring. This is it, Mu Lao, grant me your protection. With that, Junfang seated himself on the ground, adopting a meditative posture beside the dragon's lifeless body. Junfang, congratulations! Hu Liena exclaimed. Fortune favors you. Young master, exercise caution during the absorption, cautioned the trio of guards, who formed a vigilant triangle around him. Hu Liena and Xiaoyu remained equally alert, aiding Junfang in keeping watch while also recuperating their own strength. Junfang closed her eyes, her hands forming a spherical shape at her lower abdomen. A flicker of lightning appeared between her parallel palms, and soon the center of the lightning strands thickened, coalescing into a sphere of thunder. As Junfang gradually distanced himself, a brilliant white mask emerged from the electric glow in his hand. The purple soul rings from the corpse of the Earth Fire Thunder Dragon disintegrated into minute purple particles, gradually dissolving and dispersed by the wind, akin to tiny iron filings drawn to a magnet in midair. The purple particles began to coalesce slowly, forming a luminous circle of vibrant purple soul rings. Since the Earth Fire Thunder Dragon had been slain while in a state of unconsciousness, the backlash of its spirit was exceedingly weak. Junfang's physique was more than capable of absorbing the pure energy of the soul rings, and the fragmented soul power surged within him, all transformed into his own essence. After half an hour, he had completely absorbed the energy of the Millennium Soul Ring, feeling an invigorating surge of power within him, surpassing his previous state, along with a slight enhancement in his soul power cultivation. Congratulations, young master, the soul ring absorption has succeeded, a 2-ring millennium, a feat possibly unparalleled in history. Junfang shook his head inwardly. Although Elder Mu was unaware, he knew that Pope Bibi Dong's second soul ring was also a millennium. At that moment, Hu Liena and Xiaoyu drew closer. Junfang, what is your new soul skill? A millennium soul skill must be incredibly powerful, right? Hu Liena inquired, her large, sparkling eyes filled with curiosity. Oh, you wish to know? Junfang replied playfully, mimicking her tone. Would you like to experience it firsthand while standing still, Sister Nana? In an instant, Junfang's chest was struck by the powerful blow of Hu Liena's fist. Humph, it's fine if you don't want to talk about it. After all, the truth will inevitably come to light. Hu Liena feigned anger. Chapter 49, Riding the Void Dragon. Junfang declared. My second soul skill is called Riding the Void Dragon. Ultimately, he could not withstand Hu Liena's persistent coaxing, or perhaps allowing her to persist was his true intention. Junfang raised his hand, arcs of lightning flickering upon his palm, as the celestial master mask enveloped his face. A somewhat ethereal lightning armor subtly manifested upon his form. Please step aside a little. I shall demonstrate my soul technique to observe its effects. Upon hearing this, Hu Liena and Xiaoyu moved to the nearby woods, clearing a path in the center. In front of Junfang, several rows of ancient trees stand majestically, accompanied by scattered rocks. And even unconscious soul beasts lie upon the ground. A violet soul ring ascends from Junfang, who slightly spreads his arms, his fingers gently curling. 2 enormous spheres of lightning rapidly expand in his hands, their blinding radiance enveloping Junfang's hands in a brilliant white glow. Junfang lowered his center of gravity and suddenly thrust both arms outward. 2 majestic azure dragons roared forth from his hands. These 2 thunderous dragons resembled the ancient Chinese dragons, complete with dragon heads, elongated bodies, and 4 claws. Their bodies were adorned with exquisite scales composed entirely of electric elements, shimmering with a blue light. Each dragon stretched a remarkable 15 meters in length, seemingly piercing through the fabric of space as they emerged from Junfang's grasp. as if his hands connected to a portal of another realm. The azure dragons surged ceaselessly, undulating through the air, their bodies flickering with blinding bolts of thunder and fire. The tendrils of their manes lashed out like a barrage of lightning, entangling everything in their path. Any tree that was grazed by the slender tendrils would be charred into carbon. The entire forest was illuminated, engulfed in a pure white light within a 10-meter radius. The thunder dragons obliterated vast swathes of woodland ahead, the trees they traversed barely emitting a crack as they were consumed by the radiant glow, like stones sinking into water. The dark silhouettes of the trees vanished amidst the blue and white tempest of lightning, reduced to ashes. Some shattered bark was blasted to the ground, where scattered remnants ignited into flames, forming a small wall of fire. The thunder dragons charged forth over 50 meters, incinerating everything in their path: trees, grass, stones, and the bodies of soul beasts were all reduced to charred remnants. The ground blazed with fierce flames, and the path before Su Junfang had been nearly flattened. As far as the eye could see, only the withered, blackened trunks remained, their moisture evaporated, leaving behind only the singed, curled grass and hardened, charred earth. If one were to gaze down upon this forest from above, they would discover two long, blackened scars stretching over 50 meters long and 5 meters wide, with waves of heat rising from the scorched earth. The serpentine trails of the thunder dragons meandered and twisted, resembling snakes slithering across the ground, marking their path as they wove from side to side, attacking everything within their reach. As the lightning elements began to dissipate, the two dragons converged, their heads colliding in one final destructive explosion. Not only were the trees within the charred elliptical area burned and dried, but the trunks struck by the dragons also bore dark spots, some ignited in flames while others emitted wisps of smoke. This vast expanse of forest appeared as though it had suffered a firestorm induced by lightning. Well, the power is truly astonishing. The attack range rivals that of others' third soul skills, Hu Liena exclaimed, her voice tinged with incredulous delight. Xiaoyu nodded in agreement as he surveyed the devastation. The power is formidable, or rather, the destructive capability is significant. Its practical effectiveness against foes remains to be evaluated. Mu Shuyu and Lu Liang marveled at the extent of the destruction. Young master, I am not exaggerating. No one among soul masters of the same rank can compare to this level of devastation. Please, do not flatter me. I fear I might get carried away. Su Junfang replied, waving his hands. Come now, Junfang, what specific ability grants you such strength? Hu Liena's melodious voice chimed beside him like a gentle bell. Well, as I mentioned earlier, this soul skill is called controlling the ethereal dragons, as the name implies, as you just witnessed. It allows me to command two dragons made of lightning from my hands, with an attack range of approximately 50 meters. However, with the final explosion, it might extend beyond that. The attack is not necessarily linear. I can manipulate the thunder dragons to strike in any direction until the energy dissipates. The thunder dragons also possess intense heat and scorching effects. Those struck will be engulfed in flames, likely the ground fire associated with the earth fire thunder dragon. This skill is applicable for both single target and area attacks, though it consumes a significant amount of my soul power. I have already expended nearly a third of my energy. What a fearsome soul skill. And it is merely your second soul skill? Hu Liena remarked. Indeed, the lethality of the soul skill is quite impressive. If a soul master of the same rank lacks special abilities, they would surely be incapacitated by a single hit. Su Junfang expressed a sense of satisfaction regarding his soul skill abilities. With a mischievous smile, he provocatively addressed Hu Liena, Sister Nana. Are you truly not interested in a friendly competition? Hu Liena, her competitive spirit ignited, retorted, if you wish to challenge me, then come forth. Who dares to shy away? As she spoke, she playfully beckoned him with her slender, jade-like fingers. Su Junfang, suddenly devoid of interest, decided, let us call it a day and head back. It would be troublesome once night falls. Hu Liena playfully patted Su Junfang on the shoulder and teased, you certainly know how to be sensible. The six of them retraced their steps, preparing to exit the Stardow forest. As they traversed the woods, they encountered numerous unconscious soul beasts on the ground, while some early awakening carnivorous creatures scavenged for an easy meal. The six successfully emerged from the Stardow forest, encountering no further mishaps along the way, and comfortably settled back into the carriage. Su Junfang stretched languidly and leaned against the soft seat, his position by the window allowing him to gaze at the scenery outside. Alleviating his boredom, Su Junfang rested his hand on the armrest, leaning comfortably against the side of the carriage. The compartment was spacious enough to accommodate 6 individuals. Opposite him, 3 seats were occupied by Mu Shu, Lu Liang, and Elio. On Su Junfang's side, the window seat was taken by Xiaoyu, leaving Hu Liena to sit between Xiaoyu and Su Junfang. Due to her commitment to the elite program, Xiaoyu was deeply focused on her cultivation, taking advantage of the relatively spacious seating to sit cross-legged and swiftly enter a meditative state. It appeared that she would not awaken until the morning, truly using her cultivation as a form of rest. As Xiaoyu occupied a considerable amount of space, Hu Liena had no choice but to lean closer to Su Junfang. Her thighs snugly pressed against his, creating a pleasantly soft sensation. By this time, the sky had completely darkened, indicating it was around 8 or 9 in the evening. Although Hu Liena did not intend to cultivate, she felt drowsy. The compartment was illuminated by a faint light, meant to prevent complete darkness and maintain vigilance while also avoiding bright lights that might attract soul beasts. with 2 soul saints and a soul Douluo guarding them. The responsibility of keeping watch was not required of Su Junfang and his companions. The 3 formidable soul power wielders ensured their safety. For instance, Hu Liena remained alert, prepared for any situation. Hu Liena, seemingly genuinely tired, covered her mouth with her delicate hand and yawned several times. Her beautiful eyes shimmering with the faint glow of the starlit sky, enchanting and dreamy. Her gaze was slightly hazy, with the glistening remnants of a yawn clinging to her long eyelashes. Closing her eyes, a subtle smile played at the corners of her lips. She embraced Su Junfang's left arm with both hands, resting her head gently on his shoulder, drifting into slumber, her body leaning against him. Her exquisite little nose brushed against his clothing, slightly moving, utterly adorable. Su Junfang also intended to indulge in a good night's sleep to rejuvenate his spirit. His bloodthirsty instincts typically manifested around 10 days after ascending to a significant new level, thus he need not worry about an eruption of such cravings during the journey. Su Junfang inhaled the delicate fragrance that enveloped Hu Liena, feeling the warmth of her gentle, jade-like form. He smiled softly as he retrieved a rather spacious cotton coat from the waist of his attire, draping it over Hu Liena to shield her from the chill. Subsequently, he leaned against the carriage and succumbed to a deep slumber, indulging in a pleasant dream. Chapter 50. Agony 3 days later. Su Junfang and his companions arrived at the spirit hall of Xinglua City via carriage. Su Junfang presented the fruits of their journey to his grandfather, Su Huanshan, showcasing the Millennium Soul Ring and the skeletal claw of the Millennium Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear. Su Huanshan was greatly astonished after venturing out to hunt a soul ring. He unexpectedly received a soul bone as a reward. His grandson's fortune is truly remarkable. Soul bones, particularly external soul bones, are exceedingly rare and highly coveted throughout the continent. Su Huanshan was greatly pleased with the outcomes of his journey. The Millennium Second Ring was a treasure he had only seen possessed by the Pope. Su Junfang exhibited the potential to become an unparalleled powerhouse. Meanwhile, Mu Shiyu reported the matter of the beast tied truthfully, which Su Huanshan took very seriously. Su Junfang expressed to Su Huanshan his intention to return to his chamber to absorb the soul bone. Su Huanshan initially intended to send someone to safeguard the law, but his proposal was dismissed by Su Junfang. Su Junfang remarked that there was no need for a guardian during the absorption of soul bones, as it was a trivial matter. In truth, he feared that his bloodthirsty disposition would be exposed to others. After much hesitation, Su Huanshan ultimately consented to Su Junfang's request to absorb the soul bone alone, yet he discreetly dispatched someone to guard outside the door. Hu Liena also retreated to her own quarters to cultivate, while Xiaoyu accompanied Master Wang Duoyu to embark on their training regimen. Su Junfang returned to her room and let out a long sigh. She casually closed the door and opened the window to let in some fresh air. The room assigned to Su Junfang by Su Huanshan is neither too large nor too small, comprising 2 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, and a balcony. One of the rooms serves as a bedroom, while the other is a study. Su Junfang forcefully pushed open the bedroom door and promptly locked it behind him. He threw himself onto the bed, settling into a cross-legged position. His hand delved into his waist, retrieving the right paw bone of the dark gold terror claw bear. The gleaming dark golden hue reflected the light within the room, exuding an aura of chilling severity. Su Junfang cleared his mind and activated his technique to summon the soul energy within him. With his right hand, he grasped the dark golden claw bone of the dark golden terror claw bear, resting it upon his right knee, which was folded in a meditative posture. He channeled the newly awakened soul energy to intertwine with the soul bone. Under the influence of Su Junfang's soul energy, the claw bone seemed to melt, transforming into a stream of dark golden liquid that gradually seeped into his right hand. Initially, the liquid infused into Su Junfang's palm brought a sense of comfort, as if a warm essence enveloped his hand. However, this warmth swiftly escalated into a searing heat. Although the soul energy within him surged rapidly, integrating with the soul bone in his right hand, that intense heat gradually intensified into a scorching blaze. Su Junfang's entire right hand had transformed into a dark golden hue, and faintly, it seemed as though something was attempting to emerge from his palm. The intense burning sensation caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead. The feeling of his hand being seared over an open flame was utterly excruciating. Su Junfang could only feel that his right hand had become scorched, and gradually, the sensation spread throughout his entire right arm. He never anticipated that drawing upon the reaction of a metacarpal bone would provoke such an intense response. The searing pain caused Su Junfang's body to begin trembling slightly, and the tremors soon escalated in severity. The dark golden radiance emanating from his right hand grew increasingly pronounced. Beads of fine sweat began to form on his forehead, and the veins on his temples throbbed visibly as he endured the agony with the utmost fortitude. This is bad. It is about to worsen. Su Junfang felt that his current soul power was insufficient to merge with the dark golden terror claw, and the searing sensation was overwhelmingly agonizing. He silently recited the golden light incantation, gradually retracting the golden aura into the palm of his hand, shielding his right hand and isolating himself from the intense heat. However, this was merely a temporary reprieve. By blocking the heat, he also hindered the absorption of the soul bone. He could not afford to falter. This was a task that could only be accomplished through his own resolve. He relinquished the protection of the golden light incantation, and the agony once again surged through his nerves. The excruciating pain made Su Junfang feel as if the frenzied eruption of the dark golden terror claw had instantaneously shattered the bones of his right hand. That wild intent rapidly expanded upward, seeking to invade his arm. Wait? Pain? I have truly been overwhelmed, forgetting all the knowledge of my past life. Pain can indeed be temporarily alleviated through acupressure techniques. Su Junfang immediately summoned the vital energy within him, directing it towards the nerves of his hand. Employing a unique technique, he sealed several acupoints, effectively numbing the sensory perception in his right arm. At this moment, he felt no pain. However, this blockade was merely temporary. Should the soul energy be disrupted, the pain would return, potentially intensified. After enduring a moment of excruciating discomfort, Su Junfang gradually released his awareness, allowing it to delve into his right palm, where he discovered an extraordinary transformation was unfolding. The prior sensation of shattered bones was not indicative of true fracture, rather, innumerable delicate fissures had emerged. Subsequently, the energy of the dark golden claw began to permeate through these cracks into his right hand. A formidable life force continuously mended the bones of his palm, while the frenzied essence contained within the dark golden claw inflicted persistent destruction, not overwhelmingly intense, yet profoundly agonizing. As this energy continuously integrated, Su Junfang's palm bones began to alter. His right hand had transformed entirely into a dark golden hue, deep and mysterious as the infinite void. The bones slightly enlarged, though the change was subtle. The bones of his 5 fingers widened at the top and tapered at the base, taking on a shape reminiscent of razor-sharp blades, with the surrounding muscles shifting and evolving in tandem. An immense force gradually compressed within the bones, slowly taking shape. Over time, Su Junfang noticed peculiar patterns emerging on the surface of his palm bones. The thicker areas of the phalanges and metacarpals bore cloud-like designs, while the sharper regions displayed triangular, serrated textures, layering intricately. Each line seemed to encapsulate boundless power. An unprecedented sensation of strength, coupled with the agony of transformation, gradually coursed through Su Junfang's arm. Unbeknownst to him, an entire morning slipped by in this numbing torment, and just then, a flash of crimson light erupted from his fingertips, startling Su Junfang into believing his palm had been torn apart. Yet upon closer inspection, he realized with astonishment that he had succeeded. Su Junfang's right palm suddenly extended 5 beams of dark golden light, each approximately 1 foot and 2 inches in length, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. Resembling the edges of blades, the dark golden light shimmered like rippling water. At the instant they emerged, the air unconsciously emitted a faint whistling sound. His entire right hand transformed into a radiant dark gold, and the wound at his fingertips swiftly fused. His fingers and the blades became one, indistinguishable from each other, as if the 5 blades were mere extensions of his fingers. Immediately, the dark golden light surged back from his palm, racing up his right arm, and in an instant, it enveloped his entire body. It appeared as though Su Junfang had been reborn in this layer of dark golden radiance. At that moment, he opened his eyes, a flash of crimson vanishing in an instant. The exertion had nearly drained him of his life force. Su Junfang was drenched in sweat. The effort to absorb such a soul bone had almost shattered his spirit. He exhaled deeply, sitting cross-legged on the bed, his legs numb. Su Junfang had just absorbed the soul bone, transitioning from a state of extreme tension to one of profound relaxation. Yet, unbeknownst to him, beneath his scalp, dark crimson veins writhed like sanguine silkworms emerging from their cocoons. Suddenly, a vivid scarlet engulfed Su Junfang's vision. The dark blood-red hue spread beneath the surface of his skin like a symbiotic entity, cascading down from the crown of his head, resembling countless black earthworms in their relentless coverage. Su Junfang lay in bed, suddenly sensing an overwhelming sense of disquiet. Everything before his eyes transformed into a vivid crimson hue, and he felt as though he were encased in a leather suit, his skin resembling a layer of hide. While he found himself no longer able to exert control over his own body, Su Junfang is momentarily unaware of the unfolding events. Yet he comprehends that he is likely ensnared in a certain predicament. Su Junfang yearned to call out to Su Huanchen. Yet he found himself utterly incapable of articulating a sound. A vague and indistinct consciousness enveloped his mind. And it was in this moment that Su Junfang realized there was indeed something within him. Shadows cloaked his awareness, leaving him in a state of fatigue, his head heavy and his limbs light, teetering on the brink of slumber. Su Junfang forcefully roused himself from slumber, emerging into consciousness, however. A palpable sense of impending danger struck his chest like the relentless fire of a machine gun. Su Junfang's eyes blazed with urgency, overwhelmed by an unsettling situation. Was someone attempting to usurp his very consciousness? Such a humiliating affair could never be permitted to transpire within his own being, fueled by this intense animosity. Su Junfang's spiritual essence fiercely resisted the colossal consciousness looming above him, akin to a dark cloud. Alas, he was merely a grand soul master. Although his mental prowess surpassed that of his peers, it appeared feeble in the face of such a formidable intruder. Had it not been for his years of diligent practice in the art of stillness, he likely would have succumbed to possession at the very first moment. It was this very discipline that allowed Su Junfang to perceive the imminent danger before him, a sensation reminiscent of a blood-red cloud, seemingly possessing 2 pairs of wings, hovering ominously behind that vast mass of crimson mist. Su Junfang, on one hand, persevered with steadfast determination, while on the other, He focused his consciousness on the swirling crimson cloud, intent on discerning its mysteries. He yearned to uncover the identity of the entity that had plotted against him. Su Junfang's eyes ignited with a luminous blue, veiled beneath a layer of azure glass. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to behold a tempest-tossed sea of blood, replete with countless shattered corpses, both of soul beasts and soul masters, evoking a hellish panorama. Suddenly, a swift shift of celestial bodies occurred, and his consciousness transcended his corporeal form, as if he were ensconced in a solitary realm, enveloped by an abyss of darkness. At the periphery of his awareness, faint white stars flickered, distant and remote. Su Junfang speculated that these were the manifestations of the remnants of the consciousness of the nine heavens' thunderous supreme being. In the distance, a mist resembling blood converged towards him from all directions, with tendrils resembling long whips and tentacles crawling toward him, evoking a sense of revulsion. Su Junfang concentrated all his mental energy upon a singular point, and in that instant, his perception intensified, allowing him to pierce through the veil of indistinct crimson mist. Before him unfolded the image of a dark crimson bat, its wings unfurled. The creature possessed 3 heads, its only hues being shades of darkness and red. Su Junfang observed the specific details of the bat's physique, yet could only perceive a solitary, foreboding silhouette standing amidst the blood-red hue. The shadow of the bat resembled a distorted black hole, devouring all surrounding crimson light. Elsewhere, a sea of red illuminated the surroundings, but in proximity to this bat's form. The energy field warped, the very fabric of space contorted, and everything was enveloped in a profound darkness. Chapter 51. The Legacy of the Thunder Ancestor. What is this entity? Su Junfang had never seen it, yet he harbored some suspicions deep within his heart. He remained skeptical about the blood god ritual experienced by his predecessor. Did that ritual truly summon nothing at all? Su Junfang understood that he was not brought into this body by the sanguine light, but rather by the lightning. What is the blood god? Whether it truly exists remains an enigma. This was the only piece of information Su Junfang could connect to the crimson spectacle before him. Suddenly, a brilliant red radiance erupted. Su Junfang swiftly averted his gaze, his eyes stinging with discomfort. What had transpired? He bore the unease and glanced back at the crimson light. In the shadow of a bat, 3 pairs of blood-red eyes abruptly materialized, fixated upon Su Junfang as if they had discerned a lurking presence. Su Junfang's spirit was pierced by a crimson radiance, a sense of impending doom stabbing into the back of his mind like a dagger. Su Junfang understood that this was not a moment for hesitation. The only means he could conceive to break the deadlock was to attempt to contact the remnants of the lightning's will. Alone, he could not withstand the onslaught of the bats. If he truly found himself at the end of his rope, he would choose to self-destruct, ensuring that he inflicted damage upon his opponent even in death. The fragments of memory were merely shards, and despite the urgency and despair that gripped his heart, he was utterly incapable of invoking any force. The blood-red bat's mental power continued to exert pressure, and aside from this relentless force, Su Junfang could sense the scarlet, bloodthirsty consciousness beginning to envelop his own awareness, as if seeking to assimilate, absorb, or corrupt his spirit. Cackling ominously, the dark red bat emitted a strange, piercing cry, one that seemed to mock and revel, further disrupting Su Junfang's will. Su Junfang's consciousness was rendered speechless by the suffocating sensation of bloodshed. He was desperately striving to maintain his lucidity. If he succumbed to slumber, it would truly be the end. Su Junfang stared at the bat with intense loathing, experiencing for the first time in his life such profound hatred towards a creature, having only been in this world for a few years. And yet to fully embrace the promise of a new life, he found himself confronted with the prospect of being usurped by another. Though Su Junfang continues to resist with unwavering determination, he has, in truth, glimpsed his own demise, and a wave of sorrow and fatigue washes over him. The disparity in mental strength is insurmountable. The sanguine oppression of the bloodbat ravages his mind like a crimson tempest, while he remains merely a stone, steadfast against the tempest's relentless gusts. The blood-red bat has never sought to engage Su Junfang in conversation, instead fixating upon him with 3 pairs of cold, cruel, and mocking crimson eyes, reminiscent of ancient emperors and nobles who derive amusement from watching gladiators and beasts fight to the death. The struggle persists. Yet the gap in power remains a chasm that cannot be crossed, even with the accumulated mental prowess of 2 lifetimes. Su Junfang is still utterly outmatched by the bloodbat on a purely spiritual plane. A viscous, sanguine substance envelopes him, encasing his consciousness like a blood sphere. Su Junfang's vision was engulfed in crimson, darkening into an abyss, laden with despair. His consciousness sank deeper into the scarlet mire, inch by inch. How could this be the end? Even in the face of death, I shall not allow you to consume me. If I must perish, I will take a piece of you with me. I shall explode myself before your eyes. As Su Junfang was about to ignite his divine soul, a surge of fervent intent abruptly thwarted this endeavor. Even a self-detonation of the divine soul could be halted. Quite formidable indeed. Before him lay an expanse of utter darkness. The shadows, silent and frigid, resembled the stillness of death itself. The decision to self-destruct the divine soul was commendable, barely worthy of the title of celestial sovereign. A resonant voice, as heavy and authoritative as the tolling of a bell, echoed forth. The pitch-black chaos parted like a veil, allowing light to seep through. Su Junfang's eyes suddenly brightened, only to feel his body spinning as if the world had turned upside down. He found himself firmly on the ground. Su Junfang suddenly rose, surveying the surroundings in bewilderment. At that moment, he found himself in an opulent grand hall, adorned with the architectural style of a bygone era. Countless coiling dragon columns supported a dome embellished with azure and golden motifs. The hall was vast and boundless, its floor entirely forged from solidified lightning, perpetually radiating a luminous white brilliance. Merely by extending his consciousness to touch the ground, Su Junfang could sense an immense, mountainous energy, as if a fearsome thunder beast lay dormant beneath. This palace was wholly constructed from spiritual energy, with thunder serving as its skeletal structure and thoughts as its bricks and tiles. As he looked up, his gaze was immediately drawn to the speaker, a man exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. His countenance radiated an innate dignity, with a handsome face resembling intricately carved white jade, adorned in resplendent purple and gold royal armor. The man sat imperiously upon a throne etched with lightning patterns. Behind him floated 8 massive drums formed from condensed lightning, creating a circular halo reminiscent of the Buddhist concept of the Buddha's radiance. The arrangement was imperial in nature, flanked by rows of warriors, yet these figures were mere stone statues. Their armor appeared vividly detailed, yet their eyes held not a flicker of life. Su Junfang found himself in an entirely unfamiliar realm, a mixture of vigilance and anxious excitement coursing through him. He had not forgotten that he was engaged in a fierce struggle for control of his own body against the blood-red bat, and his own existence was perilously close to slipping away. "Do you know my name?" The domineering figure inquired nonchalantly. "Are you the Supreme Heavenly Sovereign?" Su Junfang had previously attempted to communicate with the shattered fragments of his soul residing in his mind, but they remained as lifeless as inanimate objects. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Su Junfang from making a conjecture. "Indeed, it is I. All thunder in the world traces its lineage to me, and myriad thunders heed my command." Su Junfang's demeanor was one of utmost reverence, as he harbored a vague premonition that today would either herald his demise or present him with a momentous opportunity. "This is the sea of your consciousness. I, your true self, have long yearned to converse with you, and today is the opportune moment. I am the supreme deity of thunder, the lord of the 9 heavens. By a twist of fate, I have been transported to this realm alongside your consciousness. My previous vessel was but a lifeless shell, now utterly erased from existence. The majority of my power lies scattered across the boundless void, and the entity seated before you is merely a fragment of my will. My power resonates harmoniously with your being, and having reluctantly earned my acknowledgement, we have forged a pact, thereby designating you as my martial soul within this realm." The tone of the Thunder Ancestor was devoid of emotion, speaking with a chilling neutrality. "I have observed your endeavors over the years. Neither you nor I belong to this dimension. However, your soul bears the indelible mark of the Great Thousand Divine Realm, indicating that your previous existence resided within its dominion. Unlike this world, which is devoid of the essence of the Great Thousand Realm, should you ever possess the opportunity and capability to traverse the fabric of space, you might endeavor to connect with the Great Thousand Realm." As Su Junfang observed the conversation between Lei Zhu and himself, he sensed an urgency. If he were to become distracted by the words of the Celestial Master and squander time, he might lose his corporeal form, rendering all efforts futile. "Forgive me, Celestial Master, but my consciousness is besieged by an intruding bat. My spiritual strength pales in comparison, and my life hangs precariously in the balance. I fear I may fail in executing your commands." "Humph. A mere insect has driven you to desperation. You remain too feeble." The disdain was palpable on the Celestial Master's countenance. "Do not fret. This is the core of your consciousness, and the external world is but a fleeting moment. Once I channel my power into your essence, that insignificant creature shall be effortlessly vanquished. Thank you, Celestial Master, for your assistance." Su Junfang suppressed his overwhelming joy and promptly expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture. The Celestial Master, casting a discerning glance at Su Junfang, continued, "The power I have bestowed upon you is limited. These thoughts shall soon dissipate, as my strength has largely fused with your being. As my vessel, having accepted my power." Lei Zhu's piercing gaze bore into Su Junfang, instilling a formidable pressure that compelled him to maintain eye contact. "You must grow strong. You must embody strength. Remember, the Thunderbearer is the axis of yin and yang, commanding the very essence of all things. To wield the power of thunder is to govern the 3 realms. I have no further commands. Seek within your own being for the modest fragment of my power." With that, Lei Zhu raised a hand, and the entire temple erupted in blinding white light. As the radiant luminescence gradually contracted, the figure of the Thunder Emperor became increasingly ethereal, with the light coalescing entirely into Su Junfang's spiritual form, visibly manifesting as a core imbued with terrifying thunderbolts. "Remember, my name must never be sullied." The final words of the Celestial Master imprinted themselves upon Su Junfang's consciousness, as all that lay before him disintegrated. The thunder core spread throughout Su Junfang's being, and in an instant, his spirit was enveloped in a resplendent glow, appearing as if entirely forged from lightning. In that moment, all was still. Before Su Junfang lay an expanse of desolation, with white being the sole hue visible to him. The glaring brightness compelled him to swiftly shut his eyes. When he opened them again, he was met with a sea of crimson. The familiar scent of blood filled the air. The first thing that caught his gaze was the repugnant visage of a bat, accompanied by 3 pairs of blood-red eyes. The scarlet bat appeared oblivious to any irregularity, Continuing to toy with Su Junfang as if he were a fish in a barrel, its gaze cruel and mocking. Su Junfang slowly lifted his head, which had previously been too heavy to raise. In his ethereal form, his eyes radiated a brilliance capable of illuminating all. Wherever the white light traversed, the crimson haze dissipated. Su Junfang's expression turned enigmatic, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips as he menacingly declared, "Farewell, wretched being." Su Junfang's skin gradually took on a luminous glow as crackling lightning enveloped his entire being. Like Captain Marvel radiating cosmic energy, his very form shimmered with power. Even his once black hair transforming into flowing tresses woven entirely from dancing electricity. The bloodbat let out a shrill, panicked screech. Its grotesque face twisted in disbelief. Its previously languid movements turning frenzied as it frantically beat its crimson wings. The white light cascaded over the creature's inky hide like corrosive acid, its body seeming to dissolve under the brilliance, while the surrounding tendrils of dark red vapor evaporated into wisps of white mist. With a desperate shriek, the bat unleashed a surge of viscous blood-red energy, twice as thick as before, that crashed against Su Junfang's radiant light like a raging river slamming into an unyielding cliff face. Yet the assault made no progress. Within Su Junfang's consciousness, the two opposing forces clashed, the dazzling white light steadily overwhelming the deep, oppressive crimson. Tiny serpents of lightning slithered through every crevice, and wherever they touched the bloody mist, it dissipated into smoke. The white radiance burned like a spectral lantern in the darkness. Relentless and purifying. The bat, now robbed of speech, could do nothing but struggle to preserve itself, desperate to escape to safety. Survival was its only thought. Be shattered. Filthy vermin. Su Junfang extended his hands like a dragon, his arms enveloped in electric light piercing through the crimson mist as if slicing through jelly. He firmly grasped the wings of the bat, tearing them apart with ferocious intensity. The sound of ripping echoed, yet there was no splattering blood nor torn flesh. The wings, comprised solely of malevolent energy, were shattered by the lightning and subsequently dissolved, akin to wax melting in a fierce flame. No, this cannot be. The blood-red bat spoke for the first time, its voice imbued with human language. Its entire being radiated a resplendent red light. And Su Junfang could even hear the bat's psychic wails. Spare me. I can make you stronger. The bat, in excruciating agony, realized it was on the brink of collapse. Once holding the upper hand, it found itself inexplicably vanquished and, in a desperate bid for survival, was compelled to beg for mercy, feeling utterly humiliated. However, Su Junfang paid it no heed. Cease your struggles. Su Junfang's foot pressed down upon the black bat's head, which still screeched hoarsely, and with that single step, the bat was shattered into fragments, scattering black spots that were swiftly devoured by the lurking thunder serpent. The serpents then vied with one another to consume the remnants with fervor. In a realm of blinding brilliance, Su Junfang let out a thunderous roar, as lightning permeated every corner of his consciousness. At that moment, he truly grasped the reins of his mental ocean. Yet, before he could revel in this triumph, a torrent of sanguinary thoughts surged forth like an overwhelming deluge. Chapter 52. Enhancement, Mutation, Sovereign of Death. The bloodthirsty notions abruptly jolted Su Junfang awake. His eyes now a vivid crimson, as the primal urge to consume flesh reached its zenith. Su Junfang, drenched in perspiration, weak and feeble, managed to sit up from his bed. He turned over, only to find himself tumbling into the void, his frail body crashing onto the floor. Yet, this fleeting pain was swiftly overshadowed by an insatiable thirst for blood. Su Junfang, with a swift motion of his right hand at his waist, retrieved the warm corpses of two 10-year-old soul beasts from the midst of the moonlit night and the cries of crows. These bodies, collected 3 days prior from the outskirts of the Stardoe forest, retained their warmth within the confines of his storage soul guide. Although he still possessed the bloodstone he had obtained from his uncle, Su Junfang yearned to genuinely savor the taste of fresh blood. As the lifeless forms tumbled to the ground, he cast aside any lingering reservations. With hands like a vice, he clamped down on the neck of a fawn-like soul beast and bit into it, his sharp teeth piercing through its skin. In that moment, the warm blood erupted into his mouth. He voraciously indulged in the beast's blood, as if it were a rare delicacy. To an observer positioned behind Su Junfang, the sight would surely evoke a sense of horror. A fair-skinned youth crouched on the ground, devouring the carcass of a soul beast, with blood trickling down his chin and pooling at his feet. The once pristine floor was soon shrouded in a mist of crimson, while droplets of splattered blood marred the immaculate white walls, imparting a touch of grimness to the scene. Su Junfang, having drained the spirit of the deer-like soul beast, was still unsated and turned to gnaw at the neck of another simian soul beast with reckless abandon. After a brief interlude, he finally regained his composure. At that moment, the primal instincts within Su Junfang had been unleashed, his visage marred with blood, resembling a figure emerging from a slaughterhouse. The lower half of his cheek was stained crimson, while remnants of scarlet lingered in his pupils, exuding an aura reminiscent of a wild beast. As he came to his senses, he beheld the disarray that enveloped the bedroom. A shadow flickered in Su Junfang's eyes. Once again, he found himself unable to restrain his bloodthirst. If the individuals before him were friends, family, or beloved ones, he could not assure that he would refrain from causing them harm. This insatiable desire for blood ultimately posed a grave threat. Su Junfang cast the lifeless body of the soul beast onto the ground, leaning back against the edge of the bed with a weary sigh. Enveloped in a bloodthirsty state, He disregarded everything else, as his desire for blood overwhelmed his rationality. The energy contained within the blood could replenish the void left by the ascension of his second martial spirit. Junfang once again placed the corpse of the soul beast back into his storage soul guide. Armed with a mop, broom, and towel, he diligently cleaned the blood-stained bedroom until it was spotless. He soaked his blood-soaked garments and then retreated to the bathroom, indulging in a refreshing shower that washed away all traces of filth and gore. Once everything was immaculate, Junfang seated himself cross-legged back on his bed. The recent events had sent his emotions on a tumultuous journey, and reflecting on them now felt utterly surreal, as if he had truly danced on the edge of fate. Junfang could even sense that had it not been for his final, resolute self-detonation of his divine soul which earned the acknowledgement of the celestial sovereign, the sovereign might have merely observed Junfang's demise with indifference. In an effort to quell the tumultuous surge of soul power and mental energy within him, Junfang commenced meditative contemplation upon his bed. As he settled into tranquility, he became aware of a profound stirring and transformation deep within his soul. A unique energy rippled through his being, coursing through every vein. Junfang quickly extended his divine sense, as a crimson wave of energy intertwined with lightning repeatedly washed over his body. In an instant, Junfang's mind stirred, and his second martial soul awakened. Indeed, a transformation had occurred. His second martial soul now bore little resemblance to its former manifestation. Originally, the martial soul known as the Death Count was a demon-like bat, appearing as a bat yet fundamentally resembling a hybrid of bat and human, shrouded in a dark red hue, adorned with jagged spikes, and embodying the essence of darkness. However, the current incarnation of his martial soul was entirely bat-like, drenched in a blood-red color, darkening towards black. Junfang aptly named it the Sovereign of Death. The Sovereign of Death not only enhanced the quality and foundational abilities of his martial soul but, more crucially, it replaced the original dark attribute with two unique properties, malevolence and blood, in comparison to the darkness attribute of the previous Death Count. The attributes of malevolence and blood were undeniably more sinister, characterized by corruption and decay. A dual attribute martial soul is exceedingly rare, with scant records throughout the annals of Douluo's history. With the acquisition of these two attributes, Junfang's second martial soul was invigorated, laying a vital cornerstone for his future endeavors. Though he had vanquished the blood-red three-headed bat, Junfang remained apprehensive. He was utterly perplexed about the origins of this bat and why it chose this moment to seize control. Were there other enigmatic entities lurking within him? These uncertainties instilled a profound sense of dread within Junfang. His body felt alien, estranged from his familiar self. He meticulously probed the sea of his consciousness, striving to scrutinize every corner of his mind. Nevertheless, the benefits reaped from the annihilation of the blood-red bat were long-term, with the favorable mutation of his martial soul being one of them. To Junfang's understanding, most martial soul mutations stem from psychological transformation or distortion, deviating from the norm, while others were triggered by exposure to unknown elemental energies. Both aspects had been imparted to him by the blood-red bat. The oppressive blood energy exerted on his spirit and the subsequent absorption of substantial blood energy served as nourishment, propelling the mutation of Junfang's martial soul. What Junfang remained oblivious to was that the blood-red three-headed bat king had clandestinely descended upon him during the sacrificial ceremony of the Blood Soul sect. In a bid to secure a perpetual source of sustenance, the blood-red bat king theatrically manifested during one such ritual, masquerading as the blood deity, which prompted the congregation to provide a copious supply of sanguine offerings. From that moment forth, the blood bat became addicted to this exploitation, manipulating the Blood Soul sect from the shadows. The sect was thoroughly infiltrated by the blood-red bat king, and the annual sacrificial rites served not only as an indulgence in delectable feasts but also as an opportunity for it to select suitable vessels. Junfang possesses a unique allure, and the moment the blood-red bat laid eyes upon her, it yearned to possess her very flesh, seeking to make her its vessel. Disregarding all else, the martial soul of Junfang and his physique can harmoniously embody its power, rendering it an ideal vessel. Originally, when it first descended upon Junfang, it intended to seize control. However, a sudden bolt of lightning shattered a significant portion of its spiritual strength, and this very lightning ultimately claimed the body before it could. Consequently, the bloodbat was compelled to lie dormant within Junfang, gradually recuperating its vitality while seeking an opportunity to reclaim dominance. Unfortunately, fate proved more formidable than cunning, and the Crimson Bat ultimately met its downfall, failing to achieve its aims and instead being absorbed by Junfang, who replenished his energy significantly. Returning to Junfang, he sighed deeply, lamenting his own lack of vigilance, having been so severely outmaneuvered by a mere bloodbat without any forewarning. The mention of 3 bloodbats stirred a sense of familiarity within him. Junfang furrowed his brow, pondering where he had encountered such a spirit beast in this particular ordeal. 3 bloodbats, invading one's consciousness, was this not the fate befitting the King of Slaughter? Could it be that this bat was the one parasitizing the King of Slaughter? Such a notion seemed improbable. Junfang recalled the predicament of the King of Slaughter from the novel Douluo Continent. The King of Slaughter, a peak Douluo at level 99, still found his corporeal form dominated by the blood-red King of Bats. If the blood-red bat truly sought to seize control of his body, he would stand no chance whatsoever. Thus, what connection exists between these 2 bats? Or are they merely manifestations of a malevolent race? If that is the case, how many soul beasts masquerading in human guise exist in this world? Su Junfang felt an overwhelming sense of dread, unable to fathom a coherent thought, and silently buried this matter deep within her heart. Su Junfang's thought shifted as he explored the depths of his expanded consciousness. Presently, his mental realm was not as formidable as it had been moments before, that exhilarating sensation of omnipotence fleeting. The enhancement bestowed upon him by the celestial sovereign lasted merely around 3 minutes before gradually dissipating. Within this brief interlude, Su Junfang had managed to obliterate the blood-red bat, a being with nearly 50 millennia of cultivation, specializing in the spiritual domain. In other words, had Su Junfang lingered, failing to act promptly, he would have found himself in dire straits. Though his formidable mental power had waned, Su Junfang's mental ocean had nonetheless expanded to approximately 2 or 3 times its original size. With this augmentation in spiritual strength, his meditation technique, aimed at refining his mental prowess, had also seen significant enhancement. Previously, he could merely perceive the auras of others and discern the pathways and directions of their soul power to anticipate their actions. Now, he possessed the ability to subtly influence the perceptions of others, altering their sensory responses towards him or even inciting a sense of aversion between individuals. This capability hinted at the potential for nefarious applications. Chapter 53, Guardian Spirit? With the amplification of his spiritual power, his control over the insatiable thirst for bloodlust became increasingly stable. Su Junfang believes that the bloodthirsty desire that may arise during the next promotion will be significantly diminished, perhaps even temporarily suppressed to the point of non-existence, for threefold mental strength is vastly superior to what he possessed before. Subsequently, Su Junfang begins to assimilate the power bestowed upon him by the Thunder Sovereign. However, the fragmented memories of the Thunder Sovereign clash discordantly with Su Junfang's own thoughts, rendering him incapable of absorbing these memories. At this moment, Su Junfang could only delve into the memories of the Thunder Sovereign, an experience akin to possessing a tome within his mind, titled The Memories of the Heavenly Lord of Thunder, the Supreme Harmonizer of the 9 Heavens. He could mentally flip through the pages of this book, yet he could not recapture the sensations he had experienced upon his recent transmigration into the infant Su Junfang. The Thunder Sovereign had only revealed to him the recollections of his existence as a guardian spirit, originating from the vast realm known as the Great Thousand World, a formidable divine domain capable of creating both the netherworld and the mortal realm. In the dimension where the Thunder Sovereign resided, humanity exhibited a unique combat style, existing in a world where the departed could materialize as spectral entities. In this netherworld, all beings that succumb to death, be they humans, beasts, immortals, demons, or gods, transformed into souls. These spirits engaged in fierce battles in the Soul Requiem Street, where the strong prevailed and the weak perished. Among humans, there existed a particular group known as spirit conduits, endowed with innate spiritual power that enabled them to forge contracts with the departed. Such contracts could either be established through bloodlines, ensuring ancestral protection for generations, or be attained through charisma or prowess. Typically, an individual possesses a single guardian spirit. However, some individuals, possessing extraordinary gifts, are capable of accommodating multiple guardian spirits. The more guardian spirits one possesses, the more potent their spiritual energy becomes, and these individuals are referred to as martial gods. Guardian spirits generally engage in battles externally, yet those who possess a guardian spirit exhibit physical attributes that surpass human limitations. The Heavenly Lord of Thunder, the Supreme Harmonizer of the 9 Heavens, is a divine martial spirit who traverses the mortal realm to apprehend criminals, and by chance, he encountered Su Junfang, leading to an unforeseen bond. Consequently, the original contract chain between the Heavenly Lord and an individual named Lei Pao was severed, resulting in the establishment of a new contract between the Lord and Su Junfang. Unbeknownst to the latter, however, due to the fragility of Su Junfang's soul, the contract was formed in a manner that required the preservation of power through a mask. In the recesses of Lei Zun's memory, Su Junfang discovered the means to forge a bond with other spiritual entities, akin to that of a guardian spirit. This connection is established when a living being, whether human or beast, dies but their soul remains intact, and a mutual understanding is reached between the human and the spirit. Consequently, the soul becomes intertwined with the individual, serving as a source of strength and even enabling them to engage in combat independently. With Su Junfang's desire and the willingness of a soul beast to enter into a contract with him, he can harness additional power. Upon receiving this information, Su Junfang was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this ability might prove useful in the future. The guardian spirit is akin to the souls found in the renowned Tang Sect, yet it exists in the form of a spiritual entity. As he perused the memories of Lei Zun from the past 2 decades, he discovered that Lei Zun had been continuously engaged in battle. The previous spirit wielder was exceptionally powerful, and opportunities for Lei Zun to manifest as a guardian spirit in combat were rather scarce. Most importantly, Su Junfang was captivated by his predecessor, Lei Pao, and the unique combat style that fused lightning with his martial techniques. Through this synthesis, Su Junfang gleaned several methods employed by Lei Pao to unleash spiritual energy and lightning through his body, which, in the terminology of the Douluo Continent, can be likened to the creation of one's own soul skills. Su Junfang has currently comprehended 2 original soul techniques from the attack methods of the Thunder Cannon, culminating in a total of 4. 1. Jade Pivot Thunder. This technique involves compressing the lightning associated with his martial soul into a solid sphere, resulting in an astonishing explosive effect. 2. Thunderclap Palm. This formidable technique infuses the enemy's meridians with intense lightning, creating a violent explosion upon contact, which continues to detonate within the enemy's body. The consequences can range from severed tendons to paralysis and disability. 3. Lightning Kick. This technique harnesses the power of lightning in his legs to deliver rapid strikes to opponents. The instantaneous acceleration imbued with electricity can inflict significant damage. 4. Celestial Shield. This technique condenses and compresses the force of lightning to form a circular protective barrier around himself. Although thin, the shield possesses a high density of electricity, providing comprehensive protection. Energy attacks that strike it will be disintegrated by the lightning, and contact with the shield using the body or metallic objects will result in electric shocks. The area covered by the Celestial Shield can expand depending on the amount of soul power input. However, at present, Su Junfang can only protect himself. Although self-created soul techniques do not naturally materialize like those granted by soul rings, any soul master capable of creating their own techniques is undoubtedly a prodigious talent. Such techniques typically arise from the unique circumstances of the individual, demonstrating the soul master's exceptional mastery over their martial soul, thereby rendering them more practical. Of the 4 self-created soul techniques, only one can be considered entirely original to Su Junfang, while the other 3 draw inspiration from the techniques of the Snow Emperor and the abilities of the Thunder Cannon. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that Su Junfang mastered all 4 original soul techniques by the age of 8. Su Junfang has thoroughly examined most aspects of his health, finding no adverse symptoms beyond an enhanced state of vigor and strength, and even a slight improvement in his soul power cultivation. However, at this moment, Su Junfang is more preoccupied with the dark golden terror claw bone that is fused with his right palm. This bone has augmented the strength of his right arm to 2 or 3 times that of his left, with a layer of dark golden radiance enveloping his right arm, significantly enhancing its resilience. Su Junfang's frail body gradually regained its strength. He slowly rose from the bed, feeling entirely restored, and even sensed an enhancement in his condition due to the infusion of lightning within him. He stepped out of his room and made his way to the Spirit Hall training ground to test the power of his claw bones. Su Junfang wandered through the expansive 4th floor, where numerous training rooms were located. However, many of these rooms were bustling with people. He yearned for a tranquil space, devoid of others, and thus continued his search even upon reaching the 4th floor. After navigating several winding corners, he finally arrived at a training room opposite the long corridor. At that moment, he sensed a presence lurking in the shadows, following him, as the figure drew ever closer. Su Junfang discreetly observed the shadows cast upon the glass on either side of the corridor with his peripheral vision. A resplendent and captivating figure emerged. A smile graced the corners of his lips. It was Hu Liena. Su Junfang pretended not to notice the approach of Hu Liena, curious to see what her intentions were. Indeed, Hu Liena cautiously drew near, then suddenly launched an attack. With her delicate hands, she covered Su Junfang's eyes, and he felt a warm softness enveloping him. As darkness enveloped his vision, he abruptly halted his steps. Hu Liena, deliberately deepening her voice from behind, sought to obscure her true identity. Guess who I am? Su Junfang remained motionless, a confident smirk gracing her lips. It's you, isn't it, Hu Liena? Upon hearing this, Hu Liena's small face fell into a frown, her eyes darting momentarily before she retorted in a gruff voice. You guessed wrong. Try again. Su Junfang grasped the 2 small hands covering his eyes, swiftly pulled them apart, and turned around, his gaze meeting the slightly astonished, beautiful eyes of Hu Liena. See, I was right. I knew it was you, Su Junfang declared with a triumphant smile. Hu Liena, undeterred, responded with a bright voice. How dull. How did you know it was me? Su Junfang pointed to the corridors on either side, exclaiming, Are you daft? There's a reflection. Ha ha ha. Hu Liena pinched Su Junfang's cheek and remarked, Oh dear, I didn't anticipate this turn of events. It appears I have miscalculated. Su Junfang walked to the side of Hu Liena and inquired, Sister Nana, what brings you here? Are you here for training? Hu Liena tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear and replied, Certainly not. I am here to observe my elder brother's training. What about you? What brings you up here? Oh, I completely forgot that Xiaoyu is in training, Su Junfang suddenly realized. I came here to test the power of the soul bone I just absorbed. Ah, Hu Liena exclaimed in astonishment. You absorbed that soul bone? Indeed, I did. But it was excruciating, Su Junfang confessed. Really? Does absorbing a soul bone cause pain? Didn't Grandfather Su intend to provide you protection? Hu Liena expressed her concern, her eyes darting towards Su Junfang's right hand. Su Junfang recounted the harrowing experience of absorbing the soul bone to Hu Liena, omitting any mention of the bloodbath incident. You see, you should heed the wisdom of the elders. With your experience, should I ever absorb a soul bone in the future, I shall certainly learn from this lesson. Hu Liena expressed with a heavy heart. Not all soul bone absorptions are painful, are they? Regardless, I shall first test my soul bone abilities. Chapter 54. The power of the soul bone. Su Junfang raised his right hand, and with a flicker of dark golden light, 5 elongated claws, resembling blades, sprang forth from his palm. The bright eyes of Hu Liena reflected the dark golden luminescence. The fusion of this dark golden fearsome claw with the right hand bone posed considerable challenges. However, it was indeed distinct from ordinary soul bones. Possessing two forms, one being the regular appearance before them, and the other, a soul skill attack form. Behold. Junfang said as he approached a collection of various metal pieces stored in the training room. He selected a solid iron sphere, roughly the size of a ball, and tossed it into the air. With a swift motion of his right hand, there was no audible clang, and the hardened iron sphere instantly split into 6 segments. The pieces fell to the ground with a soft thud, prompting Junfang and Hu Liena to rush forward to inspect the scene. To their astonishment, the iron had been sliced with such precision that the cut was as smooth as a mirror. Hu Liena stared intently at the flawless incision on the ground, exclaiming, "It feels as though there is no resistance at all. How remarkably sharp." Junfang smiled with satisfaction. The dark golden terror claw bear has become one of the most formidable soul beasts of our time, primarily due to its pair of dark golden terror claws, whose might is certainly not to be underestimated. Now, allow me to show you its soul skill form. A subtle smile of pride remained on Junfang's face. Junfang surveyed the layout of the training ground, endeavoring to pinpoint the optimal location for his soul skill. After a thorough examination, he set his sights on a thick steel plate situated at a distance, designated for testing the might of his soul technique. With a focused gaze, he swung his right hand, adorned with the dark golden claws, towards the vacant air ahead. Instantly, a brilliant surge of dark golden light erupted, transforming the formidable claws into a shadowy projection that stretched 3 meters long, striking the steel plate with tremendous force. The room remained devoid of any tremors from heavy impacts. Yet 5 enormous gashes, each 3 meters long, appeared on the thick iron surface, leaving behind deep furrows. The claws even penetrated the steel, etching marks into the sturdy wall behind it. In that fleeting moment, the sharpness seemed to cleave the very air itself. Even after the assault concluded, a faint hissing sound lingered in the air, reminiscent of escaping gas. Hu Liena's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she were attempting to comprehend the reality of the outcome. After a brief pause, she realized she had not misjudged. This was indeed the power of the claws. Truly remarkable. We should form a team for the elite program. I will guide your attacks, and you must ensure my protection, Hu Liena remarked, half in jest and half in earnest. She grasped Junfang's right hand, positioning it before her to admire the exquisite patterns adorning the claws. Indeed, that is only natural. But who was it that claimed they would shield me before? Junfang offered no resistance as Hu Liena examined his soul bone. That was then. You were still relatively weak and required my protection. Now, however, the situation has changed. You must protect me. Will you agree? Hu Liena released Junfang's right hand, gesturing with both hands, as if inquiring. All right, I shall protect you from now on. Junfang acquiesced, aligning with Hu Liena's words. That is much more agreeable. Junfang, how taxing is the soul power consumption of these dark golden claws? Hu Liena inquired. Junfang retracted his claws and scratched his head, saying, fortunately, it merely originates from the ancient golden claw bear. In its corporeal form, it incurs almost no expenditure. It feels as though it is an integral part of my being, no different from my hand. However, employing the soul technique does require a significant amount of energy. Each use demands nearly 30% of my soul power. Moreover, I can sense that this bone from my right hand is gradually assimilating my strength. It is likely to evolve alongside the advancement of my soul power. You acquired a soul bone at the tender age of 8, which could make others envious. Hu Liena expressed her admiration. It's merely a stroke of luck. After witnessing the might of the claws, I feel compelled to return and cultivate further. With that, he took his leave. Junfang emerged with the intent to witness the formidable power of his claws. Having recently absorbed a substantial amount of energy from the bloodbat and the heavenly sovereign, he sought to return and contemplate his newfound abilities. Oh, please. Stay with me a little longer, Hu Liena implored, tugging at Junfang's right arm to prevent his departure and drawing him back once more. I haven't yet inquired about the origins of your skills, specifically that golden aura, and those abilities you can unleash without the need for soul rings. Are they of your own invention? Hu Liena posed a question that had lingered in her mind, having witnessed Junfang wield these powers on more than one occasion. Oh, those. They can be considered self-created soul skills, Junfang replied, suddenly struck by an idea. I have a splendid suggestion, Hu Liena. Would you like to learn these skills? Learn? Are you implying that you can impart these abilities to others? Hu Liena exclaimed eagerly, her aspiration for greater strength shining through. Very well, let us sit over there, and I shall explain everything to you. Junfang indicated towards a nearby bench beside the training ground. All right, Hu Liena agreed, and the two settled closely side by side on the bench. Junfang could discern the fragrant aroma that enveloped Hu Liena, with her luminous eyes fixed upon him. Hu Liena urged, speak. What is it you wish to convey? Junfang paused for a moment, seemingly contemplating his words. In essence, my abilities can be regarded as self-created soul techniques, or perhaps as innate gifts. You see, each individual's soul power is inherent. Most people possess a martial spirit even if they lack soul power, yet they will never be able to advance in rank. Typically, one cultivates by absorbing the ambient soul power that permeates the universe to strengthen oneself. However, when one reaches a certain threshold, a soul ring is necessary for promotion. Otherwise, even with diligent practice, one remains stagnated at that level. This is, I believe, inevitable, Hu Liena remarked. Yet, with my method of cultivation, one can, to a certain extent, transcend the limitations of soul rings and continue advancing. This represents a form of training that lies beyond the conventional soul power system. If mastered, even a low-ranked soul master can challenge those of a higher rank without issue. Is that truly the case? Your ability could potentially reshape the landscape of the continent. Hu Liena's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Not quite so formidable. At best, it allows me to contend with mid-tier soul masters. For those unable to acquire soul rings, it is indeed a rare and invaluable technique. But for you and me, it merely adds another layer of capability, Junfang replied. Now, let me teach you. Should you wish to learn? No, I must decline. This knowledge is far too precious, and I cannot accept your repeated generosity, Hu Liena asserted with determination. What a splendid girl you are. Junfang mused inwardly. Noticing Hu Liena's steadfast refusal, he shifted his approach. Then tell me, is the route of soul power you employ during meditation the same as that taught by the academy? Hu Liena blinked. Not entirely. In my youth, I did indeed practice the most fundamental meditation path, but His Holiness the Pope imparted to me a new method. One that gathers soul power more efficiently than what the academy teaches. His Holiness has forbidden me from sharing it. I am truly sorry, Junfang. She lowered her gaze, feeling a deep sense of shame. Junfang gently patted Hu Liena's small hand and said, Sister Nana, please do not act this way. However, Junfang truly did not anticipate this matter. He had assumed that Hu Liena, like other soul masters, was practicing the meditation techniques taught by the academy's professors. It is only natural that Hu Liena, being favored by Bibi Dong, would be instructed in a more advanced meditation method, as there exists more than one method of meditation in the Douluo Continent. Junfang, would you like to learn? If so, I can teach you. Hu Liena suddenly lifted her head, her gaze resolute. She had already prepared herself mentally. For Junfang, she was willing to go against her teacher's admonitions. No, it's unnecessary. Junfang responded helplessly. Hu Liena had taken the initiative. He had originally intended to impart the meditation technique of the Golden Light incantation to Hu Liena, but it now seemed somewhat superfluous. I initially intended to teach you a more efficient meditation method, but it appears you already possess one. Hu Liena's eyes flickered slightly as she said, Junfang, I am truly sorry. I have been hiding this from you all along. Junfang spoke soothingly. There is no need to apologize for this. Everyone harbors secrets, just as I do, secrets that I have not shared with you. Junfang paused, suddenly realizing that he had misspoken. Hu Liena immediately lifted her head, her eyes fixed upon him. Do you have a secret? Well, Sister Nana. Where were we? Oh, right. Since you already possess a suitable meditation technique, I shall teach you something else. What is it? Hu Liena glanced at Junfang, not probing further into his mention of a secret. There exists a technique known as Dingguan, a form of ocular skill that I have just now recognized as perfectly suited to you. Ocular skill? Your repertoire is indeed diverse. This technique, called Dingguan, allows one to concentrate their spiritual awareness on a single object, thereby enhancing their observational powers through a focused gaze. The deeper the observation, the stronger the concentration, leading to a more profound clarity. By employing this ability, one can discern the movements, flaws, and weaknesses of an opponent's soul power under the influence of this observations. No subtle change in the adversary will escape notice. The reason I believe this ability aligns with your strengths is that it enables you, as a control-type soul master, to perceive every minute shift on the battlefield, and at advanced levels, it can also influence the perceptions of others. It can cause them to misjudge your actions, distract enemies momentarily, or even diminish your presence, rendering you unnoticed. This should be quite beneficial for your cultivation of alluring capabilities, should it not? Upon hearing Junfang's description of the ocular skill, Hu Liena's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly replied, Indeed, if your ocular skill possesses such capabilities, it would greatly aid my enchanting training. Hu Liena had begun her allure training from a young age, boasting a comprehensive system for her enchantment practice. According to her, the current pope had invited a master in the field of allure to serve as her mentor. Very well, I shall teach you, Junfang said. I feel so conflicted, as I both wish to learn and wish to refuse you. Why are you so kind to me? Because Sister Nana is someone very important to me. Hu Liena's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink. What do you mean by that? Junfang gazed earnestly into Hu Liena's eyes, perceiving her own reflection within the gentle depths of Hu Liena's soulful gaze. Sister Nana, she began. Are you aware that I too am an orphan? Throughout my life, apart from my grandfather, I have felt the world's warmth elude me. Yet, whenever I am in your presence, an overwhelming joy envelopes me. Regardless of the nature of our relationship in the future, be it as sisters or friends, I am resolute in my desire to protect you. You may not realize it, but the continent is growing increasingly perilous, and my only wish is for you to remain unscathed in the times to come. Therefore, dear Sister Nana, you need not hesitate to accept my offer out of fear of incurring a debt of gratitude, for it has never been about owing or being owed. Hu Liena fell into silence, contemplating for a considerable time. Junfang remained silent, sitting alongside her. Junfang. Thank you. Chapter 55. The academic overachiever. After playing out a series of emotional cards, Junfang found the experience somewhat cheesy. Yet, the outcome proved to be quite favorable. Hu Liena had embraced Junfang's teachings on subtle glances, and unbeknownst to them, their relationship had drawn a step closer. Now, to return to the main topic. Junfang began to impart the concept of innate vital energy to Hu Liena. Every individual, upon birth, carries within them a certain degree of this primordial essence. Before Junfang awakened his martial spirit, he practiced innate energy. However, upon the awakening of his martial spirit, innate energy began to complement soul power, resulting in a more efficient cultivation process and a refinement of soul power to a greater purity. As afternoon approached, Hu Liena had thoroughly grasped the fundamental principles of the observation technique and officially commenced her training in this art. The longer she practiced, the more profound her insights became, thus enhancing the strength of this perceptive ability. Professor Junfang, after imparting the intricacies of eye techniques to Hu Liena, engaged in a brief session of fundamental combat practice with her, during which he also shared some of the unique martial arts skills from his previous life. Naturally, such instruction led to unavoidable physical contact between the two. Although they occasionally bumped into each other, neither seemed to mind, nor did either bring it up. The warmth and tranquility of their interaction continued to intensify. By evening, both Junfang and Hu Liena refrained from mentioning the events of the day, as if nothing had transpired. They shared a meal with Xiaoyu, listening to him recount his training. Xiaoyu was currently practicing the art of wielding the moon blade without the use of soul power, maneuvering it gracefully among various obstacles. Knock, knock, knock. Grandfather. It is I. May I come in? Junfang, while signaling the guarding soldiers to knock on the door, called out loudly from outside. Junfang, come in. Junfang pushed the door open, the heavy iron door crashing shut behind him. Su Huanshan, as always, sat regally in the seat of authority, gazing down at him. Fang Ui. What pressing matter brings you to seek your grandfather? Grandfather, I wish to advance a grade, from the 3rd year to the 4th year. I currently possess a soul power of level 21, qualifying me as a great soul master, a level sufficient for graduation. What I lack is merely theoretical knowledge. Although the 3rd year begins the study of combat, I believe my skills surpass those of most 4th year students. I have independently completed all the theoretical knowledge required for the 3rd year, and I feel that remaining in the 3rd year is merely a waste of my time. What do you think? Is it possible for me to skip a grade? Upon hearing this, Su Huanshan furrowed his brow, not out of surprise, but rather in contemplation of the pros and cons. After a moment of silence that lingered for half a minute, Su Huanshan finally spoke. Very well. If you truly wish to advance a grade, however, taking a year to solidify your foundations is also quite beneficial. Have you made your decision? Advance a grade? Yes, grandfather. I have decided. Remaining in the 3rd grade holds no interest for me. Let us proceed with the advancement. Junfang acutely understands the challenges that the Spirit Hall will face in 2 decades. He must seize the moment to enhance his strength. A year wasted is intolerable to him. Well, your esteemed grandfather has been observing you closely, and it is evident that you possess the capability to advance. If you have made up your mind, I shall support you. However, the elite academy differs from others. Advancement is contingent upon your achievements. I do not have the authority to unilaterally facilitate your promotion here. In this institution, progression is assessed based on performance. I can negotiate with the academy. Yet you must still demonstrate to the faculty your qualifying prowess for advancement. Is strength measured solely by combat? Junfang inquired. Indeed, but there is also a written examination. No problem, he replied. Su Huanshan set down his pen and said, Today, I had a conversation with the academy. Tomorrow, your grandfather Mu will take you to participate in the advanced placement examination. How does that sound? It is settled then. Upon achieving her objective, Junfang turned to leave. Wait. Su Huanshan called out to his grandson, Have you completed the fusion of your soul bones? Allow me to see, is your body in any distress? It went quite smoothly, though there is a bit of pain, Junfang replied, as he approached Su Huanshan, raising his right hand. A dark golden radiance blossomed from his right arm, and 5 fearsome claws sprang forth. Does it hurt? Su Huanshan inquired. Indeed. Some soul bones do indeed induce discomfort during the fusion process. Su Huanshan gently squeezed Su Junfang's right arm, allowing the warm and gentle soul power to circulate within Su Junfang's body. After a moment, Su Huanshan released his grip and patted Su Junfang on the shoulder. Truly. As an external soul bone, Fanger has become even more robust. Very well, let us proceed. I have matters to attend to. All right, goodbye, Grandpa. With a light and brisk step, Su Junfang exited the Platinum Principal's office. Su Huanshan watched his departing figure with a sense of satisfaction, but once the door closed, his expression became grave as he meticulously reviewed the documents before him. The second prince of the Xinglua Empire, David Qing. The following day, under the guidance of Mushuyu, Su Junfang returned to the school he had recently bid farewell to. Several teachers were stationed at the entrance, with the foremost being a robust middle-aged man, the head of the 4th grade, sporting a thick black beard. Upon spotting Su Junfang and Mu Shiyu descending from the carriage, he greeted them with a warm smile. Although the Wuhuan Temple's Junior Soul Master Academy was directly managed by the Pope, it still existed within the confines of the Xinglua Empire, and particularly in Xinglua City. Thus, it was prudent to assist with the request put forth by the Lord of the Wuhuan Sacred Hall whenever possible. Lord Mu, welcome. I have long heard of Su's remarkable achievements. He is indeed a genius within his grade. I did not anticipate his excellence to such an extent, he exclaimed. Despite the flattery, Mu Shiyu felt a swell of pride at the commendation of his young master, and his demeanor became more amiable. Haha, the director is too modest. It is the Academy's guidance that has been exemplary. Today, my young master is here for the promotion assessment. Please, let us proceed inside. The director gestured for them to enter, leading Su Junfang and Mu Shiyu through the gates of the Academy. Regarding Su's exceptional performance and his request for advancement, we have arranged the following. First, Su must pass all final assessments for the 3rd grade, which are written exams focusing on theoretical knowledge. This will evaluate the sufficiency of Su's theoretical understanding. As long as he scores above 90 in each subject, he will have passed this theoretical assessment. Next is the practical evaluation. The 3rd grade includes practical courses designed to hone students' combat abilities. Since Su is seeking advancement, he must demonstrate the corresponding level of skill. We have considered that there are still some boarding students present, including a few who are advancing from 3rd to 4th grade. We have made arrangements with one of them. If Su can defeat this senior who will advance to the 4th grade next year, he will be permitted to advance. If you feel the need for review, we can grant you the entire morning to prepare for the theoretical assessment. After outlining the requirements for advancement, the head of the grade turned his gaze to Su Junfang, inquiring about his decision. There is no need for a review. Let us commence the examination now. The sooner it concludes, the better. Su Junfang replied to the grade director without a moment's hesitation, stating that he had nearly completed his review the previous evening and was already well-versed in the material. He had made thorough preparations for the upcoming test. Very well, in that case, Su, please follow Mr. Shen, who will escort you to the designated classroom for the examination. The director instructed. My lord, there's no need for concern. I shall wait here at the school. I will return home with the young master, Mu Shiyu remarked. Su, please follow the teacher, Mr. Shen gently urged, turning to lead the way. Su Junfang gazed at the figure of teacher Shen as he walked, ultimately halting before a classroom. This is the place, Su. You are to be assessed in 7 subjects: language, mathematics, biology, geography, history, and the fundamentals of Soul Masters. We will structure it this way. In the morning, you will take the exams for language, geography, and history. In the afternoon, you will be evaluated on mathematics, biology, and the fundamentals of Soul Masters, culminating in practical combat. It is now past 8 o'clock. The examination will commence promptly at 8:30. The duration for the first subject, language, is 1 hour, during which I will oversee your examination. Do you have any questions? None. Su Junfang had prepared extensively for the exams. Yet upon hearing the tightly packed schedule, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. At 8:30, the examination began. Su Junfang wrote with fervor, his hand never pausing. Language was undoubtedly his forte, or perhaps history was. No, it was the fundamentals of Soul Masters. Ah, well, Su Junfang was indeed a prodigy. Aside from a mild aversion to mathematics, he excelled in all other subjects, answering with the grace of flowing water. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a genius. Among 6 subjects, he only lost 2 points in mathematics, while achieving perfect scores in the other 5. It is said that all of this was self-taught. Su Junfang devoted an entire day to completing 6 written examinations. After the teachers finished grading, they were all astounded, as Su Junfang had nearly perfect answers. Such proficiency places him at the pinnacle among his peers in the recently concluded 3rd grade. Su Junfang remained unfazed. He regarded the pursuit of the unknown knowledge of the world as a delightful hobby. Furthermore, endowed with the discipline and learning capability of an adult, mastering 3rd grade material posed no challenge for him. Excellent. Su, you are merely 1 step away from triumph, defeating a 4th grade senior who awaits you on the playground. At this moment, the grade director and Su Junfang stood on the expansive grounds of the academy, following the director's instructions. Su Junfang spotted a lanky boy with an unruly afro on the distant smooth ground, bathed in moonlight, his shadow eerie beneath him. The slender youth cast a glance in their direction, and their gazes collided mid-air. Su Junfang took the initiative to step forward and greet the senior, saying, My name is Su Junfang. The tall and slender youth, contrary to his seemingly aloof demeanor, spoke with great enthusiasm. Haha, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I am Zhang Mingyang. Your name has been well known since my 3rd year. Su Junfang remarked. It is merely idle gossip. You must be my rival. Shall we commence? Zhang Mingyang, narrowing his small eyes, let out a long sigh. Very well, let us begin. The judges, including the principal and Mu Shiyu, gathered around the perimeter of the arena, eagerly anticipating the impending duel. A Soul Master stepped between the two, addressing them with solemnity. Level 21 Soul Master Su Junfang will face off against Level 21 Soul Master Zhang Mingyang. The match begins now. With that, the instructor retreated several paces, leaving the arena to the 2 young contenders, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Chapter 56. Defeat. The summer evening breeze brushed against them, bringing not only a hint of coolness but also a touch of warmth. The tension within the arena began to rise. The two no longer locked eyes. Heaven and earth. The mystical origin, the source of all energies, I shall cultivate through countless tribulations to attain my divine prowess. Su Junfang silently invoked the golden light spell. A habit cultivated through countless battles in his past life. In this realm, although the escape light of the golden light spell could not withstand the soul techniques of advanced soul masters, it effectively warded off the probing and underhanded tactics of peers. The golden flames igniting around him resembled a soaring torch. With the manifestation of his martial spirit, Zhang Mingliang's previously relaxed demeanor vanished. He bellowed, and crimson flames erupted around his neck like wild tendrils, his muscles swelling as his once lean arms transformed into pillars of strength. The scarlet claws shimmering with the cold light of the moonlit night. The temperature radiating from Zhang Mingliang continued to rise, yet Su Junfang offered him no respite. Dashing forward like a streak of white light aimed directly at Zhang Mingliang's face. Su Junfang instantly recognized his martial soul, the blazing lion. This is a relatively advanced carnivorous soul beast, typically belonging to the assault category of martial souls. Its defining characteristics include rapid attacks and the ability to inflict fiery burns. Su Junfang was unwilling to grant Zhang Mingliang the opportunity to reach the pinnacle of his martial soul's surface temperature. In an instant, a white mask enveloped his face. And with a powerful kick, the blue electric armor crackled with energy. In a mere heartbeat, his electrified fist struck Zhang Mingliang's fiery red face, which had been illuminated by flames. Zhang Mingliang's expression changed dramatically. It was so swift. In a moment of panic, he raised his arms in an X shape before his face, but Su Junfang's fist had already arrived. Boom. It was no ordinary punch. It resembled a thunderous cannonball. The shockwave and excruciating pain surged through his arms, forcing Zhang Mingliang to stagger backward repeatedly. Lowering his arms, the first soul ring of a vibrant yellow flickered to life. He exhaled flames from his lion's mouth, vibrant tongues of fire beginning to emerge. Just as he was about to unleash his first soul skill, blazing breath. His gaze inadvertently locked with Su Junfang's eyes. Su Junfang's eyes sparkled with a piercing brilliance, radiating an irresistible intensity. Zhang Mingliang was taken aback by her sharp gaze, as if his heart had been struck by a bolt of lightning, causing it to skip a beat. Consequently, the fiery breath could not ensnare Su Junfang. Su Junfang darted through the flames and executed a fierce side kick, striking directly at Zhang Mingliang's left ribcage. The side kick shimmered with a crackling energy, and in an instant, the acceleration left Zhang Mingliang's internal organs reeling. He was sent flying, a spurt of blood mixed with flames escaping his lips, rendering his first soul skill utterly ineffective. Hastily, Zhang Mingliang rose to his feet, momentarily disregarding the searing pain on his side. His gaze sweeping left and right in search of Su Junfang's position. For a soul master, successfully landing a soul skill on a target necessitates the prior locking of the opponent's location. Su Junfang transformed into a streak of lightning, traversing the expanse between heaven and earth, his incredible speed rendering Zhang Mingliang only able to perceive a fleeting white rainbow. Zhang Mingliang was filled with dread. Realizing he possessed no means of defense, with no alternative, he decided to employ his second soul skill. The second-century-old soul ring gleamed brightly. The flames enveloping Zhang Mingliang intensified once more, his muscles becoming even more robust, and his fiery red skin gleamed with a metallic luster. Utilizing the second soul skill of the fiery lion, he summoned the spirit of the fierce lion, enhancing his flames by 20%. While both his attack and defense saw a 10% increase. As Su Junfang charged fiercely, Zhang Mingliang stood his ground, turning sideways to brace with his shoulder. Launching a fierce counterattack, he aimed to leverage his formidable physical strength and the searing heat of his flames to compel Su Junfang to evade. Su Junfang maintained his pace, radiating brilliance all around. The blinding white lightning dazzled Zhang Mingliang, obscuring his view of Su Junfang's movements. As Su Junfang collided forward, his first soul ring flickered for the first time. A brilliant sphere of lightning materialized at the tip of his index finger. Though one would expect such a lightning ball to be dazzling in the night, its radiance was overshadowed by the more intense electrical energy emanating from Su Junfang. With a swift flick of his hand, the lightning sphere surged directly toward Zhang Mingliang. Although Zhang Mingliang could perceive nothing clearly, he remained exceptionally cautious. Sensing the impending attack, he once again summoned his soul power, causing the flames enveloping his body to intensify significantly. Contrary to his expectations of a thunderous explosion, he suddenly felt a shift beneath his feet, causing his center of gravity to tilt precariously. The lightning sphere transformed into an elongated whip of electricity, binding Zhang Mingliang's right foot tightly. Su Junfang exerted a powerful tug, causing Zhang Mingliang's body, which was lunging forward, to suddenly tilt. With his center of gravity lost, Zhang Mingliang fell to the ground without any warning. The flames engulfing his body created a rapid friction with the earth, sending sparks flying and scorching the playground with a line of charred marks. Su Junfang's nine heavens thunderous manifestation mask of the supreme deity of thunder is not, in fact, a soul of the agile attack type. Rather, it embodies an extraordinary power of the strong attack category. The strength endowed to Su Junfang by the lightning is, in truth, far greater than that of Zhang Mingliang. Su Junfang skillfully deceived Zhang Mingliang, who was misled by his insufficient intelligence into believing that his opponent possessed a speed akin to that of a top-tier agility-based martial soul. This misjudgment created a false perception of the disparity in their strengths. Due to the inertia of the situation, Junfang effortlessly pulled with the thunder whip, toppling Zhang Mingliang's center of balance. With his right leg still suffering from the paralyzing effects of the electricity, Zhang Mingliang found himself unable to rise, forced instead to writhe on the ground. The act of pulling occurred in an instant, and by the time Zhang Mingliang regained his senses, his body was already sprawled at Su Junfang's feet. Su Junfang raised his palm, wielding a knife hand strike. Zhang Mingliang thought to himself, how naive to believe that such a technique could defeat me. He lifted his arms to block. Su Junfang targeted his lower abdomen with a kick. While the hand chop served merely as a deceptive maneuver, Su Junfang delivered a fierce kick to Zhang Mingliang's injured side, his assault relentless. Zhang Mingliang rolled over, absorbing several blows before he struck the ground with his fists, leveraging the recoil to rise partially. Just as he was about to launch a counterattack, Su Junfang's hands pressed firmly against his chest, and a surge of lightning erupted from his palms. The second soul ring shimmered, and he unleashed the illusory dragon. Boom, boom. Two dragons of thunder engulfed Zhang Mingliang, extinguishing the flames of the fiery lion with a torrent of thunder. The thunder dragons hurled Zhang Mingliang approximately 20 meters away, where he burst forth in a magnificent display of lightning blossoms. The intense heat waves were palpable even to Su Junfang and the teachers standing 20 meters distant. It's over, trust me, Su Junfang chuckled lightly. Several observing teachers hurried over to assess Zhang Mingliang's condition. He lay within the massive crater created by the illusory dragon, his body a grim sight, charred and battered, flesh mangled. He appeared on the brink of death. The teachers summoned a healing soul master who had been waiting nearby to attend to Zhang Mingliang. I announced that in this contest, Su Junfang emerges victorious. Su, you may release your hold now. An officiating teacher promptly declared the outcome. Finally it's over, Su Junfang stretched lazily. This level of exertion barely warmed him up. Zhang Mingliang, though of the same rank, lacked the practical experience and the quality of martial spirit that Su possessed. Gazing at the pitiful figure lying in the crater, Su Junfang felt no remorse. The teachings at the spirit hall were clear. Strength speaks volumes. Even if he had killed Zhang Mingliang on the spot, it would not have raised any concerns. Chapter 57, Wang Duoyu. All the teachers focused their gaze upon Su Junfang. The surprises this young man brought were manifold. If his written examination results could be attributed to intelligence and diligence, this practical battle earned him the title of warrior. Indeed, a warrior. The students of the junior academy were, at most, 12 years old. Outside the spirit hall, at such a tender age, soul masters typically engaged in theoretical studies, rarely receiving instruction in combat skills as they did at the spirit hall. Su Junfang's performance transcended the boundaries of the junior academy. While the primary students were being molded into warriors, Su Junfang had already emerged as one. Radiant beams of light enveloped Zhang Mingliang, a testament to the healing soul master at work. Though his injuries were severe, a fortnight of rest would likely suffice for recovery. Let us carry him to the medical room, Su Junfang suggested. Zhang Mingliang's agreement to battle was conditional. He insisted on compensation and full medical care post-fight. The teachers, however, felt a pang of sympathy for Zhang Mingliang, as he had suffered considerable trauma. Upon awakening, he might even require psychological counseling from the academy. Su, indeed, was a polymath, and no one anticipated the combat would conclude so swiftly. Thus, all your assessments have reached their conclusion. You are now a fourth-year student, proclaimed the teacher. I must remind you that each grade has an elite class, and your current grades qualify you for direct entry into this prestigious group. Typically, the elite class accommodates only 30 students, and your inclusion would displace others. Generally, the composition of the elite class remains unchanged after the third year. However, we can make an exception and allow you to be the 31st member, but be warned, this decision may attract considerable scrutiny. The grade director clearly preferred Su Junfang to opt for the parallel class, as granting such an exception could invite opportunism from others, necessitating his intervention in future matters. Yet, the director also recognized that a talent like Su Junfang would likely shun mediocrity, and the academy could not turn down the Platinum Bishop's request. Teacher, I choose to join the elite class. I appreciate your assistance, Su Junfang replied with unwavering determination, seeing no reason to forego the opportunity for a superior class. Very well. One last thing to mention. The classmate you previously defeated is also in the elite class, so it is imperative to maintain a cordial relationship moving forward, the director added. Concerned about potential awkwardness. Rest assured, director, I will handle it. Farewell. Su Junfang wished to leave the academy without delay. Su, take care, said Mu Darn as Mu Shuyu nodded to the teachers, leading Su Junfang out of the school gates. At the spirit hall, around 7 in the evening. In the grand training room, Xie Yu was diligently practicing martial techniques without the aid of soul power, as instructed by teacher Wang Duoyu, sparring with the advanced soul master coach he had brought along. At that moment, Hu Liena was seated within the training room. Although she had come to accompany her brother, she was not merely a passive observer. Hu Liena approached a mirror, her gaze fixed on her reflection. With a heart as tranquil as still water, she concentrated all her attention, adjusting her breathing rhythm, channeling her soul power to her dantian, and emptying her mind of distractions. She was attempting to integrate the meditation techniques taught by Su Junfang, the seductive arts imparted by the Pope, and her own innate soul skill, the ability to enchant. Regarding her relationship with the Pope, Hu Liena had never clearly communicated it to Su Junfang, as Xie Yu had mentioned. Whenever questioned, she had always responded vaguely. Due to her own thoughts and the Pope's admonitions, Hu Liena wished to keep this information from becoming widely known. Years ago, after Hu Liena and Xie Yu arrived at the Spirit Hall along with a large group of orphans, they underwent a unified assessment of their soul master potential. Those who had not awakened their martial souls were tested for awakening, while those who had were assessed for innate soul power levels. Hu Liena's innate talent of level 9 soul power was documented within the Spirit Hall. Unsurprisingly, her talent was reported to the Pope. Bibi Dong was pleasantly surprised. Individuals with innate level 9 soul power were exceedingly rare across the continent, showcasing Hu Liena's exceptional abilities. The Pope, Bibi Dong, personally met Hu Liena and took a great liking to her, ultimately accepting her as a disciple. Bibi Dong's decision to take Hu Liena as her apprentice was not a hasty attempt to find a successor. Rather, she saw a reflection of her own past within Hu Liena. Having been an orphan in her youth, Bibi Dong understood the solitude and hardships, unlike Hu Liena, who had the support of an elder brother. Hu Liena's innate charm was the final impetus for Bibi Dong's choice. Their shared experiences of resonance, her innate level 9 power, and her natural allure made Hu Liena a rare talent in Bibi Dong's eyes. Unbeknownst to Hu Liena, Bibi Dong had informed her that she possessed an innate aptitude for seductive arts, with a spiritual strength far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Even without cultivation, she exuded an irresistible allure. Now, Hu Liena comprehended that in her childhood, she had been unable to control the switch of her enchantment, perpetually emanating an enticing aura, which had led to numerous troubles for the siblings. Upon entering the Pope's palace, Hu Liena had never encountered such grandeur. The prospect of being accepted as a disciple by the Pope was something she had never dared to dream. Bibi Dong, perceptive as she was, noticed Hu Liena's panic and spoke soothingly to comfort her. From the Pope, Hu Liena felt a nurturing affection akin to that of a mother, transforming her back into the little girl in need of tender care. This emotional warmth allowed her to lower her guard and willingly accept Bibi Dong as her mentor. Bibi Dong imparted to her a method for practicing seductive arts, enabling her to wield her charm with finesse. According to the Pope, this enchanting technique, akin to an illusionary art, was also taught to her by her own master years ago. Subsequently, Hu Liena was sent to the primary elite academy of the Spirit Hall in Xinglua City. The connection between Hu Liena and the Pope remained unbroken. Every weekend, Bibi Dong would send someone to bring Hu Liena to the Pope's palace for a day of communication, heartfelt discussions, and guidance. Although referred to as a teacher, Bibi Dong's role transcended that of a mere instructor. She treated Hu Liena with the patience and care of a mother. Bibi Dong listened attentively as Hu Liena recounted her experiences at the academy, offering advice and imparting profound truths. This went far beyond the responsibilities of a teacher. In terms of cultivation, Bibi Dong personally provided Hu Liena with supplementary lessons, teaching her knowledge not covered in the academy, training her martial skills, and analyzing her martial soul. Hu Liena understood the immense sacrifices her teacher had made for her. Determined, she resolved to dedicate her life to repaying the Spirit Hall for its nurturing and the unpayable gratitude she owed to Bibi Dong. Just as Hu Liena was engrossed in practicing her seductive arts, a voice rang out behind her. "Sister Liena, are you admiring yourself in the mirror? So narcissistic. I never noticed this side of you." The jovial yet teasing tone came from the doorway. Hu Liena recognized this voice all too well. It was Su Junfang. Upon hearing Su Junfang's words, Hu Liena raised an eyebrow and stood up from her seated position. Observing the playful expression on Su Junfang's face, she felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Approaching him, she playfully pinched the soft flesh at his waist, her voice soft yet teasing. "What's the matter, little Junfang? Is your sister not beautiful?" Feeling a sharp pain in his waist, Su Junfang hurriedly jested. "Sister Nana, I was wrong. You will always be the most beautiful." "Humph." Sweet words, Hu Liena retorted, yet the joy concealed between her brows was unmistakable, and the soft flesh she had pinched finally relaxed. Su Junfang quickly leaped aside. Yet it did little to conceal the undeniable truth of his narcissism before the mirror. "Su Junfang, stop right there," Hu Liena exclaimed, both exasperated and amused as she chased the fleeing Su Junfang. The playful antics of the two immediately drew the attention of the others in the room. Xie Yu, witnessing her younger sister frolicking with Su Junfang, sighed helplessly. These two had always relished their playful squabbles, and it appeared their enthusiasm remained unabated even now. The coach responsible for Xie Yu's training remained unfazed by their antics and seized the moment when Xie Yu was distracted, delivering a swift blow to her chest, jolting her back to focus on her training. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man, teacher Wang Duoyu, observed the gradually ceasing chase with a shake of his head. "Ah, the youth these days," he mused. Having halted his flight, Su Junfang found himself caught by Hu Liena, who pinched the flesh at his waist. He grasped her left arm in an attempt to free himself, yet he was unsuccessful, while Hu Liena stood beside him, giggling softly, aware of the curious gazes from others. Hu Liena finally opted to release her hold, blushing slightly as she turned to Wang Duoyu. "Teacher Wang, we apologize for our ruckus. I shouldn't have caused such a commotion in the practice room. disrupting my brother's training. Ah, the little one is quick to admit her faults, Wang Duiyu remarked, before shifting his gaze to Su Junfang, a curious twinkle in his eyes. So, you're Su Junfang? The cherished grandson of the esteemed Master Su? Sir, you are. Su Junfang inquired, perplexed. Am I old? My name is Wang Duiyu. A pleasure to meet you. Wang Duiyu was rather sensitive to comments about his age. He was, after all, still quite youthful. Wang Duiyu. Su Junfang felt a peculiar familiarity with the rather unappealing name. Qian Xuanji possesses both illusion and charm abilities. In the recently revised tale of Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaojiang by Tang San Qian Xuanji utilized his illusions to win Bibi Dong's affection for Yu Xiaojiang. Chapter 58. Heartfelt conversations and gifts. Wang Duiyu exchanged only a few pleasantries with Su Junfang, without delving into a more profound discourse. Su Junfang learned from Wang Duiyu that his grandfather, Su Huanchen, and Wang Duiyu shared a friendship that transcended generations. Wang Duiyu had originally come to present a gift for Su Huanchen's birthday, but his grandfather seized the opportunity to enlist his assistance in training Xiyue. Wang Duiyu appeared rather unoccupied, after giving Su Junfang and Hu Liena a caution to refrain from causing too much commotion in the training area that might disrupt Xiyue's practice. He leisurely strolled away with his hands clasped behind his back. Su Junfang observed the somewhat amusing figure of Wang Duiyu and tilted her head to inquire of Hu Liena by her side. Sister Nana, who is this person? He gives off such a peculiar vibe. Having been here for several days, do you know anything about him? Hu Liena raised her delicate brows, pursed her lips, and leaned closer to Su Junfang's ear. Her fair left hand curled gently by her mouth as she spoke softly. I'm not entirely sure either. I only know that this gentleman has a rather eccentric temperament. Your grandfather introduced him to us once, mentioning that he is the head of some prestigious academy. Which sounds quite impressive. Upon hearing this, Su Junfang wore a look of astonishment. He sensed a certain avaricious aura about Wang Duiyu. Yet he was surprised to discover that he was actually a dean. The greasy demeanor he exhibited was utterly devoid of the gravitas one would expect from an academic leader. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. Su Junfang and Hu Liena ceased their playful banter, settling shoulder to shoulder in front of the mirror. In the reflection, it was evident that Su Junfang's shoulders were noticeably lower than Hu Liena's. Both appeared remarkably refined, although Su Junfang was merely 8 years of age. He already exhibited the promising features of a handsome youth. His face retained a hint of baby fat, yet overall, he possessed a strikingly handsome visage. His short black hair was slicked back, accentuating his sharp and capable demeanor. In the mirror, Hu Liena appeared equally enchanting. Her glossy black bob fell loosely over her shoulders, and a faint, elusive smile graced her lips. Most commendable was her figure. Though barely 10 years old, she already exhibited the budding form of a young lady, complemented by an enviable slender waist that many girls yearn for. At that moment, both faced the mirror, with Su Junfang pretending to close his eyes in meditation. However, as soon as he shut them, he peeked through a narrow slit to catch another glimpse of Hu Liena's delicate features. Opportunities to admire her so directly were rare. To his surprise, just as his gaze flickered back to the mirror, it locked eyes with Hu Liena, who had also been looking in his direction. Startled, Su Junfang quickly diverted his gaze elsewhere. Although Hu Liena noticed Su Junfang's furtive glance, she chose to remain silent. They commenced their practice in silence. The evening's training session swiftly concluded with the closing of the training hall, and Su Junfang bid farewell to Hu Liena and Xieyu. As he stepped out of the training room, he unexpectedly collided with Su Huanchen, who had been standing there in the shadows. The presence of his grandfather in the dimness was quite imposing. Grandfather? What brings you here? Su Junfang did not conceal his astonishment. Despite Su Huanchen's usual attentive care, his daily responsibilities limited their interactions, especially in the evening. His grandfather appeared less than pleased, his lips drooping as if weighed down by 2 water bags. Come with me, he commanded. Su Junfang observed her grandfather's serious expression and refrained from saying anything further, silently following in his wake. Su Huanchen led him to his own bedroom. After Su Junfang entered, he firmly shut the door, and a wave of soul energy enveloped the entire room. Su Junfang's heart skipped a beat. What on earth was happening? The atmosphere had grown so tense. Su Huanchen entered the living room and plopped down on the sofa. He patted the cushion beside him with his left hand and said, Come here, Junfang. I truly have matters to discuss with you today. Su Junfang, ever accommodating, took a seat beside Su Huanchen. Grandfather had never inquired about your aspirations or goals, believing you were still too young and preferring to discuss such matters when you were older. However, when you expressed your desire to skip a grade today, it dawned on me that I could no longer regard you merely as an ordinary child. This realization should have come to me much earlier. After all, you are a child who has survived alone in the extreme north for 3 years. Su Huanchen remarked. You possess ambitions, and grandfather has discerned this. You indeed have aspirations. Unlike the typical goals of your peers, who seek accolades and rewards, your steadfast commitment to self-improvement appears to be urgent and persistent. Can you share with grandfather the reason behind this urgency? What is it that you feel compelled to achieve? Su Junfang, taken aback by such a query, found himself at a loss for words. He could not reveal that he foresaw the grim future of the spirit hall. After a moment of contemplation, Su Junfang replied, My purpose in seeking strength is to secure my place on the Douluo Continent, to protect what is rightfully mine. During those 3 years in the extreme north, I came to fully appreciate the value of life. Once a person passes away, all is lost. And to avoid such an end, one must strive to grow stronger. Su Huangchen appeared contemplative, yet remained silent, as if awaiting Su Junfang's further remarks. Moreover, Su Junfang's tone grew notably somber. The current state of affairs on the continent is precarious. The Spirit Hall is ensnared between the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire, and in this delicate balance, I believe that without the Spirit Hall, the continent would have already descended into warfare. However, how much longer can this equilibrium be sustained? I harbor doubts. I even fear that conflict may erupt within my generation. With the Spirit Hall caught between these two formidable nations, although we possess a numerical advantage in terms of spirit masters, being besieged from both sides places the Spirit Hall at a distinct disadvantage. In such tumultuous times, the outcome of war hinges on strategy and strength. And I dread the possibility that I may lack the power to effect any change. Perhaps this is the very reason I yearn to grow stronger. Su Huangchen was greatly astonished. He had not anticipated that his young grandson could articulate such profound words. Su Junfang is merely 8 years old. Grandfather never anticipated that you harbored such profound thoughts. It is my oversight for not having engaged in a deeper conversation with you. You are absolutely correct. Strength holds paramount importance. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and intrigues are rendered as insubstantial as paper. However, there is no need for you to be overly concerned. The situation of the Martial Soul Hall is not as dire as you perceive it to be. It is still too early for you to ponder such matters. Nevertheless, maintaining a sense of vigilance is indeed a commendable habit. The reason I summoned you today is not solely for conversation. I have also prepared some wonderful gifts for you. Come and take a look. Su Huangchen rose from his seat and approached his desk. Su Junfang, filled with curiosity, rose to join his grandfather's side. The elder began to elaborate, and as he spoke, he delicately lifted a jade box, placing it with care upon the tea table. His fingers deftly engaged a small switch. With a soft click, the gilded mechanism sprang open, and the lid of the jade box was elevated high. In that very moment of unveiling, the room was enveloped in an enchanting fragrance. The rich aroma of orchids invigorated the spirit, while the intoxicating floral scent rejuvenated Su Junfang, compelling him to inhale deeply several times. Within the jade box lay a solitary 8-petaled orchid, its petals quivering with a delicate tremor, radiating an ethereal whiteness that bestowed an air of purity and transcendence. Su Junfang gazed intently at the plant before him, a sense of astonishment rising within him. Although he was unfamiliar with this particular herb, the mere fact that his grandfather possessed it signified its extraordinary nature. Grandfather, this flower is known as 8-petal fairy orchid, a legendary herbal treasure that has flourished for a millennium. Its medicinal properties are the most gentle yet profoundly rich. It is easily absorbed and can be assimilated over an extended period. Its functions include strengthening the foundation and expelling impurities from within the body, with effects that may even persist until you reach the 70th level of cultivation. Do you remember Li Xiong? This was a gift from him to grandfather. Su Huangchen cast a meaningful glance at Su Junfang. At this moment, Su Junfang's heart was tumultuous. His grandfather had unexpectedly prepared such a precious herb for him. He recalled that Tang San had once mentioned in Douluo that celestial-grade items are invaluable treasures. Thank you, grandfather. Su Junfang was filled with excitement, yet mere words were insufficient. He sought to transform his gratitude into formidable strength, intending to reciprocate his grandfather's generous gifts with his own prowess. Furthermore, this was a present from a friend, which I find of little use to myself, but it may prove beneficial to you. As Su Huangchen spoke, he retrieved an exquisite soul guide resembling a milk bottle from his bosom. What is this? Chapter 59, Absorbing the 8-petal immortal orchid. This is a soul guide, akin to the storage soul guide your grandfather bestowed upon you. However, while the belt stores items, this one retains soul power. By infusing soul power into this milk bottle-shaped soul guide in advance, it can serve as a tool for replenishing your soul energy. When your soul power is depleted, you can grasp it, and the energy you previously infused will flow back into your body, thus conserving energy during combat. However, this bottle is not entirely sealed. Some soul power will dissipate, rendering it less durable. Su Junfang silently accepted the bottle, waves of emotion stirring within him. His memory was not particularly poor. In his previous life, he had read about the second part of Douluo Continent, Peerless Tamen, where there existed a nation known as the Sun and Moon Empire, renowned for crafting such soul guides. Although the number of high-ranking soul masters in that empire was not as plentiful as those in Douluo Continent, many soul masters lacking combat acumen could engage with battle soul masters thanks to these soul guides. Even ordinary individuals could wield them to confront soul masters. Millennia hence, soul guides had entirely supplanted the hidden weapons introduced by Tang San to the continent. Witnessing a milk bottle in his grandfather's hand that undoubtedly surpassed the current level of soul guides in Douluo Continent, he instinctively associated it with the Sun and Moon Empire. Logically, the continent where this nation resided should be relatively close to Douluo Continent. However, the treacherous sea teeming with soul beasts had deterred both nations from developing navies, resulting in their mutual ignorance of each other's existence. Su Junfang's thoughts stirred, and she inquired, "Grandfather, who bestowed upon you this soul-guiding device?" Su Huangchen swallowed hard and casually remarked, This is the lad you saw in the training room just now. Lad. Su Junfang replied, his expression darkening. After all, that was a middle-aged man. I know both his grandfathers. His second grandfather was the owner of a consortium who recently passed away. As for his first grandfather, he is an old friend of mine, albeit lacking in capabilities. In the end, he managed to become the dean of the Shura Academy. The Shura Academy is no ordinary institution. It ranks among the 2 premier advanced Soul Master Academies in Xinghua City. Subsequently, when Wang Duiyu's grandfather retired, he took over the position of dean. Su Junfang recalled frequently visiting his grandfather's house to seek assistance, which led to his acquaintance with Wang Duiyu. Just last month was my birthday, and this lad came to present me with gifts. This baby bottle is one of them. He claimed it was a rare item he acquired from elsewhere. By the way, this lad has a penchant for collecting things and investing widely, miraculously managing to preserve his wealth. Upon hearing the name Wang Duiyu, Su Junfang's focus waned as he began to ponder. If it were indeed possible in this era to obtain a significant number of soul-guiding devices, the military strength of the Spirit Hall might potentially double. However, he was not well acquainted with Wang Duiyu, and directly inquiring would seem rather peculiar. Thus, he decided to keep this matter in mind for future reference. Now, come and see the third item your grandfather has prepared for you. Su Huangshan did not perceive the unusual expression on Su Junfang's face and hurriedly beckoned him to examine the third item. Su Junfang regained his composure, directing his gaze towards the item held in his grandfather's hands, a book of considerable thickness. This tome catalogued the formidable high-ranking soul masters who had registered with the Spirit Hall in recent years, serving as a sort of compendium. I had someone compile this for you, for while the continent is replete with powerful beings, one must not shy away from battle. Yet it is essential to strategically retreat when faced with an insurmountable foe. This book, gifted by your grandfather, is intended to deepen your understanding of the great figures in the history of our continent. I see, I understand. Su Junfang felt the meticulous care his grandfather bestowed upon him. The remaining matter pertains to finances. You are no longer a child. And although your grandfather often lacks the time to attend to you or indulge your desires, you have demonstrated remarkable maturity. Nonetheless, there is no need to suppress your wishes when you encounter items you wish to purchase in shops. Here, this is a black card worth 100,000 gold soul coins, which can be used almost anywhere on the continent. As he spoke, Su Huangshan handed Su Junfang a beautifully crafted card, black with golden patterns. Upon receiving it, Su Junfang discerned that the card was likely metallic, adorned with intricate markings designed for transactions. 100,000 gold soul coins? This sum is far too extravagant, grandfather, Su Junfang exclaimed, fully aware that 1 gold soul coin equated to 10 silver soul coins, or 100 copper soul coins. A single gold soul coin could sustain an ordinary family of 3 for several months. Ha ha ha, is that so? 100,000 gold soul coins is but a trifling sum for me. You may also purchase something for that girl Nana, but do not squander it recklessly. Your grandfather, brimming with generosity, took delight in Su Junfang's astonishment, giving his shoulder a light pat. All right, there is nothing else I wish to convey today. Always remember, you are the best, my grandson, and you make me proud. Now, go to your room and absorb that celestial herb. Su Huangshan rose from the sofa, and after Su Junfang had gathered all the gifts into the waning twilight, he illuminated the room by switching on the bright chandelier. 100,000 gold soul coins. Such is the wealth of the master of the martial soul temple. Truly admirable. Su Junfang ambled back to her room like a soulless specter, plopping down onto her bed. It was only then that she truly began to regain her composure, a smile breaking across her lips as she chuckled foolishly. Su Junfang retrieved a jade box containing the exquisite 8-petal orchid. With deft hands, she skillfully flicked open the lid and carefully extracted the delicate flower. Su Junfang placed the 8-petal fairy orchid into his mouth, swallowing the entire plant whole. It dissolved upon contact, releasing a sweet fragrance that spread across his taste buds. A warm sensation flowed from his throat throughout his body, as if every limb and sinew were being gently caressed by a rejuvenating spring. Su Junfang sat quietly on the bed, emanating a unique fragrance characteristic of the Babin Xianlan. A delicate white mist arose from his skin, enveloping his body in a gentle, ethereal haze. The night crept into Su Junfang's room through the window, while the moon hung steadfastly in the sky. Only the swirling dark clouds occasionally obscured the moon's radiant beauty, only to be gently brushed aside by its luminescence. Throughout the night, Su Junfang remained in a meditative state, absorbing the essence of the celestial herbs. Sunlight streamed onto the wooden table by his window, and the melodious chirping of birds outside heralded the dawn of a new day. Su Junfang opened his eyes and stretched his body, feeling a delightful sense of softness and comfort envelop him. The leisurely stretch was exceptionally pleasurable. As Su Junfang absorbed the ethereal essence of the 8-method immortal orchid, the transcendent aura enveloping him did not dissipate with the conclusion of his cultivation. Rather, he appeared to be shrouded in a luminous sheen. Su Junfang summoned his soul power to investigate his physical condition. Despite having mentally prepared himself, he could not help but marvel at the extraordinary effects of this celestial herb. The clots obstructing his meridians were completely cleansed, and his soul power flowed with an unprecedented smoothness and ease. His body felt significantly lighter, radiating vitality from its core. This sensation of lightness did not stem from an actual reduction in weight, but rather from an enhanced perception and control over his body, which had become more agile than before. The most substantial gain was the breakthrough in his soul power. Just a few days prior, he had absorbed a soul ring, which had offered some feedback to his soul power, yet further refinement was necessary. After consuming the 8-petal celestial orchid, his soul power surged to over level 24. Not only did it help him dispel the previously unrefined scattered soul power, but it also propelled him up 4 levels. Oscar, in the future, would also consume this 8-petal celestial orchid, though his was of a higher grade, brought back by Tang San from the Sunset Forest. While its age is uncertain, it had aided Oscar in elevating his soul power by 5 levels. Though the potency of Su Junfang's herb was slightly inferior, it sufficed nonetheless. Such celestial herbs are scarce, and their efficacy is greatly enhanced when consumed at a younger age. Conversely, older individuals may experience diminished effects. Now, at the age of 8 and at level 24, having undergone the cleansing from the 8-petal celestial orchid, Su Junfang's cultivation speed and innate talent were likely unmatched, save for Qianren Chue, who possessed a natural level 20 soul power. After rising from his bed, Su Junfang retrieved the 100,000 gold card given to him by his grandfather from the depths of the moonlit night, his fingers gently gliding over the smooth surface of the card. With a satisfied smile, he prepared to embark on another day of cultivation. He was a master of time, skillfully utilizing every precious moment. Chapter 60. The starry Douluo arena. The spring mountains were faintly graceful, akin to a smile. The summer mountains were lush and dripping with vitality. The autumn mountains were clear and adorned like a beautiful visage. The winter mountains appeared desolate and slumberous. A year's time melted away with the melting snow, returning with the white swallows. After hastily passing through the long summer vacation of cultivation, Su Junfang entered the 4th grade, Class 1, upon the commencement of school. Skipping grades is not uncommon in the outside world, yet it is rather rare within the elite academy of the Spirit Hall. Su Junfang's advancement stirred quite a ripple among the 4th graders. Most parents, aware of the background of children from the Spirit Hall, had heard of Su Junfang's lineage and would not challenge him out of mere curiosity or envy. Only a few from the impoverished circles dared to make a fuss. Some strong 4th graders from the lower class, driven by discontent, attempted to challenge him, but without exception, they were repelled by Su Junfang, causing some embarrassment for those from impoverished backgrounds. Due to Su Junfang's absolute advantage in strength and his remarkable talent for theoretical learning, he not only kept pace with his studies after advancing to the 4th grade, but also excelled as a top student. Had he not chosen to remain aloof from the trivial matters of the academy, he could have easily claimed the title of chief for this cohort of 4th graders. In the elite class of the 4th grade, Su Junfang has indeed made a few friends. The children in the Douluo Continent generally exhibit a maturity beyond that of their counterparts in the previous life, both in terms of intellect and physical development. As a result, Su Junfang no longer feels excessively solitary, as he did in the 1st and 2nd grades, due to the perceived childishness of those around him. While he still prefers to quietly cultivate and grow stronger on his own, he has managed to form a few verbal friendships within the class, one of which includes Zhang Mingliang, whom he had previously defeated in a sparring match. The time in the 4th grade has swiftly passed, and another summer vacation is on the horizon, with last year's break still vivid in Su Junfang's memory. A voice interrupted his reflections. Junfang, that dress is lovely. Come with me to try it on. Hu Liena, on the eve of the holiday, was strolling through the renowned White Tiger Street in Xinghua City, her eyes gleaming at the sight of a beautiful light yellow dress, eagerly dragging Su Junfang to make a purchase. Last year, Hu Liena's brother, Xiaoyu, participated in the elite program. Although Xiaoyu did not make significant breakthroughs in soul power, his combat skills and mastery of martial spirits have seen considerable enhancement. The specific details of the entrance examination for the elite program have not been disclosed, yet it has been reported that both Xiaoyu and Yan achieved the top ranks in this year's entrance assessment. While the criteria for their ranking remain unclear, it sufficiently attests to their exceptional abilities. Today marks the final day of 4th grade, and Hu Liena does not intend to return to the Spirit Hall with Su Junfang during this vacation. As Su Junfang listened to Hu Liena recount the Pope's promise to send someone for her, Hu Liena, fearing that Su Junfang might think she was boasting, offered various explanations. However, Su Junfang, well versed in the narrative, believed her wholeheartedly. As the semester drew to a close and they prepared to part ways, Hu Liena suggested they explore the city until dusk before returning home. Her first choice was to visit several clothing stores, leading to the scene that had just unfolded. Currently, Su Junfang's storage soul guide was already filled with numerous items, jewelry, cosmetics, and beautiful garments that Hu Liena had just purchased. Not all of these were funded by Su Junfang. Although she generously bought some expensive cosmetics for Hu Liena, it still did not satisfy Hu Liena's aesthetic desires. Clearly, Hu Liena was backed by the Pope. With her daily expenses covered by him, leaving Su Junfang to merely accompany her in conversation and play, while Hu Liena financed her own clothing purchases. Upon hearing Hu Liena call for her once more, Su Junfang responded like a wooden puppet, seemingly remote-controlled by Hu Liena, lifting her head with a lackluster tone. I know. Sister Nana, I will be there shortly. Are you tired already? You promised to spend the day with me until I was happy, Hu Liena exclaimed joyfully. Her sparkling eyes filled with delight as she walked beside Su Junfang. Well, as long as you are happy, Su Junfang replied. Remember, you said it. So you must accompany me to a few more stores, Hu Liena playfully insisted. All right then, Su Junfang conceded, standing beside Hu Liena like a disheartened younger brother. Though Hu Liena, at 11, was already taller than her, entering a new clothing store. It wasn't long before Hu Liena emerged in a sleek black bodysuit that accentuated her devilish curves to perfection. At the age of blossoming femininity, Hu Liena never lagged behind any girl in such matters. She was enviably slender in all the right places, with curves that were equally well-defined. Is this what the girls of Douluo Continent are like? How enchanting. Junfang, what do you think of this outfit? Do I look good? Hu Liena asked, biting her lip as she inquired of her closest friend. Su Junfang raised her gaze. Hu Liena, tall and enchanting, possessed a slender neck beneath which lay a delicate bosom reminiscent of creamy white jade. Her figure was voluptuous, with proportions that were exquisite. Her long legs were only partially concealed by a sheer garment, revealing the alabaster of her thighs, captivating and ethereal, akin to a blooming rose observed with a cool detachment. Su Junfang was momentarily entranced. Hu Liena's beauty was extraordinary. If she were to be graded on a scale of 100, Su Junfang would bestow a remarkable 92 upon her bare-faced visage. Furthermore, Hu Liena possessed an alluring charm that was utterly captivating, her mastery of allure elevating her to a realm of ethereal beauty. In a state of enchantment, Su Junfang would rate her above 98, strikingly beautiful and beyond compare. Nana, you are truly exquisite. This outfit complements your figure and elegance perfectly. Su Junfang unabashedly expressed his admiration, offering Hu Liena the utmost affirmation. Really? Or are you merely flattering me? Everyone delights in compliments, and Hu Liena was no exception. Upon hearing Su Junfang mention her figure, a faint blush graced her ears. Indeed, I am not deceiving you. Nana, you have always been the most beautiful in my eyes. Is that so? If you truly like it, shall I purchase it? A sweet yet shy warmth blossomed in Hu Liena's heart. Thus, Su Junfang's storage soul guide acquired yet another garment. After Hu Liena led Su Junfang through a few more shops, he suggested, Nana, we have already purchased quite a bit today. How about we visit the Soul Arena? I have only heard tales of it, and today we have the time to explore. Hu Liena's eyes sparkled with excitement. That sounds wonderful. I have never seen what the Soul Arena looks like. Let us go practice there. The two decided to head directly toward the Star Luo Great Soul Arena, without needing to ask for directions or consult a map, as they had often glimpsed it, yet had never had the chance to enter. The audacity of Hu Liena and Su Junfang to approach the Grand Arena, despite their status as Great Soul Masters, was not due to recklessness. Rather, it was bolstered by the presence of Su Junfang's guardian, Mu Shiyu, who discreetly trailed them from the crowd. They trusted that, should any peril arise, Mu would be capable of addressing most issues with his formidable Soul Master prowess. The shops they had previously wandered were not far from the Star Luo Great Soul Arena. As Hu Liena and Su Junfang advanced, a towering structure loomed ahead. This edifice, nearly 100 meters high, was imposing, casting a profound presence amidst the bustling Star Luo city, with radiant glimmers subtly emanating from its depths. Such a structure was known as the Great Soul Arena, a hallmark only cities of a certain stature could possess, named after the city it resided in. Its scale was emblematic of the prosperity of a city, or even a nation. As they approached the Great Soul Arena, Hu Liena inquired of Su Junfang. Junfang, what do you know about the Great Soul Arena? Su Junfang nodded. I suppose you all have some understanding, right? Hu Liena pouted. I only know the surface, please enlighten me. Su Junfang, typically restless, now flowed like a mighty river, eager to express his thoughts. Let me enlighten you. Firstly, we must acknowledge that the Grand Soul Arena serves as a battleground for soul masters. Some seek fortune here, while others aim to hone their skills. The Grand Soul Arena boasts an intricate system of confrontations, establishing itself as a unique power in its own right. It was founded through the collaboration of the 7 most illustrious soul master families on the continent, standing apart from the 2 great empires and the Spirit Hall, thus functioning as a third-party entity. Thanks to substantial investments, the Grand Soul Arena possesses wealth rivaling that of nations. Many aspire to gain fame through victorious battles, as renowned soul masters attract the attention of kingdoms. Although the Grand Soul Arena is deemed a relatively fair venue, where one might slay a descendant of a prominent family without fear of retribution, the reality is that if a powerful family truly desires vengeance, who could stand in their way? Such claims are mere rhetoric. Beyond this, my knowledge is limited. I am aware that the competitions are categorized into life and death battles and ordinary contests, with various badges corresponding to different levels. We shall have to explore further to grasp the full extent of it. As they continued walking, engrossed in their conversation, Neither Su Junfang nor Hu Liena realized how far they had traveled until the Grand Soul Arena loomed before them. The Star Luo Grand Soul Arena is arguably the most magnificent structure in the city. No other arena in different cities can rival its grandeur. Given that Star Luo City is the capital of the Star Luo Empire, the Grand Arena is primarily elliptical, soaring to a height of 120 meters. Divided into 2 main arenas and 48 subsidiary arenas, it can accommodate an audience of 100,000, including 200 exclusive VIP boxes. This venue serves not only as a place for soul masters to spar and exchange techniques, but also as a platform for various factions to showcase their strength beneath the veneer of urban prosperity. Chapter 61. Instant kill. Su Junfang and Hu Liena entered the Star Luo Great Soul Arena with a sense of mild trepidation. Inside, the atmosphere was bustling with voices and illuminated by dazzling lights. Su Junfang furrowed his brow, for he was not particularly fond of such clamorous environments. At the entrance of the Star Luo Great Soul Arena, there were several brochures detailing the rules of the arena. Su Junfang and Hu Liena each took one, reading the regulations as they made their way into the arena. Within the Star Luo Great Soul Arena, combat types are categorized into 3 distinct classes. The first type is a contest of skill, the most common form of Soul Master combat, which permits only sparring and strictly prohibits lethal force. The second type is a life and death duel, intended to resolve irreconcilable disputes, often employed by fierce individuals to hone their killing intent and martial prowess. The third type is a betting match, adjudicated by the arena itself, wherein each party sends forth an equal number of soul masters to compete. The ultimate victor claims everything stipulated in the wager. Betting matches fundamentally resemble life and death duels. Many nobles and clans frequently resort to this method when facing significant conflicts with one another. The formats of the matches are also threefold: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and team battles. In team battles, the number of participants from each side is negotiated, adhering to the arena's regulations, which typically restrict the count to between 7 and 10 individuals. Su Junfang and Hu Liena found everything in the Soul Arena quite novel. They wandered between various arenas, observing the battles of other soul masters. Many spectators in the stands roared with fervor, as if to unleash their repressed nature in this vibrant setting. Su Junfang and Hu Liena encountered a colossal stone tablet within the arena, its surface intricately inscribed with a multitude of names. As they approached, they discerned the inscription beside the stone, revealing that these names belonged to the fallen souls of the arena. "Sister Nana, shall we indulge in some games? Would you care to try the gambling area?" Su Junfang suggested. Noticing the fierce competitions unfolding in various arenas, his enthusiasm peaked. "Indeed, let us engage in a few matches. How shall we proceed? Shall we team up for a 2-on-2, or would you prefer to compete 1-on-1? Hu Liena inquired. "Let us opt for a 1-on-1 match. We have not adequately practiced our coordination, and it would be preferable to fight independently," Su Junfang proposed. "Very well, 1-on-1 it is." Despite her words, a hint of regret lingered on Hu Liena's face. "Come, let us register over there." Su Junfang gestured towards the registration center not far away. Registering for the arena was a straightforward process. It merely required filling out a form that included one's name, age, place of birth, and martial spirit, after which they would receive the initial Iron Soul badge. Of course, a fee of 10 gold coins was required for each participant. Additionally, a soul power test akin to that conducted by the Spirit Hall was carried out to ascertain their respective levels. Each time one participated in the arena, a soul power test was mandatory to determine the suitable opponents. Su Junfang graciously covered the 10 gold coins for Hu Liena, and the two successfully registered for the 1-on-1 arena competition. The matches were organized by tier or, more specifically, by the number of soul rings. Thus, those with 2 rings would compete against others with the same. However, this also indicated that a 29th level fighter could be in the same bracket as a 20th level one. At 11 years of age, Hu Liena stood at 27th level, while Su Junfang, at the age of 9, was at 26th level. Both were placed within the Great Soul Master competition area for those with 2 rings. Since consuming the 8-petal celestial orchid provided by Su Huachen, Su Junfang had ascended 2 levels within the past year, now leaving only a single level of difference between him and Hu Liena, a fact that deeply stirred her competitive spirit. Su Junfang and Hu Liena, having registered together, were assigned to the 32nd Soul Duel Arena in the contest zone for their battle. The participating Soul Masters were collectively arranged in a spacious room to rest while awaiting their turn to compete. It is exceedingly rare for individuals as young as Su Junfang and his companion to engage in the intricate machinations of Grand Soul Masters. In the lounge, every young or middle-aged Soul Master who laid eyes upon them could not help but express their astonishment. Su Junfang paid no heed to the curious glances directed at him. The path of a genius invariably invites scrutiny. Rather than concern himself with such distractions, he opted to utilize this time to engage in something of significance. For instance, during the interval before his appearance, Su Junfang meticulously examined the introduction to the Arena of Souls that he had casually brought along. Upon entering the Grand Arena, any Soul Master, regardless of their rank, is simply denoted by the term Soul Fighter. After securing their first victory, they are awarded a badge. Following each subsequent triumph, a certain number of points are accrued, which contribute to the elevation of the badge's rank upon reaching a specified threshold. This badge serves as a representation of one's standing within the grand arena and is recognized across all main cities of the continent. The ranks of the badge are categorized according to the quality of minerals, commencing with the Iron Badge, also referred to as Iron Soul Fighter. The hierarchy ascends through copper, silver, gold, platinum, sapphire, ruby, and culminates with diamond, encompassing a total of 8 ranks. To advance from Iron Soul Fighter to Copper Soul Fighter, one must accumulate 100 points. A single victory in battle confers 1 point, while a defeat results in a deduction of 1 point. If a streak of victories exceeds 5, each additional win will yield an increase of 10 points. Should the winning streak surpass 10, the next victory will grant an additional 100 points. Even if one attains the Copper Soul Fighter rank, a drop of 100 points will revoke that status. Ascending from Copper to Silver Soul Fighter necessitates 1,000 points, with battles among Copper Soul Fighters yielding 10 points for each victory and deducting 10 points for each loss. The ratio for accruing points remains consistent with that of Iron Soul Fighters, and the subsequent 5 ranks are accumulated in a similar fashion. Junfang and Hu Liena sat in the waiting room for a while longer. Suddenly, a person entered the room, announcing the list of participants. Grand Soul Master Hu Liena. The battle is about to commence. This way, please. Upon hearing her name, Hu Liena stood and cast a glance at Junfang. Sister Nana, do your best. Junfang encouraged. Hu Liena nodded, unusually refraining from extraneous words, her gaze resolute as she followed the official into the preparation corridor. The matchups in the one-on-one soul fighting arena were determined by a lottery. During the battles of other soul masters, those waiting could choose to observe or rest. Each area of the soul fighting venue was equipped with designated spots for participating soul masters to watch the matches, located in close proximity to the fighting stage. Junfang naturally chose to observe the match, making his way from the resting area to the spectator platform, where he settled into a nearby seat. Despite being a battle arena, its dimensions were still considerable, with a diameter of 20 meters, providing ample space for soul masters to showcase their prowess. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a tailcoat stood at the center of the arena, holding a microphone, and proclaimed loudly, "We will now commence the 12th match of our 32-part Soul Battle Series, featuring a one-on-one duel. The Soul Masters competing today are the Battle Soul Master Hu Liena, who possesses the Beast Martial Soul of the Demonic Fox, and the Battle Soul Master Wenjan, who wields the Iron Whip Martial Soul. Now, let us welcome the 2 esteemed Soul Masters to the stage." With that, the middle-aged man exited the arena, taking his position at the periphery, while the audience present in the arena was rather sparse. What struck Junfang as particularly astonishing was the presence of soul-guiding devices akin to microphones and hovering flying apparatuses within the grand arena. Although these were manifestations of magical technology or soul-guiding devices, they seemed to transcend the current era by a significant margin, creating a palpable sense of temporal dissonance. Junfang redirected his attention back to the arena, where whispers abounded regarding Hu Liena. She appeared exceedingly youthful. Emerging from the shadows of the left corridor was a robust young man clad only in a tactical vest and tapered tactical pants, his muscular physique on full display, exuding an aura of strength. Meanwhile, Hu Liena stepped forth from the right corridor, her delicate figure ensconced within her battle attire. Although she exuded a mature allure, she still had a semblance of innocence about her. The stark contrast between Hu Liena and the young man was striking, as if a pitiable little fox gazed up at a mighty lion, prompting many spectators to avert their eyes from the impending clash. Wenjan was momentarily taken aback upon realizing his opponent was a mere girl, quickly adopting a menacing stance. "Little girl, are you here to court death? If you wish to avoid injury, you might as well step down. My men show no mercy when it comes to battle." Hu Liena, unperturbed by his threatening tone, gazed at him with her large, watery eyes, her voice tinged with vulnerability. "Big brother, could you please go easy on me? I am here to earn some money by participating in the soul arena." The moment when Wenjan met Hu Liena's gaze, a wave of guilt washed over him. He felt a pang of sympathy. Such a lovely girl, participating in the soul arena out of necessity, and soon to be crushed before him. After all, who among them wasn't he striving to make a living? He recalled his own past. Sighing inwardly, he resolved to be cautious with his strikes, intending to quickly subdue the young girl without inflicting severe harm. Hu Liena's charm transcended mere soul skills. Even before the match commenced, the battle had subtly begun. "I declare the match to start," announced a middle-aged man from the sidelines. Wenjan summoned his martial spirit, wielding a long, obsidian iron whip in his right hand. A formidable weapon rather than a soft one. He initially planned to spare Hu Liena, refraining from using soul skills. Striding towards her, he aimed to deliver a swift blow that would send her down from the stage. Hu Liena remained motionless, as if unfamiliar with combat, trembling as she watched her towering adversary approach. Many spectators shared a collective thought. Alas, this is the end. Let us hope this soul master is not overly brutal, considering she is but a child. The delicate nature of the young girl inexplicably evoked their sympathy. Wenjan softened his gaze, gripping the iron whip. intending to strike her down as one would in baseball, hoping to avoid inflicting serious injury. Just as he prepared to swing the whip, Hu Liena's first soul ring shimmered. Her dark, bright eyes transformed into an enchanting shade of pink, radiating an alluring charm. Suddenly, Hu Liena lifted her head, locking eyes with Wen Zhan's fierce gaze. The mesmerizing pink light from her eyes pierced through his, leaving him momentarily entranced, the whip slipping from his grasp as he stood in a daze, captivated. Hu Liena's first soul skill, Fox Charm, was a control-type ability that rendered its target spellbound, significantly delaying their actions. The duration of this enchantment depended on the mental fortitude of the individual. Although Wen Zhan was a powerful soul master, his soul power was only at level 25. 2 levels beneath Hu Liena, and his mental strength was not remarkable. Thus, when Hu Liena prepared to unleash her second soul skill, he remained ensnared in a state of bewilderment. The yellow soul ring, a symbol of a century's worth of experience, floated above her, signaling her second soul skill. Heavenly Fox's Tail. A phantom fox manifested behind Hu Liena, its ethereal tail sweeping gracefully from her, entangling Wen Zhan in a cocoon of white fur. Much like a spider ensnares its prey. Just as Wen Zhan began to regain his senses, he found himself once again enveloped in this gentle embrace. Within the confines of the foxtail's embrace, Wen Zhan lost all ability to move, utterly drained of strength, his complexion pale and weak, slipping into unconsciousness once more. Hu Liena's previously delicate expression morphed into a cold smirk. Without any grand gestures, she deftly maneuvered the white foxtail, flinging Wen Zhan effortlessly off the edge of the arena, where he landed face first on the cold ground. He was out of the ring. Without having unleashed a single soul skill, Wen Zhan had already lost, the entire exchange taking less than 30 seconds. As the foxtail faded into nothingness behind Hu Liena, the arena surrounding the one-on-one duel fell into a profound silence. Not only the spectators, but even the announcer stood in astonishment, mouths agape. No one had anticipated such a swift conclusion, nor that the victor would be the seemingly weaker little girl. This unexpected turn of events left the audience in awe, gazing at Hu Liena as if she were a marvel. They understood Wen Zhan's abilities. While not exceptionally strong, he was certainly no weakling. Yet, in such a brief encounter, this petite girl had dispatched him with such grace and speed, leaving them all bewildered by the nature of her 2 soul skills. Moreover, possessing 2-century-old soul rings indicated that this girl must have some noteworthy background, prompting the audience to re-evaluate their perception of Hu Liena. Meanwhile, Wen Zhan lay on the ground, his body involuntarily twitching, his gaze vacant, mouth trembling, as if his very soul was beyond his control, overwhelmed by dizziness. Junfang sighed. His opponent did not emerge entirely defeated. Despite losing the match, he likely still reveled in the experience. At this moment, the host regained his composure and hastened to the duel platform, announcing loudly, "The battle spirit master, Hu Liena, has triumphed, boasting a record of 1 win and 0 losses. Wen Zhan's record stands at 21 wins and 15 losses. Master Hu Liena, kindly proceed to the registration for points after descending from the stage." A chorus of cheers erupted, as the stunning young lady captivated everyone's attention with her remarkable prowess, prompting thunderous applause. Before stepping down, Hu Liena cast a proud glance at Junfang, tilting her chin slightly, as if to flaunt her achievements. Junfang smiled gently, a testament to Hu Liena's prowess. Chapter 62, The Battle Against Harbinger. After Hu Liena concluded her match, she proceeded to register her achievements at the arena. Junfang initially intended to wait for her return, but his own battle was imminent. Following the usual procedure, he heeded the guidance of the attendants and entered the Soul Arena passageway. The passage was not lengthy, and along the way, Junfang observed numerous soul masters dedicated to logistical support. As he traversed the corridor, he arrived at a formidable iron gate, through which he could distinctly hear the announcer introducing him. However, his focus was not on his own introduction. Rather, he was intrigued by the announcer's words regarding his opponent. The soul master Junfang, wielding the weapon Spirit Mask, faces off against Harbinger, a master of the beast Spirit Ice Phoenix. Harbinger. Is it truly her? The imposing gate before him gradually ascended, and Junfang stepped forth from the shadows, immediately catching sight of his adversary, a young girl clad in blue. She appeared to be around 9 or 10 years of age, with a well-proportioned figure, neither excessively voluptuous nor notably petite. Her long, aquamarine hair cascaded down her back, framing a fair complexion adorned with delicate features. At first glance, she might not seem extraordinarily striking, yet upon closer inspection, her beauty revealed itself in layers. It was an ethereal charm, reminiscent of gazing at a snow goddess through a veil of ice. Harbinger. Indeed, it was she, the future captain of the Heavenly Water Academy. A control-type soul master with the Ice Phoenix spirit, capable of merging with her companions to unleash formidable spirit fusion techniques. In Junfang's recollections, the Heavenly Water Academy was one of the few teams capable of cornering the Shrek's 7 devils in the early chapters of the Douluo Continent saga. Yet, the Heavenly Water Academy was situated in the Heaven Do Empire. What was Harbinger doing here? As Junfang contemplated and scrutinized Harbinger, she, too, instinctively turned her gaze towards her opponent, Junfang. The youthful and handsome visage of Su Junfang indeed astonished Shui Binger. This seemingly dapper young man appeared scarcely older than herself. She considered herself a prodigy in the realm of cultivation, having outpaced all her peers in this endeavor since childhood. The girl who had just taken the stage was already impressively youthful, yet here stood another formidable contender, with a gentle demeanor. Shui Binga lowered her gaze and fixed her eyes on Su Junfang's movements. The competition commenced. The host, microphone in hand, proclaimed the battle's beginning. An icy blue hue enveloped Shui Binger's exquisite features, her eyes glimmering with a deep azure light, as a pair of elegant wings unfurled behind her. A faint phoenix cry resonated within the soul arena. Upon releasing her martial soul, Shui Binger immediately radiated a blue-white icy glow, and her first soul ring illuminated instantaneously. Freeze! Echoed Shui Binger's somewhat ethereal voice, imbued with a chilling undertone. In an instant, a veil of mist enveloped the entire soul arena, causing the temperature to plummet dramatically. Shui Binger held immense confidence in her first soul skill, which proved effective in restraining opponents and controlling the flow of battle. The soul skill freeze directly affects her adversary, instantly encasing them in a block of solid ice. As long as Shui Binger mentally locks onto her target, they are destined to be frozen, and she possesses the capability to immobilize multiple foes simultaneously. It is a crowd control technique that is not only instantaneous, but also imbued with freezing effects, making it a remarkably potent group control soul skill. As Shui Binger's martial soul manifested, cerulean lightning coiled like a thunder dragon around the central figure of Su Junfang, who, adorned with a celestial mask, resembled a sovereign amidst a tempest of thunder. The overwhelming electrical energy surged throughout the soul arena, causing the overhead lights to flicker erratically, reminiscent of the ominous prelude to a ghostly apparition in a horror film. Su Junfang's experience in combat utilizing his martial soul is indeed quite extensive, as he fully comprehends the principle of striking first. Generally speaking, the one who initiates the attack tends to possess a significant advantage in the early stages of battle. Having perused various novels, Su Junfang is well aware of Shui Binger's abilities. She is a control-type soul master wielding the Ice Phoenix martial soul. In his previous life, while watching anime, Shui Binger's freezing soul technique left a lasting impression on him. The Academy had instructed that Assault-type soul masters should maintain a distance from Control-type soul masters. However, this strategy proves less effective against Shui Binger. Her freezing technique can envelop the entire battlefield and is executed with remarkable swiftness. Therefore, Su Junfang resolved to take the initiative, engaging in close combat to prevent Shui Binger from unleashing her soul skills. The moment he was enveloped in his thunder armor, he transformed into a streak of lightning, rapidly closing the distance to Shui Binger. His speed was such that, after she completed her incantation for freezing, she found herself utterly unable to respond to Su Junfang's swift advance. Su Junfang was drawing ever closer to Shui Binger, his right fist, enveloped in a powerful surge of thunder, poised to strike her abdomen with tremendous force. Su Junfang's face radiated a triumphant and self-assured smile. For once his fist landed upon Shui Binger, the outcome would be nearly assured. However, his smile quickly froze, as he found himself immobilized in an instant by an overwhelming chill. Despite Su Junfang's remarkable speed, his feet still needed to touch the ground while running. Just as he was about to close the distance to Shui Binger, his left leg was ensnared by a biting frost, anchoring him to the arena floor. The icy tendrils rapidly spread up his leg, ultimately encasing him within a large mass of ice. Shui Binger gazed in astonishment at Su Junfang, who was but a mere step away from her, feeling the frigid aura emanating from her soul skill, ice ceiling, at the tip of her nose. Realizing Su Junfang's extraordinary velocity, she swiftly retreated, increasing the distance between them. This particular soul skill of hers ensured that once locked onto a target, no matter how swiftly they fled, they would inevitably be pursued and encased in ice. Although Su Junfang moved with remarkable speed, he could not outpace the instantaneous activation of this soul skill. Encased in ice, Su Junfang remained unperturbed. The searing lightning clung to his skin, causing the transparent ice crystals to refract blinding white light, emanating from Su Junfang himself, illuminating the icy blue crystal like a radiant saint. This was the culmination of his 2-year exploration into the mastery of lightning. He transformed all the lightning energy within him into light and heat. While the thermal energy consumed was substantial, the resulting luminescence could effectively counter or neutralize physical attacks. Now, confined within the icy prison, converting lightning into thermal energy proved to be the most practical technique. Under the intense heat of the lightning, the surrounding ice crystals melted rapidly, wisps of steam rising into the air. Waterbinger was taken aback once more. She had anticipated that Su Junfang might attempt to break free with brute force, but his extraordinary speed led her to instinctively assume he was an agile attack-type soul master. However, the strength of agile attack-type soul masters at the same level was insufficient to escape the icy confinement of the supreme Ice Phoenix martial soul. As long as Su Junfang could not break free immediately, Waterbinger could continue to amplify the ice seal on him until his soul power was depleted, rendering him unable to withstand the frigid onslaught. Although such a victory would be slow, it was assured. Waterbinger's first soul skill consumed minimal energy and could target multiple opponents instantaneously. In terms of energy expenditure, she held a distinct advantage. Yet, Su Junfang's lightning immediately vaporized the ice crystals. He had no intention of granting Waterbinger a second opportunity to unleash this soul skill. He recognized that this soul skill was both instantaneous and homing, making it exceedingly cumbersome to deal with. The optimal strategy against Waterbinger was to suppress and resolve the situation swiftly, otherwise he would be ensnared in a prolonged stalemate. In fact, when it came to the tug-of-war over soul power, Su Junfang held the upper hand, for Waterbinger possessed a soul power level of only 21, while he was at 26. As he burst forth from the icy confinement, Su Junfang's second soul ring shimmered, a terrifying purple hue. The spectators, including the host, widened their eyes in astonishment, desperate to discern the true color of this young man's second soul ring. In that moment, they questioned their own vision. How could a second soul ring be a purple 1,000-year soul ring? This surpassed the understanding of soul masters. Yet, no matter how many times they blinked, a 1,000-year soul ring remained just that. Gasps of disbelief filled the arena as they regarded Su Junfang with incredulity. It was widely acknowledged that the maximum duration for a second soul ring was merely 700 years. But here it was, a 1,000-year soul ring. Purple. This child's second soul ring was purple. Amidst the collective exclamations, Waterbinger's eyes widened, her ice blue irises filled with surprise and disbelief. How could he possess a second soul ring of such caliber? A tempest of curiosity surged within her, igniting her thirst for knowledge. Despite her boundless intrigue and myriad questions, she was not one to remain passive in the face of Su Junfang's second soul skill. She swiftly unleashed her first soul skill, Ice Seal. 4 times in rapid succession, one aimed directly at sealing Su Junfang, thwarting his potential counterattack. The other 3 formed 3 formidable ice walls in front of her, thick layers of ice coalescing into a brilliant defensive barrier. Subsequently, Waterbinger's second soul ring glimmered as it floated above her, releasing an ice ring that hovered like an angelic halo above her head. Layer upon layer of feather-like ice crystals enveloped her, enhancing her already stunning physique. Her long legs appeared to be clad in a translucent layer of azure stockings, while an additional layer of frosty armor adorned her body. A blue radiance enveloped Waterbingo as she crossed her arms defensively across her chest, the exquisite ice blue and chilling white radiance shimmering before her. The second soul skill of the Ice Phoenix Martial Soul, Ice Ring Armor, was deployed. Upon activation, the ice ring enveloped her or her allies, granting them a layer of crystalline blue armor with formidable defensive capabilities. Aware that evasion was futile against Su Junfang's powerful second soul skill, Waterbingo prepared her most robust defensive stance to meet the onslaught of the terrifying 1,000-year soul ring technique. Indeed, Waterbinger's caution and actions proved prescient. A torrent of lightning erupted from Su Junfang's hands, 2 colossal bolts of lightning surging forth like dragons, uncontrollable currents rampaging wildly. The ground of the battle arena shattered under the explosive force of the lightning dragons, charred debris scattering in all directions as the roaring lightning dragons surged towards Waterbinger. Biting her lip, Waterbinger felt the oppressive force of the lightning, struggling to breathe as the fierce blue light bore down upon her. The reflection of jagged dragon teeth glimmered in her deep blue eyes as the lightning drew near. The 63rd chapter, Devastation. The ferocious lightning dragons smashed through the 3 ice walls with ease, the ice blue powder scattering everywhere, gradually melting into pools of clear water under the searing heat. The ice walls formed with her first soul skill proved unable to withstand the impact of the lightning dragons for even 5 seconds. The dragon heads collided violently with the defensive ice barrier Waterbinger had erected, triggering an explosive reaction. The incandescent lightning clashed with the blue-white ice light in a final struggle. The lightning spikes penetrated the melting ice. The high temperature of the lightning vaporizing portions of the ice, and the splashing waves struck Waterbinger directly. Water, being a conductor, carried a portion of the lightning with it as it splashed onto her. Despite her ice ring armor, she felt a tingling sensation coursing through her body, gradually sapping her strength. The white ice wall she had erected for defense dimmed and melted away as the explosive force of the lightning struck her directly, engulfing her in a brilliant white light. She appeared to dissolve into a searing white sea. The audience outside shrank back, averting their gazes from the blinding lightning that erupted within the arena. Smoke engulfed the battle stage, a mixture of dense smoke that pierced the ground and vaporized water rising in the air. After utilizing his second soul skill, Su Junfang found himself once again encased in a massive block of ice, courtesy of Shui Binger. However, this time, he opted not to envelop himself in lightning and convert it into radiant heat to melt the ice. Instead, he chose to exert sheer force and unleash a torrent of thunder to break free from his icy prison. The thunder spears erupted from his body, shattering the ice into countless fragments that lay scattered at his feet. As the mist gradually dissipated, Su Junfang was astonished to discover that Shui Binger had not completely lost her consciousness or ability to act. This was indeed unexpected, for the might of the Thunder Dragon should have been sufficient to incapacitate most non-defensive second-level soul masters. Shui Binger appeared charred, Her once resplendent ice blue attire now marred with shades of dark blue and black, with burn marks revealing her injured, snow-white skin beneath. It was worth noting that Su Junfang's illusory dragon technique was imbued with a searing flame effect. However, it seemed that the flames had been extinguished by her ice. Clearly, Shui Binger lacked the strength to retaliate, as she valiantly knelt on the ground, her body trembling visibly, an evident consequence of the intense electrical assault, which carried a paralyzing effect. What Su Junfang remained unaware of was that Shui Binger, situated at the epicenter of the collision and explosion of the Thunder Dragons, realized in the very moment of contact with the Thunder Dragon that she had already succumbed. She could not withstand this magnitude of explosion. Su Junfang overlooked a crucial detail. The Ice Phoenix is indeed a phoenix and possesses the ability to soar. Thus, as the explosion had yet to envelop her entirely, Shui Binger unfurled her icy wings in an attempt to ascend and evade the impending danger. Regrettably, her instinctive reaction failed to carry her beyond the reach of the Thunder Dragon's assault. The formidable shockwave struck her midair, sending Shui Binger crashing down. This meant that during the latter half of the thunderous explosion, she withstood the onslaught solely through the protective ice ring armor adorning her and the icy wings shielding her. At this juncture, depleted of soul power and bearing numerous injuries, Shui Binger could only strive to maintain a semblance of composure. Observing Su Junfang swiftly breaking free from her icy confinement, Shui Binger's gaze dimmed, and with great effort, she lifted her head to call out to the host nearby, "I concede." Upon hearing her opponent concede, Su Junfang ceased her advance to deliver a final blow. Observing Shui Binger, her form charred and disheveled, Su Junfang couldn't help but express concern. "Are you all right? I may have been a bit too forceful." Shui Binger, possessing a kind heart, despite her defeat, responded calmly, "I'm fine, thank you for showing mercy." "I'm relieved to hear that." The host swiftly took the stage. Microphone in hand, master of battle spirit, Su Junfang emerges victorious, boasting a record of 1 win and 0 losses. Shui Binger stands at 11 wins and 3 losses. "Master Su, please proceed to register your points after leaving the stage." With familiar lines and a tone he knew well, Su Junfang descended the stage with a cheerful demeanor, finding the arena rather unremarkable. Meanwhile, Shui Binger, still seated on the ground, appeared somewhat disheartened, yet was assisted down by the staff. Upon exiting the passage, Su Junfang spotted Hu Liena waiting at the end, like a radiant vision amid the world. He greeted her with a brilliant smile as he approached. "Impressive, Junfang. You dispatched that little girl with such ease. Did you perhaps soften your blows out of pity?" Hu Liena teased, winking mischievously at Su Junfang and playfully tapping his right shoulder with her fist. "It wasn't too difficult, mainly due to the level disparity. But you, Sister Nana, as a control-type spirit master, defeated your opponent in one swift move. Your technique was both precise and elegant." Su Junfang extolled Hu Liena with eloquence, his words flowing like a torrential river, employing every commendatory term he could conjure. Initially, Hu Liena received his praises with a cheerful demeanor, encouraging him to speak more. Yet the breadth of Su's vocabulary soon overwhelmed her, and she found herself at a loss. "Ah, enough, enough. I understand your admiration. No more flattery, please," she interjected, suppressing a smile and feigning impatience. "The Grand Spirit Arena permits only 1 match each day. Let us depart." Su Junfang felt that lingering in the Star Luo Spirit Arena had lost its allure. Such a peculiar rule. "Come, let us venture out for some diversion." Hu Liena tugged at Su Junfang's clothing, leading him toward the exit. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them. "May I inquire why your second spirit ring is of 1,000 years?" The voice was both cool and gentle. Su Junfang and Hu Liena turned at the sound, and before them stood 2 strikingly similar sisters. The sisters possessed an enchanting beauty and remarkable resemblance, adorned in garments of blue interlaced with white, complemented by azure gloves and radiant, crystalline headbands. Even their eyes mirrored the same deep blue hue. The sole distinction lay in their hair colors. One was Shui Binger, whom Su Junfang had just defeated, with hair matching her striking eyes, while the other, bearing a resemblance of 8 parts, sported short, deep green locks. Su Junfang mused that this must be Shui Binger's sister, recalling from the novels that she had a sibling, though he had forgotten her name. "Who are you?" Su Junfang pondered, but Hu Liena had already inquired aloud. At the same time, her arm silently encircled Su Junfang's right arm, seemingly asserting some claim. "I was the opponent of this soul master." Shui Binger elegantly posed her question. "I merely wish to understand why his second soul ring can be purple. Normally, isn't a soul master restricted to absorbing only century-old soul rings for their second?" While she spoke with poise, she was inwardly astonished. Shui Binger had witnessed Hu Liena's match and recognized the formidable strength of this seemingly youthful and beautiful girl. She was taken aback to discover that the two were together. Given Hu Liena's possessive gesture, their relationship must be quite extraordinary. Hu Liena preemptively answered the sisters before Su Junfang could respond. "There is nothing particularly special about it. It is simply an ordinary case of surpassing limits. The age of the soul rings a soul master can absorb depends on one's physical constitution. My physique is superior to that of an ordinary soul master. Hence I can naturally absorb older soul rings. Is that clear to you? Understood. Thank you for your explanation. You are truly impressive, Shui Binger replied, despite her youth, exhibiting a maturity and grace beyond her years. Before I forget, may I ask who you are? Su Junfang expressed his curiosity towards the sisters. I am Shui Binger. And this is my sister, Shui Yuer. It is a pleasure to meet you here, Shui Binger introduced. In her heart, she silently added, it is a pleasure to meet you, for you have shown me that there are indeed greater beings beyond oneself. It is our honor to make your acquaintance. But we have matters to attend to. My apologies. Hu Liena sensed an awkwardness and, after a brief apology, swiftly took Su Junfang's arm and departed. Su Junfang turned his head back, glancing behind him, intending to say something more, but was forcibly pulled away by Hu Liena, leaving only his silhouette for the two sisters. Sister, that person was somewhat handsome, Shui Yuer remarked, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Shui Binger, however, displayed little emotion. Upon hearing her sister's words, her expression grew more serious. You are infatuated again. Those two are not of our social standing. They must belong to some prestigious family, as evident from their demeanor and attire. Therefore, I suggest you temper your fantasies. Oh, sister, I was merely commenting, Shui Yuer pouted, her small face appearing somewhat aggrieved. Her large, watery eyes gazing at Shui Binger as if on the verge of tears. Shui Binger was unmoved by her sister's antics and cast another glance at the two figures, now mere black dots in the distance, Su Junfang and Hu Liena, before sighing, alas, it seems today we shall not earn any more money. I wonder how things are faring with father. Chapter 64. The Soul Guidance Shop. Su Junfang was being dragged by Hu Liena out of the Star Luo Great Soul Arena. Beyond the arena lay the vibrant nightscape of Star Luo City, where the silent black sky sparkled with the twinkling stars of urban life. Sister Nana, what are you doing? I still wish to converse with them for a while longer. Junfang, feeling somewhat helpless, had finally encountered a supporting character with a connection to the main storyline. Humph. I do this for your own good, fearing that you might be ensnared by a lady who would sell you off while counting her profits. Those two young girls clearly came here to earn some money. Upon seeing such a wealthy figure as yourself, wouldn't they devise every possible means to approach you? I am merely looking out for you, concerned that you may fall into a tender trap. Hu Liena's gaze wandered, somewhat unnatural, yet she managed to concoct this clumsy excuse. How did you perceive that? I certainly did not notice. Junfang swept back a strand of hair. That Shui Binger possesses an exceptionally formidable ice phoenix martial spirit. She may become quite a notable figure in the future. How could she ever rival your prowess? True strength lies within oneself. Once you become formidable, there is no need to curry favor with others. Hu Liena teased lightly, deftly steering the conversation back to Junfang. Indeed, that is the truth. By the way, what was the first thing you said just now? No one could surpass your might. Ah, how delightful. Please repeat it. Go. Do not become too complacent. If you do not strive to cultivate, you will inevitably be surpassed. Hu Liena playfully tapped Junfang on the forehead, seamlessly draping her arm over his shoulder. Their height difference allowing for a comfortable fit. It is only 6 or 7 o'clock. Shall we dine nearby, and then stroll about? Junfang suggested, glancing at the darkening sky. Certainly, let's eat. I know a wonderful place for starry barbecue. It is absolutely delicious. Come on. Hu Liena, always the vivacious one when she and Junfang ventured out, had already taken a few steps ahead as her words left her lips. Su Junfang gazed affectionately at Hu Liena, who turned back to beckon him from a few paces away. With a gentle smile, he quickened his steps to join her. The two dined at the Starry Barbecue restaurant, relishing a delightful meal. Afterward, they strolled along the vibrant streets of Xinghua, savoring the evening ambience as they digested their meal amidst a plethora of enticing shops. They wandered from store to store, purchasing whatever caught their fancy, enveloped in a warm and dreamlike atmosphere. Su Junfang engaged in a casual conversation with Hu Liena when, suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a sign hanging above a nearby shop, his expression sharpening. It read, Royal Golden Soul Engine. Su Junfang pointed towards the shop and said, Sister Nana, let us take a look at that soul guiding device store. There are few establishments in Xinghua City that specialize in such items. Upon hearing Su Junfang's words, Hu Liena also noticed the store. While the surrounding shops were bustling with various advertisements promoting their products, with numerous promotional displays at their entrances, this particular store, adorned only with a few gilded characters proclaiming Emperor Gold soul guiding devices, appeared strikingly desolate. Despite the lack of advertising, the shop's decor was exceptionally opulent. With its sign elegantly gilded, under the shimmering neon lights of the night, the entire establishment reflected a kaleidoscope of colors, capturing attention effortlessly. All right, Junfang. If you wish to explore, let us proceed, she replied. The two entered the store, where the interior was as lavishly decorated as the exterior, exuding a sense of spaciousness. The walls were painted in a golden hue, and the luxurious chandelier hanging from the ceiling illuminated the walls with a radiant glow, akin to golden clouds at dusk. Su Junfang surveyed the various soul-guiding devices arranged within the shop, Their orderly rows and columns imparting a sense of professionalism. Su Junfang observed a middle-aged man who had been seated in the shop since their arrival, exuding a temperament as gentle as flowing water. Boss, what is the purpose of these soul-guiding devices? Su Junfang inquired, lifting an arm guard-like apparatus to weigh it in his hands. At that moment, the proprietor finally raised his gaze. Are you interested in purchasing? This is a low-level soul-guiding ray emitter, with an attack power equivalent to that of a first-level Soul Master's ordinary strike. When worn on the arm, one can channel soul power into it and unleash attacks with the mere force of thought when confronted with formidable adversaries. Su Junfang narrowed his eyes slightly and pointed to an object resembling a waist ornament. What is this, my good sir? He inquired. The proprietor, observing Su's opulent attire, sensed a promising transaction. This is a low-grade soul guide shield. When worn at the waist, one can channel soul power to summon a protective barrier capable of withstanding attacks from a level 1 soul master, effectively enduring up to 5 such strikes. Su Junfang's curiosity was piqued. You mention it is a low-grade soul guide. Do you have any high-grade ones available? This was the question that weighed heavily on his mind. The shopkeeper's expression turned regretful. I apologize, but I have been unable to procure any high-end soul guides. All that we currently offer are of the low-grade variety. Upon hearing this, Su Junfang nodded, casting a glance back at Hu Liena, who was still meandering aimlessly within the shop. He extended his hand, gesturing towards the previously mentioned primary soul-guiding shield and the primary soul-guiding ray projector, stating, I would like 2 of each. The total comes to 40 gold soul coins. The proprietor replied leisurely. 40 gold soul coins? Even in the wealthiest households, that would be considered extortion. Now I understand why your establishment is rather desolate. Very well. I shall pay with my card. Although slightly vexed, Su Junfang produced a card with a limit of 100,000. It is not out of greed. Rather, the craftsmanship of soul-guiding devices is exceedingly intricate and complex, and the materials are quite costly. The shopkeeper's expression brightened. This was indeed a significant transaction. As he processed the card for Su Junfang, he began to elaborate further. However, upon observing the card's balance during the transaction, the shopkeeper paused momentarily, then looked up at Su Junfang with renewed interest. Are you certain you do not wish to purchase a few more items? Bulk purchases can be discounted, you know. Su Junfang responded with a cheerful smile. Let's not rush into it. I prefer to test the effectiveness first. Did you craft these soul guidance devices yourself? Su Junfang noticed that the boss had just mentioned the difficulties in production. Of course, it wasn't his handiwork. All the goods were procured from elsewhere. The boss seemed quite attentive to the concerns of this significant client. Oh, so there are indeed individuals engaged in the mass production of soul-guiding devices? Su Junfang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is it wholesale for soul-guiding devices? Not wholesale. Besides supplying you, do they provide to other merchants as well? Certainly. There are more than just my soul-guiding store. Do you know who is manufacturing these soul-guiding devices? Where might I find them? Faced with a barrage of questions, the boss could easily discern Su Junfang's keen interest in the matter. However, he shook his head. I'm not certain. It's not that I wish to withhold information. In truth, I am not well informed about who is producing them. I merely established contact with this manufacturing plant through channels, and each order is delivered to a designated location. But I am unaware of their precise whereabouts. A soul-guiding device manufacturing plant. Su Junfang pondered, his skepticism evident. Are soul-guiding devices truly that prevalent in this era? Could it be? Boss, while trading in soul-guiding devices, have you ever heard of the Sun and Moon Empire and the Sun and Moon Continent? Su Junfang inquired. Su Junfang fixed her gaze upon her boss's eyes. For the windows of a person's soul cannot lie. The boss did not appear to be concerned about the matter at hand. He shook his head and remarked, the Sun and Moon Continent? The Sun and Moon Empire? I have never heard of them. Is it not true that only the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire exist on this continent? Su Junfang, undeterred, smiled and deftly shifted the topic. Oh, it's nothing. I was just asking casually. Without allowing the boss's confusion to linger, Su Junfang struck the counter where the boss was seated, producing a sharp crack. Su Junfang placed 3 golden soul coins on the table. Then with his other hand, he produced a golden business card and laid it before the proprietor. Sir, this is a token of my appreciation. I would like you to assist me in retrieving detailed information regarding that soul guide manufacturing facility, if you would be so kind. Ideally, I would like to know the origin of the factory and the identity of the individuals who craft the soul guides. Once you obtain this pertinent information, please send a letter to the Spirit Hall in Xinghua City addressed to Su Junfang. They will know how to reach me. Of course, the proprietor replied, suppressing his delight at this unexpected request, silently accepting the golden coins and the business card. So it is a matter concerning the Spirit Hall. Do not take this lightly. If I discover that you are merely going through the motions without taking action, well, let us just say that would not be wise. I would never dare to do so. With the knowledge of Su Junfang's connections to the Spirit Hall, Shui Weiwei resolved to treat the matter with utmost seriousness. Very well. Sir, until we meet again. Su Junfang waved his hand, planting a small seed and awaiting its growth. Just as he was about to step out of the soul guide shop, a crisp voice sounded behind him, one that felt oddly familiar. Dad, I've mastered the technique you taught me. Come and see if I'm doing it correctly. The shop revealed a second floor connected by a spiral staircase. And at that moment, a girl clad in icy attire was gracefully descending the stairs. Mid-sentence, she noticed the presence of customers in the shop, which surprised her, as her father's establishment typically saw little patronage. Oh, I apologize for the interruption, huh? It's you. As the girl spoke, Su Junfang turned around, and they both recognized each other as faces. It was Shui Binger, whom he had encountered earlier at the battle arena. Yes, it is indeed me. What a coincidence to meet again, Su Junfang acknowledged with a nod. Hu Liena had been wandering nearby, admiring the novel soul guides. And noticing that Su Junfang seemed to be engaged in a conversation with the shopkeeper, she refrained from interrupting. However, upon looking up, she too spotted Shui Binger. The shopkeeper, somewhat bewildered by the situation, inquired, Binger, do you know this gentleman? Yes, Dad. He is the one who defeated me at the battle arena. The shopkeeper's gaze towards Su Junfang shifted once more. He had initially perceived him as merely a young master, but was now confronted with the realization that he was, in fact, an elite soul master with a formidable background. Sir, I am Su Junfang. I have yet to inquire about your name. Mr. Su, I am Shui Wuyue. The shopkeeper recognized the necessity of forging a favorable relationship with someone of Su Junfang's stature and promptly introduced himself. Very well, shopkeeper Shui. I look forward to our next encounter. After imparting his final instructions, Su Junfang exited the shop alongside Hu Liena. By this time, Shui Binger had fully descended the stairs. Dad, what did he discuss with you? Shui Wuyue waved his hand dismissively. Oh, nothing much. This young gentleman has brought me a substantial profit. 43 golden soul coins. I've struck it rich. Such a sum. Shui Binger's eyes widened in astonishment, her usually gentle and elegant face displaying a rare expression of surprise. Once outside the soul guide shop, Hu Liena, naturally curious, immediately inquired about the conversation between Su Junfang and Shui Wuyue, but Su Junfang skillfully deflected her questions. He and Hu Liena spent the afternoon exploring Xinglua City, and as evening approached, it was time for them to part ways. They strolled along the bustling Xinglua Street until they reached the end, where their respective carriages awaited. Hu Liena's carriage was distinctly more opulent than Su Junfang's, spacious and surrounded by solemn guards standing resolutely at either side. In contrast, Su Junfang's carriage, while adorned with intricate carvings, lacked any ostentatious embellishments. Young master. It's time to board. Mu Shiyu leaned against the side of the carriage and expertly opened the door for Su Junfang. Greetings, Master Mu. Hu Liena and Mu Shiyu exchanged pleasantries, familiar with one another. Ah, Miss Hu. Off you go. Lord Radia is waiting for you over there. Hu Liena caught sight of the luxurious carriage not far away. Before departing, she cast a gentle glance towards Su Junfang, her bright eyes shimmering. Junfang, I must take my leave. Until we meet again at the start of school, I wish you a pleasant holiday. Safe travels, Liena. I wish you joy as well. Su Junfang responded with a soft smile. Take care. With that, Hu Liena turned and boarded the carriage destined for the Pope's palace, a bond likely nurtured since childhood. Cough, cough, young master, it's time to go. Mu Shiyu coughed a few times, noticing that his young master was still gazing longingly at the departing carriage. Feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him, such is the essence of youth. As the carriage disappeared from Su Junfang's view, it transformed into a single star among the countless constellations in the night sky. Oh, my apologies, Master Mu. I shall board at once. Su Junfang became aware of his absent-minded gaze, and only upon being reminded did he come to his senses. Despite his thick skin, a hint of crimson crept onto his face. Fortunately, under the cover of night, no one could discern his embarrassment. The carriage, as usual, trod through the dust, vanishing into the obscurity of the night like a specter. Chapter 65. Another year upon returning to the martial spirit sanctuary, Su Junfang resumed his former routine, spending each day in the company of books. In his view, the knowledge of the 4th grade did not entirely satisfy his thirst for learning. Each day, in addition to reviewing and consolidating the relatively uncomplicated lessons of the 4th grade, he dedicated time to self-study the material of the 5th grade. While immersing himself in theoretical learning, Su Junfang also diligently pursued his cultivation. Throughout the entire holiday, he scarcely slept, devoting his nights entirely to meditation and training, yearning to elevate his abilities with each passing day. It was precisely this fervor for self-improvement that instilled a sense of awe and trepidation in his peers. They witnessed firsthand the daunting reality that those who surpassed them in talent were also more industrious, a phenomenon both inspiring and intimidating. Although Su Junfang was diligently enhancing his soul power, he did not neglect the cultivation of the Golden Light spell. Due to his past experiences in cultivation, this lifetime's progress proved to be significantly smoother. Even the process of solidifying the innate qi into electricity felt more fluid than before. Indeed, Su Junfang has now mastered the ability to transform the golden qi into white lightning qi, marking the commencement of his studies in lightning techniques. The training during the holiday was monotonous and devoid of excitement. Yet it was precisely this immersive form of practice that made the passage of time seem swift in Su Junfang's eyes. The vacation of the 4th grade concluded amidst this repetitive routine, and Su Junfang did not engage in any remarkable actions this semester, officially advancing to the 5th grade at the Spirit Hall's Junior Soul Master Academy. During this period, Su Junfang visited the Luo family several times, spending days there and seeking insights from Luo Yixue regarding matters of soul spirits. Meanwhile, Hu Liena was returned to the school by someone from the Spirit Hall. Su Junfang could distinctly perceive that Hu Liena's charm had evidently ascended to a higher echelon under the guidance of the Pope. The curriculum for the 5th grade did not exhibit any substantial alterations compared to that of the 4th grade, and the same could be said for the 6th grade. In addition to the continuous expansion of the foundational courses, no new subjects were introduced, as the Junior Academy primarily serves to establish a solid foundation for soul masters. Hu Liena, being 2 years senior to Su Junfang, currently stands as the most formidable student in the 6th grade of the Junior Soul Master Academy. Due to her advancement, Su Junfang is merely 1 grade younger than Hu Liena. Hu Liena's promotion to the 6th grade signifies that only a year remains before her departure from the institution, evoking a sense of nostalgia within her as she reflects on how swiftly the past 4 years have elapsed. Although Su Junfang is in the 5th grade, he has already mastered most of the knowledge from his grade during the holidays. During the classes of the 5th grade, he absorbed the content of the 6th grade textbooks like a sponge, fully embracing the knowledge of the higher level. Su Junfang's cultivation was extraordinarily high. Through diligent training, he broke through the 27th level barrier before the age of 10. As long as he solidified his theoretical knowledge, he could graduate alongside Hu Liena this year, allowing their progress to align more swiftly and facilitating their mutual communication and cultivation. Indeed, Su Junfang proved to be exceptional, possessing a learning capability and self-discipline far surpassing that of his peers. Following the final examinations of the 5th grade, he promptly submitted an application for early graduation to the academy. The academy was not surprised, having anticipated this outcome. However, early graduation meant participating in the selection for the Spirit Hall Elite program a year ahead of schedule, presenting a greater challenge. 80% of the candidates for the Elite program were drawn from the 2 primary elite academies established by the Spirit Hall in the Heaven Do and Star Luo regions, while the remaining 20% were sourced from other junior academies with ties to the Spirit Hall. The requirements for enrolling in the elite program stipulated that theoretical scores must be passing, candidates must be 12 years of age or younger, and their spirit power level must not be less than 15. Although the criteria had been relaxed, most students, whose spirit power did not exceed level 20, were hesitant to apply for the elite program. The elite program has always been ruthless. Entering with a low level was tantamount to courting disaster. Su Junfang possesses a remarkable soul power of level 27 at such a tender age, making him a prodigy no matter where he stands. Thus, the academy has made an exception to allow Su Junfang to participate in the 6th grade assessments. Moreover, having just turned 10 this year, even if misfortune were to befall him and he were to be eliminated, he still has 2 more years to endeavor again, as Su Junfang anticipated. Although the knowledge required for the 6th grade was somewhat rushed and not as solid as in previous years, he still managed to achieve scores above 90 in every subject, marking him as outstanding among his peers. Su Huanshan neither endorsed nor rejected Su Junfang's plan for advancement. He merely hoped that Su Junfang could accurately assess his own capabilities and judiciously plan his cultivation schedule. Junfang, are you truly intent on graduating with me? There is no need to wait for another 2 years. By then, you will undoubtedly qualify. At that moment, Hu Liena and Su Junfang were strolling within the Spirit Hall. The final examination of the 6th grade was merely a theoretical assessment, while the martial examination served as the entrance test for the elite program. Su Junfang and Hu Liena have both graduated from the junior college, and in 2 months, they will participate in the selection for the elite program. Hu Liena returned to the Spirit Hall with Su Junfang, preparing for the upcoming assessment. The previous special training session led by Xie Yu occurred fortuitously due to Wang Duoyu's timely arrival, but there were no available instructors at the Spirit Hall to guide the 2 of them. After deliberation, they decided to engage in practical combat at the Star Luo Great Soul Arena. Upon sharing this idea with Su Huanshan, he deemed it feasible, and thus the 2 of them established their summer plan. Indeed, it is decided. This semester I shall partake in the elite program. My soul power has reached the required level, and my theoretical knowledge is adequate. Continuing to linger in school holds little meaning, and besides, wouldn't it be advantageous to join you at the same time? Su Junfang remarked nonchalantly. Yes, that is precisely what troubles me. You are 2 years my junior, yet your soul power is nearly on par with mine. Hu Liena expressed her long-held frustration. Therefore, you must exert yourself further. Otherwise, you may truly find yourself surpassed in the future, Su Junfang cautioned, referring to Tang San and the other 6 who soared alongside him. Tang San and his companions had indeed outpaced the golden generation of the Spirit Hall in their later stages of cultivation, with even Feng Xiaodian catching up to, if not surpassing, the golden generation. Opportunities undoubtedly played a role, but the determination and motivation to cultivate were equally significant. Who could possibly surpass me? Is it not merely you? The prodigious Hu Liena playfully pinched Su Junfang's cheek, her delicate fingers tugging at a portion of his skin. Hu Liena, who typically took great care of herself, had rarely come into contact with other boys, save for Su Junfang and Xieyu, with whom she displayed a degree of intimacy. Su Junfang did not deter Hu Liena's actions. While being pinched on the face by Hu Liena, she exclaimed, "No, Sister Nana, I am not referring to myself. I am speaking of others. Do not let other soul masters surpass you." Hu Liena released her grip on Su Junfang, a proud expression adorning her face. "I refuse to believe that anyone other than you could surpass me in cultivation." Hu Liena's confidence was not unfounded. At this moment, she was at the age of graduation and was the perfect candidate for the elite program, being merely 12 years old. At the tender age of 12, Hu Liena was incredibly close to achieving level 30. She was almost at level 29 and a half. Suppressing her soul power level as she was in discussions with Su Junfang about participating in a duo competition at the Star Luo Great Soul Arena. Thus, she had yet to break through to level 30 to add her soul rings. However, it was certain that during this holiday, Hu Liena would venture once more into the Star Do Forest to hunt for soul rings. Achieving level 30 at the age of 12 would likely shatter the soul power level record for participants in the Spirit Hall's elite program, a record that had stood for nearly a decade. Moreover, Hu Liena was not one to rely on drugs to catalyze her ascension to Soul Master. She had genuinely labored to cultivate her abilities gradually. Possessing such formidable strength, even if she did not openly display it, Hu Liena must have felt an immense pride within. Yet, with Su Junfang, a cultivation prodigy, by her side, she was constantly reminded to remain humble and diligent in her training. Su Junfang observed Hu Liena's disinterest and chose not to elaborate further, recognizing that any additional words would be futile. Ultimately, with his assistance, Hu Liena would undoubtedly grow stronger than before. As the two engaged in casual conversation, they arrived at their destination, the training room on the 4th floor. This space, which had merely served as a venue for spectators to watch Xieyu's training 2 years prior, was now ready for their use. Before heading to the Star Luo Great Fighting Arena, Su Junfang and Hu Liena decided to engage in a few warm-up matches to enhance their synergy and familiarize themselves with each other's techniques and strategies, thus amplifying their collective strength. The duo promptly entered the training room, with Hu Liena confidently positioning herself at the center of the expansive training area. Without hesitation, she cast aside her outer garment, revealing a snug black combat suit that accentuated her devilish curves. Unfazed by her display in front of Su Junfang, whom she had known since childhood, she playfully beckoned him, inviting him to showcase the skills he often boasted about. Chapter 66. Eyes like silk. Su Junfang was not captivated by Hu Liena's enchanting figure. He too shrugged off his outer garment, carelessly tossing it to the rear of the training ground, revealing his own robust physique encased in a form-fitting black bodysuit, the contours of his muscles subtly discernible. Su Junfang approached Hu Liena with measured steps, arcs of crackling electricity dancing across his form, each stride amplifying the lightning's brilliance. After a brief stretch of his limbs, he halted and cautioned, "You must be vigilant." Without any forewarning, Su Junfang propelled himself off the ground, akin to a bowstring-drawn taut, launching towards Hu Liena with piercing intensity. In response, Hu Liena adopted a defensive stance, her once bright and dark pupils transforming into a mesmerizing shade of pink. This was not her first soul skill, Fox Charm, but rather an original technique she had devised, inspired by her initial ability. The Fox Charm did not solely rely on her gaze to ensnare. It required the simultaneous engagement of her mental prowess, a fusion of spirit and flesh. Hu Liena could activate Fox Charm through her eyes, face, or body, and when her martial spirit manifested, an aura of seduction enveloped her entirety. However, this method had its drawbacks. It not only drained soul power, but also did not guarantee that the adversary would succumb to its effects. Consequently, with guidance from the Pope, Hu Liena synthesized a more efficient technique, bewitching gaze, which could be executed solely through her eyes. Should her opponent lock eyes with her, the enchanting pink light would envelop them, inducing a momentary stupor. If a soul master attempted to unleash their powers while meeting Hu Liena's gaze, their technique would be abruptly interrupted. Those lacking sufficient mental fortitude could even find themselves ensnared, rendered as puppets under her command. Furthermore, this self-created soul skill required minimal energy, allowing Hu Liena to unleash it repeatedly, making it a formidable and enduring control technique. Aware of the challenges posed by Hu Liena's innovative ability, Su Junfang, adopting a low posture akin to a hawk gliding just above the ground, understood the essence of her technique, having recognized its inspiration from his teachings on focused observation. Faced with such a formidable soul skill, he resolved to close his eyes, deliberately avoiding the perilous allure of her gaze. Even with his eyes shut, Su Junfang moved unhindered, as if still able to see, and he swiftly advanced towards Hu Liena, delivering a powerful palm strike. Su Junfang's palm did not make contact with Hu Liena's body. Instead, the detached soul power surged forth like a cannonball, aimed directly at Hu Liena's face. Hu Liena, however, had no intention of confronting it head-on. She abruptly lowered her upper body, bracing herself with one hand on the ground, while her right leg lashed out like a whip, sweeping towards Su Junfang's lower half. Su Junfang executed a flawless aerial somersault, spinning gracefully 360 degrees. However, as he descended, his top thigh descended with precision, resembling a sharp guillotine. Hu Liena deftly sidestepped to the left, evading Su Junfang's downward strike. Su Junfang landed firmly, seizing the opportunity to press the attack. His fists flew like cannonballs, shimmering with the light of thunder, conjuring a multitude of luminous orbs in the air, each a mere illusion of his striking fists. The sound of their explosive impact reverberated endlessly, manifesting a series of swift, short-range combos. Hu Liena struggled to keep pace with Su Junfang's rapid strikes, resorting to a reactive defense, barely managing to parry his relentless onslaught. Their arms intertwined in a flurry of exchanges, but Hu Liena felt as though Su Junfang's limbs were searing iron rods, each collision a painful burn. Despite her cautious defense, successfully blocking Su Junfang's targeted assaults along her center line, the numbing effect of the electric strikes rendered her increasingly rigid. As she fought and retreated, she soon found herself cornered against the wall of the training ground, with no avenue for escape. With her left hand resting on her right arm, she executed a powerful elbow strike, forcing Su Junfang back several steps. Then, with her long, agile legs, she propelled herself against the wall, finding it as stable as the ground beneath her. Hu Liena scaled the wall for 2 steps before launching herself into a powerful backflip, her body soaring through the air with her back arched downwards, directly above Su Junfang. Her second spirit ring glimmered, and the ethereal image of a fox flickered momentarily. A massive white fox tail swept towards Su Junfang. The silken strands of the fox tail flowed like spilled mercury, infiltrating every possible escape route, effectively sealing off all avenues of retreat for Su Junfang. Su Junfang kept his eyes closed throughout the entire process. The reason he could remain as agile with his eyes shut as if they were open is attributed to a remarkable ability known as spiritual perception. Su Junfang's understanding of this ability stems from the fragmented memories of the celestial sovereign of the 9 heavens, residing within his mind. This unique skill allows him to probe the surrounding aura, or soul energy fluctuations, through a formidable mental force. When the need arises, Su Junfang's mental energy unfurls like delicate threads, intertwining with everything around him. Any movement within this vicinity is perceptible to the mental threads connected to his brain. Essentially, human mental energy manifests as electromagnetic waves. Thus, Su Junfang can emit these waves outward, which then return to his mind as vivid imagery, allowing the external manifestations created by these waves to vividly materialize in his consciousness. Consequently, he remains acutely aware of every motion made by Hu Liena. However, the reach of his mental energy is somewhat limited, confining this skill to the observation of short distances, including terrain and the actions of adversaries. Despite this limitation, Su Junfang is confident that, apart from himself, no one else in this world harnesses the principles of electromagnetic waves in such a manner. Nevertheless, due to his lackluster performance in the sciences during his previous life, he remains oblivious to more profound and complex applications of lightning. Upon detecting Hu Liena unleashing her second soul skill, the tail of the celestial fox, Su Junfang no longer hesitates to expend his soul power. A torrent of brilliant lightning surged forth, igniting his second soul ring in a sudden blaze. The ferocious lightning scorched all the fox silk within a radius of 1.5 meters around Su Junfang, while 2 magnificent lightning dragons coiled around him. Su Junfang did not command the azure dragons to directly assault Hu Liena as he usually would. Instead, the 2 dragons, under his deft manipulation, circled around him, forming a protective shield reminiscent of the dynamic interplay of yin and yang. The swirling dragons embodied the essence of life and death, akin to a relentless cycle. The rotating dragons resembled a grim reaper's grindstone. Any tendrils that ventured too close were instantly charred to a crisp and subsequently disintegrated. With Su Junfang's electric shield shimmering around him, Hu Liena's foxtails could not penetrate its defenses. Undeterred by the multitude of silvery strands that pressed and entwined around him, Su Junfang surged toward Hu Liena. Her expression was as cold as ice. Her foxtails were not adept at piercing or offensive maneuvers, and she found herself at a loss in the face of Su Junfang's comprehensive defense. The onslaught of electricity was devastatingly swift. The majority of her foxtails had turned as black as coal, their singed strands littering the ground. Seizing the opportunity as Hu Liena remained defenseless, Su Junfang thrust his hands forward with sudden ferocity. Although the dragons had expended some of their electrical energy in the struggle against the celestial foxtails, their momentum remained fierce and unyielding. Wherever they passed, flames erupted, and the floor of the training room trembled under the force of their advance, cracking slightly. The fearsome dragon heads lunged towards Hu Liena, colliding with a thunderous impact. In that moment, everything within the training room paled in comparison, as a blinding light threatened to burst forth from the confines of the space. At the epicenter of this onslaught, Hu Liena faced the terrifying and searing wrath of the unleashed lightning. Su Junfang believed that although the second soul skill, Illusory Dragon, possessed astonishing power, Hu Liena could easily defend against it. It was essential to note that Hu Liena was 2 soul power levels above Su Junfang. Despite this, in Su Junfang's heart, he felt that he had already secured a significant advantage in the battle. All he needed to do was to press his advantage, and Hu Liena was destined for defeat. In the room engulfed in blinding light, Su Junfang opened his eyes. Maintaining spiritual awareness was indeed a drain on mental energy, and relying on electromagnetic waves to perceive his surroundings was still rather unfamiliar to him. Since Hu Liena was ensnared in the realm of thunder, she should be too preoccupied to employ her charm techniques. Thus, opening his eyes seemed inconsequential. Yet, in the next moment, Su Junfang's expression shifted dramatically. Just as the Thunder Dragon was about to strike Hu Liena, her form suddenly flickered, and the Thunder Dragon passed by her without making contact. The soul skill's targeting had failed. The explosive Thunder Dragon crashed into empty space, bombarding the training room's wall and creating a substantial crater. With cracks spreading like a spider's web in all directions, the wall charred and smoking. Before Junfang could fully comprehend the situation, his vision blurred. And Hu Liena had already appeared right before him. Junfang's gaze met Hu Liena's enchanting pink contact lenses in an instant. His heart skipped a beat. How unfortunate. Cursed beauty. He was oblivious to the origin of Hu Liena's seemingly ethereal skill, but the present circumstance was that her alluring eyes ensnared him, rendering him utterly motionless. Junfang remained frozen in place, utterly incapable of executing any action that might pose a threat to Hu Liena. Like a fish ensnared upon a cutting board. He could only watch helplessly as the butcher-like Hu Liena wielded her knife with casual indifference. Chapter 67, The Self-Created Soul Skill Prodigy. Junfang found himself utterly captivated and paralyzed by the enchanting gaze of Hu Liena, unable to budge even an inch. Although Hu Liena typically exuded kindness, she transformed into a fierce adversary in battle, refusing to relent until her opponent was entirely devoid of combat capability. Seizing the fleeting 3 seconds during which Junfang remained immobilized, sharp, pink claws extended from the delicate tips of Hu Liena's slender fingers. These were the claws of her fox spirit, a manifestation of her ethereal prowess. Despite the fox spirit's inclination towards mental prowess rather than physical aggression, the damage inflicted by her claws should not be underestimated. One could only speculate whether she had coated them with hallucinogenic substances. At that moment, Junfang's soul abilities were entirely suppressed, rendering him unable to summon even the protective barrier of lightning. Junfang swiftly dispelled his panic. For he possessed the skills to secure his existence from his past life, the Golden Light Mantra, heaven and earth, the mysterious sect, the root of myriad energies. Cultivating through countless tribulations, I affirm my divine prowess. Within and beyond the 3 realms, the Tao stands supreme. My body is enveloped in golden light, reflecting upon my form. At the very moment when Liena's claws were about to slice into Junfang's throat, a fluid soul force, akin to golden flames, surged forth as if Junfang's body were its fuel. The brilliant golden blaze shimmered and flowed, embodying both the dynamic essence of fire and the crystalline clarity of glass. The pink claws swiftly clashed against the protective golden radiance, creating a cascade of golden ripples, sparkling with fiery embers. Liena's assault fell short, yielding little success in this surprise attack. 3 seconds elapsed, during which Junfang's thoughts cleared, his body relaxed, and he regained mastery over his own form. As Junfang observed Hu Liena's claws slashing through the air once more, he did not hesitate. He executed a backflip, his body gracefully soaring above all incoming attacks. Junfang stood firm, limbs grounded like a cat, his gaze as cold and calculating as a venomous serpent, poised to strike at any moment. Hu Liena, feeling her offensive capabilities were woefully inadequate, retracted her martial spirit, her expression shifting from fierce determination to a palpable sense of frustration. Well, this is about it. My methods of attack are too limited. I lack the means to inflict effective direct damage upon you. Continuing this duel would merely devolve into a test of stamina, which lacks any thrill. I think I shall cease the combat. Upon witnessing Hu Liena's decision to withdraw, Junfang transitioned from his crouched stance to a standing position, his previous hostility dissipating. Indeed, while your control-type abilities counter my brute force, your direct offensive techniques are rather scant. I have yet to utilize my soul bone. Do not revel in your confidence too soon. Once I acquire effective offensive capabilities, you may find yourself in tears, calling for your sister. Hu Liena, unable to suppress her urge to retort at Junfang's smug demeanor, inquired, by the way, what was that footwork you employed earlier? It was mesmerizing and intricate. I could not lock onto you at all. As the duel concluded, Junfang expressed his curiosity, for his own mental prowess was considerable. And yet Hu Liena had evaded his soul skill purely through her footwork. Hee, impressive, isn't it? It's the footwork taught to me by His Holiness the Pope. Hu Liena replied, her mood brightening at the mention of her recent display reminiscent of teleportation. That technique is called instant step. It allows for short bursts of speed and confounds the enemy with agile movements. I have only recently begun to master it, enabling me to accelerate to near teleportation speeds over short distances, while its unpredictable nature prevents locking techniques from capturing me. It is quite practical, serving as a formidable asset for both offense and evasion. Junfang sighed, acknowledging the extraordinary martial skills of Professor Pope. Sister Nana, I have always been curious about the nature of your relationship with His Holiness the Pope. If you prefer not to answer, please disregard my inquiry. Junfang was well aware that Hu Liena had later been taken as a disciple by the Pope, who was also the first in line for the papal succession. However, she was uncertain about the current nature of the relationship between Hu Liena and the Pope. Had she indeed become the Pope's disciple, or was she still undergoing trials? Hu Liena pressed her lips together, the delicate pink of her thin lips turning slightly pale. Her mentor had advised her to keep this matter discreet. Yet after experiencing Junfang's heartfelt words, she felt an overwhelming sense of shame at hiding such a significant issue from him. After a fervent internal struggle, Hu Liena finally spoke. Well, His Holiness the Pope has instructed me not to speak of it freely, but Junfang, please do not let this information spread. If it becomes widely known, I might find myself in a bit of trouble, and His Holiness would surely reprimand me. With her large, glistening eyes fixed on Su Junfang, her charming face bore an expression of earnestness and gravity. In the bright gaze of Hu Liena, Su Junfang distinctly saw his own reflection. With a solemn expression, he declared, I certainly would not speak of this matter indiscriminately. My lips are sealed. His Holiness the Pope has instructed that this information remains confidential, which means, well, that she has taken me as her disciple. Hu Liena, feeling somewhat apprehensive, cautiously observed Su Junfang's reaction. I surmise that is the case. Were it not for being chosen by His Holiness as a disciple, how could she possibly impart her knowledge so generously? Sister Nana, he continued, throughout history, the popes have typically been disciples of their predecessors. You might very well be the next female pope. How magnificent that would be. Although Su Junfang had long anticipated this outcome, she still feigned a look of surprise. Upon seeing Su Junfang's calm demeanor, Hu Liena secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was genuinely concerned that Su Junfang might distance himself due to trepidation over her identity. It seems that Junfang truly lives up to my expectations of him. Well, perhaps not entirely, Hu Liena pouted. I have considered it as well, but I doubt that the teacher would allow someone without any background, like myself, to become the next pope. How could that be impossible? The disciples of the pope are your background, after all. Perhaps. Hu Liena did not wish to linger on this topic for too long. Junfang, could you share with me the soul skills you have created? Su Junfang, perceiving Hu Liena's reluctance to continue the conversation, decided to cease further discussion. He scratched his head, acknowledging that while he had indeed created numerous soul techniques, the truly original ones were rather few. Most of his self-developed techniques stemmed from the memories of the Celestial Lord and the martial arts he practiced in his past life. Utilizing the opportunity to demonstrate his skills to Hu Liena, he organized some of the clever tricks he had recently mastered. Among the soul techniques he comprehended through the memories of the Thunder Sovereign, for stood out, Jade Axis Thunder, Electric Kick, Thunderclap Palm, and Celestial Shield. The self-created techniques he had revived from his previous life's martial practices included Steady Observation Method, Void Split Palm, Golden Light Spell, and Pure Heart Spell. Additionally, he had devised various applications of lightning, Thunder Heat Light, emitting lightning from his body and transforming it into light or heat to counter any physical assault. Thunder Wave, using electric shocks to rapidly elevate the target's temperature, akin to microwave radiation. And Electromagnetic Interference, releasing a wide-ranging and powerful electromagnetic wave to disrupt and obstruct communication devices and electronic instruments such as cameras. Well, have you truly created so many soul techniques by yourself? You are exceptionally talented, Hu Liena exclaimed, covering her lips in astonishment. Initially, she had only a superficial estimation of the number of Su Junfang's self-created soul techniques, yet she was utterly astounded by the multitude of lightning applications he had developed. Many of the principles behind these techniques were beyond her comprehension as Su Junfang explained them. Unable to divulge more truths, Su Junfang could only assert that these were indeed his original soul techniques, albeit the sheer quantity was quite astonishing, prompting him to reconsider his phrasing. Not all should be classified as self-created soul techniques. Jade Axis Thunder, Electric Kick, Thunderclap Palm, and Void Split Palm ought to be regarded as martial skills, while the Steady Observation Method could be deemed a technique of perception. The remaining techniques could barely qualify as self-created soul techniques. Those special martial skills were gifted to me by a mysterious old man I encountered during my childhood. They are not of my own invention, Su Junfang casually fabricated. Stop lying. A mysterious old man sounds too implausible, Hu Liena retorted, rolling her beautifully alluring eyes. I assure you, it is the truth. I was indeed taught by someone else. Chapter 68, The Art of Nicknames after a fierce contest between Su Junfang and Hu Liena. Both had become more adept at utilizing their soul skills. As previously agreed, they set off together towards the Douluo Great Arena. Although it was daytime with the sun blazing high in the sky, the arena itself was a closed environment, despite the bright daylight and sweltering heat outside. The interior of the Douluo Great Arena remained shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by dazzling lights. It was as if the arena was perpetually filled with spectators. The frenzied cheers of the audience and the familiar voice of the host speaking into the microphone echoed throughout, creating an atmosphere unchanged from the night they had visited in their 4th year. Su Junfang and Hu Liena were swept up by the lively atmosphere surrounding them. Their fervent spirits ignited with enthusiasm. Just as the registration for a one-on-one battle requires individual sign-ups, so too does the registration for a 2-on-2 match. Both of them being formidable soul masters, they proceeded together to the 2-on-2 combat zone to enroll. Upon their arrival at the registration desk, the staff displayed no surprise at their youth. The male attendant, seemingly desensitized to his duties, merely cast a fleeting glance at the duo and monotonously stated, "The registration fee is 10 gold coins. For each victory, you shall receive a total of 10 gold coins." Su Junfang and Hu Liena exchanged a glance, after which Su Junfang offered to cover the expenses. This time, the process was rather straightforward. The fee was collected directly, and there was no need for another level assessment since their ranks had already been registered. They merely needed to present their iron fighting soul emblems, without the requirement of filling out any additional forms. For the 2-on-2 match, they were asked to choose a name for their team. Junfang had long been aware of the necessity to name the team, and thus, throughout their journey, he engaged in discussions with Hu Liena regarding this matter. Prior to entering the Star Luo Great Soul Arena, the two had already settled on the name for their squad. Without a moment's hesitation, Junfang addressed the staff directly, name it the Celestial Demon Team. Celestial refers to the heavens, and demon signifies the supernatural. Do not make a mistake. The male staff member glanced at Junfang briefly before lowering his head to inscribe the name of the team. Initially, while on the road, Hu Liena had contemplated naming it the Thunder Fox Team or the Enchanting Fox Team. However, these notions were swiftly and ruthlessly dismissed by Junfang, who further criticized Hu Liena's naming ideas. While reading the original work, Junfang had found the so-called Master Yu Xiaojiang rather foolish for his naming choices, opting to expose one's martial spirit characteristics in a title intended for battles in the Soul Arena. Daimu Bai, possessing the Evil Eye White Tiger martial spirit, thus named himself Evil Eye White Tiger. Xiaowu, with her rabbit martial spirit, called herself the Graceful Bone Enchanting Rabbit. Similarly, the remaining names blatantly revealed their distinctive traits: Oscar the Sausage Vendor, Ma Hongjin the Evil Fire Phoenix, Ning Rongrong of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile, and Zhu Shiqing the Nether Cat. Junfang found it utterly perplexing that individuals would choose to name themselves after their own martial souls. Surely, any soul master could discern what their martial soul was. This practice seemed to be the norm across the continent, where ostentatious naming conventions had become customary. As for the title Douluo, it was somewhat understandable. After all, attaining such a rank implied that one's techniques were renowned within the soul master community. The inclusion of martial soul characteristics in their titles was rather inconsequential, as most were already aware of them. Nevertheless, Junfang could not help but speculate. Was this penchant for adopting names that overtly reflected others' martial soul traits a tactic employed by the Spirit Hall? Given that virtually all title Douluo were conferred by the Spirit Hall, it was conceivable that the Hall intentionally assigned such conspicuous names to facilitate recognition of their martial souls, thereby aiding in future strategies for countering them. In Junfang's estimation, Tang San exhibited a certain cleverness. Initially, the master had intended for him to adopt the moniker Thousand Hand Silvergrass, which similarly exposed his martial soul. It was only Tang San's intervention that led to the more enigmatic title Thousand Hand Azura. The name Thousand Hand Azura resonated with a sense of grandeur and mystery, embodying the very essence of an admirable title. Thus, when Hu Liena proposed incorporating the characters for Thunder and Fox into the team name, Junfang promptly interjected, pointing out that such a name would inadvertently disclose to their opponents that their martial souls were associated with foxes and lightning. Originally, Junfang had envisioned a name designed to mislead their adversaries, something like Mad Rhinoceros Battle Team, which might lead opponents to mistakenly believe their martial soul was that of a rhinoceros, a powerful and defensive entity, thereby leading to erroneous strategic choices. However, this ingenious and forward-thinking concept was not well received by Hu Liena. She insisted that the name should reflect the characteristics of their martial souls, or at least have some connection to them. Left without a choice, Junfang sought to create a name that was both melodious and resonant with martial soul elements. He extracted the character Demon from Hu Liena's Enchanting Fox martial soul and the character Heaven from the Celestial Mask, ultimately culminating in the name Heavenly Demon Battle Team. Thus, the Heavenly Demon Battle Team was officially registered. The Iron Fighting Soul badges of Junfang and Hu Liena bore an additional inscription, the 4 characters of the Tianyao Battle Team. After receiving their badges, Junfang and Hu Liena, now seasoned, made their way directly to the competition passage, only to be informed that their turn was still some time away. Thus, they proceeded to the spectator seats designated for the participating soul masters. Hu Liena found a seat and settled in, while Junfang chose to sit closely beside her. Observing the chaotic battlefield, Hu Liena turned to Junfang and said, "Since we have some time before the match, let's reiterate the tactics we discussed earlier to ensure nothing is forgotten." On their way here, the two had already deliberated their strategy and basic approach to confronting their adversaries. Yes, the plan is straightforward. Regardless of the enemy we encounter, you will initiate with a charm. If it succeeds, we strike immediately. Our soul power levels are among the elite within the Great Soul Master tier, allowing us to potentially secure a swift victory. If the charm fails, I will disrupt the opponent's coordination and eliminate them one by one. Junfang slowly reiterated the tactics they had previously agreed upon. Indeed, it is as simple as that. A confident gleam shone in Hu Liena's bright eyes. Our objective is to ensure we never face defeat. I believe we will succeed. After waiting for a while and observing several other matches, a staff member approached the two. The Tianyao Battle Team is up next. Please proceed to the preparation passage. Junfang and Hu Liena exhibited no lingering attachment to the ongoing match, rising from their seats to follow the staff into the preparation corridor. With the conclusion of the previous battle, the corridor opened, and the duo strode confidently onto the illustrious Soul Arena. Upon entering the arena, Junfang began to survey his surroundings. The 2-on-2 arena was indeed twice the size of a 1-on-1 arena, reflecting the doubled number of soul masters and the corresponding expansion of their maneuvering space. The forthcoming contest would pit the newly formed Heavenly Demon Team against the formidable Lion Tiger Team. who had secured 3 consecutive victories in 2-on-2 soul battles. With their overwhelming combat prowess, they had consistently crushed their opponents in Soul Grandmaster-level competitions. Would today witness yet another display of the Lion-Tiger team's dominance? Or could it herald the dawn of the new team's prominence? The anticipation was palpable. The host, microphone in hand, stood atop a floating platform, amplifying the atmosphere of the contest. Upon hearing the name Lion-Tiger, Junfang and Hu Liena exchanged knowing glances. Junfang shared his theory regarding the opponent's soul weapons, based on their moniker. Intriguingly, Hu Liena found merit in his reasoning. Did the Lion-Tiger team imply adversaries wielding both Lion and Tiger soul weapons? Typically, Lion and Tiger weapons were associated with aggressive combat styles, yet exceptions existed. Names served merely as references and should not dictate strategic planning. Soon, amidst the fervent cheers and applause from the audience, Junfang and Hu Liena's opponents ascended the Soul Arena. Chapter 69, Cooperation. 2 young men, possessing the heads of leopards and the bodies of tigers, strode onto the arena to the audience's exuberant acclaim. The 2 youths bore fierce expressions, though they did not appear to be brothers. One sported a tiger tattoo on his forehead, while the other had a steel stud piercing his nose. Both clad in matching thick armor and wrapped in tattered white bandages, Hu Liena and Junfang positioned themselves side by side on the platform, mirroring the stance of their adversaries, seemingly prepared for a series of one-on-one confrontations. Now, I declare the match to commence. The host's voice, magnified through the microphone, resonated clearly in the ears of every spectator. The opposing duo exchanged a glance before unleashing their soul weapons. The tattooed youth let out a primal roar, his formidable presence soaring upwards. His dark, cloud-like hair swiftly enveloped his bronze skin, his face elongated, teeth sharpened, and his entire form darkened to an inky black, save for a white symbol resembling a king upon his forehead, rendering him exceedingly menacing. His hands transformed into tiger paws, sharp claws piercing through his original fingertips. Remarkably, his bones appeared exceptionally robust, particularly his 4 tiger paws, which were notably wide and thick. The other youth did not roar to the heavens. Instead, he bowed his head slightly, arching his back. As low growls emanated from his throat, his muscles expanded instantaneously, and his thick golden sideburns erupted around his head like frenzied seaweed. Golden lightning danced around him, merging with his luxuriant mane, illuminating this muscular soul master in a brilliant golden glow. His muscles swelled, yet the heavy armor still safeguarded his vital areas with considerable thoroughness. Junfang immediately discerned the martial spirits of the 2 individuals. The tattooed man in front possessed the formidable martial spirit of the giant-pawed black tiger, a powerful soul beast adept in close combat. The other, however, bore the rare martial spirit of the electric frenzy lion, a lightning attribute soul beast known for its agility and offensive prowess. Upon witnessing the flickering lightning, Hu Liena couldn't help but cast a glance at Junfang. She was aware that Junfang's martial spirit seemed to exert a suppressive effect on all lightning attribute martial spirits or soul beasts, suggesting that this battle would likely prove to be less arduous than initially anticipated. Junfang sensed the gaze of Hu Liena and turned his face slightly, indicating with his eyes, a thrill tugging at the corners of his mouth. The smile bore a hint of sinister cruelty. A burst of white light illuminated his features, revealing the visage of a celestial mask. The tumultuous thunder seemed poised to shatter the overhead lights of the battle arena, while the elemental forces of lightning flowed around Junfang like streams merging into the ocean. Subsequently, surging currents erupted from the ground, launching waves of electric blasts towards his adversaries. 2 soul rings hovered beside him, the purple second ring eliciting a gasp of astonishment from the audience below. The electric mad lion soul master suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom, as if the heavens had collapsed upon him. A visceral sense of crisis gnawed at his very core, threatening him like a swarm of insects. At the moment Junfang unleashed his martial spirit, a primal fear surged within him. His body instinctively yearned to kneel, as the golden lightning seemed to bow in reverence before Junfang. Meanwhile, another soul master, wielding the black tiger martial spirit, remained oblivious to his companion's distress. After a thunderous roar to release his martial spirit, he charged directly at Hu Liena, clearly underestimating her, believing that she would be easier to subdue than Junfang. Once he dealt with her, he intended to join forces with his ally to confront the formidable opponent, whose second soul ring was a terrifying millennium relic. Upon the first glimpse of Junfang's soul ring configuration, the tattooed man had already marked him as a formidable foe in this contest. Yet, his choice led him swiftly into the depths of defeat. This tattooed man's cultivation was not to be underestimated, from his fierce offensive style and the dark aura surrounding him. One could surmise that his soul power was likely on par with Junfang's, both at the level of 27. Junfang possesses a unique level of mental fortitude that sets him apart from ordinary soul masters, rendering Hu Liena's charm ineffective against him. Thus, in their previous encounter, Hu Liena found herself at a disadvantage. However, her soul power surpassed that of the tattooed man by over 2 levels. Oblivious to Hu Liena's tactics, the tattooed man charged forward with a brutish roar. A pink aura enveloped Hu Liena, swirling around her like mist, as she playfully blinked her enchanting eyes, reminiscent of a beguiling fox. The already charming Hu Liena exuded an added air of mature allure, her ethereal foxtail swaying gracefully behind her. Faced with an opponent that resembled a ferocious beast, Hu Liena suppressed her initial disdain, though she was confident of victory. She knew that she must exert her utmost effort in battle. She unleashed her first soul skill, Fox Charm, accompanied by the emergence of her first soul ring, a soft, pink luminescence radiated from her, akin to the gentle ripples of autumn waters. Hu Liena struck several irresistibly alluring poses, her delicate fingers gliding over her rosy lips. Her peach blossom-like visage captivating the audience, igniting a wave of fervor among them. A dazzling pink light erupted from Hu Liena's mesmerizing eyes. The tattooed man, perceiving the pink glow and her exquisite beauty, quickly deduced that this was a mental type attack due to his extensive combat experience. He immediately averted his gaze from her eyes and continued his reckless charge, determined to employ his first soul skill to overpower this young girl. After all, how potent could her mental strength truly be? He was confident that his first soul skill would withstand any assault. The giant black tiger, adept in close-quarters combat, boasted a formidable physique that seldom encountered a rival in battle. With the activation of his first soul skill, his bones visibly expanded, and the deep black aura enveloping his skin became even more pronounced. In the next moment, the tattooed man, underestimating Hu Liena's prowess and overestimating his own abilities, was struck by a radiant red light that accurately hit his head. All surrounding pink orbs converged upon him. In an instant, the tattooed man's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. Though his body remained poised to charge, his eyes were clouded with a peachy haze. His mouth agape in a foolish stupor, drool trickling down. He was conscious, yet his body refused to obey his commands. In the very first exchange, Hu Liena had effectively immobilized the tattooed man. The entire sequence, from the tattooed man summoning his martial spirit to being ensnared by Hu Liena, transpired in the blink of an eye, while his companions were still reeling under the oppressive aura of the Thunder Ancestor. Junfang, seasoned by countless battles, would undoubtedly seize this exquisite opportunity. With a swift push from his toes, he darted like a flash of lightning to stand before the tattooed man, who remained oblivious. His eyes clouded with confusion. Lightning coiled and surged around Junfang's right hand, as pure explosive bolts of thunder accumulated within his palm. Junfang approached with intent, delivering a fierce strike directly to the vulnerable abdomen of the tattooed man. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom, as if the very heavens had unleashed their fury. The sound echoed throughout the arena, shaking the ground beneath them. The shards of shattered flooring rebounded towards Junfang, causing him a flicker of discomfort. As the violent lightning made contact with the tattooed man, it erupted into a dense cloud, ensnaring him like a ravenous serpent. The coverage of the dark cloud was limited, extending only a meter before Junfang. Enduring the full force of Junfang's overpowering strike, the tattooed man felt as though his bones might shatter. The frenzied lightning scorched his dark hair, with jagged tendrils of electricity infiltrating and tearing through his meridians. The forceful strike of Junfang's overwhelming palm landed upon him, inducing a searing pain that disrupted the tattooed man's entranced state. Alas, being ensnared by the tempest of thunder was far more agonizing than mere enchantment. His body lay rigid and immobile. He was propelled backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Due to the momentum, the tattooed man tumbled several times before coming to a halt. Momentarily unable to rise, covered in debris and dust from the floor, he glared with resentment at the dissipating thunderclouds. Attempting to channel his fury into a lethal gaze directed at Junfang, the source of his torment. He yearned to rise, yet appeared utterly powerless. A picture of utter disarray. Junfang dispersed the thunderclouds before him and stepped forth with an air of nonchalance. He did not advance but instead cast a cold glance at the tattooed man. With a mere snap of his fingers, a crisp and ethereal sound erupted between his fingers, entwined with lightning. Once again, a dazzling flash of lightning erupted from the tattooed man, who was already immobilized on the ground. It was as if he were bound by several bundles of fireworks, ricocheting in all directions amidst a shower of sparks. The force of the explosions propelled him into the air, and subsequent detonations ensured that he remained suspended, unable to descend for the time being. Junfang sprinted a few steps toward the tattooed man, took a slight leap, and then soared into the air as if propelled by an invisible force. The lightning appeared to serve as a staircase for his ascent, coalescing around his calves, growing denser with each elevation. Junfang, suspended in midair, executed a powerful kick that struck the chest of the tattooed man, whose body lay rigid and immobile. A resounding explosion echoed as thunder roared, showering sparks down onto the battle arena, which gradually dimmed. A shattered figure erupted from the heart of the explosion, crashing heavily outside the dueling grounds. As the audience focused their gaze, they realized it was the tattooed man, now unconscious. Dense plumes of smoke billowed from him, his body charred as if it were coal, with arcs of electricity occasionally dancing across his form, and his calves twitching slightly. In a mere instant, Junfang had decisively defeated a formidable opponent, the Black Tiger Soul Master, denying him any opportunity to exploit his close-range advantage. Indeed, even had he managed to close the distance, it would have offered little benefit. The earlier strike, a devastating palm thrust, had penetrated the tattooed man's body, allowing a surge of electricity to flood in, lying dormant like a ticking time bomb within him, hinting at an impending eruption. The snap of Su Junfang's fingers served as a signal for an explosive surge, unleashing the latent thunderbolts within him, which proved even more lethal than those outside. The force of the thunderous explosion severely injured the tattooed man. Seizing the moment as the tattooed adversary was propelled into the air, Su Junfang deftly dispatched him from the stage with a flash of electricity. The flow of battle unfolding seamlessly. Witnessing his comrade being forcefully removed, the opposing electric wild lion soul master momentarily cast aside the fear instilled by his elemental suppression. Clapping his hands against the ground, he surged forward in a primal, animalistic sprint, resembling a streak of golden lightning. Su Junfang smiled broadly, retracting his gaze from the disheveled tattooed man. A tempest of electricity surged around him, as thunder rolled ominously toward the lion spirit master. Su Junfang's eyes narrowed, revealing a flicker of azure lightning within. The electric frenzy lion spirit master, who had been racing moments before, abruptly halted, as if a golden bolt of lightning had collided with an invisible barrier. For him, the earlier sensation of dread had merely felt like a steel blade poised against his neck. Now, however, he found himself utterly paralyzed, unable to harness even a fragment of his electric energy or spirit power. The once proud golden lightning and electric tufts had been reduced to mere flickers of static, as his inner strength appeared to be ensnared. What truly instilled terror in him was the unsettling realization that the power within him seemed to have been borrowed from this seemingly insignificant boy before him. Now, the creditor sought to reclaim his rightful strength, causing the electric frenzy's golden lightning to flow inexorably toward his adversary. The electric frenzy lion spirit master felt as if he had been transformed from a fully armed adult into a defenseless infant, overwhelmed with fear. Su Junfang raised his right arm, as terrifying lightning energy coalesced in his palm, swiftly forming a flickering sphere of thunder. With the electric lion spirit master gazing in horror, the thunderball was hurled towards him. The impact of the jade pivot thunder struck the electric lion spirit master squarely in the face. Yet he appeared utterly oblivious to the assault. In truth, the electric lion spirit master was rendered immobile, feeling as though numerous steel blades hovered precariously above him. Any movement would result in those blades descending to pierce him fatally. After being struck by the jade pivot thunder, he fell back to the ground, his face charred and emitting wisps of smoke. This victory was remarkably effortless, and the electric lion spirit master experienced a profound sense of vulnerability, as if his life was entirely at the mercy of an overwhelming force, a consequence of the absolute suppression exerted by the ultimate martial spirit. Such absolute suppression is, in fact, quite rare among ultimate martial spirits. The conditions for its occurrence include a significant disparity in martial spirit lineage, particularly within direct bloodlines, such as that between a Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Golden Dragon King, or when attributes encounter the corresponding ultimate martial spirit, leading to non-ultimate martial spirits of the same attribute being nearly annihilated. The match unfolded with remarkable swiftness. Hu Liena quickly subdued the opposing assault-type spirit master, who was promptly dispatched by Su Junfang, who subsequently overwhelmed another adversary through sheer attribute dominance. A profound silence enveloped the arena, leaving the audience astounded. Then, a thunderous applause erupted. Instances of swift eliminations and overwhelming victories are indeed rare in the soul fighting arena, as it is typically organized by soul ring quantity. Thus, those newly promoted to level 20 or just above often face considerable disadvantages, having to contend with opponents exceeding level 25. Generally, participants wait until they have reached at least half of the requisite level, such as after level 25, before entering the arena. This leads to a relative balance in skill levels, making it challenging to witness such instances of domination. Today, spectators were astonished to see two young children exerting terrifying control over two fairly competent young adults. This unprecedented scene provoked a wave of excitement outside the arena. The host was equally taken aback by the match's swift conclusion. He had barely elevated his floating platform into the air and was just about to glance at the battlefield when it abruptly ended. However, the host's quick wit shone through as he stood atop the platform and addressed the microphone. Goodness! The Heavenly Demon team has defeated the Lion Tiger team with the swiftness of a thunderclap. What remarkable young talents we have here. They now boast a record of 1 victory and no defeats, and we eagerly anticipate the Heavenly Demon team's future performances. Now, please step down to register your results. Su Junfang and Hu Liena exchanged a knowing smile, effortlessly walking side by side into the soul fighting passage. Behind them, the professionals of the soul arena hastened to attend to the injured lion and tiger duo. In the stands, a somber-looking man known as Iron Leader remarked, "These two young individuals are truly remarkable. While others only see the 1,000-year-old boy represented by the second spirit ring, the girl is equally formidable. Judging by her fluctuations in soul power, she has already reached the 30th level, albeit without additional spirit rings. Such innate talent. Indeed, both possess extraordinary gifts. Iron Leader, have you considered recruiting them into our battle team?" interjected a rather unremarkable middle-aged man. The man referred to as Iron Leader stroked his chin thoughtfully, his voice deep and contemplative. Although their prowess is exceptional, their youth is a concern. Our Iron Halberd battle group has a minimum requirement of 18 years and 30 levels. They still fall short in both respects. After a moment of reflection, the somber man continued, But what if we do not act? They could easily be snatched away by other factions. With such strength at such a young age, they are destined for greatness and may eventually threaten our standing within this soul arena. As he spoke, he subtly touched his neck, hinting at darker implications. Iron Leader lifted his head, which had been bowed in thought, and glanced at the somber man, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Have you lost your senses? At such a tender age, their strength surely implies backing from a significant power. If you contemplate assassination, we might not see the light of another day. Both are likely elite offspring of nobility, though their exact ages remain uncertain. They appear to be around 14 or 15, which is indeed enviable. He concluded, let it be. We need not concern ourselves with them. Such talents and powers are beyond our reach. We shall merely observe. Evidently, Su Junfang and Hu Liena's height and maturity, surpassing that of their peers, led to a miscalculation of their ages. If the brawny man were to learn that one of these children was merely 10 years old, he might very well be taken aback. The Iron Halberd Battle Group is one of the more formidable factions within the Soul Arena, known for its profitability and reputation. However, the Grand Soul Arena is rife with competition, with several factions of comparable strength, not to mention the elite powers that have infiltrated through connections. The turnover of personnel in such factions is incredibly rapid. A recruit from one day could very well meet their demise the next. Consequently, battle groups frequently venture into intermediate and even lower-level soul fighting zones to scout promising talents. Chapter 71. A Dire Fate. Su Junfang and Hu Liena, having experienced the Grand Soul Arena once and twice, have gradually acclimatized to the vibrant atmosphere of the Star Luo Grand Soul Arena over the course of a few days. Su Junfang had grown less averse to the raucous atmosphere of the Great Soul Arena than when he first arrived. The duo triumphed over every adversary they encountered. Had it not been for the regulation limiting each type of competition to a single participation per day, their victories would undoubtedly have been even more numerous. Their prowess distinguished them within the Grandmaster region, rendering it nearly impossible for any opponent to evade Hu Liena's formidable charm. Although their performances in the subsequent days lacked the dazzling efficiency of their initial display, swiftly dispatching foes in an instant, none of the enemy soul masters managed to escape the fate of being ensnared by Hu Liena's enchantment. Being captivated by such a lure rendered one immobile. Coupled with Su Junfang's fierce offensive, none of their battles extended beyond 5 minutes before resolution. Furthermore, they each participated in several individual matches, emerging victorious in all. Many had begun to recognize the celestial demon duo, with some placing substantial wagers on their combat prowess. On yet another day, the two exited the arena, thoroughly satisfied. The day was drawing to a close, with the clock nearing 6 o'clock. The horizon between the sky and earth gradually dimmed, prompting them to conclude their battles for the day and plan to return the following day. Given the late hour, they surmised that returning to the Spirit Hall would likely result in a lack of sustenance. Su Junfang and Hu Liena planned to take advantage of their dining occasion to stroll through the nearby Xinglua commercial street, while also picking up a few items. Su Junfang and Hu Liena strolled merrily along the bustling Xinglua street, surrounded by shops adorned with brilliant lights. In their playful banner, they seemed to have completely let down their guard. Two robust figures emerged from the shadows, approximately 20 meters behind Su Junfang and Hu Liena. In the dimly lit alley, they puffed on cigarettes, their gazes fixated on the departing silhouettes of Su Junfang and Hu Liena. The speaker, a sinister young man, could be partially seen in the moonlight, his face adorned with tattoos. These two brats have crossed our path, he remarked with a harsh tone. A pair of foolish lovers. They might as well descend into hell together. Standing beside him was the Lion Spirit Master, who bore the mark of a steel spike embedded in his nose from earlier that morning. Noticing the unsettling tone of his companion, he inquired, "What do you intend to do? Kill them?" Initially, he had not considered such an action, but now the thought had taken root. The tattooed man spat on the ground, his voice laced with bitterness. "I've never faced such humiliation in all my years. Those two golden-haired brats have tarnished my reputation. How can I show my face in the circle again?" The Lion Spirit Master exhaled a cloud of smoke, lowering his head in silence. Observing the lack of response, the tattooed man continued to incite. "It's not just us who have lost face. Many other teams have been defeated as well. With these kids showing up at the Spirit Arena every day, they are bound to return. Sooner or later, we will encounter them again. Moreover, Boshin is quite troubled by them. I overheard him muttering about whether to eliminate these two kids." The Lion Spirit Master pondered the tattooed man's motives. Both he and the tattooed man were part of Boshin's team, funded by him. They earned money for Boshin through their victories. However, they were not the only team under his command. Other teams scattered across the Spirit Arena, competing for resources based on their success. Adhering to the law of survival of the fittest, the weak were often crushed by the strong. Unfortunately, they had crossed paths with Su Junfang and Hu Liena. The tattooed man had suffered severe injuries in their last encounter. Although he had healed considerably, he could only perform at 80% of his capacity due to his wounds. In subsequent competitions, they had lost several more matches, compounded by the significant medical expenses incurred to secure a healing spirit master. Their misfortunes became fodder for ridicule among other teams under Boshin, who delighted in their setbacks. Consequently, Boshin reprimanded them for the disgrace, fueling their resentment as they sought solace in the commercial district. only to stumble upon the very source of their troubles. Despite their simmering anger, the Lion Man maintained a level of restraint compared to the tattooed man. Having felt the weight of absolute pressure that morning, he remained cautious and spoke up. So, you intend to kill them? You must consider two important factors. First, you have no idea who they are or what connections they possess. At such a young age, their strength suggests they have backing. Second, how can you be certain you can kill them? We have not faced them before, even if we underestimate them. They are not mere pushovers. The tattooed man scoffed dismissively. What connections could they possibly have? If they had bodyguards, then I would concede they have some clout. Clearly, they are not from a wealthy background. Besides, even if I remove them discreetly, who would know aside from us? Do you doubt my ability to eliminate them? I have no intention of confronting them head-on. I will strike from the shadows. If I cannot dispose of two inexperienced children, then I may as well give up. The Lion Man fell silent, recognizing the tattooed man's reckless bravado. He was aware of the tattooed man's tendency to vent his frustrations on isolated spirit masters. Although the tattooed man was hot-tempered and unable to defy Boss Shan, he often took out his anger on those weaker than himself. While the blood on his hands was not extensive, he had indeed harmed some ordinary individuals and lesser spirit masters who had crossed him. The Lion Man understood the tattooed man's reckless determination, realizing he could not dissuade him. With a resigned sigh, he said, "Go ahead then. I won't involve myself." The tattooed man, brimming with frustration, retorted, "Fine. If you wish to endure this humiliation, be my guest. I can go alone." With that, the tattooed man stepped away from the wall against which he had been leaning and exited the alley, trailing Junfang and Hu Liena amidst the crowd. The Lion Man exhaled a plume of smoke, shrouding himself in the swirling darkness. Shaking his head, he too stepped out from the shadows, fearing that the tattooed man would stir up trouble, and decided to follow him nonetheless. Junfang and Hu Liena continued their leisurely stroll, not having ventured far when Hu Liena's attention was captured by a quaint shop, causing the duo to linger for a considerable time. However, it was not long before they resumed their wandering, and as they progressed, the throngs of people around them diminished significantly. The tattooed man trailing behind them smirked. Recognizing the rare opportunity presented by the sparse crowd, now was the perfect moment to strike. The lion-hearted man accompanying the tattooed figure regarded the pair with a tinge of pity, lamenting the impending doom that seemed destined to befall these budding talents. As the lion and tiger duo stealthily followed Junfang and Hu Liena, the number of passers-by dwindled further, yet the surrounding architecture remained unchanged. A sense of unease wafted through the air, which the lion-hearted man could not quite articulate. The night had undergone a transformation, shifting from a gentle ink wash to an inky blackness. Ethereal light danced around the moon, casting a cold glow upon the cobblestone path, the faint white reflection heightening the desolation of the street. At that moment, the tattooed man had stealthily positioned himself behind Hu Liena, the area now utterly deserted. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed his martial spirit, enveloping his massive tiger claw in shadows. With a vicious strike, the claw pierced through Hu Liena's defenseless back, emerging gruesomely from her chest. A spray of crimson mist erupted as she cried out in agony. The claw retracted swiftly, clutching a beating heart, slick with blood. A horrifying gash marred Hu Liena's body, a grotesque tunnel from her back to her chest, as scarlet blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the ground and even splattering the tattooed man's armor. With a labored turn, Hu Liena's mouth spewed blood as she fixed a vengeful gaze upon her assailant. The tattooed man reveled in the fury, and despair reflected in her eyes, as if it were the finest commendation for his treacherous act. In his mind's eye, he beheld the boy, adorned with a 1,000-year soul ring, frantically embracing the fallen girl, who could no longer stand. His anguished cries of "Don't die. Please don't die," echoed in the silence, tears cascading down his cheeks. The little girl, with a sorrowful yet tender expression, gazed up at the boy, her hand reaching for his face as if to capture one last semblance of warmth from him. Then, her arm fell limply to her side, her head tilted, as she succumbed to death. The tattooed man erupted into boisterous laughter. "Ha! You deserve this. Still arrogant, are we? Ha ha." Junfang's eyes were bloodshot as he gently laid the lifeless Hu Liena upon the ground. His entire being crackled with electricity as he propelled himself into the air, seemingly intent on confronting the tattooed man with ferocity. A glint of malice flickered in the tattooed man's gaze as his enormous claw pierced through Junfang's chest with ease. "Aha! Your defenses are so feeble, and yet you dare to engage me in close combat? How utterly tedious to dispatch you so effortlessly." Junfang appeared dazed, gazing at the gaping wound in her chest, blood pouring from her mouth in a frenzy. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as her hands grasped the tiger's claw embedded in her chest, as if attempting to wrench the tattooed man's hand from her body. Junfang finally ceased his futile struggles, his limbs going limp as he slid from the massive tiger's paw. Thick strands of blood stretched between the beast's claws and the gaping wound in Su's chest. Life had fled his body. So much for that. The tattooed man's eyes gleamed with triumph. To think I lost to such trash, what an embarrassment. Aware of the lion man trailing behind him, he turned to boast over the gruesome tableau of the two corpses. "See? Told you it'd be a piece of cake. Didn't he believe me, did you?" But his voice faltered mid-sentence, his smirk fading into unease. The lion man, who had been right behind him moments ago, had vanished. More unsettling, the street, once bustling, now lay eerily deserted. Though this was a secluded area, the absence of even distant footfalls sent a shiver crawling up his spine. Chapter 72. Terror. The tattooed man scanned his surroundings, pulse hammering. The silence pressed in like a hand squeezing his heart. Brash but not foolish. He recognized the unnatural stillness as a harbinger of danger. Abandoning plans to dispose of the bodies, he hurried forward, slipping into a shadowed alley. Pressed against the wall, he peered out. Night had swallowed Xinglua Street whole. The lanterns glowed, their light was pallid, almost sickly. A frigid wind cut through him, the moonlight leaching warmth from the cobblestones. Then a scream. His blood turned to ice. The wail, eerily familiar, almost like his own voice, threaded through the wind. Then, the Lion Man's voice called out, muffled and distant. Lang Gu, where do you go? Relief warred with suspicion. The voice seemed to emanate from the corpse's location. Yet when he neared, it ceased abruptly. Unease coiled tighter. Tap, tap, tap. His breath hitched. With every step he took, an extra footfall echoed behind him, whirling. He found nothing, no pursuer, no trace of the bodies. The bloodstains, the corpses, gone. Lang Gu, over here. The Lion Man's voice again. Desperate. He followed it to the alley where they first smoked. There, the Lion Man stood motionless, back turned. Hey, not cool ditching me like. Lang Gu clapped his shoulder. The flesh beneath his palm was corpse cold. Then the figure turned. A scream tore from his throat. The wolf, terrified, let out a piercing scream. He noticed that although the Lion Man was facing away from him, his face was still directed towards him. The Lion Man's head had been grotesquely twisted around. His neck spiraled, with bone spurs protruding, muscle torn, and blood streaming down his back from the gaping wound. What was most horrifying and eerie was the strange, serene smile adorning the Lion Man's face. Overwhelmed by the visual shock, the wolf felt a warm liquid seep from his pants, his heavy breaths resembling those of one who had just exerted themselves greatly. He collapsed to the ground, sitting in the puddle of his own urine, his trousers instantly soaked. He could not focus on such trivialities. The ghastly sight of the Lion Man's demise inflicted profound psychological trauma upon him. His mind became a blank slate. Entirely consumed by terror, all he wished for was to escape this place. Wolf, where are you? Though the voice was but a whisper, it exploded in the wolf's ears like the roar of an ancient soul beast, resonating right behind him, almost brushing against his ear. Fear engulfed him. The wolf could no longer articulate words, shifting from a crawling position to sitting upright, flailing his paws in desperation, lacking even the strength to unleash his spirit rings. To his horror, he witnessed his shadow rising from the ground, gradually materializing, while he himself was drawn into a pitch-black void behind him, his body flattening, his lower half collapsing like paper. It seemed as though their roles were being reversed. In the face of this life-threatening crisis, the wolf summoned an unprecedented strength. He staggered forward, striving to extricate himself from the predicament of becoming a mere silhouette. Behind him, the shadow conjured countless pale hands, all reaching out to grasp him. One after another, as if animated by a life of their own, even the ground he crawled upon sprouted cold, eerie palms. The wolf swiped at the hands that clambered upon him, but they were too numerous and swift. In an instant, he was overwhelmed, his face smothered by the grasping hands. They pulled him into the abyss, beneath which lay an unfathomable chasm of hands, devouring him like a swamp consuming its prey. With his right claw raised high in a futile gesture, as if attempting to grasp the moon above him, he resembled a drowning man seeking something to buoy his body. Yet, more hands clung to his right arm, forcing him deeper into the ocean of black palms. The hands tore through his abdomen and chest, burrowing into his insides, his entrails spilling forth. The excruciating pain and despair within him culminated in a final, anguished scream. As if such a wretched cry could etch his existence into this world. The more he screamed, the deeper his despair grew. He recognized the truth. He understood that the screams escaping his lips mirrored the wails he had faintly heard in the wind moments before. It seemed his fate had long been predetermined. The hands closed in, and the ground transformed from a quagmire of palms back into solid earth, the pale hands reverting to cold white tiles. The wolf was swallowed by the ground, leaving no trace behind, as if nothing had ever transpired. The moonlight illuminated the desolate surface, reflecting an eerie glow. Chapter 73. The thunder in the palm. The sinister, dim tableau receded like a tide, leaving Junfang with an impression reminiscent of the world in Silent Hill, a horror film he had watched in a previous life. The grayish landscape, akin to fragile paper being crumpled, ultimately vanished into the shadow of a middle-aged man standing beside Junfang and Hu Liena. To be precise, it dissipated into the shadow of this man, whose features were obscured, with prominent brow bones, sunken eye sockets, and a countenance draped in darkness. He was tall and slender, having absorbed all the strange occurrences into his shadow, becoming fodder for the darkness. Uncle Lu, what did he ultimately witness? His cry was so filled with despair. Junfang inquired curiously of the middle-aged man, Lu Liang. He beheld the fruits of his own malevolence, ultimately consumed by his own conscience, Lu Liang replied, not directly answering. This tall, slender man was Lu Liang, who had previously accompanied Xiaoyu, Hu Liena, and Junfang on hunts in the Stardow forest. Just moments ago, Junfang and Hu Liena had been strolling down the street when they suddenly sensed a malevolent presence behind them, like a tide of hostility. Those who practiced the meditation method were highly attuned to such malice, even though the tattooed man and the Lion Man lurked 10 meters away. Their overwhelming animosity transformed into murderous intent that was impossible to conceal. This killing intent was as glaring to Su Junfang and Hu Liena as the sun in the night, prompting them to feign ignorance while discreetly plotting to lure the two into a secluded alley for a quiet resolution. Thus, Su Junfang and Hu Liena began to meander towards the less populated edges of the commercial street, and indeed, the tattooed man and the lion man trailed behind. They turned into a darkened path, intending to confront their pursuers in the alley. However, to their astonishment, the tattooed man and the lion man followed without reacting to Su Junfang's loud inquiries or physical prodding, as if he had not touched them at all. Yet, their manner of walking clearly indicated they were tracking something, but there was no one else in front of them besides Su Junfang and Hu Liena, leading to a moment of shared confusion. It was as though these two could not see Su Junfang and Hu Liena marching straight ahead. Su Junfang, observing this bizarre situation, decided to step aside politely, allowing the tattooed man and lion man to pass unhindered. This scenario was exceedingly strange, leaving Su Junfang in a state of indecision, contemplating whether to wait and observe further. Once the tattooed man and lion man had moved a short distance ahead, Su Junfang and Hu Liena followed stealthily. A figure materialized beside Su Junfang and Hu Liena, startling them, as they feared they had encountered a formidable assassin. However, upon closer inspection, they realized it was a familiar face from the spirit hall, Hu Liena. Su Junfang was quite astonished, as he mistakenly believed that the person following him was Elder Mu. Unbeknownst to him, Elder Mu had exchanged duties with Hu Liena at some point. It was only after inquiring with Hu Liena that he learned the truth. The transition had occurred while Hu Liena and Su Junfang were having lunch. Su Junfang's grandfather, Su Huanshan, required the assistance of Mu Shuyu. Typically, he entrusted Mu Shuyu with the task of escorting them for the sake of convenience. However, today there was a pressing matter that necessitated Mu Shuyu's involvement, prompting Su Huanshan to summon the Soul Sage, Hu Liena, to serve as their bodyguard. Upon grasping the situation, Su Junfang speculated about the unusual behavior of the two individuals, deducing that their actions were likely influenced by Hu Liena, despite his limited acquaintance with him. As anticipated, the two had indeed fallen victim to Hu Liena's soul techniques. With admirable ease, Hu Liena unleashed his martial soul, revealing a peculiar shadow materializing at his feet. His martial soul, Shadow Nightmare, a spirit control type. Hu Liena had swiftly discerned their murderous intent and dealt with them ruthlessly. It was hardly a challenge for a soul sage to ambush two formidable soul masters. The tattooed man and the lion man were ensnared by Hu Liena's fourth soul skill, Phantom Construction, and as the spell took effect, they found themselves ensnared in a fabricated scene within their own minds. Their perception of the outside world diminished to an extreme degree. While marveling at the perilous and unpredictable capabilities of Hu Liena's martial soul, Su Junfang and Hu Liena curiously followed the tattooed man and the lion man, eager to witness the conclusion of their ordeal. The outcome became painfully evident. The lion man, overwhelmed by terror, succumbed first, his pallid face lying lifeless on the ground, devoid of breath. Meanwhile, the tattooed man darted about in a panic. Hu Liena, unwilling to squander any more time, preemptively struck, extinguishing the tattooed man's soul. With this matter resolved, the three returned to the martial soul hall. Time flowed swiftly, rolling by like the wheels of a carriage. Su Junfang and Hu Liena's training at the Star Luo Great Soul Arena continues, and over the next month and a half, they visit almost every other day, becoming frequent visitors and gaining a modest reputation in the Grand Soul Master area. Within a month, they have participated in 33 2-on-2 matches, achieving an impressive 33 consecutive victories. In individual competitions, despite facing various challenges and enhancing their practical experience, they have never tasted defeat. It can be said that after a month of accumulating battle experience, both have made significant advancements in the application of their martial souls and combat techniques. On a sunny day, the brilliant sun cast its rays into the training room, illuminating the dark floor with golden brilliance and similarly enveloping a young boy in a radiant glow. This luminosity did not solely stem from the warm sunlight that infiltrated the room, but rather from the boy himself. Golden, fluid flames danced around him, and the bright golden light transformed the interior into a dazzling spectacle. The boy, Su Junfang, stood with his feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, right hand raised with his palm facing outward, and left hand resting lightly on his right arm, his gaze intently focused on the metallic testing wall before him. With a deep breath, the fiery golden aura surrounding him surged dramatically, doubling in size as tongues of flame spread outward like threads, morphing into a tumultuous display of intertwined lightning. The transformation from golden light to thunder seemed as fluid as water, a seamless transition. Having diligently trained for over a month, Su Junfang had risen from a soul power level of 27 at the beginning of his break to level 28. Given their extensive experiences in the arena, Su Huanshan advised both Su Junfang and Hu Liena to dedicate their efforts to the martial soul sanctuary to further elevate their soul power levels. Hu Liena had already reached the threshold of soul ancestor and only needed to obtain her third soul ring. Since she no longer intended to accompany Su Junfang in the Grand Soul Master competitions, she had gone to the Star Do Forest the previous day with Su Huanshan's arrangements to hunt for her soul ring. Originally, Hu Liena had wished for Su Junfang to accompany her, but he was at a critical juncture in mastering the lightning technique and could not afford distractions, thus declining her request. Throughout the morning, Su Junfang attempted countless times in the training area but had yet to make that crucial breakthrough. He had managed to transition from golden light to lightning at the age of 8, and after 2 years of diligent practice, he had become increasingly adept at this transformation. Thanks to his previous life's training experiences, he had advanced in mastering the lightning technique several years earlier than in his past life. The lightning technique is the most orthodox form of attack from Longhu Mountain. It embodies a masculine vigor, achievable only by those who have yet to break through their physical limitations. Among the various techniques of the orthodox Yang 5 Thunder, the most renowned and potent is the Palm Thunder. Mastering the Palm Thunder signifies the first stage of proficiency in the lightning technique, marking a significant milestone in one's abilities, as it reflects mastery over lightning and the manipulation of qi. The Palm Thunder, a secret transmission of Longhu Mountain, differs from common practices. It emphasizes internal cultivation, the transformation of spirit, and the mastery of Yang 5 Thunder, offering a comprehensive and systematic approach to training. This formidable technique has been selectively passed down through generations. Su Junfang, fortunate to have caught the attention of the esteemed master Zhang Huai, began his training at a young age. Otherwise, he would have been unable to learn the lightning technique. The Palm Thunder as a quintessential Taoist lightning technique cultivates internal energy to observe transformations, nurtures true qi, and externally utilizes mental power, magical force, and talismanic strength to unleash potent lightning energy from the palm. Upon release, arcs of white electricity persistently emerge from the palm, primarily inflicting burns and extracting substantial moisture from the opponent's body upon contact. Su Junfang stood firmly in the training room, his right hand raised parallel to his shoulder, while his left hand rested gently upon his right arm. A luminous white energy, akin to flowing serpents, spiraled upwards along his right arm. Su Junfang, with a demeanor both reserved and introspective, silently channeled the incantations of the thunderous arts within his heart. The surging energy, akin to a tempest, coursed through the meridians of his body, converging upon his right arm. The palm of his hand began to crackle audibly, with flickers of electric energy dancing across its surface, gradually coalescing into a robust sphere of lightning. How many times has it been? Su Junfang pondered within. This was an endeavor he had attempted countless times before, each effort marred by flaws at various stages. Whether he would succeed this time remained an enigma. Su Junfang remained calm, commanding countless surging thunderbolts. He could distinctly perceive the searing and explosive energy of lightning pulsating within the palm of his hand. Su Junfang let out a low growl, channeling the gathered lightning forward with his mental energy. A brilliant white light sliced through the entire training room, causing both the interior lights and the blazing sun outside to momentarily lose their luster as the thunderous light roared. Countless white serpents of lightning writhed in the air, and the blue electricity surged with lethal intent. The sound of thunder reverberated throughout the universe, as torrents of lightning struck the iron plate responsible for measuring the power of soul techniques in the training room with blinding speed. Boom! A colossal explosion erupted within the training room, as the overhead chandelier was pierced by the searing lightning, scattering shards of glass everywhere. The rain of shattered glass rained down upon Su Junfang, yet was entirely incinerated and deflected by the surrounding lightning, crashing to the ground in a complete shatter. The terrifying thunderclap that rent the air left the atmosphere within the training room thick with the acrid scent of burning, as wisps of white smoke lingered in the space. Su Junfang waved his hand to disperse the smoke before him, focusing intently on the iron plate that had been directly assaulted. The enormous rectangular plate was marred by a chaotic array of black scorch marks, with the steel itself shattered in places. The very essence of Su Junfang's assault was directly penetrated, leaving a perfectly formed hole the size of a soybean at the center of the iron plate. Surrounding this void was a darkness so profound it seemed to absorb light, with scorched marks radiating from the central cavity towards the western expanse of the iron plate, transitioning from black to a charred crimson, resembling a web of dark red intricacies. Numerous varying-sized craters adorned the entirety of the iron surface. Observing the still smoldering blackened areas, Su Junfang instinctively pressed his lips together, then silently nodded in acknowledgement of the formidable power of this palm thunder. After a brief moment, Su Junfang cast his gaze upon his right hand once more, rendered momentarily speechless. He had mastered this technique, the palm thunder, 2 or 3 years earlier than in his previous life, which could be considered a remarkable advancement. Before Su Junfang could contemplate his next course of action, a charming visage appeared at the rear window of the training room. Su Junfang possesses remarkable insight. The moment a face appeared at the back window, he instinctively turned his head to look. A pair of bright, sparkling eyes blinked from outside the window, exuding an undeniable charm. Though the window only revealed the upper half of the visitor's face, Su Junfang recognized Hu Liena immediately, as they were quite familiar with one another. It surprised him that Hu Liena had returned so soon from hunting soul beasts, having been gone for less than 2 days, approximately a day and a half. Just yesterday, she had set off for the Stardow Forest, and now, having successfully hunted, she wished to showcase her soul skills to Su Junfang. Leaning against the window, she observed him practicing earnestly. Hesitant to disturb his focus, she lingered a moment longer to watch him. Su Junfang successfully completed the Thunder Law, and upon encountering a stunning beauty, his spirits naturally lifted as he made his way towards the back door. Hu Liena gracefully entered, her long legs striding forward. Still clad in the white combat attire she wore for hunting soul beasts. "Ah, Sister Nana, you're back. Have you attained the rank of Soul Master now? Indeed. This time was rather smooth. I switched to a different carriage yesterday, which expedited my journey, and I arrived by noon. In the afternoon, I found a suitable soul beast. I spent the night at a nearby modest inn and set off early this morning. After my return, I have come solely to find you. Junfang felt a warmth in his heart and replied with a smile, "It is indeed my honor." Hu Liena found his words pleasing to her ears, and an involuntary smile graced her face. The newly promoted soul respect Hu Liena appeared quite exhilarated, pacing back and forth in Junfang's training room. She noticed the charred mark that spread from Junfang's feet to the iron plate, a sight both fierce and imposing. Without waiting for Junfang to inquire about her soul skills, she pointed at the blackened iron plate and asked, "Is this the technique you mentioned, the palm thunder? Its power is quite impressive. Another self-created soul skill, I see." Though Junfang's expression remained largely unchanged, a trace of pride and satisfaction lingered between her brows. Of course. The palm thunder is the most formidable single-target attack of the lightning attribute. Once it penetrates, it can even inflict continuous burns upon the enemy, steadily evaporating their moisture and leaving them dehydrated and weakened. "What a monster," Hu Liena remarked, playfully pinching Junfang's cheek. "Stop pinching my face," Junfang protested, brushing Hu Liena's hand away. "You have acquired your third soul skill, haven't you? What is it? Is it a Millennium Soul Ring?" Hu Liena initially intended to respond, but upon hearing Junfang's inquiry, she chose to tease instead. Rolling her eyes mischievously, she said, "Take a guess. If you guess correctly, I shall reveal it to you." Junfang wore a look of frustration, exclaiming, "Why must you always guess? Can't you just say it directly?" Hu Liena, with an air of haughty pride, tilted her chin slightly, feigning disinterest as she gazed elsewhere, responding, "How utterly dull that would be. Junfang, you must learn to think for yourself. Always demanding the answer will only dull your wits." Junfang rolled her eyes but began to ponder. "I believe the age of the soul ring must be in the millennium range. Your exuberance suggests it cannot be merely a century-old soul ring." Hu Liena's lips curved into a slight smile, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "Indeed, you are correct. It is indeed a millennium soul ring, and it approaches the utmost limit for soul masters, originating from a soul beast over 1,700 years old. Now, what do you think about the soul skill?" Junfang commenced a rather ostentatious analysis. "You previously expressed a desire to encompass the allure of all five senses. Your first soul skill pertains to vision, while your second relates to touch. Thus, what remains are taste, smell, and hearing. Taste is unattainable. So if you are to pursue soul beast according to this principle, your third soul skill must either be related to smell or hearing. My personal conjecture leans towards hearing. Am I correct?" "Ah, Junfang, you are quite perceptive to deduce that," Hu Liena exclaimed, her delicate pink eyes widening in surprise as she playfully struck Junfang's shoulder with her petite fist. "Indeed, my third soul skill pertains to hearing. Though it is not solely about that, it also encompasses illusions, creating a dual sensation of allure." Hu Liena cast a flirtatious glance at Junfang, saying, "My soul skill is called Heavenly Fox's Melodious Sound, derived from a celestial fox that has lived for 1,700 years. Would you care to experience it?" Junfang felt a subtle stir in his heart as he caught the enchanting gaze of Hu Liena, who beckoned him with a delicate gesture, inviting him to witness the extraordinary skill that had delighted their captivating beauty. The amusement in Hu Liena's eyes intensified, and she playfully warned him to be cautious of his flattery and straightforwardness. Chapter 75, The Enchanting Melody of the Celestial Fox with a melodious exclamation from Hu Liena. A soft, shimmering dust enveloped her form, revealing a delicate celestial fox that flickered in and out of the mist. From her lustrous dark hair emerged two pairs of adorable fox ears, while her long tresses transitioned into a rosy hue, and her ethereal white tail swayed like a peacock's fan. As the enchanting fox spirit materialized, a wave of pink mist surged outward, creating an otherworldly atmosphere. Hu Liena, bathed in the pink radiance, appeared irresistibly alluring, her already voluptuous figure seemingly taking on a more mature charm, and her shapely legs igniting the imagination. Third soul skill, the enchanting melody of the celestial fox. A purple, 1,000-year soul ring floated in the air, casting a brilliant violet glow that enhanced the fox's allure. Ripples of pink waves undulated through the air, transforming the space into a vast, shimmering lake. The peculiar pink sound waves enveloped a wide area, leaving Junfang with no refuge within the confines of the training room. "Junfang, where are your eyes wandering?" Hu Liena's uniquely beguiling voice now resonated like a siren's whisper, her mature tone utterly captivating. The melodic sound waves collided with the walls of the training room, echoing back in layers. After only a few waves, Junfang's body began to soften, and his vision blurred, losing the clarity he once had. Despite his lingering caution, his body instinctively relaxed under the enchanting melody, lowering his defenses. Since his intention was to experience the effects of his soul skill, he refrained from blocking his ears or retaliating against the soul master, remaining rooted in place beneath the cascading sound waves. "Can you still hold on, Junfang? If it becomes too much, let your sister assist you," Hu Liena teased, her demeanor calm yet playful. As the enchanting melody morphed into Hu Liena's gentle breaths in his ears, Junfang's vision became clouded with illusions, revealing countless versions of Hu Liena. Each apparition bore a distinct appearance, continuously shifting amidst the pink mist. making it difficult for him to discern which one was the true Hu Liena. While such an illusion could prove fatal to others, it held little power over Su Junfang. Su Junfang discerns individuals through a method of fixed observation and spiritual perception, for only the true essence of a person can manifest an aura. The most excruciating torment arises from an incessant whisper, akin to a seductive melody residing within Su Junfang's mind. The words spoken by Hu Liena transform into a murmured echo, reverberating ceaselessly in his ears, igniting a subtle warmth in his lower abdomen. Due to the enclosed nature of the room, the sounds that escape collide with the walls, only to rebound, intensifying the cacophony of disarray within. Su Junfang, after listening for a while, found his steps in disarray. His mind dulled as if his own spirit were unable to command his corporeal form. Su Junfang attempted to bite his own tongue in an effort to dispel the overwhelming sensations of drowsiness and stupor, yet the effect was minimal. He then commenced to silently recite the pure heart incantation. Supreme star of the platform, transformation is ceaseless, exorcising evil spirits and binding malevolent entities, safeguarding life and body. Wisdom is clear, the mind is tranquil. The three souls endure eternally, the spirit shall not falter. The pure heart incantation, indeed one of the 8 great spells of Taoism, rejuvenated Su Junfang's spirit as he silently chanted. In this newfound clarity, he increasingly recognized the peculiarity of his previous state. In his current mental condition, even if a dagger were to be brandished before him, he would hardly exhibit any sense of caution. As Su Junfang silently recited the heart-cleansing incantation, he found himself frequently interrupted by the enchanting voice of Hu Liena. He felt as though he were enveloped in soft cotton, akin to being immersed in a warm spring. He soon realized that he was no longer in the training room, but rather bathing unclothed in a hot spring, surrounded by countless beautiful women resembling Hu Liena, who were tenderly massaging his shoulders and back, their fair bodies rendering him utterly captivated. Su Junfang clenched his teeth once more, shaking his head vigorously. Still trapped within the confines of the training room, the temporary reprieve from his hallucinations left him feeling dizzy and nauseous, as if his body lingered in a warm hot spring. Numerous sensations clashed within Su Junfang's mind, causing his eyelids to flutter uncontrollably, and his bones felt as if they had turned to jelly. Though he had not yet reached his limit, the discomfort was palpable, and Su Junfang was reluctant to endure it any longer. He gestured repeatedly to Hu Liena, urging her, "Hu Liena, please retract your soul skill." Initially, Hu Liena intended to extend the duration of her skill, as there was still considerable time remaining before reaching its maximum limit. However, upon observing Su Junfang's pallid complexion, she immediately complied and withdrew her ability. Approaching him with concern, Hu Liena gently took hold of Su Junfang's right arm, asking, "Junfang, are you all right? Did I hurt you?" "I'm so sorry." Su Junfang felt a slight dizziness, the disorienting sensation brought on by meowing lingering longer than expected. As he stood, his head felt heavy while his legs seemed light, rendering him unable to muster any strength. Consequently, he leaned against the arm and body of Hu Liena, who had come to assist him. Noticing that Su Junfang had chosen to lie directly in her embrace to conserve energy, Hu Liena could only smile wryly. She then helped him to a seat beside the training room. "Junfang, are you all right? Is my soul skill truly that powerful?" Hu Liena inquired with genuine concern, while Su Junfang reclined with the back of his head resting against the wall, attempting to regain his composure. "Ah, it's nothing serious. The soul skill is indeed formidable, but it hasn't reached the point of knocking me down entirely. I was caught off guard and took the full brunt of it, hence the dizziness. I must say, from the perspective of control-type soul skills, this one is quite remarkable. The Tianyin Fox suits me well, and I am thoroughly satisfied with the 3rd soul ring I acquired. The Tianhu Miaoin operates through auditory enchantment. Anyone who hears my voice becomes entranced, and the effect compounds with time. The longer one listens, the more pronounced the effect becomes. Indeed, I felt it personally and witnessed hallucinations. It was a most peculiar experience." "What kind of hallucinations did you see?" Hu Liena asked, intrigued. Su Junfang hesitated, finding it difficult to articulate. Observing his demeanor, Hu Liena quickly understood. "Oh, I see. Junfang, at such a tender age, you have grasped many things already. This is unavoidable. The desire for beauty resides in everyone, an uncontrollable yearning." With a sly smile, Hu Liena added, "Indeed, this is the effect of the enchanting fox." At this moment, Su Junfang had regained his composure, his speech becoming increasingly vigorous. He shifted the topic, saying, "Liena, you are undoubtedly the most formidable soul master in this elite program's preliminary selection. No one else can attain the rank of soul sovereign." Upon hearing this, Liena suddenly recalled, "Ah, now that you mention it, we have about a week until the selection. I am truly looking forward to it and curious about the opponents we will encounter." Noticing that Su Junfang no longer required support, she released her grip. "Speaking of the elite program, I presume Xieyu and Yin have already participated. Do they have any insights regarding the assessment methods?" Su Junfang pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Oh, by the way, how are Xieyu and Yin?" "I haven't been in touch with them for quite some time. You've visited Wuhuan City several times. Have you seen them?" Hu Liena nodded. "Yes. I met them once. According to my brother, he and Yin are the top performers in their elite program, quite renowned among the newcomers." "Oh, the top performers? That has to be expected. But what about the assessments?" Did they share any insights with you? Hu Liena shook her head regretfully. No, I didn't ask either. Have Yin and Xie undergone any significant changes? I've heard that one's environment can alter a person. Changes? Hu Liena reflected for a moment. It seems there has been much alteration. My brother remains as indifferent as ever, while Yin has become more straightforward. Strangely enough, he has suddenly begun to take special care of me, though I cannot fathom why. Really? Yin is suddenly attentive towards Hu Liena? Is he beginning to awaken his devoted nature? Previously, during their time at the junior academy, Yin's demeanor towards Hu Liena was quite ordinary. She hadn't noticed any special feelings he harbored for her. Yet now, having entered the elite program, his behavior has drastically changed. Though Hu Liena's comments did not overtly favor Yin, they nonetheless struck a disquieting chord within Junfang. Junfang distinctly recalls that in the original text, Yin harbored feelings for Hu Liena, to the extent of being utterly infatuated. Yin was undoubtedly a potential rival in love. Junfang could not assert whether he had developed feelings for Hu Liena. Yet, he must acknowledge a certain truth within his heart. His affection for Hu Liena had transcended the bounds of a mere friendship. While there exists a pure camaraderie between men and women, intimacy often alters its essence, leaving Junfang uncertain of the nature of his feelings for Hu Liena. Having known her for countless days and nights, their friendship had withstood the test of time, and Hu Liena had undeniably become his closest confidant. After enduring a past life where fate was dictated partly by others and partly by chance, Junfang inevitably acquired a desire for control. He wished to manage every circumstance meticulously, ensuring that nothing or no one in his vicinity would deviate from his expectations. In his subconscious, he had already begun to perceive Hu Liena as something belonging to him, which rendered him wary of any potential rival, especially Yin. In his previous life, Junfang experienced profound solitude, struggling desperately in a frigid world, devoid of true companionship among his peers. This life had not altered his temperament. Shaped by the influences of his past, he found it challenging to forge deep connections with others. Nonetheless, Hu Liena, with her genuine smile and earnest concern, had entered his heart, becoming someone he felt he could confide in and trust. Perhaps, this sensation is what one might call affection. Chapter 76, Information. Junfang and Hu Liena were seated on chairs in the training room. It was around 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the blazing sun was still illuminating the clouds of the day. However, Junfang could no longer remain still. He propped himself up with his hands on his thighs and stood up. Sister Nana, I had my grandfather gather the list of most of the students participating in the elite program this year. Once he completed the collection, he had someone assist in organizing it, highlighting several talented students. He mentioned this morning that I should come by to take a look at noon. Would you like to join me? Although Junfang was inquiring about Hu Liena, her tone resembled more of an invitation. Come. Of course I wish to see if there are any formidable soul masters who could challenge us. Hu Liena readily agreed. The two descended the stairs, engaged in light-hearted banter, and arrived before the door of the Platinum Cathedral of the Spirit Hall. Their appearances were well known to the guards of the Spirit Hall in Douluo City, allowing them to enter directly after a knock without the need for prior announcement. Junfang pushed open the heavy door and stepped into the resplendent Platinum Bishop's chamber, leaving the door ajar for Hu Liena. Following closely behind, Hu Liena entered the room. The moment they crossed the threshold, Junfang felt the penetrating gaze of Su Huanchan upon them. Su Huanchan's characteristic deep voice resonated within the confines of the room. Junfang has arrived, along with Nana. Just in time. The information on the Soul Masters that you wish to review is right here. Within this document lies the roster of Soul Masters participating in this year's elite program. It does not encompass everyone, but rather a selection of the more distinguished Soul Masters that I have curated. Familiarizing yourselves with their martial souls and soul ring configurations will undoubtedly provide you with a strategic advantage. Upon the entrance of the two individuals, Su Huanchan picked up a stack of documents that had previously been placed on the side of the table and handed it to Junfang, who had swiftly approached the desk. I glanced through them in advance. They were undoubtedly remarkable, yet none could rival the two of you. You may examine them here. But once you have finished, they must remain here, for these are confidential materials not meant for dissemination. Su Huanchan smiled warmly as he spoke to Junfang, gesturing towards the spare tables and chairs in the Platinum classroom. Very well, grandfather, you carry on with your tasks. We shall not disturb you. Junfang unceremoniously moved the document from Su Huanchan's desk to a nearby table, pulled out a chair for Hu Liena to take her seat, and then subsequently drew out another chair for himself to sit down. Junfang placed the documents between himself and Hu Liena, flipping through the pages to conduct a brief review of the individuals' profiles. Hu Liena leaned in closer. The initial pages featured individuals with a soul power of level 23, a remarkable achievement at the tender age of 12. However, the so-called documentation was not particularly comprehensive. The detail of information varied significantly from one individual to another. Some profiles elaborated on everything from lineage to martial soul attributes, while others merely stated the martial soul, lacking thoroughness in its characteristics. Junfang discovered that the young soul masters in this document were arranged sequentially according to the hierarchy of their soul power levels. Consequently, he swiftly skimmed through the earlier entries of the soul masters, specifically those ranked between levels 23 and 24. Junfang is also aware that the primary contenders for the elite tournament are selected from the two junior Soul Master Academies established by the Spirit Hall in the Tiando and Star Luo regions. Each academy, under normal circumstances, produces 480 graduates annually, resulting in a total of 960 individuals. Additionally, talents are gathered from external institutions and various other sources, with the elite program admitting no more than 200 individuals each year. Junfang did not have the leisure to count the number of 12-year-old Soul Masters at level 25. However, from his brief scan, there were at least 5 individuals. Among those who reached level 26 at the age of 12, there were 3, while 2 had attained level 27, excluding Junfang and Hu Liena. There was only one female Soul Master who had achieved level 28, named Su Jiaxuan. After reviewing this information, Junfang felt a sense of admiration. The Spirit Hall was indeed brimming with talent. Consider that Dai Mubai was only at level 25 when he was 12. This cohort of the Spirit Hall boasted nearly 10 individuals with talents comparable to his pre-immortal herb days. There were numerous others at levels 26 and 27, like Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing. It is noteworthy that Shrek Academy has struggled for many years to recruit a handful of 12-year-olds surpassing level 25, while the Spirit Hall cultivates them in bulk. This current generation alone is impressive, and one can only imagine the potential of future cohorts. Truly, the Spirit Hall is formidable in its ability to attract and nurture young prodigies. Observing Su Jiaxuan, Hu Liena remarked as she noticed Su Junfang lost in thought. Su Junfang originally intended to do so, and thus laid the final page flat upon the table, beginning to examine the information regarding Su Jiaxuan. The document contained a full-length photograph of Su Jiaxuan. She was a remarkably beautiful Soul Master, her smile radiant and composed, her features exquisitely refined. Although her figure did not possess the alluring allure of Hu Liena, she donned a flowing green garment that lent her an ethereal grace, reminiscent of a delicate fairy. Upon reviewing the details, it became apparent that Su Jiaxuan was the daughter of a border city lord from the Tiando Empire. By sending his beloved daughter to participate in the perilous elite program of the Spirit Hall, the Lord not only demonstrated his confidence in her capabilities but also evidently sought to forge a connection with the Spirit Hall. Su Jiaxuan wielded the top-tier spirit, the 9 provinces soul-binding cauldron, with her soul skills remaining unknown. However, she possessed 2 yellow 100-year soul rings. Thus, Su Jiaxuan's cultivation was commendable, albeit her participation in the elite program was limited to this. After Hu Liena perused Su Jiaxuan's information, she reclined in her chair. Clearly, having interacted with prodigious soul masters such as Su Junfang, Xiaoyu, and Yin, her standards had been elevated. In her moment of pride, as one possessing the strength of a soul respect, she allowed her talent and poise to shine forth before Su Junfang. Although Su Junfang did not perceive any sense of crisis from the textual materials, he still remarked, one cannot make such assertions. Soul power does not encompass the entirety of a soul master. It is entirely possible that a certain soul master possesses unique skills or intelligence, enabling them to triumph over opponents of a higher rank. If we continue to approach such individuals with arrogance, we risk incurring significant losses. Indeed, I shall treat each of my opponents with utmost seriousness during the competition. Hu Liena, having frequently heard Su Junfang express such sentiments, merely nodded in agreement at that moment, uncertain whether the words had truly resonated with her. Su Junfang and Hu Liena flipped through a few more pages, committing to memory the names of several individuals from the 27th and 26th levels. Having a general understanding of their martial spirits was sufficient. Should they encounter any of them during the trials, countering their techniques would not pose a challenge. Grandfather, we have finished our review. There is one final question, Su Junfang remarked as he closed the booklet. Hu Liena, trailing closely behind him, turned to listen intently to his inquiry. You have accessed the information for our benefit. Surely others would do the same, wouldn't they? How many individuals possess the qualifications to access such data as you do? Is it possible that someone could ascertain the strengths and skills of Sister Nana and me in advance? Upon hearing this, Su Huanshan smiled broadly, stroking his beard, and remarked, I can only say this. No more than 5 individuals involved in the elite program can be investigated within the Spirit Hall. The reason Su Huanshan was able to amass such comprehensive information undoubtedly relates to his status as a Platinum Bishop. The Spirit Hall maintains records on over 90% of Soul Masters across the continent, leaving little that he cannot uncover. While no one can access your detailed information, having been in the academy for so many years, you must have revealed your martial souls and soul skills to the outside world. If someone is determined to find out, they could pursue this avenue. Su Junfang nodded, finding the reasoning sound. However, his inquiry was merely casual. He did not attach great importance to it. After all, knowing about soul skills and strength was of little consequence if it ultimately came down to who possessed the mightiest fist. Su Junfang and Hu Liena bid farewell to Su Huanshan, stepping out of the Platinum Bishop's chamber. In the corridor illuminated by clear lights, the two reveled in the rare tranquility of the long hallway. Su Junfang retrieved 2 peculiar items from the depths of the moonlit night and presented them before Hu Liena. Sister Nana, these are gifts for you before the competition. You should have seen these 2 soul-guiding devices last time. They are meant for your protection. Having grown familiar with Su Junfang, Hu Liena felt no embarrassment and readily accepted the soul-guiding devices, playfully manipulating them in her hands. I have seen them before. You purchased them from that soul-guiding shop last time. How do I use them? Su Junfang chuckled. Ah, you are uncertain, aren't you? Allow me to instruct you. Su Junfang first took a metallic device resembling a gauntlet from Hu Liena and fastened it onto her right forearm. Su Junfang stepped forward, gently lifting Hu Liena's right arm with his own right hand, positioning it parallel to her shoulder. Now, channel your soul power inward. Su Junfang's voice whispered in Hu Liena's ear. Do you see this circular protrusion? Noticing that Hu Liena had infused her soul power into it, Su Junfang extended his finger to lightly tap a circular button located above the protective arm guard. When you wish to attack, simply press here. And this soul guiding device will unleash a beam of soul guiding light, equivalent to the strike of a rank 1 soul master. As Hu Liena remained focused on examining the soul guiding device, Su Junfang moved in front of her, facing her directly, and took several steps backward. He then spoke. You may now test its power. I too wish to experience what it feels like. Shall we give it a try? Captivated by Su Junfang's words, Hu Liena lifted her gaze and, maintaining her arm's position, responded, All right, since you are unperturbed. I shall give it a shot and see what this little contraption is capable of. Are you ready? Su Junfang, fearing that the golden light spell alone would be insufficient to withstand the soul-guided ray attack and its piercing strikes, summoned the heavenly sovereign mask spirit. Harnessing the power of lightning, he conjured the heavenly shield. A faint white glow enveloped Su Junfang, forming a luminous sphere that protected him securely within. I am ready. Feel free to launch your attack, he declared. All right. Hu Liena responded, her voice barely fading as her left-hand index finger gently pressed the circular button. A dark red beam surged forth from Hu Liena's right arm. The crimson light moved with remarkable speed, striking the heavenly shield in an instant. At the moment of impact, the collision between the red beam and the white barrier produced a sizzling sound reminiscent of intertwining electrical currents. The heavenly shield erupted with sparks of lightning at the point of contact, rippling with white light. Yet the initial soul-guided ray lacked the potency to penetrate the shield that Su Junfang had meticulously solidified. How does it feel? Hu Liena observed, perceiving the considerable strength of the red beam. It's manageable. The attack intensity is not particularly high, merely that of a first-ring soul master. However, it excels in its focused penetration, almost breaching the heavenly shield, Su Junfang admitted, a hint of sweat gracing his brow. I surmise that if directed at a first-ring soul master, the damage would be comparable to enduring a blow from a first soul ring's ability. Against a second-ring soul master, it could certainly create significant trouble if caught off guard. A defensive-focused soul master of the second ring, however, should be able to withstand it unscathed, while others might sustain minor injuries. And what if aimed at someone of my caliber, a soul venerable? Hu Liena posed a question. I believe that if you were struck unawares, considering your relatively fragile defenses, you would likely incur light injuries. However, if you were vigilant, it should not harm you. Su Junfang replied. This little contraption possesses quite a bit of power. Hu Liena exclaimed, it would certainly serve well for ambushes. Do not underestimate it, if widely adopted. This type of soul-guided device could indeed dominate the battlefield, Su Junfang remarked, recalling the second volume of a novel he had read, speaking with earnest conviction. However, its attack method is rather monotonous, making it susceptible to countermeasures, and its damage output is somewhat lacking, Hu Liena noted astutely. Indeed, this necessitates further research to develop a more diversified array of attacks. Hu Liena shifted the conversation, her gaze falling upon the trapezoidal cylindrical object that resembled an ornament at her waist. Oh, this? I purchased it as a set, Su Junfang replied, moving closer. The previous one is for offensive purposes, while this one is for defense. It is called a level 1 soul-guided shield. You simply place it at your waist. Su Junfang approached Hu Liena and took hold of the soul-guide shield trigger that she was examining, positioning it horizontally on her belt. As soon as the device was secured to the belt, 8 small metallic claws emerged, firmly anchoring it in place. There, it's attached. To activate the shield, simply give a tap to your waist, Su Junfang instructed Hu Liena. Following his guidance, Hu Liena tapped her waist. Instantly, a softly glowing barrier enveloped her, creating a luminous sphere with a diameter of 1 meter centered around her. Su Junfang had not retreated far. At this moment, he touched the glowing barrier with his hand, which was entwined with lightning. The white shield rippled in response, revealing that the lightning could not penetrate through it. This was a first-level soul-guiding shield. The proprietor claimed it could withstand 5 strikes from a first-level soul master. After conducting my own research, I surmised that this was not entirely accurate. The proprietor likely did not possess a thorough understanding of this soul-guiding shield. Su Junfang continued to experience the recoil provided by the soul-guiding shield while articulating his thoughts. My understanding is that this shield must possess a limit to its defensive capabilities and a degree of fatigue with use. Should an assault exceed the shield's defensive threshold, it could conceivably be torn apart in an instant. However, it stands to reason that attacks within its defensive capacity could be repelled indefinitely. Yet, this is evidently unlikely, suggesting that each utilization of the soul-guiding shield depletes some energy. Eventually, once all energy is exhausted, it would succumb. Nevertheless, If multiple attacks of the same magnitude were to converge upon a single point, they could indeed breach it. At this juncture, Hu Liena interjected. So, this shield can withstand the majority of attacks from a rank 1 Soul Master, but an attack from a rank 2 Soul Master could directly shatter it, correct? Upon hearing Hu Liena's summary, Su Junfang realized that the first-level Soul Guide shield seemed rather ineffective, leaving him momentarily stunned. With a wry smile, he remarked, "Your assessment is quite accurate. It does appear rather useless." Observing Su Junfang's dejected demeanor, Hu Liena beamed at him, saying it's not entirely without merit. It should still provide some protection against wolves and such. Wolves? Su Junfang was momentarily taken aback, casting a questioning glance towards Hu Liena. It's individuals like you. The little lecher, she teased, retracting the Soul Guide shield that enveloped her. She approached Su Junfang with swift grace and playfully pinched his cheeks, tugging at them in a delightful manner. To Hu Liena, Su Junfang appeared particularly endearing in that moment. After her playful antics, Hu Liena darted away, reminiscent of a mischievous child caught in a moment of wrongdoing. Su Junfang took a moment to comprehend that Hu Liena was jesting with him, playfully teasing him with her gestures. This was indeed a rare occurrence, as the 12-year-old Hu Liena unabashedly displayed her childlike innocence in his presence. Such unguarded innocence signified a lack of defenses, and Su Junfang found himself quite delighted by it. However, amusement aside, he felt compelled to retaliate for the playful pinch to his face, and thus he dashed after her, exclaiming, "Hu Liena, do not run away. Allow me to pinch your cheek as well. Aha, come chase me. If you catch me, I shall grant you that privilege." Her clear and spirited voice echoed through the halls of the Spirit Hall, and the lingering resonance of their playful banter became one of the most cherished memories for both Su Junfang and Hu Liena. Far away in the southwestern region of the Heavendo Empire, there existed an inconspicuous little village known as Holy Spirit Village. The village elder, Jack, leaned on his cane at the entrance of a modest dwelling, awaiting the young boy who would embark on a journey with him. The aroma of porridge wafted from within the dilapidated house. It was the last time, before heading to Notting Academy, that the 6-year-old Tang San prepared a meal for his father. His father was still asleep, and not wishing to disturb Tang San quietly stepped outside, gently closing the door behind him. "Little San, let us depart. Your lazy father will not awaken." Jack beckoned to Tang San. "Shoo." Tang San urged for silence. "Grandfather, please lower your voice. Father dislikes being disturbed during his slumber." With that, he inscribed a few lines on the ground with a charcoal pencil to bid farewell to his father. After glancing back several times, he finally left the village he had called home for 6 years, his heart heavy with reluctance. The silhouette of a stooped elder and a tender child gradually faded into the distance. Little did anyone know, a tumultuous era was about to commence. Chapter 77. The beginning of a plan. The autumn winds of September swept through the fallen leaves, producing a soft rustling sound against the ground. The howling of the wind through the trees conveyed a sense of solemnity and grandeur, while the morning breeze gently caressed the time-worn trees, whispering tales of the past. This was the day after Su Junfang and Hu Liena had examined the spirit power levels of their contemporaries. Su Huanshan dispatched individuals to convey the two to the Wuhuan city, nestled centrally between the Douluo Empire and the Heavendo Empire, which also serves as the venue for the elite program selection. The distance from the Douluo Empire to Wuhuan city is neither too far nor too close. Accompanied and safeguarded by Lu Liang, Su Junfang and Hu Liena journeyed by carriage to Wuhuan city, taking approximately 4 to 5 days. Their arrival was roughly 2 days prior to the commencement of the elite program. Numerous children, eager to partake in the elite program, were sent to Wuhuan city by their respective schools for a collective gathering and provided accommodations for rest. A portion of participants, due to their family's ample means, independently traveled to Wuhuan city, among whom was Su Junfang. Thanks to Su Huanshan's prior arrangements, Su Junfang was directly escorted by personnel from the Wuhuan temple to the designated residence for competitors in the elite program. Upon entering Wuhuan city, Hu Liena was immediately welcomed by envoys sent by the Pope to the Pope's Hall. Su Junfang currently resides in a rather secluded location, although it is in close proximity to the Papal Palace. The so-called residence is, in fact, the Academy of the elite program, the place where Su Junfang will study and cultivate over the next few years. The scope of the institutions involved in the elite program is extraordinarily vast, encompassing an area more than 3 times that of the Junior Soul Master Academy he previously attended at the Spirit Hall. The Academy's walls are a somber gray, rising to a height of 3 meters. The iron gates, painted black, evoke an involuntary sense of trepidation. Inside, the Academy is spacious, featuring numerous distinct teaching areas, with even some wooded regions designated for educational purposes. A considerable number of students have arrived at the Academy ahead of schedule, but due to Su Junfang's unique status, he has been assigned a room of his own. However, this arrangement is merely temporary and does not reflect his long-term accommodations within the Spirit City. Unlike Hu Liena, who is accustomed to the sights of Spirit City, this is Su Junfang's first visit. Despite having been accustomed to towering edifices in his past life, he cannot help but be awestruck by the grandeur and scale of Spirit City. Although Spirit City is not vast in area, its walls have been constructed in accordance with the standards of the capital city. Towering at 80 meters, the walls appear imposing from the outside. Their thickness exceeds 30 meters, entirely composed of granite. Uniquely, Spirit City is not shaped like an ordinary city with 4 sides. Rather, it is hexagonal, boasting 6 walls. Each of these walls is patrolled by soul masters clad in the uniform white attire of the Spirit Hall, exuding an air of authority. Upon each of the 6 walls, there is a magnificent golden relief, identical to the emblem on the Spirit Hall's insignia, symbolizing 6 formidable soul spirits. As Su Junfang stepped into Spirit City, his immediate impression was one of vastness. The population density within Spirit City is considerably lower than that of Luo City, and the number of shops is relatively few. These establishments primarily offer items requisite for soul masters, including various spatial storage soul guidance devices for sale. Su Junfang, intrigued by the novelty, wandered through the surrounding shops several times, ultimately realizing that the quality of the soul guides here did not match that of certain stores in Xinghua City. However, the variety was indeed abundant. What astonished Su Junfang the most was the pervasive presence of soul masters within the Soul Master City, where every aspect of life seemed to be enveloped by their influence. Even the waitstaff at the street-side eateries possessed the soul power of a 2-ringed Great Soul Master. The title of City of Soul Masters truly befits the Soul Master City. After settling in the core area of the Soul City, Su Junfang began to observe the surrounding environment and scenery. He discovered that the hexagonal Soul City was remarkably established around a hill. Upon this hill, there stood 2 striking edifices. The more magnificent of the 2, located halfway up the slope, was so grand that it could be clearly seen even from a considerable distance. Its columnar structure, adorned with a golden domed roof, shimmered radiantly under the sun's embrace, making it difficult to avert one's gaze. Su Junfang inquired with the male soul master who guided him to his residence, and learned that the magnificent edifice before him was the newly constructed papal palace. The supreme ruler of the Spirit Hall, Pope Bibi Dong, resided therein. Su Junfang surmised that Hu Liena was likely within its confines as well. Lu Liang further enlightened him with some deeper insights. The Elder Hall of the Spirit Hall also dwelled within the papal palace. Those who ascend to the status of elder must inevitably be titled Douluo. Yet these elders, being ordinary individuals, remain largely unseen and unknown. Perched atop a hill was another grand structure, significantly smaller than the papal palace, merely a third of its size. Its architectural style bore some resemblance, yet its exterior gleamed with a jade-like whiteness, far less conspicuous than the papal palace. This was presumably the legendary Douluo Hall, where generations of titled Douluo were interred. Regardless of the location of the papal palace, the Douluo Hall would invariably be constructed alongside it, positioned at a height exceeding that of the papal palace. During each grand ceremony, the Pope would personally visit the entrance of the Douluo Hall to pay homage, and even the Pope, prior to death, held no right to enter the Douluo Hall. Although Su Junfang himself harbored no particular faith, upon entering the Spirit City, he felt a peculiar sensation arise within him, as if a measure of reverence had been instilled in his heart. The presence of numerous significant symbolic structures within the Spirit City, coupled with its solemn and unassailable atmosphere, rendered it a revered sanctuary for soul masters across the realm. As 2 days slipped by like a torrent obscuring hidden reefs, the night receded like the tide, revealing a clear sky previously shrouded in darkness. Those participating in the elite program gathered, guarded at their designated lodgings, forming a relatively orderly assembly. Under the guidance of several soul masters, they marched in unison towards the spacious Academy Square, with strict discipline enforced by the multitude of soul masters. Over 1,000 individuals aligned themselves neatly within the square, standing in well-organized rows and columns. At the age of 10, Su Junfang stands at a height of 1.44 meters. While he is considered tall among his peers of the same age, he appears rather average in stature when placed among a group of 12-year-old boys. Leading to his assignment at the front of the line, the lineup is organized randomly by height, with both boys and girls standing together without much formality. Su Junfang glanced around, attempting to locate Hu Liena's figure. However, before he could search thoroughly, a soul master approached and tapped him on the shoulder, advising him against casting his gaze indiscriminately. Reluctantly, Su Junfang acquiesced. Once the soul masters had organized their teams, they positioned themselves at the forefront, center, and rear of each group, while a few others stood guard at the periphery of the square. Su Junfang focused his gaze, employing the fixed observation method to scrutinize the teachers who stood prominently in the open. Each of them exuded a formidable aura, none possessing a cultivation below the soul sect, with many likely being soul kings and soul emperors. In certain imperceptible realms, Su Junfang sensed an overwhelming pressure, although he could not pinpoint the exact soul masters. Their potency suggested the presence of concealed soul saints and soul duos. Without allowing the young soul masters present to linger in anticipation, a middle-aged soul master, radiating authority, approached the elite new recruits, flanked by several equally seasoned colleagues. This middle-aged figure possessed a robust physique, standing tall with a square face. As he lightly touched the ground, he effortlessly levitated, landing with precision upon a sturdy stone pillar, as if he possessed eyes at the back of his head. Excellent, all participants are accounted for. I shall not dwell on discipline. You should be well aware of the purpose of your presence here. This is the elite program, designed to forge you fledgling eagles through rigorous trials, ultimately producing true hunters. His voice resonated powerfully, enveloping every individual present in a sonic embrace, and given his aerial display, it was evident he was at least a soul saint. Although today does not mark the official commencement of the elite program, I must clarify one crucial point. From the moment you embark on this path, you are destined to face countless challenges, eliminations, and even the specter of death. I can assure you that the elite program has a mortality threshold. Failure to keep pace with the curriculum may lead to fatal consequences. Furthermore, be advised that the elimination rate is exceedingly high. Nearly half will be dismissed by the end of the first semester. As the middle-aged man observed the anxious expressions of the students, he continued, I am not exaggerating. The competition and elimination will be fierce. By graduation, if a mere 100 of you remain, it will be considered an exceptional outcome. Having reached this juncture, there is no turning back. What follows is merely the foundational entrance test for the elite program, serving as an assessment of what you have learned during your 6 years at the Spirit Hall S Junior Academy. The difficulty of this test is quite low, and the elimination rate is not particularly high. It merely serves as a threshold to filter out the unqualified. The true tests of your abilities will arise once you officially commence the elite program. Now, I will elucidate the rules of this test. You must listen attentively, as I will only state them once. Chapter 78. Test rules. There are currently 882 individuals present. This cohort excludes all non-combat students from the food, healing, and support categories, who will undergo a different assessment process. The middle-aged man began to announce the test rules in a grave tone, his voice amplified by his soul power, resonating in all directions. The students beneath the stone pillar listened intently, silent and disciplined, far surpassing the demeanor of their contemporaries in previous lives. This implies that all 882 individuals present possess the capability and must have the skills to survive alone for a period in a soul beast forest. This assessment will divide the 882 participants into 4 groups, each to be deployed into one of 4 specially designated forests nurtured by the Spirit Hall for testing purposes. Your arrangement has been randomized. You may recognize some peers, while others will be strangers. Shortly, instructors will distribute 3 iron plates to each of you. After receiving these plates, you may choose to conceal them or display them openly at your discretion. As mentioned, there are 4 forests and 4 testing grounds. Once all participants are released into a designated forest, the test commences. The requirement is to survive within the confines of the specified forest for 5 days. The forest is neither too large nor too small. You will be placed in a relatively central location. Survival encompasses securing your own water, food, and shelter each day. Moreover, this test operates on a point system. At the conclusion of the 5 days, any participant whose score meets or exceeds 20 will have successfully passed this trial. Each iron plate represents 5 points. Thus, 3 plates yield 15 points. You may compete for each other's plates, but exercise caution to avoid inflicting lethal harm. This assessment does not prioritize ranking. It is a straightforward evaluation of your capabilities as soul masters. Furthermore, each of the 4 forests will house an average of 4,000-year soul beasts, alongside numerous 100-year and 10-year soul beasts. At this juncture, the middle-aged soul master paused, as the students below erupted in murmurs. Once silence returned, he resumed. Each 1,000-year soul beast slain will yield 20 points. A 100-year soul beast will grant 10 points. And a 10-year soul beast will provide 5 points. This indicates that each participant must either seize a plate from a competitor or at least hunt a soul beast. Additionally, there may be discarded plates from previous participants within the forests. Should anyone be fortunate enough to discover a lost plate, it can be claimed, each also counting as 5 points. The points from the plates are dynamic and can be taken, while the points from hunting soul beasts are fixed and cannot be appropriated by others. Should any participants wish to assist one another, that is permissible. The rules regarding points for assisting remain the same. While points from hunting cannot be transferred, those from the plates can be. Your points will be meticulously recorded by designated soul masters, with a summary at the end of the 5th day. You must continuously monitor your scores to ensure you meet the passing criteria. If not, prompt action is advised. This assessment carries inherent dangers. Fatalities are not uncommon. Should you be killed or rescued by an instructor within the 5 days, regrettably, you will forfeit your eligibility to continue. I must inform you that this examination will inevitably result in eliminations, as the total points available are insufficient for all 882 participants to succeed. Upon hearing this, some students displayed clear signs of anxiety, likely due to their insufficient soul power and fears of elimination. Is everything clear? The middle-aged man inquired assertively, his commanding tone suppressing any inclination among the students to respond. Understood. They ultimately echoed in unison. Excellent. The instructors will now distribute the iron plates. The middle-aged man did not dwell on the students' lack of volume, but waved his hand, prompting the surrounding soul masters into action. The distribution of the plates was swift. Within a few breaths, Junfang found himself holding the so-called point plate. The plate was black, engraved with the emblem comprising 6 martial souls from the Spirit Hall. Smooth in texture and glistening in the sunlight, Once the distribution was complete, the middle-aged man gestured, "Proceed to the designated area. Come this way. Follow closely." A gaunt, skull-like soul master with a grim expression beckoned Su Junfang and the 200-plus members of his group, having previously stood at the forefront of their assembly. Su Junfang and his companions followed the skeletal-faced soul master like mere shadows, with their classmates divided into 5 columns. An inspecting soul master trailed behind at the end of the line. Su Junfang discreetly observed the expressions of his fellow students, noting a spectrum of emotions ranging from fear and anxiety to excitement. This group of over 200 individuals was ushered into several enormous flying soul-guiding devices, which resembled vast circular discs. One soul master operated the device while the others stood orderly upon its surface. As the disc ascended and departed from the soul master city, it covered a considerable distance before Su Junfang spotted a dense forest below, prompting the soul-guiding device to suddenly decelerate, descending to a lower altitude. It hovered momentarily in the air. The abrupt sound of applause jolted the previously silent students from their reverie. Everyone looked up, awaiting the soul master's instructions. It was the skeletal-faced soul master who, with his lips moving, declared, "Stand at attention. We have arrived." Pointing towards the entrance of the soul-guiding device, he continued, "Do you see that door? The forest below is your examination ground. Shortly, the flying device will circle within the woods. When I say jump, you shall leap one by one. At this height, no one will perish." Su Junfang was indifferent, yet many timid soul masters turned pale, their legs trembling. Some, afflicted with acrophobia, wore expressions of distress. The skeletal-faced soul master, unfazed by their fear, continued, "Upon jumping, you will be randomly deposited at various locations within the forest. From the moment your feet touch the ground, the test has commenced. As previously stated by your instructor, it is only when you see the fireworks in the sky signaling the end of the test that it officially concludes. Afterward, you will be escorted out of the forest. Should there be any changes or warnings during the trial, be vigilant for any flashes of fireworks above. Now, proceed to enter." The skeletal figure stepped aside, granting passage to the front row of 5 individuals in the line of 200. The youthful soul master in the front row, evidently inexperienced, gulped at the sight of the ominous, gaping black doorway, instinctively recoiling in trepidation. The flying disc soul tools did not obstruct their vision, and Su Junfang observed several others entering the forest in succession. One by one, the students leapt through the doorway, as if being devoured by a beast. A few soul masters, paralyzed by fear, trembled and hesitated to jump, only to be unceremoniously kicked down by the skeletal-faced soul master. The throng surged forward, and Su Junfang noticed the number of soul masters in front of him gradually diminishing. At last, it was his turn. Su Junfang glanced back, ensuring there was no familiar face on the disc beneath her, before leaping down. The deep green below became vividly clear. Chapter 79, The Hunter. Su Junfang felt as though she had passed through a veil of wind, and the scene before her expanded rapidly. As Su Junfang borrowed strength from the surroundings and executed a graceful roll, he found himself amidst the embrace of the forest. Upon landing, Su Junfang instantly transformed into a vigilant cheetah, crouched low to the ground, ever watchful of being detected by those nearby. Su Junfang surveyed his surroundings. He had been deposited in a dense jungle, teeming with lush vegetation, crouched amidst the underbrush. He attentively scrutinized his surroundings and pricked up his ears to listen for any sounds in the vicinity. There were no audible signs of spirit masters descending upon the forest, and the frisbee had already soared into the distance. After a while, Su Junfang felt a semblance of calm wash over him. At the very least, he had not encountered any immediate dangers nearby, yet he remained cautious, resolutely maintaining his prone position. Su Junfang closed his eyes, and blue-white arcs of electricity danced among his hair. Faint brainwaves emanated from him, radiating outward in all directions and enveloping the surrounding forest within a 30-meter radius. The electromagnetic waves reflected the outlines of all objects obstructing this energy's dispersion back to Su Junfang's mind. At that moment, with his eyes shut, he could perceive the entirety of his surroundings far more acutely than through mere sight or sound. In an instant of mental imaging, he grasped the distribution of various creatures within this area. The forest was dense, with lush, towering ancient trees standing every few steps, although the surrounding weeds were tall. The thick underbrush did not conceal many soul beasts. Su Junfang discovered 3 10-year soul beasts and a student hidden in the distant thicket within a radius of 15 meters. After confirming that the surrounding environment was safe, Su Junfang cautiously rose from the ground, although his posture remained low and stealthy. He crept silently on tiptoe to the trunk of a tree positioned to his left, peering cautiously to catch a glimpse of the student's location in the distance. Su Junfang approached silently. The towering trees that stood a few paces apart served as his most excellent concealment. He crept forward step by step, the target blissfully unaware, fixated on the swaying underbrush that danced with the breeze. Under Su Junfang's impeccable stealth, he now found himself merely a single tree's breadth away from the coveted soul master. Su Junfang breathed silently, her body pressed against the rough surface of the ancient tree. Her hands, clasped in a gripping manner, latched onto the trunk, while her fingertips savored the tree's rugged bark. Simultaneously, her feet ascended soundlessly. With the agility of a lizard clinging to a cliff, Su Junfang employed both hands and feet, her limbs clinging to the tree as if equipped with suction pads, firmly anchored against its back. In the blink of an eye, She had reached the stout branch that extended from the top of the ancient tree. Su Junfang ascended further, finding himself atop the grand tree. He extended his right foot to gently test the strength of one of the branches, and the reassuring feedback he received eased his mind. The branch was sufficiently sturdy to support his weight. Su Junfang slightly shifted her position, gently transitioning her feet from the slanted trunk of the tree to the branches. Assuming a half-squatting posture, Su Junfang gazed down with a detached expression at the concealed soul master below, then lifted his gaze to the thicket that the youth was vigilantly watching. Within the thicket resided a soul beast in the form of a rabbit. Approximately 50 years in cultivation, its fur a pristine white, gleaming like fine jade. Its delicate, pink forelimbs rested upon the soft earth as it brought its mouth to the nearest blades of grass, nibbling with rhythmic precision, while the rabbit appeared harmless at first glance. Its most astonishing feature was the singular eye that sprouted from its forehead. The three faintly crimson eyes rendered the creature imbued with an inexplicable eeriness. Behold, the three-eyed demon rabbit. Su Junfang instantly recognized this soul beast. It is one of the rabbit-type soul beasts frequently found on the outskirts of the Stardow forest. Although its attack power is not particularly formidable and its speed ranks merely in the middle among its kind. This rabbit possesses three magical eyes that endow it with considerable psychic abilities. Any soul master or soul beast that gazes into its eyes will experience a momentary lapse of consciousness, during which the startled three-eyed magic rabbit seizes the opportunity to make its escape. Su Junfang shifted his gaze back to the young spirit master who was almost directly below him, although he could not discern the spirit master's level at a glance. Within the scope of the Dingshi observation method, the boy's aura appeared unremarkable, posing little threat. Su Junfang's gaze was steadfastly fixed upon a person and a beast below, while his mind began to contemplate the life plan for the next 5 days and the achievements he wished to attain. Firstly, concerning sustenance, water, and food. Su Junfang had little need for concern regarding these necessities, as he had always taken pleasure in carrying an array of items that could prove useful in unforeseen circumstances. Within his moonlit Hell Soul Guide, there was a generous reserve of food and water, sufficient to sustain him for an entire week. Others, lacking such provisions, might find themselves perilously searching for water sources and sustenance within the forest, a venture fraught with danger and a waste of precious time. As for a place to rest, Su Junfang resolved to explore the vicinity after concluding the current matters to determine whether to sleep in a tree or excavate a concealed cave. He also held unique insights regarding the point system. He had attentively listened to the middle-aged soul master outline the rules. While the points associated with the iron plate could be seized, the points earned from hunting soul beasts could not. Therefore, to ensure his safety, Su Junfang opted to hunt soul beasts. Even if someone were to ambush him and steal his iron plate, he would still retain the points accrued from hunting soul beasts. And it seemed unlikely that any fellow students present could successfully launch a surprise attack against him. Su Junfang has always favored stability. He would never recklessly seek the Millennium Soul Beast that could yield 20 points with a single kill, as the risks are substantial and it is likely to provoke a collective assault. Su Junfang's plan was quite straightforward. He intended to locate 4 10-year soul beasts, hunt them down, and then remain hidden until the conclusion of the test. This strategy would ensure that he exerted minimal effort and avoided placing himself in perilous situations. In Su Junfang's eyes, the challenge of finding 10-year soul beast was hardly a concern. He possessed the ability to detect the fluctuations of soul power from surrounding creatures, making the search for both individuals and items exceedingly simple. These thoughts had taken root in his mind after listening to the middle-aged soul master elucidate the rules. However, at this moment, his cautious demeanor was confronted by a fellow student who was decidedly less prudent. Su Junfang is, in essence, a person devoid of principles, with remarkably low standards. He is inclined to pursue actions that benefit him, regardless of their moral implications. Furthermore, his past experiences as an assassin have cultivated within him a somewhat sinister psychological inclination, or perhaps a fascination with malevolence. He revels in the role of the hunter, finding pleasure in lurking within the shadows, observing as his prey, exposed to the light, is silently dispatched. This brings him a peculiar sense of gratification, bordering on the perverse. Thus, even if this particular student poses no significant threat to him, he will indulge in his wicked tendencies and eliminate the student. Such an action cannot be deemed meaningless. The satisfaction it brings to his mind and body renders it worthwhile. Moreover, the presence of this student is undeniably irksome to him. In a vast jungle, there can only be one apex predator. At this moment, Su Junfang remained perched atop the treetop, casting a fleeting glance at the motionless soul master sprawled on the ground below. Though he pondered extensively, it all transpired in a mere instant. Upon witnessing the soul master and the distant soul beast, Su Junfang's mind began to calculate. Although his aim was to acquire 4 10-year soul beasts, such creatures were relatively easy to find. There was no need to expend effort hunting the 3-eyed demon rabbit and thus revealing his presence to the other students. Conversely, this particular student was of greater value than a 10-year soul beast, for he possessed 3 iron plates. Su Junfang primarily chose to hunt soul beasts due to the stability of the points earned being intrinsically linked to his own abilities. However, the opportunity presented by the iron metal was too enticing to dismiss. Nonetheless, the immediate priority was to observe the soul master for a period, allowing for a thorough assessment of his prowess before making any decisions. Judging by his demeanor, It appeared that this soul master had detected the three-eyed magic rabbit and was preparing to launch a surprise attack. Yet, aware that any abrupt movements might startle the creature and squander the chance to hunt a soul beast, he remained concealed in the grass, patiently awaiting the moment when the three-eyed magic rabbit would completely lower its guard. As soon as Junfang awaited the moment when the youthful soul master below had vanquished the three-eyed magic rabbit and let his guard down, he was confident in his ability to strike the student into unconsciousness with a single blow. Movement was afoot. Junfang's gaze swept over the boy as the spirit of the soul master manifested instantaneously, a cerulean magic wolf materializing behind him. The boy's physique underwent a striking transformation. With the crackling sound of bones, both muscles and skeleton expanded simultaneously, his form becoming notably more imposing. His long hair was also tinted a vivid blue. Like the wind, the boy dashed forth, his limbs springing into action with the ferocity of a wild wolf on the hunt. Before the three-eyed magic rabbit could react, the sharp claws sank mercilessly into its fur. The once pristine white of the three-eyed magic rabbit was soon stained crimson, resembling a bloodied white rose. Witnessing this unfolding scene, Junfang could not help but admire the poignant tableau of nature's ruthless law of the jungle. Observing that his claws alone could not vanquish the three-eyed magic rabbit, the boy swiftly turned his head, and the spectral figure of the azure wolf clamped down upon the rabbit's neck, blood gushing and splattering across the boy's face. Despite being smeared in gore, Junfang could still discern the thrill reflected in the boy's eyes. It seemed he believed he had nearly passed the trial. Junfang pondered how the teachers of the spirit hall quantified the number of soul beasts hunted by the students. Could it be that someone was watching over them, counting meticulously? With this thought in mind, Junfang raised his gaze and scanned his surroundings, hoping to catch sight of any concealed spirit masters. However, no matter how he employed his observational techniques, he found no trace of other spirit masters nearby. Junfang's attention returned to the young soul master below. The youth, seemingly anxious about the accuracy of the points to be awarded after the test, cruelly severed the head of the rabbit and hung it at his waist. A little fatigued, he slumped against the ancient tree behind him, leaning against the trunk as he caught his breath. Upon noticing the white soul ring floating above the corpse of the three-eyed magic rabbit, a smile crept across his lips, revealing an unmistakable sense of achievement. Seeing the boy smile, Junfang also chuckled, his laughter tinged with a cruel and playful undertone. How could you slay such a charming creature? Allow me to avenge the rabbit on its behalf. I hope that in a few minutes, your face will still radiate such a bright and sunny smile. If someone were to gaze from afar at the boy who had killed the rabbit, they would surely be taken aback. 4. Descending slowly from the tree against which the youth leaned, was a terrifying humanoid spider. Its legs seemed to be composed of sticky hairs, silently adhering to the trunk. The legs coiled around the tree began to descend slowly, while two arms ominously hung above the boy's head. Yet, the young soul master remained blissfully unaware. Lost in the beauty of the morning and the exhilaration of having vanquished his prey, much like an innocent child wandering deeper into a dark forest. Chapter 80. Murder and Burial. Junfang discerned everything the moment the young boy, who boasted of his martial soul, revealed his ability to hunt the three-eyed demon rabbit. Presently, this lad was merely a spirit master of the first rank, seemingly possessing a soul power of around level 18. The criteria for selection in the elite program allows participation for those above level 15, making 18 a rather average level of cultivation. However, Junfang could not immediately identify the boy's martial soul, as the appearances of wolf-type martial souls tend to be quite similar. Upon the boy's manifestation of his martial soul, with fur exhibiting a greenish hue, Junfang deduced that it could either be the wind demon wolf or the wind spirit wolf. Only wolf-type martial souls associated with the wind attribute would display such a coloration, and generally, wind attribute martial souls are not particularly strong in terms of power and defense. Thus, Junfang felt no apprehension that the boy could evade his pursuit through sheer brute force. Contemplating this in his mind, Junfang gradually lowered his body against the tree trunk. In his hands, a robust iron chain materialized, freshly retrieved from the soul guide device at his waist. The iron chain, tightly coiled around his hands, dangled ominously closer to the boy's head. Junfang forcefully thrust the iron chain downward. The chain tightly encircled the young man's neck, and with his hands crossed, Junfang wrapped the chain around the youth's neck once more, securing it with an additional loop. Junfang exhibited immense strength, utilizing his lower body to coil around the trunk of a tree, while his arms, relying solely on a single iron chain, lifted a soul master from the ground. The moment the chain entwined the youth, Junfang no longer concealed his power. His formidable martial spirit manifested in a tempest of lightning, coursing through the metal chain and electrifying the youth's limbs and body, creating a fearsome display of electric brilliance. Junfang held the iron chain firmly, while his lower body retreated towards the tree, the boy bound by the chain gradually lifting off the ground. The youth struggled desperately, yet the surging electric shocks caused him excruciating pain and convulsions, leaving his body heated and powerless. He clutched the cold metal around his neck tightly, his legs kicking violently up and down in a frantic effort to escape, his face turning a deep shade of purple. Junfang hoisted the youth to a certain height and ceased retreating further, leaving the adolescent suspended in a state of utter helplessness and suffocation, subjected to such torment while simultaneously being assailed by violent thunderbolts. Even a one-ring soul master, whose physical constitution far surpasses that of ordinary mortals, would inevitably succumb to unconsciousness within a minute, with death becoming an absolute certainty within 5. Moreover, Su Junfang possessed some knowledge of human anatomy. Thus, the iron chains were deliberately positioned to constrict the major arteries on either side of the youth's neck, severing the blood supply and accelerating the onset of fatal shock. Su Junfang initially intended to dispose of the young man in this manner. However, less than a minute after he had tightened his grip around the boy's neck, he suddenly felt a sensation along his spine as if someone had touched him. Su Junfang was suddenly drenched in a cold sweat. He recognized that sensation. It was the presence of a more powerful soul master, whose intent or a semblance of murderous aura brushed against him. This was likely a warning from the supervising instructor nearby, cautioning him not to overstep his bounds. Su Junfang's expression darkened. He detested being surveilled. Especially after conducting a thorough inspection without uncovering anything, he felt a sense of frustration. Nevertheless, having already been cautioned by the proctor, he resolved to grant the boy, who hunted rabbits, a swift resolution. After all, Su Junfang's objective was to succeed in the examination, rather than to hunt down soul masters. The middle-aged soul master had initially advised against leaving a negative impression on the proctor. Su Junfang pondered whether this would leave a negative impression on the invigilator. As Su Junfang contemplated this, he had already taken action. He switched from holding the iron chain with both hands to wielding it with one, freeing the other hand to form a blade. A burst of blue electric light surged from his hand as it sliced towards the left carotid artery of the rabbit-slaying youth. In an instant, the overwhelming force and numbing sensation rendered the struggling boy motionless. His body slumped, akin to a lifeless corpse suspended by Su Junfang from the iron chain. Su Junfang quietly released his right hand, gently laying the lifeless body of the boy, bound by iron chains, onto the ground. The boy's complexion was a ghastly shade of purple, with unmistakable marks of crimson around his neck, evidence of the strangulation inflicted by Su Junfang. Su Junfang, with a swiftness akin to that of a nimble monkey, gracefully leaped from the ancient tree. Prior to his descent, he had meticulously surveyed the surroundings, ensuring that apart from the elusive supervising teacher, no one else was present. Su Junfang crouched slightly before the young man, reaching a hand beneath his nose. There was still breath. He was not yet deceased. Su Junfang examined the youth, finding him to be largely unscathed, his hands wandering over the boy's form as if he were a morbid examiner. After a considerable pause, Su Junfang ceased his exploration, having acquired 3 iron tokens in the process. The youth, whether due to poverty or a deliberate choice, possessed not a single decent soul guide on his person. Naturally, this was the conclusion Su Junfang arrived at, as he hailed from Xinglua City, a place teeming with affluence where the populace commonly own soul guides. In truth, however, soul guides are regarded as rare and costly items across the continent, and most common households lack the leisure to invest in such luxuries. Su Junfang had acquired 3 iron badges, and his points had risen from 15 to 39, which slightly lifted his spirits. After retracting the iron chain back into his soul guide, he took care to conceal the unconscious body of the rabbit-slaying youth, hiding him in the grass. This would diminish the chances of detection and attack by soul beasts, and Su Junfang was moved by his own kindness. Aware of the possibility of an examiner watching from above, he refrained from lingering in the area, leaping gracefully into the dense foliage, akin to a cheetah using the forest to cloak its movements. All that remained was the rabbit-slaying youth, lying flat with only his head exposed, buried beneath the earth and flowers, alongside the lifeless rabbit. Soul Emperor Zhou Kun exhaled deeply. Ah, this lad is impressive. Where did he hone such skills? Beside him, a rugged man marveled at Su Junfang's retreating figure. 2 soul masters perched in a nearby tall tree surveyed the scene below. It was almost a fatal encounter. I gave him a hint, thinking he would release the chains to let the person go. Zhou Kun mused, astonished by the swift execution of a neck strike. I initially thought he was in a frenzy, ready to kill, but instead, he merely rendered the individual unconscious and buried him. Quite remarkable indeed. It seems this cohort will not be devoid of conflict, the rugged man remarked, voicing his judgment. The man, named Stanford, was also a soul emperor, alongside Zhou Kun and a few colleagues tasked with monitoring and scoring in this area. From the moment Su Junfang was teleported to when he stealthily ascended the tree, Stanford and Zhou Kun had observed it all, entertained by the unfolding drama. When the agile youth brandished the iron chain to restrain someone, it appeared he was not merely jesting. Zhou Kun, known for his advocacy of gentleness, instinctively issued Su Junfang a mental warning. Taking lives during the foundational assessment was unnecessary. Although the youth's reaction took them both by surprise, it ultimately fell within acceptable boundaries. They felt no pity for the youth slain by Su Junfang. The Soul Master realm was ruthless, a survival of the fittest. This time, their warnings had spared the youth's life, but next time, there might be no one to offer a warning, leading to his demise. However, burying a person in the ground was an unexpected twist. Should the opportunity arise in the future, they would certainly encourage this boy to learn from old iron. He had an affinity for such intriguing youths. Stanford regarded Su Junfang with admiration as he walked further away. Even if Su Junfang concealed himself expertly, the varying ranges of spiritual detection revealed entirely different perceptions. Zhou Kun, Upon hearing Stanford's words, refrained from comment and said, "No more chatter, let us continue observing. We must be vigilant. The death of a student would not bode well for us. What's there to fear? We have casualty quotas," Stanford replied, acknowledging the point. Junfang believed he had temporarily stepped out of his teacher's watchful gaze, constantly disseminating threads of mental sensitivity to perceive the surrounding creatures, cautiously advancing into the distance. Occasionally, discs soared overhead, likely signifying that the Soul Masters aboard had completed their deployments. Thus, the selection assessment had officially commenced. As he walked, Junfang's vision suddenly brightened. It seemed that the threads of his mental sensitivity had detected something. His spiritual perception was indeed remarkably effective. Chapter 81. The corpse of the soul beast. Electromagnetic waves can propagate through any medium. When electromagnetic waves encounter solid obstacles during their transmission, particularly those made of metal, their energy may diminish or vanish entirely. This phenomenon occurs because solid obstacles, especially metals, possess a high density. When electromagnetic waves attempt to traverse these materials, commonly referred to as the propagation of electromagnetic waves, their feeble energy is absorbed by the obstacle. Therefore, when we typically seek to shield against ordinary electromagnetic waves, it is quite simple to enclose them with a metallic barrier. As Junfang traversed the electromagnetic waves he emitted revealed the distribution and contours of ordinary obstacles upon impact. Whenever there existed a significant density of obstacles along the path of the electromagnetic waves, they would vanish without a trace, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Junfang's brainwaves radiated in all directions, signifying that although the transmission was not profound, it still permeated into the depths of the earth. The shallow underground layers consisted entirely of soil and vegetation, occasionally interspersed with gravel. Deeper down, Junfang sensed an expanse of chilling darkness, devoid of any soul energy feedback or the brainwaves of living beings. Just moments ago, he detected a small area within the soft mud below, where his mental perception revealed an extremely dense substance, likely of iron composition. Why would there be iron within the soil? It was probable that this was the fortunate iron plate mentioned by the middle-aged soul master, which had previously fallen from a student in the forest. To his astonishment, he was so fortunate as to receive 20 points right upon his arrival at the examination site. This total of 20 points included the 15 points acquired from the unfortunate young rabbit. Reflecting on this, Junfang suddenly pondered whether his mental perception could serve another purpose in this test, to radiate outward and sense every corner of the vicinity, thereby detecting those dense yet compact objects. This approach might enable him to swiftly locate the concealed iron plates or even discern where each individual had hidden their own possessions. Junfang swiftly approached the land that eluded his detection. With both hands, he invoked the incantation of golden light, rendering the soil beyond the confines of his palms. With a modest exertion of strength, he unearthed the patch of earth. Junfang's hand brushed against a cold, hard object. Upon retrieving it, he discovered it to be a metal plaque. The intricate patterns etched upon the plaque were identical to those adorning Junfang's own attire. The only flaw was that it was marred by a considerable amount of dirt, rendering it rather unkempt. Nevertheless, Junfang paid little heed to these trivial imperfections. With a simple sweep of golden light, he cleared away the larger clumps of dirt from the surface of the plaque, though the grime lodged in its crevices remained beyond his reach. After his efforts, the plaque appeared, at least, somewhat less soiled. Junfang delicately brushed his hand against his waist, where the iron badge was securely stored within the folds of his attire. His score had ascended by 5 points, rising from 30 to 35. It is indeed rare for one to attain such points upon entering the examination grounds. However, the greater challenge lies in preserving the score over the ensuing days, lest one be eliminated prematurely due to concerns for safety. With a discerning eye, Junfang understood that incapacitating an opponent would result in the confiscation of their entire iron badge, rather than the merciful retention of a single piece. While there may exist a few benevolent individuals among the other participants, they are undoubtedly in the minority. The majority would likely seize all of a rival's iron badges without hesitation. Consequently, those stripped of their badges would find themselves bereft, compelled to hunt down more individuals and soul beasts to reclaim their standing. Those with ample points would be inclined to seize even more, while those with fewer points might struggle to accumulate the requisite credentials. The iron badges and soul beasts prepared by the Spirit Hall are woefully insufficient to satisfy the insatiable appetite of the Soul Masters. In such a fiercely competitive environment, it is inevitable that the ranks of the eliminated will swell. Even soul beasts have their limits. Should the soul beasts be vanquished and a portion of the participants still lack sufficient points, it is likely that they would begin to scheme and contend against one another. Junfang became acutely aware of the circumstances at hand. The battles in the final days were bound to be far more intense than those of the preceding days. What currently loomed was merely the ominous cloud before the tempest, steadily gathering its rain. Upon reaching such a conclusion, Junfang yearned to expedite the hunting of the 4 10-year soul beasts he had meticulously calculated, with the acquisition of bound points. He might even be inclined to bestow his iron medals upon others in exchange for favors and benefits. In essence, the advantages were manifold. Junfang's mind was awash with chaotic thoughts, yet his subconscious remained vigilant, attuned to the safety of his surroundings. He had relinquished his initial state of extreme caution. opting instead for a more conventional upright sprint. This expediency, however, came with its own perils. While his divine sense was a valuable guide, it was not infallible. Currently, the range of Su Junfang's mental acuity extended only to a radius of 15 meters, while the attack range of soul masters and their techniques far exceeded this limit. Should he become overly reliant on the imagery provided by his divine sense, he risked being ambushed by distant foes, thus falling prey to their rhythm and becoming ensnared in a dire predicament. Moreover, Su Junfang remained perplexed as to how those several observing soul masters had evaded detection by his divine sense. Could it be that exceptional soul power truly granted one the ability to manipulate their surroundings, rendering their presence imperceptible to mental scrutiny? Su Junfang traversed nearly 2 kilometers, yielding no results. As he continued his journey through the dense thicket, he suddenly found his pace faltering, his breath becoming somewhat labored, and instinctively came to a halt. At that moment, he was walking amidst the thickly wooded forest when he caught sight of dragging bloodstains on the ground, which extended ahead of him. Su Junfang raised his gaze and observed that the bloodstains had not been dragged too far. Approximately 10 paces away, he beheld a deer-like spirit beast. Its neck grievously slashed open. Vivid blood gushed forth from the gaping wound, revealing evidence of prior splatter, indicative of a swift and merciless strike by another spirit master that had severed its carotid artery. The ethereal blood of the deceased spirit beast is highly alluring to other spirit beasts. Thus, should other spirit masters be so inclined, they could exploit the carcass of this fallen creature as bait to lure in an abundance of additional spirit beasts. Su Junfang hastily employed his spiritual perception to sense the surrounding scenery and creatures. Utilizing this ability consumed mental energy, which is why he had previously ceased its use. However, he now resumed it. Waves of intangible energy rippled outward, and in an instant, Su Junfang concluded that there were no observers nearby. Surprisingly, although no living beings were present, he discovered not far off the remains of a deceased soul beast, a leopard soul beast, its throat similarly slashed. The method of death for these 2 soul beasts suggested they had perished at the hands of the same soul master. It was highly probable that this soul master had already departed, and Su Junfang could only speculate that he had waited a long time for prey to arrive, using the carcasses of the soul beasts as bait, before ultimately leaving in frustration. Of course, all of this was merely conjecture on Su Junfang's part, and he remained uncertain of the true course of events. Su Junfang was reluctant to encounter another potentially threatening spirit master at this juncture, as such an encounter would only deplete both his energy and spirit power while serving no beneficial purpose. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to collect the relatively intact carcass of a cheetah spirit beast and store it in the moonlit Ka, opting for a path through the forest that diverged from the direction in which the deceased deer and cheetah lay, thereby minimizing the chance of an unwelcome confrontation. Given that these spirit beasts had been carelessly discarded, he resolved to make use of their remains to lure other spirit beasts. It was even conceivable that any spirit master who stumbled upon the carcasses and engaged him might misinterpret his intentions and tactics. Su Junfang walked for approximately half an hour, and the arrangement of the trees before him gradually became more sparse. The chilling aura stirred up gusts of fallen leaves, which rustled softly against the ground. Su Junfang halted, surveying the surroundings. The area was spacious, yet the options for concealment were relatively scarce, with only the trees and a few lush patches of grass available for refuge. Su Junfang listened intently, subsequently releasing an unerring electromagnetic wave once more, which indeed brought him considerable astonishment. Not far away, amidst a cluster of underbrush, coiled a serpentine soul beast. The detected imagery suggested that its size was not particularly large. While size is a significant criterion for assessing the cultivation level of a soul beast, one must not fall into the fallacy that greater size equates to greater prowess. A smaller soul beast does not necessarily indicate a lower level of cultivation. Many diminutive soul beasts possess lethal capabilities, such as the soul beast slayer, the emerald demon bird, and the ice blue scorpion of the far north. Most serpentine soul beasts tend to inhabit terrestrial environments, characterized by their normal size within the realm of equally ranked serpentine soul beasts, with fewer specializations. Generally, their ventral scales are broad, enabling swift movement across the ground. Terrestrial serpents are often widely distributed, with some residing within burrows, and many species are adept swimmers or skilled climbers. Su Junfang had previously learned in class that serpentine soul beasts rely on either their olfactory senses or their vision to locate food. Generally speaking, terrestrial and arboreal serpentine soul beasts predominantly utilize their sight during foraging, whereas burrowing, semi-aquatic, or fully aquatic serpentine soul beasts rely more on their sense of smell. The living habits of different serpentine soul beasts vary considerably. Some prefer to hunt during the day, while others are nocturnal foragers. The snake spirit beast discovered by Su Junfang lay motionless amidst the grass. Su Junfang found himself unable to discern whether it was day or night for foraging. Initially, he could not even determine whether the snake was dead or alive. Fortunately, he possessed the technique of still observation. The atmosphere surrounding the deceased was frigid, while only the living could potentially reveal their essence within the realm of still observation. Chapter 82. The slaying of the serpent. Upon realizing that the serpent lurking in the grass was indeed alive, Su Junfang began to contemplate how to hunt this soul beast. Firstly, he was uncertain whether the snake was asleep or lying in wait for prey. Secondly, he did not know if this serpent was venomous or non-venomous. To proceed with caution, Junfang approached a location not far from the brush where the serpent concealed itself. He summoned the previously stored leopard soul beast, and with a swift motion, he drew a finely crafted steel dagger from his grasp. The dagger plunged deeply into the carcass of the leopard, slicing through its flesh as smoothly as hot oil. In an instant, the lifeless body of the leopard was eviscerated by Junfang, releasing a wave of sanguine aroma that wafted through the air, carried by the whispering winds of the forest, and directed towards the thicket where his target lay. Junfang made 2 more cuts on the body of the leopard spirit beast, the latter being shallow incisions meant to evoke an aura of impending demise. After completing this task, Junfang chose not to ascend the tree. Instead, he lay concealed in a nearby thicket, vigilantly observing the movements of the snake. If the serpent, which hunts during the day, could catch the scent of the leopard spirit beast's blood, it would be considerably easier if the snake spirit beast were lured out directly. However, if the snake remained dormant or failed to emerge, the situation would become rather complicated. After all, the concealment of the foliage prevented Junfang from discerning whether the snake was on high alert to its surroundings. Junfang patiently awaited for a brief moment. Soon, a dark green triangular head resembling that of a serpent emerged from the underbrush. A pair of small eyes, glimmering like rubies, gazed in the direction of the lifeless cheetah. Flanking the serpent's head were appendages that resembled ears but were in fact akin to a serpent's crown. Upon recognizing the distinctive dark green triangular head and the accompanying crown-like features, Junfang instantly discerned the answer within his mind. This was a mandala snake, a species commonly found within the soul beast forest, not due to its weakness, but rather because of its formidable strength and the prosperous continuation of its lineage. The moment he identified the serpent as a mandala snake, its virtues and vices vividly unfolded in Junfang's consciousness. The venom of the mandala snake is exceedingly potent, possessing not only paralyzing effects but also exhibiting a severe destructive capability on the body's nervous system, rendering it one of the most fearsome entities among poison-attribute soul beasts. Its body is remarkably resilient, impervious to ordinary blades, only its mouth and eyes are vulnerabilities. Aware of this, the mandala snake diligently safeguards these critical areas. Coupled with an astonishing swiftness, most daunting to soul masters venturing into the forest in pursuit of soul rings is its aggressiveness upon encountering humans. It almost invariably launches an attack. Each year, a notable number of soul masters succumb to the venom of the mandala snake. Junfang remained concealed, continuing to crouch amidst the underbrush as he awaited the approach of the mandala snake. The creature, ever vigilant, cautiously extended its head. Having recently detected the scent of a spirit master, however, the more pervasive aroma of the blood of the leopard spirit beast now filled the air. The scent of blood overshadowed the faint trace of humanity that Junfang emitted. Given its size, the mandala snake, approximately 30 years old, clearly possessed a limited intellect. The enticing aroma of flesh caused it to momentarily forget the presence of a human. The triangular head of the mandala snake emerged, cautiously slithering toward the carcass of the leopard. It flicked its tongue, and its body, less than 2 meters in length, came to a halt beside the lifeless form. No longer hesitating, the mandala snake sank its venomous fangs into the flesh of the leopard. Typically not a scavenger, it had been trapped in this location for some time and had not feasted on any prey recently. Overcome by hunger and the tantalizing scent of the leopard's blood, it could no longer restrain its urge to feed. At this moment, Junfang was not far from the feeding man-dragon snake. Stealthily, he drew a pair of exquisite steel daggers gifted by his uncle. It is worth noting that the scales of the man-dragon snake are among the thickest found in 10 years of soul beasts, and ordinary daggers are incapable of penetrating its defenses. However, the pair of daggers bestowed upon Junfang by his uncle had been crafted with exceptional care. Fashioned from an extraordinarily hard and rare metal, they had been honed and tempered by a master blacksmith, rendering their sharpness alarmingly formidable. Junfang had previously attempted to use this dagger to slice through the ordinary bones of a century-old soul beast, and with merely a slight exertion, the bones would yield and fracture along the line of incision. The mandala serpent, perhaps driven by an overwhelming hunger, exhibited a notable lack of vigilance while feeding, unlike before. Now was the moment. At the opportune moment, Junfang vanished in a flash of azure light, his form as swift as a bolt of lightning. As if blue thunder constituted the very essence of his being, the mandala serpent had yet to react when a dagger, gleaming with the brilliance of the scorching sun above, abruptly plunged into its vital point. The mandala serpent was impaled through its body by a finely crafted steel dagger, firmly pinned to the ground. Junfang targeted the 7-inch mark of the mandrake serpent, pinning it to the ground to prevent its escape, for pursuing it later would prove troublesome. It is often said that to strike a snake, one must aim for its 7 inches, which generally refers to the area encompassing the heart. However, the precise location of this vital spot varies among different species of serpentine soul beasts, depending on their type, size, and length. To elucidate it, the 7-inch mark corresponds to approximately 1/3 of the snake's total length, pinpointing the heart's location. If we consider the entire snake is divided into 10 parts, striking at the 7-inch mark would effectively mean targeting 1/3 of its length, with 3 parts measured from the head and 7 from the tail. For the majority of serpentine soul beasts, a piercing of the heart by a sharp blade almost guarantees death. However, it seems Su Junfang may have miscalculated the exact spot. The mandrake serpent did not perish immediately but instead writhed frantically, its rigid scales glowing faintly with a yellow hue, while its head twisted incessantly towards Su Junfang. With a swift motion, Su Junfang severed the serpent's head with another finely crafted steel dagger, slicing through the neck without drawing a single drop of blood. Su Junfang swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the falling head, which astonishingly continued to leap and writhe upon the ground. Its jaws snapping open and closed as if attempting to seize Su Junfang and poison him. The foul, putrid blood flowed from the severed neck of the mandrake, while its mangled body convulsed on the grass, racked by nerve pain. In a short while, the decapitated mandrake ceased its movements, and a halo of white soul rings began to ascend from its headless corpse. Su Junfang, with an expression as impassive as stone, advanced forward, invoking the golden light incantation to shield his mouth and nose. He stepped over the foul and toxic bloodstains, making his way toward the head of the serpent. Much like the young boy who had previously hunted rabbits, Su Junfang remained uncertain as to how the spirit hall monitored the number of soul beasts each individual had slain. Could it be that soul masters were observing from above at all times? Feeling that it would be unwise to depart without caution, he carefully stowed the severed head of the mandala snake within the soul guide device at his waist as proof of his hunt. Having completed this task, he found no desire to linger over the carcass of the mandala snake. Not only was it a waste of time, but he also risked exposure to its potent toxins. After all, his movements would not be compromised by the presence of two soul beast corpses in this secluded area. Casting a final glance at the lifeless mandala snake, Su Junfang prepared to seek out his next target, a second tenure soul beast. The jungle was thick and dense. The deeper he ventured, the taller the underbrush became. What once barely reached his ankles now rose to knee height. It was uncertain just how vast this forest was, but according to the description provided by the middle-aged soul master, each examination area was said to contain at least 1,000-year soul beast, 2,500-year soul beasts, and 150 10-year soul beasts. Su Junfang traversed a considerable distance, yet the signs of soul beasts were indeed scarce. In the underbrush, he occasionally observed traces left by others after their hunts, but beyond that, there was little to behold. The scene he envisioned, one of carcasses strewn across the ground, remained elusive. Amidst the dense thicket of the forest, a relatively distinct path emerged, likely forged by human passage, as the grass along this route was markedly sparser than that on either side. Ordinary soul masters would typically take to this more comfortable path, for who would not prefer the allure of a shortcut? However, Su Junfang instinctively harbored doubts. Who could have carved out this trail? Was it the instructor responsible for oversight? Moreover, if he were to follow this path, he might inadvertently leave conspicuous footprints. After some contemplation, Su Junfang made a decisive choice. He opted against the broad thoroughfare, instead veering into the adjacent underbrush that paralleled the trail. After a considerable stretch, the trees around him thickened once more, and his gaze finally reached a conclusion. Before him stood a verdant wall of vines, entirely composed of interwoven flora. Su Junfang was just about to push aside the bothersome vines obstructing his view when suddenly, he detected a faint sound of struggle and the cries of humans. With his eyes closed, he sent out waves of mental energy, and when he opened his eyes again, he had uncovered the answer he sought. Not far from this grove, a rare sight had manifested. 10 soul masters appeared simultaneously. It is human nature to be drawn to spectacle, and Su Junfang was no exception. Such a splendid opportunity to observe others could not be so easily overlooked. Su Junfang immediately set off, stealthily making his way towards the source of the sound. Chapter 83, The Mighty Crimson Dragon Soul Master. Su Junfang observed two groups of individuals. Amidst the dense vines, only his pair of eyes peeked out, as he lay concealed among a vast expanse of greenery. Before him lay a relatively open stretch of land, nearly devoid of the ubiquitous blue-silver grass and verdant blades, replaced instead by dry, dull yellow earth. Come on, afraid of you. The domineering roar yanked Su Junfang's attention back from the surroundings to the soul masters. There were two factions, each comprising 5 members, totaling 10 soul masters. A man clad in red vehemently admonished the 5 opposing him, his words laced with intensity. The 5, however, paid no heed, remaining silent as they unleashed their martial spirits, adopting an aggressive stance. Human nature is inherently drawn to spectacle, and Su Junfang, being human, shared this inclination. Yet, it was quite inconvenient and perilous to continuously part the vines for a clearer view. Su Junfang surveyed his surroundings and discovered an abundance of tall trees. Using both hands and feet, he swiftly concealed himself amidst the thick green leaves of a large tree. Both parties consisted of 5 soul masters, appearing evenly matched. One group was clad entirely in standard black attire. Given that not all participants in the assessment hailed from the Spirit Hall's Junior Soul Master Academy, the presence of different colored garments was not surprising. However, the uniformity of their clothing indicated that these 5 individuals likely originated from the same academy, as traveling in a group often enhances the likelihood of success compared to solitary endeavors. In contrast, the other group displayed less cohesion, seemingly a hastily assembled alliance of 2 separate factions. The most conspicuous among them was a black-haired youth clad in striking red light armor, surrounded by swirling flames. He bore resemblance to Yin, whom Su Junfang had encountered before, yet it was evident he was not the same. Behind the black-haired youth lurked a girl dressed in verdant green attire. She appeared quite shy, retreating slightly behind the red-clad youth upon witnessing the fierce demeanor of the 5 individuals in black. Accompanying the boy and girl were 3 others, each adorned in distinct outfits, making it impossible to ascertain their affiliations based solely on attire. However, Junfang noted that the 3 individuals nestled at the rear did not seem intimidated. Rather, they appeared eager, as if anticipating a battle. Junfang had yet to complete his analysis when the battle commenced. The 5 figures clad in black simultaneously revealed their soul rings, all uniformly yellow, indicating they were all first-ring soul masters, likely within the range of level 16 to 19. Upon discerning the opponent's abilities, the man in red smirked disdainfully and let out a fierce roar to the heavens. Roar, crimson dragon body. The youth leapt into the air, appearing as if he were a blazing flame descending from the sun. Suspended in midair, his soul rings activated. 200-year soul rings illuminated his presence, marking him as a great soul master. Following his earlier exclamation, the first soul ring of the youth flickered wildly. Flames engulfed the arms of the dark-haired boy. And where the fire touched, thick, dark red dragon scales emerged. The scorching flames crept up to his neck, fully enveloping his arms in menacing dark red scales, transforming his hands into fierce dragon claws. This individual possessed the rare dragon-type martial soul. Junfang mused internally, recognizing its formidable nature as a high-level dragon martial soul. The youth's eyes flickered with a flame as the fire reflected the fierce gleam in his gaze, intensifying the crimson glow. Like a meteor, he plummeted straight to the ground, causing dust to erupt. Within a 5-meter radius of the explosion's epicenter, everything was consumed by the frenzied red flames, which tore apart all in their path. The youth remained undeterred, his gaze fixed fiercely on the thick smoke. As the haze dissipated, the aftermath of his explosive assault was laid bare. Due to the swiftness of his attack, 2 of the opposing soul masters lay incapacitated on the ground, charred and lifeless, having been stunned by the initial fiery blast. The remaining 3 bore signs of scorching, their bodies blackened and in disarray, standing in stark contrast to the dark-haired youth enveloped in blazing flames. Humph! The red-haired youth exuded arrogance, scoffing at the pitiful sight before him. Is this all you have? A group of miscreants. The 3 opponents wore expressions of despair. Realizing they had encountered an insurmountable foe, it became evident that this individual possessed a cultivation level of at least 25. Just as the red-haired youth stood triumphantly, a delicate voice called out from behind. Longing, get out of the way. It was the girl in emerald attire. Having observed the unfolding scene from a tree, Junfang found it intriguing. As the youth with the dragon martial soul unleashed his fiery assault on the 5 soul masters, the expressions of the 3 soul masters, who had been positioned behind the youth, suddenly shifted. Without hesitation, they unleashed their martial souls, 2 electric leopard souls and 1 underworld wolf soul, all agile attackers. The 3, who were supposed to ally with the dragon martial soul youth, charged recklessly towards him from behind, unguarded. The girl, who had previously cowered behind the dragon martial youth, witnessed this and urgently called out to warn him, her demeanor now a stark contrast to her earlier timidity. The girl in green twirled her attire, crimson light flashing as her martial soul manifested. The lower half of her body was enveloped in the green serpentine energy, culminating in a beautiful phoenix tail, resembling an odd half-snake creature. Scales adorned her lovely cheeks, and atop her head, a magnificent red crest shimmered with brilliance. Most striking were the blood-red wings that sprouted from her back, thin as gossamer. 2 more yellow soul rings appeared, revealing that this girl was also a second-ring great soul master. The first soul ring sparkled as her wings radiated a vibrant red light, their edges hardening and reflecting the sun's brightness. In an instant, she vanished from her position, leaving only a scarlet streak in the air. The blood-red wings slashed forth, intercepting the claws of the 2 electric leopard soul masters, sending sparks flying. With another flash of red light, the 2 electric leopard soul masters were sent reeling backward. The girl's first soul skill was unleashed, Bloodwing Blade, Phoenix-tailed chicken crown serpent. Upon witnessing the serpent form and the distinctive fleshy crest atop the young girl's head, Junfang immediately recognized it as the Phoenix-tail coxcomb serpent martial soul. The Phoenix-tail coxcomb serpent is non-venomous, yet it is a rare and formidable constrictor, employing the technique of coiling around its adversaries to suffocate them. While its method of attack is rather singular, its speed is astonishingly swift. The crest of this serpent harbors an array of nutrients, which can bestow a momentary surge in velocity during times of peril. This soul beast is quite powerful within a millennium, yet due to its limited offensive capabilities, it is seldom that a phoenix-tail coxcomb serpent survives beyond 1,000 years. Remarkably, this young girl utilized the wings of the phoenix-tail coxcomb serpent as a blade to repel the claws of the electric leopard soul master, indicating that her martial soul must be a mutated variant of the phoenix-tail coxcomb serpent. The combination of the mutated crimson blade and the serpent's remarkable speed is already formidable. And the fact that the soul master of the phoenix-tail coxcomb serpent can achieve low-altitude flight makes it even more impressive. Both the girl with the phoenix-tail coxcomb serpent martial soul and the boy with the scarlet dragon martial soul should not be underestimated. Although Junfang possessed unwavering confidence in her abilities, she did not underestimate her potential adversaries. The young girl had already dispatched 2 assailants who were soul masters. Yet a third, a a Phantom Wolf Soul Master, had managed to breach the defenses and charge directly at the Red Dragon Youth. The Phantom Wolf unleashed its first soul skill. Phantom Wolf Claw, its claws slicing through the air with a fierce howl aimed at tearing through the dragon scales of the Red Dragon Youth. Just as the claws were about to descend upon the boy, the warning from the green-clad girl prompted him to leap into the air, soaring over 2 meters high, causing the claws to strike nothing but air. However, the Phantom Wolf Claw was a successive attack, missing the initial strike allowed for a follow-up series of slashes. The Phantom Wolf Soul Master awaited the moment the Red Dragon Youth touched down to launch his surprise assault. As the Red Dragon Youth landed, the Phantom Wolf Soul Master surged forward, but the unfolding events exceeded his expectations. The claws, which should have struck the boy's chest, were unexpectedly seized by the Red Dragon Youth, who delivered a knee strike imbued with penetrating flames that seared through the Phantom Wolf Soul Master's body. The Phantom Wolf Soul Master was sent flying through the air like a rag doll, crashing to the ground under the influence of gravity, dust billowing around him. The severe injury left him momentarily incapacitated, clutching his chest as if to alleviate the pain. The Red Dragon Youth glanced at the 3 opponents behind him, questioning, "What is the matter with you? Are you seeking death?" Before he could finish, the 3 Soul Masters who had previously remained upright suddenly charged at them. The foremost wielding a massive rhinoceros horn, his martial soul being the mighty rhinoceros. The other 2 flanked him, one a ghost fox and the other a lightning rabbit. Both agile attack-type martial souls. Unfazed by the oncoming rhinoceros, the Red Dragon Youth clasped his hands in front of his chest, preparing to absorb the impact of the horn. The rhinoceros soul beast, taken aback by the boy's audacity, did not anticipate such a bold move, though the charge was not a soul skill. The sheer power of the rhinoceros martial soul was beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. A sinister grin spread across the rhinoceros soul master's face as he barreled forward. While the Red Dragon Youth's eyes glinted with determination, his fierce gaze directed at the rhinoceros soul master. He extended his hands, positioning one leg forward and the other supporting him from behind, ready to confront the impending collision. To his surprise, the rhinoceros soul master feigned an attack, his massive body swerving sideways, allowing him to bypass the Red Dragon Youth, his giant horn colliding with the green-clad girl's wing blade. With a resounding clang, the 2 solid objects met, sparks flying from the point of contact, ignited by the friction of the blood-red wings. Meanwhile, the other 2 agile attack-type soul masters dashed away, hastily retrieving the injured Phantom Wolf Soul Master who was half kneeling on the ground. The rhinoceros soul master swung his horn, deflecting the girl's wing blade as he bellowed, "Retreat. This is a losing battle." Having said that, he turned and fled. As he dashed past, he snatched the 2 comrades rendered unconscious by the Red Dragon Youth, one under each arm, and sprinted away. The 2 electric leopard soul masters, who had been struck by the green-clad girl, took the lead in their escape, followed by the Phantom Wolf Soul Master being carried away by the 2 agile attackers. Within mere seconds, among the 10 individuals present, only 2 remained. With the absence of enemies, the Red Dragon Youth extinguished the raging flames, and the scales upon his arms gradually receded. Yet, a sense of confusion prompted him to inquire of the girl beside him, "G1, what is going on? Did you comprehend the situation? Why did those 2 groups leave together? Are they allied?" The green-clad girl, having retracted her martial soul, shot him an exasperated glance. "Of course. They conspired together to deceive us. Did you truly believe that the 3 we encountered had come to our aid?" Sighing, the Red Dragon Youth expressed a hint of regret. "It has been a while since I last fought. When the opportunity to act arose, I couldn't resist. Fortunately, they are not part of the notorious gang rumored to have 30 members seeking iron plates. Otherwise, we would be in trouble." The green-clad girl remarked with a hint of relief. "Humph, that may not be the case. If they dare to target me, the Red Dragon Youth proclaimed, his words brimming with pride in his abilities. All right, you are the mightiest. None can rival you." The green-clad girl rolled her eyes in exasperation. Chapter 84. Double kill. Do you believe the rumors about the 30 individuals acting in unison are true? Despite his brimming confidence, the Red Dragon Youth, imbued with pride, pondered the possibility that if indeed there existed a team of 30 or more soul masters intent on seizing iron plates, he might not stand a chance alone. "I cannot say for certain." The green-clad girl paused, her gaze seemingly drifting skyward. "These tales are mere hearsay. Who knows their veracity? Just remain vigilant. That is sound advice." The Red Dragon Youth replied, extracting the iron plates from his possession, spreading them across his palm, 5 in total. "Our points are sufficient. Let us observe the developments in the arena for the next few days," the green-clad girl suggested, urging the Red Dragon Youth to leave the area. "Let us see how it unfolds, but I still wish to encounter that 1,000-year soul beast." The voice of the Red Dragon Youth faded into the distance, echoing through the forest. Junfang reclined against an ancient tree nearby, observing this splendid spectacle unfold. From the words spoken by them, Junfang pieced together the basic sequence of events. The Scarlet Dragon Spirit Master and the Phoenix-tailed Chicken Snake Spirit Master were traveling companions, their relationship appearing quite intimate, likely friends or siblings. These 2 had wandered into the area and encountered 3 other Spirit Masters, the previously mentioned 2 Lightning Leopard Spirit Masters and 1 Nether Wolf Spirit Master. According to their account, these 3 had come seeking help, claiming that 5 Spirit Masters were pursuing them, intent on forcibly seizing their iron tokens. Outmatched, They had fled. The Scarlet Dragon Spirit Master, seemingly eager for battle after a long period of inactivity, agreed to assist. When the 5 pursuers arrived, they immediately targeted the Scarlet Dragon and Phoenix-tailed Chicken Snake Spirit Masters, launching an attack without hesitation. The 3 who had sought help then positioned themselves as allies, ready to fight alongside the duo against the 5. However, in truth, the initial 3 and the later 5 were all part of the same group, staging this act to deceive the 2. Their plan was to rely on ambush and frontal assault to eliminate the Scarlet Dragon and Phoenix-tailed Chicken Snake Spirit Masters. What they hadn't anticipated was the sheer strength of these 2. Even a Spirit Master at the 23rd or 24th rank would struggle against the coordinated assault of 5 near Grandmaster level opponents. Their misfortune was simply a matter of poor judgment. This incident further solidified Su Junfang's resolve to trust no one in this trial. Human nature was truly treacherous. Another detail that stirred caution in Su Junfang was the mention of a 30-member Spirit Master group by the Scarlet Dragon Spirit Master. If such a large alliance truly existed, it would indeed be a formidable force. Su Junfang silently resolved to avoid provoking large groups. Needless expenditure of energy served no purpose. The unfolding drama before him was nothing more than a farce, and Su Junfang observed it with detached amusement. His true objective remained the hunt for the remaining 3 10-year spirit beasts. The Scarlet Dragon Youth's cultivation was somewhat advanced. Though Su Junfang was confident in his own superiority, the same principle applied. Spirit power was best conserved whenever possible. Thus, he deliberately chose a path diverging from the previous groups and ventured onward. After traveling another 2 kilometers at speed, Su Junfang was fortunate enough to encounter another spirit beast. This hunt carried far less risk than the previous encounter with the mandala snake. The creature before him was one renowned throughout the Douluo Continent, the soft-bone rabbit. The soft-bone rabbit was a relatively powerful rabbit-type spirit beast, widely distributed across the Star Do Great Forest. As such, its habits were well documented among most spirit masters. Its lifestyle mirrored that of ordinary rabbits, fond of grass, with the sole distinction being its extraordinary speed, elongated legs, and exceptional leaping ability. Su Junfang encountered a soft-boned rabbit, whose cultivation level was approximately 40 years. At that moment, the rabbit was blissfully unaware of any impending danger. Its snowy white rear facing Su Junfang as it grazed on the lush grass. Upon witnessing this, Su Junfang lightened his footsteps, silently approaching within 3 meters of the gentle-boned rabbit. The heavenly sovereign mask spirit was unleashed, and surging blue lightning coursed through every inch of Su Junfang's skin, enveloping him in a subtle armor-like manifestation of electricity. Su Junfang activated his first soul ring. He sought to deny the soft-boned rabbit even the slightest chance of escape, intending to strike with a swift and thunderous ferocity. At the fingertips of Su Junfang's right hand, lightning converged, forming a high-density sphere of blue and white. With a swift motion of his right arm, he wielded it like a whip. In an instant, the sphere transformed into a flickering electric whip of thunder and fire as it was flung away. The lightning coiled around the panicked, soft-boned rabbit like a constricting serpent, singeing its pristine white fur until it became charred and searing. Suddenly, a pair of claws gleaming with golden light intruded into Su Junfang's line of sight, their target unmistakably set upon the fragile rabbit. Su Junfang was taken aback. He had been careless, completely oblivious to the presence of the owner of those claws beside him. However, the situation was critical, and the urgency to eliminate the rabbit was paramount. Without time to ponder, the thunder whip surged forward, ensnaring the soft-boned rabbit before the sharp claws could react. Su Junfang yanked the MNLI whip backward, causing the soft-boned rabbit to swiftly escape the lethal grasp, its body being flung into the air by the force of the whip. With a fierce determination, Su Junfang violently shook and tugged the whip in her right hand, unleashing a brutal force that mercilessly strangled and stunned the delicate soft-boned rabbit, which had lived for a mere 40 years. The creature ignited amidst the exploding lightning flowers, flames consuming it in a fiery blaze. The ferocious thunder whip unleashed a tremendous burst of explosive energy in a fleeting moment, as the power of the lightning gradually dissipated into the heavens and the earth. However, the singed fur of the rabbit, scorched by the electric tempest, drifted downwards from the now vanished whip, while the charred remains of the dismembered soft-boned rabbit, engulfed in flames and torn asunder by the lightnings, fell to the ochre earth like discarded refuse. Su Junfang's mastery and application of the barbarian thunder whip had evidently become more adept. He wielded the whip with such force that it spun and coiled in the air, unleashing a momentary explosion of power that struck down the delicate-boned rabbit with a thunderous might. Although the barbarian thunder whip dissipated, Su Junfang's vigilance remained unwavering. In the very next instant, upon the demise of the rabbit, he swiftly raised his gaze to fixate upon the adversary that had emerged with lethal intent, a majestic eagle, cloaked in golden light from its beak to its tail feathers. This was the golden eagle. Su Junfang roughly recognized the species of this soul beast. The golden eagle is not uncommon in the Star Do forest. However, the prowess of this particular soul beast can be deemed quite formidable among avian creatures. Su Junfang sensed the powerful fluctuations emanating from the golden eagle soaring in the sky, a spirit beast that had existed for a century. Although the eagle circled above, its shimmering golden eyes were fixed intently upon Su Junfang, for he had seized its prey. Despite the eagle's piercing gaze, laden with provocation, Su Junfang preferred to avoid entanglement with this formidable creature. This golden eagle, a century-old spirit beast, appeared to possess about 1 to 200 years of cultivation. As assessed through his techniques of observation and spiritual perception, it seemed that the spirit hall would not deploy excessively powerful spirit beasts in this examination area. Slaying a century-old spirit beast would yield an immediate reward of 10 points, thus allowing Su Junfang to accomplish his task effortlessly. However, the eagle continued to circle above. Reluctant to descend, yet always poised to dive and attack Su Junfang. Upon witnessing this, Su Junfang's eyes remained vigilantly fixed on the circling golden eagle, while his body began to retreat. If he could safely exit the eagle's orbit, it would signify that the creature's desire to attack was not fervent, allowing for a mutual coexistence. However, the very next moment, reality delivered a harsh blow to Su Junfang. The tranquility he envisioned was swiftly disrupted by the eagle's direct dive. The sharp, golden beak of the eagle resembled a deadly hook, poised to pierce Su Junfang's eye socket. Su Junfang, upon witnessing this matter, could not be resolved amicably. Resolutely determined to slay the golden eagle right there, Su Junfang extended his right hand diagonally downward, while his left rested upon the joint of his right arm. A surge of electricity coursed through his entire being, converging into the meridians of his right arm, as if a mighty river of thunder was returning to the sea. The sparks of lightning danced eagerly within Su Junfang's palm. With the ability to direct his hand toward the ground, the diving golden eagle remained largely oblivious, mistaking him for merely a human engaged in routine defense. In midair, the golden eagle altered its method of attack, shifting from the impact of its beak to the tearing ferocity of its talons, drawing ever closer. Su Junfang raised his right hand, aiming at the already close golden eagle, unleashing a torrent of electric fury as if launching shockwaves. Countless bolts of azure light brutally tore through the body of the golden eagle. The myriad flashes of lightning surged like voracious serpents, frantically penetrating the wings and body of the majestic creature. A blinding brilliance momentarily illuminated the sky. As the thunderbolt erupted from within, the golden eagle was struck by Su Junfang's palm thunder, and the searing, tempestuous electricity wreaked havoc inside its form. The moisture within the golden eagle quickly evaporated, causing it to writhe in agony on the ground, flapping its wings desperately. Noticing that the golden eagle had not perished, Su Junfang, in a moment of desperation, decided to reveal his true prowess. A dark golden hue replaced the blue-white lightning, enveloping his entire right hand. 5 dark golden claw marks, capable of rending space itself, sliced toward the golden eagle, resembling the lethal sword she Su Junfang had witnessed in a past life. As if nothing had transpired, the 5 claw marks, like phantoms, vertically sliced into the golden eagle's body before vanishing, as though they had never existed. After being penetrated by the gleaming claws, the golden eagle appeared untouched, yet its struggles ceased abruptly, embodying a spectacle that no acrobat could rival. Su Junfang hastened forward to inspect, and it was at that moment that crimson lines began to seep from the golden wings of the golden eagle. Su Junfang delivered a swift kick to the body of the golden eagle, causing it to splinter into numerous fragments, akin to a piece of meat on a chopping board, all falling neatly in the direction of his strike. Observing the smooth incision on the eagle's corpse, Su Junfang retracted his right hand, which had unleashed the dark golden claws of his soul bone. Indeed, he had employed a soul bone. Until now, Su Junfang had refrained from revealing this ability, fearing discovery and the potential treachery of those who might covet his soul bone, as he was uncertain how the spirit hall managed to evade his spiritual senses and conduct their scrutiny. However, he came to a realization: his soul bone would inevitably be exposed to the world, and showcasing it in advance could serve as a deterrent. Though the spirit hall harbored grand ambitions, their dedication to nurturing elites was commendable. Based on his observations of the spirit hall personnel over the years, he believed that few would possess such malicious and selfish intentions. Moreover, Su Junfang possessed the Platinum Bishop's decree bestowed upon him by Su Huachen. Displaying this token would render any further aggression unthinkable. This decree could only be held by those with a close association to the Platinum Bishop, and any prudent spirit master from the spirit hall would not risk their life for a soul bone of uncertain age and power. Before Su Junfang floated 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow. Both soul beasts had been confirmed as vanquished. Su Junfang, as before, collected symbolic remnants of 2 soul beasts as evidence of their demise. Chapter 85, Survival. 100 meters away from the site where Su Junfang had effortlessly dispatched the soft bone rabbit and the golden eagle, a man clad in black armor stood atop a tree, his gaze fixed into the distance, his eyes shimmering with a faint azure light. However, his eyes were wide open, seemingly having witnessed something extraordinary. Tianpeng, what do you see? In close proximity, a young man dressed in yellow reclined comfortably, his arms resting behind his head as a pillow, his legs stretched out, his visage betraying a sense of solitude and ennui. The 2 youths leisurely concealed themselves at the summit of a towering ancient tree. The armored young man shielded his eyes with his hand, scrutinizing the events unfolding below, standing high above where, owing to his martial spirit, nothing remained obscured from his view. The other young man in yellow lay along a thick branch, gazing at the sky, utterly bored. "I see a big shot," exclaimed the man in black armor, his eyes glued to Su Junfang's retreating figure, responding to the yellow-clad youth without turning his head. "Oh, if you say he is a big shot, He must indeed be formidable. What did he do? Just a moment ago, he dispatched a 10-year soul beast and a 100-year soul beast, all within a mere 10 seconds. With remarkable efficiency, the black-armored man descended from the lofty perch of the ancient tree, no longer observing Su Junfang's distant silhouette. Moreover, he had utilized his first soul skill to eliminate the 10-year soul beast. I could hardly discern the method he employed against the 100-year golden eagle. It was an instantaneous kill. In awe, the black-armored youth continued to extol Su Junfang's prowess before the yellow-clad youth. Is that so? Let me have a look. The youth in yellow sat up from his reclining position and began to climb the tree to behold the scene. Look, there is a pool of blood and the remains of the soul beasts freshly slain. However, the commotion was not so great, so you might not see it. The black-armored youth pointed towards the distant carcasses of the golden eagle and soft-bone rabbit. The yellow-clad youth squinted, mimicking Zhou Tianping's gesture of shielding his eyes. Yet he could only make out a small dark spot. Never mind, I can't see it. Perhaps we shall greet each other if we cross paths in the future. I have certainly broadened my horizons. Indeed, the spirit hall is teeming with talent. Su Junfang was blissfully unaware of the events unfolding behind him. He could sense the presence of someone observing him. However, his spiritual awareness could not detect the whereabouts of other soul masters, leading him to assume that it was merely the gaze of an invigilator, prompting him to dismiss the matter. At this juncture, Su Junfang had successfully accomplished the point-earning tasks he had set for himself, having slain 2 10-year soul beasts and 100-year soul beast. The total points earned from hunting these soul beasts amounted to 20, which met the requisite standards. Even if the 35-point iron badge he possessed were not seized by others, he could still pass this examination, provided his life remained unharmed. Indeed, with his current tally of 55 points, comprising both the iron badge and the hunted soul beasts, he had achieved a score that would undoubtedly incite envy among the majority of his fellow competitors. Su Junfang was relieved of his concerns regarding points. His subsequent considerations revolved solely around his personal safety and shelter. Initially, he pondered whether to reside in a tree or a cave. However, he swiftly arrived at a conclusion. The cave was the preferable option. Living in a tree would expose him to the sweltering heat of the day and the peril of nocturnal beast attacks. Furthermore, Su Junfang believed that in a few days, most of the other students would pay particular attention to whether anyone was residing in the trees. Su Junfang is certainly not the only one lurking in the trees to launch surprise attacks. On the contrary, choosing to reside in a cave eliminates concerns about the sweltering heat of the day and the biting cold of the night. Moreover, the spirit beasts within are easier to guard against, and the concealment and agility offered by a cave surpass those of residing in the trees. Resolute in his decision, Su Junfang set out to seek a cave, or perhaps even excavate one himself. Su Junfang spent the entire afternoon vigilantly on guard against the potential appearances of spirit masters and spirit beasts, while meticulously searching for a cave that aligned with her ideal vision of the perfect location. Unfortunately, most of the caves within the forest were situated closer to the central area. Su Junfang once ascended a towering ancient tree to gaze upon the entirety of the forest. His vantage point was situated towards the center of the woodland, which, while not expansive, appeared to be a designated area cultivated by the spirit hall for the training of students. At last, as the sun began its descent, Su Junfang discovered a refreshing earthen cave nestled beneath a moderate slope, surrounded by foliage that offered a measure of concealment. Su Junfang cast a jade-pronged thunderbolt into the depths, hoping to unearth any lurking soul beasts. After meticulous exploration, he ultimately ascertained that this was an unclaimed cavern, even if it were owned. Its master was undoubtedly foraging outside and had yet to return, calculating with intention against an unsuspecting foe. Su Junfang felt confident in his ability to handle the situation with ease. The stone cavern, though not particularly lofty, was remarkably spacious. The soil on the floor was pliable, and he even spotted some blue-silver grass sprouting from the crevices within the cave. Occasionally, a cool breeze would waft in through the entrance, circulating around the nearly oval walls of the cavern before escaping. Thus, each time the entrance stirred with wind, the interior felt its presence distinctly. Initially, to ensure his safety, Su Junfang intended to excavate several tunnels leading to different locales. Understanding the wisdom of a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows was one thing, but practical application was another. The purple sun, slanted at the horizon, was obscured by dark crimson clouds, while the deep violet sky bore torn wisps of clouds. A faint lavender glow attempted to pierce through the shrouded clouds, yearning to add a final touch of color to the horizon, yet time was slipping away. With no lights illuminating the forest, by 7 or 8 o'clock, darkness enveloped the woods, prompting Su Junfang to temporarily abandon his plans for digging additional backup tunnels for the day. As dusk had not yet fully descended, Su Junfang seized the last vestiges of the sunset's purple hues to locate a stone of moderate size, which he positioned to obscure half of the cave's entrance, while the other half was shrouded by the taller wild grasses. As Su Junfang squeezed into the cool cavern, partially blocking the entrance, he had already found his refuge for the night. The sky had completely darkened, and the crescent moon ascended to replace the sun, observing the events unfolding on the earth below like a sentinel from the spirit hall. Sleeping at 7 o'clock felt too premature, and in this precarious location, Su Junfang dared not sit cross-legged to cultivate. Instead, he leaned his head against the partially exposed opening of the cave, widening his eyes to practice the method of concentration. This technique required merely to fixate on an object, and the more one gazed, the deeper the insight that would be returned to oneself. Thus, every movement around him could not escape Su Junfang's vigilant eyes, allowing him to make reasonable use of his time. It was evident that as he engaged in cultivation, time seemed to pass swiftly. He maintained his focus on the tree closest to the cave's entrance, and an hour slipped by in his practice. Although 9 o'clock was still far from Su Junfang's usual bedtime. Being alone in the cave with nothing to occupy his time compelled him to sleep in order to hasten the passage of time. Had he a companion at this moment? Such as Hu Liena, they might have deliberated on taking turns to keep watch through the night, as neither could guarantee that the evening would unfold without incident. However, Su Junfang was alone, and it was evident that he could not endure a sleepless night solely to guard against a faint possibility of danger. Su Junfang harbored a deep envy for those so-called short sleepers who could thrive on a mere 5 hours of slumber, equivalent to 9 hours of profound sleep for the average individual. Had he been endowed with such a remarkable gift by nature, Su Junfang would have adeptly managed his time, and the dangers of the night would have diminished considerably. Lacking this innate ability, he had no choice but to resort to light sleep. In this state, although his body succumbed to slumber, his nerves remained in a heightened state of alertness. During sleep, while his consciousness was dormant, the slightest hint of danger or a whisper of movement would rouse him from his rest. Many creatures dwelling within the forest had honed their sixth sense for detecting peril, and those beasts, perpetually ensnared in a state of imminent danger, were indeed far more acute than humans of equivalent prowess. To safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, Su Junfang laid down some inconsequential traps at the entrance of his cave. These traps bore no offensive capability. Their sole purpose was to sever a hidden line he had previously set. The breaking of this line would tug at his fingers, prompting an immediate awakening. After casting one last glance at the solitary luminary amidst the black canopy of night, the moon, Su Junfang concealed himself in the darkest corner of the cave. Feeling the chill of the stone wall against his back, he curled his legs and hugged his knees, swiftly descending into a state of light sleep. Chapter 86. The flicker of flames. 2 days flowed by in tranquil succession, and the third day was drawing to a close. Since discovering his refuge on the first day, an additional 2 days had elapsed. Having accumulated sufficient points, he allowed himself a slight relaxation of vigilance, a natural inclination for anyone. However, a relaxation of watchfulness did not equate to idleness. On the following day, Su Junfang commenced his excavation. Su Junfang continued to conceal several hidden wires at the entrance of the cave, enabling him to receive alerts upon anyone's entry. He then ventured deeper into the cave, creating openings and tunnels within the relatively spacious walls composed of a mixture of stone and earth. Su Junfang would certainly not be foolish enough to rely solely on brute force to unleash his martial soul. Nor would he resort to using rudimentary tools such as shovels to excavate bit by bit, which would take an eternity. Su Junfang utilized the first-level soul-guiding ray he had previously acquired from the Shui Wu Yue soul-guiding device shop. As long as Su Junfang infused his own soul power into it and pressed the launch button, the arm-mounted soul-guiding ray emitter would emit a powerful beam of red light with remarkable penetrating strength. Su Junfang employed the soul-guided rays of crimson light to skillfully slice through the mixed earthen walls of the cavern, achieving remarkable efficiency. Su Junfang, donning a level 1 spirit guiding shield, diligently excavated within the cavern for an entire half-day, using spirit guiding rays. At long last, he unearthed 4 subterranean passages leading in different directions. He subsequently found massive stones to block each of the entrances, ensuring that should he encounter any peril or detect unusual sounds, he could swiftly conceal himself within one of the passages and seal the entrance once more. Upon entering Su Junfang's cavern, the adversaries would be left in uncertainty regarding which passage he had chosen. The decision of which passage to search would not only squander precious time, but could also dilute their forces, while Su Junfang would have long since vanished. The Cunning Rabbit's 3 burrows plan had been successfully executed. Su Junfang emerged from the long-hidden cave, cautiously embarking on a journey to explore and observe the circumstances of the other students within the forest. Su Junfang, being an advanced student, had few acquaintances among the 6th graders at his school, aside from Hu Liena, and even fewer among students from other schools. This scarcity of social connections left him bereft of vital intelligence regarding any significant events occurring in the forest. To compensate for this lack of information, Su Junfang embarked once more on the path of a hunter. Concealed among the foliage, he listened intently to the murmurs of others, and even abducted a few fellow students, under the pretense of curiosity, to extract valuable news from them. After several inquiries, he ascertained that, for the time being, no chaotic battles had erupted in the forest beyond his imagination. Most competitors gravitated towards familiar faces, yet the distribution of participants from the Spirit Hall was rather haphazard. The only sizable collaborative group of Spirit Masters was the renowned team from the Battle Soul Academy in this competition area. This mutual assistance group had maintained a robust presence of over 30 individuals by the 3rd day, the majority of whom hailed from a non-elite academy of the Spirit Hall. This institution, being the largest external participant aside from the primary elite academy of the Spirit Hall, had premeditated their strategy to band together during the assessment to mitigate targeting from the Spirit Hall Academy. A small fraction of their number consisted of scattered spirit masters they encountered, who were both competent and willing to join their ranks. However, the reality had unfolded quite oppositely. The students from the Spirit Hall Academy were not particularly familiar with one another, and mutual trust was virtually non-existent. A sense of vigilance prevailed, rendering any notion of companionship implausible. Most students from the Spirit Hall Academy fought their battles independently. Consequently, the 30-member group from the Battle Soul Academy emerged as the most formidable force within Junfang's assessment zone. From the very first day, they recognized the disunity among the students from the Spirit Hall Academy. They exploited this discord, marauding for iron plates or joining forces to slay spirit beasts. After all, the objective of their camaraderie was to ensure that every spirit master within the group could accumulate sufficient points to pass the assessment. This organization, however, was not mindlessly plundering. They typically remained unified to avoid being taken down individually. When they encountered a solitary spirit master, they would leverage their numbers to intimidate, proposing that relinquishing just one iron plate would suffice, as they did not wish to pressure their adversaries too severely. If the threatened spirit master, after careful consideration, surrendered an iron plate, it was a choice that many made, and the Battle Soul Academy would honorably allow them to depart. Should the opponent refuse to yield, however, they would collectively attack, potentially incapacitating the individual to prevent any chance of retaliation. Thus, while many derided the organization of the Battle Soul Academy, the situation had not escalated to the point of unifying the remaining participants against them. In addition to this ongoing plundering of iron plates, Junfang encountered many intriguing spirit masters and scenarios during his wanderings. For instance, he witnessed a student burying 4 iron plates in what he believed to be inconspicuous locations. And after completing this task, the student strode away with an air of confidence reminiscent of a solitary hero, his steps almost ethereal. Once he had distanced himself, another spirit master emerged from the nearby underbrush, swiftly excavating the buried iron plates for himself. In a whimsical act, he even tore a piece of bark and returned it to its original spot, covering the area once more with soil. This incident would undoubtedly deepen the Spirit Master's understanding of the ongoing conflicts among their kind. Numerous similar fascinating occurrences unfolded around him. Junfang had witnessed numerous instances of students vying for the coveted iron plates, competing over the heads of soul beasts, and even engaging in internal strife within their ranks, resorting to monetary transactions for these plates. It must be said that the lengths to which his peers would go to pass the assessments were far from noble. The soul masters of Douluo Continent exhibited a level of maturity that greatly surpassed that of children of the same age in his previous life. Over the past 2 days, Junfang had been subtly searching for any sign of Hu Liena. Before being transported to the assessment area, he had not meticulously observed whether Hu Liena was among the 200 participants in his examination. If she were in the same assessment zone, their mutual assistance would likely facilitate a smoother passage through the trials. Unfortunately, despite his efforts to investigate, he remained confined to the vicinity of the cave he had excavated, thus limiting his opportunities to engage with other soul masters. This encapsulated all his activities over the past 2 days. His basic needs were well taken care of. And aside from the first day, Junfang resembled a vacationer. As the sun of the 3rd day swiftly dipped behind the distant mountains, tinged with a gentle blush, the sky fell into a serene stillness. Another tranquil night unfolded, with the bright moon and scattered stars adorning the dark blue canvas of the heavens. Upon closer inspection, one could even behold the enchanting spectacle of nocturnal clouds. Junfang sat cross-legged in the cave as usual, listening to the howling wind outside. The evening breeze gently caressed Junfang's face, and he appeared to be entranced, as if the wind carried a myriad of chaotic emotions. Boom, boom, roar. Junfang's eyes suddenly widened. This was the roar of a soul beast, and its power was formidable. Over the past few nights, Junfang had frequently heard the cries of nocturnal soul beasts. Soul masters who opted to hunt these creatures during the night often provoked the beasts into a frenzy of roaring. However, this time was markedly different. The beast's roar resonated throughout the entire forest. Junfang could hear it distinctly even within the confines of the cave. He sensed that the roar reverberated throughout the forest. This sound must belong to a soul beast of millennia. Junfang secretly contemplated as he extended his head beyond the cave's entrance. The night was no longer shrouded in darkness. A dazzling crimson flame illuminated the surroundings. In the distance, there was indeed a flicker of fire, and the earlier thunderous sound must have been the result of an attack by the soul beast. In the pitch-black night, even with Junfang's keen eyesight, he could only discern numerous shadowy figures fleeing in the distance, unable to ascertain the exact nature of the unfolding events. He was convinced that it was no trivial matter. The resounding roar echoed throughout the entire forest. Any vigilant soul master, whether awake or not, would surely have heard it and would emerge to investigate. Even if there was no significant threat, the situation could easily escalate into something grave. Junfang's eyes emitted a crimson glow in the darkness of night, their blood-red hue resembling the malevolent gaze of a fiend. Junfang's second martial soul, the Death Monarch, possesses an appearance and abilities that might lead one to erroneously assume it resembles a vampire bat. However, this assessment is not entirely accurate. While the Death Monarch does exhibit bat-like features, it is not solely classified as a bat-type beast martial soul, as its physiological structure differs significantly from that of bats. Typically, bat-like soul beasts have their wings formed from their arms, with exceedingly short hind limbs. In contrast, the Death Monarch boasts a unique anatomy. Its wings emerge from its back, near the ribcage, while it possesses a pair of robust arms and formidable claws. Moreover, the lower limbs of the Death Monarch are even more developed than its upper limbs, resulting in pronounced muscular contours in Junfang's thighs post-attachment, with sharp talons extending from its toes. Bats are known for their acute hearing and sense of smell. Yet their vision is often deemed sufficient but not particularly sharp by many soul masters. Generally, bat-like soul beasts navigate their surroundings and detect objects through the emission of soul power fluctuations that are imperceptible to human senses. This information is a summary from the textbooks of the Martial Soul Hall's primary elite academy. With memories from a previous life, Junfang, despite receiving a rudimentary education, is aware that bats utilize echolocation. The so-called invisible soul power fluctuations mentioned in the text should indeed refer to ultrasound. However, the Death Monarch diverges in its capabilities. It possesses extraordinarily heightened senses, sight, hearing, smell, touch, taste, and a keen sixth sense that allows it to anticipate danger. Nonetheless, the Death Monarch cannot emit ultrasound from its mouth for navigation. While its appearance aligns with bat-like soul beasts, the Death Monarch's essence is intertwined with a demonic lineage reminiscent of the fallen angel martial soul. Both belong to the category of demon-type martial souls, however. The fallen angel bears an angelic visage, whereas the Death Monarch manifests the countenance of a bat-like demon. Junfang gazed upon the world through the dual eyes of the Death Monarch's soul. Reflected within his crimson gaze was a nightscape clearer than that of the brightest day. His blood-red eyes cast their weight towards the distant horizon. Junfang observed the once distant and faint glow of fire spreading voraciously, gradually taking on the might of a tempest, its crimson hue illuminating the cruel darkness of the forest night. The shadows darting amidst the flames comprised both soul beasts and soul masters, the latter fleeing from the searing heat, flowing like a tide in all directions around the raging inferno. Under the night sky, Junfang's face was illuminated by the flickering flames, leaving him too restless to sleep. He was just contemplating venturing out of the cave to investigate when, suddenly, he heard the distant yet approaching sound of disordered footsteps belonging to soul masters. Junfang fixed his gaze in the direction of the sound source and observed several groups of individuals fleeing towards the cave where he resided. Chapter 87. Darkness is the breeding ground of fear. 3 soul masters, in a state of panic, fled from the forest ablaze with towering flames towards a relatively flat expanse of grassland. The surroundings were sparse in trees, yet strewn with chaotic rocks and dense underbrush. "We can no longer run. We must find a safe place to hide," spoke one soul master, clad in a standard black uniform. "Indeed. That crimson flame beast possesses tremendous destructive power and charges recklessly," echoed another soul master, dressed in identical black attire as the others. There lies a concealed cave. It should provide refuge." The third soul master pointed towards a cave partially obscured by a massive stone at the foot of a slope. "Uncertain if it is occupied. It might belong to a soul beast," he added. "It's hard to determine," the second soul master replied, his tone tinged with a hint of arrogance. "Just watch me." As he finished speaking, pale blue scales emerged from beneath his skin, ascending his face in layers, and a ghastly white radiance enveloped him, concealing all traces of his visage. A colossal anglerfish phantom manifested around the soul master, its menacing, serrated teeth instilling an aura of dread, while its spiny fins punctured through the soul master's back and elbows. A slender, luminous fishing rod extended from his forehead, with a lantern at its tip casting a harsh white light. Martial soul manifestation, deep-sea anglerfish. The anglerfish soul master positioned the lantern at the cave's entrance, sending rippling waves of white light that illuminated the interior with startling clarity. The cave, reflecting the ghastly white glow, shimmered due to the unevenness of the stone walls, yet the 3 fleeing soul masters found no signs of life within. No one. Just perfect. The anglerfish soul master, perceiving the cave's emptiness most keenly, promptly shrank his body and slipped through the narrow crevice. The previously dark cave was transformed into a beacon of light by the radiance emanating from the anglerfish soul master, allowing even those outside to glimpse the faint glow within. The 2 soul masters behind exchanged glances, and seeing no immediate danger inside, they followed closely behind the anglerfish soul master. Upon entering, they could still see the familiar white light of the anglerfish soul master from a distance. What had once been blinding white light now appeared as a life-saving beacon within the pitch-black cave. The luminescent glow of the anglerfish's martial soul served as their guiding light. And without pondering how their companion had traversed such a distance in a short span, they delved deeper into the cave, following the radiance. "Wow, this cave is quite spacious. It can accommodate several people," remarked one soul master, tapping the cold, solid stone wall. "If only we had discovered this place on the first day cool and safe." "Huh? What is going on?" Suddenly, the other soul master exclaimed. "What happened?" The first soul master was alarmed. The cave fell into a sudden silence. Since entering, they had followed the trail of white light. Given their companion's willingness to lead the way, they felt at ease. But just moments ago, their guiding light had abruptly halted. However, they found it peculiar. Perhaps their companion had merely paused to wait for them to catch up and discuss their next move. They arrived at the spot where the white light emanated, but the sight before them was chilling. The source of the guiding white light was not their companion, but rather the skull of a soul beast, radiating an eerie white glow from its hollow eye sockets. The skull's empty gaze pierced through them, the light not only blinding but also striking terror into their cowardly hearts. Fear seized their minds in that instant, rendering them motionless. After a moment, one managed to react, retreating several steps in an attempt to distance himself from the ominous skull. The other soul master, jolted from his stupor, also stepped back to what he deemed a safe distance. What is this? I don't know. The most pressing question is, where has Liu Xian gone? He entered first, and we followed his light. His white light seemed to pause for a moment, and then it ceased. That pause likely indicates Liu Xian has met his demise. There must be a soul beast or a soul master here. I suspect it's more likely to be a soul master. At this point, the taller soul master suddenly came to a realization. That implies there are still others in this cave, preparing to ambush us. We must exit now. The tall soul master urgently whispered, tugging at his companion as they rushed towards the cave's entrance. The white light behind them extinguished abruptly. Darkness. An overwhelming darkness engulfed their vision, and a fearful atmosphere pervaded the damp cave, the chilling dread piercing their very bones. The tall soul master was filled with uncertainty. Logically, there should be moonlight outside. Even if the cave's entrance was narrow, some silver light should filter in. Now, not a glimmer of light could be seen, indicating that the entrance was likely blocked. While the tall soul master managed to maintain a semblance of calm thought in the darkness, his companion was frozen in terror. Cold and trembling, utterly at a loss. Gao Jian, what should we do? Can we still make it out alive? His voice quivered, revealing his inexperience in such dire situations. Stay calm. There is always a way out. Gao Jian himself felt uncertain, his words serving as both reassurance to his companion and a means of self-comfort. Aside from the solid ground beneath them, they were surrounded by nothingness. Gao Jian felt compelled to locate the cave's walls. If he could trace the wall, he ought to reach the entrance while remaining vigilant against any lurking ambushers. Gao Jian extended his arms like a blind man, groping around aimlessly, testing the ground with his feet. Finally, his hands brushed against the hard, cold wall, filling him with a sense of triumph. This is the first step to success. I knew I was capable of maintaining such composure in perilous circumstances. Fengzi, I found the cave wall. Hold on to me, and let us not get separated. Gao Jian spoke in a low voice, turning to address his companion. After a prolonged silence, he received no response. A chill ran down Gao Jian's spine. Something was amiss. Fengzi, typically timid, would not remain silent. Fengzi? No reply. Are you still there? All he heard was the echo of his own low voice within the cave. Gao Jian felt a profound sense of dread. He had always known, deep down, that the ambusher had been lurking nearby. In the brief moment he spent searching for the wall, Fengzi had likely met his untimely end, though it was uncertain whether his life was still in danger. Though enveloped in darkness, Gao Jian prided himself on his keen senses, believing he could detect an enemy's ambush. He lowered his hand from the cold stone wall and positioned his arms defensively before him, ready for combat. Junfang hung upside down like a bat from the dark ceiling of the cave, his blood-red eyes fixed expressionlessly on Gao Jian. His gaze resembled that of one observing a dying soul. Gao Jian, unaware of the looming threat, stood with his back towards him. His defensive posture rife with vulnerabilities in Junfang's eyes. The caution exhibited by Gao Jian appeared almost endearing, akin to a sheep's last struggle before a ravenous wolf. As the three soul masters approached within 3 meters of the cave, Junfang became acutely aware of their presence. He immediately summoned his second martial spirit, merging into the shadows with the grace of a bat, concealing himself in the deepest recesses of the cave. Indeed, upon illuminating the cave's interior with their powerful lights, the three soul masters entered one by one. The narrowness of the cave's entrance was a deliberate design by Junfang, ensuring that only one could enter at a time, should the soul masters choose not to shift the massive boulders blocking the entrance. The first to descend was the one carrying the light, his soul power weak at merely level 15. Junfang offered this individual no opportunity to react. He transitioned from the Death Monarch to the Celestial Mask Martial Soul, and a stream of azure light, akin to a venomous serpent, coiled around the body of the Anglerfish Soul Master. The first soul skill, Barbaric Thunder Whip. In an instant, a current far exceeding what a mere level 15 Soul Master could withstand surged through the frail figure. The electrifying paralysis and agony rendering the Anglerfish Soul Master unconscious in an instant. Junfang leisurely dragged the unconscious Anglerfish Spirit Master deeper into the cave, while the two following him mistook the radiant white glow emanating from the Barbaric Thunder Whip for the lantern light of the Anglerfish. Subsequently, Junfang, with bare hands, coalesced a sphere of lightning reminiscent of the Jade Pivot Thunder, placing it beneath the skull of a collected soul beast. By the time the two spirit masters were startled by the glowing skull, Junfang had already reached the cave entrance and sealed off their escape route. The luminous orb crafted by Junfang could not be sustained for long. Its energy waned, plunging the cavern back into darkness. Junfang once again switched to his second martial soul. The night vision bestowed by the Lord of Death allowed him to perceive the terrified expressions of the two soul masters amidst the darkness. The somewhat shorter soul master exhibited particular panic, promptly unleashing his martial soul. His soul power level was modest, approximately at the 16th rank. Junfang is acquainted with the white dove martial spirit, which possesses the ability to fly and is known for its agility in offensive maneuvers. However, it is notably deficient in defensive capabilities. Junfang hung upside down above him, wielding the unyielding hilt of a steel dagger to strike at the vagus nerve located on the side of the white dove spirit master's neck. A blow aimed at the vagus nerve, even if not delivered with full force, could instantaneously render the spirit master utterly incapacitated, inducing confusion, faintness, and shock. In severe cases, it could result in immediate death. Given the frail condition of the white dove spirit master, even a partial assault from Junfang led directly to his fainting. Junfang caught the fallen body of the white dove soul master, making not a single sound. He carefully placed him alongside the unconscious anglerfish soul master in the deepest recesses of the cave. Junfang turned back once more, his final task being to confront the towering figure with the highest soul power. Gao Jian, unable to contain his mounting fear, let out a low growl. Muscles, lean yet pronounced, swelled beneath his skin, resembling serpentine coils that undulated across his form, making him appear more than twice his previous stature. Coarse, dark spikes of hair erupted from his body, enveloping his once pale skin in a dense layer of fur. As the formidable silhouette of a massive black bear loomed behind him, most striking were Gao Jian's arms, if his entire body was shrouded in black steel-like hair. Then his arms resembled two gleaming steel pipes radiating a dark silver sheen. Each iron limb was thicker than his own thighs. This was the Iron Arm Bear. Junfang instantly recognized Gao Jian's martial spirit, as those robust arms served as the unmistakable emblem of his power. 18 levels of soul power. Junfang estimated the soul power level of Gao Jian, contemplating how to proceed. Gao Jian, embodying the Iron Arm Bear martial spirit, felt as though he were ensconced within a shell adorned with steel thorns, impervious to weapons. A sense of arrogance swelled within him as he tilted his head back, unleashing a deep, resonant roar that revealed his ferocity to the unseen adversary while simultaneously venting his fears. The thunderous bear roar abruptly ceased, replaced by a chilling scream of agony. The sound of his tormented cries reverberated through the enclosed cave, the waves of despair colliding with the walls and echoing throughout, creating a dolorous symphony of suffering. 5 dark golden, menacing claws pierced through Gao Jian's abdomen, droplets of deep crimson blood trickling from their tips. The dark golden fear claws entered through Gao Jian's back and emerged from his front, saturating his bare fur with dark crimson. As blood gushed forth in torrents from the wound inflicted by the claws, Junfang left a sliver of mercy, refraining from inflicting an almost irreparable injury upon Gao Jian by twisting his arm. He abruptly withdrew his icy, clawed hand from Gao Jian's back, causing a small eruption of blood. The swift extraction of his claws unleashed another wave of excruciating pain upon Gao Jian, with blood splattering across the ground, saturating the cavern with its metallic scent. Within Junfang's keen sight, Gao Jian's bear-like visage contorted in agony. He pressed his sturdy bare paws against the gushing wounds, striving to staunch the flow of blood. Yet, his resolve proved insufficient. In an instant, the combined toll of pain and excessive blood loss rendered him helpless before Junfang. Junfang licked the blood from his claws, savoring the lingering taste. Suddenly, he furrowed his brows, neglecting to tend to the grievously injured Gao Jian on the ground, and melted once again into the enveloping darkness. The massive stone at the entrance was forcefully moved aside, allowing the silvery glow of the night to seep into the cave. "Zhou Tianping, there is a cave here. We should be able to manage a night's stay," announced a youth clad in yellow, standing at the entrance. Chapter 88. The news of Hu Liena. The yellow-clad youth appeared weary, bathed in the silvery light from outside. The brownish-yellow fur of his martial spirit, an embodiment of a giant ape, still clung to him, resembling a towering yellow-haired gorilla walking upright. I observed as Zhou Tianping, adorned in black-light armor, strode forth from behind the yellow youth, positioning himself before him. Zhou Tianping's martial spirit was that of a falcon, granting him exceptional vision even without its activation. Moreover, his keen night vision rendered the darkness no different from daylight. His sharp eyes pierced the obscurity of the cave ahead, scrutinizing every corner with a grave expression. Zhou Tianping's countenance suddenly shifted, his brows knitting together. "What is it?" the yellow-clad youth inquired. "There is a severely injured and unconscious person inside. They may have been ambushed and left here to fend for themselves," Zhou Tianping replied. "What? Such a thing exists? The individual lies not far from the entrance. You should drag them out for a closer look. Given that the victim is here, it is likely that the cave is deserted," Zhou Tianping concluded. "All right." The yellow youth stepped into the darkness, denser than the night itself. Before long, he emerged from the shadows, dragging the unconscious Gao Jian with him, a winding trail of blood marking their path. "This person is not weak. Their soul power seems comparable to mine. How tragic," exclaimed the yellow youth in astonishment. The soul master he held bore an estimated soul power of level 18, just a tier below his own. What kind of perilous lair could inflict such harm on a soul master of this caliber? "Stop, do not move." Zhou Tianping noticed the extensive crimson behind Gao Jian, realizing the dire state of the soul master. "Such severe injuries, should we intervene?" Zhou Tianping pondered momentarily before stating, "While we cannot address everything, we cannot simply allow him to perish. Let us use some bandages to staunch his bleeding." Upon hearing this, the yellow youth complied, wrapping bandages around the 5 horrific wounds. I will venture inside. Perhaps we can discover more intriguing items. After bandaging Gao Jian, the yellow youth shifted from a crouch to a standing position, preparing to step back into the dark shadows. Be cautious. Zhou Tianping refrained from halting him, curiosity piquing his interest. The yellow youth had nearly vanished into the darkness when he carelessly turned to Zhou Tianping and remarked, regardless of the dangers within, we cannot remain in this cave. Watch out behind you. Zhou Tianping exclaimed, his eyes widening as he interrupted the yellow youth's impending words. The yellow youth swiftly turned back, only to be momentarily blinded. The once pitch-black cave had transformed into a tempest of lightning. The entire space within the cave appeared to be filled with a blinding white light, accompanied by the crackling sounds of exploding rocks. White lightning, akin to a dragon, roared as it surged towards the cave entrance. The dazzling light instinctively compelled the yellow youth to close his eyes, yet he reacted swiftly, shielding his head with his hands and crouching down to minimize the area exposed to the impending attack. Roar. Boom. 2 tumultuous bolts of lightning collided at the cave's mouth, producing an explosive wave that surged nearly 20 meters outward. The blast sent shards of rock flying, while swirling blasts of dust and fragments formed a miniature firestorm, illuminated by flickering lightning. The yellow youth, caught unprepared, endured the full force of Su Junfang's second soul skill, Illusory Dragon. He bore the brunt of the explosion, along with the subsequent barrage of shattering debris and terrifying shockwaves. The impact sent him hurtling 5 meters away, where he collapsed, unconscious. Zhou Tianping, positioned just outside the cave, witnessed the brilliant light erupting as the yellow youth turned to speak with him, moments before the electrical dragon surged towards them. In that instant, he activated his martial spirit, the falcon, which possessed the ability to soar. However, as the explosion unfolded, he was caught in the ravaging currents of lightning and the violent shockwave, rendering him unable to escape. He was tossed about like a tattered plastic bag in a tempest. Zhou Tianping also suffered the brunt of the illusory dragon, albeit the yellow youth's presence had slightly mitigated the initial storm, resulting in comparatively lighter injuries. He was flung a few meters away, supporting himself on the ground, his black armor crackling with arcs of electricity, with clear burn marks adorning his cheeks and armor. Despite the confusion of the sudden assault, Zhou Tianping remained alert, instinctively entering a state of combat readiness. Before he could regain his bearings, the debris from the cave exploded again, sending a flurry of rocks into the air. A bolt of pure white lightning surged directly towards Zhou Tianping. Alarmed, he recognized that, despite his level 21 soul power, he had no means to defend against this sudden attack. The lightning moved with such speed that he had no time for further preparation. So he raised his falcon wings as a makeshift shield. Boom. Another thunderous roar erupted, enveloping Zhou Tianping in a dark mushroom cloud accompanied by a deep rumble. In the next moment, he was hurled from the cloud, trailing wisps of dark smoke, crashing into a tree behind him. Thud. The ancient tree shuddered upon impact, its leaves scattering, while Zhou Tianping found himself paralyzed by the overwhelming force of the lightning strike. His feathers were scattered like petals in the wind, rising in faint wisps of black smoke. Great one. Hold back. Allow me to explain. Zhou Tianping pleaded, his voice hoarse, fearful of meeting a fate akin to the soul beast he had witnessed before. Indeed, he recognized this formidable presence as the one who had effortlessly dispatched a century-old soul beast just days prior. Though Su Junfang's divine mask martial spirit obscured his face with a blinding white lightning mask, it became a memorable emblem. Zhou Tianping had witnessed the entire process of Su Junfang's dual soul beast slaying on the first day of assessment. Thus the visage of Su Junfang's martial spirit remained vivid in his memory. The last image Zhou Tianping beheld was that of the cold, lightning-imbued masked figure and his massive, electrified fist, growing larger and more radiant. Bang! Zhou Tianping lost consciousness. As he opened his eyes, he found himself once again beneath the familiar starry sky. The moment Zhou Tianping regained consciousness, his mind felt heavy and disoriented. He twisted his body, only to discover that he was shackled to a tree by iron chains, his feet dangling above the ground. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? Then he saw a figure with a black mask obscuring the lower half of their face sitting before him, their gaze filled with playful intrigue. As the saying goes, once the feet leave the ground, the virus is quelled, and the sharp intellect reclaims its dominion. In an instant, Zhou Tianping recalled everything. He remembered seeking refuge with friends, only to be rendered unconscious by the soul master before him, awakening bound and restrained. Zhou surveyed his surroundings, noting the environment remained unchanged. The ruins of the stone cave lay quietly nearby, while he found himself tied to the very tree he had collided with earlier. His gaze inevitably met Su Junfang's, and silence enveloped the air. Who are you? What do you want? Zhou Tianping could no longer endure the awkward atmosphere, or perhaps he sought to escape the predicament, and thus spoke first. Nothing, Su Junfang replied tersely, lapsing once again into silence, seemingly contemplating his words. To Zhou's surprise, the masked figure's voice was not as deep as he had imagined. Rather, it was quite clear. Where is my friend? Zhou inquired. Above, Su Junfang gestured towards the treetops. Zhou looked up to see the unconscious boy in yellow, dangling from a sturdy branch, his head hanging limply, in a deep slumber. What purpose does your capture of us serve? With your strength, you must have gathered enough points by now. We would never oppose you, Zhou Tianping attempted to reason. To speak frankly, capturing you was a last resort. Su Junfang finally articulated a complete thought. I was originally dealing with that intruder in my cave when you suddenly appeared, forcing me to hide once more. It seems you were fortunate enough to stumble upon my lair. Zhou Tianping felt a bitter pang. He had not anticipated that the grievously injured Soul Master was a result of his actions. Was he truly facing dire consequences? By the way, could you enlighten me about the explosion and the fleeing Soul Masters over there? Zhou lifted his head, sensing a glimmer of hope for escape. If you safely release my friend and me, I will share what I know. Hey, feel free to negotiate. We are all competitors here, and I mean you no harm. Speak quickly, do not waste my time. Zhou took a deep breath, his cheeks puffing out, his expression torn as he pondered whether to press his luck. Ultimately, he surrendered. Exhaling heavily before recounting the sequence of events he was aware of. You must be aware of the spontaneous organization from the Battle Soul Academy within this assessment area? Zhou prefaced, perhaps testing the waters. I know, Su Junfang nodded. Good, it is well known that the Battle Soul Academy has over 30 members in this examination site. Though they strive to avoid completely offending the deceased, they have nonetheless incapacitated a few soul masters they deemed unfavorable. Just moments ago, one unfortunate soul, severely harmed by the Battle Soul Academy, attracted the wrath of the Millennium Soul Beast, the Crimson Flame Beast, seeking revenge on the Academy. That individual was unlikely to succeed in the assessment, so he intended to lure the Battle Soul organization into his trap. Using himself as bait to ensnare the Crimson Flame Beast, he recklessly sprinted to the Battle Soul stronghold, risking injury from the beast. And just as he was about to be slain, a nearby proctor intervened, rescuing him but causing him to lose his assessment qualification. However, the Crimson Flame Beast seemed to have gone berserk, charging directly into the Battle Soul organization's sleeping quarters. The suddenness of the event left them unprepared, resulting in many losing their assessment qualifications. The remaining members of the Battle Soul organization scattered in all directions, while the Crimson Flame Beast pursued them, igniting fires along its path, which explained the towering flames in the distance. Zhou gestured with his head towards the still-burning inferno. My friend Yuan Lu and I were also frightened by the Crimson Flame Beast, fearing we might fall victim to its onslaught, which would be a travesty for our assessment qualifications. Zhou referred to the unconscious boy in yellow. What happened next? Was the Crimson Flame Beast subdued? Su Junfang pressed. I am uncertain. I only know that reports of a soul master of the soul respect level emerged from the other side of the forest. They seem to be attempting to lure the Crimson Flame Beast towards the soul respect. Zhou's distracted response was interrupted by Su Junfang. Soul respect, male or female? Su Junfang inquired urgently, his brow furrowing. Zhou cast a somewhat smug glance at him, as if to say, you too will be astonished. It is said to be female. But I find it hard to believe. A 12-year-old soul respect seems rather implausible. Su Junfang felt a blend of joy and urgency. After reviewing the student profiles with Hu Liena, he discovered that she was the only soul master at the age of 12 in this cohort, a truly unprecedented occurrence. Furthermore, being female, it was undoubtedly Hu Liena. Su Junfang felt a sense of delight upon learning of Hu Liena's whereabouts. In recent days, he had scarcely ventured beyond this vicinity, relying solely on the casual conversations of passing soul masters for information. It appeared that news of Hu Liena, the soul sovereign, had not yet spread. Otherwise, he would have been informed much earlier. Su Junfang's thoughts swiftly returned to the matter at hand. Why did the Spirit Hall lead the Millennium Soul Beast towards Hu Liena while she was engaged in battle with the Crimson Flame Beast? Had she somehow offended this organization? Su Junfang was consumed with urgency, fervently wishing to instantly appear by Hu Liena's side. My friend, could you escort me to the site of the Red Flame Beast rampage? Bring along your unconscious companion as well. Absolutely not. Zhou Tianping promptly rejected the request. We came here precisely to evade such dangers. If you take me there, I assure you that you will remain safe. Once we arrive, you may depart at your leisure. Should you incur any loss of points, I shall gladly share some of my iron tokens with you. What do you say? Su Junfang, with a veneer of politeness, emanated a menacing aura that bore down on Zhou Tianping, as if to say, obey, comply, and rewards shall follow. Otherwise, I shall seize your head. Feeling the pressure of coercion, Zhou Tianping reluctantly acquiesced. Chapter 89. Rescue 1. The Crimson Flame Beast roared, a torrent of searing heat sweeping forth like a tidal wave. Its ferocious flames danced wildly, consuming everything in their path. The scarlet blaze resembled an arrogant lacquer artist, staining all it touched with a dark crimson hue. The Crimson Flame Beast was the sole Millennium Soul Beast in this assessment area. Fiercely temperamental, its fiery nature ignited at the slightest provocation. Higher-tier soul beasts preferred to occupy the central regions of the forest, asserting their superiority. When the Millennium Crimson Flame Beast first arrived, it was cautious and reverent towards the forest, inching closer to its heart to avoid being ambushed by foes of greater prowess. Upon finally reaching the center of the enclosed forest, it realized it was the most powerful soul beast within. Without hesitation, the Crimson Flame Beast claimed its dominion over the forest heart, its wariness significantly diminished. This behavioral trait of soul beasts had long been studied by humans, and the Spirit Hall had incorporated these findings into their teachings, hence most students were aware that Millennium Soul Beasts would invariably inhabit the forest core. Due to various apprehensions and fears of injury, no soul master dared to provoke this fiery monstrosity for the first 3 days. Until, on the third night, a thoroughly bullied solitary student decided to take a stand. He stealthily infiltrated the heart of the forest, finding the slumbering Crimson Flame Beast and unleashing a barrage of soul techniques upon it. The Crimson Flame Beast, unaccustomed to such indignity, erupted in a furious roar and charged from its lair. Once enraged, flames erupted from its lava-like skin, incinerating countless plants in its wake. It loathed this feeble creature that had dared disrupt its slumber with such a cowardly and insulting tactic. Consumed by rage, its intellect and clarity burned away, leaving only one thought in its mind: incinerate all before it. Crimson Dragon Dominance. Bloodwing Blade. The dark red dragon flames clashed violently with the crimson torrent, two amorphous fire pillars intertwining and scorching each other. The air shimmered with faint red ripples, the space around the flames twisting like water waves. This was the intense heat generated by extreme temperatures, accompanied by the sounds of sparks and explosions. For a brief moment, the two infernos were at an impasse, the surging heat igniting the surrounding flora, drowning the night in a deluge of fiery rain. Thud. Crack. The resilient blood-red blade sliced swiftly against the Crimson Flame Beast's tough hide, producing a shower of sparks, while two deep gashes marred its dark red skin. In truth, the beast was already covered with grievous wounds, its grotesque scars the only testament to its struggles that night. Roar. The Crimson Flame Beast, in pain, felt its fiery breath weaken. A cluster of dark red dragon flames crept up its cheek. Angrily, it shook its head, extinguishing the flames, leaving only embers behind. Nana. Now. The boy, clad in fiery red dragon spirit, urged urgently. The Crimson Flame Beast, distracted and in agony, required no further prompting. Hu Liena knew exactly what was to be done. A pink luminescence radiated from the exquisitely shaped figure of the girl, but under Hu Liena's precise control. All of the pink magic light enveloped the beleaguered Crimson Flame Beast. The beast, once thrashing wildly, now calmed under the soothing embrace of the pink mist, its fiery markings dimming to a dull glow. The surroundings were scorched earth, trees, grass, and stones had been reduced to ash under the moonlight, while at the core of the battleground stood three formidable soul masters contending with the Crimson Flame Beast. Observers began to gather from a distance. The farther they stood, the more there were, unwilling to miss the spectacle of powerful combat. The pink mist appeared harmless, eliciting indifference from the crowd. Suddenly, a soft melody began to resonate in the hearts of all within a 50-meter radius, as if the song originated from their very souls, the singer residing within their minds. The entrancing sound overwhelmed them, the disorienting illusions ensnaring lower-level soul masters first into a nightmarish realm. Through sound into illusion, a high-level charm. Most soul masters found themselves ensnared by the secretive magical melody, the sound creeping into their hearts, leaving them entranced. Only a handful of higher-level soul masters struggled to maintain their clarity. The Crimson Flame Beast faced the brunt of this seductive sound, its mind throbbing from the incessant whispers. It was utterly unprepared to launch any attacks or defenses, perceiving the detestable soul masters before it as mere phantoms. Closing its eyes, it shook its head frantically in an attempt to dispel the dizziness, yet upon reopening them, it found itself no longer in the charred battlefield ravaged by flames. Instead, it was surrounded by a dreamlike expanse of pink lotus flowers and stems entwined, a solitary fiery crimson lotus resting serenely at the center, both tranquil and tumultuous. This place was a paradox of dreamlike beauty and hellish cruelty, an environment of illusion and magical sound. Seeing the Crimson Flame Beast gradually cease its struggles, Hu Liena's initially fierce expression transformed into one of bewilderment, its flames extinguished, and all defenses abandoned. The Crimson Flame Beast stood before Hu Liena like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Hu Liena's second yellow soul ring flickered. The second soul technique, Tale of the Celestial Fox, followed swiftly after the third soul technique, Celestial Fox's enchanting melody. With a commanding cry, a multitude of white, dense fox silk surged forth, the tips of the silvery fox tails sharp as needles, reflecting the fiery glow. The silken fox tails ensnared the helpless Crimson Flame Beast tightly, the sharp tails thrusting forward with force. Blood stained the silver threads, piercing through the beast's chest, its soft body dangling like tattered cloth upon Hu Liena's back. This was a powerful soul technique that combined both attack and control. With a flick of her foxtail, the Crimson Flame Beast was flung into the air like a rag doll. Blood rained down, the beast's chest punctured, blood flowing incessantly. Thud. The soul master's lifeless body fell heavily to the ground, resonating within the hearts of the onlookers. They all witnessed the ascendance of the ethereal purple soul ring, seemingly out of reach. The temperature plummeted, the once fiery ground slowly returning to darkness. Just as the observing soul masters thought the spectacle had reached its climax and began to disperse, a loud voice pierced through the crowd. Now, as the words fell, a dozen figures shot forth from the scattering spectators. Leading them was a fierce-looking youth clad in leopard patterns, his presence crackling with the power of thunder. Hu Liena scoffed, her expression icy and disdainful. Joss, I suspected you were behind this scheme. What audacity you have to challenge me. The boy named Joss, with his yellow hair and prominent brow, flashed a menacing grin. Of course, it was the Crimson Flame Beast that made the first move. Facing a kaleidoscope of various soul skills, Hu Liena remained unfazed, her expression as frigid as ice. As her second soul ring shimmered, the tail of the Celestial Fox was poised to be unleashed. Suddenly, a powerful attack struck her from behind. engulfing her in a tempest of icy winds that not only inflicted internal injuries but also temporarily hindered her movements. Enraged and astonished, Hu Liena was acutely aware of who was behind her. It was precisely because of her familiarity that she had allowed someone to stand behind her, deeming them incapable of posing a threat. One of the female soul masters she had traveled with in recent days, frozen in place by the ice storm. Her soul skill was interrupted. Faced with a barrage of dazzling soul skills, she dared not withstand the onslaught head-on. With a swift motion, her right hand struck her waist, activating a soul guidance shield that enveloped her in a visible, shimmering sphere of protection. The relentless rain of soul skills bombarded the shield, with a portion being intercepted by the fiery young man wielding the Crimson Dragon martial spirit. The surprise attack was thwarted by an unseen barrier, leaving Joss bewildered. What is that? Hadn't her soul skill been interrupted? A knowledgeable soul master nearby remarked, that is a soul guidance device. Increase your power. Leaping high, Joss swung his right arm behind his head, the electric net adhering to his leopard claw, unleashing a bright blue claw of thunder. The lower-tier soul guidance shield shattered. At that moment, Hu Liena had already broken free from the icy prison, yet she remained in a sluggish state, having expended a considerable amount of soul power against the blazing beast, now feeling drained. The soul skills of those charging at the forefront struck the ethereal fox images surrounding her, causing blood to trickle from the corner of her mouth. Her second soul ring flickered, the tail of the celestial fox. A sea of white thorns engulfed her foes. And as the soul masters were flung back into the silvery ocean, they succumbed to severe injuries and unconsciousness. However, these charging soul masters were mere cannon fodder, none possessing soul power exceeding level 19. Joss's smile grew increasingly radiant yet grotesque. He mused, once those ahead exhaust her soul power, it will be my time to shine, a soul master? Nothing more. The situation was dire, with over a dozen adversaries besieging her. Despite 3 or 4 being intercepted by the Crimson Dragon Soul Master, 10 remained relentless. Among them, 3 possessed levels above 20, including the formidable level 26 Thunder Leopard, Joss. Hu Liena's countenance darkened. This was her first encounter with such adversity, and a flicker of helplessness stirred within her. Would I truly falter against these wretches? If I fail to enter the elite program, how could I face His Holiness the Pope, my brother, and Junfang? If I cannot join Junfang in the elite program, then stand aside. Crash. Crash. The surrounding soul masters erupted in chaos. Boom. The thunderous roar of lightning illuminated the crowd, the immense power of the lightning toppling numerous soul masters. Bang. The soul master scattered, unwilling to be touched by the slightest spark. Who is that? In the distance, figures surged skyward, soul masters being hurled into the air, illuminated by the moonlight like a spectacle. Those forced aloft let out agonized screams, their bodies crackling with violent lightning, the storm of thunder and fire intertwining. The soul master formation was cleaved through by a bolt of electricity, a path brutally carved through them. A figure clad in radiant white stood proudly amidst the tempest of thunder, resembling a sovereign of all, delivering blows that sent soul masters reeling, heavily injured and spitting blood. Joss's next attack was evaded by Hu Liena with an uncanny agility, his eyes blazing with fury. Hearing the sounds of battle, he glanced back. A soul master he had never seen before had emerged from the rear, his comrades lying in defeat around him. Joss was instantly filled with rage, momentarily abandoning his duel with Hu Liena to charge at the masked figure. Who are you? Ruining my grand plans. The masked figure continued to weave through the ranks of soul masters with wild and domineering attacks, evoking a palpable aura of intimidation that kept others at bay. Only Joss, intertwining his leopard and lightning shadows, lunged at him with the ferocity of a tiger pouncing on its prey, prompting the masked figure to chuckle softly. Humph. Such trifling skills dare to challenge me. Great Thunder Dragon, perish. The voice of the cloaked figure was both arrogant and commanding, resonating like a thunderous bell. As the 1,000-year soul ring responded to the call of the Great Thunder Dragon, the purple light surged, 2 thunder dragons coiling and ready to strike. Su Junfang's second soul skill, Dragon of the Void. Notification of chapter adjustment. Some have remarked that the awakening of the martial soul took too long, spanning over a dozen chapters. Today, I have moved the martial soul awakening from chapter 12 to precede chapter 2, creating a reverse narrative structure, with minimal alterations to the content. Henceforth, chapter 2 will depict the martial soul awakening, followed by the protagonist's backstory. Chapter 89, Rescue 2, the thunderclap resounded through the night, illuminating the darkened, desolate trees with the brilliance of the lightning dragon, as if it were midday amidst the pines and willows. The surrounding soul masters were momentarily dazzled, instinctively closing their eyes to avoid the blinding flash of white light. The lightning dragon merged with the tempest, moving with a speed that rivaled the very essence of lightning itself. In the span of a single heartbeat, the dragon collided fiercely with Joss. The 2 azure dragons, embodying the fury of thunder, unleashed their formidable fangs without restraint. In the air, Joss found himself overshadowed by the breathtaking pressure emanating from the radiant lightning dragon, rendering his own electric panther martial soul akin to a mere firefly compared to the full moon. Suspended in midair, he had no means to gain leverage. Upon sensing the palpable surge of electricity erupting from Su Junfang's hands, he was filled with regret. As a fellow lightning attribute soul master, he possessed a deeper understanding of the tempestuous nature of lightning and was acutely aware of Su Junfang's terrifying mastery over it. Lightning is the most volatile, ferocious, and untamable force among the elements of nature. Most wielders of lightning must exercise considerable control to prevent the unleashed energy from harming themselves. One reason the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul is so formidable is that, as the king of subdragons, it possesses an unparalleled ability to compress and withstand lightning compared to other lightning-type martial souls. This allows the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex to condense purer and more potent lightning with greater ease than its counterparts. Joss had the fortune of witnessing a blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex soul master once, though that individual surpassed Su Junfang in soul power in terms of the purity of lightning. Su Junfang's lightning dragon was unmatched. He understood clearly that the figure before him, clad in black, not only possessed superior soul power but also exhibited a mastery over lightning that placed them worlds apart. The terror within him left his chest heavy, but the agony inflicted by the two lightning dragons was far more excruciating. Under Su Junfang's command, the lightning dragons did not explode before Joss. Instead, the two azure dragons, with their elemental bodies, pierced through him seamlessly from head to tail. The vicious lightning elements relentlessly surged through Joss's internal organs. As a lightning attribute soul master, he found himself engulfed in the tempest, each second stretching into an eternity. The lightning of the electric panther martial soul dissipated like a stone cast into the sea, lost amidst the roaring storm. A cacophony of white thunder erupted, shattering Joss's forward momentum, leaving him rigid and collapsed upon the ground. Flames scorched his garments, while the raging thunder ravaged every inch of his skin, plunging him into unbearable agony. Stop him! Joss, unable to move, screamed orders, imploring his comrades on the ground. If you do not deal with them today, we shall all suffer their vengeance in the future. Yet, at that moment, no one could rush forward to assist Joss in rising or to impede Su Junfang's advance. Boom, boom, boom. Su Junfang's two thunder dragons pierced through Joss and then twisted into an irregular arc. Quick, get out of the way. The Soul Master team led by Joss, fearing they would be engulfed by the thunder dragon's range of attack, frantically pushed each other to flee. The thunder dragons swung their tails, erupting with a thunderous explosion. The arc of explosive plasma formed a layer of isolating electric netting as the tempestuous waves of lightning ravaged the ground, scattering sand and splintered wood. The encirclement around Hu Liena dissipated abruptly, allowing her to escape. She caught sight of a flickering white light nearby and heard a familiar voice, instantly feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Following this ease, her heart brimmed with joy. For days she had been searching for any trace or news of Su Junfang. Unfortunately, it seemed he had not appeared in this examination area, leaving no hint or information. After 2 days of searching, Hu Liena abandoned the notion, convincing herself that Su Junfang must be in another assessment zone. As Hu Liena pondered, a streak of white lightning approached her swiftly. With a beaming smile, she stepped forward. Junfang, I didn't expect to find you in this examination area. Why have you only just arrived? The electric light dimmed, revealing Su Junfang's handsome face, clad in his lightning armor. I was about to ask the same. I couldn't find you anywhere, and upon hearing that there was a soul master of great power in this area, I guessed it might be you. What have you done to be surrounded? Humph. I can break through any encirclement, Hu Liena replied defiantly. Let's retreat for now. It's too chaotic here, and you're injured. Su Junfang said earnestly. Sister Na, who is this? Asked the Red Dragon Soul Master, who was outside the range of Su Junfang's Thunder Dragons. Seeing the opposing Soul Masters being repelled by this formidable individual with a single soul skill, he approached to introduce himself. This is my brother, Su Junfang, a level 28 attack-type Soul Master. Hu Liena exclaimed, wrapping her arm around Su Junfang's neck in a display of affection, her delight in showcasing his prowess evident. Su Junfang is still not as tall as Hu Liena, which indeed makes him appear like a younger brother. Younger brother? Aren't you 12 years old? How old is your brother? The Red Dragon Soul Master is still accompanied by the somewhat timid girl in green, but it seems she has grown familiar with Hu Liena. Otherwise, she would not have dared to ask. Haha, to frighten you all, Junfang is only 10 this year, and his talent surpasses mine, Hu Liena proudly declared, taking pride in Su Junfang's prowess. In the distance, the Soul Masters gradually rose from the ground, sitting cross-legged to recover from their injuries. Su Junfang understood that they must leave this place without delay. He immediately addressed the Red Dragon Soul Master, saying, Thank you for helping Liena today. We must take our leave. Will you join us? The Red Dragon Soul Master shook his head. No need. My situation is different from hers. I can stay here without issue. Very well. Until we meet again. Su Junfang's voice, like his figure, was transformed into a slender line by the swift white light. The girl in green tugged at the Red Dragon Soul Master's clothing, saying, Longting, did you hear? He is only 10 and already at level 28. What do you have to be proud of? The Red Dragon Soul Master, with a wry expression, forced a grim sigh, after meeting Hu Liena. I thought that was the pinnacle of talent on the continent, but it seems her younger brother is equally impressive. What family do they belong to? The girl in green pouted. Can't you see? They are clearly not siblings by blood. The young Red Dragon scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. Is that so? I truly didn't notice. There was a thought the girl in green kept to herself, listening to how they addressed one another. Junfang? Liena? This seems to imply a deeper bond of brotherhood and sisterhood. She slightly smirked behind the Red Dragon Soul Master, feeling as if she had seen through everything. Do not question why this 12-year-old girl understands so much. It is simply a trait of the children from Douluo Continent, who are often quite mature, both physically and psychologically. Joss, charred from the explosion of the illusory dragon, trembled as he slowly rose, supporting himself on his knees to maintain his balance. Brother Joss, we still let them escape. That electrifying fellow was too strong. A group of inept individuals, Joss cursed inwardly, while voicing, what bad luck. We must fortify our defenses in the next 2 days. The Red Dragon Soulmaster approached in a mocking stance. Oh, Joss, why do you look so disheveled? Weren't you supposed to be the king laughing last in this tournament? Haha. Joss's eyes reddened as he glared fiercely at the grinning face of the Red Dragon Soulmaster. Very well, Zhao Longding, you seem intent on opposing me. Your team should be cautious when hunting soul beasts from now on. You speak as if I am afraid, Zhao Longding retorted. Echoing the words back at him as Joss and his team vanished into the night. Hu Liena, due to her tendency to brag, had been chastised by Su Junfang numerous times and still had not curbed her inclination to show off. Reflecting on the original text, it recalled how an adult Hu Liena revealed the weaknesses of their martial soul fusion technique to her opponents during battle. If this bad habit was not corrected in time, it might persist indefinitely. Junfang, where are you going? Why not come to my place? I discovered a wooden cabin in a tree earlier. Likely a convenience provided by the Spirit Hall for soul masters. I fear that would not be wise, although I do not understand why they attacked you. It appears they are intent on a relentless pursuit. If we return to your residence and they come after us, we would have run for nothing. Thus, I have decided to retreat to one of my hideouts. I possess 3 safe locations, the other 2 have not been utilized prior to today. But the one I usually reside in has been destroyed, so I came here. Impressive as always. In Hu Liena's mind, her closest childhood companion was always steady in his actions. He consistently found solutions when faced with challenges, and only he could have prepared 3 hideouts in the assessment area. This meticulous and reliable demeanor provided Hu Liena with an inexplicable sense of security in Su Junfang's presence. As if simply standing beside him would allow him to shoulder half the burden, Su Junfang enveloped the 2 of them in a radiant light. Seeking to conserve the thunderous barrier that surrounded them, he held Hu Liena closely by the waist, while she leaned gently against his chest. Despite being embraced intimately by Su Junfang, Hu Liena displayed no shyness. Her delicate, fair arms encircled his neck, and she even shifted her body to find greater comfort in his embrace. Liena, let us not be coy, shall we? Su Junfang found himself in a predicament. As he and Hu Liena were intimately entwined, her warm and delicate figure igniting a fervor within him. Despite her youth, Hu Liena possessed an ample physique, and her playful movements brought Su Junfang an unprecedented experience, leaving him anxious about his own physical response. With a playful giggle, Hu Liena acquiesced to his unspoken wish and ceased her writhing. Before long, the thunderous tension dissipated as if it had been severed from existence. Su Junfang withdrew the electric energy, releasing his embrace of Hu Liena's alluring form. Today, he truly experienced the sensation of warm jade and fragrant beauty enveloping him. Su Junfang halted in the old forest, where a chilling wind whispered through the trees. The ground was densely carpeted with decayed leaves layered upon one another, concealing the soil beneath. It was time to arrive. Su Junfang spoke as he swept aside a multitude of dark yellow fallen leaves with his foot. Utilizing the pale moonlight, he sought the entrance to the previously excavated underground chamber. Is this the spot? How secluded it is. Is your cave entrance above ground? Observing Su Junfang's actions, Hu Liena discerned his intentions. She too began to assist in the search upon the ground, her tone remarkably relaxed, entirely unlike that of a competitor who had nearly faced defeat. Found it. Here. Su Junfang kicked aside a multitude of leaves, revealing an entrance to a slanted cave beneath, its shape suggesting it was crudely pierced into the earth with a wooden stick. You go in first. It is rather dark inside. Once I follow, the darkness will dissipate. In Su Junfang's pupils, the enchanting figure of Hu Liena is reflected, adorned in a gossamer veil of moonlight that gracefully drapes over her form. The nocturnal ambience and silvery glow bestow upon Hu Liena a captivating and resplendent beauty. Oh, I shall descend now, she declares, extending one long leg to be the first to step into the cave. Following suit, she brings her other leg in, gliding down the cavern wall as if on a smooth slide. Su Junfang glanced around, confirming that no one else was present in the tranquil evening woods, before swiftly crouching down and slipping inside. Once both of them had firmly planted their feet within the underground chamber, Su Junfang sealed and concealed the entrance. In the profound darkness of the cave, as Su Junfang blocked the entrance, he also extinguished the sole source of light. The ceiling of the entrance was constructed from leaves and branches, with numerous gaps allowing for ventilation, thus faint, cold glimmers of light sporadically scattered across the cave floor. Junfang, did you not say there would be light once you descended? Hu Liena's voice pierced the darkness, echoing within the cavern. Patience, came the response. Su Junfang, unhurried, reached for his waist. In fact, during the past 2 nights, I have been lingering in the darkness. Suddenly, a radiant white light dispelled the shadows, flooding the modest space. The luminescence was somewhat dim, akin to a layer of phosphorescence coating the cave walls, allowing the 2 individuals to discern each other's forms and faces in the faint glow. What is the source of this light? Hu Liena, momentarily dazzled by the illumination, instinctively turned her gaze towards the source and discovered that the glowing object was none other than a metallic artifact embedded in the cave wall. Ah, this is also a soul guiding device that I purchased before the assessment. It can indeed be considered a household item. Junfang pointed to the glowing spherical device embedded in the wall and remarked, "This is a nocturnal luminous soul guiding apparatus. As long as it is infused with soul power, this diminutive night lamp can illuminate for an entire hour. To make it glow again, one must simply replenish it with soul energy. It can be affixed to a flat surface, as the back of the device is equipped with a specialized core formation for adhesion. Is that so? You possess quite an array of gadgets." I often overlook the soul-guiding instruments, Hu Liena mused, sitting cross-legged in a corner, surrounded by the faint glow that enveloped the cavern. "Come now. Let us converse and exchange intelligence. What have you been up to these past few days?" The space within the cave was constricted, and with both individuals squeezed inside, the air grew stifling. Hu Liena casually shed her dark purple outer garment, revealing her delicate waist and alluring figure, perfectly encased beneath a form-fitting black vest. Her arms, reminiscent of tender lotus roots, were adorned with 10 slender, jade-like fingers, which she effortlessly draped over her folded knees. Beads of fragrant perspiration trickled down her porcelain skin, glistening like dew. Junfang overlooked these details, for the atmosphere was indeed stifling. Consequently, he shed his outer layer of light armor and sat before Hu Liena clad only in a black tactical bodysuit. "You may speak first. My matters are of lesser significance." "Very well," Hu Liena replied, her beautiful eyes now serious. "Let us begin from the day we parted ways. His Holiness the Pope summoned me to the papal hall for guidance and inquired about my recent circumstances. I mentioned your presence as well, and from her demeanor, it seems that after this assessment, there might be another opportunity for us to meet." Hu Liena mischievously blinked. "You won't hold this against me, will you?" "It is of no consequence. We shall meet sooner or later. To have been seen by the Pope at my age is indeed a privilege," Junfang replied, shaking his head to dismiss any concern, though a hint of gravity lingered in his words. "Fear not. There is no need for anxiety. I shall accompany you when the time comes," Hu Liena said, fully attuned to Junfang's demeanor, detecting the subtle hints in his tone. "I am quite familiar with the papal hall, and the Pope is a kind individual. Surely, no one would be so overwhelmed as to be unnerved by an audience with the Pope, would they?" "Surely not." Hu Liena feigned astonishment, her eyes widening adorably. Upon hearing that she was to meet the Pope directly, Junfang felt a twinge of anxiety. It was akin to an ordinary person suddenly being summoned to an audience with the head of state, despite her attempts to reassure herself that there was nothing to fear. A sense of nervousness was inevitable. However, the tension in the air was promptly alleviated by Hu Liena's playful inquiries. Junfang, feeling helpless, feigned anger and replied, all right. You truly are impressive. Please, continue." With a playful smile, Hu Liena tucked her long black hair behind her ear and resumed recounting her tale. "On the day of the assessment, His Holiness the Pope dispatched someone to deliver me to the competition area, randomly placing me in this very forest. It seems fate has entwined our paths, as we find ourselves in the same examination zone." Hu Liena elaborated on her experiences, and Junfang grasped the essence of the events that had transpired. In essence, Hu Liena had successfully hunted 2-century-old soul beasts on her first day. During her pursuit, she encountered other female soul masters being pursued by soul beasts and, feeling compassion, chose to assist them. Subsequently, Hu Liena met 3 former classmates from the Spirit Hall, and thus, the 5 of them formed a companionship. Among these classmates, 2 possessed exceptionally kind hearts, eager to rescue any distressed women they encountered. At that time, Hu Liena still harbored a benevolent spirit, willing to lend a hand to any soul master in need within her reach. Through this compassionate approach, Hu Liena's following of women grew, ultimately swelling to 12 female soul masters. Many of the women in her team had lost their scoreboards, and most were not adept in combat. Their collective goal was to ensure that each sister within the group could successfully pass the assessment. Amidst the fierce competition for soul beast resources and soul master badges, Hu Liena, possessing formidable soul power, intimidated numerous rival factions, even earning friendly requests for collaboration from other groups. Among them was Zhao Longding, a powerful soul master from the Crimson Dragon faction, who shielded her from a wave of attacks. However, with alliances come enmities. The team led by the Electric Cheetah, Joss, made several attempts to ambush Hu Liena's all-female squad, aiming to exploit their vulnerabilities when Hu Liena was absent or their defenses were lax. This was because, aside from Hu Liena's remarkable level 32 soul power, only 2 others in her team exceeded level 20, leaving the majority lacking in combat prowess. The team's composition was rather extreme. Yet they held a significant number of scoreboards, attracting unwanted attention. Joss, ever the opportunist, sought to take advantage of this situation. That night, a reckless student named Hu Jie served as bait, luring a blazing flame beast to attack the Battle Soul organization. Coincidentally, Joss was acquainted with some members of that organization. He offered them advice, which they heeded, directing the blazing flame beast towards Hu Liena and her companions. Hu Liena, perceiving Joss's scheme, single-handedly confronted the blazing flame beast while promptly disbanding her group of female soul masters. To prevent Joss from capturing them all, the women scattered in different directions. Only one level 22 female soul master chose to stay and assist Hu Liena in defeating the beast. However, as events unfolded, this soul master betrayed Hu Liena, while Zhao Longding, alongside his childhood friend Shi Wan, joined forces with Hu Liena to eliminate the blazing flame beast. Seeing the female soul masters fleeing in disarray, Joss could not discern which among them was the most vulnerable. He realized that pursuing them would risk his own downfall. Consequently, he refrained from sending his men after the other soul masters, instead opting to wait for an opportune moment when Hu Liena was fatigued and her soul power depleted to eliminate her. Hu Liena was his greatest obstacle to acquiring more points. Without her, the female soul master group would be insignificant, and he could leisurely hunt them down later. Unbeknownst to Hu Liena, she was betrayed by a former ally. Exhausted and beleaguered, she found herself outmatched by the assault of several soul masters, likely having been swayed by Joss. After Su Junfang listened to the lengthy tale recounted by Hu Liena, she pondered for a moment and surmised that it must have been Xiaoxi who promised her something, compelling her to assault you in pursuit of greater gains than those obtained by following you. However, now that they have failed to capture you, the fate of that female soul master remains uncertain. I have a profound disdain for treacherous wretches. Liena, shall we seek her out tomorrow and put an end to her? Su Junfang revealed a long-lost malevolence. The only reason Xiaoxi dared to take revenge on you today was because he had made thorough preparations. Knowing that your soul power would be significantly depleted after battling the millennia-old soul beast, coupled with this unexpected ambush, the likelihood of success for his plan was exceedingly high. Had I not arrived, it would have been dire. Humph. Hu Liena pouted her lips, forming an adorable little sphere. Her delicate pink lips also protruded, clearly indicating her awareness of the truth in Su Junfang's words, yet unwilling to accept it. That group of individuals is nothing but a rabble. If we join forces, we would have a considerable chance of annihilating them. Su Junfang found Hu Liena's puckered lips utterly adorable and extended his index finger, intending to pop her bubble. Shall we go find them tomorrow? What do you think? With a playful peck, Hu Liena did not shy away from Su Junfang's finger pressing against her face, and the bubble burst upon contact. Of course, I refused to swallow this indignation. How could I, a dignified soul sovereign, be outwitted by a mere jester? This is precisely why I always advocate for prudence and advise against meddling in unnecessary affairs. Su Junfang, with a face full of earnest concern, remarked. Had you not intervened to save that woman from the outset, nor engaged in that small clique, you would undoubtedly be living a far more prosperous and secure life than you are now. It is not out of pity for her that I speak. Hu Liena, understanding the profound truth of his words, pouted in a manner that conveyed her grievance. Humph. However, that Joss is doomed. Su Junfang's eyes brimmed with a fierce intensity. For he surely recognized that confronting you head-on would yield no advantage. Though you remain unscathed today, retribution will inevitably come. He must either bolster his ranks or seek refuge somewhere. In my estimation, he is simultaneously recruiting and hiding. Hu Liena interjected. I have heard that he has connections with the Battle Soul organization, which may enable him to bring over their members. They are numerous, and we could easily find ourselves at a disadvantage. Must we truly seek to retaliate against him in the next couple of days? Perhaps we should wait until after the assessment to discuss it further. That will not do, Su Junfang countered. If he possesses such influential connections, allowing him to enter the academy could facilitate the formation of an even larger faction, coupled with his animosity towards you, should he pass the assessment. We would undoubtedly face relentless troubles in the elite program. Our objective must be to ensure that Joss does not succeed in his assessment. As for the Battle Soul organization, there is no need for concern. From what I understand, they are a group of astute individuals, at least their leader is. They are aware of your status as a soul master and will undoubtedly learn of the formidable soul master who rescued you tonight. Given their own significant losses inflicted by the Scarlet Flame Beast, they should rationally choose not to oppose us. Su Junfang spoke with great certainty. Unless they are truly foolish. He added. Su Junfang realized he had spoken too boldly. One should not overstate, lest one faces the embarrassment of being proven wrong later. Very well. Tomorrow we shall extinguish them. Hu Liena's emotions were also stirred by Su Junfang. As a soul Douluo, she harbored a sense of pride within her heart. However, due to her close relationship with Su Junfang and his extraordinary talents, she had refrained from displaying it in his presence. This evening, having been betrayed by her own teammates and besieged by the 26th level soul master Xiaoxi, her pent-up frustration and anger had reached a tipping point. Anger is akin to fine wine. The longer it brews, the more exquisite its flavor becomes. Xiaoxi was about to savor an exquisite vengeance from the soul Douluo. In truth, I have only heard of that spirit soul organization. Have you had any dealings with them? Well, not very closely. Though one of my girls has had a conflict with them. But let us set that aside for now, Junfang. Why don't you share your experiences from the past 3 days with me? Quite mundane, my experiences are far less intricate than yours. Thereupon, Su Junfang recounted his adventures, covertly attacking students, discovering hidden iron plates, hunting mandala snakes, soft-boned rabbits, and golden eagles, excavating tunnels, and ambushing intruders, among other exploits. Hu Liena's expression was a complex tapestry, her myriad thoughts condensed into a single sigh. You truly know how to have fun. Hu Liena rolled her eyes in exasperation. She had heard Su Junfang mention that those who entered the cave were buried by him. Indeed, they were buried by Su Junfang. After incapacitating Zhou Tianping and Yuan Lu, binding them to a tree, he dragged the three who had mistakenly wandered into his lair out of the cave one by one. He then found 3 secluded spots to inter them in different locations. In his previous life, Su Junfang learned the art of burial from a master of the craft. He meticulously excavated a pit in the earth, adjusting its depth according to the varying heights of individuals, ensuring that the heads of 3 persons remained just above the soil, creating the illusion that heads were sprouting from the ground. Su Junfang retrieved water from the stream within the forest, meticulously blending it with soil to achieve a precise consistency. By employing varying dilution ratios, he infused the mixture with the individuals, ensuring that the earth conformed seamlessly to their bodily contours, providing unparalleled comfort. As long as the area above their chest remained sufficiently pliable, the lives of these 3 would be safeguarded. Furthermore, the water-infused soil possessed a certain allure, capable of siphoning off a ring of soul power from the soul masters, rendering it nearly impossible for the trio to extricate themselves from the earth, even if they were to awaken. Su Junfang's action stemmed from a blend of a mischievous inclination and the fact that these 3 individuals had previously glimpsed his cave, retaining a vague sense of its location. Before the assessment concluded, Su Junfang was reluctant to risk the cave being discovered once more. The 3 caves he had discovered were interconnected, and although one had been collapsed by his technique of Void Dragon, it was not beyond the realm of possibility that someone might dig through again and uncover it. These 3 might still remember the route, which is why they were buried. Subsequently, Zhou Tianping and Yuan Lu brought Su Junfang to the location of the Crimson Flame Beast, only to be rendered unconscious again and cast into a tree hollow fabricated by Su Junfang. However, since these 2 had amassed sufficient points, spending a day in the tree hollow would suffice for them to awaken, posing no significant risk of losing their iron badges, much to Hu Liena's exasperation. Su Junfang is truly wicked. Chapter 91. The Stirring Dusk. By the way, I almost forgot to ask. After Su Junfang recounted his experiences, he felt a parched sensation in his mouth and took a generous gulp from a bottle of water retrieved from his spirit guide device. How many points do you have now? Are you at 55 points? Truly remarkable. Hu Liena's bright, enchanting eyes sparkled with a radiant glimmer as a delicate smile graced her lips. Can you guess how many I have? Well, you previously defeated 200-year-old spirit beasts and then took down a 1,000-year-old one. Are you also at 55? Su Junfang speculated. Correct. I too have 55 points. Hu Liena replied, a hint of joy illuminating her face. However, I achieved this by slaying a 1,000-year-old spirit beast, while you managed it all on your own accord. I must admit, in this regard, you surpass me. At this moment, Su Junfang noticed that Hu Liena's delicate face appeared somewhat pale under the bright light. Su Junfang speculated that her injury had not yet healed. With a swift motion of her right hand across her waist, she revealed a small azure medicine vial cradled in her palm before Hu Liena. I noticed your injury earlier. This elixir will expedite your recovery. Please, do not allow any lingering wounds to remain. Su Junfang expressed her concern for Hu Liena. Hu Liena beamed with a smile. Then I shall not be modest. The bond between the 2 had grown so strong that they no longer felt any hesitation in exchanging gifts. With a delicate motion, her fair hand glided over Su Junfang's outstretched palm, retrieving the vial. It is getting late. Since there are 2 of us, shall I keep watch during the first half of the night while you take the latter? Or perhaps we should simply focus on our own cultivation tonight, awakening should any disturbances arise? Hu Liena proposed. There is not much danger here. We can meditate through the night and address any threats as they come. Su Junfang remained non-committal, yet remarked, do as you wish. You may recover now. I shall extinguish the light to avoid attracting insects. Upon hearing this, Hu Liena, familiar with the routine, promptly extracted a green pill and placed it in her mouth. She then brought her arms together at her dantian, allowing her soul power to fluctuate. She commenced the absorption of the medicinal essence. Su Junfang extinguished the night lamp's soul guiding device and entered a state of meditation within the cave. The night passed in silence. What? Are you planning to undermine Joss? The Red Dragon Soul Master, Zhao Longying, did not hide his astonishment and delight. Splendid. Count me in. Early on the 4th day, upon Hu Liena's suggestion, the 2 sought out Zhao Longying. Although Hu Liena and Su Junfang felt confident in their ability to incapacitate Joss, it was prudent to enlist some reliable allies. Hu Liena had lost faith in her original sisters, who could say how many would defect, especially given their lackluster combat abilities. Thus, rather than seeking out each scattered female soul master individually, they chose to contact Zhao Longying, who possessed both strength and a vested interest in seizing greater benefits. According to Hu Liena, Zhao Longying hailed from a prestigious soul master sect allied with the spirit hall Tianlongmen. Zhao Longying was the grandson of an elder from Tianlongmen, sent here for further training, with aspirations to secure a significant position for his clan within the spirit hall. Zhao Longying himself possessed profound soul power, reaching a remarkable level of 27. With the assistance of his childhood companion Qi Wan, who was at level 26, he rapidly gathered a group of soul master subordinates relying on him within a mere 3 days. Su Junfang initially intended to enlist Zhao Longying's assistance, with the understanding that he would later share a portion of the points accumulated by Qiao Ci's team with him and his followers. However, Zhao Longying's fervor was excessively high. He deliberately aimed to lead his recently gathered subordinates in a decisive strike against Qiaoxi. There had already been some unpleasant friction between Zhao Longting's faction and Qiaoxi. Nevertheless, due to the need to protect his subordinates and the fact that the average level of Qiaoxi's team exceeded theirs, Zhao Longting had refrained from engaging in large-scale conflict. Now, with the sudden arrival of a soul master and a prominent figure, the disparity in high-level combat power permitted them to advance with overwhelming force. Zhao Longting immediately expressed his desire to launch an assault on Qiaoxi's stronghold. But this notion was promptly dismissed by Su Junfang. Su Junfang believes that one should engage in the most exhilarating battles with the least expenditure. Su Junfang planned to launch a surprise attack on Joss around 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The forest would descend into shadows by 5, and by 6, the setting sun would transform the earth into a canvas, painting it in hues of twilight. At this moment, Joss, who had been on guard throughout the day, would likely experience his most relaxed state. Having defended himself for most of the day without encountering Hu Liena's retribution, his nerves would already be frayed, leading him to suspect that Hu Liena might attempt a surprise in the evening. Thus, during the hours of 4 to 6, his subconscious would not be as taut as it was during the bright light of day or the encroaching dusk. Su Junfang intends to stealthily advance upon Qiaoxi's camp with Zhao Longting's large force as dusk approaches, executing a surprise ambush, prolonging the engagement for as long as possible. Meanwhile, Hu Liena and Zhao Longting will seize the opportunity to launch their own ambush against Qiaoxi amidst the ensuing chaos. Su Junfang will identify and rectify any shortcomings, delivering a decisive blow. The foundation of this plan hinges on the premise that Joss has not enlisted foreign aid and that the strategy remains undisclosed. To avert any potential leaks, Zhao Longting refrained from informing his subordinates about the plan, opting instead to reveal it merely half an hour before execution. Due to his extraordinary soul power and recent performance, he commands a considerable degree of authority within his team. He asserted that the initiative to hunt down Joss would likely face little opposition. Thus, during the daylight, Su Junfang and Hu Liena's objective is to ascertain Joss's whereabouts, as well as to gather intelligence on the presence or absence of external assistance. At this moment, the unfortunate Joss, as described by Su Junfang, was indeed scouring for allies. Chen Ge, are you truly unwilling to form an alliance? Joss's expression darkened slightly, the dark circles under his eyes accentuating his brooding demeanor. Before him stood a portly man, his eyes squinting into mere slits, a perpetual smile playing on his lips. The man's voice was gentle, yet his words caused Joss's heart to sink once more. Haha, I am aware of your dilemma, brother Joss. However, our battle spirit has suffered significant losses, and we are unable to assist you. Yesterday, Hu Jia lured the Crimson Flame Beast towards us while my brothers were resting, and we have sustained severe casualties. I fear we cannot offer aid. Brother Joss, I kindly advise you to reconsider. Do not assume that you are the only clever one. Those who have attained the rank of Soul Master at your age are not to be underestimated. Farewell, brother Joss. The man's soothing voice faded as he turned to leave, leaving Joss standing there, his face contorted in displeasure. Joss was acutely aware that those who achieved the rank of Soul Master were no ordinary individuals. Yet he could not swallow his pride. He glared at the man's retreating figure and muttered under his breath, coward. Without lingering, he resolved to seek other potential partners for collaboration while venting his frustrations on weaker Soul Masters. A dying person seeks the path of death. The affable visage of the rotund man masked the disdainful glint in his slender, willow-like eyes. A Soul Master, indeed. Did Joss think he was the only one seeking companions? I hope you survive this trial. Just because you have an elder brother does not place you above others, the man mused silently, maintaining his smile. Upon returning to the Battle Spirit Organization, his smile broadened. He greeted everyone warmly, possessing an amiable nature. The beaming countenance and his exposed belly resembled a jovial Buddha incarnate. As dusk approached, the rolling clouds obscured the final vestiges of the sun. A vivid crimson hue filtered through the dense clouds, cloaking the earth in a dark red shroud. Night was stirring, restless. Chapter 92, Dusk Assault. Joss was agitated. Throughout his life, he had always been exceptional. His elder brother and parents had indulged him, and he had never disappointed his elders. At merely 12 years of age, he had already reached the 26th level of soul power. Since childhood, he had been showered with praise, with his parents proclaiming that he would undoubtedly become the pillar of the family. He etched this affirmation deeply into his mind. Whenever confronted with peril or setbacks, he would silently remind himself, I am destined to be the family's cornerstone. I have no reason to fail. This mindset often enabled him to overcome challenges and attain success, earning him admiration from family and peers alike. With pride swelling in his heart, he joined the elite program of the Spirit Hall, encouraged by his parents that it would make him stronger, just like his brother. Eager to match his brother's prowess, he embarked on this journey. With his impressive 26th level cultivation, he attracted numerous temporary subordinates eager to ride on his coattails for points. Even when faced with Zhao Longting, who possessed a higher cultivation, he remained undaunted, leveraging his average superiority to intimidate Zhao into submission. This sense of superiority persisted until he encountered Hu Liena. Hu Liena, that woman, that Soul Master. The disdain in her gaze, her unparalleled strength, and her contemptuous demeanor wounded him deeply during their first encounter with her team of female Soul Masters. He loathed the way she regarded him, her indifference driving him to madness. Even Zhao Longting had never underestimated him in such a manner. He was determined to bring Hu Liena down, to see this arrogant woman, whose strength was unfathomable, topple from her pedestal. He yearned to witness her expressions of disappointment and outrage. In secrecy, Joss persuaded one of Hu Liena's companions to betray her and lured Hu Jie into a reckless act. He devised layers of schemes with the intent to overwhelm Hu Liena with sheer numbers when she was fatigued, rendering her unable to counter and forcing her out of the assessment zone prematurely. Thus, she would lose her qualification for the trial, stripping her of any justification to look down upon him. However, he had not anticipated that Hu Liena would possess such a formidable ally. His meticulously crafted plan teetered on the brink of failure. Hu Liena was undoubtedly plotting to retaliate against him, for he would have done the same if their roles were reversed. Joss understood that a direct confrontation was futile. He needed allies. Yet, news of his plight spread too swiftly, and no one was willing to assist him against the Soul Master. A whole day of vigilance yielded only mental fatigue. Joss surmised that Hu Liena intended to launch a nighttime ambush, and he knew they would lie in wait. However, isolated and defenseless, he dared not disperse his subordinates. Without expendable pawns to absorb the brunt of an attack, discovery would lead to swift demise. He could only hope to remain undetected. The hues of dusk cast a gentle glow upon the leaves in the forest. A dim radiance enveloped the woods as shadows began to encroach upon the light. The sound of footsteps, soft, delicate, crunched the brittle leaves, producing faint, fragmented echoes. Zhao Lonting's gang members stealthily approached a spacious cave. The dusk, like a painted curtain, obscured much of the forest activity. The stout tree trunks served as natural cover, simultaneously acting as sentinels for the enemy. Finding this hiding place was no small feat for Su Junfang and his companions, as Qiao Si's team had never maintained a fixed abode. The Soul Masters remained ever vigilant in the forest, especially as the sun dipped below the horizon, ushering in twilight. Surrounding the cave, a quarter of the Soul Masters stood guard, prepared to thwart any surprise attack. A burly man clad in black sat beneath an ancient tree, seeking respite. Though his posture suggested relaxation, his knees were bent, and his feet firmly planted on the ground, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. This man, Zhang Xiong, had followed Qiao Si since day one, possessing a soul power of level 21, and he could be regarded as one of Qiao Si's 3 formidable warriors. Bathed in the remnants of the sunset, he served as a vigilant sentinel, drawing the gaze of potential adversaries. Initially, all was tranquil. Perched 3 meters away on a branch of another ancient tree was a companion, a soul master of the lone eagle martial spirit, keeping watch from a high vantage point. The two maintained a mutual vigilance. Suddenly, a shadow darted behind the lone eagle soul master, a foe, emerging from the depths of the forest, poised to strike. The assassin's weapon gleamed with a metallic sheen. Zhang Xiong, his eyes barely open, caught a glimpse to the left before feigning ignorance of the imminent attack. Just as the shadow loomed over the lone eagle soul master, Zhang Xiong sprang into action, unleashing his martial spirit, a broadsword glimmering with an eerie azure light. The blade was drawn, ready to cleave through the assailant. But in an instant, the shadow vanished. It was beyond mere illusion. Zhang Xiong sensed he might have been outmaneuvered. Too late. A wave of weakness washed over him, and darkness enveloped his vision as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Hu Liena, expressionless, retracted the foxtail that had ensnared Zhang Xiong's neck. She had shown mercy, otherwise, his neck would have been irrevocably broken. The lone eagle soul master, witnessing Zhang Xiong's inexplicable rise to attack, and his subsequent collapse, felt a sense of foreboding. He leapt down, only to find his throat suddenly constricted. A choking sensation seized him as a cold, hard object gripped his windpipe, leaving him breathless and disoriented. As the suffocation set in, electric currents surged through his body, causing involuntary convulsions. His last vestige of will dissipated in the overwhelming numbness. Su Junfang deftly wrapped the iron chain around the solitary eagle spirit master before effortlessly tossing it back into the trees. Beside the dense jungle, 2 spirit masters patrolled in tandem, their gazes scanning the vast expanse of dark green foliage shrouded in shadows. Just as they stepped over what was deemed a harmless patch of grass, Zhao Lonting's dragon claw struck out with ferocity, slamming into the face of the spirit master lagging half a step behind. The overwhelming force of the crimson dragon instantly rendered the unsuspecting spirit master unconscious. The noise of the attack startled the other spirit master, who quickly turned, taking a step back to unleash his spirit. The azure vine erupted from the ground. But he was too slow. Before he could muster any resistance, all that remained in his line of sight was a hand covered in red scales. The dark red dragon claw seized the azure vine spirit master by the face, and the searing dark red dragon flames engulfed his struggling form. Enemy attack. At the brink of being charred beyond recognition, the azure vine spirit master managed to shout this warning, alerting his comrades nearby. It must be said, he performed admirably. Although Zhao Lonting held his head firmly in his grasp, his mouth was not entirely sealed, allowing his voice to carry. The shout was neither too loud nor too soft, but sufficient to echo across the area. The spirit masters surrounding the stone cave undoubtedly heard the alarm. The atmosphere was calm, a mere silence before the storm. In the next moment, a kaleidoscope of spirit techniques descended upon the stone cave. Waves of vibrant light and cascading blue flames caused the cave to collapse with a deafening roar, sending debris flying and causing the towering ancient trees nearby to groan in distress. Zhao Lonting's subordinates, having heard the alarm, decided that rather than wait to be discovered, They would seize the initiative while the enemy spirit masters remained unaware. Joss's eyes, previously narrowed, suddenly widened with realization. Here they come. Defense, resistance. Although Joss's team initially panicked, they quickly organized a counterattack. They were accustomed to following Joss's commands without question. Whatever he said, they would do. As a nomadic spirit master group, running away was the norm when faced with danger, but Joss feared being isolated from the main force, so he instructed his subordinates to withstand the enemy's initial onslaught. The spirit masters transformed, their muscles coiling like vines, grappling with each other in primal combat. An abundance of vines slithered through the forest like serpents, wrapping around the ankles of the spirit masters, the seeds of ghostly vines quietly sown. The tranquility of the forest was shattered, and the sounds of battle erupted. Joss remained still. He did not take refuge within the stone cave, knowing full well that the enemy would target it first, as it is logical for those of higher status to reside deeper within. Instead, he changed out of his signature attire and blended in with the outermost spirit masters. Joss, do not think I won't recognize you just because you changed your clothes. Zhao Longting's sharp eyes quickly locked onto Joss's position, his massive crimson dragon form approaching like a moving volcano. Oh, I knew it was you. Joss glared fiercely into Zhao Longting's elongated dragon eyes. Do you enjoy being that harlot's dog? Have you been enchanted by her? Enough with the banter. Zhao Longting replied coolly, your end is nigh. Hey. Joss's body surged with energy, blue-black patterns swirling across his formerly pale skin. Where is that wretched woman? Did she not accompany you? Zhao Longting remained silent as his first spirit ring flickered to life. Crimson dragon dominance. Torrents of dark red flames illuminated the forest in a blood-red glow. As the green grass appeared to be blanketed in a layer of crimson frost, the hues of dusk melting into the dark red. The ground was awash in red light. As flames leapt several meters into the air from Zhao Longting's form, dark crimson energy coursing beneath his skin, a black-red armor seemingly melting onto him. First spirit technique, Thunderball. Joss howled to the heavens as surrounding lightning rapidly converged around him, forming a flickering sphere of electricity, the blue lightning dancing amidst the red glow. The intertwining of thunder and fire sent sparks flying like molten lava, sizzling against the trees. Suddenly, a silver flash cut through. Unnoticed, the sharp foxtail needle struck. Initially imperceptible, the sensation grew more pronounced as the battle wore on. Joss felt the web of lightning he had summoned intertwined with the red flames, causing him to recoil suddenly. What is happening? Panic surged within him. He found it increasingly difficult to concentrate. Damn it, it's Hu Liena. He realized that he had unwittingly fallen under her influence. If you have the ability, show yourself. Hiding is no true skill. Joss shouted defiantly before turning to cry out, Wang Jun, come to my aid. In the distance, the spirit masters continued to clash, those under Zhao Longting gradually retreating, leading Joss's comrades further away from the battlefield. Some spirit masters understood the situation and refrained from exerting themselves, merely flailing about to conserve their spirit power. For them, passing the assessment was more important than anything else. Upon hearing the call for help, the spirit master named Wang Jun glanced back, recognizing Joss. With a wave of his hand, a surge of fiery red flames temporarily repelled the two spirit masters assaulting him. After a few leaps, Wang Jun landed beside Joss, remaining silent but interlocking his hands. The dragon flames hurtling toward him were drawn aside as if caught in a tempest. Joss evaded Zhao Longting's red inferno, unleashing a crackling thunder that pushed Zhao Longting back a step. Wang Jun's spirit was that of the fire element, granting him innate control over flames. As Wang Jun activated his second spirit ring, he murmured, second spirit technique, ring of flames. Suddenly, a pair of eyes appeared before him, pale pink, blossom-like eyes. Those enchanting orbs sparkled with an ethereal beauty, blending the rosy glow of dusk into a stunning hue. So beautiful. I want to swim in the pink. Wang Jun found himself murmuring involuntarily. His vision became enveloped in chaos, clarity fading into a sea of pink, causing his spirit technique to falter and his body to freeze in place. In the darkness, a flash of lightning struck, and Wang Jun lost consciousness, crashing into an ancient tree and falling to the ground, unresponsive. Joss had no time to be startled. Upon seeing Hu Liena, he transformed into a streak of lightning and fled. Pursue. Hu Liena emerged from the darkness, propelling herself off a tree trunk and shooting forward like a bolt of lightning. Zhao Longting hesitated for a moment, glanced back to assess the battle situation, and chose not to pursue her. He turned around and re-engaged in the conflict behind him, aware that Su Junfang had also given chase, leaving Joss with no chance of survival. Chapter 93. The grief of Joss. Two streaks of lightning and a shadow raced through the forest. The ground was littered with withered yellow leaves, singed black by the electric flashes, which were then swept into the air before gently descending. The powerful gusts generated by their rapid movement rustled the remaining leaves on the trees, creating a soft rustling sound in the dim twilight. The two bolts of lightning moved in tandem. The pure white streak swiftly closed the distance on the brilliant blue one ahead. They momentarily intertwined, and the blue lightning was sent flying backward as if struck from the air, crashing into several small trees. The white light continued to accelerate, and Joss could see the white luminescence hurtling towards him, while the blue flash flickered dangerously close, narrowly avoiding the white beam. The tree he had previously leaned against exploded, sending splinters flying. Gasping for breath, Joss felt as though he had exhausted all his strength, his eyes fixated on the approaching white light without daring to blink. The white electric glow seemed to split apart, revealing the soul master entwined in lightning, tall and strikingly handsome. Yet, his face was as pale as a sheet. His brow and eyes exuding a deadly aura. A mere level 26, why court destruction? It was Joss's first time hearing this formidable opponent speak. His voice was cold and resolute, imbued with an underlying menace. Brother, we have no enmity. Why pursue me so relentlessly? Joss attempted to persuade Su Junfang. What has Hu Liena given you? I will offer you double. Su Junfang chuckled coldly. What she has given me, you cannot provide. Impossible. Joss rasped defiantly. What has she given you? Friendship. In an instant, the almost ghostly pale face of Su Junfang was mere inches from Joss's own. Their faces were so close it seemed surreal. Joss was taken aback, his pupils dilating in shock. He rolled sideways, but a sharp beam struck him, sending him screaming a meter away. In agony, Joss writhed in the leaf-strewn mud, the earth staining his garments. He was in a pitiful state, his face covered in dirt. His light blue attire torn into tatters, 3 bloody lines marring his back. A dark golden sheen flickered at Su Junfang's right hand, momentarily appearing and vanishing. Did I hear you correctly? Joss, despite being bloodied, still wore a mocking expression. Friendship? Indeed, friendship. Su Junfang regarded Xiaoxi as he struggled to rise from the ground. His expression devoid of emotion. This is perhaps something you shall never possess in your lifetime, he remarked, although Xiaoxi was not particularly concerned about friendship. Su Junfang's words compelled him to retort, why do you say that? Why can't I have friendship? A sinister shadow crept across Su Junfang's pallid visage, his lips curling into a grotesque smile. Under the pale luminescence of the moonlight, he appeared as a specter of death. Xiaoxi felt a chill at the sight of that eerie grin, as the words echoed in his mind, because your life is forfeit. This time, Su Junfang's voice was no longer cold and hard, but rather soft and venomous. Xiaoxi scoffed. If you wish to kill me, you better think it through. Suddenly, splash. Blood erupted. Xiaoxi's eyes widened in shock, his body stiffening as a silver-white fox tail pierced through his shoulder, lifting him off the ground. I am quite clear about my intentions. A voice, cool yet laced with a seductive undertone, drifted from behind Xiaoxi. Gasping, he coughed up a spray of blood, crimson droplets cascading down his garments. Ah, so you have come as well, Xiaoxi managed, his mouth filled with blood as he turned his head. Spit. Blood splattered, threatening to mar Hu Liena's visage. A flash of white lightning struck the bloodstain, causing the sanguine liquid to vaporize into a wisp of white mist that dissipated into the air. Su Junfang's gaze grew even colder. Are you unconvinced? Hu Liena furrowed her brow slightly. Ah. Joss let out a desperate scream. The foxtail that had pierced his shoulder twisted at the wound, creating a gaping hole in his flesh. How dare you look at me with such disdain? Joss had succumbed to despair and madness, his words dripping with a frenzied intensity. Why do you consider yourself superior to me? Is it merely because your level exceeds mine? Hatred surged in Joss's eyes, blood frothing at his lips. I am the pillar of my family. What are you? Hu Liena fell silent, exchanging a glance with Su Junfang beside her. We are the ones destined to bring your end. You, a so-called pillar, are in such a pathetic state? Your family must be blind to have produced someone like you. Is this what a pillar of a family looks like? Su Junfang discovered the vulnerabilities within Xiaoxi's ramblings. He is profoundly concerned about his family and his position within it. A glimpse through the tube reveals that this is a family on the brink of extinction. Su Junfang uttered those words deliberately to provoke Joss, for he relished witnessing the desperate contortions of his prey in their final throes. What did you say? Joss' eyes instantly flooded with crimson, veins bulging grotesquely across his forehead. Say it again. Hu Liena interjected coldly, whether or not you were once the pride of your family. You are about to be expelled from the elite program. I doubt your clan will continue investing in a failure like you. Joss' frenzied demeanor abruptly stilled. Heavy, ragged breaths tore through the suffocating silence of the night. Expelled. No more support. His shadowed, bloodshot eyes gleamed with manic resolve. Lightning surged violently around his right arm, the panther-like claws crackling with lethal energy. Swish. A severed arm thudded to the forest floor. A torrent of scarlet gushed forth. Joss had cleaved his own left arm with his electrified claws. Both Su Junfang and Hu Liena stood frozen in shock. Such extreme desperation was beyond their expectations. Yet the moment his limb struck the earth, Joss lunged like a beast possessed, seizing the stunned Hu Liena's moment of paralysis. His blood-drenched claws aimed straight for her vulnerable throat. Baring his fangs, he snarled, sinking his razor-sharp teeth toward the side of her neck. Su Junfang's taunts had shattered his reason. The mere thought of being deemed unworthy by his family, compounded by Hu Liena's declaration of his impending failure, snapped the last thread of his restraint. In his mind's eye, he saw only the mocking gazes that would follow his disgrace, those he had once scorned now passing the trial while he faltered. The crushing disappointment of his parents and clan burned like acid in his veins. The imagined disdain in their eyes chilled him to the bone. Thus, he severed his own arm, resolved to drag Hu Liena down with him in a final, desperate act. All this transpired in the span of a lightning flash. The reactions of the other three in the shadowed grove diverged sharply. As Joss' mutilated form struck, a proctor materialized from the tangled darkness of the forest, swift as the storm itself. As Su Junfang and Hu Liena created such a tumult at dusk, it was impossible for the supervising spirit master to remain oblivious. The spirit master followed closely, witnessing the entire ordeal. However, it was evident that he did not anticipate Joss's ruthless act of severing his own arm. Such significant blood loss could indeed be fatal. And the Spirit Master's duty was to prevent the death of any student whenever possible. Unfortunately, the Spirit Master arrived too late to render aid. The moment Hu Liena beheld Joss's self-mutilation, she was momentarily taken aback. It was unfathomable to her that someone would resort to such a drastic means of retaliation. She could hardly comprehend what had ignited the previously defeated Joss with renewed vigor. Yet, her astonishment was fleeting, as she swiftly regained her composure. To put it plainly, Hu Liena, a soul master of considerable rank, had suffered no injuries whatsoever. Meanwhile, Joss was merely clinging to his final breath. The silvery tail suddenly coiled around Joss's waist and flung him into the air, while the once deadly strikes of biting and clawing fell futilely into the void. Junfang had witnessed countless more harrowing scenes. A mere severed arm was insufficient to render him dazed. He was simply astonished by Joss's choice. As he saw Joss endangering Hu Liena's life, the previously mocking glint in his eyes transformed into a cruel, cold light. Joss, cast into the air by Hu Liena, appeared tragically illuminated under the moonlight, blood splattering from his severed arm. Joss's position in midair provided Junfang with an impeccable angle for attack. The proctoring Spirit Master lunged towards Hu Liena, aiming to safeguard both Joss and Hu Liena's lives simultaneously. However, with a flick of her foxtail, Hu Liena deftly evaded the proctor's advance, prompting him to pivot in an attempt to catch the incapacitated Joss. In that moment of turning, he caught sight of the unadulterated killing intent in Junfang's eyes. The proctor had encountered killing intent before. He understood that only those who had truly taken lives could exude such a decisive and fierce aura. Witnessing Junfang's formidable demeanor, the proctor felt a chill of dread, compelling him to ascend into the sky with greater haste. The dark golden glow of his right hand's talon illuminated the shadowy woods, while Junfang remained still as if rooted to the ground, his right hand simply slicing upwards. 5 dark golden rays tore through space and light, 5 slender strands of darkness advancing towards Joss's body. In midair, the proctor waved his right hand, conjuring a wall of earthy yellow light to shield Joss. The dark strands sliced through the yellow earth wall. 3 strands penetrated deeply into the wall before dissipating, while the remaining 2, moving with such velocity, struck Joss before the wall could fully materialize. The black thread seamlessly integrated into Joss's body, as if cutting through hot oil. Blood rained from the sky. Each drop stained the woods and withered leaves crimson. Joss's head tumbled to the ground, his eyes wide open, glaring fiercely ahead, his expression one of madness and defiance. It seemed to convey, "I shall not bring disgrace to my family." With a resounding thud, 2 more segments of Joss fell to the ground, one from his collarbone to his neck, and the other the remaining body below the collarbone. The cuts were as smooth as a mirror. In the darkness, blood appeared vividly red. Blood, the greatest of artists, possessed a hue unlike any other. Its scarlet was piercing. A torrent of red liquid gushed from the gaping wound, saturating the area within 7 meters with gore. The earth was stained crimson, the proctor drenched in blood, and Junfang himself was tainted red. Joss had been cleaved into 3 parts. Chapter 94, dealing with aftermath. This sudden turn of events left the 2 individuals present, aside from Junfang, utterly dumbfounded. Hu Liena stood pale and stunned, unable to comprehend how things had culminated in such a manner. Though she had contemplated a harsh punishment for Joss, she had never entertained the notion of murder. The proctor, splattered with filthy blood, landed with a face full of shock and fury, pointing at Junfang and loudly accusing him. "You actually dared to do this?" Junfang gazed coldly. "Why should I be afraid? If I do not act, it is my friend who will perish." The proctor's spirit was rendered speechless, yet cast a displeased glance in his direction. "Xiaoxi has perished, forfeiting his eligibility for the examination. Is that all? We shall take our leave then." Junfang calmly bid farewell to the invigilating teacher. "Halt." The proctor's spirit bellowed. "Do you intend to depart just like that?" Junfang turned around and said, "The testing rules do not explicitly prohibit killing. They merely advise to minimize casualties, yet casualties are inevitably part of the equation. He intended to assault my friend, and in my urgency to shield him, I acted too forcefully. However, ensuring the safety of the students is your responsibility, is it not? Wherein lies my fault? This is, after all, a competition of life and death." The supervising Spirit Master furrowed his brow and replied, "Have you not considered the consequences of taking a life? Such recklessness. Do you even know who he is? How could you dare to strike? You have invited significant trouble upon yourself." Junfang chuckled, her demeanor resolute. "Do you know who I am? How can you be so certain that I killed him and that I will face consequences?" The supervising Spirit Master appeared somewhat anxious. "I am not jesting." "Enough, Teacher Luo, there is no need for you to worry about such matters." Suddenly, an elderly man with a white beard materialized between the 2. No one noticed his arrival. It was as if he had emerged from thin air. Or perhaps he had always been meant to stand there. "No, Lord Wei, it seems that Teacher Luo still wishes to say something." The elderly man, named Wei, parted his parched lips, his voice flowing like a thread, conveying a message to Teacher Luo's ear. After a moment, although the content of the elder's words remained a mystery, Teacher Luo's expression shifted to one of bewilderment, and he sighed. Alas, outlaws indeed. The already slender Teacher Luo now appeared rather despondent. "That was a soul bone," remarked the elderly man, his demeanor calm, the lines of age accentuating his composure. He inquired about the last attack, his tone tinged with uncertainty. Su Junfang remained vigilant. No. It is merely a technique of my soul. Su Junfang harbored distrust towards him, as the soul bone easily attracted the covetous gaze of others. Is that so? The elder with the surname Wei remained non-committal. I witnessed the earlier events. Your actions were indeed to safeguard your friend. However, now that this male student has been cast into the air by this female student and rendered incapable of combat, you ought not to have struck with such severity. Seeing the elder's demeanor remained relatively mild, Su Junfang spoke. You indeed present a valid perspective. However, you approach the issue from the vantage point of rationality, from a lofty pinnacle of reason. Yet, in moments of crisis, such as those we just faced, it is impossible for me to contemplate matters through the lens of a rational individual. For instance, if you were confronted by an adversary capable of threatening your life, and who nearly took the life of your friend, would you refrain from taking decisive action? I merely offer this counsel. You need not adopt such an extreme stance. It would serve you well to leave others a path to redemption. It is beneficial for both yourself and those around you. Upon hearing Su Junfang's illustration, the elder refrained from offering a response, stating, You need not bear the burden of this situation. If you wish to depart, you are free to do so, although your background should shield you from concern. I must still advise you to be wary of retaliation. Even the most docile of creatures can bite when cornered. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed teacher. We shall take our leave now, Su Junfang replied, gently pulling the bewildered Hu Liena away from the blood-soaked woods. As they distanced themselves, Hu Liena covered her mouth with her delicate hand and coughed softly, displaying signs of nausea. Su Junfang hurriedly helped Hu Liena straighten her back. Liena, are you all right? If you feel nauseous from the sight of the corpse, it's perfectly fine to let it out. You will grow accustomed to it with time. Hu Liena coughed a few more times, yet she did not actually vomit. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she finally regained her composure. It is indeed the corpse that unsettles me. I have seen the remains of spirit beasts before, and it did not bother me. But witnessing a human body today is simply repulsive. Su Junfang spoke to offer comfort. In the future, we may encounter many deceased souls. And there might even be tasks involving killing. Consider this an opportunity to acclimate. Hu Liena, having experienced solitude and helplessness since childhood, even having fallen into the clutches of criminals, understood the significance of strength. Thus, she did not feel overly resistant to Su Junfang's act of eliminating Joss. Yet, a flicker of trepidation remained within her. Junfang, your actions today, might they not be somewhat inappropriate? What if he has someone backing him? Rest assured, this is the elite training ground of the Spirit Hall. No matter how formidable his family's influence may be, they cannot infiltrate this place. The only potential threat to me would be his brother, though I am uncertain of his capabilities. I did act rather ruthlessly today, but I was concerned for your safety. Well, I do not blame you. Your actions were justified. It's just that the abrupt transition from witnessing a vibrant life to encountering death is quite jarring. And I require a moment to process it. Junfang, is this your first experience with taking a life? You seem remarkably composed. Isn't it said that one feels nauseated and distressed during their first kill? Are you perhaps one of those naturally cold-hearted individuals? Hu Liena attempted to lighten the mood with jest. Su Junfang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, he felt nothing at all. In his previous life, although he had never taken a life, he had invariably left his victims gravely injured. His level of cruelty, when compared to that of his colleague Xiao Zizai, appeared almost benign, akin to that of an infant. Xiao Zizai was a true psychopath, a relentless murderer who would subject his adversaries to the torturous fate of slow execution or dismemberment. Each time Xiao Zizai made an appearance, it was accompanied by a digital mosaic, a phenomenon Su Junfang could not quite comprehend. However, having become desensitized to the gruesome sights of blood and gore, he indeed felt little towards the corpses. Nevertheless, such sentiments were not something he could divulge to Hu Liena. Perhaps it was simply due to the fact that he was male. Su Junfang feigned a moment of contemplation and earnestly replied, If your brother say you were to commit murder, it is likely that there would be little reaction. Is that so? Perhaps I shall inquire about it one day. Su Junfang assisted Hu Liena as they made their way back to the cave where Xiao Xi's team resided. The trees surrounding the cave were shrouded in darkness, emitting thick smoke that provoked a fit of coughing from Hu Liena. As they ventured into the haze, the ground was strewn with unconscious spirit masters, sprawled out in disarray like lifeless bodies. You have returned. Where is Xiao Xi? Zhao Longting's cheerful and resonant voice pierced through the dense fog, reaching Su Junfang's ears. Su Junfang stated, Xiao Xi has passed away. Zhao Longting was taken aback. Xiao Xi has died? Are you implying that he failed the assessment and was taken away, thus facing social death? Su Junfang cast a deep gaze at Zhao Longting and repeated, Xiao Xi is dead. Zhao Longting gasped in shock. What happened? That Xiao Xi, in a desperate attempt to salvage his situation, acted recklessly just as he was about to lose. Whenever Hu Liena mentioned Xiao Xi, her tone was filled with disdain. And in a fit of anger, Junfang dealt a fatal blow, resulting in his demise. He is truly dead? Zhao Longting's eyes widened in disbelief. This was beyond his expectations. Yes, he is dead, and I was the one who killed him, Su Junfang explained helplessly. You must be cautious. Their family may seek revenge against you. Zhao Longying warned gravely. My brother is also involved in the elite program. He is now in the 6th grade. A soul master and one of the core disciples of the program. Thank you for the warning. Su Junfang nodded in acknowledgement. The supervising soul master intervened, and for now, there was nothing more for him to do. How about you? Zhao Longying, upon discussing his accomplishments, broke into a grin. I finally vented my frustrations with my involvement. They won't escape unscathed. However, they are indeed cunning, hiding their numbers well. I initially thought there were only a dozen of them, but as it turns out, their numbers are approaching 30. After the losses inflicted on the Soul Organization, Xiaoxi's group is almost on par with them now. I've collected the iron plates from those who were unconscious. They are all here. I will soon return to distribute them among my brothers. Do you want some? I can share a few with you, Zhao Longying said, lifting a small bag that jingled heavily. I do not require any. Su Junfang shook his head, his gaze shifting to Hu Liena. How many have you gathered? Hu Liena asked after a moment of contemplation. Not too many. We let about 10 escape. Totaling around 50 plates, Zhao Longying replied. Could you spare me 10? Hu Liena inquired. Sure. Zhao Longying winced but ultimately complied. He poured out 10 iron plates from the bag. Here. Thank you. Hu Liena gently accepted the offered points. Will you accompany me back? Or will you go on your own? Zhao Longying asked. Hu Liena turned to Su Junfang, asking, shall we go our separate ways? Yes, let us part ways for now. Su Junfang affirmed with a nod. Brother Zhao, it has been a pleasure collaborating. Shall we dine together after the assessment? Certainly. I shall take my leave now. Until we meet again. Zhao Longying laughed heartily as he walked away. Liena, are you collecting these iron plates to distribute among your sisters? Su Junfang inquired indirectly. Indeed. Although there are traitors among us, my sisters were quite unfortunate. They have not accumulated sufficient points over the past few days, and I plan to visit them tomorrow. What about you? I have no other matters. I will accompany you, Su Junfang replied. Is that all right? Of course, it would be my pleasure. Will you still confront that traitor? Su Junfang asked as they walked, uncertain of their direction. Well, if she passes the assessment, I will inquire about her circumstances afterward. If she fails, then so be it, Hu Liena said, displaying her kind-hearted nature. As the night fell and the moon hung high in the sky, Su Junfang contemplated their next move. Perhaps we should avoid your place. It is too isolated and stifling. Shall we sleep in a tree tonight? What do you think? Hu Liena suggested, her large, sparkling eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Su Junfang, under the enchanting gaze of such a charming and ethereal presence. Su Junfang soon found himself yielding. I shall defer to your decision. All right then, we shall sleep in a tree tonight. Chapter 95, The Traitor the Next Day. A student from the Spirit Hall asked his companion as they journeyed through the forest, have you heard the news? What news? The companion replied, puzzled. Did you know there's a soul zone in our assessment area? Are you aware of the incident with the Scarlet Flame Beast the day before yesterday? The student in white inquired. I have heard a little. It is said that a group deliberately lured the Scarlet Flame Beast to ambush the soul zone. Their audacity is remarkable. That group is formidable. The leader is a level 26 Great Soul Master, with around 20 members in total. The white-clad Soul Master grew increasingly animated as he spoke. Can you guess what happened yesterday? Without allowing his companion to interject, the white-clad Soul Master continued, last night. That Soul Zone led a team and eliminated their entire group. It is only natural that they face the consequences for daring to attack a Soul Zone. But that's not all. Despite being wiped out and losing their leader, there were still a dozen or so who banded together, demonstrating considerable resilience. Moreover, the students from the Battle Soul Academy, despite suffering significant losses, seized the opportunity to raid this group once more, gaining substantial rewards. They truly suffered. The outside world has descended into chaos. On the final day, there are thieves everywhere stealing plates, and almost all the soul beasts have been slaughtered. We should remain prudent and bide our time. Really? Is that true? The companion asked about the Battle Soul Organization. Absolutely, it is beyond doubt. It feels as though we are living in entirely different realms. How can they be so exceptional? Liena, is it her? Su Junfang observed the hurried retreat towards the forest, attempting to conceal her from the relentless gaze of the pursuing female soul master. Indeed, it was she. Behind Hu Liena stood 3 female soul masters, with 7 or 8 others lingering at a distance. They dared not move, their eyes fixated in this direction, casting glances at Hu Liena tinged with trepidation. A mischievous smile crept onto Su Junfang's face as blue lightning danced across his cheek, a fleeting expression before the azure mask enveloped his visage entirely. It had been quite some time since he had unleashed this formidable entity. Today marked the 5th day of the assessment. If they could endure this day and accumulate sufficient points, they would successfully pass the preliminary evaluation. Although the Spirit Hall's educational approach was steeped in competition, inevitably leading to larger-scale eliminations, the Soul Masters were nonetheless eager to secure a place in the first round. Hu Liena and Su Junfang were not troubled by the issue of points. Both possessed ample points from hunting soul beasts, and they had already conferred on their itinerary for the 5th day, accompanying Hu Liena in search of her lost sisters. Hu Liena had long been troubled by the fact that she had led her team astray, believing her own inadequacies to be the root of the predicament. Now that the mistake had been rectified, gathering her original team members for some form of restitution seemed the only way to alleviate Hu Liena's lingering guilt. Thus, On the morning of the 5th day, they set forth. The likelihood of finding the lost female soul masters was minimal, compelling them to scour the entirety of the assessment area. By employing this method, they managed to locate a couple of Hu Liena's teammates. Two reasonably attractive female soul masters who were moved and grateful to remember her along their journey. They also heard whispers of the Spirit Battle Organization's pursuit of the remnants of the Chiaoxi team, seizing the opportunity amidst chaos. It was a poignant reminder of the jungle law, survival of the fittest. It wasn't until the afternoon that Hu Liena finally found the two individuals from the morning, having nearly resigned herself to despair. Then, she caught sight of the traitor. The treacherous female soul master was leading another 7 or 8 female soul masters, weaving through the thickets of the woods. Junfang had followed for a while and discovered that among the 7 or 8 individuals, 6 were inadequately qualified, deliberating on whether to ambush a solitary spirit master. However, as it was their first time planning such an endeavor, they appeared rather hesitant. At this moment, Hu Liena stepped forward. Among the group, including the treacherous female spirit master, 5 had previously trailed behind her. Witnessing their current disheveled state stirred complex emotions within her. Hu Liena had anticipated that her reappearance would elicit joy among them, but instead, she was met with unfamiliar and hostile gazes. The traitor, upon seeing Hu Liena for the first time, turned pale with fright, yet standing at the forefront, the other female spirit masters were oblivious to her terror. The traitor promptly commanded those behind her to attack. Among the 7 or 8, several who did not recognize Hu Liena, spurred on, directly unleashed their martial spirits and charged. While the 4 who were aware of Hu Liena's formidable prowess discreetly took a half-step back, the 3 who rushed forward were swiftly defeated by Hu Liena. Her second spirit ability, the tail of the celestial fox, binding them with unyielding restraint. With a flick of her wrist, she cast them down upon the grass. After enduring intense enchantment and impact, the 3 female spirit masters were utterly disoriented. Even after Hu Liena released the silvery threads ensnaring them, the women lay on the grass, rolling about like intoxicated worms. Among the remaining 4 who recognized Hu Liena, one approached her from behind, seemingly familiar with her. The other 3, heads bowed, stood beside their fallen companions, assisting them to their feet before standing in place like schoolchildren in detention. Initially, Hu Liena had no intention of specifically targeting the traitor during the assessment, but the immediate attack she received upon their encounter extinguished any lingering notions of mercy within her. Junfang and Hu Liena shared an extraordinary tacit understanding. With merely an exchange of glances, he discerned her choice, capitalizing on the momentary lapse in Hu Liena's defenses. The traitorous female soul master seized the opportunity to flee. She was convinced that Hu Liena would not allow her to escape, which led to the initial scene unfolding. With a sinister smile, Junfang conjured forth a colossal cannon, extracting it from an electric blue elemental portal. As the massive artillery was drawn out, the blue lightning elemental doorway flickered with a thunderous brilliance before vanishing into thin air, akin to a fleeting bolt of lightning. Junfang grasped the iron chains coiling around the massive cannon and lifted it effortlessly onto his right shoulder. The cannon size was truly colossal, in terms of length. It surpassed even Junfang's height. This stark contrast between Su's relatively petite frame and the immense artillery created a profound sense of awe. As Junfang stood, a brilliant azure light coalesced around him. The closer one drew to Junfang, the lighter the blue became, transforming into a luminous white infused with a fierce essence. The tempestuous elements of lightning surged into the colossal cannon. Junfang aimed the devouring cannon at the fleeing female spirit master's silhouette. Boom. Rumble. The deafening roar was accompanied by an overwhelming torrent of blinding lightning that shot forth. A colossal lightning cannon unleashed a terrifying shockwave with a diameter of approximately 10 meters. The skill, Emperor's Thunder Cannon, activated the sky explosion. The thunder resonated, deafeningly. The lightning surged, engulfing everything. The distant fleeing female spirit master and the vast expanse of trees were instantaneously submerged and consumed by the blinding light, akin to the sea engulfing grains of sand. The female spirit master at the rear was swept by the debris propelled by the cannon's recoil, her form enveloped in dust and rubble, infused with the residual heat of the lightning, as if a searing wind had struck her face. The white light surged over a considerable distance, extending at least 20 meters. And this was only due to Junfang channeling half of his soul power. The more soul power he infused, the greater the might. The lightning burst, flared, and extinguished in an instant, the brilliant light vanishing abruptly. Upon lifting her gaze, the once dense jungle lay decimated, the roots scorched and ablaze. The ground rendered charred and barren. The trunks were all torn apart, disintegrated and incinerated by the ferocious torrent of lightning. The female spirit master lay quietly beside the severed roots, her attire in tatters, her body cloaked in a cloak of blackness, emanating wisps of smoke. With a flash, Junfang instantaneously appeared beside the female spirit master, gently turning her over with a delicate motion of his foot. Her eyes were tightly shut, lost in unconsciousness. Her somewhat exquisite face was cloaked in a layer of soot, her clothing torn extensively, and her body bore signs of considerable burns. Junfang extended his hand, grasping the collar of the female soul master tightly. With an expressionless visage, Junfang dragged the unconscious and disheveled female spirit master, her charred form leaving a winding trail through the scorched earth. With a thud, the still smoldering spirit master was carelessly tossed before Hu Liena. causing a significant swath of blue-silver grass to bend beneath her weight. Shall I demonstrate some rope artistry? Junfang nearby found a stone of suitable height, sat down abruptly, and propped her hands on her thighs. Hu Liena's lips twitched a few times, and her delicate face was filled with helplessness. If not, then awaken her and inquire about the situation. I am curious as well. Junfang propped his arms and shifted his body slightly backward, settling himself in the middle of the large stone, appearing as if he were prepared to witness a splendid performance. Chapter 96. Conclusion. The thunder cannon of the Emperor Yuan was a weapon that had accompanied Junfang since the awakening of his first martial soul, the Heavenly Sovereign Mask. According to the remnants of the Thunder Sovereign's consciousness within his mind, it was the weapon utilized by the Heavenly Sovereign of 9 heavens in another realm during his mortal life. As long as Junfang released his first martial soul, he could effortlessly retrieve it from the spatial realm. The cannon's power depended on the soul power infused within it. This soul power would be transformed into the most pure form of lightning energy by the intrinsic magical array within the cannon, yielding a force surpassing that of an equivalent amount of soul power used in martial soul attacks. However, each shot required a substantial amount of soul power, which was why Junfang seldom employed it. As Junfang's childhood friend, Hu Liena had naturally witnessed the might of this heavy artillery and had been left astounded. Even now, upon seeing it again, she remained awestruck by the devastation wrought by the heavenly explosion. If Hu Liena was so affected, the others were even less able to believe their eyes. The female soul masters behind Hu Liena were rendered speechless, gazing in horror at the desolated forest, their jaws agape as if dislocated. Such a level of destructive power, could it be real? In their minds, they had labeled Junfang as a monster. The glances directed at Hu Liena were filled with even greater reverence. How could she tame such a terrifying beast? What did that say about her own strength? Hu Liena was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the minds of others. Her sharp gaze was fixed on the unconscious traitorous female soul master. Just moments ago, she had come to understand the unfolding of events. On the night of the 1,000-year soul beast riot, Hu Liena had been ensnared by the ancient soul beast, leaving her unable to tend to her companions. The female soul masters, fearing an ambush from Joss's team, had scattered to regroup at a designated location. This rendezvous point had been established by the traitor Wang Lily, unbeknownst to Hu Liena. Yet, Wang Lily had informed the female soul masters that it was Hu Liena's directive, merely relaying the message. Trusting Wang Lily due to their generally harmonious relations, and given her higher soul power rank, the female soul masters had no reason to doubt her. However, upon gathering at the agreed location, they were met not by Hu Liena, but by an ambush from Joss. Their supplies had been completely ravaged, plunging the girls into despair. Wang Lily then asserted that Hu Liena had abandoned them. Some of the female soul masters believed her, filled with resentment. Only a few, who were closer to Hu Liena, remained skeptical, yet their choices were limited, with Wang Lily being one of the higher-ranked soul masters. Failing to follow her would lead to their own elimination. In the ensuing days, Wang Lily led these female soul masters on a looting spree, yielding some gains. Along the way, their group absorbed 3 more female soul masters, increasing their number to 8. They pieced together the situation, yet Hu Liena remained puzzled by Wang Lily's maneuvers. What could she gain from such actions? Hu Liena knelt down and gently patted Wang Lily's face, finding no sign of revival. She placed her palm against Wang Lily's back, allowing her warm soul power to circulate within. Wang Lily's eyelashes fluttered, her dazed eyes opening to behold Hu Liena as her first sight. "Oh, Sister Na, I was wrong." Wang Lily cried out in fear. She was utterly bewildered as to how she had been captured, recalling only her escape and the pain that now enveloped her. "Do not call me Sister Na. We are not that close." Hu Liena's expression was as frigid as ice, though she usually possessed a kind heart. That did not imply she was forgiving. She showed no mercy towards those who betrayed her. "You are in my grasp, and you know what I wish to inquire. So tell me, what did Just promise you?" Hu Liena placed a foot on Wang Lily's shoulder to prevent any sudden movements. I was wrong. Please, spare me this once. I shall never dare again." Wang Lily pleaded, her voice trembling. Hu Liena frowned. "You do not possess the privilege to negotiate. Tell me the events as they transpired." Wang Lily forced a bitter smile and began to recount the entirety of the tale. On the eve of the 1,000-year soul beast riot, I caught sight of an iron plate from a distance. I was uncertain whether it was genuine, so during your rest, I ventured out alone to investigate. Hu Liena sneered. "Not uncertain, but rather, you wished to claim it for yourself, did you not?" Wang Lily wore a look of grievance. "I truly did not know." "Humph. Continue." "It was indeed an iron plate. I thought I had struck gold, only to discover it was a trap set by Joss. He seized all my marked plates and claimed he would only return the iron plate if I assisted him in dealing with you. As you know." Wang Lily's voice dwindled, filled with shame for her actions. "Was Joss's ambush instigated by you?" A girl standing behind Hu Liena suddenly challenged. "No." Wang Lily hesitated before admitting. "He followed me." "Then it is still your fault." The girl retorted, filled with righteous indignation. "I did not know he would follow. He did not return my iron plate." Upon hearing this, Hu Liena's expression softened slightly. This explanation was more palatable than she had anticipated. Retrieving her foot from Wang Lily's shoulder, Hu Liena coldly declared, "Even so, betrayal remains betrayal. Considering your actions have not been utterly reprehensible, I shall grant you a sliver of mercy." Junfang frowned. Eradicating the root of the problem is the only true path. If it were him, he would act accordingly. However, Hu Liena's heart remained soft. Junfang pondered for a moment, questioning the necessity of interfering with Hu Liena's decision. He felt he lacked the authority to dictate her choices. You have two options before you. The first, I expel you immediately. The second, you surrender all your points and depart. Should you manage to accumulate enough points before the assessment concludes, our affair will be considered resolved. Choose wisely. I choose the second. Wang Lili gritted her teeth, reluctant to opt for either alternative, feeling stifled by the circumstances. However, the balance of power was against her, compelling her to make a decision. Very well, hand over your points. Hu Liena's expression remained impassive. Sighing, Wang Lili produced 3 iron tokens, offering them to Hu Liena, her expression betraying genuine sorrow. Hu Liena accepted the tokens with a wave of her hand and turned to address the 7 female soul masters behind her. If you still wish to follow her, I will not impede your choice. With that, Hu Liena cast no further glance in their direction. Junfang leaped down from the massive rock with a swift motion. After a few strides, he caught up with Hu Liena and remarked that Wang Lili surely possesses more than just 3 tokens. Hu Liena replied in a hushed tone. I have certainly noticed that as well. Let us leave them a glimmer of hope. Life is not easy for anyone. Junfang shook her head and said, Sister Nana, you are still too soft-hearted. Ultimately, 4 individuals chose to follow Hu Liena, while 3 aligned themselves with Wang Lili. Hu Liena demonstrated great generosity. After resolving the misunderstandings among the sisters, she utilized the collected iron tokens to supplement everyone's points, with an abundance of tokens still remaining in her possession. The afternoon passed without any noteworthy incidents. Within the forest, the day was merely filled with skirmishes for points. As the crimson sun of the 5th day set as usual, time seemed to slip away rapidly. Junfang once again returned to the small black hole where he used to sleep, while Hu Liena and the other female spirit masters directly took to the trees for rest. On the 6th day, at 9 in the morning, a cluster of flowing lights ascended into the heavens, bursting forth in the serene sky. Thick clouds were adorned with streams of colorful rays. Some spirit masters sighed in relief, while others were expressions of despair. They all understood the significance of the resounding explosions. The time for assessment had come. Chapter 97. Report within the papal hall as the pale blue sky was draped in a veil of colorful clouds from the resounding fireworks. Most of the students within the forest halted in their tracks, gazing upwards. The azure canopy was unexpectedly dotted with several dark specks. Upon closer inspection, those were powerful beings at the soul saint level and above, suspended in the air, their scrutinizing gazes sweeping back and forth across the examination area. Students who were still engaged in combat upon hearing the cannon fire were pulled away by the soul emperors responsible for their regions. The students in the forest awaited in silence, orderly escorted out of the assessment zone. Each individual's scores would be tallied upon their exit. Spirit masters specifically tasked with scorekeeping diligently counted their score tokens. The hunting of soul beasts by each participant was meticulously documented, with no instances of errors or omissions. This efficient tallying of scores signified that each spirit master's qualifications would be determined on the spot. This was both a blessing and a curse. Junfang witnessed numerous spirit masters leaving the examination area with sorrowful expressions, escorted by the supervising spirit masters. The points each individual earned would not be disclosed to the public. What is past is past. What is failed is failed. Thus, acquiring additional tokens holds no significance whatsoever. Junfang undoubtedly passed the assessment with ease. However, upon submitting his points, the statistician, a soul master, cast a more discerning glance his way due to his rich harvest. The candidates who successfully navigated the preliminary examination were once again gathered in the grand square, where a middle-aged soul master, who had previously announced the rules, stood with his hands clasped behind his back atop a stone pillar. The atmosphere was one of hushed anticipation. The middle-aged soul master spoke. Those who stand before me now have successfully completed the first tier of the elite program's basic assessment. Upon passing this examination, you become eligible to further your studies within the elite program. However, it is imperative to state a harsh truth. While some of you stand here, not all of your points were earned through your own efforts. The unfortunate souls who were eliminated may not be inferior to you. Many were vanquished due to fierce competition. Some of these individuals may indeed have a greater claim to be here than several present, yet rules are rules. Insufficient points render one unqualified. The forthcoming competition will only grow more ruthless, and you must exert greater effort and exercise caution. Otherwise, you may soon find yourselves among the eliminated. Remember, the number of those who will ultimately qualify to complete the entire program is far from the majority. The assessment has concluded, and today's proceedings are at an end. You may return to your respective rooms and await further news. Your accommodations will be reassigned, so please be patient for the results. Aside from the room change, there are no other matters for today. If you wish to relax in Wuhuan City, seize the opportunity, for such leisure time will be scarce moving forward. Having said all this, I'm sure you're weary of my words. Teacher, please escort them back and allow them to disperse on their own. After delivering this somewhat unceremonious conclusion, the middle-aged soul master leaped down from the stone pillar, no longer concerned with the affairs at hand, and engaged in the organization and analysis of soul master data. The soul masters retraced their steps back. The Pope's hall soared toward the heavens. A delicate golden mist enveloped the hall, as radiant sunlight adorned it with layers of gilded armor. Inside, the hall was resplendent, with two magnificent angelic figures standing majestically at either side. Golden columns shot upward, supporting a dome that shimmered with hues of blue and gold. The most striking feature of the entire Pope's hall was the Pope's golden throne. Crafted from platinum and cold jade, the regal seat loomed high, with a proud and upright backrest. The golden embellishments flanking the throne spread outward like screens, reminiscent of a noble arachnid displaying its elegant, gilded legs. A staircase descended from the throne, adorned with a proud crimson carpet that extended from the steps to the grand entrance of the hall. The imposing doors exuded an air of solemnity and majesty, coupled with an aura that seemed to refuse entry to the unworthy. Seated upon the exalted chair was a woman of unparalleled beauty, exuding an aura of nobility and authority, despite the mature allure that emanated from her features. She appeared remarkably youthful. Beholding her visage was akin to gazing upon the world's most exquisite gem. Her flawless jade-like complexion was accentuated by an octagonal crown of amber and emerald. Silvery strands cascaded like a waterfall, elegantly draped behind her ears, while the silken locks gracefully graced her opulent shoulder adornments, revealing her graceful figure. Her immaculate legs, entwined beneath lavish garments and resplendent lighting, seemed destined to occupy that throne. The woman reclined languidly upon the throne, wielding a purple scepter that symbolized absolute authority. She was Bibi Dong, the contemporary pope. Her mere presence infused the grand Wuhuan temple with a vibrant spirit, as if the very hall had birthed a soul of its own. Reporting, Cardinal Musa requests an audience. Boomed the voice of the sentinel guarding the Pope's hall. This hall, a paragon of nobility within the Wuhuan temple, permitted only soul masters of elder status to enter freely. All others required announcement and permission to gain entry. Musa, you seek to discuss the new round of the elite program, I presume? Allow him entry. Bibi Dong remarked with her characteristic grace and elegance. The heavy doors, embellished in dark gold and crimson, creaked open slowly, revealing the middle-aged soul saint familiar to Junfang and the other contestants, who strode confidently down the crimson carpet toward the throne. The middle-aged man bowed before the seat of power. Cardinal Musa, has the preliminary selection for the elite program concluded? Indeed, the middle-aged man replied, his tone increasingly respectful. Your Holiness, the preliminary selection for the elite program proceeded as usual, and I am here to report on the outcomes and the status of the candidates. Rise and provide a brief overview of the situation. This cohort of soul masters generally exhibits a higher level than those of the previous selection. This time, there are 254 non-combat soul masters, with 230 successfully advancing through the preliminary selection. Bibi Dong nodded slightly upon hearing this. Non-combat soul masters refer to those specializing in food, healing, and support. Such soul masters typically do not excel in combat, even though their fighting capabilities will be enhanced during future training. This was not a requirement for the preliminary selection. Compared to their combat-oriented counterparts, the assessment for non-combat soul masters is relatively less challenging, as their numbers are significantly fewer. Each is thus a talent, making the eliminations primarily fall upon those with critical deficiencies. This round features a total of 882 combat soul masters, with 610 successfully breaking through the preliminary selection. Though the middle-aged man averted his gaze, he stole a glance at the Pope's expression. This round saw 28 soul masters perish, and their families have been notified. That is quite a number of eliminations, Bibi Dong remarked, her tone tinged with gravity. Last year, only 100 were eliminated, and the format of the assessment has not significantly changed. Your Holiness, the competition in the examination halls was fierce, and the candidates' levels were generally elevated. Thus the elimination of those with lower soul power is understandable. Oh, elevated soul power levels, you say? Tell me, were there any exceptionally gifted individuals in this elite program? A glimmer of anticipation sparked in Bibi Dong's eyes. Your Majesty, this cohort is indeed brimming with talent, arguably the most gifted in the past century, Cardinal Musa replied, his tone imbued with excitement. The standout performer is a female soul master named Hu Liena, merely 12 years of age. Yet she has already attained the rank of 32nd level soul master. Such a prodigy is indeed a blessing for the Wuhuan temple. While it is commendable, even the most gifted individuals require time for refinement. Despite this, Bibi Dong could not suppress a satisfied smile. She took Hu Liena under her wing not only because of her remarkable talent, but also due to the girl's background, which reminded her of her own youth. After taking Hu Liena as her disciple, she resolved to invest her heart and soul into nurturing the girl. Now, witnessing Hu Liena's determination filled her with genuine joy. Your Holiness, there is another individual of considerable prowess, who, in certain respects, may even surpass Hu Liena. Is there such a person? Who might it be? Bibi Dong pondered with an inkling of recognition. This individual is known as Junfang, a 28th level great soul master, a boy of merely 10 years of age. Although his soul power level does not match that of Hu Liena, investigations suggest his potential achievements may well exceed hers. Indeed, it is he, Bibi Dong mused inwardly. From the moment of his birth, Junfang captured the attention of many, when he was merely 6 years old and discovered the martial soul hall on his own. This news stirred quite a commotion among the higher echelons of the hall. Additionally, Hu Liena would recount her experiences to Bibi Dong almost every holiday. In her narratives, Su Junfang appeared to possess boundless capabilities. Naturally, Bibi Dong grew increasingly curious about him. She had already familiarized herself with his background through her investigations. Very well. Are there others? Apart from these two, there was a female soul master named Su Jiaxuan, who had achieved the remarkable level of 28, specializing in control-type abilities. Two other individuals reached the 27th level of soul power, Zhao Longding, with his Scarlet Dragon martial soul, and Shen Gui, whose own body served as his martial soul. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow at the notion of a soul master whose own body was the martial soul. In recent years, there had been a few soul masters who utilized parts of their own bodies as their martial souls, but they were generally not formidable, leading the martial soul hall to regard them as anomalies. Nonetheless, to reach the 27th level at such a young age was indeed impressive. Musa made only a brief stop at the primary martial soul. There were supposed to be 3 individuals at the 26th level, but one had been killed during the assessment. The fallen was the electric-crazed leopard soul master, Joss. The other 2 were at the 25th and 24th levels respectively. At last, Musa completed his report and awaited further directives from Bibi Dong. Musa, the quality of this year's students is indeed superior to that of previous years. You have done well. You may leave, Bibi Dong remarked, her countenance radiating delight, her words as gentle as jade. Musa bowed and withdrew. Bibi Dong raised her chin, not glancing at Musa as he exited. Her amber-hued eyes fixated on the towering dome above, lost in contemplation. Chapter 98. Su Xiao and Shen Gui, the students gathered in the plaza of the Martial Soul Hall Elite Program, returned to their individual quarters. Since their departure, Su Junfang had not encountered Hu Liena, as the male and female dormitories were separated. Su Junfang, wishing to avoid any hassle, quietly awaited the next directives from the Spirit Hall. Before long, the latest dormitory arrangements were collectively announced on the bulletin board in the dormitory area. The students, akin to fish clamoring around a baited hook, rushed down the stairs in a frenzy, eager to discover their assigned dormitory and roommates. The throng was so immense that Su Junfang refrained from jostling through the crowd. Once the majority of the students had departed, laughing and chattering, he approached the board to take a look. The bulletin featured not only the dormitory assignments but also a map of the accommodation area. At that moment, the section where Su Junfang was located was marked in gray on the map, indicating it was a temporary guest house or welcome building, designated for receiving examinees or esteemed visitors. The true student dormitories were denoted on the map with the prestigious emblem of the Spirit Hall's 6 royal insignias. Su Junfang discovered her dormitory number, 0289, in the announcement. Su Junfang had already tidied up all her belongings and moved to her new dormitory. The distance between the welcoming building and the dormitory was not far. Nearly a 5-minute walk. Su Junfang stood before the imposing dormitory building, which was comprised of 2 towering structures. One served as the residence for female soul masters, while the other accommodated their male counterparts. These edifices were positioned side by side, entirely obscured from one another's view. Each building rose 6 stories high, with each level housing the entirety of a single grade students. As one ascended in grade, one would also ascend in the dormitory, moving up a floor. The exterior walls of these grand structures bore a distinctive emblem for each level, marked by the emblem of the 6 sovereigns. With each additional floor, a new symbol was introduced on the insignia. For instance, the emblem on the first floor, where the freshmen resided, featured a sword, while the second floor displayed both a sword and a hammer. Su Junfang walked directly into the freshman dormitory, following the directional cues of the floor map. He navigated through a series of twists and turns until he arrived at room number 0289. The student dormitory resembled a long corridor lined with doors, each marked with a plate bearing its number. Although the exterior appeared somewhat antiquated, it was evident that the premises had undergone recent renovations, presenting an overall pristine appearance. At the entrance of room 0289, 2 keys hung from a hook, and Su Junfang took one in hand. As he inserted the key into the lock, a peculiar air rushed forth as he opened the door, prompting him to crack the door ajar for ventilation. He then proceeded to open the sole window in the dormitory to let in fresh air. Su Junfang carefully scrutinized the arrangement of the dormitory. The space was neither too large nor too small, approximately 20 square meters. The most prominent features of the room were the 2 single beds, predominantly crafted from wood and adorned in a dark brown hue. Each bed was neatly draped with a white uniform from the Spirit Hall. Within the confines of the room, each occupant had access to a desk and a wooden wardrobe. The ceiling was illuminated by a simple soul-guiding device, which required an infusion of soul power to function. The metallic protrusions on the walls served as the points for this energy infusion. Additionally, each dormitory was equipped with a restroom and a small balcony, which lent a degree of comfort to the otherwise modest accommodations. Su Junfang observed that, as the room was unoccupied, dust had accumulated over a considerable period. The floor, the table, and the washstand were all covered in a layer of dust. Su Junfang slightly dampened a cloth in the restroom, meticulously cleaning his bed and desk, and subsequently laid his backpack and luggage flat upon the table. Just as he was preparing to sweep the floor, the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed from outside the dormitory. The door swung open, and Su Junfang lifted his gaze. At the threshold stood a slender yet upright young man with dark hair. His attire was quite fashionable, and though his features were somewhat handsome, there lingered an impression of fragility about him. The newcomer scrutinized Su Junfang in return. As he pushed the door open, he was met with the sight of Su Junfang's striking face, resembling white jade, with eyes that sparkled like the vast sea of stars. The perfect blend of masculinity and femininity radiated from him. This guy is rather handsome. The boy thought to himself as he tossed his hair aside with a flourish and greeted, "Hi, my name is Su Xiao. I shall be your roommate from now on. I look forward to your kindness." Su Xiao's smile is not one of pretense. It imparts a refreshing sense of sincerity. Su Junfang raised a hand in greeting, saying, "Hello. Hello, I am Su Junfang. We share the same surname, Su. What a delightful coincidence." Su Xiao entered the room and surveyed his surroundings. He momentarily set the box he was carrying on the floor and took a glance around the balcony. This dormitory is quite satisfactory, better than I had anticipated. And pleasantly cool. Su Xiao, with a familiar demeanor, spoke to Su Junfang. He then cast a lingering glance at Su Junfang and said, "Brother Su, you appear remarkably youthful. Are you 12 years old?" "Ahem, I am rather unique. I am only 10 this year. I will rely on your guidance in the future." Su Junfang felt a tinge of awkwardness. It was indeed peculiar for the two of them, both bearing the surname Su, to address each other as Brother Su. "Oh, you were 10 years old this year?" Su smiled, though slightly perplexed. He widened his eyes, staring intently at Su Junfang, hoping to confirm that he had not misheard. "Indeed. I am 10 years old this year. I suppose I have advanced a grade, making me the youngest among the newcomers. So, what is your soul power level?" Although such a direct inquiry regarding another's soul power might be considered inappropriate, Su smiled confidently as he posed the question. "As for me, I am rather average. At level 28. Su Junfang casually replied that after consuming the fairy grass, reaching level 28 at the age of 10 indeed seemed rather slow. "How much? Level 28? Su's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. To describe level 28 as merely passable is indeed a reflection of the humility often observed in those from outside. Henceforth, you shall be addressed as Brother Su." Su Junfang smiled, finding this fellow quite adept at navigating social interactions. "Just call me Brother Xiao." "Su Junfang, why are you so modest?" "Well then, what level are you at, laughing brother?" Su Junfang felt a sense of curiosity about this. "Oh, I cannot compare to a genius like you. I am currently at level 24. Su Xiao felt somewhat disheartened. He had initially believed that his cultivation level of 24 would allow him to impress his roommate, but little did he expect to encounter such an extraordinarily talented companion. A level of 24 is indeed quite impressive. Su Junfang spoke with flattery. He recalled that while he was sifting through materials with Hu Liena at his grandfather Su Huanchen's place, he seemed to have caught a glimpse of this individual. "Are you truly level 28? 10 years old?" Su Xiao remains undeterred, still clinging to a skeptical mindset. Su Junfang expressed his understanding of this, and thus he extended his hand to shake hands with Su Xiao. Su Xiaomei raised her brow slightly and grasped Su Junfang's hand. The two simultaneously channeled their soul energy. Su Xiao's expression gradually grew solemn, as if he sensed an immense mountain, immovable and heavy, looming before him. Su Junfang exerted force with his palm, engaging in a contest of strength with the other. Within mere seconds, Su's face flushed crimson, and he hastily pleaded for mercy. "Brother, please stop squeezing. I acknowledge your prowess." Su Junfang then smiled and released Su Xiao's hand, saying, "Haha, I am grateful for your kindness. In the future, I shall rely on you for guidance and support." Su Xiao waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for formality among friends. Should you ever find yourself in need of financial assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I shall gladly treat you to a meal. There is no need for politeness." "Ah, Brother Xiao, you truly are a wealthy benefactor." Su Junfang exchanged only a few words with Su Xiao and immediately discerned his character forthright, amiable, and exuberantly generous. Who wouldn't desire such a companion? Moreover, Su Junfang indeed found himself quite drawn to Su Xiao's demeanor. While one might not label him a magnate, it was evident that his father had endowed him with a considerable sum, ostensibly to encourage him to assist his classmates. At that moment, Su Xiao tidied the table and began to organize his belongings. Suddenly, a change swept over his countenance. Su Junfang noticed the change in Su Xiaoyan's complexion and followed his gaze. As Su Xiao entered the room, he neglected to close the door behind him. Each dormitory has a corresponding room opposite. There stood a soul master, clad in a snug black tank top, positioned before the door across the way. With his back turned to them, Su Junfang was unable to discern his visage. The exposed arms of this individual were muscular and taut, suggesting he was far from simple brawn. He was rather tall, with a powerful and imposing silhouette, his physique strikingly well-proportioned. The youth at the door seemed to sense the gaze behind him, turning his head slightly to look over, his eyes emanating an unmistakable air of aggression. Su Xiao, upon noticing the person across the way turning back, instinctively took a step backward. Su Junfang seized this opportunity to discern half of his face. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, his gaze was spirited, and his complexion was slightly dark. While he could not be deemed handsome, he possessed a certain allure. The youth at the door appeared rather aloof. After casting a glance at the two, he opened the door and stepped inside. Bang! The door slammed shut before them, accompanied by a gust of wind. Su Junfang tilted her head and inquired of Su Xiao, "Brother Xiao, who is this?" Su Xiao's complexion darkened slightly as he remarked, "This fellow is named Shingue. He was in the same examination hall as I during the assessment, so it would be prudent to avoid provoking him. Before Su Junfang could pose another question, Su Xiao continued, in my assessment zone, he is undoubtedly the one who has amassed the most points. He is quite unconventional and has even slain 5 soul masters. He is exceedingly dangerous. Upon hearing this, Su Junfang became intrigued. Ah, right, his martial soul is indeed quite unique. And this is also one of the reasons why he is often shunned by others. Can you guess what it is? Su Junfang inquired with curiosity. Is his martial soul himself? A corporeal martial soul? Su Xiao replied, indeed. This fellow's martial soul is none other than his own body. Isn't it peculiar that one's own body can manifest as a martial soul? Su Junfang then understood. Recalling that he had studied the information regarding this corporeal martial soul master during his time at the Martial Soul Sanctuary, Su Junfang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the renowned physical martial soul from Do Erli had begun to emerge during the Doi period. Now, upon Su Zhao's mention, Su Junfang immediately understood that the robust man he had just encountered was one of the 227th level soul masters of this generation, possessing a physical martial soul. As for the other, it was Zhao Longting, the Crimson Dragon Soul Master whom Su Junfang had previously met. By the way, Xiao Ge, would you be so kind as to share what your martial soul is? Su Junfang only examined the profiles of the top-ranked soul masters, neglecting the others. He was intensely curious about Su Zhao's martial soul, though it was not solely her soul that piqued his interest. Rather, he held a fascination for all martial souls. Since his arrival in the Douluo Continent, Su Junfang has developed a profound passion for exploring the diverse martial souls possessed by various soul masters. Each new martial soul he encounters is akin to unearthing a precious gem, captivating his attention. Well, it matters not. Eventually, everyone will come to know. Su Xiao, unperturbed, flashed a triumphant grin. My martial soul is the 3-legged golden toad. I may lack other skills, but I excel in amassing wealth. Chapter 99, Divine Beast Bloodline and Innate Martial Soul, the 3-legged golden toad. The bloodline of a divine beast. Su Junfang was suddenly taken aback. How is it that the spirit hall is filled with treasures? Previously, there was a martial soul that embodied the physical form, and now there exists a divine beast lineage. If Tang San had arrived 10 years earlier, he would have truly been rendered inconsequential. The spirit hall would have already unified the continent. In the ancient times of Douluo Continent, there existed formidable divine beasts and primordial ferocious creatures. The only primordial beast Su Junfang was aware of was the 10-headed fiery sun serpent. The divine beasts familiar to Su Junfang in the world of Douluo Continent include the phoenix, dragon, 9 sons of the dragon, Qilin, 3-legged golden crow, 3-legged golden toad, white tiger, vermilion bird, azure dragon, and black tortoise. The phoenix, as is well known, reigns as the king of all birds. The 3-legged golden crow is another formidable avian creature, imbued with the true fire of the sun, representing the fire attribute among divine beast spirits. The white tiger, vermilion bird, azure dragon, and black tortoise constitute the 4 sacred beasts, of which only the black tortoise and white tiger have appeared in the text, both being divine beast martial souls. The dragon eternally embodies a high-tier martial soul within the Douluo Continent. The 9 sons of the dragon comprise the golden dragon, known as the golden sacred dragon king, the mightiest of dragon offspring and the true leader of the 9 great dragon kings. The mountain dragon king, revered as the foremost among the 9 great dragon kings, aids the dragon clan in procreation and thrives in the realm of mountains. The fire dragon king embodies the fire element, the ice dragon king represents the ice, water, element, and the earth dragon king is associated with the earth element. Taodai, an evolution of the divine bull martial soul of Xian Lao from the renowned Tang sect, possesses an exceptional earth attribute. The wind dragon king embodies the wind element, while the holy dragon king of light governs light and prayer, overseeing the creation of life and the continuation of the dragon clan. The dark elemental sacred dragon, known as the golden-eyed black dragon king, serves as the captain of the dragon god's guards, assisting in the management of the dragon clan's order, with the current clan leader being the beast god emperor of the Star Do Forest. The emerald dragon king controls the space element. Additionally, there exists the golden dragon king and silver dragon king, split from the dragon god. Regarding the 3-legged golden toad, within the narrative of Douluo Continent 2, the renowned Tang sect, a soul master named Haotian, possessing a 3-legged golden toad martial soul, makes an appearance. This rare beast martial soul possesses a remarkably unique ability, the control of metals. Regardless of the type of metal, it can be manipulated by this martial soul. The 3-legged golden toad can even absorb energy from rare metals to aid its own cultivation. It is through this ability that Haotian reached the Soul King level at the tender age of 14 or 15. Approaching 20, with the aid of medicinal substances, he astonishingly attained the formidable level of 70. Of course, the cultivation environment in the second installment is incomparable to that of the first. The average progress and level of cultivation during that period surpassed that of a millennium ago. Nevertheless, the 3-legged golden toad martial soul remains one of the fastest in terms of cultivation speed. However, it remains uncertain whether the present Su Xiao has grasped the secret of utilizing metal absorption for cultivation. Remarkable! This is indeed the bloodline of a divine beast. Su Junfang exclaimed in admiration. What? The bloodline of a divine beast? My martial soul is merely a three-legged toad. How could it possibly be the bloodline of a divine beast? Su Xiao assumed Su Junfang was speaking nonsense. Is he unaware? Su Junfang discovered that Su Xiao is unaware of the potential of his martial soul. Is it because I have read extensively, thus possessing more knowledge than the soul masters of this era? Or is it merely that Su Xiao is uninformed? Su Junfang harbored doubts in his heart. Yet he did not reveal them, hastily claiming that he might have mistaken someone. At present, his relationship with Su Xiao is akin to that of mere strangers. Having only just met, their bond was not particularly close. Should their relationship deepen in the future, it would be of no consequence to disclose the advantages of his martial soul. And what of you? Su Xiao revealed his martial soul and naturally inquired about Su Junfang's as well. My martial soul is the Thunder Mask, a weapon-type martial soul. Su Junfang originally named the martial spirit the Celestial Sovereign Mask, but it was suggested that the Thunder Mask would be more evocative. Su Xiao meticulously wiped down his desk before placing the box he had brought onto it, and began to extract items from within, one by one. Su Junfang observed Su Xiao's actions and suddenly remembered that her luggage had yet to be retrieved. She turned around to rummage through her bag. Su Junfang carried an assortment of daily necessities, including toiletries for washing and brushing, a few minor soul-guiding devices, and soul power testing orbs, among other items. As Su Xiao busied himself with his tasks, he inquired, Su Junfang, it is now past 10 o'clock. Shall we go out for lunch together later? Su Junfang hesitated for a moment. Although she had not made any arrangements with Hu Liena, it was highly probable that the two would dine together at noon. Therefore, she contemplated gracefully declining, saying, perhaps another time, I have made plans with someone else. Su Xiao's voice was cheerful. It's all right. You can add me. I will cover the cost. Su Junfang felt a few dark lines form on her forehead. The person who arranged to meet me at noon is a girl. Su Xiao remarked, what are the girls? What of them? Yet, he suddenly realized, his smile taking on a deeper significance. Oh, the girls, heh. Quite intriguing indeed. It is not as you presume. She is merely my childhood friend. Su Junfang attempted to feign innocence. Ah, childhood sweethearts, I comprehend. Alas, I remain without a female companion. For the first time, Su Xiao set aside his euphemisms, allowing a glimpse of his true conversational style to surface. What does your family do, Brother Xiao? Su Junfang inquired, intrigued by Su Xiao's self-proclamation as a young master. My family conducts business in Tiando. Typically, my father does not permit me to seek the company of young ladies, leaving me in utter solitude. Su Xiao wore a look of grievance. But soon her expression brightened. Now that I have finally ventured out of my home, I intend to enjoy myself here to the fullest. What about you? My family all work at the Spirit Hall. Su Junfang spoke ambiguously. Are you Su Junfang? A cold voice abruptly interrupted the conversation between Su Xiao and Su Junfang. Su Xiao and Su Junfang gazed towards the entrance. It was the muscular youth who had arrived wearing a fitted black tank top. He had now changed into the white uniform of the Spirit Hall Academy and stood at the doorway of their room. Shengue, what do you intend to do? The assessment has already concluded. Su Xiao furrowed his brow, exhibiting a facade of bravado that belied his inner trepidation. A fact evident from the moment he observed Shengue retreating a step. This does not concern you. Are you Su Junfang? Shengue cast a fleeting glance at Su Xiao before turning back to Su Junfang and inquiring, Indeed, I am Su Junfang. What is it that you wish to convey? Su Junfang straightened his posture, bracing himself internally. I have heard that you have also taken a life. Shengue stated this with a calm demeanor. Oh, whence comes this information? Su Junfang, wishing to avoid unnecessary trouble, responded cautiously. Noticing Su Junfang's silence, Shengue remained poised at the doorway, enveloped in contemplation. Su Xiao, feeling displeased, retorted, What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think everyone is like you? Shengue locked eyes with Su Xiao, instilling a sense of trepidation within her. Before casting a glance at Su Junfang, ultimately, the parties involved are well aware of the truth. With that, Shengue turned on his heel and departed. I knew he was peculiar, acting so arrogantly. By the way, did you truly commit murder? As Su Xiao observed Shengue turning away, he shrugged towards Su Junfang. However, Su Xiao did not lower his voice. His words echoed through the corridor, clearly audible to Shengue, who had intended to leave. Shengue's countenance reappeared at the doorway of their room, his gaze imposing and laden with pressure as he confronted Su Xiao. Do you have an issue with me? Su Xiao, undeterred, retorted, Are you unclear about the opinions others hold? Who in the entire assessment area harbors no grievances against you? Shengue, exuding an air of authority, declared, If you have objections, keep them to yourself. Speak any further, and I shall deal with you. Su Xiao was not typically an impulsive person. However, being still quite young, he was provoked by Shengue and, not wishing to lose face in front of a newly acquainted friend, bravely retorted, You are quite bold. Do you truly believe I am afraid of you? Shengue's seemingly unyielding expression contorted into a chilling smile. You are not afraid? Your trembling body reveals your reluctance to confront me. Su Xiao was filled with indignation. Who says I dare not? Come, let us go outside and spar right now. Oh? Shengue's expression revealed a hint of amusement. After all, this challenge was initiated by you. Come, let us indulge in some playful competition. Without giving Su Xiao a moment to respond, Shun Gui swiftly turned and made his way through the myriad twists and turns leading out of the first floor's entrance. Su Junfang and Su Xiao followed closely behind. Su Junfang inquired, "Do you possess confidence in this matter?" Su smiled wryly, admitting, "To be honest, no, I acted impulsively. However, as a man, I neither instigate trouble nor shy away from it. At worst, I might lose a battle. In the future, I shall cultivate my skills more swiftly than he does. I have yet to encounter a formidable being with a physical martial spirit." Su Junfang smiled quietly, refraining from speaking. Although the entity martial soul currently lacks prominence in the Douluo Continent, given the trajectory of its development, the formidable nature of such a martial soul will inevitably be recognized. The entity martial soul possesses a remarkable innate talent that far surpasses that of ordinary soul masters. Its bearers find it easier to attain enlightenment and to harmonize their soul power with mental strength, as the martial soul is intrinsically part of their being. When it comes to precise control over the martial soul, no other soul master can rival the proficiency of those with an entity martial soul. For instance, soul masters with skin martial souls can even manipulate their soul to alter their fingerprints. Such precision is unattainable by any other martial souls. Furthermore, entity martial souls have the capacity for a second awakening. The more common awakening is at the bronze level, with further tiers including silver and gold. This awakening can significantly amplify the prowess of the entity martial soul. The current obscurity of the entity martial soul is largely due to the fact that most physical martial souls are regarded as anomalies, thus failing to receive the attention and cultivation they deserve. Additionally, the potential for a second awakening remains unknown, further shrouding this gifted martial soul in obscurity. Typical soul masters lack the strength and talent to keep pace with the cultivation progress of entity martial soul bearers. Nevertheless, Su Junfang also places great importance on Su Xiao's three-legged golden-toed martial soul, which harbors immense potential. With sufficient metal, rapid advancement is within reach. Apart from Su Junfang, no one is privy to these various secrets. It seems that the talents of these two individuals have not been effectively harnessed in the original narrative. However, with Su Junfang's arrival, should he foster a good relationship with them, he may very well contribute two more prodigies to the martial soul hall in the future. Su Junfang's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts as her feet had already crossed the threshold of the first floor door. Shen Gui stood outside the dormitory in a solemn demeanor. Fists clenched tightly, arms hanging resolutely by his sides. Ever poised for battle, it was evident that Shen Gui was a warrior at heart. Su Xiao felt a twinge of guilt, his head bowed slightly, unable to meet Shen Gui's piercing gaze. Yet, despite his trepidation, he resolved to descend the steps. He approached and stood before Shen Gui, the distance between them measuring approximately 2 to 3 meters. Su Junfang did not descend the steps outside the building. Instead, he stood aside, assuming the role of a referee or, should the need arise, an intermediary to mediate the conflict. In the 100th chapter, a palpable tension enveloped the open space beneath the dormitory. The crisp, chilly winds of late autumn swirled around, carrying with them a few remnants of leaves that showcased their solitude. Yellowed leaves danced in a whirlwind, delineating an atmosphere charged with anticipation. I called for the commencement, inviting all to engage. Su Junfang solemnly assumed the role of referee. 3, 2, 1, begin. Shen Gui's brow was heavily furrowed with murderous intent, the corners of his lips curling upward to reveal an even more ferocious countenance. Crash! With a mighty stomp of his right foot, the bluestone bricks in the dormitory courtyard shattered instantly beneath him. Fragments of stone and dust sprayed violently through the air. Su Junfang, compelled by necessity, summoned his spiritual energy to shield himself from the oncoming shards of brick. Utilizing the force of the ground beneath him, Shen Gui propelled himself forward with astonishing speed, prompting Su Junfang to focus intently in order to comprehend his movements. Su Xiao stood in the trajectory of Shen Gui, feeling the immense pressure exerted by him. Her expression shifting. In an instant, she leaped back a considerable distance. As Su Xiao landed, a brilliant flash of golden light emanated from him, and astonishingly, an additional leg emerged from his posterior. This leg was entirely resplendent in gold, and simultaneously, a dazzling golden aura enveloped his entire being. With 3 legs, Su Xiao slightly crouched, and 2 yellow soul rings floated gracefully from his back. Su Xiao beheld Shen Gui approaching with an audacious grin. His demeanor was markedly transformed, revealing a defiant spirit reflected in his brows. Su Xiao flung his hands forward, casting a multitude of golden trinkets into the air. Su Junfang gazed intently and beheld a collection of over 10 golden soul coins. Su Junfang couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The exceedingly valuable gold soul coins were being wielded by Su Xiao as mere weapons. It seemed that the Su family truly possessed immense resources. His earlier claims of modesty regarding his business ventures were evidently an understatement. Su Junfang deduced that Su Xiao was either the scion of a wealthy consortium or a descendant of an esteemed family. Su Junfang's gaze returned to the makeshift battlefield. Shen Gui moved with remarkable speed, just as Su Xiao was about to throw the golden soul coin. A massive fist shrouded in darkness struck Su Xiao squarely in the face the very next moment. Su Xiao stepped back once more, as the first soul ring radiated with a brilliant light. The golden soul coins, still suspended in midair, began to spin at an astonishing speed. resembling a multitude of miniature golden cutting machines. As the golden coins whirled rapidly, they propelled downwards, unleashing a dozen beams of golden light that enveloped various parts of Shen Gui's body. Sensing an impending danger, Shen Gui refrained from pursuing his advantage and executed a backflip to evade the onslaught of the golden coins, transformed into lethal weapons. The golden coins struck the cobblestone ground like cannonballs. The smooth surface of the bricks erupted once more, replaced by numerous large craters where Shen Gui had previously stood. The golden coins were firmly embedded in the earth. Su Xiaohuan's spirit fluctuated slightly. The golden soul coins, behaving like obedient pets, pushed aside the surrounding debris and floated gracefully above the ground. They arranged themselves neatly in front of Su Xiaohuan, presenting an impressive sight. Humph. Shen Gui also noticed the row of golden soul coins before Su Xiaohuan and scoffed. External objects? Golden soul coins? Su smiled triumphantly, declaring, "Indeed. It is the golden soul coin. I possess the power to manipulate metals at will, unlike you, who foolishly engages in combat with your own flesh. Ah. Prepare to witness how I will reduce you to a mere puddle of mud using my own body." Shen Gui's expression darkened as he positioned his fist before him, assuming a fighting stance. Su Xiao seemed to feel a surge of confidence, laughing heartily as he proclaimed, "Behold my first soul skill, control of gold." The yellow soul ring flickered once more, and under Su Xiao's command, the golden soul coin shot forth at an astonishing speed, leaving a trail of golden afterimages in the air. Shen Gui remained silent, his first soul ring also radiating brightly, a century-old ring as well. He propelled himself forward once again, swift as lightning, as the golden deadly projectile surged toward him. Shen Gui's movements were extraordinary, with a series of deceptive feints. He deftly evaded several coins that followed a clear trajectory. His arms moved with incredible speed, like a torrential downpour, as he wielded his dark iron limbs with impenetrable precision. All the advancing golden soul coins were expertly deflected by Shen Gui's ebony hands, producing a distinct sound of clashing metal. To Su Junfang's eyes, it appeared as if Su Xiao had deliberately directed the golden coins to collide with him. This exchange of blows transpired in the blink of an eye. Shen Gui burst forth from the tempest of gold coins, charging directly at Su Xiao. The coins that Shen Gui had sent flying were either propelled too far or utterly destroyed, rendering them incapable of returning in time for assistance. Su Xiao swiftly crouched to evade Shun Gishi's powerful punch, yet Shun's reflexes were remarkably quick, delivering a knee strike directly to Su Xiao's chin. Su Xiaolai had no time to evade. With his arms crossed before him, he was forcefully struck by a knee and sent flying. Su smiled. Yet his arms throbbed with a fiery pain, as if Shun Gui's knee had struck like a hammer upon them. He even harbored doubts that the outermost arm might have sustained a fracture at that very moment. Su Xiao braced his injured arm with one hand, while the other pressed firmly against the ground, allowing him to land steadily. Shen Gui's assault arrived silently, leaving Su Xiao alarmed as he awkwardly rolled to the left. Shen Gui formed his hand into a blade, and with a fierce strike, the dark palm sliced downwards at Su Xiao's original position. The blade was extraordinarily sharp, slicing effortlessly into the blue brick ground, causing cracks to spread. Su's expression was grim. He was indeed in a state of disarray. The gold was simmering. Su Xiao rose from the ground, murmuring softly. The brilliance of the second soul ring illuminated the surroundings. Shen Gui attempted to thwart Su Xiao's activation of the second soul skill, executing a sweeping kick that sent the unsteady Su Xiao tumbling back to the ground. Shen Gui brought his arms together, both hands poised like blades, descending with a fierce strike. Is it truly entertaining to chase and strike? Su Xiaohong, her eyes filled with determination, aimed a powerful kick towards Shen Gui's vulnerable spot, her arms instinctively shielding her head. Shen Gui remained unfazed by Su Xiaohong's assault, his palms continuing their downward strike. With a resounding clang, Shen Gui's dark hands collided with a shield forged from a multitude of gold soul coins and gold elements. Su Xiao's left foot struck precisely at a place that every man instinctively protects. Ouch! Su Xiao clutched his foot in pain. Although the assault on his foot proved ineffective, Su Xiao continued to manipulate the golden elements in the air, weaving them together with the previously used golden spirit coin to form a shimmering golden shield that he wielded with finesse. Su Xiao's second soul skill, the golden eruption, serves to significantly enhance the vitality of the metallic soul power inherent in his three-legged golden toad. In a fleeting moment, his control over metal is exponentially amplified, allowing him to temporarily harness a plethora of metallic elements from the surrounding atmosphere. Just as he is struck by Shen Gui's sweeping kick, he instantaneously activates his second soul skill. From a distance, the golden coins are propelled back at an accelerated speed, 3 to 4 times greater than before. Simultaneously, Su Xiao gathers a substantial amount of golden elements from the air at the precise point of impending attack, enveloping the golden coins that stand protectively before him. A radiant flash of golden light emerges, forming a square shield that is thick in the center and sharp at the edges. Su Xiao commanded the square shield to spin rapidly, transforming its golden edges into lethal cutting instruments. Shen Gui was taken aback by the unexpected deflection of his attack. Yet he remained unperturbed. The square shield loomed closely before him, while an ordinary individual would be daunted by the terrifying slicing power of the shield. Shen Gui was no ordinary person. As a soul master whose essence was embodied in his physicality, he possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities. As the reflective blades gleamed ominously near him, Shen propelled himself off the ground, twisting his waist and unleashing a powerful punch. The sound of impact resonated, two sharp cracks echoed as the square shield was sent hurtling backward by Shen formidable strength, its once unblemished golden edge now marred with dents. Shen, seizing this rare opportunity, exerted force through his legs and leaped into the air, deftly landing atop the shield to harness its momentum. Su Xiao had yet to comprehend the unfolding events when Jin Dun was propelled away from Shen with a single thrust. Meanwhile, Shen fist, akin to a sandbag in size, struck Su Xiao's face with unrelenting force. Whether it was Su Xiao's insufficient reaction time or Shen speed surpassing the limits of Su Xiao's perception remains uncertain. Su Xiao appeared to be in a stupor, awaiting the brutal impact of a fist upon his visage. The fist halted, poised just before the tip of Su Xiao's nose. It was not Shen who had restrained his force. Rather, it was Su Junfang who intervened. A delicate, golden-hued fluid hand materialized from Su Junfang, shielding Su Xiao's relatively handsome face from the impending blow. Let us cease this here. Su Xiao, it is you who has lost. Su Junfang quietly announced the final outcome of the competition. Su Xiaochang exhaled deeply, his back dampened by perspiration. He understood that Su Junfang had come to his aid and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Shen Gui's felt as though his fist had collided with a mound of soft, yielding substance. Most of his strength dissipated upon impact, and his hand felt enveloped in a mass of tender flesh. With a determined effort, Shen Gui yanked his hand back, freeing it from the embrace of the golden light. Su Junfang silently dissipated the golden light. "What is your ability?" Shen inquired, observing Su Junfang without concern for the disruption he had caused in the battle. "It is rather peculiar. One might consider it my ability," Su Junfang responded ambiguously. "Ah, is that not the battle maniac of the body refinement sect?" A resonant and penetrating male voice suddenly erupted in the ears of the three. Su Junfang turned his gaze in the direction of the voice, revealing that the one calling out was Zhao Longting, a soul master of the Crimson Dragon martial soul. Together with Hu Liena, they strolled leisurely from the area outside the dormitory. Their eyes met, and Hu Liena offered Su Junfang an enchanting smile. Chapter 101. A day Hu Liena remained as breathtaking as ever, with her delicate almond face and charming demeanor. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and the white uniform of the martial soul hall could scarcely conceal her alluring figure. The juxtaposition of her white skirt and black thigh-high stockings created an alluring spectacle that could ignite the imagination of any man. With each graceful step, the hint of her supple thighs was tantalizingly revealed, exuding an air of beguiling charm. Hu Liena's arrival was anticipated by Su Junfang. Upon witnessing her captivating smile, he could not help but respond with a smile of his own. He offered her a slight nod, signifying that he had seen her. "Truly, it is you again. Who have you been sparring with this time?" Zhao Longting approached Shen for a conversation, suggesting a prior acquaintance between them. "Were you two previously acquainted?" Su Junfang inquired about Zhao Longting. Zhao Longting, his face radiating a smile, replied, "Of course I know him. I hail from the Heavenly Dragon Sect, and he is from the Body Refinement Sect. Our sects often interact. In this battle, Fanatic used to challenge me frequently." "Body Refinement Sect?" Su Junfang raised an eyebrow. Shen expression turned cold and unfeeling. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." With that, Shen attempted to turn and walk away. Zhao Longting hurriedly caught up, placing a hand on his shoulder to halt Shen departure. Leaning closer, he whispered, "Aren't you fond of challenging strong opponents? Let me tell you, the woman beside me is the soul master of our generation, unparalleled." Upon hearing this, Shen eyes lit up, and he turned, casting an intensely aggressive gaze toward Hu Liena. "You are the soul master?" A fervent desire for battle surged within Shen causing his lips to stretch into a grin that reached his ears. His gaze was so overtly aggressive that Su Junfang felt a wave of discomfort and instinctively positioned himself between Hu Liena and Shen Hu Liena stepped forward to stand alongside Su Junfang, confronting Shen with an icy demeanor. And what of it? Shen disregarded Hu Liena's frigid stare, muttering to himself, "How intriguing." He once again ignored the others and turned to leave. This time, however, no one attempted to stop him, and Shen figure vanished into the dormitory building. "How rude." Hu Liena tilted her head, her large, glistening eyes blinking innocently. "Well, it's not that bad. He is usually a bit cold, but when faced with a rival, he gets particularly excited and tends to say some irrational things." Zhao Longting lamented, regretting that he had revealed to Shen that Hu Liena was the soul master. His intention was to see Shen humbled, but he hadn't anticipated that it would strain their relationship from the outset. The atmosphere had become quite awkward. Su Xiao, who had been largely unnoticed, clapped his hands and stood on the opposite side of Su Junfang. Su Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Hu Liena, a mischievous smile playing on his lips, as if to inquire, "The girl you mentioned must be her, am I right?" Su Junfang nodded helplessly. Su Xiaoshan nodded in agreement, his lips curling downward as he assumed a contemplative demeanor, simultaneously giving Su Junfang a thumbs up. It was at this moment that Zhao Longting finally noticed Su Xiao's presence and approached to greet him, inquiring, "Who might this brother be?" Su Junfang introduced, "Oh, this is my roommate, Su Xiao." Su Junfang then turned to Su Xiao and introduced Zhao Longting, saying, "Su Xiao, this is Zhao Longting, a friend I met during the assessment, whose capabilities are exceptionally formidable. Su Xiao felt a profound respect after listening. Su Junfang is said to possess formidable strength, which likely attests to his true prowess. Moreover, having overheard Zhao Longting's introduction of his relationship with Shen Gui, it is evident that he recognizes yet another formidable individual. Greetings, Brother Zhao, he said. Ah, it is Brother Su Xiao. Zhao Longting's face seems to perpetually bear a smile. Do not be misled by his praises of my abilities. He surpasses me in strength, not to mention the presence of Sister Na here as well. Xuxio, following Zhichao Longting's words, directed his gaze towards Hu Liena. Suddenly recalling that he had heard Shin Jiui mention earlier that she was a soul sovereign, he hastily inquired, "Are you the legendary soul sovereign of our generation?" Hu Liena succinctly introduced herself, saying, "My name is Hu Liena, and indeed, I am a soul sovereign." She added with a hint of exasperation, "It seems that every time someone asks me this question." Su Zhao's expression was one of astonishment. He never anticipated that on his very first day at school, he would encounter such a multitude of distinguished individuals. In such a brief span of time, the 4 people he had met were all paragons among their peers, rendering his previously cherished accomplishments in cultivation insignificant, akin to that of an infant in their presence. "What led to your altercation with Shen Gui?" Zhao Longting inquired with keen interest. "I observed your spar from a distance. You are quite formidable. And no, I am still far too inexperienced." Su Xiao quickly interjected, waving his hands in denial. In the past, he might have considered himself impressive, but now he realized the necessity of tempering his arrogance. Otherwise, he would inevitably face repercussions. The conflict arose when I uttered a few unflattering remarks that he overheard. He challenged me to a duel, and my pride compelled me to accept. Feeling slightly embarrassed as he explained the circumstances, Su Xiao acknowledged his initial fault. Haha, that's just like him. He was always an oddity in our sect. Devoid of friends, solely focused on becoming stronger and engaging in fights. Zhao Longting chose not to delve further into the reasons behind their clash. "How did you return from outside?" Junfang inquired of Hu Liena, though he was more curious about the nature of her association with Zhao Longting. "Oh, we had to pick up our personal medallions from the dormitory, and we happened to run into each other on the way back," Hu Liena replied, gesturing to the freshman badge adorning her chest. "I wasn't aware of that. I shall go collect mine shortly." Junfang then asked, "Would you like to join me for a meal?" "Of course, I'm indifferent. I did mention that we should dine together after the assessment," Su Junfang replied. "Then let us go. After our meal, we can explore the Spirit City. However, could we possibly wait for one of my friends?" Zhao Longting interjected. "Are you referring to that girl who has been following you?" Junfang had long been curious about the relationship between the two. "Ah, yes, that would be her. Her name is Qi Wan," Zhao Longting replied, slightly flustered. "Our relationship could be described as childhood sweethearts." "Hee, childhood sweethearts." Su Junfang revealed a sly glimmer in her eyes, reminiscent of the one Su Xiao had just displayed. "Can we finally be taken to the banquet?" Su Xiao playfully nudged Su Junfang with her shoulder, remarking, "Your days of a two-person world are over." Su Junfang was also quite perplexed. He had originally intended to dine alone with Hu Liena. "Well, do come along." Su smiled, her wishes fulfilled. At that moment, Zhao Longting gestured towards Su Junfang, saying, "Look, she has come down." Following the direction of Zhao Longting's finger, Su Junfang indeed saw the girl in the emerald dress descending the stairs. Upon spotting Zhao Longting, Qi Wan sprinted over. Though still somewhat shy, she found comfort in the presence of familiar faces, aside from Su Xiao, which alleviated her apprehension. "All right, everyone is here. Let's set off," Zhao Longting proclaimed with a flourish of his arm, as the 5 prepared to enjoy a meal outside on this rare day of freedom. "Lunch is on me," Su Xiao boasted along the way, exuding his generosity. "No one fight me for it." His brotherly spirit was commendable, and Zhao Longting couldn't have wished more for an opportunity to save his own money, feeling an increased camaraderie with Su Xiao. The group primarily consisted of Su Xiao, Zhao Longting, and Su Junfang engaged in conversation, while Qi Wan chatted with Hu Liena, creating a joyful atmosphere throughout their journey. Bang! The door was slammed shut with a dull thud. Creak! The window in the dormitory was thrown open. The purple sunlight filtered through the narrow opening, casting a vibrant hue on the white floor. It was already dusk. What a delightful day it had been. As Su Xiaojing stepped into the dormitory, he leapt onto his plush bed, sprawling out like a star, sinking into the thick comforter he had spread across it. Throughout the afternoon, it was evident that Su Xiaojing had grown quite familiar with Su Junfang. In youth, forging friendships comes with ease, as the barriers of wariness that often accompany adulthood are not yet firmly established. Indeed, Zhao Longting has a remarkable knack for finding the perfect spots. Su Junfang felt somewhat fatigued. After opening the window for ventilation upon entering the room, he ascended to the bed, not to sleep, but to sit cross-legged. Earlier that afternoon, Su Junfang, accompanied by 4 others, sought a restaurant in the Spirit Soul City, where Su Xiao recommended the Spirit Restaurant. The suggestion received unanimous approval. The dishes at the Spirit Restaurant were indeed extravagant. Not a single dish was crafted from ordinary beasts or plants. The menu exclusively featured delicacies made from soul beasts. renowned not only for their exquisite taste, but also for their remarkable benefits to the physique of soul masters. The 5 ordered 10 dishes, with Su Xiao graciously treating them, resulting in shared joy among the group. Following their meal, they did not return directly to their dormitory, but instead wandered through the Spirit Soul City. They participated in an auction, observed several soulmaster duels, indulged in shopping, and enjoyed dinner. Their revelry continued until 5 or 6 o'clock, at which point they returned to the front of their dormitory building to bid farewell to one another. The 2 female soul masters, Hu Liena and Qi Wan, naturally returned to the girls' dormitory. Su Junfang had discovered the room number of Hu Liena, which was 0474. Naturally, Zhao Longting also resided on the first floor of the new students' dormitory, with his room number being 0565. Situated further inside than the rooms occupied by Su Junfang and Su Xiao, which was 0289. After a day filled with delightful activities, both Su Junfang and Su Xiao had thoroughly enjoyed themselves. However, with the first day of school approaching, Su Junfang felt the necessity to diligently consolidate his cultivation. Thus, he began his training and instructed to be called when it was time to wash up. After Su Junfang conveyed her intentions to Su Xiao, she clasped her hands before her abdomen and began to cultivate the golden light incantation. Su Xiao was feeling rather disinterested, initially intending to rest a while longer. He found himself inspired by Su Junfang's diligence and thus began to meditate on his bed. Chapter 102, Elite Academy in Class. Su Junfang strolled along the brick-paved avenue, relishing the dawn's soft embrace of the white sun and the invigorating chill of the autumn breeze, which imbued him with a profound sense of vitality. With a nearly empty backpack slung over his shoulder, he meandered towards the Elite Academy's lecture hall. The previous night, Su Junfang had foregone sleep, choosing instead to sit cross-legged on his bed, dedicating the entire night to cultivation. In the realm of Douluo Continent, the practice of soul masters indeed serves as a substitute for slumber. Compared to sleep, meditation is far more arduous, leaving the mind less refreshed than it would be after a restful night. Nevertheless, he had undeniably made tangible progress in his cultivation. Su Xiao, perhaps accustomed to indulging in leisurely slumber, remains blissfully lost in deep sleep upon the soft embrace of his bed. Su Junfang roused him, inviting him to join for a meal. However, he declined the offer and, with a mere turn of his body, succumbed once more to slumber. Su Junfang had no choice but to pack his essential belongings and, with his empty backpack slung over his shoulder, make his way to the cafeteria of the Spirit Hall Elite Academy for a meal. The cafeteria offered a commendable selection of food. Although it could not compete with the lavish feast they had enjoyed the previous day at the Spirit Hall Grand Restaurant, it still provided a nutritious breakfast featuring soul beasts. Despite its remote location, the academy itself sprawled over an expansive area. The various buildings and classrooms were separated by hundreds of meters, and it would take Su Junfang a good 5 minutes to walk from the cafeteria to the teaching building. Seizing this opportunity, Su Junfang took the time to digest his meal while meticulously observing the surroundings of the Spirit Hall Elite Academy. The exterior was enveloped in lush greenery, bordered by forests on 2 sides. One side led to a rugged mountain path, while the other connected to the Spirit City. The walls surrounding the academy were emblazoned with the emblem of the 6 emperors of the Spirit Hall. Within the campus, an array of buildings stood tall, showcasing a blend of Eastern and Western architectural styles. As Su Junfang gazed around, he spotted the teaching buildings, dormitories, administrative offices, and evaluation areas. Many of the signage indicating the names of various buildings were obscured by trees or other structures, making it difficult for him to discern their full layout. At the center of the academy's plaza stood a magnificent statue of a 6-winged angel, carved from an unknown material and coated in a layer of golden hue. The statue was illuminated by the morning sunlight, casting a divine aura upon the angel's serene visage, which radiated a sense of kindness, authority, and sanctity. Eventually, Su Junfang arrived at the base of the teaching building. The teaching structure of the Elite Academy was still imposing. At present, he could see 3 teaching buildings, each catering to 2 grade levels. One cannot help but acknowledge the substantial investment that the Spirit Hall had made in education. After returning from his excursion the previous day, Su Junfang had not forgotten to visit the freshman teaching building to collect his new student badge. In addition to receiving his badge, he noticed several bulletin boards positioned in the center of the first-floor hall, displaying the class assignments for each new student. Su Junfang observed the class allocation. There are a total of 14 classes, each comprising 60 students. The notice board indicated that the homeroom teacher for the first freshman class is Wu Yin, while the homeroom teacher for the second freshman class is Zhang Che. He has been assigned to the second freshman class under the guidance of teacher Zhang Che. After Su Junfang reviewed her class assignment, she inevitably began to search for the class placements of her peers, eager to discover if any familiar faces had been assigned to the same class. Xu Xiao from class 7, Ziqiao Longting and Qi Wan from class 3, Shen Gui and Xu Jiaxuan from class 1, and Hu Liena from class 2. It seems that fate has intertwined the paths of Hu Liena and Xu Junfang once more, as they find themselves in the same class again. From the discerning gaze of Xu Junfang, It is evident that classes 1 and 2 possess a strength that surpasses that of the remaining 12 classes. The coincidence of Hu Liena being placed in the same class as him may not merely be a matter of chance. Junfang entered the academic building, where the autumn breeze occasionally swept through the corridor, bringing a refreshing chill, yet the classrooms remained unlit, casting shadows in the dimly lit passage. Indeed, am I the first again? Junfang mused to himself. In his previous life, he often arrived first to class, and it seemed that this life would mirror that experience. The second classroom on the left upon entering the building belonged to class 2. As he approached, he noticed the door was closed. He grasped the doorknob and turned it. It was unlocked. Junfang noticed a white sheet of paper affixed to the door of the classroom, displaying the seating arrangement for the newly established class 2. Junfang found her place above, the third seat from the window on the left. Junfang felt a tinge of disappointment. Was he no longer in the spotlight? Nevertheless, this was to be expected. Among his peers, Junfang was indeed tall, yet in the context of his second-grade class, he found himself rather diminutive. It was a stroke of luck that he was not assigned to the front row. He cast a glance around the seating chart, surveying the unfamiliar faces encircling him. TSK. None of them were familiar. Hu Liena, due to her considerable height, had been placed in the back row. Junfang pushed open the classroom door and turned on the lights, illuminating the entirety of the classroom before him. The classroom of Class 2 for freshmen was quite spacious, featuring a podium and a lecturer's desk at the front. There were 8 rows of student seats, each containing 8 sets, and Junfang made his way directly to the third seat in the leftmost row. One by one, the new students entered the classroom, while the other 12 dark classrooms were also sequentially illuminated. Junfang even caught a glimpse of Su Zhao's figure fleeting past the entrance of Class 2. Junfang had been seated in the classroom for approximately 30 minutes, and gradually, seats around her began to fill. There were few vacant spots left in the class. Hu Liena had also entered the classroom early. While searching for a seat, she deliberately walked past Junfang and playfully ruffled her hair. Junfang found herself seated on the left, adjacent to the window, with no one around and devoid of any picturesque view. In front of Junfang sat a soul master of unremarkable appearance, exuding an aura of simplicity and honesty. To his left was a seemingly delicate young lady, whose presence stirred a protective instinct within the male students. Behind him sat the rhinoceros soul master, whom he had encountered at the onset of the assessment. This soul master had attempted to ambush Zhao Longting and Qi Wan, only to experience a comical failure. As more soul masters gathered, the noise within the room escalated. Suddenly, 3 sharp and resonant noises silenced the chatter. A young and attractive female teacher had appeared at the podium, clutching a roll call and lesson plan. Having struck the blackboard with her soul power, as the class quieted, Zhang Cheche began. Hello, students. My name is Zhang Cheche, and I will be your homeroom teacher for the next 3 years. I cannot ascertain how many of you will accompany me on this journey over the coming year, but I assure you that I will exert every effort to guide you. Her voice was soft, imbued with a purifying quality that naturally endeared her to the students. It was evident that her words had won her considerable favor among the class, alleviating some of the initial awkwardness of strangers gathering together. It was certain that only a select few would successfully navigate the elite program. The majority of you would ultimately be filtered out along the way, redirected to other projects at the Spirit Hall for continued study. One crucial point must be made clear to each of you today. Every soul master surrounding you is a potential rival in your future endeavors. Therefore, during the forthcoming self-introductions, I will not permit you to disclose your martial spirits or personal interests, as such revelations would amount to divulging your strategic information. In the elite program, everything must be discovered and accomplished independently. What martial spirits your classmates possess, their strengths, and the skills they wield must be uncovered through your own exploration. You are only required to stand and state your name and the academy from which you hail. Let us begin with you. Zhang Cheche gestured towards the first student in the leftmost row. I am Zhao Li, from the Spirit Hall's Junior Academy. I am Wang Zivong, from I am Junfang. From Zhang Cheche regarded him a moment longer. Through the introductions, Junfang learned that the young man before him was named Wang Zizhong. The sturdy boy behind him was called Li Han, and the girl to his right was Wang Xiaoya. Once the self-introductions were complete, the class officially commenced. It was early September, and by the end of December, the first elimination assessment would take place in the form of combat. Those who passed would continue their studies here. Those who did not would be compelled to leave. Thus, do not presume that simply sitting here grants you free rein. Your primary objective in the elite academy is to grow stronger. Although Zhang Cheche's voice was gentle, the implications of her words were far from friendly for the majority of the students. Junfang observed many students whose faces were contorted with worry, clearly feeling the weight of pressure. Zhang Cheche noted the expressions of each student with keen awareness. As I mentioned earlier, the assessment format is combat. You should have recognized this since your initial trials. While cultivation is certainly vital, a soul master's comprehensive abilities often outweigh mere soul power. The combat prowess of soul masters far surpasses that of ordinary individuals, yet effective utilization of soul power is imperative. Combat serves as a compelling avenue for enhancing your soul power. Hence, brawls within the elite academy can be beneficial. Though I prefer my students not to engage in conflicts amongst themselves, if fighting is necessary, it is best to seek out students from other classes. The Spirit Hall places significant emphasis on both the combat abilities and holistic skills of its trainees, typically turning a blind eye to the occurrence of fights. However, there are restrictions. Upperclassmen are forbidden from provoking or assaulting underclassmen, with immediate expulsion as the penalty for violations. Conversely, underclassmen may challenge upperclassmen, provided a teacher is present to ensure fairness. As for students within the same grade, they may engage in combat freely, as long as it does not result in fatalities. The academy will not intervene. Combat is one of the most effective methods to enhance one's qualities, preparing you for various future assessments. Indeed, many upcoming evaluations will predominantly involve combat, with survival assessments like the preliminary selection being rare. Just moments into the class, Zhang Cheche delivered a wealth of substantive information. The first lesson of the school year was a day when students vied to showcase their abilities. Every soul master sat upright, eager to absorb every detail. Having covered essential knowledge, Zhang Cheche proceeded to discuss the curriculum and future pathways, aware of the students' keen interest in these matters. Adjusting her slipping glasses, she posed a question to the class. Who can tell me what courses you have taken at the junior academy? She pointed to a girl who had raised her hand. Junfang vaguely remembered her name was Yang something. The girl was of modest height, only reaching Zhang Cheche's abdomen when she stood. I come from the junior academy of the Spirit Hall, where we studied a total of 7 subjects: language, mathematics, biology, geography, political education, soul master studies, and physical training. These should be the subjects most of you have encountered. Indeed, this aligns with the curriculum most of you experienced at the junior academy. However, I have noticed that some among us have transferred from different junior academies, and your studies may have varied slightly. Zhang Cheche adjusted her glasses once more. For these students, the academy offers an additional foundational course for those interested. Anyone wishing to enroll may approach me after class. This invitation extends not only to students from other academies, but also to anyone who feels their foundation is lacking. The elite program spans 6 grades, corresponding to the 6 grades of the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, albeit with differing content. For the next 6 years, classes will be conducted in a group format. Though my guidance is only temporary, do you recall my earlier mention of the assessment occurring 3 months from now? This evaluation will lead to the reorganization of classes, grouping soul masters with compatible attributes and abilities accordingly. Over the next 6 years, your studies will be divided into 2 sections: cultural courses and practical combat training. As your homeroom teacher, I will primarily oversee both types of classes, though various teaching assistants will provide support. I trust that all of you here aspire to become formidable soul masters. The Elite Academy will impart scientific knowledge, though this is not the primary focus. Your future ambitions likely lean toward becoming combat-oriented soul masters rather than those in administrative roles, correct? Should anyone disagree, please raise your hand. Zhang Cheche posed this question because some soul masters, lacking sufficient strength or an appropriate martial spirit, have shifted their focus towards scientific endeavors, which is not widely respected among the soul master community. In the Douluo Continent, martial prowess is often held in higher esteem than scholarly pursuits. The classroom fell silent in response to her inquiry. Excellent. You all aspire to be powerful soul masters. The syllabus has been distributed, comprising 4 mandatory cultural courses: soul beasts, soul masters, political history, and geography. The practical combat course is also compulsory. Additionally, there are elective courses available for you to consider based on your schedules. During this phase of your education, your paramount objective is to strive for the rank of soul scholar within 6 years. Achieving this is a lofty expectation, and many may fall short, yet it should remain your goal. The first 3 years will involve numerous assessments aimed at filtering out those who do not meet the standards, thereby identifying true elites. In contrast, the latter 3 years will see the Elite Academy refraining from active filtering, providing students with a supportive environment for focused cultivation. Only those who attain the rank of Soul Scholar after 6 years can guarantee success in the final trials. The Golden Path trial will assess the results of your 6 years of training, and many will falter at this threshold. However, those who succeed will undoubtedly be the cream of the crop, which is the ultimate aim of this program. Zhang Cheche continued to articulate various intricate, yet vital details from the podium, while Junfang found himself deep in thought. He contemplated Shrek Academy, recalling that in most fanfictions he had encountered, the protagonist chose to study there, leading to the emergence of extraordinary talents like the Shrek 7 monsters. Yet, Junfang believed that the Spirit Hall Academy and similar prestigious institutions were far superior to Shrek. The faculty and student resources of the Spirit Hall were unquestionable, with instructors never falling below the rank of Soul King and Soul Saints and Douluos being quite common. The training resources were equally impressive, featuring dedicated training facilities, meals prepared from soul beasts to enhance the physical development of soul masters, and even forests specifically designated for hunting practice. From any perspective, the Spirit Hall Academy eclipsed the impoverished Shrek Academy by several magnitudes. Not to mention that even the elite academy of the Spirit Hall was vastly superior to any other advanced Soul Master institution. Even when Shrek Academy later merged with Blazing Academy, it could not compete with the resource allocation of Royal Academies and top-tier Soul Master schools. The faculty and student configuration at Shrek Academy paled in comparison to that of formal institutions, rendering their teaching quality subpar. Furthermore, consider the participants from Blazing Academy, whose soul powers were not particularly impressive for Soul Emperors. This perspective underscores that Blazing Academy's teaching standards were merely average. How could a struggling institution like Shrek Academy, alongside a mediocre one like Blazing Academy, produce a formidable team like the Shrek 7 Monsters? Su Junfang posits that while Shrek possesses certain merits, the true excellence lies within these 7 individuals. Their prowess is solely attributable to their own capabilities. And the reputation of Shrek Academy has been largely inflated within the pages of literature. Who comprises the illustrious Shrek 7? Ning Rongrong, the petite princess of the 7 treasured glazed tile school, is endowed with natural intelligence, yet lacks diligence in enhancing her cultivation. Her strength is predominantly derived from Tang San's celestial herbs and his superior martial soul, Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai. The 3rd prince of the Star Luo Empire and the 4th daughter of the Zhu family undoubtedly honed their combat skills at the Royal Academy before arriving at Shrek. Xiao Wu, possessing the ability to transform from a soul beast, is adept in physical combat and generates soul rings autonomously. Ma Hongjun and Oscar, the duo hailing from humble origins, relies solely on innate talent and Tang San's celestial herbs. Tang San, a prodigy beyond comparison, requires no further elucidation. Excluding Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, the remaining members of this remarkable septet have only studied at Shrek Academy for a mere 2 years. Prior to Tang San's arrival, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun could merely be classified as ordinary geniuses, with their soul power levels being relatively consistent with their ages. Absent Tang San's celestial herbs, the Shrek 7 would have been unlikely to grace the stage of that year's Continental Soul Master competition. The arrival of the Master brought targeted training that proved somewhat beneficial. However, the Master himself possesses only the strength of a Soul Master, and despite his profound understanding of martial souls, he cannot rival the expertise of a Soul Sage or a Soul Douluo. His uniqueness stems from his inability to advance, compelling him to pursue theoretical research. Yet, his studies remain unverified, and he has been marginalized within the realm of Soul Master theory. While the Master may indeed possess capability, can his understanding of martial soul cultivation surpass that of the Soul Hall, which has researched for millennia and possesses a legacy? In the future, to unravel the cultivation methods of twin martial souls, the Master will need to consult Bibi Dong, whose methodologies are derived from the teachings of Qiang Sunji. This knowledge is a culmination of inherited wisdom and experience, and does the expertise of the Soul Hall's educators not far surpass that of Shrek Academy? Furthermore, after merely 2 years of study at Shrek, barring the celestial herbs, what substantial transformation could one expect? Through Su Junfang's analysis, the genuine educational caliber of Shrek Academy has plummeted dramatically. Su Junfang opines that had the Shrek 7 monsters pursued their studies at the Spirit Hall or the Royal Academy, they would undoubtedly have made greater progress under identical circumstances involving the consumption of celestial herbs compared to their time at Shrek Academy. Even the Master, who is not originally from Shrek Academy, came merely to look after Tang San. At this moment, the actual caliber of Shrek Academy does not live up to its reputation. The institution claims to admit only elites, monsters, and geniuses, which serves merely to mask its scarcity of resources and its inability to educate a broader array of soul masters, resulting in the selection of only the most gifted for instruction. This can be perceived as a form of indirect laziness and a marketing strategy. This is evident in Shrek's performance after gaining sponsorship, as they no longer adhere to the standard of admitting only those above level 25 at age 12, due to an influx of students and resources, which in turn leads to increased financial means. In essence, Shrek Academy operates as a speculative enterprise, possessing some degree of strength but lacking the legendary prowess it projects, largely due to effective promotion that convinces many of its authenticity. Thus, wouldn't it be more appealing to receive the most orthodox education from the Spirit Hall? Well, let us commence our lesson. As Su Junfang drifted into his musings, subtly disparaging Shrek, Zhang Chei's voice pulled him back to the classroom. The first lesson was on Soul Masters, where Zhang Chei navigated through the seats to the podium, inscribing the characters for attack and defense on the blackboard. The 2 characters I have written should be familiar to you, attack and defense. Today, in our first lesson, I shall elucidate the principles of attack and defense for Soul Masters. Historically, Soul Masters have been categorized according to the capabilities of their respective martial souls into various systems, the 6 major categories being strong attack, agile attack, support, food, control, and defense. Some categories have further subdivisions, such as the healing branch under support and the strength branch under strong attack, but these are not the focal points. Some Soul Masters develop their abilities to an extreme in one direction, while others pursue a more balanced growth, employing a myriad of training methodologies. Wang Zhizhong, please respond. Among the various categories of soul masters, who excels in offense, and who should lean towards defense and support? The question was directed at the earnest boy seated in front of Su Junfang. Wang Zhizhong stood up leisurely to answer. Strong attack, agile attack, and control are more inclined towards offense, while support, food, and defense lean towards defense. Correct. Zhang Cheche gestured for Wang Zhizhong to sit down. In combat, strong attack, agile attack, and control tend to focus on offense, while the other three categories are more defensive. However, this assertion is not absolute. Some support or food-type soul masters may think that they can rely on offensive soul masters to shield them from harm, believing they need not possess any offensive skills. This is a grave misconception. In actual combat, adversaries will not concern themselves with whether you belong to a non-combat category. They may prioritize attacking you due to your non-combat role. Therefore, all soul masters must learn how to fight. Combat skills and physical conditioning are equally vital. Do not focus solely on enhancing your physique while neglecting strategy or combat techniques. Chapter 104. The rising tide. The origins of the Spirit Hall are now lost to time. Yet contemporary scholars have unearthed remnants indicating that its predecessor, the Church, boasts a history of at least 50,000 years. This was the final lesson of the first day for the second-year new students, a political history class. In ancient times, humanity was frail, unable to evade the calamities of nature and the invasions of soul beasts, which posed a grave threat to most villages and cities. Many soul beasts were deemed to possess malevolent bloodlines, embodying wickedness. In antiquity, humanity lacked empires, existing only as kingdoms. Though these kingdoms maintained armies for protection, they ultimately could not withstand the relentless assaults of the sinister soul beasts. As time progressed, the number of soul masters gradually increased, prompting various kingdoms to cultivate powerful soul masters to combat the soul beasts, yet the results remained unsatisfactory. Faced with the malevolent bloodline soul beasts, soul masters were often subdued, and violence only served to strengthen the wicked creatures. 50,000 years ago, the six-winged angel martial soul first manifested in humanity. Its bearer proclaimed that he was sent by the angelic deity to save the world. Initially, few believed him, but this six-winged angel soul master was immensely powerful. Upon declaring his mission to the world, he began slaying soul beasts across the continent, rescuing countless lives. Other soul masters observed that this six-winged angel soul master exerted tremendous oppression over the malevolent soul beasts, even possessing the ability to purify such evil. Consequently, people began to trust his words, viewing him as the earthly apostle of the angelic deity, destined to bring salvation. His virtuous deeds were extolled by countless individuals, and these historical accounts have been derived from ancient texts that praise the angelic soul master. An increasing number of righteous souls gathered around the six-winged angel soul master. And as time passed, they gradually formed a small organization, which would become the precursor to the church. This small group included not only the six-winged angel soul master, but also several soul masters with sacred martial souls, whose abilities were the finest weapons against the malevolent soul beasts. People began to organize their worship and belief in this benevolent collective, and it was during this period that angels began to be revered in ancient religious practices. Su Junfang was deeply fascinated by the history of the Spirit Hall, listening intently to the legendary tales. The church gradually took shape, attracting countless followers, not only among ordinary people, but also many soul masters who yearned to join its ranks. The church served as a sanctuary for the ancient populace, for it alone possessed the sacred power to purify malevolent soul beasts. The people revered the church, which inevitably amassed formidable authority, transcending many of the kingdoms of the time. Divine power surpassed royal decree. The church's doctrine was to spread the holy light to every corner of the world, and its responsibilities evolved from merely hunting evil soul beasts to safeguarding humanity. The church ruled over the people for an astonishing 10 millennia. While it grew extraordinarily powerful, the number of malevolent soul beasts dwindled after centuries of relentless purging. The church's supremacy stemmed not only from its formidable combat prowess, but primarily from its control over the ability to purify these wicked entities. However, once the evil soul beasts were eradicated, the church's uniqueness dissipated. After nearly 10,000 years of subjugation under the church, the kingdom seized the opportunity to launch a devastating strike against it, aspiring to elevate royal power above divine authority. Despite the church's gradual decline, a soul master, previously a subordinate of the church, discovered how to awaken people's martial souls. In antiquity, the martial soul awakening stones had not been found, and the awakening of a soul master's martial soul was largely a matter of chance. No one could guarantee a successful awakening. Yet, upon the discovery of the awakening stone's significance and utility by a minor cleric, the waning church seized this treasure to reverse its fortunes. The church once again became the focal point for soul masters, as no one wished to miss the chance to become one. At that time, the church could awaken soul masters in large numbers, creating a significant stir. The church's role gradually transformed from purifying the bloodlines of evil soul beasts to awakening martial souls for soul masters and sheltering idle soul masters. Consequently, after extensive discussions among the church's higher-ups, they resolved to change its name. At this juncture, Zhang Cheche spoke with evident excitement. The Spirit Hall? Su Junfang ventured a guess. Some had already surmised the answer, and Zhang Cheche rewarded Su Junfang with an appreciative glance. Indeed, it was the Spirit Hall, established 24,000 years ago. Remember, 24,000 years. Following its establishment, the original church underwent internal reforms, including the arrangement of the holy martial soul bearers. Previously, every pope was a six-winged angel martial soul bearer, as this martial soul possessed the strongest purification capability against evil bloodlines. Now, however, the functions of the Spirit Hall had transformed, along with its succession system, shifting from familial inheritance to an abdication system. The most capable sages would inherit the position of the next pope from the disciples of the preceding pope. Those endowed with the powerful six-winged angel martial soul were permanently honored as elders of the Spirit Hall and held significant advantages in competing for the pope's position. Upon hearing this, Su Junfang connected the fragmented bits of history he had previously gathered about the Spirit Hall, experiencing an epiphany. The allure of the Spirit Hall's history captivated him profoundly, as if a magnificent world were unfurling its wings before him. Following this, Zhang Cheche continued the historical lecture for another 20 minutes until the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Su Junfang felt a lingering desire for more knowledge. Alright, today's lesson concludes here. After a day of interaction with classmates, Zhang Cheche's tone had softened considerably. Su Junfang exhaled deeply and stretched languidly in his seat. Su Junfang turned to glance at Hu Liena, only to find that she was also looking at him, their thoughts in perfect harmony. Hu Liena raised an eyebrow at him, her right thumb gesturing outward. Su Junfang understood her implication. She was suggesting that they should quickly tidy up and leave together shortly. Su Junfang contributed little himself, merely gathering the books distributed by the teacher throughout the day into his bag and walked side by side with Hu Liena out of the classroom. Zhang Cheche cast a glance at the pair, well aware of the extraordinary talents present in her temporary role as the homeroom teacher for the second freshman class. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that Su Junfang was merely 10 years old. Retracting her inquisitive gaze, she noted how perceptive the child was. Having turned back to look at her just moments ago, a smile involuntarily graced Zhang Cheche's lips. With these two treasures in her class, the prize for the freshman assessment was undoubtedly hers to claim. Internally, the seemingly composed Zhang Cheche reveled in a triumphant chuckle akin to that of a queen. Meanwhile, Su Junfang, unaware of the playful spirit lurking beneath the serious facade of teacher Zhang, focused entirely on Hu Liena. Nana, how shall we proceed? Should we head straight to our dorms or take a stroll around the campus? Hu Liena shot Su Junfang an irritated glance, retorting, "Cunning one, where has the sister gone?" Su Junfang chuckled, "Doesn't this seem more intimate?" Hu Liena pouted, "From now on, you may only call me that in private, when others are present. You must still refer to me as sister." Su Junfang felt a surge of joy. "That's wonderful. As long as you are happy." Hu Liena, choosing to disregard Su Junfang's incessant prattle, pointed ahead and inquired, "Do you see who is in front?" Su Junfang turned his head to see three individuals in the corridor, all smiling at the two of them, though they were at a distance that made it impossible to overhear the conversation he had just shared with Hu Liena. Among the three, Su Junfang recognized two very well: the tall figure with a mix of black and silver hair, the enigmatic Xiaoyu, and the nonconformist youth clad in red, Yan. The third person had neatly groomed black hair, a handsome visage, and remarkably fair, tender skin. The slight curve of his lips lent him an air of charming allure, unmistakably suggestive of noble lineage. "Ah, you have arrived. It has been quite some time since we last met." Su Junfang raised his hand to greet the two individuals. Although he had not seen them for 2 years, the ambience of their reunion rendered their relationship surprisingly unstrained. Upon spotting Su Junfang, Yan appeared taken aback. Just moments ago, his cheerful demeanor had been directed solely at Hu Liena, but now, the unexpected sight of a young man next to her greeting him startled him. "Ah, Su Junfang." Yan was uncertain whether Su Junfang had witnessed his earlier enamored smile, and feeling a bit embarrassed, he quickly shifted the topic. He did not perceive Su Junfang as a rival. In Yan's eyes, although Su Junfang was a friend, there remained a significant age gap between them. Surely, Hu Liena would not be interested in a soul master younger than herself. Indeed, Yan harbored feelings for Hu Liena. During their time at the junior academy, he regarded her merely as a friend, and their daily encounters did not evoke any particular sentiment. However, after entering the elite program and experiencing prolonged separation from Hu Liena, he found himself incessantly reminiscing about her charming visage and delightful laughter, leaving his heart feeling desolate. No other girl in the elite program could compare to Hu Liena's exceptional qualities and allure. After enduring days of longing, Yan came to realize his true feelings. He was in love with Hu Liena. So this was what it felt like to be in love, he mused. Though it was undoubtedly unreciprocated affection. Thus, upon hearing that Hu Liena was attending the elite program today, he hurriedly made his way there immediately after class. The presence of Su Junfang leaves Yan somewhat perturbed. As a friend of Su Junfang, He is naturally aware of the favor Su Junfang has bestowed upon the Hu Liena siblings. He also knows that Su Junfang and Hu Liena refer to each other as brother and sister, often inseparable in their daily lives. Should he wish to pursue Hu Liena further, a more intimate setting would be necessary, one conducive to presenting gifts or expressing his affections. Su Junfang undoubtedly poses an obstacle to his quest for personal space, yet he finds himself powerless to act against her, which is quite vexing. Yin chose not to dwell on it further, deciding to take a step at a time. However, a question arose in his mind. Yin pondered. Wasn't Su Junfang 2 years younger than Hu Liena? How is it that she is also here? What brings you here? Indeed, I am here as well. I felt that remaining at the junior college was a waste of time, so I decided to skip ahead. Su Junfang smiled naturally as she revealed to Yin the reasons for her remarkable achievements. Skipping grades? Did you pass that entrance examination? Yan's face was filled with disbelief. After all, how old could Su Junfang be? Certainly. Su Junfang looked at Yin with a peculiar expression, as if to say, what is so difficult about this? Yin gasped in surprise, seemingly pondering this crucial question. So what level are you at now? Su Junfang feigned mystery. What do you think? To which Xieyu, standing nearby, interjected. Su Junfang shook her head. 25. Yin inquired tentatively. At 10 years old, 25 was already quite tall. Su Junfang shook his head once more. Yan's expression turned peculiar. Could it be that we have overestimated? While I recall your extraordinary talent, it is possible you encountered some obstacles. Are you perhaps at level 20? Relying solely on your skills to pass the assessments? Before Su Junfang could interject, Hu Liena hastily revealed the answer. What is there to guess? Su Junfang is already at level 28 this year. Isn't that astonishing? Level 28? The enigmatic Hu Yin and an unknown young man who had been quietly listening all exclaimed in astonishment simultaneously. Su Junfang modestly touched his nose and remarked, it's hardly worth mentioning. How outrageous. You scoundrel! Yin exclaimed, caught between laughter and tears, feeling his emotions toyed with. I was merely at level 28 at the tender age of 12. He feigned indignation, covering his face with his hands, only to pound the wall with one fist. What a perverse situation. I remember you being merely 10 years old, right? Suddenly, a deep male voice echoed from behind Yin. The enigmatic noble student widened his eyes, gazing at Su Junfang as if he were an oddity. Surely, this cannot be true. The shock on Xieyu's face was less pronounced than that of Yin. He steadied his composure and explained to the elegantly poised student, indeed, it is astonishing. If he were not just 10 years old, how could Yin and I have reacted with such fervor? The noble student's expression shifted from confusion to clarity as he murmured, that makes sense. You both were indeed level 28 at that age. Initially, he had believed Su Junfang to be a mere 12-year-old at level 28. Even so, he could not help but voice his astonishment, for it was at the age of 12, with a remarkable level of 28, that Yin and Xieyu had become renowned figures at the elite academy, an unexpected turn of events. Su Junfang suddenly realized that there was someone present whom he did not recognize, and quickly sought an introduction. Xieyu, who is the senior? Oh, his name is Su Yu, a prodigious support-type soul master. Xieyu casually patted the shoulder of the elegantly dressed man, introducing him at a leisurely pace. He expressed a desire to meet Nana, but it seems Nana has yet to report her rank and has already been intimidated by you. Senior Su. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Su Junfang naturally greeted Su Yu. I am unworthy of being called senior. You may simply refer to me as Su Yu. Su Yu was evidently taken aback by Su Junfang's humility. He had always maintained a sense of pride while trailing behind Yin and Xieyu. But today he felt the vastness of the world before him. Sister, it's been a year since we last met. I haven't asked you yet. With Su Junfang being so formidable, you haven't been left behind, have you? Xieyu inquired, half-jokingly. Hu Liena stuck out her tongue. It was quite perilous. I nearly fell behind him. I am currently at level 32. Yin, Xieyu, and Su Yu were momentarily stunned. Yin stammered, you are level 32? Hu Liena winked at Yin, a hint of playful mischief in her demeanor. What? Do you think my level is too low? No way. This defies logic. Yan's expression shifted through disbelief, indignation, frustration, and ultimately acceptance. Alas, Xieyu sighed, this is the new generation. Su Yu found himself at a loss for words. He felt akin to a toad squatting in a well, gazing up at the sky. Truly. Chapter 105. The challenge by the way, brother. Hu Liena's large eyes sparkled as she gazed at Xieyu. What levels are you both at? Clearing his throat, Xieyu sensed that his younger sister's seemingly innocent eyes concealed a mischievous little devil. We are not as extraordinary as you. We are merely at level 36 this year. That's quite impressive. Su Junfang complimented. Xieyu and Yin were both 2 years older than Hu Liena, making them 4 years senior to Su Junfang. At 14 years old and level 36, Su Junfang estimated that this was indeed a remarkable talent for a soul master. In the original work of Douluo Continent, Dai Mubai first encountered Tang San at 15 years old and was at level 37 as a battle spirit master. This talent was hailed as genius by Shrek Academy. Currently, Xieyu and Yin were still a year younger than Dai Mubai at that time. Yet their level was only one short of his. It was foreseeable that Xiaoyu and Yin would certainly surpass Dai Mu Bai in level by the time they turned 15. Under normal circumstances, possessing such dazzling talent would enable Yin and Xiaoyu to thrive in Douluo Continent. Alas, they encountered Tang San. As the image of Tang San surfaced in his mind, Su Junfang's thoughts stirred again. He was 4 years older than Tang San, and at this moment, he was not yet 11, still 10 years old. Calculating the timeline, Tang San should have already awakened his martial soul at the age of 6. The steadfast Su Yuntao was destined to cross paths with that fateful man. Speaking of Su Yuntao, Su Junfang whimsically pondered that if Su Yuntao had been negligent that year and had not passed through Holy Soul Village to awaken the martial souls there, perhaps the narrative of Douluo Continent would have unfolded quite differently. Tang San should now have awakened his martial soul with Su Yuntao's assistance, and thus, the legendary tale of Douluo Continent commenced from this moment. A sense of participating in a historical event surged within Su Junfang, as he felt the curtain of a tumultuous era slowly unfurling before him. I had once taken pride in my own soul power level, but Yin surpassed Su Junfang by a considerable margin. He patted Su Junfang's shoulder, and, upon witnessing the two extraordinary individuals before him, Su Yu appeared to have found some solace, offering words of comfort to Yin and Xiaoyu. You are not lacking either. After all, you two are renowned as the most gifted individuals of the Spirit Hall in recent years, the twin stars of the elite program. That may soon change, Xiaoyu remarked pensively. While your levels are still lower than mine, I might as well take the opportunity to bully you. Yin feigned a fierce demeanor, mischievously tousling Su Junfang's hair with his wicked hands. Get away, Su Junfang exclaimed, shaking off Yin's grasp and attempting to elbow him, though Yin deftly evaded the blow. Indeed. Xiaoyu nodded slowly, acknowledging Yin's point. There may not be another chance for you to look up to us. How about a match in the spirit arena? Yes. It's been a while since we last sparred. I've grown a bit out of practice. There's no time like the present to showcase my soul skills. Yin readily agreed. What do you think? Su Junfang inquired, tilting his head towards Hu Liena. With her charmingly bright eyes widening slightly, Hu Liena replied, I'm easygoing about it. Shall we have a match then? Su Junfang suggested, turning back to Yin and Xiaoyu. Let us go. Before Su Junfang could react, Yin, utilizing his height advantage, half-encircled Su Junfang in his left arm and swaggered confidently in a chosen direction. Hu Liena, observing the somewhat awkward expression on Su Junfang's face, couldn't help but chuckle quietly. Su Yu, an outsider in this scenario, followed suit, trailing behind Xiaoyu and Hu Liena, eager to witness the impending duel. Here we are, Yin declared, pointing at a 3-story building before them, where Su Junfang could see 3 gilded characters emblazoned on its facade, Spirit Arena. Xiaoyu leisurely approached, with Hu Liena surveying the surroundings behind her. As Xiaoyu aligned himself alongside Yin, he explained to the newcomers, today is likely your first day here. So let me familiarize you with this place. This is the venue designated for soul masters to engage in combat. It is quite similar to our previous primary school's fighting arena, but this one is much more considerate. There are no fees, and you can come anytime. Though it is advisable to make a reservation when it gets crowded. Su Junfang listened to the introduction in silence, raising her gaze to scrutinize the vast soul arena. Is it necessary to make a reservation today? Hu Liena inquired, noticing the throngs of soul masters entering and exiting the arena. Indeed, there are quite a few, Yin interjected, eager to answer Hu Liena. Today marks the first day of school. Everyone is eager to showcase the progress they've made over the holiday. And it also presents a splendid opportunity to gauge the advancements of their peers. However, we need not worry about reservations, he added, flashing a subtle smile at Hu Liena, his voice tinged with pride. Both Xiaoyu and I are champions of the competition, endowed with privileges that others lack. Xiaoyu corroborated Yan's statement by producing a golden hard card, declaring, with this card in hand, I can secure a reservation at any time. Even if there are others behind me, they must defer to my schedule. How impressive! Su Junfang complimented, feeling that in the face of such bravado, there was little she could do but comply. Su Yu trailed behind the quartet, remaining silent. Yet his gaze upon the card in Xiaoyu's hand betrayed a sense of envy. Let us enter, Yin proclaimed, gesturing grandly as he stepped into the soul arena. As they crossed the threshold into the arena's hall, Su Junfang was met with a chorus of exclamations. Yin and Xiaoyu have arrived. Oh no, please do not cut in line. Wow, that junior is stunning. Amidst the rising tide of fervent exclamations, Su Junfang could not help but remark to Yin. It appears that your reputation is quite formidable. Yin, with an air of confidence, replied with a smile, indeed. This reputation is one we have forged ourselves. Su Yu sensed a topic of interest and promptly transformed into an eager admirer of Yin and Xia. As previously mentioned, these two are renowned as the twin stars of the elite program. Upon their arrival at the academy, they readily challenged nearly all the formidable individuals from the 4th year and below, subsequently securing first place in every assessment within their grade, without encountering a single defeat. Impressive indeed, Su Junfang marveled. Given his character, he would never engage in such ostentatious displays. Yet, he remained deeply in awe of the experiences of Yin and Xia. Have you ever faced any formidable challenges? Su Junfang inquired. Just then, a person approached, beaming with a smile, seemingly directed towards Xie and Yin. A familiar face. Back again today? Oh, and there's Su Yu as well. Who might these two be? The newcomer, of average build and with a rather shiny complexion, greeted them. Xie, with a cheerful demeanor, responded, Han Gengliu, if you do not devote yourself to training, how dare you venture into the battle soul zone? Han Gengliu's smile widened even further. Is this not my training? I am honing my skills through battle. Yin slightly bowed, discreetly gesturing to Su Junfang, stating, behold, this individual presents quite the challenge. A fifth-year student, currently estimated to be around level 38. Upon hearing this, Su Junfang expressed some surprise. Was a soul power level of 38 in the 5th grade truly remarkable? After all, Hu Liena had already attained level 32. Nevertheless, Su Junfang reconsidered. The requirements of the elite program mandated that one must graduate from the 6th grade at the soul master level, indicating that this threshold was relatively high. If the individual before him was regarded as a master in the 5th grade, then there was indeed no doubt about the prowess of Xie and Yin, who had earned the title of twin stars. Su Junfang had always measured his cultivation against Tang San, Hu Liena, and himself, unaware that this represented an elite standard of cultivation speed. In this era, the average pace of Soul Master's training was expected to align with what he observed before him. Had he truly surpassed ordinary Soul Masters by such a margin? Su Junfang pondered, realizing that one indeed becomes influenced by their surroundings. Xiyue's introduction brought him back to reality. This is my younger sister, and these are friends I met at the junior academy. I brought them along today to broaden their horizons. Oh, now it makes sense why you both are here today. Han Gengliu remarked as he noticed Su Junfang greeting him. Giving a nod in acknowledgement. I shall take my leave now, so as not to obstruct your path. With that, Han Gengliu nonchalantly swept past the 5 of them. Once Han Gengliu had distanced himself, Xiyue introduced Su Junfang to Hu Liena. TSK, that fellow ranks among the top 5 in the 5th grade. Top 5 with a level of 38? Su Junfang inquired, still perplexed. Xiyue retorted with annoyance, of course. Do you think everyone cultivates as swiftly as you do? Despite the compliment, Su Junfang's expression bore no trace of joy. Instead, it revealed a hint of discomfort. Su Junfang continued to inquire, but isn't the Academy's requirement to reach the soul rank upon graduation? If being at level 38 in the 5th year is considered exceptional, then wouldn't the majority fall short of the standard? Xie promptly replied, no, you are mistaken. Achieving the soul rank is not a graduation prerequisite, but rather a suitable level for participating in the final trial. It is quite rare for graduates to successfully navigate this conventional path. As long as one passes the 6th grade graduation assessment, they may graduate. Most students either get eliminated along the way or fail to meet the requirements upon graduation. In truth, only around 10 individuals in each grade typically qualify for the final trial. Su Junfang silently nodded, absorbing this revelation. Shall we deliberate on our strategy for the upcoming match? Yin leaned in, interjecting. There's no way Junfang and I can compete against both of you. How about one of you pairs up with each of us? Hu Liena, who had been silent until this moment, finally spoke. I find that to be a reasonable suggestion. Though Su Junfang was confident, he did not believe that he and Hu Liena could best the formidable pair before them. Very well, sister, you shall partner with me, Junfang. You will team up with Yin. All right, Yin replied, a hint of disappointment evident in his tone. Su Junfang cast a discreet glance at Yin. Indeed, he seemed to harbor an interest in Hu Liena. One must remain vigilant. Su Yu, please make yourself comfortable in the audience section. Su Yu chuckled softly, all right. Before long, Yin returned, holding 4 disposable badges. I've made the arrangements. The gold card is quite effective. We're in Zone B12, and the next match is ours. Let us hurry over. Chapter 106, The Soul Duel Frenzy. Su Junfang, Hu Liena, Yin, and Xiyue stood in pairs, spaced 10 meters apart in the Soul Arena. They found themselves on the 2nd level, at the 12th Soul Arena. Each arena boasted spectator seating, and Su Junfang estimated that it could accommodate around 200 to 300 people if fully occupied. Yin and Xiyue were seasoned frequenters of the arena. Their reputation as a twin-star duo was forged within these very battles, attracting many eager spectators to witness their confrontations. The audience had begun to stir with excitement. Recognizing Yin and Xiyue, whose fame had soared in recent years as prodigious talents from the Spirit Hall. Who are those two beside Yin and Xiyue? Does anyone know them? Murmurs echoed through the stands. I don't know. They must be newcomers, someone chimed in. Newcomers? Do they possess the strength to battle against Xiyue? Who knows? Just watch and see. Within the arena, the referee, unfamiliar with Su Junfang and Hu Liena, glanced curiously at the two as they entered alongside Yin and Xiyue. As the combatants took their positions, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. The referee, adhering to protocol, prepared to oversee the battle and ensure the safety of the participants. 3, 2, 1, fight. Typically lighthearted, Yin's demeanor transformed entirely in the face of battle. The jovial grin faded, replaced by a serious countenance and a gaze as sharp as a tigress. Su Junfang stood slightly behind Yan's right side, observing the taut muscles of Yan's body and the intense battle spirit igniting in his eyes. Martial soul manifestation. Both Yan and Shiyue shouted the phrase aloud, while Su Junfang and Hu Liena quietly manifested their own forms. A torrent of dark crimson enveloped Yan's heated skin, causing the ground beneath his feet to gradually turn red and crack under the searing temperature. Columns of fire soared into the sky, bathed in the molten flames. Yan arrogantly curled the corners of his mouth, as dark crimson armor cloaked every inch of his skin, with thick, ominous red horns rising sharply, their sharpness matching the fierce claws conjured by his hands. The dark red flames surged, as if tidal waves were sweeping around him, the terrifying heat distorting the air, prompting even the referee to take several steps back. With an aggressive offense and defense fueled by high temperatures, he was the Flame Lord. Yan had no intention of coordinating with Su Junfang. With slightly bent legs, he pushed off the ground, the dark red beast soaring into the air. In midair, he executed a spin, his feet descending in a fierce slash toward Shiyue. Shiyue let out a cold laugh, unleashing two blood-red crescent blades in an X formation, ruthlessly striking at the soles of Yan's feet. Yan leveraged the force from the crescent blades to leap back into the air. The molten lava erupted. Yan's first soul ring radiated brilliantly. Flames exploded from his hands, casting a vibrant red glow as numerous thick, hard chunks of lava materialized from thin air. The dome of the battle arena was awash in red light, as several meteor-like formations of fire and earth, with crimson tails, plummeted towards Shiyue and Hu Liena. Shiyue hastily dodged, attempting to evade the range of Yan's first soul skill, but as soon as he exerted force, he found himself ensnared by immense power, rendered immobile. As lightning, like countless venomous white serpents, rapidly ascended along his legs. The paralyzing sensation. The binding force was none other than Su Junfang's first soul skill, the Thunder Whip. Unable to move, Shiyue clenched his teeth, releasing the yellow glow of his second soul ring. The second soul skill, Moon Tomb. Shiyue held the crescent blades in reverse, angling them 45 degrees toward the ground. He began to spin, the blood-red crescent blades transforming into cruel cutting instruments. In an instant, a blood-red storm engulfed everything around. The blade aura sweeping across the battle arena, shattering the gray stone floor into fragments, leaving red streaks even before the storm approached Yan and Su Junfang. The Thunder Whip, crackling with blue-white lightning, was effortlessly shredded by the blood-red storm, the power of the lightning dissipating instantly, as the exploding lava collided directly with the tempest. In just 3 breaths, the flames and lava vanished without a trace within the blood-red storm. Yet the storm was not finished, after all attacks had been rendered null. Dozens of fragmented, crescent-shaped blood rays shot out at sharp, cunning angles. Su Junfang, confronted by the relentless torrent of malevolent energy, could only rely on the swiftness of lightning to navigate through the perilous gaps of the razor-sharp blades. Yan, however, remained undaunted. The dense onslaught of blade energy merely left faint white marks on his dark crimson rock armor, inflicting no significant harm. Suspended in midair, his second soul ring radiated a brilliant yellow light. Granite rock, the majestic phantom of the Flame Lord loomed behind Yan, exuding an aura of power as it spread its arms wide, molten red magma resembling 2 blood-red wings. Yan's crimson armor transformed into an impenetrable black, while vast masses of granite began to melt and crumble in the air. The molten stones served as armor, and the flames became wings. This was but one effect of the soul skill, Granite Rock. Yan raised his right arm high, poised to strike the eye of the storm at the center of the blood-red tempest unleashed by the evil moon, which was the vulnerable point of its second soul skill, accessible only from above. Suddenly, the enhancements from Yan's soul skill vanished entirely. It was as if he had lost consciousness, plummeting directly into the still raging, frenzied tempest of blood-red energy below. Upon witnessing Yan lose consciousness, Su Junfang realized that this was the result of Hu Liena's attack. Yan, in his exuberance or perhaps his arrogance, had momentarily forgotten Hu Liena's presence amidst his earlier offensive. With violet eyes aglow and a radiant pink aura enveloping her, it was indeed her first spirit skill, Fox Charm, that rendered Yan temporarily unconscious. Just as Yan was on the verge of falling into the lethal embrace of the Moon Tomb's cutting edge, Su Junfang transformed into a streak of lightning, dashing forth with remarkable speed, leaving only a flash of white light in the eyes of the spectators. Although Yan possessed formidable defenses, plunging directly into the tempest of the evil moon's crescent blades would undoubtedly prove to be a harrowing experience. As Su Junfang's hands were about to reach out and catch Yan's falling form, an unexpected sensation gripped his waist, and in an instant, his body was forcefully yanked backward. Realizing he could not reach Yan in time, Su Junfang delivered a powerful kick, propelling Yan out of the range of Shiyue's attack. In an instant, Su Junfang was wrenched away from the combat zone between Xiaoyu and Yan. The ample, silken tails of the white fox enveloped him in spirals, binding him tightly like a zongzi. The white silk not only imposed restraint, but also induced a profound sense of paralysis and weakness within his body. Hu Liena's second soul skill, the the tail of the celestial fox. Although the method of attack involved the tail's tugging, ensnaring, wrapping, and piercing, the foxtails did more than merely assault the physical form of the enemy. They also targeted the mind. Through contact, they influenced the central nervous system of the struck individual, rendering the victim mentally lethargic, significantly diminishing their capabilities and leaving them utterly feeble. This was a widespread area soul skill, capable of affecting multiple targets while also being directed at a singular foe. Junfang was well aware of Hu Liena's tactics. Thus, the moment he found himself ensnared by her foxtail, he promptly activated the golden light spell. It was not his body that the foxtail ensnared, but rather the robust and powerful protective golden radiance. The silken strands enveloped the golden light, resembling a silkworm cocoon, with the shimmering silver completely obscuring the resplendent brilliance within. In his heart, Junfang silently recited the incantation of the lightning technique, transforming the golden light into a brilliant white, which instantly erupted into explosive, thunderous energy. The tempest of lightning surged forth, tearing apart Hu Liena's silken white foxtail like fabric. A gaping, menacing tear was ripped into the shimmering white cocoon, and Junfang, propelled by the crackling energy, burst forth through the rift. Although he had successfully evaded Hu Liena's assault, he found himself undeniably affected by the disorienting influence of the celestial fox's tail, rendering him somewhat unsteady on his feet. Yin was sent flying by a kick from Junfang, yet regained his senses mid-air. Upon witnessing Junfang, previously ensnared within the cocoon, he immediately recognized that he had fallen prey to Hu Liena's enchanting allure. With no time to feel remorse for his earlier negligence, Yin swiftly adopted an offensive stance. Meanwhile, the blood-red tempest of the evil moon was gradually subsiding, nearing its cessation. Yin adjusted his posture and landed gracefully, using one hand to support himself against the ground, his body sliding nearly a meter due to the inertia on the smooth surface. He did not rise, but instead lowered himself even closer to the ground. His right hand, pressed against the earth, radiated an intense heat, scorching the vast expanse of gray stones beneath him into patches of dark red and black. Third spirit skill, Yan's Hellfire. In an instant, the entire battle arena was enveloped in a searing crimson glow, transforming into a resplendent world of gold and red. The observing spirit masters shielded their eyes to avoid being blinded by the overwhelming brightness. With a resounding boom, the battle platform erupted, and dozens of soaring fire pillars shot into the sky, not merely ascending and descending, but arcing outward from Yan's targeted enemy. The temperature on the competition stage surged due to the golden red radiance, as dark red molten iron began to flow slowly down the edges of the arena, resembling magma oozing from the earth. The arena was cloaked in dazzling golden hues, rendering the spectators unable to discern the events unfolding within. Just then, the scene shifted dramatically. A blood-red crescent moon materialized above the arena, appearing sinister and malevolent against the backdrop of the golden red flames. Suddenly, the ascending golden red light was severed in midair, the blinding crimson slicing through the golden red skyline, as the towering fire pillars were abruptly truncated by the encompassing arc of red light. The golden red flames and the malevolent, oppressive red light each dominated half of the arena, and upon their collision, the flames erupted violently, sending shockwaves that swept beyond the battle platform, toppling the spectators in their seats. Junfang stood within the arena, perceiving a scene distinct from that of the spectators. He beheld Yan's third soul skill, Hellfire Ascension, erupting skyward, as the ground belched forth dozens of robust pillars of flame. Each pillar surged in different directions, yet all converged upon the spot where Yue stood. It resembled a complex character resembling, with the surrounding black lines representing Yan's flames, and the focal point being Yue. Just as Yue quelled the blood-red storm, he was met with a fierce assault from Yan. Enduring the initial barrage of fire pillars, Yue's third soul ring radiated a brilliant purple light, indicating that it was indeed a Millennium Soul Ring. With a resounding declaration, he unleashed his third soul skill, Lunar Slash. A serrated crimson radiance exploded outward, shattering the oncoming fire pillars into fragments. The red light enveloping Yue, it gradually intensified, as though a moonlit silhouette hovered above. In the next moment, an arc of blade-like light swept across the arena, prompting Junfang to hastily activate the celestial shield. The clash of blood-red malice against the white electric barrier produced a hissing sound. Yue, having executed two soul skills that consumed substantial soul power, was struck once more by Yan's third soul skill, leaving his complexion slightly pale. As the crimson light dissipated, a pallid electric glow surged before Yue. With a raised brow, he activated his first soul ring, unleashing a colossal crescent-shaped red beam. However, amidst the roaring thunder, two menacing dragon heads emerged, and the blood moon slash was cleaved against the dragons' visages, resulting in sparks of lightning cascading to the ground. The twin dragons opened their gaping jaws, fiercely biting at the blood moon's blade, dissipating its menacing energy, yet the dragon's momentum remained unabated. Yue swiftly retreated, interposing the arc-shaped moon blades before his chest. Boom, boom. The dragon head struck Shiyue's chest like a barrage of cannon fire, unleashing a tempest of thunder in the air, while white serpents danced wildly without wind. Shiyue was cleaved to the ground by the enormous force of the lightning, though he still shielded his chest with his arms. The lightning propelled Shiyue a distance of 10 meters, leaving the ground scorched in his wake. The charred remains possibly a result of Yan's blazing inferno or Su Junfang's devastating electric assault. Meanwhile, Hu Liena's foxtail surged forth once more, aiming for Su Junfang's back. Before the tail could make contact, dark red flames ignited along its length. Yan swiftly released a cluster of explosive fire to intercept the foxtail's path. Unexpectedly, the silver-white tail feigned an attack behind Su Junfang, veering sharply before encountering Yan's flames, swiftly enveloping him in its grasp. With arms extended, Yan was engulfed in a torrid wave of heat, yet the foxtail disregarded the intense temperature, ensnaring him like a dumpling. The assault of Su Junfang's celestial dragon gradually dissipated, leaving Shiyue's arms charred and emitting wisps of smoke. True to his nature, Shiyue retaliated, hurling 2 moon blades directly towards Su Junfang. Su Junfang initially intended to unleash the Imperial Void Dragon once more to obliterate Evil Moon completely. However, the crescent blades wielded by Evil Moon were elusive and unpredictable, compelling Su Junfang to remain vigilant, ever wary of the perilous arcs of the moon blades to avoid being cut. Seizing the moment while evading the 2 crescent blades, Evil Moon executed an agile leap from the ground and swiftly propelled towards Hu Liena's direction. A thought crossed Su Junfang's mind. As they converged, he could eliminate both at once. Amidst the tumultuous thoughts, thunder erupted from the heavens, and the violet second soul ring radiated brilliantly once more. A dazzling blue light ascended in the arena, as if the thunder had a consciousness of its own, striking the path traversed by Evil Moon. Yet alas, Evil Moon deftly evaded each strike. A torrent of thunder dragons descended from above, for fierce dragon claws lunging towards Hu Liena and Evil Moon. Hu Liena, lacking adequate means of defense, was left with no choice but to discard the fiery entity enveloped by her foxtail and shield her silver-white foxtail before her. The fiery entity fell to the ground, appearing markedly drained. While it could withstand physical assaults, it remained vulnerable to mental attacks. One thunder dragon pursued Hu Liena, while the other chased Evil Moon, and as Evil Moon hastened towards Hu Liena, the heads of the 2 thunder dragons drew near as well. The clash of the twin dragons sent shockwaves through the arena, as if the heavens had turned upside down. Boom! The arena resonated with the wrath of the thunder god. Flashes of lightning illuminating the sky, transforming it into a domain of thunder. Su Junfang's expression grew solemn. Logically speaking, his Millennium Soul skill, the illusory dragon, should not inflict such minimal damage. The spectacle ought to be far more explosive. Yet, at this moment, the potency of the soul skill appeared to have been halved. What could be the reason for this? Wait a moment. Xiaoyu, Hu Liena, Xiaoyu and Hu Liena. Su Junfang's heart skipped a beat. This was bad. It was the martial soul fusion technique. Chapter 107, Gloom Red. Crimson everywhere. A blood-red mist tinged with pink spread like tear gas, swiftly enveloping 2/3 of the battle platform. Su Junfang's expression darkened. Having spent a decade in this world, he had instinctively assumed that Hu Liena and Xiaoyu were unaware of their potential for a soul-spirit fusion technique, given that he had never witnessed them perform it. To his surprise, the siblings had long been cognizant of the existence of such a technique, yet had chosen not to employ it. The technique, known as charming enchantment, diverges from the majority of soul-spirit fusion techniques, which predominantly focus on offense. Instead, charming enchantment specializes in control. Within the radius of its influence, all sensory perceptions of individuals are diminished by 50%, their soul power suppressed by the same margin, and all actions are significantly delayed. Yin bent his knees slightly, leaning forward, adopting a posture of imminent confrontation. Yin, do you recognize this skill? Su Junfang inquired. I do not know it, but it appears that Hu Liena and Xiaoyu possess a soul-spirit fusion technique. They have never showcased it before. Although Yin had never encountered this soul skill, his keen eyesight allowed him to immediately identify it as a soul-spirit fusion technique. Before Su Junfang could elucidate the capabilities of charming enchantment to Yin, a tall, dark figure emerged from the crimson mist. Su Junfang busily activated the concentration observation technique, directing his gaze into the crimson mist. The technique, renowned among the Taoist practices, allowed Su Junfang's vision to pierce through the haze, revealing the scene within. Gone were Hu Liena and Xiaoyu, replaced by a figure clad in dark gray metallic armor, their face obscured by a fox-shaped mask. Silvery white hair cascaded gently behind the mask, creating an ethereal aura. This androgynous figure, neither distinctly male nor female, possessed a slender physique. The upper body bore predominantly masculine traits, while the lower half exuded a bewitching femininity, accentuated by high-heeled shoes. For the sake of reference, we shall call this enigmatic being Enchantress. The Enchantress wielded 2 crescent blades, each more than twice the size of the ones previously held by Xiaoyu. their dazzling crimson radiance exuding an otherworldly and sinister charm. In the very moment Su Junfang discerned the happenings within the crimson mist, the enchantress surged forward with the speed of lightning. By the time Su Junfang reacted, he found himself enveloped in the mist. What is occurring? A chorus of similar inquiries erupted from the audience. The mist thickened, completely obscuring the scene within the battle arena, rendering it impossible for anyone to perceive the events transpiring therein. Could this be a martial spirit fusion technique? Exclaimed one observer, clearly possessing a discerning eye. The emergence of the crimson mist had thwarted the spectators' attempts to glimpse the unfolding drama, and the ensuing murmurs and clamor reached the ears of the referee presiding over the contest. Oh, is it truly a martial spirit fusion technique? The referee pondered, gazing warily at the encroaching mist. Even with his formidable cultivation, he could not penetrate its depths. Fearful of unforeseen developments, he recognized that the 4 individuals within were future pillars of the spirit hall. Any mishap could jeopardize his position. Meanwhile, Su Junfang, now immersed in the mist, was experiencing for the first time the treatment akin to that of Yu Tianheng and his companions from the original narrative. Su Junfang could not help but marvel at the reasoning behind the immobility exhibited by members of the Royal Academy of Tiando, such as Yu Tianheng. After entering the crimson mist, in the realm of enchantment, sensory perception is diminished by 50%. Due to the influence of the meditative observation technique, Su Junfang is still able to discern objects within the crimson mist. However, the nature of this technique is such that it focuses solely on one individual. Thus at this moment, Su Junfang can perceive only the alluring figure of the demon and is unable to see Yan. At this moment, Su Junfang's perception of her body was nearly numbed. Her senses of hearing, smell, and touch were all suppressed, leaving her with an uncomfortable feeling of helplessness and constraint. Before this moment, Su Junfang had unleashed his first soul skill once and his second soul skill twice. As a formidable soul master, his soul power was already dwindling, and now, with it halved once more, he found himself in an unequivocal disadvantage, coupled with a 50% reduction in all movements. His limbs felt as though they were laden with lead. Raising his arms became an excruciatingly slow endeavor, as if the air itself resisted his every motion. Similarly ensnared in the crimson fog, Yan's predicament was scarcely better than Su Junfang's. Having released his first, second, and third soul skills once, Yan still possessed a fair amount of soul power, yet his senses were almost entirely suppressed. Lacking in mental fortitude, having never specifically trained his spiritual capabilities, the 50% diminishment of his senses manifested most acutely in his vision. Before him lay a dim landscape, obscured by a swirling mixture of red and black mist, rendering his movements laborious. The attenuation of his senses imparted upon Yan a profound awareness of his vulnerability, akin to being a fish at the mercy of a butcher's knife. Suddenly, a blade of light cleaved through the fog, a dark edge enveloped in an otherworldly crimson radiance, delivering a vicious strike to Yan's abdomen. Wincing in pain, he staggered backward. In truth, Yan was among the least suitable targets for the bewitching entity, with robust defenses and the potential for high temperatures as passive attributes. It would take considerable effort for the entity to breach Yan's defenses. Unlike the conventional spellcasters, the amalgamation with the bewitching entity significantly enhanced both its power and agility. The entity danced around Yan, slicing with precision, drawing forth thin streams of blood with each deft maneuver. Ensnared within a 6-pointed star formed by the entity's swift movements, Yan endured repeated lacerations from the crescent blades. Though his sight was nearly obliterated, Yan's soul power remained, albeit barely sufficient to unleash one more soul skill before it dwindled to mere drops. He invoked his second soul skill, Granite of Obsidian. Black granite began to envelop Yan's form, his appearance increasingly resembling the phantom of the flame's sovereign behind him. With a resounding clash, 2 crimson, frigid crescent blades crossed against Yan's chest plate, the entity's arms pressing forward with tremendous force, the razor-sharp blades nearly embedding themselves into the granite armor. Yan grasped the entity's arms, striving to push it away. Under normal circumstances, neither Xiaoyu nor Hu Liena could match his strength. Yet now, ensnared within the amalgamation of the bewitching entity, Yan's movements were sluggish, his soul power nearly depleted, rendering him woefully inadequate in the contest of strength. With a powerful push from its hind legs, the entity thrust forward, propelling Yan backward several meters, leaving a long, blackened scorch mark upon the ground. The entity then swiped downward, delivering another grievous blow to Yan's chest, forcing him to retreat once more. This relentless cycle continued, pushing Yan to the very edge of the battle platform. The entity prepared to deliver a decisive kick to send Yan tumbling off the stage. Suddenly, an invisible force seized its ankle, a fusion of softness and firmness that rendered escape impossible for the moment. The entity turned to see Su Junfang. His right hand clenched in a gripping motion, a massive golden hand, entirely formed from soul power, grasping at the entity's ankle. "Can you see my movements?" the entity inquired. Its voice neither distinctly male nor female, echoing as if Xiaoyu and Hu Liena were speaking in unison, enhanced by a layered effect. Su Junfang remained silent. The enchanting figure wielded her blade with the swiftness of lightning, severing the unstable golden hand of the spell. She gracefully soared into the air, delivering a series of powerful kicks to Yan's chest. Plagued by his inability to see or move, Yan was blissfully unaware that he stood at the precipice of the soul-fighting platform. His earlier flurry of attacks abruptly ceased, and instead of advancing, he remained rooted in place, gasping for breath. In the next moment, after enduring several kicks to his chest, his balance faltered, and he tumbled off the platform. It was only then that Yin realized he had been eliminated. In the audience, gasps arose. Look, someone has been sent flying. The spectators finally caught a glimpse of the unfolding drama. Wow, it's Yin. Those with keen eyes recognized the first contestant to be eliminated. How could Yin have been the first to fall? Shouldn't it have been that second ring soul master? Perhaps, Yin was targeted due to his formidable prowess. Within the crimson mist, Su Junfang stood resolutely against the formidable demon, his hands poised in a combat stance. The demon remained silent, launching an aggressive assault. In an instant, it appeared before Su Junfang, whose pupils constricted as his consciousness raced to match the demon's movements, prompting him to retreat swiftly. However, his body failed to heed his mind's commands, and he was unexpectedly struck by the moon blade across his chest amidst a crackling surge of lightning, emitting a hissing sound. Su Junfang hastily retreated, utilizing the last remnants of his soul energy to erect a celestial barrier, its faint white light barely discernible amidst the crimson mist. The alluring specter resorted to familiar tactics, launching an assault on Su Junfang from all directions, reminiscent of the methods employed against Yin. The sheer velocity of the attacks rendered the celestial barrier as though it were under siege by a multitude of foes simultaneously. The crackling sounds of the lightning shield being severed never ceasing. After approximately another minute, the energy of the celestial barrier was depleted, leaving the defenseless Su Junfang exposed before the enchanting adversary, akin to a bare-skinned maiden standing before a burly man wielding a blade. Su Junfang, unpretentious, spoke up. Concede your divine powers. I have exhausted my soul energy. I surrender. Su Junfang differs from the indomitable protagonists found in literature. He possesses the wisdom to assess circumstances and make judgments based on his own situation. Many novel heroes, such as Tang San, refuse to concede even when they are stripped of all power, only to have fortuitous events occur that enable them to triumph over their adversaries. Su Junfang has never believed that an unwavering attitude of perseverance can lead to victory. Victory must be forged through one's own efforts, which refers to hidden cards and strategic advantages. If one indeed possesses such hidden cards, deploying them at the last moment to secure triumph is unproblematic. However, if one is acutely aware of their lack of resources and genuinely cannot prevail, and if conceding poses no significant repercussions, then surrendering becomes the most prudent choice. Take Su Junfang's current state, for instance. Can he still fight on? In truth, he can. He has numerous hidden cards yet to be revealed, such as the dark gold fearsome claw, his second martial soul, the thunder cannon, soul guiding devices, and various martial techniques, all of which remain at his disposal. Yet, it is unnecessary to employ them. Even if he were to win, what would it matter? He would harm both Xiaoyu and Hu Liena, triumphing in the match but losing in life. A true gentleman must know when to grasp and when to let go. Furthermore, considering Su Junfang's past life spent in the company of Bu Yao and Zhang Chulan, can one expect him to place great importance on winning or losing? Such a notion is unfounded. He must discern the choice most advantageous to himself. Conceding not only preserves friendships, but can also foster goodwill and intimacy. The enchanting figure, with her right hand raised and the moon blade pointed directly at Su Junfang, inquired, Su Junfang, are you certain you concede? It was evident that both Hu Liena and Xiaoyu recognized that Su Junfang's true capabilities extended far beyond what he had thus far displayed. Su Junfang spread his hands and declared, I have depleted my soul power, yet I refuse to concede. The enchanting figure nodded slightly and, in a voice that was neither distinctly masculine nor feminine, replied, very well. A flash of crimson light enveloped the scene, and before them, the enchanting figure transformed into Xiaoyu and Hu Liena. Xiaoyu appeared merely fatigued, while Hu Liena's delicate face bore a slight pallor. It seemed that their soul power was also running low. As the red mist dissipated following the dissolution of the enchanting figure, the surrounding scene became visible to both the audience and the judges. Su Junfang leaned on her knees, visibly fatigued as she stood on the soul arena, while Xiaoyu and Hu Liena stood on the platform, their faces marked by exhaustion. The referee, momentarily at a loss, approached and inquired, have you determined a victor? Su Junfang gradually rose from his kneeling position and addressed the referee, conceding, I have lost. The referee then turned to Xiaoyu, who nodded in affirmation. With clarity in his mind, the referee announced loudly, in this match, Xiaoyu and Hu Liena emerged victorious. The audience erupted into a cacophony of murmurs. The prowess of their martial soul fusion technique is indeed formidable. It must have been that second ring soul master who hindered Yan's performance. As the competition concluded, many soul masters who had come solely to witness the battle between Xiaoyu and Yan began to depart. In a shadowy corner of the soul fighting area, A senior student clad in black glared menacingly at Su Junfang's retreating figure, his eyes aflame with rage and a murderous intent that seemed ready to burst forth. Su Junfang was particularly sensitive to such malicious stares, promptly turning to gaze in the direction of the unsettling gaze. In fact, he had already sensed a palpable malice directed at him during the duel. However, he chose to ignore it. Firstly, because there were numerous hostile glances, and it would be impractical to retaliate against each one. Secondly, he believed that the animosity stemmed from envy regarding his opportunity to appear alongside Xiaoyu and Yan, a mere manifestation of jealousy. Nevertheless, the earlier aura was exceedingly malevolent, unmistakably aimed at him. Yet, when Su Junfang turned to look, the malice abruptly vanished. Faced with the multitude of spectators, he could only ascertain a general direction, unable to pinpoint the individual who harbored such ill will towards him. Su Junfang could only secretly remain vigilant, wary of unfamiliar individuals approaching him in the near future. The figure clad in black cautiously averted his gaze. Feeling a surge of frustration within, the little one possesses quite a keen sense of perception. Humph. The black-clad student cast one last glance at Su Junfang, snorted coldly, and exited the battle arena without looking back, draped in a leopard print coat. Bang! The door of room 0289 was slammed shut with a resounding thud. I have returned. Su Junfang tossed his backpack onto the ground and proceeded to wash his hands in the bathroom. Su Xiao had already returned to her room and was lying on her bed engrossed in a book. Upon seeing Su Junfang return, she immediately sat up straight. Su Junfang, you truly are a formidable figure. I had thought you were merely progressing swiftly in your cultivation. Oh, what makes you say that? Su Junfang inquired, puzzled. I went to witness your match today. You were dominating that soul master in combat. Quite audacious of you. Moreover, your synergy with that senior teammate was impressive. Oh, you went to watch? Why didn't you wait for me? I was watching you converse with those seniors, so I left first. By the way, who was that senior? Su's eyes sparkled with longing as she remarked. I have heard that those two seniors, despite being only in their third year, have already reached level 36. How impressive. Why do all the people you know seem to be so extraordinary? Oh, you are referring to Xiaoyu and Yan. They both attended the same junior college as I did, and we share a decent rapport. Xiaoyu is actually the brother of Hu Liena, Su Junfang clarified. Indeed. I can see the resemblance between them. It was afternoon, and time was still plentiful. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Su Xiao, Su Junfang turned to review the day's lessons and prepare for the following day's content. The afternoon passed in a flurry, and after hastily dining with Hu Liena, Xiaoyu, Yan, and Su Xiao at the academy cafeteria, Su Junfang ascended to his bed to commence his evening cultivation. However, as he contemplated his training, a shadow of gloom crossed his face. He was uncertain whether the issue lay within his own body or with his martial soul. Ever since he consumed the divine herb, the 8-petal immortal orchid, gifted by his grandfather, which elevated his soul power to level 28, he had made no further progress. Logically, the 8-petal immortal orchid was a long-lasting remedy, promising a more effective enhancement over a brief breakthrough by purging impurities from the body, thereby strengthening the foundation and facilitating faster cultivation thereafter. Although Su Junfang felt the impurities within his body being purged, his cultivation speed showed no signs of improvement. Each time he cultivated even a trace of soul power, it seemed as though a black hole within him would devour that fragment of soul energy. Despite his diligent efforts, his soul power level remained stagnant. If this continued, he would inevitably become the Douluo Continent's version of the tragic figure who wasted his potential. This was precisely why he felt unsettled when he heard Xiaoyu praise his rapid yet unnatural progress in cultivation that afternoon. Su Junfang felt a twinge of trepidation, fearing that he might stagnate at this juncture. It is commonly said that reaching level 30 represents a significant milestone for soul masters, and he dreaded the possibility of becoming ensnared in this realm, akin to a master rendered ineffectual. This phenomenon of soul power appearing and vanishing bore a striking resemblance to a book he had perused in his previous life, Battle Through the Heavens. In the early chapters, the protagonist, Xiao Yan, endured a similar plight, with his cultivated energy being siphoned away by an elder. Consequently, Su Junfang began to search his being for any precious heirlooms left by his parents that could replenish his soul power. He sought little, merely a swift advancement. He had no desire for an elder who could precipitate a drastic decline in his soul energy. However, despite an exhaustive search of his own body, he could find no significant relics, save for the Ingyuan Emperor Thunder Cannon he had stored in his spatial compartment, nothing that required soul energy to sustain. Strange as it was, and despite the lingering shadows of uncertainty, he knew he must continue his cultivation. After all, who could say when the black hole within him might become satiated and cease its consumption? Su Junfang sat cross-legged on the bed, casting a final glance at the luminous moon outside before closing his eyes to cultivate his inner energy. Chapter 108. Medley. The following morning, Su Junfang adhered to his customary routine, arriving early at the cafeteria of the elite academy of the Spirit Hall, indulging in a hearty feast of nutritious spirit beast delicacies. In addition to his staple food, he ordered 10 skewers of tender and succulent soft-bone rabbit. The delicate cartilage of the soft-bone rabbit produced an enticing crunch with each bite, a most delightful experience. He casually retrieved a newspaper from the rack behind him. In the Douluo Continent, newspapers had yet to become widespread. However, within the Spirit Hall, daily briefings were quite commonplace, typically found in the cafeteria and lounge, updated daily to ensure that the students training within the Spirit Hall remained informed and connected. One might consider it the Douluo Continent's version of today's headlines. Su Junfang held a skewer of grilled meat, casually tilting her head to glance at the day's news. Although much of the content bore no relevance to her, information remained the most vital resource. It was in this indifferent glance that Su Junfang was suddenly struck motionless. The newspaper reported, the second prince of the Tiando Empire, Shui Luochuan, is suspected to be gravely ill and has now been confirmed deceased. Su Junfang was taken aback. It had been quite some time since he had encountered such a momentous piece of news. The second prince of the Tiando Empire, Shui Luochuan, had succumbed to a grave illness? If others were unaware, Su Junfang certainly was not. This was the handiwork of Qian Rinxue. Due to the circumstances of his previous life, Su Junfang possessed considerable insight into Qian Rinxue's background and experiences. At the tender age of 9, Qian Rinxue had disguised herself as a distressed young girl and entered the hunting forest, intentionally allowing herself to be seen by the eldest prince, Shui Qinghe, as she was beset by a soul beast. She was subsequently rescued and taken in by Shui Qinghe, thereafter becoming his maid, known as Xiaoxue. Under the guise of Xiaoxue, she stealthily observed him, assimilating knowledge of his habits, routines, interests, and mannerisms. On the day of Shui Qinghe's birthday, the emperor of the Tiando Empire, Emperor Shui Yi, hosted a grand hunting event in his honor. It was during this event that Qian Rinxue orchestrated the assassination of the genuine Tiando Empire's eldest prince, Shui Qinghe, and subsequently assumed his identity, infiltrating the palace. In the shadows, she covertly poisoned her nominal second and third brothers one after another. It now appeared that the second prince of the Tiando Empire had indeed met his untimely demise, and the Spirit Hall's scheme to dominate the continent was unfolding stealthily. One step at a time. The wheels of history were inexorably bearing down upon Su Junfang. Su Junfang wiped his mouth with a tissue. Dismissing the significant events as irrelevant to him for the moment, his primary goal was to grow stronger. All the students of Class 2 sat quietly in the classroom, awaiting the arrival of their teacher, Zhang Cheche. The atmosphere was one of hushed whispers, free from any noisy commotion. The classroom door stood ajar, and Zhang Cheche leaned in halfway. "All rise, gather in the square," she announced. To their surprise, after uttering this single command, she turned and departed. The students, unwilling to slack off, promptly assembled in the spacious plaza of the Spirit Hall in silence. Zhang Cheche stood before the new students, her presence as a high-ranking spirit master instilling a sense of gravity that deterred any fidgeting. Next to her lay a considerable stack of iron armor, and Su Junfang discerned Zhang Cheche's intentions at a glance. As anticipated, Zhang Cheche pointed to the armor and declared, "These pieces are designed for weight training to enhance your physical fitness. Each of you will don one. After putting it on, you are to run laps around the plaza. Completing 10 laps within half an hour will be deemed satisfactory. Failure to meet this standard will result in additional laps. Avoid any antics. You may utilize your spirit power, but spirit skills are prohibited. I am aware that many of you may be reluctant, especially considering the differences in physical capabilities between males and females, weapon spirit masters, beast spirit masters, and battle spirit masters. However, I wish to emphasize that this is intended to aid your development into formidable individuals, not to subject you to undue hardship. On the battlefield, enemies will not hesitate to attack simply because you are female or a weapon spirit master. Physical fitness is a fundamental capability for any spirit master. Having conveyed this, Zhang Cheche waved her hand. "Begin your run. Consider this a test." The timer starts now. The students donned the iron armor with grim expressions. Yet regardless of their grievances, none dared voice them aloud. The training ground of the elite academy of the Spirit Hall was relatively expansive, with Su Junfang estimating each lap to be around 1,000 meters. With 10 laps required, that amounted to a total of 10,000 meters. In a previous life, expecting a 12-year-old boy to complete 10,000 meters within an hour would have seemed utterly insane. However, in the Douluo Continent, the physical prowess of spirit masters far exceeded that of ordinary people. While the task was indeed exhausting, it was far from insurmountable. Su Junfang, like his classmates beside him, donned the iron armor. He marveled silently, realizing the armor weighed at least 15 kilograms. Hu Liena also adorned herself with the iron attire. Noticing Su Junfang standing in a daze, she nudged him with her elbow and remarked, "You are still young. Can you manage this?" How could a man ever declare himself incapable? Su Junfang responded, "No problem. I shall take my leave without waiting for you." Hu Liena turned and, with her long, supple legs, sprinted down the expansive track with remarkable speed yet a steady rhythm. Su Junfang also took a step forward. His body, having undergone prolonged refinement through lightning, had long surpassed that of his peers in terms of physical prowess. Coupled with his soul power of level 28, he undoubtedly stood out as a paragon among the group of runners. Junfang quickened his pace to catch up with Hu Liena. As the student with the highest soul power in both her class and grade, Hu Liena exhibited remarkable endurance and physical strength. Leading the way, she surpassed many soul masters who had entered the path earlier, running steadily at the forefront of the group. Many in the class were unaware of Hu Liena's soul power level and felt a sense of shame and reluctance at being outpaced by a female soul master, prompting them to hasten their steps in pursuit. As several male soul masters gradually closed in on her, Hu Liena remained silent, suddenly accelerating and swiftly circling the plaza. With her overwhelming soul power, none of the soul masters who had previously followed her could keep up with her newfound speed. Junfang gradually acclimated to the weight of the iron armor. 30 pounds felt merely trivial. He raised his head and glanced around, observing that the class had divided into 4 or 5 running formations. Hu Liena led a separate echelon, with 10 soul masters of considerable speed forming the leading group behind her. Following them was the largest contingent, maintaining a steady pace, while at the rear lingered a few scattered individuals and small groups. At this moment, Junfang found himself in a steady running formation, while Hu Liena had already caught up from behind, poised to lap them shortly. Junfang summoned his soul power, and faint sparks of electricity flickered beneath his feet. As Hu Liena passed by him, he suddenly surged forward, surpassing her in a breathtaking dash. Initially, the students running behind him dismissed it, even chuckling at Junfang's apparent lack of energy conservation. However, when he completed 5 laps at this astonishing speed without any sign of fatigue, the students were left utterly astonished. It was rare to have one exceptional athlete. To their disbelief, their class had 2. Junfang, akin to a bolt of lightning, sprinted across the arena with a swiftness that surpassed even Hu Liena's. As a wielder of lightning abilities, speed was inherently one of his greatest strengths. Junfang's electric glow in the lower half of his body cannot be deemed a soul skill. It is merely an expression of the soul power he naturally exudes, serving little purpose beyond showcasing his flair. At this moment, Zhang Cheche has arrived beside the plaza of the Spirit Hall, quietly observing the students as they run. Her gaze quickly becomes captivated by the rapid strides of Junfang and Hu Liena, and a look of approval shines in her eyes as she nods subtly. Time passes swiftly, and as the laps increase, the breathing of the running students gradually grows labored. At this juncture, the disparities in physical conditioning and cultivation manifest. Zhang Cheche has not prohibited the use of soul power for assistance. Hence, everyone employs their soul energy to recover stamina during the long run. As more than half the time has elapsed, Zhang Cheche's voice suddenly resonates in the ears of each student. Accelerate, and consider my position as the finish line. No sooner had her words fallen than a blue light streaked past. Junfang was the first to cross the finish line. Close behind him was Hu Liena, who, evidently, had not yet reached her limit. Aside from a slight flush on her face, she barely seemed to be gasping for air. Following the 2, several soul masters breached the finish line, collapsing onto the ground to rest. Once all members of the second freshman class have completed 10 laps, Zhang Cheche approaches the majority of them who are resting. Well done. Everyone has completed 10 laps. However, 5 individuals fell short, and they will need to add laps. Additionally, 3 others exceeded the time limit and must also add laps. Through this running exercise, I have gained a general understanding of your basic conditions. Future training sessions will not be lacking. This is the foundational method to enhance a soul master's strength, so do not hold any resentment toward me. The next segment of this class will focus on combat skills, primarily teaching you some fundamental fighting techniques. A student in black garb stands atop the Spirit Hall's teaching building. Gazing downwards, the weather is hollow and oppressive. So too is Qiao Mu's demeanor. Qiao Mu is a 6th-year student at the elite academy of the Spirit Hall and is set to graduate this semester. He is confident in both his talents and abilities. Believing he can traverse the golden path, he envisions himself becoming the pillar of his family, with his younger brother, who shares a close bond with him, following in his footsteps and undoubtedly surpassing him. These should be 2 exceedingly joyous prospects. Yet, events have unfolded contrary to his expectations. His brother, Qiao Si, has tragically perished during the preliminary trials at the Spirit Hall. Death. Heaven knows the shock, disbelief, and sorrow that washed over Qiao Mu upon receiving this news. Qiao Mu and Qiao Si belong to the same family, though they are not biological brothers. Rather, they are cousins. Their family possesses a modicum of power but is not considered formidable within the Spirit Hall, primarily due to their involvement in shadowy enterprises such as employing soul-hunting teams and assassination. This has led to many stronger factions choosing to avoid them. Meanwhile, Qiao Mu stands as the most gifted soul master in recent years, second only to his cousin Qiao Si. From birth, he was regarded as a powerful asset to the family due to his notable talents, even securing a position in the Spirit Hall's elite program to strengthen ties with the institution. He has spent his life fulfilling the various tasks set forth by his family. Success meant he was a good child. Failure resulted in punishment. He felt no familial warmth throughout his upbringing until the birth of his cousin, Xiao Si. Xiao Si, an even more exceptional talent than Xiao Mu, shared a similar mission within the family. Xiao Mu held great affection for his cousin, seeing his own reflection in him, and felt proud knowing Xiao Si was destined to ascend to the family's leadership. Yet, a sudden bolt from the blue left Xiao Mu reeling. He had assumed the family would be enraged and seek vengeance against the heinous murderer. Instead, the family's message incited his profound fury. They instructed him to disregard the incident, urging him to avoid provoking the killer of Xiao Si and to exercise restraint. Upon reading those words, flames of indignation threatened to erupt from Xiao Mu's eyes. Eager to incinerate the command, his only brother, his sole connection within the family, had been slain, and he was expected to act as though nothing had happened. For the first time, Xiao Mu penned a letter to the family, demanding answers. Why? Why not avenge Xiao Si? The family's response was terse, because the family does not wish to invite unnecessary trouble. Upon reading this, Xiao Mu was driven to laughter by his own rage, mocking the elders who held power within the family. He was no fool. He understood that their inaction stemmed from the formidable background of Xiao Si's killer, a force they could not afford to confront. The family could choose to ignore this tragedy, but he, Xiao Mu, could not. Brother Xiao, what troubles you alone up here? A fellow sixth-year soul master approached, having opened the door to the rooftop. Xiao Mu stood at the edge, motionless, casting a glance at him before turning back to gaze over the plaza of the spirit hall, his voice heavy with sorrow. It's nothing, just family matters. Chapter 109, Gathering Clouds to Thunder. 3 months can be neither long nor short. Junfang has been part of the elite program for nearly 3 months, with the upcoming March assessment for new students on the horizon. During this period, Professor Zhang Cheche has imparted a wealth of knowledge, covering both academic subjects and practical training in physical endurance and combat. The students have made varying degrees of progress, reflecting their individual capabilities. Despite the abundance of coursework and the tightly packed schedule, Junfang feels a pent-up frustration within, yearning for an outlet. As night falls and the silver moon hangs high in the sky, a subtle glow from the darkness quietly seeps into each student dormitory through the windows. As Junfang sat cross-legged on the bed, enveloped by the night, he gazed at the starry sky through the translucent glass. He was not engaged in cultivation. Beside him lay Su Xiao, soundly asleep. After 3 months of acquaintance, Junfang had developed a deeper understanding of Su Xiao's demeanor and characteristics. Su Xiao is highly ambitious and possesses considerable talent. However, when it comes to cultivation, he cannot be deemed diligent. Every night, Su Xiao predominantly opts for the comfort of sleep rather than engaging in his practice. Junfang's eyes revealed a sense of bewilderment as he glanced at Su Xiao's back, momentarily lost in thought before lowering his gaze once more. 3 months had passed, yet his soul power had scarcely progressed, despite his diligence surpassing that of Su Xiao. And having devoted more time to cultivation, Su Xiao had nonetheless advanced a level, ascending from level 24 to level 25 during this period. Junfang was deeply troubled. He was perplexed by the enigmatic black hole within him, uncertain of its nature and why it incessantly consumed the soul power he had cultivated. Moreover, he was at a loss as to when this relentless absorption would reach its conclusion. For an ordinary second-ring soul master, 3 months could yield an advancement of approximately 1 level, and for those with exceptional talent and diligent practice, a 2-level increase was even within the realm of possibility. In the past 3 months, Junfang's lack of progress could only be masked by his negligence in cultivation. Those who were not yet well acquainted with him harbored no doubts regarding his slow advancement. However, Junfang was acutely aware that Hu Liena must have noticed something, yet she chose to remain silent. For the first time in his life, he found himself engulfed in confusion, contemplating how he would navigate his existence if he remained trapped at the 30th level. Suddenly, with a frown, Junfang's keen hearing and perceptive instincts detected a disturbance near the window. Junfang's gaze fell upon the window, silent and still, as the eerie sound seemed to emerge solely from his imagination. Junfang came to her senses, yet her nerves remained on high alert. Junfang cast a discerning gaze around the various corners of the room. Junfang's pupils suddenly constricted. He discerned a shadow stealthily encroaching into the room from the edge of the window. The existence of this shadow was illogical, for no object lay beneath the moonlight. It seemed to be a shadow devoid of any substance. Junfang feigned a meditative posture, seated cross-legged upon the bed, yet discreetly observed the dimness that enveloped the room with the corner of his eye. The shadow, unmasked upon infiltrating the chamber, expanded rapidly, transforming in an instant into a black mire that engulfed the entire dwelling. The space within the room dissipated, rendering all tables, beds, backpacks, and even Su Xiao invisible. Only Junfang remained, ensconced within this eerie realm of darkness. Junfang remained motionless, uncertain of who had ensnared him in this realm, and oblivious to the intentions of his adversary. Yet, in the next moment, clarity dawned upon him. The tumultuous lightning surged forth like a frenzied panther, fierce and merciless. The ethereal silhouette of a leopard, forged from crackling electricity, transformed into a lethal assassin, poised to strike at Junfang, who sat cross-legged in the void. Confronted with such a formidable assault, Su Junfang was compelled to evade with great haste as the lightning-formed leopard brushed past him. The brilliant lightning cleaved through the darkness, radiating a vivid yellow hue, and this luminescence was not of Su Junfang's making. A robust young man, clad in black and partially veiled by a dark cloth, approached with deliberate steps, his entire being crackling with electric energy, while his right hand hovered before his chest, cradling the volatile essence of lightning. Su Junfang narrowed his eyes slightly, instantly opting to manifest his martial soul, all the while maintaining a vigilant gaze upon the unfamiliar soul master before him. "Who are you?" he inquired tentatively, fully aware that the likelihood of receiving an answer was slim. The figure clad in black appeared deaf to Su Junfang's question, launching forward with remarkable speed, a blatant aura of murderous intent radiating from his brow, utterly unmasked. Su Junfang swiftly comprehended that this individual had come to assassinate him. But who could it be? The figure clad in black could only originate from one of two possibilities. The first being an assassination attempt instigated by Su Junfang's status and his grandfather's connections. The second possibility arises from having recently offended someone. Considering they were within the elite program of the Spirit Hall, the likelihood of foreign assassins infiltrating was exceedingly slim. Thus, it could only mean that a traitor had emerged from within the Spirit Hall itself. If the enemy had indeed been summoned by his own actions, it could only be the remnants of the Qiao family, the ones he had previously slain. Su Junfang could not yet ascertain the identity of the newcomer, so he observed closely as the figure in black leaped into the air. The fabric of the black-clad individual was evidently taut, suggesting that the muscles beneath were well developed. His hands, reaching towards Su Junfang, were adorned with yellow tufts of fur and sharp claws. A beastly martial spirit. This was Su Junfang's immediate reaction after evading the black figure's claw strike. The black-clad assailant continued to swipe with his hands, his electrified claws swirling in a display of lightning and fireworks, yet still failing to harm Su Junfang. Su Junfang, with her graceful steps and the swiftness of her martial spirit, danced through the web of lightning as if she were a nimble fish darting through a fishing net. Observing that the relentless barrage of close combat attacks had little effect on Su Junfang, the cloaked figure grew increasingly agitated. It appeared that the mysterious assailant was reluctant to prolong the confrontation, his aura intensifying and his soul power surging with remarkable speed. Though he remained silent, the lightning at his claws intensified, and the intricate patterns of electricity surrounding him shimmered more brilliantly. Waves of lightning suspended around him, resembling a series of vibrant stripes. With a blinding flash of yellow lightning, 6 thunderous claws launched toward her. The radiant white light emanating from Su Junfang intensified, dazzlingly concealing the luster of the dark golden claw soul bone on his right hand. Su Junfang's right claw swung fiercely, 5 terrifyingly dark threads slicing directly through the yellow lightning claws. The black lines cut through the black-clad figure's lightning attack without hesitation, extinguishing the yellow electric light in the air, yet the remaining terrifying claws still instilled a profound sense of crisis in the black-clad individual. The figure crouched low, moving like a leopard on all fours, swiftly evading the final assault of the dark golden claws. The black-clad figure's evasive posture revealed to Su Junfang that they were likely dealing with a member of the Qiao family. If he was not mistaken, the black-clad individual's martial soul was that of the electric pattern leopard, with the yellow electric spots adorning their body serving as the most distinctive characteristic of the soul beast. Su Junfang was unaware whether the assassination attempt against him was instigated by his family or was merely a spontaneous act. He interrupted, inquiring, "Are you of the Joss family? Is it truly worth attempting to assassinate me for the sake of a worthless individual? Is your family truly so foolish?" As these words escaped his lips, Su Junfang could distinctly perceive the raspy sound of the assassin's breath growing slightly heavier. Had he struck a nerve? It seemed this was indeed your own decision. Depart now. I shall overlook your recklessness this time. However, should you persist in your aggression, your family shall face annihilation because of your actions. Su Junfang intended to intimidate his opponent with words, hoping to awaken him from his momentary fervor and help him perceive the gravity of the situation. However, to his astonishment, his remarks only incited the ferocity of the man in black. "Since you have spoken so boldly, I shall no longer conceal my intentions," the man in black finally spoke, his voice low and resonant. "You are destined to die today." With a fierce roar, he summoned 4 soul rings that spiraled upwards from beneath his feet, showcasing the optimal configuration of yellow and purple. Su Junfang's expression darkened as he thought to himself, "This is troublesome." He had not anticipated that the assailant in the dead of night would be a soul master, although he possessed the ability to defeat opponents of higher ranks. Confronting a soul master directly still intensified the pressure on him, and the oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily. At the same time, Su Junfang deduced the identity of the assassin. It could only be Joss's elder brother. Su Junfang's guess was astute. The man in black was indeed Kayam. After a month of internal struggle, he ultimately resolved to eliminate the perpetrator who had slain his brother. Kayam understood that he could not uncover the identity of the murderer through his teacher, yet fellow assessment students from the same cohort might possess the knowledge. Consequently, he resorted to coercive interrogation of countless first-year students, ultimately acquiring a definitive answer. It was this very individual before him, a soul master of the second ring, who had ended his brother's life. He had intended to confront this person directly, relying on his formidable physical prowess and combat skills, but to his astonishment, this first-year student exhibited exceptional agility, evading his attacks with the slipperiness of an eel. His strikes failed to land, and even his self-created soul technique was inexplicably countered, leading him to sense an imminent threat to his own safety. Though Kayam harbored deep resentment for Su Junfang, he could not deny that Su's strength eclipsed that of his deceased brother. This realization only intensified Kayam's resolve to eliminate Su Junfang right there and then. Employing cunning tactics, Kayam ensured that those nearby remained oblivious to the unfolding battle. He needed a swift resolution. No longer concealing his abilities, he unleashed all 4 soul rings, overwhelming Su Junfang with the pressure of a 4-ringed soul master. Kayam's 4th soul ring radiated a brilliant purple light, gathering mosquitoes to form thunder. As his 4th soul technique manifested, golden serpents danced wildly around Kayam before dissipating. The serpents transformed into tiny lightning bolts, converging towards Kayam's chest. The golden fragments coalesced into a wave-like form, their hue shifting from brilliant gold to a deep black, as the terrifying black lightning engulfed Su Junfang within the dark confines of a barrier. Chapter 110. The Black Cocoon. Chaos reigned as the tumultuous blackness filled the boundless void, devoid of spatial concept. The frenzied black lightning coiled into a massive cocoon, enveloping Su Junfang as if he were returning to primordial chaos. Kayam held great confidence in his 4th soul technique. He had previously triumphed even over soul masters of higher rank using gathering mosquitoes to form thunder. Suddenly, a slender white line sliced through the black cocoon. Boom. The black cocoon was instantaneously torn asunder. The remnants of black lightning scattered like an eel flung free, illuminating the pitch-black void with brilliant white light. 2 azure dragons roared as they broke through the cocoon, their heads aimed directly at Kayam. His gaze sharpened, and his heart trembled. How could my 4th soul technique be shattered so swiftly? The 2 radiant azure dragons danced through the air, their bodies intertwining, resembling the blades of scissors. With Kayam caught at the intersection, Kayam's 2nd soul ring flickered, and the lightning patterns on his lightning pattern leopard spirit came alive, swirling around him like fish in water, forming a rotating shield of electricity. The 2nd soul technique of the lightning pattern leopard, electric shield. The massive lightning dragons collided violently with the yellow lightning shield, sending fragments of golden serpents and pale spears scattering in all directions. The electric shield emitted a fierce crackling sound as Kayam leaped forward, vaulting over the bodies of the 2 lightning dragons, his eyes, illuminated by blue electricity, coldly surveying Su Junfang. Impressive power in your soul technique, but alas, you've miscalculated, Kayam remarked with a hint of mockery. Had Su Junfang not been the killer of his brother, Kayam would have held a certain admiration for him. It was worth noting that even among 6th-year students, many had struggled to withstand his assaults for as long as Su Junfang had. Su Junfang gazed calmly at Xiaomu, his expression serene. Xiaomu, deeply irritated by Su Junfang's unwavering stare, furrowed his brow, a surge of rage swelling within him. Leaping into the air, Xiaomu's claws descended with ferocity, their tips aglow with brilliant golden lightning. Su Junfang raised his right arm high as the elemental force of lightning swiftly converged into the palm of his hand. Initially, it formed an inconspicuous sphere of lightning. Then, it erupted. A myriad of lightning bolts engulfed Xiaomu's figure suspended in midair, while the erratic lightning danced wildly across the ground. A bolt of lightning surged directly towards Nodo. Xiaomu, propelled forward, was violently thrust back by the immense torrent of electricity, with the fierce lightning relentlessly pursuing him. The blue radiance struck fiercely as Xiaomu's fall was savagely baptized by the tempest of lightning. After a moment, Xiaomu managed to straighten himself, his dark attire showing no signs of scorching. Although there were no visible injuries on Xiaomu's face, Su Junfang understood that the lightning strike had stirred a tempest within him, causing the moisture in his body to evaporate rapidly. How humiliating it was for Xiaomu to be so thoroughly bested by a mere 2nd-ring soul master. His shame quickly transformed into an overwhelming desire for vengeance. Boom! A deafening roar erupted from behind Xiaomu as a storm infused with crackling thunder swept towards them, causing the garments of both Su Junfang and Xiaomu to flutter wildly. The black void receded like a tide, revealing the originally dim dormitory, which appeared quite tidy, devoid of any signs of conflict. Xiaomu was taken aback and immediately turned to look. Another soul master plummeted from the void, clutching his left abdomen with his right hand. What happened? Xiaomu inquired urgently. That kid's 2nd soul skill came at me with great force, came the reply, revealing the voice of a male soul master. Upon hearing this, Xiaomu quickly turned his gaze back to Su Junfang. Despite facing such perilous circumstances, Su Junfang maintained a smile. Haha, fool, I did not miss my mark. When Su Junfang found himself enveloped in darkness, he realized it was an illusion. Utilizing the technique of focused observation, he concentrated solely on the individuals present. With a mere sweep of his gaze through the void of blackness, he discerned the presence of 2 soul masters within that space. Shortly thereafter, Xiaomu launched an attack, while the other remained motionless. Su Junfang surmised that this individual was largely responsible for maintaining the illusion. Hence, he employed his 2nd soul skill, the ethereal dragon dance. The assault on Xiaomu's dragon cut was merely a facade. The true intent was to target the soul master concealed behind Xiaomu. Under the false assumption that Su Junfang could not possibly detect the presence of another soul master in this location, Qiaomu remained oblivious. The ethereal dragon dance. Being a millennium-level soul skill, possessed immense power. Should the second soul master be lacking in strength, the ensuing explosion would likely inflict severe injuries. Did you know all along? Qiaomu's tone grew increasingly menacing, feeling as though he had been toyed with. You have personally told the final bell. With fierce words, Qiaomu leaped into action. In this moment of peril, Su Junfang cast a fleeting glance around the room. Su Xiao has vanished, his bed lies empty, the quilt tousled. Were he seized by these two individuals, or did he sense something amiss and depart beforehand? Su Junfang found himself unable to attend to numerous matters. As Khaiyam's assault approached with alarming immediacy. Meanwhile, the illusionist soul master stealthily vanished into the shadows, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Khaiyam's first and third soul rings shone brilliantly. The first soul skill, Thunderclaw. The second soul skill, Thunderflame Cataclysm. Golden lightning morphed into the shape of flames, flickering around Khaiyam's arms. In Su Junfang's eyes, Khaiyam's arms were suddenly engulfed in radiant golden flames. He understood that this was a unique manifestation formed by the extreme compression of lightning, possessing tremendous explosive power. A flash of white light heralded the silent ascent of the celestial shield, followed by a gleaming golden light that enveloped him in a protective spell. Boom! A relentless barrage of claw strikes rained down upon the celestial shield, instantly causing a cascade of white threads to erupt. Boom! The celestial shield was violently torn apart by the unmatched force of the thunderclaw, with the golden claws descending upon Su Junfang's head. Ding! The protective golden light successfully fended off the frenzied lightning claws. In a fit of rage, Khaiyam raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick against the protective golden light surrounding Su Junfang's abdomen. Khaiyam's strength was unparalleled among the opponents Su Junfang had ever encountered. Su Junfang was instantly sent flying. Su Junfang conjured a golden spell in the air, transforming it into a rope that bound an unseen object in the direction he had been propelled. Su Junfang swung his arm with a flourish, propelling an invisible shadowy figure toward Qiaomu. Meanwhile, he took 2 steps against the wall to dissipate the force, landing silently on the ground. The figure that was cast away was none other than the concealed illusion soul master, who had been lurking in the corner, clutching a black dagger, poised to deliver a backstab when Su Junfang ventured into his vicinity. However, just as Su Junfang was sent flying, the illusion soul master felt a sudden tightening around his waist, and before he could comprehend the situation, he was flung into the air. He could not fathom how Su Junfang had seen through his illusion. Su Junfang naturally employed the method of fixed observation. He did not perceive mere illusions, but rather the essence of humanity. As his observational prowess advanced, Su Junfang could penetrate the veil of illusions, directly uncovering those concealed within. It is only the living that emit a unique aura. When Qiaomu's scheme faltered, he neglected to seize the flying illusionist and instead retaliated with a swift strike, sending him careening away from his presence. Useless. Qiaomu silently cursed, charging forward once more. He must, without delay, eliminate Su Junfang. If discovered by the teachers of the Spirit Hall, expulsion would be the least of his worries. The effects of the first and third soul skills had yet to dissipate. Qiaomu advanced, his arms, ablaze with golden lightning, moved with the swiftness of a tempest. The golden thunder was impenetrable. Su Junfang was bombarded by a relentless barrage of golden light, leaving him with no option but to defend himself. Su Junfang finally witnessed the formidable qualities that a 4-ring soul master, nurtured by the Spirit Hall's elite training, ought to possess. The effects of Qiaomu's soul skill gradually began to wane. Su Junfang momentarily caught his breath. Qiaomu employed the same tactic once more, delivering a forceful kick to Su Junfang's chest and abdomen. Although Su raised his arms in defense, his body still flew backward. This time, Qiaomu did not remain stationary as before. He leapt forward, driving his knee firmly into the intersection of Su Junfang's crossed arms, leaving Su unable to retaliate. He could sense the presence of the illusionary soul master looming behind him. By employing the method of fixed observation to assess the soul power fluctuations of the illusionary soul master, Su deduced that the latter was likely at the threshold of the soul reverent level. While maintaining pressure on Su Junfang, Qiaomu unleashed a barrage of strikes with his enormous golden thunderous fists, raining down like a deluge on the golden light surrounding Su's defenses, probing for any vulnerabilities. Su Junfang's intuition informed him that the protective golden light would likely prove ineffective against the blade wielded by the illusionary soul master lurking behind him. Within the realm of the fixed observation method, the metallic blade held by the illusionary soul master appeared exceedingly peculiar, with the soul power flowing from the body into the weapon. This indicated that the blade was indeed the primary means of attack for the illusionary soul master. Despite his lack of skill, he remained a 3rd-ring soul venerable. Was this a type of soul guiding device, or perhaps a unique weapon? Su Junfang found himself devoid of the luxury of contemplation. Should he fall victim to this menacing blade, the situation would instantaneously shift to his disadvantage. Su Junfang's mind raced with urgency as he contemplated the means to ensure his survival. His first instinct was to summon the teachers from the Spirit Hall. However, the distance to the teaching building rendered his calls futile. Although there were dormitory supervisors within the student building, most possessed limited strength, and their failure to respond amidst such intense conflict suggested that something was amiss. Another option presented itself. Su Junfang could awaken more students. With an increased number of individuals, The possibility of scaring off Qiaomu was not the only advantage. Greater numbers would undoubtedly amplify their collective strength. Su Junfang's gaze grew increasingly frigid, gritting his teeth. He extended his hand, and a colossal cannon materialized before him, his companion weapon, the Yingyuan Emperor Thunder Cannon, which he had long kept in a special space. The ominous black barrel was now aimed directly at Qiaomu, who was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the enormous weapon. What on earth is this? Suddenly, a flicker of lightning became discernible within the dark muzzle. Qiaomu sensed an overwhelming danger emanating from the cannon's interior. Without hesitation, he kicked Su Junfang fiercely in the abdomen, propelling himself backward in a somersault, and then executed a powerful kick aimed at the cannon's mouth. Qiaomu possessed significantly greater strength than Su Junfang at that moment, and the unwieldy nature of the cannon further hindered its maneuverability. Although his kick inflicted no damage upon the Yingyuan Emperor Thunder Cannon, it effectively misaligned the barrel, redirecting it towards the window. Su Junfang's plan to seek assistance from classmates was thwarted as he bombarded the adjacent room. It is finished. Su Junfang felt an overwhelming bitterness within. Each launch of the Thunder Cannon demanded an immense expenditure of soul power, and at this moment, he had already depleted a significant portion of it, reducing his reserves even further without yielding any substantial effect. An utterly foolish move. A 3-meter-wide column of white lightning erupted, shattering the fragile glass and scattering shards everywhere. In the pitch darkness of the early morning sky, a long pillar of lightning suddenly materialized, tearing through the obscurity of the night. This is bad, Qiaomu thought to himself, his mood plummeting to an unprecedented low. He had not anticipated that vanquishing a second-ring soul master would prove to be so challenging. Surely, a high-ranking soul master would arrive shortly. Su Junfang was forcefully kicked out by Qiaomu, and coupled with the tremendous recoil of the Thunder Cannon, he was propelled backward. During his flight, Su Junfang deftly retracted the weapon into his spatial realm. Theoretically, Qiaomu could wield this weapon as well, given that he possessed soul power and was also aligned with the lightning attribute. To prevent Qiaomu from using his own weapon against him, Su Junfang temporarily stowed away the Thunder Cannon, which had yet to unleash its full potential. Thud. Crackle. Su Junfang collided with someone behind him, and in that instant, he felt a sharp object pierce into his waist, the icy, unyielding intrusion inflicting excruciating pain upon him. Fortunately, the golden light spell had provided some measure of protection. At that moment, only the tip of the blade had penetrated Su Junfang's body, while the majority of the blade remained lodged within the protective golden aura. The illusionist was abruptly slammed against the wall by Su Junfang's powerful charge, the back of his head striking violently, leaving him momentarily dazed. However, in his grasp was the life-draining blade, a rare find from a recent auction. Once it breached the opponent's skin and drew blood, the blade would voraciously siphon the energy and soul power from their very veins. At this moment, Su Junfang was pierced by the blade of vitality, the tip of the knife entering his flesh. Though the wound was not exceedingly deep, it nonetheless drew blood. Su Junfang felt an overwhelming surge of soul energy pouring out towards the wound, as blood rapidly drained from his body, leaving him inexplicably weak. Su Junfang supported himself with both hands, attempting to rise, when a dull knee strike forcefully impacted his neck. He instantly raised his palms outward to shield his throat. The fierce blow collided with his hands positioned before his neck. It was Qiaomu, as a roommate of the deceased soul master, Dream of Remnants. Qiaomu was naturally aware of the peculiar metal from which this blade was forged, as well as its effects. As Su Junfang was struck, he immediately seized the opportunity to thrust his knee forward. The knee, enveloped in a golden lightning, allowed Su Junfang to experience for the first time the sensation of being assaulted by electricity. All electrical powers would significantly diminish before him. What Qiaomu had anticipated to be a decisive lightning knee strike merely delivered an overwhelming impact that left Su Junfang slightly disoriented, while the electric shock merely resulted in a numbing sensation, far from the lethal outcome Qiaomu had envisioned. With Qiaomu's knee pressing down, Su Junfang found his body compelled to descend under the immense force. The blade of life devouring had burrowed deeper, and the glaring crimson streamed down along Su Junfang's waist. Su Junfang, weakened from excessive blood loss, felt his body grow limp and darkness encroach upon his vision, leaving him barely able to fend off Qiaomu's relentless assault. Could it be that I will perish? Here, in this place? At the hands of such a wretch? No, it cannot be. Chapter 111. Breaking the cocoon. Qiaomu's knee and shin loomed over Su Junfang like an insurmountable mountain, suffocating him with its weight. Even as Su Junfang raised his hands to shield his neck, he was compelled to exert every ounce of his strength to repel Qiaomu's knee. With his hands now unencumbered, Qiaomu summoned the first soul ring of a century past, its radiance flaring anew. Golden lightning surged up his arms, transforming into a fearsome pair of claws. The colossal paw, forged from the fury of wild golden thunder, descended mercilessly upon Su Junfang's head. Qiaomu intended to cleave his skull open. The dazzling and lethal gold swiftly magnified in Su Junfang's sight. Su Junfang understood that he could not evade Qiaomu's assault. In a desperate bid, risking the consumption of his soul power, he barely managed to conjure a fragile layer of the celestial shield once more. Despite the peril of being reduced to a mere husk by the blade of life devourer, the ferocious golden claws struck down upon him like two colossal axes, relentlessly hacking at the protective golden light and the celestial shield enveloping his head. Su Junfang experienced a rapid loss of blood, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. The figure of Qiao Mu before him appeared increasingly indistinct as darkness gradually supplanted the blurry image, becoming the soul hue in Su Junfang's vision. At that moment, the illusionary spirit master, pinned beneath Su Junfang, roused from his stupor and instantly comprehended the unfolding scene. Lowering his gaze, he beheld the life-devouring blade he wielded embedded in the back of his target, a flicker of joy igniting within him. The illusionary spirit master, dream of remnants, gripped the dagger tightly with both hands and thrust it forward with great force. Stab. Su Junfang once again felt a sharp pang of pain, the discomfort eliciting a muffled groan from him. Under the impetus of the Soul Sovereign, the life-devouring blade had penetrated 2/3 of its length into the wound at Su Junfang's waist. Seeing that the dagger remained unyielding no matter how it was pushed, the remnant dream death resorted to a more brutal approach. Trapped beneath Su Junfang, it began to rotate the vertically inserted life-devouring blade with a horizontal motion. Although the blade was ensnared within a golden light, there remained some room for rotation, and in an instant, Su Junfang's back was shredded, large swathes of flesh torn apart. The excruciating pain jolted him awake just as he was on the brink of losing consciousness. The life-devouring blade was indeed formidable. He could constantly feel his soul power and blood being drawn and consumed by this malevolent weapon. Should his soul power be drained to desiccation, Qiao Mu's attack would surely be fatal. The abyss at his lower back seemed bottomless, greedily extracting and siphoning away his essence. In the face of such dire peril, Su Junfang relied solely on the hematopoietic recovery abilities bestowed by his second martial soul to sustain his physical condition. However, he was still maintaining his first martial soul, which prevented him from fully harnessing the potential of his bloodline's restorative powers. To make matters worse, the life-devouring blade relentlessly siphoned his vitality and soul power. Relying solely on the strength of his bloodline, he would inevitably be drained dry. The dagger must be extracted. Leaving the dagger embedded within him would prove far more lethal than removing it. Su Junfang clenched his already gritted teeth once more, summoning a surge of strength from seemingly nowhere to divert Qiao Mu's knee away from his head. He rolled sideways, landing in a disheveled heap beside him. Su Junfang dared not to delay. He swiftly pulled back his hand, causing the bloody dagger to clatter to the ground. Chorm offered him no respite, lunging forward with a fierce and menacing intent. At that moment, the lightning he could muster was insufficient to withstand Chorm's formidable strike. With a thud, the lightning-infused leopard claw sank into Su Junfang's abdomen, and Chorm, seizing the opportunity, slashed with force, tearing away 5 strips of flesh. The razor-sharp claws drew ever closer to Su Junfang's throat, and his grip on Chorm's arm grew increasingly feeble. He could see the grotesque expression smeared with blood on Chorm's face. Su Junfang's life hung by a thread. Suddenly, he felt a flicker of unease emanating from the depths of his soul. In an instant, this flicker transformed into an overwhelming torrent. It was the black hole concealed within him. No matter how Su Junfang had previously probed or harnessed his soul power, the black hole had seemed as if it were non-existent. Yet now, he could distinctly sense the ravenous thirst of the black hole within him, an insatiable desire to consume everything in its path. Su Junfang forced a bitter smile, realizing that at this moment, he truly lacked the soul power for you to absorb. The black hole seemed utterly oblivious to Su Junfang's predicament. With a gaping maw, it voraciously consumed his soul power. Even as he switched his martial soul, he found himself bereft of any fighting capability. Su Junfang, in utter despair, lamented, "The black hole has deceived me." Su Junfang closed his eyes as if in resignation. While the visage of Calm remained fierce and menacing, his murderous intent palpable. Noticing Su Junfang's gaze fixed upon him, Calm's face twisted into a mocking smirk as he taunted. "Ah, no more struggle, are we?" Su Junfang paid him no heed. He had lost a considerable amount of blood and overexerted his soul power, leaving his consciousness in a state of haziness. However, the black hole showed no signs of ceasing its relentless pursuit. Hunger, consumption, blood, and soul power, the primal instincts of the beast overrode Su Junfang's own rationality. Su Junfang suddenly relinquished his resistance. The claw of the leopard deeply embedded itself into Su Junfang's chest, causing blood to flow profusely. Qiao Mu had no desire to waste time. He swiftly struck down with his claw, intent on ending Su Junfang's life. In a moment of unconsciousness, Su Junfang abruptly surged to life, disregarding his severe injuries. As a flash of dark golden light flickered momentarily, Qiao Mu instinctively turned his head aside, but suddenly felt a chilling sensation in his neck. His throat had been slit. What has transpired? The terror enveloped him like a frigid abyss, leaving Qiao Mu trembling helplessly. What on earth is happening? Su Junfang's right hand shimmered with a dark, resplendent gold, its 5 menacing claws exuding a terrifying aura. Though the soul power to activate the soul skill, Dark Gold Terror Claw, was no longer at his disposal. The sharpness of the soul bone was sufficient to rend the flesh of the soul sect. Su Junfang's powerful arms, seemingly born of an unknown force, firmly pressed against his shoulders, and in an instant, he sank his teeth into his neck. The situation had dramatically reversed. Qiao Mu attempted to speak, yet his voice escaped through the gaping wound, terror engulfing his consciousness. He yearned to retaliate, but found himself utterly devoid of strength. Blood, like sweet nectar, surged into Su Junfang's parched body, filling the insatiable void of hunger. The electric energy coursing through Xiaomu's entirety flowed into Su Junfang. Akin to a river finding its way to the ocean, akin to a balloon that had sprung a significant leak. Su Junfang's injuries were gradually healing, and his spiritual power was steadily increasing. In stark contrast, Xiaomu's throat had been slashed, and his life was dwindling away. No. I refuse to accept this. Xiaomu's mouth gaped open as his soul began to detach from his corporeal form. His thrashing diminished, and Su Junfang feasted upon the flesh of his neck, blood splattering in all directions. The fearsome claws had torn through half of his neck, severing arteries beyond salvation. Xiaomu lay still, the demise of a meticulously crafted assassin unfolding in such a ludicrous manner. Su Junfang, resembling a devil, crouched beside Xiaomu's lifeless body, voraciously consuming the blood. Outside the window, a tempest had unexpectedly arisen, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the roar of thunder. Dark clouds spiraled upward like a tornado, intermittently illuminated by the flickering light of lightning that danced within their depths. The deep rumble of thunder resonated across the sky, followed by a brilliant flash that nearly illuminated the entirety of the night. Another 2 deafening claps of thunder reverberated through the air. The pale lightning, akin to a venomous serpent, flickered in the sky, unleashing its electric tongue. Suddenly, a colossal column of thunder cleaved through the heavens, unleashing a torrent of white lightning that cascaded downwards, piercing through the already shattered windows and walls, crashing into the blinding white light enveloping Su Junfang. In that very moment, the swirling black hole within Su Junfang's being drew in all the surrounding electric power, condensing it at its core, subsequently compressing it under the control of an unseen hand. Within Su Junfang's body, a core resembling the soul core of a spirit master has formed, a thunder core. At its center, a terrifyingly potent energy of lightning converges. The thunder core compresses once more, morphing from a suspended vortex into a sphere. Su Junfang can distinctly sense that something within him is on the verge of awakening or erupting. The power of lightning surges through his exterior, manifesting as a thunder cocoon that envelopes him. Heavenly lightning strikes with pinpoint precision upon the resplendent white cocoon surrounding Su Junfang, yet rather than dissipating, it penetrates like fish diving into water, entering the mask of his divine spirit. Subsequently, a radiant white light emanates from Su Junfang's form, while the remnants of a lucid dream shield their eyes, leaving the room awash in a milky glow, rendering everything else invisible. The entirety of the thunder armor bestowed by the divine mask spirit transforms into a stream of light, swiftly entering Su Junfang's white mask with a soft whoosh. Not only the thunder armor, but all the lightning surrounding Su Junfang, including the thunder cocoon, instantaneously merges into the mask adorning his face. The mask glows with an otherworldly brilliance, illuminating Su Junfang's visage, akin to a colossal incandescent bulb. Crack. The mask shatters. Boom. Lightning surges like a rainbow, soaring skyward. The shattered divine mask transforms into the purest, most magnificent, and radiant lightning, shooting forth with unparalleled might. The ceiling of the upper dormitory is directly breached by the force of the lightning, which shows no sign of abating. Continuing its ascent and breaking through the ceiling of the 6th floor, it pierces the heavens above. Su Junfang stood beneath the waterfall formed by the tumultuous lightning, embracing the evening breeze with outstretched arms, as if to embrace the very essence of the storm. A pale hand emerged from the back of Su Junfang's head, swiftly followed by an entire arm, then 2 arms, and finally half a body. A majestic figure, entirely composed of crackling lightning, emerged from the cascade of radiant energy that surged from the back of Su Junfang's head. To say it emerged from the back of Su Junfang's head would be an understatement. It was more accurate to say it burst forth from the flooding torrent of lightning that enveloped him, once the entire figure had fully manifested. The towering column of lightning transformed into delicate strands of electric energy that dissipated into the air. A general, shimmering with an ominous radiance and wholly formed of electric energy, hovered silently behind Su Junfang, exuding an aura of undeniable power. This general bore a youthful visage, reminiscent of a strikingly handsome youth, with 2 lightning patterns etched from the corners of his eyes to his cheeks. His long, light blue hair stood upright, flowing gracefully in the electric currents. He donned armor adorned with lightning motifs, with his shoulders and upper arms bare, his forearms protected by heavy gauntlets of electric design. From his waist down, he was clad in battle armor that echoed the style of the Shang dynasty, complete with lightning-patterned greaves and boots. Most striking of all was the circle of electric rings that encircled this godlike warrior, radiating a brilliant silver light, with 8 orbs of concentrated lightning evenly spaced around the circumference. Behind this deity of war, the tempest outside raged on, with rain and wind swirling chaotically, and the overwhelming aura deterred any would-be attackers, leaving them in a state of paralyzing dread. The moment Su Junfang laid eyes upon this divine warrior, he instantly recognized him as the revered thunder ancestor, the celestial sovereign of universal thunder, whom he had previously encountered in the sea of his own consciousness. In Su Junfang's mind, a sudden sense of pride surged forth, imbued with profound significance. To encapsulate this sentiment in a single phrase, the thunderer is the fulcrum of yin and yang, commanding the very essence of all things. Therefore, without thunder, there can be no governance over the 3 realms. Su Junfang understood that this was the lingering pride within Lei Zhu, which also instilled a sense of arrogance in him. The transformation of his martial soul left Su Junfang with mixed feelings, although he had learned from Lei Zhu that, at an opportune moment, His martial soul would undergo a significant metamorphosis, with the power granted by Lei Zhu gradually being unsealed. He was uncertain whether this new form of his martial soul was ultimately advantageous or detrimental. After all, what was once an incarnate form had now shifted to an external manifestation. This martial soul did not significantly enhance Su Junfang's physical prowess, yet it undoubtedly augmented his control over lightning considerably. Su Junfang attempted to move his limbs, and a wave of elation washed over him. The seemingly insurmountable bottleneck at level 30, which had previously plunged him into despair, had miraculously been shattered by this recent advancement in his martial spirit. Levels 28, 29, and 30, once obstructed meridians now flowed freely, with soul power surging from his dantian. Astonishingly, he had transcended 2 levels in an instant. Just one more soul ring, and he would ascend to the rank of Soul Master, a mere 10 years old. Unprecedented. This remarkable feat was entirely attributed to the infusion of soul power from Qiaomu, which facilitated the necessary evolution of his martial spirit. Perhaps I should express my gratitude to him. Boom. The wall with the window erupted once more, bricks and stones flying in all directions. The window frame, which had clung to the wall, was reduced to mere dust. Several high-ranking soul masters from the spirit hall burst through the debris, entering the room. They beheld the imposing figure of Su Junfang behind him, radiating the formidable might of the 9 Heavens Thunder Sovereign, alongside the menacing stance of the Dream of Death. Poised to strike. What on earth is happening? A deep, resonant voice echoed through the disheveled confines of room 0289, emanating from a bearded gentleman with a countenance that bespoke authority. Su Junfang slowly emerged from the radiance, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of the charred corpse of Qiaomu. Scorched by lightning. Everything has come to an end. Chapter 112. The dust settles. The assembly of teachers who burst into the dormitory surveyed the scene. Taken aback by the sight of a charred body, a death had indeed occurred within the academy. Fortunately, it was not Su Junfang who had perished. Remove your mask. Came an aged command from within the room, the voice deep and unmistakably authoritative. It seemed as though Kan Mingxi did not hear, remaining rooted in place. Kan Mingxi. Only then did Kan Mingxi regain his senses and remove his mask. Su Junfang beheld the visage of Kan Mingxi for the first time. It was unremarkable, an ordinary face. Kan Mingxi, you conspired with Qiaomu to assault the dormitory of Su Junfang's students under the cover of night, with the intent to commit murder, am I correct? Kan Mingxi staggered back a few steps, having emerged from a state of bewilderment, his lips parted as if to speak yet faltering, ultimately exhaling a sigh. Yes. That is indeed true. The bearded elder, observing Kan Mingxi with profound disappointment, lamented, Kan Mingxi, I had thought you to be an astute individual. I never anticipated you would engage in such actions. Kan Mingxi remained silent. Humph. Collaborating with fellow students for assassination is utterly unforgivable, declared the elder once more. This elder was none other than the one who had previously slain Xiaoxi in a fit of rage. Upon hearing the elder's words, Kan Mingxi unclenched his fists. Realizing that, regardless of the circumstances, his fate was sealed. Reveal everything you know, without deception. With a sudden force, the door to room 0289 was flung open, crashing against the wall behind it. The gazes of all within the room converged upon the entrance. Su Xiao gasped for breath, one hand resting on his knee while the other clutched the doorknob. With a look of anxiety, he cast a hurried glance towards Su Junfang. Are you all right? Su Junfang exclaimed. Just as the words left his lips, Su Xiao froze, for countless pairs of eyes within the room fixated on him intently. Su Xiao realized that Su Junfang was fine, while she herself felt quite embarrassed. Su smiled awkwardly and said, as long as everything is fine, that's good. The collective gaze of the crowd returned to Kan Mingxi, who, in a state of helplessness, recounted the entire sequence of events. This included how Kaiyam sought vengeance for his brother, who was slain by Su Junfang during the new student assessment, how he was incited to assist, how he deceived the dormitory supervisor, and ultimately, how he met his demise at the hands of Su Junfang. What audacity, Kaiyam. Your death is truly a trifling matter, remarked the elder with the surname Wei. Kan Mingxi, since you have confessed everything, as a 6th-year student, you have unlawfully attacked a lower-year student, exhibiting both the motive and action to kill. Therefore, you shall be expelled from the academy. Do you have any objections? Kan Mingxi shook his head in response. Very well, there are no objections. An announcement will be made to the entire school tomorrow morning. For now, come with us tonight. Uncle Hu abruptly seized Kan Mingxi and soared into the sky through the shattered wall of the dormitory. It appears he is a formidable expert above the level of a soul saint. Su Xiao quietly approached Su Junfang at this moment and let out a long sigh. It seems I arrived just in time. You're truly remarkable. Su Junfang nudged Su Xiao with his shoulder, his voice sincere and filled with gratitude. Good brother. When Su Junfang summoned his martial soul, he shattered the entire floor, producing a resounding cacophony. Countless senior soul masters peered through the gaping holes in the floor, eager to glimpse the happenings within room 0289, their heads bobbing like a sea of curiosity. The dormitory for the new students erupted in commotion. They had all heard the thunderous noise and converged at the doorway of room 0289, driven by an insatiable desire to uncover the truth. The door of room 0289 was breached once more, yet the students who rushed in were met with the sight of numerous teachers standing rigidly, immobile. They found themselves caught in a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat. An elderly man with a commanding presence summoned his soul power and bellowed at the seniors from the 2nd to 6th floors. Return to your quarters and resume your slumber. This does not concern you. Su Junfang stood beside Wilson, not perceiving the volume of his voice as particularly loud. However, under the influence of soul power, the elder's voice resonated clearly even on the 6th floor. The senior students were well aware that this elder, named Wilson, was one of the vice presidents of the elite academy of the Spirit Hall, specifically the one in charge of affairs. They obediently returned to their positions. Despite the gaping holes in the floor, Wilson turned his head and called out, "Old Yi." From the group of teachers at the Spirit Hall emerged an elderly man with a youthful appearance, standing tall and exuding an energetic demeanor. Old Yi glanced up to inspect the ceiling that had been pierced through to the sky, then unleashed his martial spirit. A phantom of a large, earth-toned bull materialized behind him. Old Yi's form expanded, sharp bull horns sprouting from his head, and his muscular physique elevated him to nearly 3 meters. Resembling the legendary Minotaur from Su Junfang's past life. With a sweeping motion of his hand, chunks of earth and scattered stones surged back into the hole as if time were reversing, beginning the repair from the uppermost breach. The debris swiftly returned to its original position, and with Old Yi reinforcing the earth elements, the ceiling on the 6th floor was soon restored and fortified. Without uttering a word, he silently commenced mending the fractured walls of room 0289. As Old Yi worked on the wall, Wilson had already dispersed the curious newcomers who had gathered to witness the scene. Another teacher approached the charred remains of Chorm, enveloped in soul power to confirm his death, and nodded towards the elder Wilson. Once the situation seemed to be under control, the group of teachers carried Chorm's body away from the partially repaired remnants of the wall. After addressing all matters, Wilson finally turned his attention to Su Junfang. "Little Su, are you injured? It seems we have not provided adequate protection." No. Thank you for your timely arrival," Su replied. "I never expected such a mishap." This classmate Su Xiao mentioned that the dormitory supervisor was drugged and is now unconscious. Likely orchestrated by Chorm, who planned meticulously. Wilson cast an appreciative glance at Su Junfang. To have turned the tables on him is no small feat, however. Your martial spirit. I recall that it was not this one last time. Could it be that you possess dual martial spirits? Wilson noticed the sustained presence of Su Junfang's martial spirit, the Azure Lightning deity, still hovering steadily behind him. "Teacher, I was just about to inquire about this," Su Junfang said, seizing the opportunity to ask. "My previous martial spirit was a lightning attribute attachment type, but after some unknown stimulus, it transformed into this projection type. My physical enhancement seems minimal. Do you have any insights on this matter?" After gathering some information from Su Junfang, Wilson pondered for a moment before responding, "In my opinion, this is a mutation of your martial spirit, an acquired mutation. The nature of martial spirits is profoundly mysterious. No one can precisely describe why such changes occur or what might have triggered the transformation. As for your distinction between projection and attachment, there is little cause for concern, as this is also a documented form of martial spirit in the archives of the Spirit Hall. Some soul masters even deliberately forsake their attachment capabilities to cultivate their martial spirits into this form." At Wilson's words, Su Junfang suddenly recalled that in the original narrative, Master Yu Xiaozhang's martial spirit, the Luo San Pao, was not an attachment type but a projection type, albeit considerably weaker. Su Junfang hurriedly inquired, "Which is more formidable, possession or projection? If the martial spirit is projected, does that imply I possess no offensive capability?" Determining strength is a matter of perspective. It largely depends on the individual. Mastery and execution often surpasses raw power. Your personal enhancement may indeed be minimal, yet, when utilized adeptly, it can be extraordinarily potent. Upon hearing Wilson's elucidation, Su Junfang's eyes sparkled with realization. It appeared that the projective martial spirit was indeed formidable, albeit Yu Xiaozhang had failed to harness this anomaly effectively. Noting Su Junfang's cessation of inquiries, Wilson placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Young Su, while we seem to have reached a preliminary conclusion, you will need to accompany me back to document your account. I understand your fatigue, but given the gravity of this matter, we cannot afford any delay." Su Junfang was in high spirits. "No problem, let's go now." He chuckled. Wilson turned back to Su with a smile. "Su Junfang, you should express your gratitude to your roommate, for it was he who sensed something amiss and came to inform us in the dead of night." Su Junfang deeply agreed, saying, "Laughing brother, such kindness deserves no words of thanks. In the future, I shall surely repay it." Su Sharn sat on the bed, a long-lost smile gracing his face. "Hey, we're all brothers, it's only natural." Wilson patted Su Junfang's shoulder and said, "Come on, let's take a trip and return to rest." Initially, Wilson had intended to soar through the remnants of the wall, but since it had been repaired by Old Yi, the two had no choice but to exit through the door of room 0289. Chapter 113, The Thunder Emperor. The following morning, in the cafeteria. "Junfang, are you really okay?" Hu Liena inquired anxiously, searching Su Junfang's body for any hidden injuries. However, Su Junfang suspected that Hu Liena was merely taking advantage of him. "I'm fine. It's just that my martial soul has undergone some mutations. Oh, by the way, I have reached level 30. Su Junfang calmly narrated this potentially hard-to-accept truth to Hu Liena. "What?" As Su Junfang anticipated, Hu Liena tightly clutched the corner of his garment, momentarily speechless. You have become a soul Douluo. Hu Liena's eyes widened in disbelief, reflecting her astonishment. Not a soul Douluo yet. I have yet to reach that stage. I am at level 30, just one spirit ring away from becoming a soul Douluo. As Su Junfang spoke, an inadvertent hint of pride slipped into her voice. Ah. Hu Liena believed that Su Junfang would not deceive her regarding such matters, so it must indeed be true. While she whimsically complained, she playfully tousled Su Junfang's hair. Last night, when I saw the brilliant flash from your cannon, I knew something was amiss. I came out of the dormitory to find you, but before I could arrive, the teachers had already shown up. When I saw you emerge from the dormitory with that old man, I realized you were safe and decided against searching for you. This morning, I heard rumors about an upperclassman plotting your assassination. Who is it? Let's deal with him. Also, what on earth transpired last night? Faced with Hu Liena's barrage of questions, Su Junfang could only respond to each one in turn. Feeling Hu Liena's genuine concern for her, a warmth blossomed in her heart. Su Junfang recounted the events of the previous night to Hu Liena in their entirety, narrating every detail with utmost honesty. Last night, Su Junfang retaliated against Qiaomu, confronting Wilson and a group of teachers along with Kan Ming, unraveling the entire assassination plot. Upon returning to his chamber, Su Junfang engaged in further discourse with Su Xia, ultimately grasping the complete sequence of events. Qiaomu, driven by the demise of his brother at the hands of Su Junfang during the initial trial at the Spirit Hall, inexplicably succumbed to madness and chose to attempt an assassination of Su Junfang just before his impending graduation. Kan Mingxi, Qiaomu's roommate, maintained a tenuous relationship with him, as their association was primarily one of mutual exploitation, stemming from Kan Mingxi's unique abilities that rendered him a convenient companion for Qiaomu. When Qiaomu proposed that Kan Mingxi assist in the assassination of Su Junfang, Kan Mingxi initially declined. However, under the dual pressures of inducements and threats wielded by Qiaomu's familial influence, Kan Mingxi found himself with no option but to acquiesce. Given that the dormitory supervisors possessed relatively low combat prowess, even the most formidable among them, a sixth-year supervisor, was merely a spirit king. Emerging from a lineage entwined with the assassination trade, Qiaomu possessed an array of sedatives and poisons. Together, he and Kan Mingxi conspired to incapacitate the dormitory supervisors on the first 3 floors. In the dead of night, Kan Mingxi employed his martial spirit abilities to ensnare Su Junfang within an illusion, preparing to enact his lethal intentions within that phantasmagorical realm. Xiaosu was abruptly awakened by an ominous aura in the middle of the night. Upon noticing that Su Jun's room was enveloped in a shroud of black mist, he stealthily exited his own chamber. Initially, he intended to summon the dormitory supervisor for assistance. However, he soon discovered that the supervisors on both the first and second floors had been rendered unconscious, instinctively assuming that all the supervisors were incapacitated. He hastily fled the dormitory area, making his way towards the classroom zone. To his dismay, most of the teachers were absent from the classrooms, leaving Su Xiao in a state of anxious uncertainty. Su Xiao was oblivious to the whereabouts of the teacher's slumber as he frantically raced through the corridors, searching in every direction. Su Xiao's frenzied antics were witnessed by the vice principal, who was preoccupied with matters in the dead of night. Su Xiao conveyed what he had witnessed to the vice principal. Upon learning that the one in trouble was Su Junfang, the vice principal was taken aback and immediately summoned a group of teachers. Subsequently, a thunderous roar echoed, accompanied by flashes of lightning, further substantiating the veracity of Su Xiao's claims. The teachers hurriedly rushed to the rescue. Su Junfang meticulously elucidated the sequence of events to Hu Liena, presenting a clear cause and effect relationship. What a remarkable performance! Upon hearing this, Hu Liena's captivating eyes gleamed with fury. Such an effortless demise truly seemed an injustice to him. What fate befell Kan Ming? What punishment did the school impose? An announcement was to be made this morning. Kan Ming was expelled. Nearly an expulsion? Hu Liena's expression was one of dissatisfaction. Have you not considered leveraging your grandfather's connections? Ah, this trivial matter need not trouble my grandfather. I shall personally ensure it is resolved. Su Junfang's eyes shimmered with a sinister light. What do you intend to do? Committing murder at school would surely result in punishment, wouldn't it? Hu Liena was well aware of Su Junfang's ruthless nature. Su Junfang would never spare those who nearly cost him his life. Yet he couldn't help but worry that Su Junfang might also face expulsion from the school. Su Junfang's gaze returned to tranquility. I have my own plans, so you need not worry. By the way, you mentioned that your martial soul has undergone a mutation. What has it transformed into? Oh, that. Let me show you. I'm uncertain whether it is good or bad. After finishing their breakfast in the cafeteria, Su Junfang and Hu Liena made their way to the plaza of the Spirit Hall. Behold, my spirit has transformed into this, Su Junfang declared as he summoned his soul power to unveil his martial spirit. In an instant, a dazzling display of electric lights erupted, with a thunder dragon coiling amidst the tempestuous winds that whipped around them. As the storm subsided, tranquility enveloped the scene. A valiant young general hovered silently, surrounded by a halo of thunder that perpetually crackled with bolts of lightning. Given the cumbersome and intricate name of the 9 heavens responding thunder, Su Junfang resolved to simply refer to it as the Thunder Emperor. The name not only exuded an aura of power but also cleverly concealed the true nature of his martial spirit. It was not uncommon for participants in competitions to adopt a pseudonym for their martial spirits, for instance, during the upcoming Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament. The captain of the Tianshui Academy team, Shui Binger, had introduced her martial spirit as the Condensed Water Phoenix in the animated version, though it was later revealed that her true spirit was the Ice Phoenix, with the Condensed Water Phoenix merely being a faade. Your martial spirit is magnificent. It is far more impressive than that mask you used to wear, Hu Liena exclaimed, gazing at the nine heavens responding thunder with admiration. Junfang was well aware of Hu Liena's penchant for attractive appearances. The sparkle of admiration in Hu Liena's eyes made Junfang feel grateful for his handsome visage. In this life, he truly felt a distinction from his past existence. While he remained handsome, he could no longer embody the charm himself. The soul techniques he once wielded could now only be unleashed through another's hands, as he was unable to release them himself. Junfang pointed to the Thunder Emperor behind him. Hu Liena was taken aback. Are you implying that you can no longer wield your barbaric Thunder Whip in the Ethereal Dragon? You can only manipulate this detached martial soul to unleash its power? Indeed, that is precisely the case, he affirmed. However, there is a drawback. If the opponent persistently targets your true self, wouldn't that place you at a disadvantage? Hu Liena quickly discerned the crux of the issue. While there is a disadvantage, if utilized effectively, it could transform into a formidable advantage. Junfang confidently remarked, I believe that other soul masters may indeed face the dilemma of insufficient innate combat power. However, I currently possess a soul bone, and I am certain that I shall acquire even more in the future, coupled with my self-created soul techniques and martial skills. This martial soul feels akin to having a formidable doppelganger at my disposal. Moreover, I have discovered that the Thunder Emperor martial soul does not entirely require my control. It possesses a certain consciousness of its own, albeit purely a combat consciousness. As Junfang spoke, he cast a glance at Hu Liena's reaction. The Thunder Emperor and I share a profound connection, transcending the need for verbal communication. We can link through our consciousness. Thus, it is as if I possess a projection of myself that shares my thoughts. Consequently, my adversaries will be confronted by two of me. Therefore, the strength of the martial soul hinges on my ability to wield it effectively. Upon hearing Junfang's words, Hu Liena immediately comprehended the depth of his insight. If a soul master possesses sufficient strength, an externalized martial soul indeed holds significant advantages, especially when the soul master's capabilities are rooted in self-created soul techniques and soul bones, both of which are Junfang's forte. Observing the confidence radiating from Junfang as he spoke eloquently, Hu Liena found herself captivated by his profile illuminated by the morning sun. There is nothing more charming than a dedicated young man. Junfang remained oblivious to the fact that his profile, illuminated by the warm sunlight, had been etched deep within the heart of Hu Liena. He was momentarily absorbed in contemplation on how to optimally harness the advantages of his spirit. Presently, Junfang's circumstances resembled that of a guardian spirit in the realm of Zhenhun Street. His martial spirit acted as a protective entity, assisting him in battle. The guardian spirit represented a formidable force, while he himself could fully capitalize on the utilization of soul bones, the golden light spell of Mount Longhu, lightning techniques, and the martial skills derived from fragments of the memory of the supreme deity of thunder. In this manner, he effectively embodied the prowess of two soul masters. Furthermore, he possessed a second martial spirit, a fact he had kept secret from all, a death monarch spirit, which was indeed an embodiment-type spirit. Junfang pondered whether it would be possible to simultaneously unleash his first martial soul, an external-type martial soul, while his second martial soul manifested. If such a feat were to be accomplished, the magnitude of power derived from wielding two martial souls in conjunction was beyond his imagination. Chapter 114. March. The second class of new students. In the final class, over 60 new students sat quietly at their desks. After 3 months of rigorous training under Zhang Cheche's guidance, although their soul power levels had not risen significantly, each student exuded a newfound air of composure and determination. Clearing her throat, Zhang Cheche commanded the attention of her students, who immediately straightened their posture. Today's practical class would be set aside for the moment. Despite her youthful appearance and beauty, none dared to show her disrespect, not even the most rebellious soul master in the class, who now sat quietly listening. 3 months had elapsed since the beginning of the semester, and the students were now on the verge of facing the new student assessment. Only by passing this assessment could they officially become first-year students and continue their training at the Spirit Hall Elite Academy. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would be able to remain at the academy for training until at least the graduation examination for first-year students. The assessment was set to commence in 1 day. And today, Zhang Cheche would outline the key points of the evaluation. As Zhang Cheche earnestly elaborated on the details, Junfang listened attentively. The teacher's words were of paramount importance. However, Junfang felt a pang of regret. He had just broken through to level 30 the previous day. Had he obtained a third spirit ring before the assessment, his performance would surely have been more impressive. Yet, time was not on his side. The assessment was fixed for the following day. There was insufficient time for him to venture into the Stardow Forest, let alone hunt soul beasts in return. Finding a suitable soul beast also required time. Therefore, Junfang surmised that upgrading to Soul Master before the assessment was an unattainable goal. Hu Liena. Here. Hu Liena responded promptly. Zhang Cheche regarded Hu Liena, who stood straight as an arrow, with great satisfaction. Among the students she had taught, Hu Liena demonstrated the highest level of comprehension, surpassing even the other prodigy in the class, Junfang, in terms of insight, making teaching her a particularly gratifying experience. Zhang Cheche gestured for Hu Liena to approach. Due to her exceptional soul power, she was often entrusted with the role of class monitor. Although unofficial, the classmates had come to regard her as such. Zhang Cheche handed Hu Liena a stack of papers, stating, "A few days ago, I asked you to reflect on your future training direction. Please write it down on the paper. Once completed, I will collect it. After the assessment, we will tailor our instruction to suit your choices. So I hope you will take responsibility for your decisions." During Zhang Cheche's address, Hu Liena promptly distributed the sheets of paper to her classmates. Junfang exchanged a glance with Hu Liena, who was preparing to return to her seat, before bowing her head to inscribe her own cultivation direction. The cultivation directions referred to by Zhang Cheche pertain to the categorization of soul masters, such as offensive, defensive, control, and support classifications. During the initial 3 months of instruction, all students could learn together. However, once the true first-year studies commenced, distinctions would need to be made. The training inclinations of different categories of soul masters vary significantly, necessitating tailored teaching approaches. Junfang unhesitatingly inscribed Assault-type Battle Soul Master on the paper, swiftly signing his name. As the other students gradually completed their entries, the teacher collected all the papers at the podium. Zhang Cheche resumed the lecture, addressing the class. "You are all my students. Although there will be a reallocation of classes following the freshman assessment, I hope that most of you will succeed in this evaluation. Now, let me elucidate the key points of the freshman examination." As he spoke, Zhang Cheche turned to face the blackboard, sketching a few simple lines and inscribing the word combat in the center. The educational approach of the Spirit Hall has always been thus. The abilities of Soul Masters must be honed through combat, and participation is mandatory for everyone, including Weapon Soul Masters, Support Type, and Food Type Soul Masters. While the Spirit Hall does tailor its education to individual strengths, the paramount criterion remains one's capabilities on the battlefield. The Support and Food Type Soul Masters in the audience felt a tinge of anxiety, yet they maintained their composure. Having been informed of this matter on the very first day of school, on the inaugural day, I stated that to stand out, your abilities must be formidable. But where does such ability stem from? It appears that it must arise from combat. Therefore, all of you must partake in the combat assessment. Of course, the Academy would never pit Support-type Weapon Soul Masters against Assault-type Battle Soul Masters, as that would be unjust. Hence, the freshman assessment will take the form of team battles. Upon hearing this, many of the non-combat Soul Masters in the audience breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing they had to fight was one matter. Engaging in actual combat was quite another. The team battle format alleviated their greatest apprehension. The number of participants in each team would not be excessive. It was determined that each team would consist of 3 members, representing a high standard for potential cooperation at your age. During team formation, there could be no more than 1 Assault-type Battle Soul Master per group, with the remaining 2 members free to be chosen. At this moment, Junfang glanced back at Hu Liena. Sensing his gaze, Hu Liena smiled at him, and they both understood the implication. Initially, students from the same dormitory would be grouped together, while others could form teams freely. Those who failed to create their own teams would be assigned by drawing lots. Shortly, I will provide a reasonable plan for team formation. The freshman assessment will be conducted uniformly across the entire grade, as the number of students at the Spirit Elite Academy is substantial. This time, nearly 300 teams of students will participate in the freshman assessment, but only slightly more than half will remain, specifically the top 150 teams. This ranking will be determined based on the points accrued during your combat matches. Junfang was not particularly sensitive to the number 150, for his aspiration had always been to secure the top position in this session. However, the other students, who regarded themselves as less capable, inevitably displayed expressions of bitterness. Zhang Cheche did not allow the students' discontent to deter him from his lecture. The competition was to be conducted through a drawing of lots, with each group of students required to engage in no fewer than 10 battles. Ultimately, rankings would be determined by the number of victories. The 64 teams with the highest rankings would advance to the elimination rounds, with the top 4 securing privileges within the academy. Each student listened intently, for the freshman assessment represented the critical juncture for their continued presence. Should they be eliminated, they would be relegated to the next tier of the Spirit Hall Academy. Having labored for 3 months, none wished to face elimination at this juncture. The preceding discussion focused on the assessment rules. Now, Zhang Cheche began to address the groupings directly related to Class 2 of the freshmen. Each class comprised 60 students, allowing for the formation of 20 groups. After 3 months of observation, I possess a deeper understanding of your strengths and weaknesses than you may perceive yourselves. I have categorized you according to your respective spirit attributes and, following careful analysis, completed the group assignments. Zhang Cheche paused to gauge the students' reactions. Should anyone be dissatisfied, you may alter your placements upon returning. However, If no objections are raised by tomorrow morning when I finalize the submissions, my arrangements must be adhered to strictly. And no further inquiries will be entertained. Do you understand? Understood. The students of Class 2 responded in unison. Zhang Cheche raised his hand to unveil the pre-written roster of group assignments on the lectern, declaring, "Let us commence with the groupings." The first group consists of Hu Liena, Su Junfang, and Shi Qian. Su Junfang was not the least bit surprised. Even if Zhang Cheche was unaware that he had just broken through to level 30 yesterday, he remained the highest-ranked and most formidable individual in the class, aside from Hu Liena. Moreover, with Hu Liena of the second freshman class at level 32, it would indeed be puzzling if the teacher had not grouped him and Hu Liena together to form a class elite. Of course, Su Junfang understood that it was possible for the teacher to assign him and Hu Liena to separate groups, potentially allowing more students from the second class to pass the assessment. However, teachers are human too, susceptible to personal desires. Each year's champion group in the freshman competition bestows rewards upon their homeroom teachers. The presence of two individuals with the most exceptional talents in Zhang Cheche's class had already ignited envy among many of her colleagues. If Zhang Cheche failed to capitalize on this advantage to assemble a formidable squad for the second class, she would hardly be fit to be its instructor. After all, the second class was one of the two strongest among the 14 freshman classes, without a modicum of strength, strategy, and connections. How could Zhang Cheche have secured such a coveted class from so many teachers? Su Junfang turned to look at Hu Liena. Hu Liena smiled faintly, for she had anticipated this moment. She gave him a slight nod of her head. Su Junfang followed her gaze and beheld a girl of delicate demeanor and charming appearance. Su Junfang comprehended the implication behind Hu Liena's words. The individual in question was her roommate, Cici. Although Cici and Su Junfang had crossed paths several times due to Hu Liena's influence, their acquaintance remained rather superficial. As Su Junfang observed Cici, she too was gazing at him. Feeling a touch of shyness, Cici blushed and cast a fleeting glance at Su Junfang before diverting her gaze. Unperturbed by the subtle movements of their classmates below, Zhang Cheche continued to announce the group assignments. Group 19, Jessica, Baisluo, Chiye. Group 20, Zhaoli, Jia Coffees, Chuanza. With this, the allocation of all groups was complete. Prior to Zhang Cheche's announcements, the students harbored a lingering apprehension about not being placed in the same group as their desired companions. However, upon the revelation of the groupings, each participant felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Su Junfang observed quietly and couldn't help but marvel. Zhang Cheche truly lived up to her role as a teacher. She possessed a profound understanding of each student. The groupings were arranged in such a manner that most students appeared content, evidently orchestrated by her. Well then, this is how the grouping stands. Should there be any concerns, please bring them to my attention promptly after class. You will have a day to contemplate this arrangement. Other classes are also undergoing group formations, though they are unlikely to progress as swiftly as ours. It would be prudent for you all to familiarize yourselves with one another upon returning today and practice together to ensure smooth collaboration during assessments. Tomorrow, there are no classes, so feel free to engage in appropriate practice sessions among your groups, yet it is advisable to conserve your energy. Starting the day after tomorrow with the new student assessments, I hope that everyone in the 20 groups will advance. All right, class dismissed. Goodbye, teacher, the students exclaimed as they swiftly packed their bags, eager to harmonize with their group partners. Hu Liena, Su Junfang, Shi Qian, please stay behind. Su Junfang was tidying her backpack when she momentarily paused upon hearing the remark. Before resuming her task, the other students, one by one, departed from the classroom, carrying their bags back to the dormitory, leaving only Su Junfang and two others behind. Meanwhile, some classes were still engaged in fervent discussions regarding the grouping for the freshman assessment. Su Junfang, Hu Liena, and Cici approached the podium where Zhang Cheche stood. Teacher, what is the matter? Su Junfang was the first to inquire, harboring a vague suspicion that it pertained to the assessment. As anticipated, Zhang Cheche, gazing at the three, spoke gently. The reason I summoned you three is straightforward. You are the elite I have selected from our class. Your talents and combat prowess are unparalleled. I hope that you can secure the championship in the upcoming freshman assessment. Is that achievable? Absolutely, teacher, Hu Liena responded first, casting a glance at Su Junfang. She assured Zhang Cheche, this championship is destined to be ours. Hu Liena exuded an aura of confidence and pride. Zhang Cheche felt a sense of relief. Yet as a teacher, she cautioned, having confidence is excellent, but you must never underestimate your opponents in battle. Although you are strong, other classes also possess formidable competitors. Understood. The three nodded in agreement. Zhang Cheche's gaze shifted from Hu Liena to Su Junfang. We already discussed last night's incident this morning. It won't affect your participation in the assessment, will it? Indeed, last night's events were significant. Zhang Cheche, as the homeroom teacher, had engaged in a thorough dialogue with Su Junfang. Before Su Junfang could respond, Hu Liena interjected eagerly, Teacher, he has advanced to level 30. Really? Zhang Cheche's eyes sparkled with surprise. This was news Su Junfang had not shared with her in the morning. Su Junfang felt helpless, acknowledging, Yes. I broke through to level 30 last night, but regrettably, I haven't had the time to hunt for soul rings. Why didn't you tell me this morning? Zhang Cheche asked, her tone tinged with mild reproach. I simply didn't find the moment to inform you, Su Junfang replied. All right. I suppose it's my fault for not asking. Zhang Cheche maintained a composed exterior, yet internally felt immense joy. She was increasingly convinced that she was the rightful teacher for this year's champion. Participating in battles before obtaining your soul rings is beneficial. You have just leveled up. And your mastery over soul power is still developing. Engaging in combat will enhance your application of soul power. By the way, teacher, my martial soul has undergone a mutation. Su Junfang intends to elucidate the entire matter. Has it mutated? Allow me to observe. Zhang Zhizhi furrowed his brow. Su Junfang once again unleashed his martial soul and shared his combat philosophy with the teacher. Zhang Cheche discerned that the mutated martial soul was evidently of a higher caliber than Su Junfang's previous one, which alleviated her concerns. She then offered her own insights in accordance with Su Junfang's combat principles. Finally, Zhang Cheche turned to Cici. Cici, your talent is also remarkable. Although you may not possess the same level as Hu Liena and Su Junfang, as a support-type soul master, you are among the finest in our class. However, you have always harbored a weakness. Your physical condition is rather poor. During assessments, you must take care to protect yourself and not solely rely on Hu Liena and Su Junfang. Your own combat prowess is equally important. Cici nodded obediently, pursing her lips, resembling a newly born child. All right, I have no further instructions. I wish you all a successful assessment. Zhang Cheche rose. Thank you, teacher. Goodbye. Su Junfang and the two others departed. Behind them, Zhang Cheche smiled as she watched their figures fade away. Chapter 115. Sparring 1. Su Junfang, Hu Liena, and Cici each returned their backpacks and miscellaneous items to their dormitory, agreeing to reconvene downstairs to discuss and refine their strategies and tactical coordination. Upon returning to the dormitory, Su Junfang discovered that Su Xiao had inexplicably not returned. She dropped her backpack and promptly ventured out once more. Su Junfang arrived first. After waiting for approximately 3 minutes, Hu Liena and Cici finally arrived together. Su Junfang took the initiative to approach and said, "The assessment will officially commence the day after tomorrow. Let us familiarize ourselves with our martial souls and discuss strategies." Hu Liena replied, "Indeed, we both understand that the primary focus is to get acquainted with Cici." Although the group of soul masters had been classmates for 3 months, their interactions during lessons did not extend to their individual training sessions. Furthermore, as the instructor had not facilitated introductions, they remained largely unaware of each other's martial souls. Su Junfang was only aware that Cici was a support-type soul master, and nothing more. Upon hearing Hu Liena steer the conversation towards her, Cici spoke up. "My martial soul is known as the Jade Rui, a versatile support-type martial soul. I am currently at level 23, possessing only 2 soul rings. My first soul skill is called Light of Attack, which enhances the attack soul skills of the aided by 15% and also boosts the physical capabilities of the soul master by 10%. Su Junfang's eyes sparkled with realization. No wonder Zhang Cheche had grouped Cici with the two of them. Although it was the first time Su Junfang had heard of the Jade Rui martial soul, it did not hinder his admiration for its formidable supportive capabilities. Typically, auxiliary soul master's first soul skills can only amplify a single attribute or direction by 5 to 10%. Achieving a 10% enhancement is already considered a mark of a high-level auxiliary martial soul. Remarkably, Cici's first soul skill simultaneously enhances both physical strength and soul skills, making it exceptionally powerful. But that was not all. Cici continued. "My second soul skill is the Light of Defense, which increases a soul master's defensive capabilities by 15% and enhances their physical constitution by 10%. Upon hearing this, Su Junfang silently commended the notion. With both him and Hu Liena present, their offensive and control capabilities were assured. Therefore, the addition of another support-type soul master was undoubtedly the most prudent choice, especially considering the formidable nature of Shishi's 2 soul abilities. With Shishi in our ranks, our overall strength could indeed see a significant enhancement." Hu Liena's words were directed specifically at Su Junfang. "Very well, Shishi, allow me to share the details of my martial soul. As you may not be entirely familiar with it," Hu Liena gently proclaimed, "my martial soul is the Demon Fox, a control-type martial soul possessing mental attributes, primarily focused on spiritual attacks. I am a level 32 soul master." Shishi's expression was visibly stirred, her astonishment palpable. "For now, I shall refrain from disclosing my soul abilities. You will experience them firsthand during our practice." Hu Liena flashed a friendly smile at Shishi. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Shishi perceived a hint of malice in her roommate's smile and instinctively recoiled, her neck retracting slightly. Su Junfang took the lead in the conversation. "My martial soul, as you have all witnessed, has undergone a slight transformation, evolving from an attached martial soul to an external manifestation. My martial soul is called Thunder Emperor, a humanoid martial soul with the attribute of ultimate lightning. I am a powerful assault-type soul master, proficient in ranged, medium range, and close combat. I possess a soul power of level 30, though I have yet to acquire a soul ring. As for soul skills, we shall discuss them during practice." Shishi couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. She had considered her cultivation speed to be quite rapid, earning a reputation as a talented individual in her previous academy. However, Upon arriving here, she realized that there were indeed many extraordinary talents. The two individuals beside her were particularly remarkable. Yet, as she reflected on her situation, she reminded herself that she was in the company of these two exceptional figures, destined to soar to greater heights, which lifted her spirits considerably. Shall we begin now? Where should we practice? Shishi spoke softly, her voice imbued with a sense of delicacy. There are plenty of open spaces within the academy. Let us find a secluded area in that grove over there. Ensuring we are not disturbed, the trio reached a consensus and traversed the vast training ground, making their way toward the small grove. Due to the recent grouping and the impending assessment in 2 days, many students were congregating in threes, discussing their battle strategies. Junfang and the three of them navigated through the throngs of people and discovered a spacious patch of barren land. How shall we practice? Shall it be a battle or a skills demonstration? Certainly a battle. Let us engage in several rounds. Cici, we shall alternate our roles. In the first round, how about you and Cici team up against me? Hu Liena proposed with enthusiasm. Sister Na, I'm not an object to be used interchangeably. Do not make me sound like mere equipment. Cici pouted adorably. Oh, you are not just a tool, you are a tool user, Hu Liena teased, pinching Cici's fair cheek. Sister Na, Cici exclaimed indignantly, swatting away Hu Liena's hand. So, is that settled? Junfang inquired. All right then, let us proceed with that, Cici acquiesced. Let us maintain a distance. I think 30 meters should suffice, Junfang suggested. No problem, Hu Liena replied without hesitation, turning to stride away. Junfang also retreated with Shiqian in tow. Junfang stood in the front, with Shiqian behind her. This represents a classic positioning of an auxiliary spirit master alongside a powerful attack spirit master. Hu Liena, I am commencing now, so do exercise caution. Junfang shouted to Hu Liena, who stood 30 meters away. Come at me if you dare. Junfang no longer hesitated. A torrent of lightning surged forth. Centering around him, and a pillar of thunder erupted skyward. Bathed in the brilliance of the lightning, Junfang extended his arms, and a formidable silhouette emerged amidst the cascading bolts. Junfang and Lady shared a profound connection. In an instant, Lady surged forth like a released arrow, transforming into a bolt of lightning aimed directly at Hu Liena. Lady possessed a subtle yet significant advantage. While ordinary mimicry-type martial souls are linked to the minds of soul masters, the alluring martial soul, which corresponds to the enchanting soul master, was different in Lady's case. He harbored his own consciousness. Even if Junfang's true form were to be subdued, it would not hinder the offensive capabilities of the mimicry martial soul. As Hu Liena attempted to bewitch Lady with her gaze, she found his eyes shimmering with a chilling blue light, devoid of the warmth of life. In that moment, Hu Liena realized the futility of attempting to enchant a being whose martial soul lacked any semblance of human desire. It would be a reckless expenditure of soul power. Suddenly, Hu Liena's form became ethereal, evading the oncoming lightning strike. Her mastery of the instant step technique had grown increasingly refined, creating the illusion of multiple Hu Lienas existing simultaneously as shadows intertwined. Within mere moments, the ephemeral Hu Liena accelerated dramatically, her silhouette advancing towards Junfang. The swiftness of Hu Liena was astonishing. Junfang had not anticipated such a rapid assault, and his response faltered. A golden flame-like soul power enveloped Junfang, casting a protective golden light around him. As Junfang was about to make a move, Hu Liena before him unexpectedly transformed into a wisp of shadow and retreated. This is not good. If the target of the attack is not Junfang, then it must be Shishi behind him. Junfang had never collaborated with a support-type soul master in combat, which led him to neglect their safety during skirmishes. This was the crux of the issue. Suddenly, Junfang pivoted, realizing that he must remain vigilant in protecting the support-type soul master throughout the match. A golden flame transformed into a colossal hand, reaching for Hu Liena's waist. Sensing a malicious wind approaching from behind, Hu Liena leapt into the air. The golden hand grasped at nothing but air, then swiftly circled back, targeting Hu Liena, who found herself suspended in midair with nowhere to land. With a fluid grace, Hu Liena's toes merely grazed the golden hand as she propelled herself towards Shishi. It appeared that Hu Liena had no intention of fighting earnestly. Instead, she enveloped her fist in soul power and struck towards Shishi. Although Shishi's expression flickered with a hint of panic, she was far from helpless. In a flash of brilliance, a jade rui, shimmering with an extraordinary luster, materialized in her grasp. Her second soul ring glimmered briefly, casting a shield of light upon herself. A peculiar, yellow protective membrane enveloped Shishi. As a fist the size of a sandbag descended, Shishi hastily raised her staff in defense. The impact resonated with a resounding thud. Shishi was pushed backward by the immense force yet retained her defensive posture, her delicate face paling slightly. Even with the protective light, her level 23 cultivation could not withstand Hu Liena's might. After all, she was a support-type soul master. Hu Liena did not linger in confrontation with Shishi. Instead, she executed a backflip and gracefully landed in front of Junfang. Now, do you see where your shortcomings lie? Hu Liena remarked with a playful smile directed at Junfang, referring to the lack of adequate protection provided by the assault-type soul masters to their support counterparts. Indeed, he had previously overlooked these aspects, with limited experience in team battles. He would need to learn and adapt over time. Junfang graciously acknowledged the mistake. It's my turn now. Su Junfang raised an eyebrow as the second soul ring shimmered into view. It was only then that she noticed the second soul ring of Su Junfang was, in fact, a striking purple, prompting her to exclaim, "A 1,000-year soul ring?" It must be said that in this era, a second soul ring of a millennium is undoubtedly an extraordinary sight. That resplendent purple would be etched into the minds of every soul master who beheld it. The illusory dragon. The figure of the Thunder Emperor appeared above Hu Liena, and 2 azure dragons unleashed from his hands radiated a magnificent aura, exuding unparalleled might. Countless purple lightning bolts tore through the heavens, as the formidable head of the Thunder Dragon collided with Hu Liena's form, shattering the earth beneath. The sheer force was astonishing, and the intensity of the onslaught was akin to a falling star or thunderous stones descending from the sky. The barren ground was obliterated, leaving it shattered and fragmented, while the surface caved in, and within the craters, myriad bolts of thunder and fire swirled with the wind. Upon unleashing his soul technique, Su Junfang instantaneously propelled himself off the ground, his body enveloped in surging lightning, as electric energy converged within the palm of his hand. With a thunderous clap, Su Junfang leapt high into the air, delivering a powerful palm strike from above, dispersing some of the dense smoke generated by the explosive thunder and lightning. Su Junfang sought to take the initiative before Hu Liena could react. A beam of vibrant pink light pierced through the gray mist, striking Su Junfang directly. This was Hu Liena's first soul skill, Fox Charm. The gray haze not only provided Su Junfang with an advantage but also concealed the brilliance of Hu Liena's soul skill. Hu Liena anticipated that Su Junfang would seize this opportunity to launch a sneak attack, and with a swift invocation of her first soul skill, Su Junfang fell victim to it. The lightning gathered in Su Junfang's palm dissipated spontaneously, and his body became rigid mid-air, plummeting straight toward the smoke-shrouded ground. A large, silvery fox tail broke through the lightning-laden smoke, twisting and turning as it ensnared Su Junfang, who was descending vertically. Accompanying the fox tail was a defensive light unleashed by Cici, who seized the moment. "Little Junfang, you are quite ruthless with your sister," Hu Liena remarked playfully as she emerged from the thick mist. With her graceful figure, the foxtail swayed from side to side, the tip entangling Su Junfang, who was protected within the defensive light. Chapter 116, Sparring 2. Su Junfang found herself ensnared within the silken strands of Hu Liena's foxtail. Her body rendered weak and numb. Yet, fortified by Shishi's protective light, her condition was markedly improved compared to direct contact. The foxtail coiled around Su Junfang, positioning her directly in front of Hu Liena. Anticipating to witness the frustration etched upon Su Junfang's face, Hu Liena was taken aback when Su Junfang offered her a faint smile. An alarm bell rang loudly in Hu Liena's mind, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Suddenly, a lightning whip descended from above. Hu Liena swiftly sidestepped to the right, narrowly evading the scorched earth where the whip struck. Her gaze sharpened as she locked eyes with the Thunder Emperor, who wielded the lightning whip with an undeniable aura of authority. Trouble, Hu Liena mused. Although this outwardly expressive martial spirit meant that the Soul Master's own strength might be diminished, the distinctive ability to separate the Soul Master from the attacker was indeed remarkable. As long as the Soul Master's consciousness remained intact and unrestrained, with sufficient soul power, they could manipulate the mimicry of their martial spirit to launch an attack. A brilliant golden radiance spiraled around the intricate strands of Hu Liena's foxtail, illuminating Su Junfang. It was Shishi's first soul skill, the light of attack. Su Junfang's offensive prowess has been significantly enhanced. The Thunder Emperor suddenly vanished from sight, not through teleportation, but due to an astonishingly rapid movement. Boom. Hu Liena's pupils constricted as she instinctively sensed a lethal threat before her, yet all she could glimpse was a fleeting flash of blue electricity. Her dynamic vision failed to capture the trajectory of the Thunder Emperor's assault. With a swift flick of its silver tail, it ensnared Su Junfang, using him as a human shield at the tip of its foxtail. Su Junfang felt a secret sense of pride, for his unique constitution rendered him largely impervious to the force of lightning strikes, significantly diminishing their impact upon him. Moreover, he was still enveloped in the protective light bestowed by Cici, just as Su Junfang braced himself to withstand the impending blow and make his escape. The foxtail altered its trajectory, unexpectedly hurling him away. The lightning whip struck Hu Liena's foxtail, producing a crackling symphony of thunderous sounds. Su Junfang noticed that something was amiss and hurriedly ceased the onslaught of the Thunder Emperor. Before Su Junfang could inquire, Hu Liena's question came first. "Su Junfang, why do you not evade? Alternatively, you could withdraw your attack. Your defense has been dismantled by me, and enduring such a blow could inflict injury. There is no need to exert yourself so fiercely in order to defeat me, is there?" Upon hearing this, Su Junfang felt a warm sensation in her heart. Though she was tempted to laugh, Su Junfang smiled and said, "Did I not mention before that my constitution allows me to withstand most lightning strikes? Unlike other martial souls, my own lightning cannot harm me." Hu Liena raised her eyebrows slightly, her expression easing as she replied, "Oh, I see. It seems I was overly concerned." Su Junfang's lips curled into a smile. "I never anticipated you would cast me aside. This indeed signifies your defeat in this round. So, it appears that my concern for you is misplaced." Hu Liena, with a playful pout, replied, "Su Junfang, you are quite something." "Oh, do not be angry. It was my fault." "Humph. You always say the right things. Continue." After this brief interlude, Su Junfang, Cici, and Hu Liena resumed their practice. CC alternated between the camps of Su Junfang and Hu Liena, engaging in combat. Having witnessed the formidable power of Su Junfang's Millennium Spirit skill and personally experienced Hu Liena's third spirit skill, the Heavenly Fox's Mystic Sound, she felt a lingering apprehension but was equally filled with confidence in her pursuit of victory. Following numerous training sessions and discussions, the trio resolved to employ the most classic and practical tactical maneuvers during their competition. Hu Liena would initiate control with her fox charm, while Su Junfang would launch a fierce assault, striving for a complete annihilation in one fell swoop. Should they fail to achieve total defeat in a single strike, Hu Liena would revert to her previous tactics, ensnaring the opposing trio in her grasp, and the cycle would continue. Su Junfang was tasked with launching a fierce assault, aiming to annihilate the opponent in a single strike. Hu Liena was responsible for safeguarding CC behind her, maintaining control of the battlefield, and eliminating any remaining threats. CC, relatively at ease, would merely assist Su Junfang and Hu Liena at opportune moments, which served as a valuable exercise in timing for support-type soul masters. After their battle that afternoon, the trio engaged in only symbolic practice the following day, focusing primarily on sustaining their soul power. 2 days later, the students sat quietly in the classroom. It was the day of the assessment, and they had arrived early, awaiting Zhang Che's directives and arrangements. Zhang Cheche stood at the podium, her demeanor markedly different from her usual gentle disposition. She appeared stern and resolute. I have submitted our class's competition team. The match will commence shortly. You will participate in a total of 10 rounds of competition, during which you will largely avoid encountering classmates. However, should you face a fellow class member, do not presume that you can take it easy. You must exert your utmost effort. Maintain a relaxed mindset, adjust your physical state, and conserve your soul power. This is all I wish to convey to you before your assessment. Now, form a line and follow me. I will lead you to the assessment area. Ensure you have located your teammates, as our class will be mixed up during the competition. It would be chaotic to search for your teammates once you reach the arena. With that, Zhang Cheche stepped out of the classroom. The students silently followed, discreetly organizing their small teams of 3, and lined up orderly behind Zhang Cheche. Su Junfang, Hu Liena, and Cici stood immediately behind Zhang Cheche as they commenced their journey. Without uttering a word, Zhang Cheche led the group away. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the assessment area. The assessment zone of the Wuhuan Temple Elite Academy is situated in the northern part of the academy, contrasting with the soul fighting zone that Su Junfang had previously visited. Compared to the soul fighting zone, the assessment area boasts a significantly larger expanse. For the students of the Wuhuan Temple Elite Academy, this locale serves as both a stage and a battleground. The stage is a testament to the exceptional cultivation and formidable capabilities of soul masters, providing them an opportunity to showcase their talents. Conversely, the battleground represents the most direct evaluation for students of relatively lower cultivation levels. Each year, a substantial number of students are eliminated for failing to pass the assessments, the majority of which occur in this very area. As Zhang Cheche led the way, Su Junfang and the others gained a comprehensive view of the assessment zone. The area is elliptical in shape, not enclosed indoors, nor resembling the grand sports arena of the soul fighting zone. Instead, it is set in an open expanse, surrounded by a perimeter of walls, with the interior segmented by partitions into numerous small soul fighting platforms. These partitions can be adjusted to modify the size of the areas, akin to a collection of small arenas. The annual freshman assessments see the assessment area divided into the most sections, not only due to the large number of newcomers but also because their limited destructive power and attack range render a smaller space sufficient for demonstrating their abilities. The entire assessment area spans approximately 20,000 square meters and has currently been divided into about 40 sections, each measuring roughly 400 square meters, forming squares with sides of 20 meters. While not expansive, it is adequate for the freshmen, whose cultivation generally resides within the first and second rings. Upon arrival, Su Junfang noticed that the groupings had already been established, as Zhang Che's classmates queued at the entrance of the assessment area to sign in. They were subsequently escorted by instructors to various sections based on their previously reported groupings. Each class is fixed in size, comprising 20 groups, with a total of 14 classes, each group consisting of 3 individuals. Thus, a total of 840 participants are engaged in the assessment. These 840 individuals are divided into 280 groups, but ultimately only 150 groups, equating to 450 individuals, will be permitted to remain at the Wuhuan Temple Elite Academy, making the competition exceedingly fierce. This assessment is noted for having the highest elimination rate aside from the initial examination. The assessment area is divided into 40 sections, each hosting 7 groups of soul masters. The Wuhuan Temple has dispatched 40 soul masters to serve as judges and registrars in each examination venue, alongside 10 instructors who will circulate throughout the area, substituting teachers or addressing queries at intervals. Su Junfang, Hu Liena, and Shi, standing in the foremost position behind Zhang Cheche, were consequently the first to sign in and be escorted to their designated area. Su Junfang and his 2 companions were assigned to Assessment Zone 28. Upon their arrival, they discovered that 3 other groups were already seated, awaiting their turn. The striking presence of Hu Liena inevitably caught the attention of the waiting male students, who cast curious glances towards Su Junfang and his group. Once Su Junfang and his companions were delivered to the location, the teacher responsible for their transportation departed, leaving the trio to find a place to sit, much like the surrounding soul masters. As they waited for the arrival of the remaining groups and the commencement of the assessment, as other students from various classes gradually arrived to participate in the competition, some appeared anxious, while others seemed eager for a challenge. All present were merely 11 or 12 years of age, and their thoughts were easily discernible upon their faces. When their eyes met, one could sense the palpable spirit of competition and animosity among them. After all, it was highly likely that only half of them would remain after the trials. With 10 matches in total, the outcome of each contest would significantly impact their futures. Interestingly, Su Junfang observed a nearby group of students who were placing their palms together in a show of solidarity, encouraging one another with fervent declarations. What is our goal? Victory. What are we? Champions. Not only did Su Junfang hear this rallying cry, but Hu Liena did as well, secretly amused, her lips curling into a subtle smirk of derision. To shout so loudly in a public setting. How naive. The group, feeling the weight of Su Junfang's gaze, turned to look in their direction. Hu Liena shot them a fleeting glance before averting her gaze, yet the opposing group comprehended the mocking undertone in her expression. One member of that group glared back, hostility simmering in his eyes. Su Junfang made a swift motion across his neck with his left hand, signifying that their demise was imminent. The anger of the trio intensified. Yet Su Junfang chose to disregard them entirely. After a considerable interval, an announcement resonated throughout the Soul Hall examination area, amplified by a senior Soul Master as Soul Power. Attention all freshmen, please proceed immediately to the examination area in preparation for the entrance assessment. You have 10 minutes remaining to enter. After this time, you will be deemed to have forfeited the examination. The resounding proclamation echoed across the entire Soul Hall campus, its clarity reaching every corner. The expressions of the newcomers grew solemn. Their inaugural assessment approached, instilling a palpable tension among them, with many discreetly clenching their fists. Su Junfang felt no sense of tension. Rather, she was filled with excitement and curiosity, discreetly observing the new students in the venue. Before long, a teacher who appeared to be around 40 years of age arrived at Zone 28. He had an exceedingly ordinary appearance, lacking any imposing presence, yet exuded a demeanor of warmth and friendliness. After counting the attendees and calling out the names, he introduced himself. My name is Yinja, but you may call me Teacher Yin. I am the examiner for this testing area. Hello, Teacher Yin. The students responded in unison. Yinja's voice resonated with a magnetic depth, rich and steady, creating an inviting atmosphere that naturally endeared Su Junfang to him. Yinja nodded in acknowledgement of their greetings and continued. The foundational assessment spans 3 days, with 7 groups in each testing area. On the first day, there will be 3 matches against the other 3 groups in this area. The second day will feature further contests against the same groups. The third day will involve a lottery draw, with 4 matches conducted within a single day against 4 distinct teams from the remaining groups. Altogether, 10 groups will compete, and the rankings will be determined by the number of victories. The top 150 teams will pass the assessment, while the rest will face elimination. The remaining 150 teams will compete in a ranking match to determine this year's champion among the freshmen. Is everything clear? After a lengthy explanation laden with intricate rules, he inquired, are there any questions? With no one else speaking up, Su Junfang ventured, Teacher Yin. If an attack is mismanaged and results in serious injury to an opponent, how will that be handled? Yinja regarded Su Junfang with a keen gaze and replied, if the injury stems from an uncontrollable soul technique, the responsibility lies with me. You need not worry. However, should there be intentional harm or killing, accountability will be pursued. Are there any further inquiries? You may raise them now. Silence ensued. If there are no more questions, let us commence. Finishing the matches promptly will allow you to return to your training sooner. With that, Yinja retrieved a folder from his briefcase, glanced at its contents, and then looked up. Zone 28, first round, first match. Freshman Class 4, Yu Hao, Xiao Baier, and Wang Qiushi will compete against Freshman Class 5, Wang Shi, Shui Mingyin, and Kai Jiwa. Su Junfang and the other 2 were not the first group. Instead, it was the trio who had just encouraged one another that rose to their feet. Alongside them, a group of unfamiliar students also stood up. The 2 groups of soul masters scrutinized each other, attempting to glean insights from their outward appearances. You may now enter the arena, each standing on your respective sides. You are permitted to unleash your soul abilities only after I announce the commencement of the match. Proceed to enter. Yinja began to officiate the contest. The remaining spectators, including Su Junfang and his companions, remained seated on the benches in Area 28, where they could observe the unfolding battles. The trio aspiring for the championship swiftly occupied the western position of the assessment arena. This group comprised 2 male soul masters and 1 female soul master, arranged in a linear formation, male, female, male. The foremost male soul master was strikingly handsome, albeit at a distance from Su Junfang. Behind him stood a delicate female soul master, whose demeanor bore a resemblance to Cici, evoking an instinctive desire to protect her. The final male soul master exuded a gloomy aura, possessing a physique that was neither too thin nor too robust. The opposing trio had also taken their positions, consisting of 2 male soul masters and 1 female soul master. Among them, 1 male and 1 female stood at the forefront, while the other male remained somewhat hidden behind them. Once both sides had established their stances, Teacher Yinja's gaze fixed upon the arena, declaring, "The assessment begins." Chapter 117. Instantaneous elimination. With Yinja's decisive proclamation, the atmosphere within the arena grew palpably tense. The two wary factions simultaneously unleashed their respective soul abilities. The students entered the arena in the order of their names, allowing Junfang to discern the identities of the 6 participants on stage. He observed that the champion group Su Hao was stationed in the corner, his eyes shimmering with intensity as 2 soul rings ascended around him. Yet no discernible signs of soul ability activation were evident. Xiaobai Er's soul was a colossal bell. Upon activation, a bronze-colored bell rapidly materialized above her head. The foremost figure, Wang Qiushi, unfurled his form as dark purple wings extended from his back, casting a dazzling violet light that illuminated the faces of his adversaries. Junfang discerned that Wang Qiushi's martial soul was indeed his wings. The trio in the championship group possessed formidable strength, with 2 of the soul masters being second-ring great soul masters, while Yu Hao in the back row was merely a first-ring soul master. This combination was undeniably lethal among the students. The 3 opposing soul masters stood ready, each unleashing their martial souls, without granting the enemy a moment's respite. Wang Qiushi took flight, soaring towards the trio. Suddenly, the slender Wang Shi shouted, "Delicious steamed buns." A circle of yellow soul rings emerged around his feet, followed by 3 resplendent white buns materializing in front of him with a series of muffled thuds. Swiftly, Wang Shi seized the buns, handing them to the 2 individuals before him, a male and a female, who consumed the buns and felt their soul power surge. A Fu-type soul master? Junfang cast a sidelong glance. Such unconventional martial souls were indeed rare. At that moment, Kai Jihua and Shui Mingyin struck simultaneously, one wielding a snow leopard martial soul, the other a butterfly martial soul, both being first-ring soul masters. Wang Qiushi dove down, closing in on the duo. The snow leopard pounced while the butterfly flitted gracefully. Abruptly, unnoticed by anyone, a large bell swung above their heads, vibrating twice, its sound waves enveloping the 2 soul masters below. Stunned, the snow leopard and butterfly soul masters found their movement slowed to a crawl. Wang Qiushi, hovering just above the ground, activated his first soul skill. His soaring wings erupted with a dense burst of purple flames, crashing into the sluggish bodies of the 2. They were sent hurtling backward, and before they could regain their footing, a bronze bell barreled through the air, colliding with them. They had not even the chance to unleash any soul skills before they transformed into rolling balls, ejected from the assessment stage. At that moment, Wang Qiushi had dealt with the Fu-type soul master Wang Shi, standing proudly on the stage. The assessment area erupted in astonishment. How formidable! Such a terrifying assault-type martial soul had effortlessly overwhelmed the opponent in a single encounter. The recently defeated team had reached an average level of skill. Yet they were still no match for this group. Their teamwork was remarkably fluid. Even the bell-wielding soul master had not unleashed a soul skill. All were new students. How could the disparity be so vast? A wave of anxiety swept through the crowd, and even Teacher Yinja nodded in acknowledgement of the powerful synergy within this group. After recording the match results, he cast another glance at Yu Hao and the others, pondering that this group was likely the trump card of Class 4. Indeed, the students taught by Teacher Shou Qiqi were extraordinary.